I wished for the strongest magical soul. So Hanfan awakened the supreme grade 6-winged angel magical soul. I wished for even greater talent. And Hanfan obtained SSS level growth aptitude. Hanfan transmigrated into a world where games merged with reality, gaining an infinite wishing cheat. Every day, he could make a small wish to accumulate wish power, which he could then use to exchange for bigger wishes. On the first day, he wished to fly, but only managed to fly a dozen meters before crashing down and breaking his leg. On the second day, he wished to become a billionaire, only to be approached by a 65-year-old sugar mommy who told him to stop working hard and offered to support him, scaring him so much he didn't dare leave the house for days. On the third day, he wished for a girlfriend, and a delivery man rushed to his dorm door overnight with a school beauty-style doll, nearly getting him beaten to death when the real school beauty found out. On the fourth day, he thought, forget it, I'll just wish to get stronger. And so, trampling cherry blossoms, crushing Goryo, tearing apart the celestial realm, and slaughtering deities, none of the nations that once waged war against Great Xia could escape. They all had to die. Chapter 1. I wish to awaken the strongest magic soul today. I wish to obtain the strongest magical soul in today's awakening ceremony. Hanfan gazed fervently at the nearly completed awakening array being set up on the playground, silently making his wish. It had been over 3 years since Hanfan crossed over to Blue Star, and during this time, he had gained a fairly clear understanding of this world's basic nature. This was a world where reality and gaming intertwined. Everyone would undergo a magical soul awakening upon graduating high school, with the quality, grade, and type of the awakened soul left entirely to fate. After awakening, one could level up and enhance their strength by slaying monsters in dungeons, secret realms, battlefields, and demonic lairs. A week later, all their senior high school students would undergo a unified superhuman college entrance trial. As a transmigrator, Hanfan naturally possessed a golden finger. After arriving in this world where games merged with reality, he gained an additional wish-granting ability. Every day, he could make one small green wish. Each small green wish would help him accumulate a bit of wish power. 10 points of wish power would allow him to make a medium blue wish, and so on. 100 points of wish power would grant him a large purple wish, while a golden wish required 1,000 points of wish power. Over 3 years, through more than 1,000 days and nights, Hanfan tirelessly made small green wishes, accumulating over 1,000 points of wish power, all for this very day. Fan Ge, what kind of magic soul do you think you'll awaken? The chubby Wang Dezhuang standing behind Hanfan asked nervously, a hint of tension in his voice. A fiery glint flashed in Hanfan's eyes as he replied, Divine Grade, the strongest magic soul. From what Hanfan understood of this world, magic souls were categorized into Mortal Grade, Mystic Grade, Earth Grade, Heaven Grade, Immortal Grade, and Divine Grade. Just moments ago, he had spent 1,000 points of wish power to make a golden wish for the strongest magic soul. Hanfan was confident that the magic soul he would awaken later would be nothing short of extraordinary. But, Divine Grade? The strongest magic soul? Does someone really have no self-awareness at all? Exactly. Just because he aced superhuman theory classes, he thinks his awakened magic soul will be high grade. Who knows? Maybe it'll turn out to be a pet cat or a teacup dog. That'd be hilarious. Students from other classes sneered sarcastically. Hanfan couldn't be bothered to respond. There was no point in engaging with a few troublemakers. Wang Dezhuang's face showed a hint of awkwardness. After all, he was the one who brought up the topic of awakening magical souls. He turned to Hanfan and said, Fan, I believe in you. You'll definitely awaken the strongest magical soul. After all, you're one of the twin stars of Nanyang No. 2 High. The twin stars of Nanyang No. 2 High were Hanfan and Luo Kersen. Over the past 3 years of high school, Hanfan, the cheater, had consistently ranked first in every subject of superhuman theory thanks to his wish-granting ability, while Luo Kersen was perpetually second. This had left Luo Kersen deeply resentful and unwilling to accept it. So, on this day of magical soul awakening, she had already vowed to defeat Hanfan no matter what. 3 years of hard work, all for this moment. Excelling in superhuman theory doesn't necessarily mean one can awaken a high-grade magical soul. Such cases were common among graduates of previous years. On the contrary, students whose parents had high-grade magical souls had a significantly higher chance of their own souls mutating and awakening at a higher grade. Coincidentally, both of Luo Kersen's parents possessed exceptionally high-grade magic souls, while Hanfan's parents were merely peasants at the bottom of society and had passed away 10 years ago. Thus, Luo Kersen was confident that today's magic soul awakening would undoubtedly surpass Hanfan's, allowing her to shed the title of eternal second place. As several mentors from the Great Xia Superhuman Alliance set up the awakening array, the magic soul awakening ceremony officially began. The mentors called out the names one by one, and students entered the awakening array to awaken their magic souls. The ceremony was simple. Students only needed to stand in the array, calm their minds, and close their eyes. Zheng Datu, Magic Soul, Common Grade Scythe, Talent, E rank. Wang Zhongwang, Magic Soul, Common Grade Sausage. Talent, G rank. Lei Zhenzi, Magic Soul, Mystic Grade Fire Stick. Talent, F rank. Wang Dazhuang, Step Forward. Finally, it was Wang Dazhuang's turn. Brother Fan, I'm going up first. Good luck. Hanfan encouraged him while silently making a small green wish for him in his heart. Green wishes could be made once a day, while blue and higher tier wishes had no time restrictions, but required wish power to cast. As Wang Dazhuang walked toward the awakening array, Class 37's homeroom teacher Hong Zhenya sighed repeatedly. This year, the magic souls awakened by our class students haven't been impressive at all. So far, not a single one has reached Earth grade or above. Earth grade or above? Old Hong, what are you dreaming about? Last year, you got lucky with Han Shijuan, who awakened an immortal grade magic soul. Aren't you satisfied yet? Amid the competitive banter among the senior high school teachers, Wang Dazhuang's awakening ceremony began. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as the awakening array emitted a dazzling light. This kind of reaction, could it be an Earth grade or higher magic soul? Hong Zhenya's heart raced with excitement. Gradually, a phantom image appeared in the air above Wang Dazhuang. At first, it was blurry, but soon it became clear, a massive, sacred shield radiating an aura of holiness. Wang Dazhuang, Magic Soul, Earth Grade Sacred Shield. Talent, B rank. Not bad, not bad. Finally, a decent student. Even the superhuman mentor overseeing the awakening ceremony couldn't help but cast an approving glance at Wang Dazhuang. In the crowd, Hanfan smiled as he saw Wang Dazhuang awaken an Earth Grade Magic Soul. If a single green wish could awaken a rare Earth Grade Magic Soul, what kind of magic soul could he awaken with the equivalent of 1,000 green wishes, a golden wish? At this moment, Hanfan's heart was brimming with anticipation. Luo Kursen, step forward. As the superhuman instructor called her name, Luo Kursen, one of the twin stars of Nanyang No. 2 High School, promptly stepped out. Clenching her fists tightly as she walked toward the awakening array, she thought to herself, Hanfan, today I will not lose to you again. I must surpass you. Upon reaching the center of the array, Luo Kursen closed her eyes, but not before casting a haughty glance toward Hanfan in the crowd. The awakening array activated, and celestial phenomena manifested once more. The dazzling radiance this time was several times brighter than when Wang Dazhuang had awakened. Gradually, a massive white bird materialized above Luo Kursen. Once fully formed, the bird let out a resounding phoenix cry, exuding an aura of sacred and inviolable nobility. Luo Kursen, Magic Soul, Celestial White Phoenix. Talent, SS rank. Young lady, work hard, and you will undoubtedly become a pillar of our great Xia in the future. The superhuman instructors nodded repeatedly, offering Luo Kursen the highest praise. Thank you for your kind words, instructors. Luo Koxian made a good and respectful student salute and came out of the awakening formation. Afterward, her gaze once again landed on Hanfan in the crowd, full of provocation. Hanfan. Not only has this young lady awakened the immortal demon soul, even her natural talent is SS level. What are you going to win me with? Ha ha. Old Hong, I told you that this year's time has come and gone. Geniuses must have appeared in our class, right? Convinced or not? Convinced, but our class Hanfan hasn't awakened yet. The same genius who is on par with Luo Kursen, awakened magic soul doesn't have to be worse than her. Come on. Who doesn't know the law of magic soul heredity? The better the parents' magic souls are, the higher the grade of the next generation's awakened magic souls, and vice versa holds true. Hanfan's parents died 10 years ago, and he's a peasant at the bottom of the social ladder, so what kind of excellent magic souls could he have awakened? Hong Zhenya moved his mouth, swallowed back the words that had reached his mouth, and sighed. Hanfan, step forward. Chapter 2 Awakening the Super Divine Grade Demonic Soul, Six-Winged Angel. It's Hanfan's turn. I didn't expect Luo Koxian to be next. The transcendent instructor lined them up together. Is he intending to fight it out? And a duel? Does Hanfan deserve it? Luo Kursen's awakened immortal grade demonic soul and her natural talent is also SS grade. How can he compete? The group of students were again talking when they heard the transcendent instructor call Hanfan's name. At this time, Wang Dazhuang ran over and encouraged, Brother Fan, cheer up. You'll definitely be able to awaken the strongest demonic soul. Ha ha. It has to be. Hanfan's cocky and arrogant appearance drew a chorus of jeers. Not far away, Luo Kursen stood there proudly like a white swan, looking at Hanfan as he walked. Hanfan. Today, you're going to lose. Hanfan walked past her without even looking at her. Luo Koxian's face stiffened slightly, somewhat annoyed. Is this asshole so weak and nervous that he can't even look at her? In fact, Hanfan's failure to look at Luo Kursen was not a pretense of innocence, nor was it a weak and nervous heart. He didn't even put Luo Koxian's challenge in his eyes. He had only one goal in mind, the Godslayer Academy, one of the 4 great institutions of higher learning in Great Xia. Hanfan came into the formation and slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the formation to operate and the demonic soul to awaken. Hong Zhenya stood there, his hands clenched into fists as he watched nervously. It could be said that Hanfan was his best and most honored student. And, moreover, it is tied with Luo Kursan as the twin stars of Nanyang No. 2 Middle School. How could he not hope in his heart that Hanfan would awaken a high-grade combat system demonic soul? Time, minute by minute, passed. The awakening formation, already in operation. However, Hanfan, who was standing on top of the formation, still had not awakened his demonic soul. What's going on? No magic soul? It can't be. In this world where reality and games were combined, the probability of a human without a magic soul was only 1 in a million. Is it really such a coincidence that Hanfan is one of them? Put. Old Hong, it looks like you picked up a treasure last year, and you've picked up a treasure this year as well. The teacher in the next class had mocked Hong Zhenya. Luo Koxian's slightly wrinkled eyebrows also stretched out. What's the point of the transcendentalist theory of being first every time? Not even a magic soul. Look! What's that in the sky? Without waiting for Luo Koxian's mental thoughts to fall, whoever in the crowd exclaimed. Thousands of mouths of teachers and students on the playground looked up to the sky in unison. For some reason, the sky, which had been clear and cloudless a moment before, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. A huge black shadow appeared without a sound. The dark figure looked like a person and a pair of wings. Hidden in the dark clouds, hidden from view. Several of the transcendent instructors in charge of awakening had horrified looks on their faces. They fiercely looked toward Hanfan, whose eyes were tightly closed and whose face was calm, in the middle of the formation. Buzz! In a blink of an eye, the awakening formation, which had been calm and motionless a moment before, was gripped by a fierce wind, and the entire foundation of the formation trembled non-stop. A blinding golden light shot straight up into the sky, piercing through the dark clouds. The glare was so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. How? What's going on? Isn't it just awakening a demonic soul? Why does it feel like the world has suddenly ended? Who knows, I've never heard of anyone whose demonic soul has awakened and possesses such a large array. A group of students who came back to their senses couldn't speak well. Those who had been frantically mocking Hanfan before had closed their mouths. Click. Click. Just as the crowd's minds were speculating on what the demonic soul that Hanfan had awakened would be, they only saw the awakening formation, which instantly fragmented. How can it be? All 12 awakening stones have run out of energy. Hiss. Among the transcendent instructors, there was a sound of backward gasps. And as the awakening formation's energy ran out, the black shadows in the sky, which were becoming clearer and clearer, slowly dispersed. The sky, once again, was clear and the sun shone on the earth. The frightening scene just now was like a dream. Hanfan also slowly opened his eyes. The scene, dead silent. Everyone set their gazes on the transcendent instructor who was responsible for informing about the grade and talent of the awakened demonic souls, waiting for him to speak. Hanfan, demonic soul, highest grade divine angelic wings, natural talent, grade G. As the transcendent instructor's words fell, the entire scene was first quiet, and then burst into laughter. The strongest magical soul in the world, paired with the worst talent and G rank? This kind of perfect match is quite a bombastic joke when you look at the entire bombastic world. Demon souls. Determines the upper limit of a transcendentalist. Natural talent, on the other hand, determines the growth value of a transcendent when it is upgraded. Qualifications are categorized from lowest to highest: grade G, grade F, grade E, grade D, grade C, grade B, grade A, grade S, grade SS, and grade SSS. Among them, the G rank talent, each level, the maximum attribute growth is 2. SSS level talent, each level up, the maximum attribute growth is 200. A difference of 100 times. To put it simply, when a transcendent ascends from level 1 to level 2, the G-grade gifted transcendence attributes are increased by a maximum of only 2 points. For those with SSS level talent, it is possible to randomly increase each attribute up to 200 points. Alas! Strongest divine grade demonic soul, worst G-grade natural talent, the heavens have really played a big joke on me. Hong Zhenya sighed, his mood falling from the top of the mountain to the bottom at once. For her part, Luo Koxin was visibly relieved. Even though, in her heart, she felt sorry for Hanfan, but in the end, she had won the asshole in the last round of the competition in her 3 years of high school. The Transcendent Mentors, too, sighed. Divine Magic Soul the worst G-grade natural talent, even if it is C-grade or above completely wasted. G-rated? That bad? This was somewhat unexpected for Hanfan. However, his mind was not in the least bit frustrated. He checked the wish value, 99 points. Make another green wish tomorrow, and you'll have 100 wish points. When the time came, he could use these 100 points of wish value to make a big purple wish and raise his G-ranked natural talent. Abolished? How is that possible? His target, however, was the Godslayer Academy, one of the 4 great institutions of higher learning in Great Xia. Coming out of the fragmented awakening formation, Hanfan checked his attribute panel. When the demonic soul awakens, the Transcendentals panel opens. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 10.00%. Power, 20. Element, 20. Technique, 20. Speed, 20. Physical fitness, 20. Lucky, 30. Qualification, G. Demon Soul, 6-winged angel super god, awaken 1/3. Note, Characteristic 1, can summon Angel Servant 03, Characteristic 2, Angel Servant takes damage for Master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of Master and Angel Servant are doubled. Soul Technique, none. Divine Bones, none. Equipment, none. Isn't my demonic soul a divine quality angel wing? How did it turn into a super divine grade 6-winged angel? And it's only 1/3 awakened? Hanfan was filled with surprise, wondering if he had misread the situation. Could it be that the divine demon soul wasn't the strongest? A super divine 6-winged angel is the limit of a demonic soul? Chapter 3 I wish for stronger natural talent and get SSS rank? A moment later, Hanfan understood why. His demonic soul awakening was forced to be interrupted because the 12 energy stones laid out by the awakening array ran out of energy. Not really awakening. 12 array energy stones, only 1/3 awakened. It is also known as Angel's Wings, which is the black and white wings of the gods, according to the tutors of the Transcendentalists. From this, it could be seen that his super divine grade demonic soul 6-winged angel, if he wanted to fully awaken, would have to take at least 36 energy stones to do so. Hanfan didn't say this out loud, he was afraid that he would be treated as a monster by the Transcendent Mentors and grabbed back to the Transcendent Alliance to slice and study. It would be better to wait until he was admitted to the Higher Learning Institute and then find a way to awaken the full-form demonic soul 6-winged angel. The magic soul awakening ceremony was over, and Hanfan planned to go back to his dormitory to rest. At that moment, Luo Koxian walked over quickly and stopped him. Hanfan, you lost. Luo Koxian's beautiful eyes landed on Hanfan with a touch of condescension. 3 years. In her 3 years of high school, she lost every Transcendent Theory exam and every subject to this asshole. Today, she finally won over him at the Demon Soul Awakening ceremony. Congratulations! I've got things to do, so I'll see you later. Hanfan smiled with a word of congratulations and walked around her to leave. The triumphant smile on Luo Koxian's face instantly froze. In the middle of the day, she came back to her mind a little annoyed, a little stifled. This guy, are all congratulations so fake and perfunctory? But it was understandable, awakening a divine demonic soul, but obtaining a G-ranked natural talent. No one could take such a blow. Forget it. I'll forgive you this time for being such a rude guy. Tomorrow this young lady will be so kind as to take you, a little party girl with the worst natural talent, to upgrade. Luo Koxian turned to look at Hanfan's departing back, her heart full of triumphant superiority. Hanfan returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed with his head on his arm, looking at the ceiling. Sister June, wait for me. I'll go to the Godslayer Academy to look for you right away. Hanfan muttered a sentence. He was a traveler, and had crossed over just 3 years ago. Therefore, regarding this body's parents' death 10 years ago, Hanfan's memory was not deep at all. To Hanfan, Han Shijun, his sister, was his only relative. Han Shijun, the adopted daughter of Hanfan's parents. Even though she was an adopted daughter, she was good and kind to Hanfan as her brother. Parents died 10 years ago. Hanfan was 7 or 8 years old, while Han Shijun was only 10. The 10-year-old girl carried the whole family and took care of Hanfan, her younger brother. In fact, she could have gone to the Godslayer Academy a long time ago. Because she was a special enrollment in the Godslayer Academy, but she couldn't let go of Hanfan, her younger brother, and kept dragging her feet. It wasn't until last year that Hanfan convinced her and agreed with her that he would definitely enter the Godslayer Academy to find her in this year's college entrance exam trial. Early the next morning, when Hanfan woke up, the first thing he did was make a wish. I wish that my luck becomes higher. In his heart, Hanfan silently made a small green wish. Lucky, 36. This was because Hanfan's demonic soul six-winged angel had the attribute doubling trait. So, he wished for 3 points of luck, which doubled to 6 points. Hanfan's reason for wishing for luck was simple. 3 years of transcendent theory told him that luck affected the burst rate and drop when killing monsters. Moreover, the other 5 attributes, which are affected by natural talent, will grow when upgrading. Luck is the only thing that is fixed. Because of this, highly fortunate transcendents, like high-grade demonic soul talent transcendents, were the object of competition from all the major powers. As Hanfan made a small green wish, the wish value finally gathered 100 points. I make a wish that my natural talent becomes stronger. Hanfan didn't know to what level the great purple wish of 100 points of wish power could raise the natural talent. Therefore, he was a bit conservative and didn't dare to wish for the strongest, lest the wish fails and the wish is wasted. During the past 3 years, Hanfan had tried all kinds of wishes. For example, wishing would fly. As a result, he only flew a dozen meters before falling to the ground and breaking his leg. Another example, wishing to become a billionaire. As a result, a 65-year-old rich woman advised him not to make any effort and wanted to adopt him, so he did not dare to go out for several days. Wish for something bigger with a green wish and it basically never comes true. Over time, Hanfan summarized some wishing tips. Wishes can be made, but not too pretentious. 13. Gifted, SSS. SSS class? I just wished for my natural talent to become stronger, and in one step, I became SSS ranked? Hanfan stared wide-eyed, a little confused. A big purple wish with 100 wish points will bring the natural talent to SSS level. Wasn't it a bit of a waste for him to wish for the strongest demon soul with a golden wish of 1000 wish points? Suddenly, Hanfan was a bit chagrined. It's a big loss. However, it seems too late to regret it now. Seeing that it was getting late, Hanfan got up and went to gather at the Nanyang novice copy. Seniors have 1 week to upgrade after awakening their magic souls. In a week's time, it would be time to participate in the nationally standardized Transcendentalist High School examination trials. At that time, the grade will be used as the most important credentials for them to enter the higher institute. Moreover, only with a high rank would you be stronger and more likely to get a high score in the entrance exam trials. Hanfan arrived at the Nanyang novice copy and it was already crowded. Everyone is teaming up. A team with a cap of 7. A qualified team must have physical output, spell output, meat shield, control, healing and so on. And those traits would have to be picked from the demonic soul. A long way away, Hanfan saw Wang Dazhang, who had awakened the Earth-grade demonic soul sacred shield, surrounded by a group of girls, becoming a fragrant bun. After all, his magic soul is not bad, his natural talent is also to be level, and he is a very popular main combat profession meat shield. It's hard not to get scrambled. Look, it's Hanfan coming, his demon soul is a divine product, hurry up and go find him to form a team. No way, G-grade natural talent, poor as hell, even if there is some advantage in the early stage by relying on the demonic soul, it's useless when the grade gets higher later on. That's right, not to mention that his demonic soul is just a pair of wings, and he can't protect us girls, so who would want to team up with him? A group of little girls saw Hanfan coming and talked about it, none of them came over to find him to form a team. Wang Dazhang wanted to come over, but the dainty girls around him surrounded him, so he couldn't go at all. At this time, Luo Koxian lifted her foot and walked over, saying, Hanfan, let's the two of us team up, I'll take you upgrading. Koxian, how are you going to find him to team up with? His natural talent is only at level G. Even though the demonic soul is a divine product, at most by level 5, he's going to be left behind by others by a large margin. That's right, schoolgirl Curson, why don't you invite me to form a team? I have a demonic soul earth grade and a class C natural talent, 100 times better than him. Luo Curson, the goddess-level school flower, personally came over to invite Hanfan to form a team, and those boys' faces turned pale with envy. Immediately, there were a few boys with good demon soul talent who walked over quickly, counting down Hanfan as they furtively introduced themselves. It's up to you guys. With a devil's soul talent like yours, you're also worthy of teaming up with me? Luo Koexayan nonchalantly retorted back, disliking the group of boys and making them blush. Even though Luo Kursen viewed Hanfan as a rival, the two of them were not enemies per se. On the contrary, Luo Koexayan sometimes quite appreciated Hanfan, this excellent guy. Thanks, no need for that, it's faster to upgrade with a single copy. Hanfan smiled and shook his head, rejecting Luo Koexayan's good intentions. You! Luo Koexayan's teeth itched with anger. This guy, he's still being noble with her? Okay, since you said that single brush upgrades are faster, then I will compare. With you today. Luo Koexayan's competitive spirit came back and wanted to compete with Hanfan to see who could upgrade faster. As a result, Hanfan didn't wait for her to finish her sentence and teleported in the moment the novice copy opened. Luo Koexayan's eyes were wide and confused with anger. Chapter 4, 3 Angel Servants, 1 Sword, 1 Little Friend. This loser, ignoring her? Asshole. Luo Koexayan returned to her senses and stomped her feet in anger. A mouthful of silver teeth, clenched and clattered. Kursen, this Hanfan guy doesn't know how to behave, why do you care about him? Invite me. That's it, garbage one, with his natural talent, I'm afraid that he won't even be able to get into the worst junior college in a week's time after the college entrance examination trial. At this time, the few defeated boys who had just seen the opportunity to kiss ass, hurriedly ran over to flatter and enhance their value. You guys, are you worthy? Luo Koexayan did not give a good face and sneered. In the next moment, she also teleported directly to the novice copy and upgraded. Luo Koexayan mentally vowed that she had to win this smug guy one more time today. Those who flattered the boys, once again ate their words, a face suffocated into a pig's liver color. The already jealous mood grew more and more jealous. It's just a piece of crap. By the time the night's copy is over, it's bound to be the butt of everyone's jokes. Besides, Hanfan, after entering the novice copy, he immediately summoned the angelic servant. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, a flat vortex appeared in front of Hanfan. In the middle of the vortex, a white glow lit up. In the next moment, an angelic servant with wings on its back appeared. Angel Servant. Grade, Black Iron 1 star 0.00%. Power, 60. Element, 60. Technique, 60. Speed, 60. Physical fitness, 60. Soul technique, none. Grade, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Emerald, Epic, Legendary, Mythical. Each grade is divided into 7 stars. Hanfan looked at the angelic servant who held a long sword and was several times stronger than him, his master, in a single star, and was secretly staggered. My goodness! That's a little too strong, isn't it? It's still upgradable. At that moment, a giant rat appeared not far away. The angelic servant, not needing Hanfan's command at all, flapped his wings and flew over to deliver a sword. Successfully killed the giant rat, experience +6. With the angelic servant's 60 points of strength, the poor giant rat didn't even squeak before he was hiccuped. Hanfan looked at the experience bar. Rank, 0.50%. A giant rat only gains 0.5% experience. Calculating this, Hanfan needed to kill 200 giant rats before he could level up to level 2. Hanfan didn't waste any time and immediately summoned the other 2 angelic servants that came with the demonic soul trait to kill the monsters as well. Successfully killed the giant rat, experience +6. Successfully killed the giant rat, experience +6. The 3 angelic servants, killing the monsters separately, had their experience boosted by leaps and bounds. In just a few minutes, Hanfan's experience value rose to 5%. At this rate, in half an hour at most, Hanfan would be able to rise to level 2. However, Hanfan was still unsatisfied with this upgrade speed. The copy, you can only stay for 12 hours a day, and when the time is up, you will be forcibly teleported out. The Godslayer Academy, as one of the 4 great institutions of higher learning in Great Xia. The minimum grade level for admission is 20. And all of them, the seniors, only had a week to practice from the time they awakened their magic souls. In a week, all students will take the Transcendental's high school trial to determine their future college and in which college they will attend. Hanfan really wasn't pretending to be aloof and unwilling to team up with Luo Koexayan to upgrade. Group upgrades, because the monster refresh frequency is fixed, in the case of being able to second the monster, the upgrade speed is rather slow. It took a week to level up to 20, just barely reaching the minimum admission standard for the Godslayer Academy. Time was running out and he couldn't afford to spend it. Hanfan commanded the angelic servant and traveled to the depths of the novice copy, killing monsters over the level. Wild dogs. Rank, 3. Power, 20. Element, 0. Technique, 15. Speed, 25. Body mass, 18. Soul technique, none. The angelic servant, having found a new target, rushed up with his longsword in hand and delivered another blow. Successfully killed wild dog, experience plus 30. Hanfan nodded with satisfaction as he saw that after killing the wild dog, he had gained a 5-fold boost in experience value. The other two angelic servants, as it were, went about killing monsters. Successfully killed wild dog, experience plus 30. Successfully killed slime, experience plus 45. Successfully killed the armor bug, experience plus 55. A few minutes later, Hanfan upgraded and opened the Transcendentals panel. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 21.05%. Power, 110. Element, 120. Technique, 130. Speed, 150. Body mass, 140. Lucky, 36. Gifted, SSS. Demon Soul, 6-winged angel super god, awaken 1/3. Note, Characteristic 1, can summon Angel Servant 3/3, Characteristic 2, Angel Servant takes damage for Master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of Master and Angel Servant are doubled. Soul Technique, none. Divine Bones, none. Equipment, none. Ultra Divine Product Magic Soul 6-winged angel with double attribute bonus. Hanfan had only risen to level 2, and except for luck, the other 5 attributes were all over 100. Not much of a challenge. After reaching level 2, Hanfan realized that when he killed those low-level monsters again, the experience he gained obviously dropped by nearly 1/3. And level 2 to level 3 requires several times more experience. In order to get to level 10 as soon as possible, Hanfan controlled the Angel Servant to go deeper into the copy and kill higher-level monsters. A much larger wild dog appeared ahead. The angelic servant flew over and raised his sword. 133. Ha! No seconds? Hanfan's face showed surprise. The giant dingo turned its head and snapped a bite into the angelic servant's leg. 550. The value of the Scarlet Blitz words startled Hanfan. At this moment, Hanfan threw over a detection spell and saw the attributes of this giant wild dog. Hyena Elite. Rank, 5. Strength, 150. Element, 20. Technique, 120. Speed, 100. Body mass, 110. Soul technique, none. Elite monsters. Seeing that the hyena was about to bite the injured angel servant again, Hanfan hurriedly commanded it to fly up and back away. With a strength of up to 150, Hanfan was really afraid that the hyena would bite his angelic servant to death in 2 bites. LOL. You can only go back and continue to kill those low-level monsters and develop with experience. Another 10 minutes passed. Just as Hanfan felt in his heart that at the current rate of upgrading, before the replica closes, when you can't get to level 10, underneath one of the angel's feet, a white circle of light appears. Angel Servant. Grade, Black Iron 2 stars 0.10%. Power, 200. Element, 200. Skill, 200. Speed, 200. Physical fitness, 200. Soul technique, none. Angel Servant upgraded. Hanfan's spirit was lifted when he saw all the attributes jump to 200 points. Isn't this just dozing off, and then a pillow comes along? Hanfan took the 3 angels and re-entered level 5 hyena territory. Successfully killed hyena elite monster, experience plus 280. Experience went up 3%. It's still more experience to kill higher level monsters over level. Ha! What's that? Exploding equipment? Hanfan's heart was just feeling a bit emotional when he saw a bright crystallized equipment by the hyena's corpse. Chapter 5 side quest not finished, out 2 hours early? Hyena's Bow common, strength plus 15, available after level 3. Hanfan picked up the hyena's exploded equipment to check it out and was filled with disappointment. Originally, he thought that a level 5 elite monster would be able to pop out a good equipment. which is just whiteboard equipment. Equipment provenance: in addition to using materials to find blacksmith-type transcendentals to build, you can only fight monsters to burst. Equipment is categorized into common, fine, excellent, rare, epic, perfect, unrivaled, legendary, and mythical, with a total of 10 grades. Normal equipment: the light is white, also jokingly referred to as white plate equipment. Hanfan can't use it now that he's only at level 2, so he can only put it away for now and try the effect when he gets to level 3. As Hanfan stood his ground at the level 5 hyena refresh point, the other 2 angel servants, one after the other, ascended to Black Iron 2-star. With 3 Black Iron 2-star angel servants, Hanfan could completely sweep this area. Half an hour later, Hanfan's leveling experience bar was finally full. Rank: 31.14%. From the warehouse, Hanfan took out the hyena's bow and looked for monsters to practice with. Successfully killed hyena, experience plus 140. 1 arrow for 1 little friend. However, the kills were only ordinary hyenas, not elite monsters, and the experience value gained was not as much as an elite monster. While Hanfan was killing monsters and upgrading, the senior teachers outside, too, were chatting in groups. "Old Hong, I heard that your class has produced a divine demon soul demon? What kind of demon? It's just a scrap of G-rated talent." A few school teachers chatted and shifted the topic to Hong Zhenya class Hanfan. "No way. A divine demonic soul, paired with a G-ranked natural talent, was just too explosive. Human nature is evil. People who can't see the good in others abound." Therefore, when the teachers of other schools heard that Nanyang No. 2 Middle School had a strange student, instead of sympathizing, they gloated and laughed. Hong Zhenya blushed at the mockery and was somewhat at a loss as to what to say. The copy time, halfway through. At that moment, there was a commotion from the teachers not far away. Hong Zhenya looked up and realized that it was Luo Koexayan's mother, Fong Tong, who had arrived. "President Fong, still your daughter is great, awakening the immortal magic soul and SS level talent. At the end of today's copy, your daughter's level will only be above level 7. I've heard that there are several institutions of higher learning that are already special recruiting your daughter, President Fong. I wonder if it's true or not." Luo Kursan's parents, but Nanyang City, the man of the hour. Fong Tong was even the vice president of the Nanyang City Transcendental Alliance rudder. Yesterday, Luo Kursan even awakened the immortal grade demonic soul White Phoenix, another awakening of SS grade natural talent. Therefore, she has just arrived here. Many teachers have been full of smiles to go over to the slipper, flattery to get close to. Hong Zhenya's heart fell slightly bitterly when he saw that everyone was praising Luo Kursan's heavenly daughter, and Hanfan, who had once been on par with her, became a laughingstock. Plus, Hanfan, halfway through the copy. He's up to level 7. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 715.05%. Power, 840. Element, 790. Technique, 1000 max. Speed, 850. Body mass, 940. Lucky, 36. Gifted, SSS. Demon Soul, 6-winged angel super god, awakened 1-3. Note, Characteristic 1, can summon Angel Servant 3-3, Characteristic 2, Angel Servant takes damage for Master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of Master and Angel Servant are doubled. Soul Technique, none. Divine Bones, none. Equipment, none. Exaggerated growth attribute values. At this rate of growth, Hanfan would rise 2 more levels at most. All of his attributes, except luck, will reach the upper limit. Every 10 levels of a transcendent is a bottleneck. You need to get a soul skill to continue upgrading. Before obtaining a soul skill at level 10, the attribute cap is 500. However, Hanfan's super divine grade 6-winged angel demon soul had the attribute doubling trait. Therefore, the upper limit of his attribute value also changed from 500 to 1000. Transcendents also have titles. Transcendents below level 10 are known as trainee transcendents. Levels 11 through 20 are called primary transcendentals. By analogy, from weak to strong, they are divided into trainee, beginner, intermediate, advanced, legend, seal, peak, absolute, limit, and supreme saint for a total of 10 transcendentalist titles. After a trainee transcendentalist reaches level 10, experience no longer increases. Unless one obtains a soul skill and becomes a primary transcendent, they will be able to continue leveling up. It was for this reason that Hanfan wanted to go up to level 10 in one day with a bang. Tomorrow, go to the primary copy of Centipede Cave to explode your soul skills and be promoted to primary transcendent. It's worth mentioning, as soon as you are promoted to primary transcendent, the overflow of attributes, when full, will be returned in 1 point. You don't have to worry about the overflow problem because of the SSS level of talent and the attribute value cap is too low. Successfully killed Black Bear Elite Monster, experience plus 800. Successfully killed Forest Wolf Elite Monster, experience plus 900. Successfully kill Wolf King Boss, experience plus 1500. As his level rose to 7, Hanfan realized with the naked eye that the experience required for upgrading had once again skyrocketed several times. 1500 experience points only made the number behind the decimal point of the experience bar jump slightly twice. Hanfan saw that in the novice copy, the highest level monsters were only level 10, and the upgrades were getting slower and slower, and he sighed repeatedly. At this rate of upgrading, how long will it take to reach level 10? Only the last 2 hours remain until the end of the copy. The teachers outside the replica were, once again, talking. After all, Luoko Xian's mother hadn't left yet, and it looked like she was planning to wait for her daughter to come out. How can you not take advantage of the opportunity to give a good pat on the back? What do you say, at the end of today's copy, all the students, who has the highest rank? You don't have to say? The one with the highest rank must be President Fong's daughter. Guessing this is no fun, why not guess who has the lowest rank? A bunch of teachers who don't do good things, talking and pulling Hanfan out to whip him. Hong Jenya's face was a bit ironic and ugly. One day. It's been a whole day. From the opening of the novice copy until now, certain people have not put down humiliating their class. Hanfan, not tired? Besides, students whose natural talent was G-rated and whose magical souls were much worse than Hanfan's abounded. Why is it that one teacher after another, instead of talking about those students, is taking about their class, Hanfan? Just because of the two diametrically opposed extremes of a divine demon soul and G-ranked natural talent, they found a point of ridicule? Hong Jenya took a deep breath, not intending to dislike them for a few moments as he held his tongue. Just then, the novice copy teleportation array lit up. Check it out. A student came out 2 hours early. The group of teachers stopped talking and stared wide-eyed, wanting to see clearly who was so bold that they came out before the copy time was over. Hanfan? Chapter 6, a defeated dog, in a flash, becomes a winning dog? As the light dispersed, the crowd was wide-eyed and shocked when they saw the visitor. Days. It's actually Hanfan, who they've been mocking all day? What a joke! Above Fong Tong's mature and plump pretty face, a look of surprise also appeared. This son, transcendent theory, Coco was above her daughter. How is it that 2 hours before the end of the copy, it suddenly comes out? Old Hong, I remember in the morning, your class Hanfan was the first to enter the copy, right? Now he's the first to come out again. It doesn't matter if all fights equal or not levels, he must be the first? Could it be that after ascending a few levels, you realize that the difference in attributes with those monsters is getting bigger and bigger, and you can't mix it up anymore? Old Hong, the quality of this student in your class is worrying. Even though he is a G-ranked natural talent, he is at least a divine demon soul. How come he can't even hold on to the end of the copy before giving up on himself? After the group of teachers were shocked, they once again talked and mocked. Hong Jenya ignored it and quickly walked over to inquire, Hanfan, why did you come out early? Ms. Hong, I'm in grade 10. Hanfan answered truthfully. What? How is this possible? 2 hours before the end of the replica and you've risen to level 10? A series of exclamations of surprise slapped the faces of the mocking teachers. Facing the crowd's questioning and disbelieving gazes, Hanfan didn't talk nonsense and displayed the rank. 10 levels. It's not like there aren't any demonic geniuses who have leveled up to level 10 in 1 day of novice copy time. But 2 hours early, it reaches level 10. Seriously? Hanfan, you only have G-level natural talent, why did you upgrade so fast? Hong Jenya couldn't speak well because of the shock in his heart. He stared at Hanfan in disbelief, his eyes as if he was looking at a freak again. Last year, his sister, Han Shijun, performed amazingly enough. This year, Hanfan's performance, it seems, is more exaggerated than his sister's. 10 hours of newbie copies and you're up to level 10. This is definitely a record-breaking, unparalleled event in the entire history of the senior class. Teacher Hong, even though I only have a grade G natural talent, because it's a divine demonic soul that can summon 3 angelic servants, I relied on them to upgrade so quickly. Hanfan's words caused the muscles in the corners of the eyes of many teachers to twitch viciously. Rely on a couple of summons and take a slash. 2 hours ahead of everyone else to level 10? That's a little too fake. Ha! I thought there was some real skill, but it turned out to be a speculative leveling up by relying on a divine demon soul characteristic summoner. Although the angel servants helped him quickly reach level 10, fast people, but after level 10, the monster attributes jumped up a big cut. Angel servants attribute level fixed, rely on them to go not far. A group of teachers didn't miss the opportunity to see the needle count. After all, they taunted all day. Even after Fong Tong arrived, they kissed half a day's ass, bragging about her daughter, surely ranked number 1. The copy ends with at least 7 levels. As a result, Hanfan came out 2 hours early and leveled up to level 10. This is not in front of all the Nanyang school teachers, hit those who pat the face of the horse. How could their hearts not be angry? Teacher Hong, I'm applying to go to the primary copy centipede cave tomorrow to explode soul skills. Hanfan didn't pay any attention to the mockery of the shady teachers, nor did he tell them that his angelic servant could be upgraded. There was no need to pussyfoot around with them snobs when it was almost time to try out for the college entrance exam and enter an institution of higher learning. I agree with your application, go back and get some rest, keep up the good work. Teacher is optimistic about you. Hong Zhenya patted Hanfan on the shoulder and encouraged him. Well, I won't let you down, sensei. Hanfan smiled and nodded, turning to leave. Fong Tong saw that Hanfan was not proud of his victory or discouraged by his defeat, and walked away without a trace of impatience, somewhat shocked at his young age and sophisticated mentality. This son. Even if you only have G-grade talent, I'm afraid that your future achievements will not be equal. This was Fong Tong's assessment of Hanfan with his own eyes. Hong Zhenya stood tall and proud after Hanfan left. By the way, Mr. Zhao, what were you going to guess just now? Who has the lowest rank at the end of the students' copies? After Hanfan returned to his dormitory, he immediately opened the Transcendentalist interface and gritted his teeth to spend 10 silver coins to open the trading system. Trading system, you can put weapons, armor, shoes, jewelry, materials, and other unused items exploded by killing monsters, and put them up for trading. Today in the novice copy, Hanfan relied on his high luck value and exploded a lot of equipment. Those equipment's pathetic attribute bonuses, he couldn't even look at them. Therefore, Hanfan intended to put it into the trading system and sell it. It just so happens that these days all the seniors, whose levels are generally very low, are in dire need of equipment to replenish their strength. These newbie gears are guaranteed to be a steal. Hanfan registered an account called Bailey Chang'an, put the equipment on the trading line, set the sale price, and then lay down on the bed to sleep. All day long. Most of the monsters, though, were killed by the 3 angel servants. But he was still mentally exhausted from following it around. On the other hand, while Hanfan was huffing and puffing and resting, the copy time finally arrived. The students who entered the copy were forcibly teleported out by the copy one after another. Rochelle was among them. Luo Koxian came out of the copy, and despite being full of tiredness, her little face couldn't hide her excitement and glee. She has broken the record to level 8. She looked around for Hanfan, intending to compare ranks with him and who was higher. As a result, she searched for half a day and didn't find Hanfan. This loser dog couldn't have gotten scared and hid on purpose. At that moment, her mother, Fong Tong, came over. Baby, what are you looking at? Mom, what are you doing here? I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? Looking for who? Fong Tong's heart fluttered with some speculation, but he still picked up on it. Looking for that loser dog Hanfan? When he entered the copy this morning, he was high and cold like no other. Actually refusing this girl to take him to upgrade, I'd like to see how many levels he can go up. As Luo Koxian's words fell, Fong Tong's face froze violently. Not only her, but even the homeroom teacher who followed her here had a look of embarrassment on her face. Baby, stop looking, let's go back first. I don't. I'm going to wait for him to come out and make fun of him. Luo Kurson was stubborn and refused to leave. Seeing that her daughter was so competitive, Fong Tong sighed and said, "The Hanfan you're talking about came out 2 hours early." What? That loser dog came out 2 hours early? Could it be that he gave up on himself and gave up on the college entrance exam? How can he be like that? Silly girl, people are already level 10, go back early to prepare for tomorrow's primary centipede cave copy. Ah. He got to level 10 2 hours early? Luo Koxian stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded by what she heard. Not only Luoko Xin, those lickspittles who were planning to come over to compliment Luoko Xin were all dumbfounded there. A losing dog, a winning dog in the blink of an eye? Just kidding. Chapter 7 Take the schoolgirl to brush the nightmare copy and raise your hand to second the monsters? In the evening, Luoko Xin returned home with a very depressed mind. During the daytime in the novice copy, she had tried her hardest alright. But why, she still has such a big gap with this defeated dog. No, now it should be called a winning dog. Obviously, his natural talent was only at level G. Obviously, raising one level would raise his attributes by at most 2 points. Unwilling and unconvinced. Baby, don't be discouraged, look what mom has in store for you. Fong Tong walked over, holding a staff that glowed with white light. Firebird staff normal, elemental plus 40, available after level 7. Luoko Xion's eyes widened in surprise after reading the staff's attributes. Mom, where did you get the Firebird cane? Just found it by accident on the trading floor, bought it from a seller named Centurion, like it? Like. With this Firebird walking stick, I don't even need to go to the novice copy tomorrow, I can just go to the beginner's copy Centipede Cave to upgrade while exploding soul skills. Rochelle regained her confidence. Although in terms of rank, Hanfan, the winning dog, was slightly better than her. But she would never admit defeat. Make sure you pass him and make him the losing dog again. Early morning. Hanfan woke up and wished again to increase his luck. Luck, 40. This morning's little green wish only added 4 lucky points. The value of the attributes that look like a wish increases floats within a range and is not fixed. After making his wish, Hanfan moved off to the Nanyang primary copy Centipede Cave. Beginner copies are different from novice copies. For newbie copies, there is only one fixed difficulty. The primary copies, however, come in 3 difficulties: easy, hard, and nightmare. The higher the difficulty, the higher the monster level and the stronger it is. Correspondingly, there will be a significant increase in experience, explosion rate, and so on. Hanfan arrived at the entrance of the Centipede Cave replica. There were already quite a few students there. The entire city of Nanyang, students taking the college entrance exam, tens of thousands. Students who had awakened high-grade magical souls and natural talent abounded. He's not the only one who made it to level 10. Moreover, it is not necessary to be level 10 to enter the Centipede Cave copy. As long as you have confidence in your own strength and are not afraid to hiccup your little life inside, you can apply to the school for entry. But it's a world where reality meets gaming, not a game where you can die and be resurrected. In this world, once you die, it's a real hiccup. At the entrance to the Centipede Cave, students from various Nanyang schools formed teams to pull people in. For grouping. Hanfan wasn't interested at all. I'm used to being alone, so I'm comfortable upgrading alone. Hanfan came to the door and immediately had to choose nightmare difficulty to enter the copy. Hey! Cian dog, didn't you see me? Hanfan's shoulder was tapped, and a slightly annoyed talking voice came from his ears. Hanfan twisted his head to look, and presented to his eyes was a face with bangs and a porcelain doll-like face. Luoko Xin, why are you here? Hanfan took a step back, full of surprise. Calling people by their first names, no intimacy at all, no wonder you're still a single dog after 3 years of high school. Luoko Xin rolled her eyes, unhappy with Hanfan's address. Kagome, what are you doing here? Hanfan didn't want to tangle with her, and only wanted to make a few perfunctory remarks and hurry into the copy to burst the soul skill. Last night, my mom bought me an awesome cane. With this Firebird cane, I'll be able to maximize my strength, so naturally, I'll be able to come to the Centipede Cave to upgrade and explode my soul skills on the side. Luo Kursen was proud of herself, taking the Firebird cane out of storage and showing it off in a circle in front of Hanfan's eyes. This cane, it shouldn't be. Hanfan glanced at the Firebird cane in Luoko Xion's hand and was confused. My mom bought from a guy called Bailey Changan. I specifically ran last night to see his trading store 2 Eyes. That guy sells equipment expensive. I'll look as a treacherous businessman, aiming at this class of students soon college entrance exams, can pit 1 as 1. Hanfan was filled with embarrassment when he saw that Luoko Xion, this little girl, had quite a big preconceived notion about him. To be honest, Hanfan really didn't expect Luoko Xion to be the wrongdoer. We were in the same class together. If she was short of equipment, it wouldn't have mattered if she gave her this staff. Just as Hanfan was mentally pondering whether or not to return the money to her, Luo Kursen took out a longbow and handed it over. Do what? Hanfan looked at Luo Xion suspiciously. Sending you off, I do not want to take advantage of the equipment, when you this winning dog, that is not honorable, and not the style of this lady. Luoko Xin pretended to be impatient and shoved the longbow into his hands. Hanfan fixed his eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this the level 10 longbow he exploded when he killed the Wolf King last night? Sweat. It's really rich and capricious. Alright, no more nonsense with you, this young lady is entering the copy. Today, I will definitely surpass you. Let you, the winning dog, become the losing dog. After Luoko Xin finished speaking, she was about to enter the centipede cave to upgrade. Wait. Hanfan called out to him. Anything else? What's a winning dog like you doing inviting me to team up? Luoko Xin had just inquired suspiciously when she saw the group invitation from Hanfan. At this moment, she stared at Hanfan with wide eyes, somewhat confused. Yesterday, she was so kind that she was going to take him upgraded. As a result, he condescendingly ignored it and dug into his copy to go solo. Today, where did he go wrong that he took the initiative to invite her to form a team? Taking the wrong medication? Sick? It's not like this victory dog. I've come to the centipede cave today to explode my soul skills, and I can't gain experience to upgrade before I'm promoted to a primary transcendent, so I'll take you with me. Hey! Take me. This young lady is so gifted that she needs you to lead her? Luoko Xin was full of arrogance and said extra loud. I'm in 10th grade. How about you? With one sentence, Luoko Xin instantly lost her temper. If it wasn't for the consideration of a lady's image, she really wanted to kick Hanfan's ill-spoken victory dog. Luoko Xin accepted Hanfan to form a team. Then, Hanfan, as the captain, led her into the centipede cave nightmare difficulty copy. Oh my god. Those two people just now, they went straight into the nightmare difficulty copy? I'm not mistaken. The two of them, I remember correctly, it seems like one is level 10 and the other is level 8, don't they want to live? Take a sister to pretend 13 chanting, I guess 80% of the pretend to fail, fell into the ditch. At the entrance of the centipede cave, the transcendents who were yelling to form a group immediately spoke in mockery. You asshole, how did you open a nightmare difficulty copy? Nightmare difficulty copies, all of them are elite or above monsters, and their levels are more than 3 levels higher than easy difficulty in general, are you crazy? Entering the centipede cave, Luoko Xin lost her voice and exclaimed. Hiss. At that moment, a giant centipede as long as a python crawled towards them with a hiss in front of them. Luoko Xin hurriedly threw out her detection spell to check the information. 100-footed centipede elite. Rank, 13. Power, 700. Element, 50. Technique, 650. Speed, 700. Body mass, 810. Soul technique, none. Rokokyo met a level 13 elite monster right after he arrived and almost died on the spot. Just when she was about to disregard her ladylike image and turn on her spray mode to scold Hanfan to death, Hanfan summoned his angelic servant without any panic. The angelic servant flapped his wings and flew over, raising his hand. Boo! Successfully killed 100-foot centipede elite monster, experience plus 3,500. What? Seconds? Seconds now? Luoko Xin opened her eyes wide and opened her tantalizing little mouth, confused. Chapter 8, 2 Invincible, Schoolgirl Struck to Autism. Who's crazy? Hanfan twisted his head to look at Luoko Xin, who was looking confused, and smiled. No. I'm not crazy. Luoko Xin subconsciously replied sentence. As a result, she finished her sentence only to realize she had been duped. She then glared at Hanfan in annoyance. Ha ha. Hanfan looked at her embarrassed look and laughed. Luoko Xin's teeth itched with anger and said with a stern face, no laughing, you angelic servant, why are you so powerful? See for yourself. Rokokyo skimmed his lips, and his gaze fell on the angel servant who was killing the monsters. Angel servant. Grade, Black Iron 7 stars 8.09%. Power, 2200. Element, 2200. Technique, 2200. Speed, 2200. Body mass, 2200. Soul technique, none. Is this your angel servant? Are you sure it's not a boss monster? A cry of alarm came from Luoko Xin's mouth. Her eyes nearly fell out of her head. When she looked at Hanfan's angelic servant and was able to upgrade, she almost closed herself off. How can the gap between people be so wide? Exaggerated 5-dimensional properties. I'm afraid that level 20 normal monsters aren't this high. What's the problem? Hanfan twisted his head to look at her, and in order to enhance the efficiency of killing monsters and exploding soul techniques, he summoned the other 2 angelic servants, as well. I have no problem with that. Luo Koxian saw that Hanfan had summoned 2 more angel servants with the same attributes and completely shut himself up. At this time, the 3 angelic servants kept on killing monsters deeper and deeper to explode soul skills under Hanfan's orders. Successfully killed 100-foot centipede elite monster, experience plus 3,500. Successfully killed iron beetle elite monster, experience plus 3,800. Successfully killed venom roundworm elite monster, experience plus 3,000. Luo Koxian saw the experience value, rubbing up, his heart was a little not very good. She was even more devastated when she saw Hanfan, the victorious dog, following the 3 angelic servants leisurely as if he had come to the nightmare copy centipede cave for a trip. In the middle of the morning, she held back a sentence, You were in the novice copy yesterday, it shouldn't be upgraded just like that, right? Yeah, you're not? Oh, I remember, your demon soul isn't a divine product, unlike me. Hanfan returned doubtfully. He then showed a dawning realization and hastened to add. You bastard, you didn't mean to humiliate me, did you? Luo Kursen looked at Hanfan's pleased look and gritted her teeth in anger. Deliberately humiliate you? Not so much, I, Hanfan, am not that small-minded. Hanfan finished with a shake of his head and lifted his feet to continue walking forward, keeping pace with the 3 angels. Unfair. This is too unfair. Other people are exhausted, risking their lives to upgrade and improve their strength, but this shine dog is good, actually coming to travel. No wonder it's not willing to team up with others to share experience. Luo Koxian followed resentfully, complaining as she walked, on the verge of becoming a little nag. When she thought about yesterday's big talk about taking him to upgrade, her pretty face reddened and her heart became even more stifled. While Luo Koxian's mind was wandering, the angelic servant killed the monster and exploded a piece of equipment. Hanfan walked over and picked it up and looked at it twice, tossing it to Luo Koxian, who was biting her lip and following in anger, glaring at the back of his head from time to time. Here, a piece of equipment for you. What equipment? If the attributes are bad, this girl doesn't care. What? Excellent grade staff? Luo Koxian had already lost her voice and exclaimed before she finished speaking. Poison centipede staff excellent, elemental plus 120, skill plus 15, feat, poisoning for 10 seconds, dealing 50 damage per second, available after level 10. After a long time, Luo Koxian stared at Hanfan with wide eyes in disbelief. What are you looking at me for? Hanfan said warily. You really give me this staff? No remorse? What's the point of backtracking when you have the staff in your hand? This is an excellent grade equipment, and it's also a low-grade excellent equipment, with such good attributes. Do you know how much it's worth if you put it on the high school trial these days? Luo Koxian took a deep breath, still somewhat unconvinced that Hanfan had really given her the staff of the poisonous centipede that had just exploded. Is this winning dog trying to go from friend A to her boyfriend in waiting? That's not good. She, Luo Koxian, wasn't that shallow. Do you want it or not? Don't give it back. Hanfan looked at Luo Koxian and suddenly realized that this arrogant little girl was so wordy. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been the wrongdoer, buying the equipment sold in his trading house and giving it to him, Hanfan wouldn't have bothered to take care of her. B. Of course I want it. Can't you be a little humane, you victory dog? You can't take back what you've given away. Luo Koxian hurriedly hid the staff behind her back, and couldn't return it to Hanfan. This guy is still trying to backtrack on taking back the gear he gave her. Think of the beauty. However, Luo Koxian's heart muttered, but she was still quite moved. Suddenly, she realized that the victory dog, too, didn't seem as annoying as before. The side face looks a little handsome. Hey! Rochelle, what kind of nonsense is on your mind? Nymphomaniac? Can you be serious? It's none of your business whether this winning dog is handsome or not. Luo Koxian hurriedly retracted her thoughts and stopped rambling. Just as she was thinking about how difficult it was to explode excellent grade equipment, even in nightmare difficulty, the explosion rate was only less than 0.1%, Hanfan picked up another piece of equipment that was emitting blue light. Blue light? Another piece of excellent grade equipment? Luo Koxian's eyes were wide open, looking confused. Didn't they say that the higher the grade of the equipment, the lower the explosion rate? Is it fake? They've only been here, what, half an hour? Half an hour and 2 pieces of blue equipment exploded? Could it be any more fake? Hanfan, you exploded another excellent grade equipment? Rokokyo returned to her senses and took a deep breath to inquire. Yeah, it's a knife, it doesn't do much. Hanfan casually replied back, taking the useless equipment that had just exploded and hanging it up in the system trading house to sell. How did you explode so high? How much luck? Lucky? Rather low, only 40 points. What, 40 points? Also. Still only? Lower? Luo Koxian sniffed and had the urge to rush over and strangle Hanfan to death. She then looked at her luck. Only a pathetic 18 points. 40 points of luck for a winning dog is low, so what's 18 points of luck for her? That's no way to humiliate someone. It is important to realize that Lucky was fixed from the time he awakened his demonic soul. Luck values are special and don't grow due to leveling. And, at most, 100 points. The only way to increase the luck value is through the jewelry class of equipment. But even those high-grade plus luck equipments added less luck. Because of this, highly fortunate transcendents have always been a target for all major powers to compete for. Hanfan, the winning dog, has 40 points of initial luck. Could it be any more fake? Just as Luo Koxian's arrogant pride suffered a blow, Hanfan exploded another piece of equipment. In an instant, her self-confidence, struck down, was completely self-absorbed. Chapter 9, Acquiring a Third-Order Soul Technique, God of Judgment. In no time at all, Luo Koxian had risen to level 9. And she hadn't done anything from the time she had teamed up with Hanfan to come to the copy until now, just following behind and walking deeper into the centipede cave. Is this the divine demon soul? Even if you only have G-rank talent, you can still make up for your own shortcomings. At this time, Luo Koxian felt in her heart that Hanfan, the winning dog, could become a multi-millionaire even if he dropped out of school now and relied on playing equipment for sale alone. Idle and bored, Luo Koxian also browsed the system interface trading line. Hanfan had given her an excellent piece of equipment, and she pondered about buying one for the winning dog as well. She didn't want to owe this winning dog a favor. Shopping, Luo Kursen wandered into the Bailey Chang'an store. Ha! Why do a few pieces of equipment on that shelf look so familiar? Luo Koxian stared wide-eyed, looking at the pieces of equipment on the shelves of Bailey Chang'an's store, which were placed there, a little confused. In the middle of the day, she returned to her senses and instinctively looked toward Hanfan, who was not far away. At this time, Hanfan had exploded another axe-type equipment that was being shelved on the trading house store. As Hanfan finished up on the shelf, an axe immediately appeared in Luo Koxian's line of sight. On the spot, she was dumbfounded. 100 miles? Hanfan? Luo Koxian came back to her senses and rushed over in an arrow step, blocking in front of Hanfan, staring at him with a smile. Hanfan was startled by Luo Koxian's appearance and hurriedly took a step back. Kagome, what are you doing? Your eyes are so scary. I'm asking you, is Bailey-chan on you? Luo Koxian ignored it and interrupted. Ahem. Kagome-san, let me explain. I'll hear you explain. I'll listen to your sophistry. You screwed my mom out of money, even if it's not enough, you screwed me out of money, and the worst part is you didn't even tell me. Hey! You didn't ask before. Yeah, I didn't ask. No more, lady can't get up, you stand still, let me beat it up, or I'll have a hard time with my heart. Luo Koxian saw Hanfan's innocent face and didn't care about image. She directly rushed over with her teeth and claws open, wanting to strangle this asshole Hanfan to death. Holy! Luo Koxian, you have a problem. Hiss. You're still coming for real, aren't you? Let go. Hanfan was pinched by Luo Koxian and grimaced in pain. This little pepper, why is she so unreasonable? No release. If you don't let go, I'll be rude. You're welcome to come. This lady is afraid of you. Where do you push your hand? I didn't mean to. I'll fight you. Where did Luo Coxin believe Hanfan's bull? Her pretty face reddened to her ears and she wanted to fight Hanfan. The two were fooling around when they suddenly tripped over a rock in the centipede cave. Ah! With a cry of surprise, Hanfan fell to the ground. Rochelle was impartial and was about to fall on top of him. In a flash, Hanfan was confused with wide eyes. Luo Coxin was also dumbfounded. Even, her mind went blank and she forgot to get up from Hanfan. Ahem! I say, Pepper, how long are you going to be on your back? Yuck! Shame on me, I was forgetting. Luo Curson scrambled up from Hanfan, her pretty face red to her neck. It's over. It's over. On impulse, her ladylike image was all but ruined. Sure enough, impulse is the devil. Luo Coxin's heart was filled with chagrin. At that moment, with the angelic servant not far away killing yet another poisonous centipede. A blinding green light illuminates the cave. Exploding soul technique now. Luo Coxin and Hanfan twisted their heads in unison. Above the corpse of that poisonous centipede floated a ball of radiant energy. Soul technique book. Hanfan's heart was a little excited as he quickly raised his feet and walked over. Afterward, Hanfan raised his hand and caught the ball of energy, checking out the soul skill type. Soul techniques, categorized into 1 to 9 ranks. The first order is the weakest and the ninth order is the strongest. Soul skills, like magic souls, were divided into various types. There are various types of soul skills such as offensive, defensive, supportive, and healing. It's worth mentioning that each transcendent stage can only learn one soul skill. Moreover, soul skills are energy bodies, and popping them out lasts for half an hour at most before they run out of energy and disappear. Because of this, soul skills cannot be taken out of the copy, and can only be learned by popping them now. Well, what type of soul skill is it? Is it suitable for you? A moment later, Luo Coxin saw Hanfan open his eyes and nervously inquired. Healing type soul skills, not much use to me. Hanfan shook his head and threw the soul skill in his hand. Afterward, Hanfan once again commanded the angelic servant and continued to kill monsters and explode soul skills. 2 hours later, Luo Coxin leveled up to level 10. And Hanfan still hadn't exploded a soul skill that suited his type, which couldn't help but make him feel anxious. At this rate, these 12 hours of copy time today will be wasted. LOL. Unfortunately, the soul skill was the path he had to go through from trainee transcendent, stepping into the primary transcendent, and it was useless to be in a hurry. Every transcendentalist faces the same problem. Some lucky students might have their first burst of soul skills that suited them. Some of the unlucky ones may go on for days at a time with no luck. If he had known, he would have prayed with his green wish in the morning and exploded a suitable soul skill as early as possible. It's too late for regrets. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light illuminated the cave once again. Bursting soul skills again. And it's still a golden soul skill. With excitement, Hanfan walked over again and checked it out. Lance of Judgment, a third order, single attack soul skill that utilizes the power of holy light to penetrate the enemy and cause great destructive power. Is it okay this time? Luo Coxin looked at Hanfan with wide eyes, looking even more nervous than Hanfan. Yes, it's a third-ranked gun of judgment, which happens to be light attributed and matches my attributes. Hanfan laughed lightly and without hesitation, closed his eyes and began to fuse his soul skills. And as Hanfan fused his soul skills, a shadow vaguely appeared once again over his penetrating roof. Demon souls. The fusion of soul skills required the support of a demonic soul. The more powerful the soul skill, the higher the requirements for the magic soul grade, the higher. If the soul skill class was too high and the transcendentalist's demonic soul grade was relatively low, it could not withstand the violent energy impact during the fusion. Not only would the fusion fail, but even the transcendent would burst into flames in an instant. Because of this, soul skills were not better the higher the class. Only a soul skill that matches the grade and characteristics of one's magic soul is a good soul skill. Buzz. With a muffled sound, the Gun of Judgment soul skill completely integrated into Hanfan's body. Hanfan's transcendent attribute column, 2, had changed. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 10.00%. Power, 1340. Element, 1290. Technique, 1400. Speed, 1230. Body mass, 1210. Luck, 40. Gifted, SSS. Demon Soul, 6-winged angel super god, 1/3 awakened. Note, Characteristic 1, can summon Angel Servant 3/3, Characteristic 2, Angel Servant takes damage for Master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of Master and Angel Servant are doubled. Soul Technique, Gun of Judgment 3rd Order Level 1, Proficiency 0-100. Divine Bone, none. Equipment, Dwarven Longbow. Ho ho ho! Just then, a hissing sound came from the front. Hanfan looked up and realized it was a 4 or 5 meter long centipede with scales covering the surface of its body and aperture giant centipedes under its feet. A boss monster? It's a good time to try out my new soul skill, the Gun of Judgment. Chapter 10, I'm at least the school beauty, how dare you dislike me? A golden lance condensed from the power of holy light appeared soundlessly in front of Hanfan. As Hanfan drove, the golden lance, mixed with destructive power, flew towards the giant centipede king that lunged over. Put! With a muffled sound, the lance directly penetrated the giant centipede king's body. Successfully killed the mutant centipede king, experience plus 5,500. Acquired, Centipede King Ring Rare. Centipede King Ring, rare jewelry, strength plus 90, speed plus 100, physique plus 80, luck plus 5, characteristics, increase physical damage by 5%, available after level 15. Seconds? Hanfan was a bit surprised, he didn't expect this mutant centipede king to be so unkillable, only one shot in seconds. However, the trinket Centipede King Ring that popped out had decent attributes. Unfortunately, you need level 15 to use it, so you'll have to throw it in storage for now. What a monster! Hey, you, the winning dog, secured the mutant centipede king with a single shot. Is your natural talent really G-ranked? Luoko Xian looked at Hanfan with freak eyes for a long time before returning to her senses. Afterwards, she looked at the level 14 boss that had been killed in seconds and inquired curiously. Secret! Hanfan twisted his head to look at her and smiled mysteriously. Cut! Acting like who wants to know. Luoko Xian said this under her breath, but her curiosity grew stronger. She immediately used her detection technique to detect Hanfan's level attributes. Huh, failed? That can't be right. The two of them have similar levels, so they should have succeeded in 100% of their probes. Rokokyo was filled with amazement as he saw the detection fail. She then threw a detection spell at Hanfan once again. Still failing. I'll throw again. Failure. Keep throwing. Still failing. Fail. Fail. By the end of the day, Luoko Xian had lost her temper. You victorious dog, do you have equipment on you that shields you from other people's detection technique probes? Luoko Xian couldn't help but say. Hanfan was filled with doubt and said, equipment that shields others from detection? Right. Why else would I not be able to detect your attributes? No, it's probably because my demonic soul is more powerful and can block others from detecting it. Hanfan thought about it, and there was only one explanation. Another hour passed, and an upgrade glow lit up on Luoko Xian's body. Level 10 now. Rochelle was thrilled to see that she had finally made it to level 10. Looking at it this way, the gap between her and Hanfan, the winning dog, isn't too big. After all, he was only at level 10 now, and hadn't risen to level 11. Trainee Transcendentals gained soul skills, and when they were promoted to Junior Transcendentals, their upgrade experience increased dramatically. It is not an exaggeration to say that some students who are less gifted with magic souls and are surprised by killing monsters will have to burn incense and worship Buddha if they can get to level 13 after a week. And the Transcendentals higher education exam escalated on the 7th day, and the average level of the students was just about 13. This shows how difficult it is to get into the 4 major academies of Daxia with a minimum standard of 20 levels. After I help you obtain soul skills, I will no longer take you to upgrade. Having reached level 10, Luo Kursen didn't have time to be happy. Hanfan's sudden words made her smile freeze. You winning dog, how can you be so cold-blooded? I'm at least a schoolgirl, the other boys in the school can't wait to team up with me to upgrade, and you actually dislike me. Luoko Xian glared at Hanfan with a grimace, her teeth itching with anger. Before, she was competitive and bent on surpassing Hanfan in all aspects. And since she teamed up with Hanfan, she gave up on surpassing him. No way. This winning dog, he's a freak. Trampling her self-esteem underfoot and trampling it back and forth. If you're not a transcendentalist, you can kill monsters up to 5 levels over, otherwise there's no experience, plus there's a set time for monsters to refresh when they die. Luokoxin was very skeptical that he would not be able to level up to 20 in one day. How can this be compared? Aside from the fact that her triple circumference was superior to Hanfan's, she really couldn't compare to anything. Hanfan looked embarrassed and pretended that he didn't hear her words as he continued to command the angel servants to kill monsters and upgrade. Seeing that Hanfan was ignoring her, Luokoxin was a bit angry and added, "Hey! Are you, the winning dog, afraid that if you team up with me, I'll level up over you and become the losing dog? No, I never thought of you as a rival." "What? You never thought of me as an opponent?" Luokoxin stared with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous. Hanfan nodded and said, "Well, my goal is the Godslayer Academy because the minimum admission standard for the Godslayer Academy is level 20, which is why I'm in a hurry to upgrade." "Ha! You mean I'm not even qualified to be your opponent?" Luokoxin exclaimed, confused. For the past 3 years in high school, she has been treating Hanfan as a competitor, wanting to surpass him. As a result, this asshole, pressed and not taken seriously? Could it be any more self-respecting? At that moment, on one of the angel servants, an upgrade glow lit up. Upgraded? Hanfan was looking forward to how much the attributes of the angelic servant would be increased after it was raised to bronze grade. Angel servant. Grade, Black Iron 7 stars 100.00%. Power, 2200. Element, 2200. Technique, 2200. Speed, 2200. Body mass, 2200. Soul technique, none. Please choose a growth path: 1. Power, 2. Elemental, 3. Defense, 4. Control, 5. Healing. Hanfan realized that below the angel servant's attribute bar, there was a selectable button. Can angel servants still choose a growth path after reaching bronze rank? Hanfan was a bit shocked and didn't expect it. However, there are 5 types of growth routes to choose from, and there can be only 3 angel servants. After he arrived at the Godslayer Academy, it looked like he would have to prioritize the super divine quality demonic soul 6-winged angel, and completely awaken it. According to Hanfan's speculation, awakening the full-form 6-winged angel demonic soul should be able to summon a few more angelic servants. Power type. Hanfan didn't hesitate much and directly chose the power-based growth route for this angel servant. As Hanfan pressed the OK button, a shining light lit up on the angelic servant. Not far away, Luokoxin was also shocked by this sudden scene. What's the situation? Upgraded? A summoned servant, upgrading shouldn't be such a big gesture again. A moment later, the light slowly dissipated. The angelic servant was seen to be covered in a bronze armor with a helmet on his head. Fully armed. It looks very powerful and dominant. At this time, Hanfan realized that the angelic servant name, too, had changed. Angel Swordsman. Grade, Bronze 1 star 0.00%. Power, 3500. Element, 0. Technique, 3500. Speed, 3500. Body mass, 3500. Soul technique, Holy Light Slash. You. This angel servant of yours, not only can you upgrade, but you can also automatically learn soul skills? Can you sell one to me? If I can't, I'll ask later. Luokoxin looked at the angel sword servant's exaggerated attribute growth and drooled with envy. Chapter 11. Dog, am I that unattractive? This angel servant is my summoned object, it can't lead me too far, and it won't listen to your command, so it can't be sold. Hanfan looked at Luokoxin with an embarrassed face and explained. Humph. Cheapskate. Luokoxin grunted twice, her heart envious and jealous. Hanfan pretended that he didn't hear it and continued to command the angel servants to kill monsters and upgrade. By the afternoon, Hanfan's 3 angel servants, all of which had been upgraded to bronze 1 star, burst out another soul skill. Hanfan checked it out and realized that it was the 3rd order soul skill, Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, 3rd order group attack type soul skill, summoning the power of thunder and lightning, attacking the enemy with a paralyzing effect. Luokoxin was happy to see that it was a 3rd order golden soul skill, and it was also a group attack type soul skill. She rushed over to fusion. Because Luokoxin's demonic soul was immortal grade, fusing the 3rd order soul skills was trivial and not at all difficult. After Luokoxin finished fusing her soul skill, her beautiful eyes fell on Hanfan in pity. Dog, you're not going to kick me out now, are you? At least we're classmates, and she's a girl, so it's really too impersonal for you to kick me out of the team right now. Luoko Xin had more ghost ideas and immediately played the emotional card on Hanfan. No way. Follow behind this winning dog and get stoned while enjoying the scenery, and you'll gain experience upgrades by leaps and bounds. Who wants to tire themselves out and go hacking at monsters on their own? Besides, tired of hacking monsters, upgrading is not as fast as what this victory dog brings. Rococo's mind became a little self-conscious every time she thought about it. How can the gap between man and man be so wide? I can only take you for today, and tomorrow you don't come back to haunt me. Hanfan laughed bitterly and was a bit headstrong. In the end, Hanfan looked at Luo Kursen's pitiful, "I'll look that if you drive me away, I'll cry to you" look, helpless to compromise. Yeah. Not. I mean okay, today is the day, what a cheapskate. Rokokyo gave a scissor hand in triumph. Then, seeing Hanfan's face full of black lines, she hurriedly spat out her tongue and continued to put on a barely pitiful appearance. The two of them were in the nightmare difficulty centipede cave copy, and they fought until the end of the copy time before coming out. When he came out, Hanfan was at level 13. Luo Kursen 12th grade. For this, Luo Kursen is very happy and satisfied. Sung dog, you take me another day tomorrow. Hey! What are you running for? Luo Kursen's eyes rolled in a circle, and she was immediately going to daintily pout to Hanfan, begging him to take her for a day tomorrow. As a result, Hanfan didn't wait for her to finish her sentence and immediately skipped off. I've got things to do, so I'll go now, bye. From far away, came the sound of Hanfan answering. By the time Luoko Xin came back to her senses, Hanfan had already run out of sight. This is not a gentleman at all, is she so bad looking that she doesn't appeal to him at all? Luoko Xin was furious and stomped her feet, gritting her teeth and cursing. Afterward, she stood there for a while, fuming, and could only grunt and go home as well. Isn't that those two from this morning? They entered the nightmare difficulty copy and didn't hang up? I remember when the two of them went in, one was level 8 and one was level 10, and they just came out at level 12 and 13? It seems like, is this a rocket leveling? Or is there a bug in the nightmare difficulty copy of Centipede Cave and they got stuck with it? The group of people who had mocked Hanfan and Luoko Xin in the morning looked at each other, their old faces red with shame. In the end, the clowns are themselves. That's what they call a girl's game. It's something real. Only, they couldn't figure out how a level 8 and a level 10 rookie could stand up in the nightmare difficulty, which averaged more than 13 levels. On the other hand, Hanfan returned home and rested while planning his next upgrade. 5 more days. Now he's up to level 13. If he could get to level 17 tomorrow, it would be a sure thing to get to level 20 in time for the high school trial. In the later levels, more and more experience value is required and upgrading will become slower and slower. In particular, level 19 to level 20. The experience value required is essentially the sum of the first 19 levels. So, it's still a bit of a rush. Hanfan didn't dare to be lax. To enter the various levels of replicas, it is necessary to have the appropriate title. For example, a trainee transcendent can only enter copies up to level 10. The Centipede Cave is a level 10 copy and can also be entered. Junior transcendentals, who can enter level 10 to 20 replicas, are unable to enter above or below this level threshold. Moreover, a transcendent can't kill monsters at a level more or less than 5 levels above or below their own, or else they can't gain experience value. This also prevents certain transcendentalists from speculating and cheating before the entrance exam. As Hanfan closed his eyes and emptied himself to rest, Luoko Xin also returned home. Luoko Xin returned home with a sullen look on her face. Her mother, Fangtong, is back. From a long distance away, Fangtong saw her daughter hugging a pillow, sitting on the living room sofa with an unhappy face. Baby, what's wrong? Did you go to the Centipede Cave copy to upgrade today and it wasn't ideal? No. The exploded soul skill isn't very good? Stuck at level 10? Neither. Is that? Fangtong's face was filled with doubt. It's not a stuck level or a soul skill issue. Nice and proper. This little girl, why is she suddenly unhappy? Mom, see for yourself. Luoko Xin shook her head, no longer thinking wildly, and unfolded her rank and attributes, showing them to her mother. My God. You went from level 8 to level 12 in one day? Wait a minute. The third rank Golden Soul skill Thunderstorm? Fong Tong stood up from the sofa in shock, staring at her daughter with wide eyes in disbelief. At this point, Fong Tong was very skeptical that she hadn't slept well last night and was misreading her eyes. How did this little girl level up? One day, not only did you not get stuck leveling because of your soul skills. Instead, they overachieved and moved up to level 12? This is too much, isn't it? Baby, tell mom, how did you level up so fast? Granted, upgrades can't be cheated. But as Fong Tong watched her daughter rocket from level 8 to level 12 in a day, she was still a little skeptical that she had cheated. Mom, it was Hanfan who brought me to level up. Luo Koxian's beautiful eyes flickered and said. Hanfan brought you to level up? The look of surprise on Fong Tong's face intensified. Well, I met him at the entrance of Centipede Cave in the morning, and he asked me to team up because he wanted to play Soul Technique, and then he opened the Nightmare difficulty copy. At that moment, Luo Koxian recounted what happened in the morning to her mother. Hiss. Fong Tong drew a breath of cold air after hearing Hanfan's angel servant, perverted enough to second a level 13 elite monster. Yesterday, she saw that Hanfan was not arrogant or discouraged, and saw that this son was not an idle one. However, what Fong Tong didn't expect was that he was too much better than he had imagined. If what baby girl says is true, it's downright weird. Mom, I'm going to enroll in the Godslayer Academy. Luo Koxian's pretty face fluttered over a touch of redness, and she suddenly raised her head and said seriously and firmly. Enroll in one of the 4 major academies, the Godslayer Academy? Aha! Like him? Ah! Not at all. Luo Koxian exclaimed, her pretty face reddening to the roots of her ears. Chapter 12. Not just a little more handsome, what to pretend to be noble. Still saying no, if you're not into people, why are you suddenly so motivated to enroll in the Godslayer Academy? Fong Tong playfully teased. This little girl, Fong Tong watched her grow up. What kind of character and temper she had, Fong Tong knew better than anyone in her heart. Today, as soon as she got back, the little girl sat soulfully on the couch, staring. Fong Tong could tell at a glance that she wasn't quite right. Now, all of a sudden, this little girl wanted to enroll in the Godslayer Academy again. What was it if she wasn't in love? I am angry at heart. Okay. For 3 years in high school, I've been treating him as a rival, but he just ignored me, and I'm not convinced when he says he's aiming for Deicide Academy. Luo Koxian reddened her face and hurriedly explained a sentence. Just, the tone of voice, how some of the heart is weak, the bottom of the gas is not enough. Good. With your demonic soul and natural talent, as long as you work hard, you still have high hopes of getting into the Godslayer Academy and being with your Prince Charming. Hey! Mom! What's wrong with you? I've said it all, I'm just not convinced. Rochelle's voice got smaller and smaller. Later, when she saw her mother looking at her with a smile, her pretty face was a bit pulled back, and she jumped straight into her arms without relenting. Early morning. When Hanfan woke up, the first thing he did was make a wish. Lucky, 48. I had better luck today and got 8 lucky points for my wish. After making the wish, Hanfan moved to the Centipede Cave. Lightly arriving at the Centipede Cave, Hanfan once again opened the Nightmare difficulty copy and fought monsters to upgrade. Successfully killed Venom Centipede Elite Monster, experience plus 7,000. Successfully killed Poison Beetle Elite Monster, experience plus 6,800. Successfully killed Mutant Vermin Elite Monster, experience plus 6,500. Without Luo Kursan's Procrastinator, Hanfan upgraded significantly faster. The 12-hour copy ends. Hanfan has been killing the highest level monsters in the Nightmare copy of Centipede Cave, and has barely reached level 16. After leveling up to level 15, the experience value required for upgrading, once again, skyrocketed. That's 1 level short off the 17 I expected last night. It looked like he would have to go to the level 20 sub-local concentrate cave to upgrade tomorrow. After all, the highest level monster in Centipede Cave, even on Nightmare difficulty, is only level 18. Woogie! This freak is out, level 16? Wasn't he only level 13 last night? 3 levels in one day? And he's doing it alone? Centipede Cave Nightmare copy, there must be bugs. Tomorrow we will go in to take a look. Maybe we can rely on the bugs, before the college entrance exams to rise to level 15. As Hanfan sighed repeatedly, disliking that the upgrade was too slow and didn't meet expectations, a group of students from other schools boiled over. They saw that Hanfan upgraded so fast that he went from level 10 to level 16 in 2 days, and they firmly believe that the Nightmare sub-book of Centipede Cave can be upgraded by bugs. I just don't know if they'll cry and curse Hanfan out when they enter the copy tomorrow and get chased up the ass by those poisonous centipedes that are at least level 13 or higher. One night passed. After Hanfan made his wish, he immediately headed to the Goblin Mining Cave. Goblin Mines, a level 20 copy. There are very few seniors in the senior class who come here to upgrade. Most are former freshmen. After all, other than the 4 major advanced academic institutions in Dacia, other universities were not that high in terms of their entry levels. Usually 13th grade, you get into a good college. You can study in the 11th grade of a college. Therefore, some of the family has money, the magic soul talent is not good second-rate son, a year passed, the level is only 20 levels out of the beginning of the appearance. They can only hang out at level 20 Goblin Cave copies, and the main fight is a loafer with a family mine. When you graduate from college, come home and inherit the family fortune. What a handsome man, little brother, team up for an upgrade. Handsome, I don't have a boyfriend. Are we going out? Hanfan was handsome, and just after he arrived there, he was hit on by some young ladies with a few good looks. Therefore, those ladies took the initiative to come over to accost and ask for a belt. For this, Hanfan didn't give a damn and directly opened the Nightmare copy to enter. The hot-faced, cold-assed, deflated young ladies blushed. Bah! A stinking fish and shrimp, and you're still flinging your face at us, you really take yourself seriously. That's right, aren't you just a bit more handsome? What's the point of pretending to be noble? I'll stand guard here today, I'd like to see how many levels he can rise when he comes out at night. Wait a minute. Isn't this a level 20 copy? I think he's only level 16, and he's coming to a level 20 copy at level 16 to fight monsters and upgrade? And he's also soloing on Nightmare difficulty, am I mistaken? A group of college ladies, cursing, remembered that Hanfan was only 16th grade and was shocked on the spot. So, one by one, they all stood guard there, wanting to see if this guy, who was very capable of pretending to be 13, could come out alive. Besides, Hanfan immediately summoned the 3 angelic servants after entering the gnome mine cave. The 3 angelic servants, all of which had advanced to bronze grade. The name changed along with it. They are called Angel Sword Servant, Angel Law Servant, and Angel Ice Servant. 1 physical attack type, 1 spell output type, 1 auxiliary control type. Successfully killed Goblin Warrior Elite Monster, experience plus 12,000. Successfully killed Goblin Mage Elite Monster, experience plus 13,000. Successfully killed Bear Goblin Reinforced Elite Monster, experience plus 20,000. Although the goblins were a full 5 levels higher than Hanfan, for the angelic servant with his perverted attributes, it was still a 1-second thing. In half a day, Hanfan leveled up to level 17. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 17.0.08%. Power, 3000 max. Element, 3000 max. Technique, 3000 max. Speed, 3000 max. Physical fitness, 3000 max. Lucky, 54. Gifted, SSS. Demon Soul, 6-winged angel super god, awaken 1/3. Note, Characteristic 1, can summon Angel Servant 3/3, Characteristic 2, Angel Servant takes damage for Master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of Master and Angel Servant are doubled. Soul Technique, Gun of Judgment 3rd Order Level 1, Proficiency 17,100. Divine Bone, none. Equipment, Gnome Short Bow. All attributes except Luck, which unsurprisingly all stack. After all, the primary Transcendence attribute value cap was only 1500. Hanfan not only has SSS grade talent, but his magic soul also has the property of doubling his attributes. Plus high luck seems to boost attribute point acquisition as well. No difficulty. Seeing that his level had risen to 17, Hanfan went directly to the depths of the Goblin Mining Cave to kill the 22-level Goblin Dogs. Just as Hanfan arrived at the Goblin Dog territory and continued to kill monsters to upgrade, a blood-covered beauty came flying over. Handsome, save me. Someone is trying to kill me, please save me. The beautiful woman's clothes were torn in many places, her shapely body was sexy and alluring, and she looked back while asking Hanfan for help. Chapter 13, How dare you sneak up on me? I'll let you break your arms and legs. Hanfan threw a detection spell at the beauty. Du Xinyan, level 25, assassin type transcendent. Sasha. Sasha. It was also at this moment that a rush of footsteps came from the depths of the goblin mining cave. Hanfan looked up and saw a group of level 20 transcendents chasing after him. Please, save me, as long as you save me. I'll give you the treasure map. Seeing that those people were in hot pursuit and she was seriously injured, Du Xinyan once again begged Hanfan. Hanfan didn't want to pay attention. He came to the gnome cave just for the sake of upgrading, but he didn't want to get involved in the messy struggle between the forces. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and get out immediately. The man with a scar on his face and the lead threatened Hanfan morosely. Tiger, am I mistaken, this grandson is only 17th grade? What, 17th grade? The scarred man called Tiger heard his little brother's words and hurriedly threw a detection spell at Hanfan. Even though the detection technique failed to detect Hanfan's 6-dimensional attributes, Hanfan's rank and name, however, were displayed. 17? MMP. He had originally seen Hanfan soloing a nightmare copy here and thought he was a great god. So it's a dish. Kid, you're only level 17 and you dare to come to the goblin mining cave? Are you lost? It's probably because he wanted to pretend in front of those women at the door, but he didn't see that he chose the wrong difficulty for his copy and didn't have the face to go out. Du Xinyan, you're a level 25 assassin who came over to a level 17 rookie for help? Are your eyes nearsighted? Ha ha ha. Tiger's group immediately jeered. Du Xinyan turned her head to look at Hanfan and saw that Hanfan really only had a poor 17th grade and was full of despair. She was too eager to escape just now, and when she saw that someone was soloing a copy, she rushed over to ask for help and didn't detect Hanfan's level at all. 17 level, this level even the second 20 level soul skills are not, Tiger's group of people randomly come out, can be a knife second him. It's ridiculous that she even asked him for help. You guys carry on, I'll go first. Hanfan ignored Tiger and the others mocking. He didn't want to waste precious upgrade time with these guys. Therefore, he wanted to take the angelic servant and continue upgrading in a different place. Stop, did I let you go? When Tiger saw Hanfan's face pretending not to give a damn that he was going to leave, he chilled his face on the spot. What do you mean? Hanfan frowned slightly and asked in return. What do you mean? Of course it's to chop you up along with the woman behind you. Tiger sneered with a playful face. It's against the law to kill someone. If the League of Transcendents knew, they would have to go to jail for randomly killing other Transcendents. And it happened to be bumped into by Hanfan. Therefore, Tiger intends to kill to keep the secret. I don't seem to have messed with you guys, do I? Hanfan's brows tightened as his face gradually chilled. Ha! So what if I didn't mess with you? I just see you as unpleasant and want to kill you, what can you do to me? Tiger said in a rampant and incomparable manner. Hanfan sniffed and a fierce light flashed under his eyes. In the next moment, without speaking, he directly commanded the angelic sword servant and launched an attack on Tiger. Boo! With a muffled sound, one of Tiger's arms was directly cut off. This was still the result of his sudden realization of danger and quick reaction. Ah! A mournful and miserable scream instantly resounded all over the geode cave, startling everyone. How can it be? How can a level 17 summoning type transcendent be so powerful? You guys, look at his 3 summoned beasts. My goodness, I shouldn't be blinking my eyes and seeing things wrong, right? Hiss. Nearly 5,000 attribute dimensions? Is this a summon or a boss? Even a boss within level 30, isn't so exaggerated in 5 dimensions. Tiger's group of minions were scared less. They stared at Hanfan with wide-eyed, ghost-like expressions, their scalps numb. At this time, Du Xinyan's gaze also fell onto Hanfan's angelic servant, and her shocked little mouth opened into an O shape. Hope flared up again in her despairing heart. Little bastard, we're from the Black Shark Gang, how dare you go against our Black Shark Gang? Tiger forced himself to endure the pain and got up from the ground, his eyes staring at Hanfan in a morose and man-eating manner. Behind him, the healing transcendents frantically applied healing spells to him, healing his injuries. Ha! Against your Black Shark Gang? Aren't you the ones who came to kill me first? Hanfan laughed. Some people are good at confusing black and white and reversing right and wrong. The atmosphere of the scene was dull and depressing for a split second. The little brother on Tiger's side said morosely, Brother Tiger, although the angel servant summoned by this grandson has high and perverted attributes, after all, it is a brittle summoning lineage transcendent, which is very brittle itself. When Tiger heard his little brother's words, his eyes lit up and he smiled sorrowfully. At that moment, an archer transcendent behind him, without needing Tiger's order, directly raised the longbow in his hand and locked onto Hanfan. Retreat quickly. Du Xinyan's face changed as she hurriedly urged Hanfan. Hanfan was indifferent to Du Xinyan's urging and remained standing there as if he had been stunned. Are you sure you still want to kill me? Hanfan took a deep breath and said coldly to Tiger. Deep within his eyes, an intense killing opportunity erupted. Hanfan was not someone who liked to initiate trouble. However, if someone bullied him, he wouldn't hold his tongue. Ha! So what? You broke my arm, do you want me to just let it go? Is that possible? Tiger smiled wryly and made a neck-wiping motion. And as his movements fell, a dark shadow strangely appeared behind Hanfan. The dark shadow held a dagger with a cold aura, and lightning-like wiped at Hanfan's neck. Look out! Seeing this, Du Xinyan lost her voice and reminded. Too bad it's too late. He was an assassin transcendent on Tiger's side with a stealthy assassination-type soul skill. Hanfan subconsciously turned his head when he heard a startled cry. In the next moment, the cold and sharp dagger was ruthlessly stuck on his neck. Done. The hope that had just risen in Du Xinyan's heart was completely dashed. On her face, there was also a miserable expression of despair. Hanfan did not die on the spot after taking a sneak attack strike from that transcendent assassin. The moment the transcendent assassin's dagger pierced his neck, an invisible force took all the damage and transferred it to the three angelic servants. At once, a red light rose from the three angelic servants. Super Divine Phenomenon Magic Soul 6-Winged Angel Characteristics. An angelic servant who takes all damage for his master until death. In hell. Dare to sneak up on me? Hanfan broke out in a cold sweat, and all over his body, a ferocious aura erupted. What? What? Not dead? How is this possible? The transcendent assassin's eyes were wide and his soul was lost in fear. A level 17 primary transcendent takes a critical hit from a level 24 assassin-type intermediate transcendent and is unharmed? This is too fake. Dogs! Dare to sneak up on me, I'll make you break your arms and legs. The Gun of Judgment. Hanfan ignored the transcendent assassin's incredulous gaze and suddenly unleashed the Gun of Judgment. The golden lance, which appeared silently, instantly pierced through the body of this transcendent assassin. Puff! In the next moment, the transcendent assassin's body fell to the ground with a loud bang and died. Seconds. A 17th level primary summoner kills a 24th level intermediate assassin in a single blow, can you believe that? Chapter 14, What, do you still want me to repay you with my body? Clueless. Du Xinyan, and Tiger and the others, were stunned. At this moment, there was no longer a trace of contemptuous ridicule in their gazes toward Hanfan. The look in his eyes was like seeing a ghost. Summon transcendent, so powerful? That's not true. Didn't all those summoned transcendents used to be sewers, brittle and dying at the touch of a button? Just as Tiger's scalp went numb and he was too shocked to speak, Hanfan's gaze fell on him. Even though Tiger was level 26, he was still scared green by Hanfan's death-like gaze. Ahem. Brother, misunderstanding. Since brother wants this woman, she's yours now, we'll go this way. Tiger finished with a compensatory smile on his face and immediately tried to escape. We can't let them go, otherwise he will definitely call out for someone to stand guard at the entrance of the goblin mining cave, waiting for us to go out and make our move. Du Xinyan immediately said. Grass mud horse. Du Xinyan, you want to die, don't you? Tiger violently turned his head and stared morosely at Du Xinyan. Brother, don't listen to this nonsense, I'm at least the Black Shark Gang's hall master, how could I do such insidious and despicable things? Afterward, he saw Hanfan's face grow cold and a flash of sinister under his eyes, so he hurriedly weaseled out of it. That too must die. Hanfan sneered and ordered the angelic servant to make his move. Grass mud horse. Are you trying to make an enemy of my Black Shark Gang? Let me tell you, my brother is. Tiger's face changed, and a morose warning threatened. Only, before he could finish the words in his mouth, the angelic sword soul technique servant Holy Light Slash landed on him. The Holy Light chop with its high power bonus, one hit, and Tiger hiccuped. The faces of Tiger's minions changed abruptly and wanted to escape. The three angelic attendants, long ago, surrounded them. A few moments later, the three angelic servants chopped up and killed everyone on Tiger's side, as much as they could. Not far away, Du Xinyan's scalp went numb when she saw Hanfan's angelic servant, perverted to such an extent. It's too fierce. Is this really a summon? Instead of a high-level boss monster pretending to be one? After Hanfan did away with Tiger and the others, his gaze fell on Du Xinyan. At that moment, Du Xinyan was also looking at him with wide eyes in disbelief. What are you looking at me for? You? This senior class? Yeah, what's the problem? There. Is this senior class as raw as you are? That's not true, it's just that I'm a little special. Hanfan looked embarrassed and didn't explain much. Du Xinyan stared fiercely at Hanfan for half a day and suddenly said, Are you interested in going to my university? I have an internal nomination quota and can directly recommend you. Thanks, no need. Hanfan shook his head. Du Xinyan was filled with disappointment when she saw that Hanfan had refused. At this point, after her spirit had slackened, her body could no longer support her and she staggered to fall. Seeing this, Hanfan hurried over to support her and said, Are you okay? Only, as soon as his words fell, Du Xinyan fell into his arms and hugged him. On the spot, Hanfan was dumbfounded, a burst of hand-wringing. It was not right to push away, and it was not right to hold on. Du Xinyan's pretty face also reddened to the roots of her ears as she had to struggle to get up. But because she was so badly injured, she couldn't make any strength. Originally, her heart was still filled with shame and panic. However, when Du Xinyan saw Hanfan's embarrassed appearance, she let out a giggle. I'm at least a pretty girl, don't you know what to do when you're holding her so close? No kidding, let me help you over to that rock over there, sit down and rest for a while. Hanfan's face was embarrassed and he pretended to be calm. Afterwards, he didn't care if Du Xinyan answered or not, and helped her to sit down on a rock not far away to rest. After Du Xinyan sat down to rest, she began to treat the wounds on her body. Hanfan commanded the three angelic servants to dispose of the bodies of Tiger and the others. Level 20 plus copies, shared by all transcendents. In other words, everyone enters the same copy and no longer has a separate copy space, as in the case of sub-level 10 copies. This would be troublesome if the bodies of Tiger and the others weren't disposed of in time and found by other transcendents coming in. However, Hanfan did not regret it. After all, it was Tiger's group that messed with him first. If it wasn't for the fact that his demonic soul was special and possessed the angelic servant to take the damage trait for him, then he was the one who died earlier. He, Hanfan, was a traveler, not a saintly mother. There will be no mercy for the enemy. Commanded the angelic servant to take the bodies of Tiger and the others, and throw them into the underground river of the mine. Hanfan had just returned when Du Xinyan's voice came. Handsome, can you do me a favor? What favor? I can't reach the wound on my back, can you bandage it? That's not very nice. Hanfan's face stiffened. This girl, serious or joking? It seems like it's the first time they've met, right? So trusting? Although, he is an upright and righteous man, but it is difficult to ensure that the determination is not enough. Hey! Why didn't you say it wasn't nice when you just hugged someone? I carried you? Wasn't it you who was too weak to hold on and fell into my arms? So, you're not going to take responsibility? Responsible? Hanfan was wide-eyed and confused. Yeah, you hugged someone, but they don't even have a boyfriend, and you took advantage of them. Put. Ouch, it hurts. When Du Xinyan saw Hanfan's dumbfounded appearance, she was tempted to tease him. She couldn't help but laugh herself first as she pretended to be serious under her breath. She then pulled on the wound and squealed in pain, her forehead breaking out in a cold sweat. Is everything okay? Hanfan came over for a concerned sentence. Help me with my back wound and I'll be fine. Du Xinyan looked up at Hanfan, her pale, pretty face slightly burning. Ugh. I'm really impressed, alright. Hanfan sighed, a bit headstrong. Che, letting you take advantage, you can't even grasp it, what a useless guy. Du Xinyan turned around while blushing and mocking Hanfan. I advise you to speak properly. I won't talk nicely, what can you do? Bite me? Du Xinyan came to life with an arrogant expression. Hanfan was lazy and treated her back wound. Ah! You bastard, gently, it hurts me. Quickly tell me, are you holding a personal vendetta, on purpose? Seeing Hanfan get defeated, Du Xinyan was just about to get off on it. Suddenly, the cone of pain coming from her back made her scream miserably, her whole body shivering. I'm not as careful as you are, you have a deep wound on your back and I don't know any healing spells, so bear with me. Hanfan returned without a good breath and carefully bandaged her. Although Hanfan's movements were already very light, Du Xinyan still shivered in pain. In a few moments, a layer of fine beads of sweat covered the top of her back. Pale skin, rendered in beads of sweat. It looks crystalline and tantalizing. Hanfan's breath was slightly shortened, and his heart grumbled. Fortunately, he is a decent person, otherwise he really can't hold it. Finally, Hanfan helped Du Xinyan bandage her wounds. Here, for you. Du Xinyan put on her clothes and took out a treasure map to give it away. What? Hanfan's expression was stunned and filled with doubt. Treasure map? Ah, you saved me, it is right to repay. How, you still want this girl to repay you with her body, this daisy? Chapter 15. Go to your sister's college and let you stick it every day. Du Xinyan's aggressive gaze made Hanfan's scalp numb. Hanfan knew full well that this stinky woman was deliberately molesting him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Those people from the Black Shark gang are chasing you, it can't be for this treasure map, right? Hanfan looked at the treasure map and spoke. At this moment, Hanfan realized that the location recorded on this treasure map was the level 25 secret realm Viper Valley. A secret world is different from a copy. The secret realm monsters are more powerful, with a higher burst rate and better grade items. And, the secret realm requires a special tool such as a corresponding scroll, or a treasure map to enter. Well, it's because of this treasure map that records the divine bones. If it wasn't for the fact that you saved me and are handsome, I wouldn't be able to give it to you. Du Xinyan explained. What? This treasure map, it's recorded as a divine bone? Hanfan's eyes widened as he lost his voice and exclaimed. God bone. This stuff, it's pretty rare and precious stuff. Every 10 levels, a transcendent can fuse one soul skill. The divine bone, not only could it drastically increase a transcendent's strength, but it also came with an additional soul skill. Divine bone grades, like demonic souls, were categorized into mortal, metaphysical, earthly, heavenly, immortal, and divine. It was just that Hanfan didn't know if there were any super divine grade divine bones above the divine grade. A transcendent could fuse 6 divine bones. They are left leg bone, left arm bone, right arm bone, skull and trunk bone. Among them, the most precious is the skull and the strongest is the torso bone. The next best thing is the hand and leg bones. You don't want it? If you don't want to give it back to me, the big deal is to suffer a little loss and repay your favor with your body. Girls be reserved, don't be a hooligan, are you really sure you want to give me a ride? Hanfan's face was slightly embarrassed as he seriously inquired. Of course, if your heart is too touched, go to my university, then you can stick it to your sister every day. Strange to say. Even though Du Xinyan had only just met Hanfan. But when she saw Hanfan's dull look, she couldn't help but want to molest him. I'm afraid that's not possible, I have a college in mind. Hanfan shook his head and politely declined Du Xinyan's kind invitation. He was going to the Godslayer Academy, to find his June sister and fulfill the promise he had once made with her. To Hanfan, Han Shijun was the closest person to him in this world. Ugh, okay, I'll see you later then. Seeing Hanfan's refusal, Du Xinyan sighed and waved goodbye to him. After Du Xinyan left, Hanfan looked down at the treasure map twice and put it away to continue fighting monsters and upgrading. The day passed in a hurry. By the end of the Goblin Mining Cave copy time at night, Hanfan was barely level 18. LOL. The further you upgrade, the higher the experience value required and the slower the speed. I don't know how June got to the 21st grade last year. Not to mention level 21, even level 20 was too difficult for Hanfan. Look, that guy who pretended to be 13 in the morning came out and soloed the nightmare difficulty copy alone. I remember when he went in this morning, he was level 16, right? How many levels has he leveled up in one day? What? 18 levels? My goodness, he went from level 16 to level 18 in one day in a level 20 goblin mine? And he came out alive without a scratch? A group of young ladies who had been frantically outputting mockery of Hanfan in the morning had been so shocked that they had lost their voices and screamed. They then hurriedly changed into warm smiles and ran over to strike up a conversation. Nay, Hanfan bails out instantly. At that moment, after their faces stiffened, they broke into tears once again. What a guy! You don't know what you're doing, you don't know what you're doing. Ugh! On the other hand, while all the students taking the entrance exams were trying to upgrade, the teachers of several schools got together for a dinner. After all, they teach what they can. Next, it's up to them to level up this next week. The National Transcendentalist College entrance exam trials in a week's time, and whether or not you'll be able to get into the college of your choice. Old Hong, that genius in your class, how many levels is he? The teacher of Nanyang First Middle School next door smiled and inquired. When he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the word genius. The other school teachers, too, craned their heads to look over and pricked up their ears. After all, this year, Nanyang No. 2 Middle School, 2 bombed. Out came a divine demon soul, the odd man out with G-rated talent. This immediately became something that all the teachers enjoyed. Hanfan hasn't been back to school for the past 2 days, he's staying at home, and I don't know how many grades he's in. Hong Jenya shook his head. Numbed to the guttural jeers. Lazy. Because they're like flies. The more you hit on them, the more they come. However, according to Hong Jenya's estimation, the high school trial is in a week. Hanfan level should be able to reach level 15. After all, he got to level 10 on his first day. Even if he was a bit less talented, he would still be better than most students by relying on his divine demonic soul. Day 5. Hanfan got up and made a wish to increase his luck first. After making his wish, he headed to the gnome cave once again. Hanfan intends to level up to level 19 or above today, in one fell swoop. This is because the experience value required to get from level 19 to level 20 is very exaggerated. In the last 2 days, he'll go from level 19 to level 20 again, which should be pretty solid. Sister June, wait for me. I'll meet you at the Deicide Academy in a moment. Hanfan arrived at the entrance of the Goblin Mine and was just about to open the nightmare difficulty copy as he did yesterday. Suddenly, a group of transcendents rushed over and surrounded him. The first person, in front of his chest, was even embroidered with the pattern of the Godslayer Academy's yard mark. Hanfan threw a detection spell. Zhou Chao, level 33, elemental transcendent. Hanfan's heart sank as a sense of uneasy foreboding rose. However, there was no panic on his face as he said, "What are you doing?" "Do what?" "I'm asking you, how did my brother die?" Zhou Chao's gaze fell on Hanfan and he said coldly, "Your brother? Who's your brother? I don't recognize." Hanfan was filled with doubt and was just about to say that he didn't recognize it. Only, before he could finish the words in his mouth, Zhou Chao suddenly struck out. Boo! Hanfan's body, like a cannonball, flew backwards. Put! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out while Hanfan was still in midair. You! I don't seem to have messed with you, do I? Hanfan climbed up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This son of a just made a sudden sneak attack out of nowhere. Hanfan couldn't react at all. Moreover, Hanfan hadn't summoned the angelic servant out of space, so he simply couldn't take the damage for him. Because of this, Zhou Chao's strike caused Hanfan to be seriously injured. Yesterday, you were seen coming out of the Goblin Mining Cave nightmare copy and finally came out, so I'm going to ask you again, how did my brother die? As Zhou Chao spoke, a black flame burned in his hand. Hanfan had no doubt that if the answer did not satisfy him, he would be burned to ashes on the spot. Hanfan's face was grim and he wasn't intimidated. He couldn't care less. Even if killing someone in broad daylight today would be wanted by the Transcendent Alliance. He was also going to get this son of a Zhou Chao killed. After all, if he didn't get Zhou Chao killed today, he would be the one to die. Ask your mom. You want to kill me? I'll kill you. Chapter 16, You're just an emotionless idiot, I'll kick your ass. Something that doesn't know how to die. Zhou Chao's face turned cold, and the black flames in his hands were about to blast away at Hanfan. Stop. A furious rebuke came out steeply. In the next moment, Hanfan felt a piercing chill come over him. He looked up and immediately saw Luo Koexian's mother, Fang Tong, floating to him. Around her, a cold aura capable of freezing the air emanated. An ice lotus flower that loomed above behind her. This was Fang Tong's immortal demonic soul mutant ice lotus, which not only possessed an extremely strong control effect, but also boasted exaggerated ice elemental damage. Yo! Who did I think was here, but it turns out to be our Nanyang City's #1 beauty, President Feng. TSK. Sure is pretty. Zhou Chao's gaze landed on Fang Tong, looking reckless. Although, Fang Tong's strength level was far above him. But on Zhou Chao's face, there was no fear. After all, he was a senior student of one of the 4 great institutions of higher learning in the Great Xia, the Godslayer Academy. What can Fong Tong do to him? The Great Summer Transcendental Alliance has had an explicit rule that transcendents are not allowed to kill at will. If you dare to kill someone in front of me, as the vice president of the Nanyang City Alliance's rudder, I have the right to shoot you down on the spot. Fong Tong wrinkled her eyebrows and coldly warned Zhou Chao. Her words had been clear and she had made her attitude clear. The Godslayer Academy was certainly powerful, as one of the 4 great institutions of higher learning in the Great Xia. But, the Great Xia Transcendental Alliance represents the pinnacle of power in Great Xia. She was in a situation where she was in a position of power, even if she really killed Zhou Chao today. The Godslayer Academy, too, didn't necessarily dare to find trouble with her. Ha! Zhou Chao's face stiffened and he sneered. Hanfan, are you okay? At this time, Luo Kursen also ran over quickly from a distance and held Hanfan, whose body was shaking. Ahem. It's fine. Hanfan shook his head and said. Originally, Hanfan was still thinking about Fong Tong and how she had suddenly appeared here at a critical moment. As it turned out, she was sending Rakusen to the Gnome Cave copy. Fong Tong's arrival was a big favor to Hanfan. Zhou Chao, this dog, despite the 33 level, Hanfan is not afraid. But if you're at the door of the copy, just kill him. It's bound to be wanted by the League of Transcendence. At that time, he would not be able to enter the Godslayer Academy, and I'm afraid that whether he could survive or not would be an unknown. Now that Fong Tong was here, Zhou Chao wouldn't have dared to make a blatant move if he borrowed 100 of his guts. And as soon as the day is over. Back when Hanfan caught the opportunity, he would absolutely do away with this dog. He, Hanfan, was not a character that ate a dumb loss and didn't say anything. Whoever dares to provoke him, he will definitely return it tenfold. Little bastard, today counted you lucky, dodged a robbery, you give me to listen well, turn back, do not let me find out my brother's death, related to you, otherwise. Zhou Chao raised his hand and made a neck-smoothing motion at Hanfan, coldly snorting as he led his men away. Fong Tong was also secretly relieved when she saw Zhou Chao leave. Afterward, she withdrew her gaze and came to Hanfan, sizing him up carefully. Thank you, President Fong, for saving my life. Hanfan was made uncomfortable by Fong Tong's gaze and hurriedly thanked him. It's fine, just a show of hands, this is medicine for your injuries, take it. Fong Tong took out a bottle of healing medicine and handed it to Hanfan. Thanks. Hanfan wasn't polite and took it. Because of the angelic servant, he can resist damage for him. Therefore, Hanfan didn't prepare medicine to treat his injuries at all. Moreover, Hanfan didn't expect Zhou Chao to make a sudden move. So much so that he couldn't even summon the angelic servant in time. After Hanfan chatted with Fong Tong's mother and daughter, he didn't waste any time at the entrance of the copy and directly entered the nightmare difficulty copy. I don't know if it was Hanfan's illusion. He always felt that there was something strange about the way Fong Tong looked at him. It's like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Hanfan couldn't help but feel a jolt as he thought about this in his mind, and hurriedly stopped continuing to think about it. Upgrade. Keep upgrading. Aim to reach level 19 by the end of the 12-hour copy period tonight. Luo Kursen, that little girl, she should have just come to the level 20 Goblin Mining Cave today, and didn't come to the nightmare difficulty copy. This also avoids the two meeting and being more awkward. The day passed in a hurry. In the evening, the copy time ended, and Hanfan was a bit depressed after coming out of the copy. Rank, 1893.89%. Originally, Hanfan thought that in one day, he would be able to go up to level 19. Tomorrow and the next 2 days, rush to level 20, a very stable thing. And now it seems that he has a little too much on his mind. The amount of experience required to move from level 18 to level 19 is not normally high. Fought to kill monsters all day, still level 18. At this rate, I'm just afraid that Hanfan will have to spend at least 2 hours killing monsters to get to level 19 when he comes here tomorrow morning. With a day and a half left, can we get to level 20? Hanfan's heart was bottomless and annoyed. Hanfan planned to go home and rest after coming out of the Goblin Mining Cave copy. Suddenly, there were shouts in the distance. Hanfan! Hanfan looked up and realized it was Luo Koxin. Kursen? How? You level 19? Hanfan had wanted to ask her why she hadn't gone home. Suddenly, Hanfan was filled with shock when he realized that Luo Kursen's level had actually risen to 19. How is this possible? The higher the difficulty of the copy, the more experience the monster gives. And Hanfan had been soaking in nightmare difficulty copies since he came to the level 20 copy. And during this period of time, Rakusen never came to the nightmare copy. How did she rank over him instead? What a living hell. Well, here, send it to you. Luo Koxin came to Hanfan and took out 2 scrolls, handing them to Hanfan. What is it? Hanfan's expression was stunned and filled with doubt. Experience scrolls, very, very rare things. Mom relied on her privilege to get them with great difficulty. As Luo Koxin spoke, she took 2 experience scrolls and shoved them into Hanfan's hands. Hanfan looked down and was shocked. Experience scroll elementary, gain experience value, increase by 100%, lasts for 12 hours. Double experience? There's still this kind of operation? Hanfan raised his head and stared at Luo Koxin in disbelief. That's for sure, you have to use your brain to upgrade, you can't just rely on brute force. Thanks. Hanfan didn't refuse and sincerely thanked him. For Hanfan, this experience scroll could be considered timely rain, carbon in the snow. With these 2 primary experience scrolls, he was confident that he would be able to rise to level 21 with the acquisition of a second soul skill. 20 levels. It's just the minimum level standard to enter the Deicide Academy. And if you can rise to level 21, you'll be able to enter the Godslayer Academy. What are you thanking for? You even brought me upgrades and helped me obtain a 3rd order golden soul skill. Luo Koxin glared at Hanfan, twisting and shyly tugging at the corner of her coat. That's different, I'll take you upgrading to help you get soul skills, it's just that I need soul skills for myself, incidental things. You. Anyway, count me as owing you a favor, I'll be sure to pay you back later. Hanfan ignored Luo Koxin's exasperated glare and promised seriously. You're an idiot. Go to hell. Piss me off. Luo Koxin saw that Hanfan was not enlightened at all, and was so angry that she kicked him hard and turned to run away in anger. Hiss. That hurt. Kicking me for what? Hanfan squeaked and grinned in pain, and was even more baffled by the scolding. Did he say something wrong? I don't think so. Chapter 17 Obtaining the second soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Stream. Day 6. Hanfan entered the copy and used a double experience scroll that Luo Koxin had given him last night. He then summoned his angelic servant and continued to fight and upgrade. Successfully killed Goblin Warrior Elite Monster, experience plus 32,000. Successfully killed Goblin Wizard Elite Monster, experience plus 37,000. Successfully killed Bear Goblin Enhanced Elite Monster, experience plus 50,000. With double experience scrolls added. Hanfan gained experience from killing monsters, doubling it. One word. Cool. No wonder that little girl Luo Koxin, even if she didn't come to the nightmare level copies, upgraded her quickly. It's true that having an awesome mom and dad makes upgrading a step faster. In this way, it seemed that there were also openings to be exploited if one wanted to be admitted to the 4 major institutions of higher learning in Daxia. It doesn't have to be entirely about hard power. However, Hanfan had never seen the introduction of experience scrolls in the high school textbook for 3 years. One look at this thing and it's premium. And, last night, Rochelle said it too. Her mom got it through privilege. What's Fong Tong's status? Vice President of the Nanyang City branch of the League of Transcendentalists. This shows how rare and precious this stuff is, and it's not something that ordinary people can get their hands on. End of copy. 20 levels. Hanfan relied on the double experience scroll and rose to level 20 in a day. At this moment, Hanfan opened the Transcendent Attribute panel. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 20.00%. Power, 3000 max. Element, 3000 max. Technique, 3000 max. Speed, 3000 max. Physical fitness, 3000 max. Lucky, 68. Gifted, SSS. Demon Soul, 6-winged angel super god, awaken 1/3. Note, Characteristic 1, can summon Angel Servant 3/3, Characteristic 2, Angel Servant takes damage for Master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of Master and Angel Servant are doubled. Soul Technique, Gun of Judgment 3rd Order Level 1, Proficiency 55-100. Divine Bones, none. Equipment, Goblin Longbow Rare. At level 20, you need to obtain a second soul skill to continue upgrading. There's still the last day of tomorrow left. Hanfan looked at the last experience scroll in the system's warehouse and pondered that if he could explode a suitable soul skill tomorrow, he would be able to reach level 21. On the way home, Hanfan looked up at the brightly crystallized stars in the sky. His mood hadn't been this happy in a long, long time. Sister June, wait for me. There's still one last day left, the day after tomorrow for the high school entrance exam trial. I will definitely succeed in getting into the Godslayer Academy to find you. Fulfill the pact between us. There was no talk all night. Early morning. Hanfan woke up and wished for no more wishes to increase his luck. Luck can be increased by slowly wishing for it once you turn back to the Godslayer Academy. All he needed now was to obtain a second soul skill and continue leveling. I make a wish to obtain a group attack type soul skill that matches my magic soul today. Hanfan didn't know how many ranks of soul skills the little green wish would help him obtain. But it shouldn't, it can't be too far off. After making a wish, Hanfan took out the treasure map that Du Xinyan had given him. Level 25, Viper Valley. Now, Hanfan is at level 20. According to the Transcendent rules, you can kill monsters up to 5 levels over to maximize the amount of experience gained. Originally, level 20 and above copies were not open to junior Transcendentals rookies like them. But, the secret world is different. As long as you have an entry scroll, or a treasure map, you can enter even at level 1. However, a treasure map or scroll can only be accessed once. After coming out, you can't enter in unless you still have an entry scroll or treasure map. Departure. Level 25 Secret Realm Viper Valley. Half an hour later. Hanfan arrived at the entrance to enter the Viper Valley Secret Realm according to the coordinates marked on the treasure map. Afterward, Hanfan entered the Viper Valley without hesitation. Hiss. Hiss. Just as Hanfan was in the Valley of Vipers, there were several flower-spotted vipers, hissing and gulping snake apricots, pouncing ferociously toward him. Hanfan threw a detection spell over. Mandalorian Serpent, level 25, reinforced elite monster. Hanfan saw that the monsters at the entrance of the viper's mouth were the reinforced elite monsters, and he secretly blinked. It's also perverts like him. You will be able to cross 5 levels and kill monsters in a slashing manner. If it was a different transcendent of the same level, it would be a minute to go see the great-grandmother. Hanfan summoned 3 angelic servants and immediately commanded them over to kill the snake. Hanfan's upgrades were limited by soul skills. After reaching level 20, you cannot continue to gain experience to upgrade without obtaining a second soul skill. Angelic servants are not so restricted. The 3 angelic servants, all of their grades were now up to bronze 7 stars. Hanfan pondered in his mind. If you fight monsters today until the end of the secret time, it's guaranteed that the angelic servant will evolve to a silver item. Half an hour later, a black light shot up into the sky as another flower-spotted viper was killed. Exploding soul technique now. I just don't know how many ranks of soul skills it is. Hanfan's heart was filled with excitement as he hurried over to check. Ghost Chi 9 Blade Streams, a 4th-order group attack type soul skill that utilizes pervasive ghost energy to quickly execute 9 consecutive slashes to attack the enemy. That's good. Very powerful. The introduction was simple. The grade of the 4th rank and the type of group attack gave Hanfan no reason to refuse the fusion. A few moments later, Hanfan fused the 4th rank soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Streams. At this point, the angelic servant killed the monsters, and Hanfan was able to gain experience as well. Hanfan hurriedly used the double experience scroll, intending to rush to level 21 before the secret realm ended. Up ahead, a group of level 25 spotted mandala snakes just came out. Hanfan was just about to test the power of the Ghost Chi 9 Blade Stream, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come. Ghost Breath 9 Blade Stream. Hanfan let out a furious cry and directly unleashed the 4th rank group attack type soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Stream. In a blink of an eye, a series of 9 ghostly chi blade shadows enveloped towards those poisonous snakes with a thunderous momentum. Successfully killed mandala snake enhanced elite monster, experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed mutant cobra reinforced elite monster, experience plus 87,000. Successfully killed the mutant king cobra boss, experience plus 100,000. Seconds. Hanfan's heart was filled with shock as he saw the corpses of vipers on the ground. This 4th ranked soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Streams, was too powerful, wasn't it? However, Hanfan realized that executing the 4th ranked soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Streams, was extremely draining on his energy. Energy. Though unseen and untouchable, it can be felt firsthand. For example, Hanfan had just finished performing the Ghost G9 blade stream and felt mentally exhausted. At most, if he cast it once, he would be exhausted. Keep going. Hanfan didn't just come to Viper Valley today to practice. His goal was the divine bone recorded in the treasure map. God bone. This was something that every transcendentalist dreamed of getting. Even a piece of divine bone of the worst grade would cause countless transcendents to fight for their heads. Tomorrow, Hanfan would be taking the entrance exam trial. After the high school trial, if things went well, he would have to head to the God-slaying academy that day. And Deicide Academy is in the provincial capital of Jinling. After arriving in Jinling, Hanfan could not return to Nanyang City for the time being. This was also the reason why Hanfan took out his treasure map early this morning and came to Poisonous Snake Valley to explore the treasure god bone. 10 minutes later, Hanfan followed the coordinates indicated by the treasure map and arrived at the depths of Viper Valley. Hiss! Suddenly, a giant three-headed snake with a golden aura lit up underneath its body and a phoenix crown on its head in front of him hissed and bit at him. Chapter 18 Meeting the Alpha Level Boss, Queen Medusa. Mutant Three-Headed King Snake Boss. Rank, 30. Power, 4000. Element, 7500. Technique, 6800. Speed, 7200. Body mass, 9000. Soul technique, Viper's Fluid, Petrifying Bite. Hanfan threw a detection spell. Level 30 boss. And also has dual soul skills. That's good. Very powerful. The Gun of Judgment. Hanfan took a deep breath and instantly unleashed the third-rank single-attack soul skill, Gun of Judgment. In a blink of an eye, a golden lance appeared in front of Hanfan without a sound. As Hanfan let out a loud shout, the golden lance, as fast as a dragon, whistled towards the mutated three-headed king snake. Put! The powerful spear-on directly penetrated the head in the center of the mutant three-headed king snake. Hiss! Hiss! The mutant three-headed king snake fell to the ground in agony, hissing and rolling. At this time, the angelic sword servant and the angelic law servant also unleashed their soul techniques in unison. Holy light chop. Holy red flame. As the two angelic servants' powerful soul skills fell, the other two heads of the mutant three-headed king snake also burst open. Successfully killed the mutant three-headed king snake, 110. The level 30 boss monster, the mutant three-headed king snake, was killed in seconds. But Hanfan wasn't happy at all. 110? Can't afford to play, can you? 3 years of high school transcendentalist theory told Hanfan. Boss monsters, which are only refreshed once an hour. In other words, it would take him 10 hours to kill all 10 mutant three-headed king snakes. The point is that he's only level 20, so he can't get experience to upgrade by killing monsters over level 25. Hanfan had no choice but to run back to the entrance of the Viper Valley again to kill the level 25 mandala snake and wait for the second boss monster, the mutant three-headed king snake, to refresh. An hour is fast approaching. Hanfan returned to the mutant three-headed king snake refresh point. He arrived at the refresh point just as the mutant three-headed king snake was refreshed. Hanfan didn't talk too much and directly greeted the angel servants to go up and beat them up in a group. Successfully killed the mutant three-headed king snake, 210. The poor mutant three-headed king snake, before breathing the fresh air of Viper Valley, once again saw its great-grandmother go. After Hanfan finished killing the mutant three-headed king snake, he didn't delay for a moment and continued to run back to the entrance of the Viper Valley to kill the level 25 Viper to level up. In the evening, Hanfan relied on the double experience and rose to level 21. This time, it was a sure thing that he would be admitted into the Godslayer Academy. It was time for the mutant three-headed king snake to refresh again. Hanfan hurriedly returned to the mutant three-headed king snake refresh point. The Gun of Judgment. Hanfan didn't greet him much and directly greeted the angelic servant on. Successfully killed the mutant three-headed king snake, 1010. Is it over? Hanfan was thrilled to see that he had finally killed enough mutant three-headed king snakes. Where did the little thief come from, daring to kill this queen's people? Die quickly! Suddenly, a dainty cry came. Hanfan looked up and instantly widened his eyes in shock. Snake lady! Boss refresh point, a snake woman with a snake's tail. Hanfan threw a detection spell over. Medusa chief. Rank, 40. Power, 7000. Elemental, 12,000. Technique, 9900. Speed, 10,000. Body mass, 18,000. Soul techniques, Queen's Wrath, Summon the Serpents, Queen's Blessing. Hiss. Hanfan's scalp tingled as he looked at the exaggerated 5 dimensions of the alpha level boss Medusa. Level 25 treasure map secret. A level 40 boss? Or Medusa, Queen of the Snakes? It's a classic case of not being able to play the tempo. There was less than an hour left and the secret time was about to end. Hanfan didn't have time to be shocked. One word. The more powerful the boss is, the higher the grade of the bones you get. Hanfan was energized by the thought of each other. The Gun of Judgment. The Gun of Judgment, a third-ranked soul skill. Hanfan was now at a higher level and casting it was not as strenuous as before. And the Ghost Chi 9 blade streams, despite being a 4th-ranked soul skill, was even more powerful. But after all, it is a group attack type soul skills, kill single boss, the efficiency is extremely low. Moreover, the consumption of energy for a 4th-order soul skill was more than 5 times that of a 3rd-order soul skill. Hanfan didn't have that much energy to support the casting of this thing. Little thief, how dare you backhand? Summon the snakes. Medusa, the level 40 leader, is extremely intelligent. When she saw Hanfan attack her with a soul skill, she instantly made a counterattack. As her melodious and pleasant droning voice fell, she actually summoned 5 mutant 3-headed king snakes, and hundreds of reinforced elite monster vipers. Hanfan's eyelids jumped as he watched, knowing that it would be impossible not to perform the Ghost Chi 9 blade stream. Ghost Chi 9 blade stream. Hanfan took a deep breath and unleashed the group attacking 4th-order soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 blade streams. In a blink of an eye, 9 black chi blade awnings, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, chopped towards the snake group. Hanfan couldn't be happy in time when a wave of weakness hit him and he almost fell to the ground. A 4th-order soul skill that consumed too much of his energy. I'll have to keep more rejuvenation pills with me in the future, just in case. The 3 angelic servants, each doing their part, launched a frantic attack on Queen Medusa. Angelic Ice Servant, unleash the Ice Storm Soul Technique. Control of the snakes. Angelic Law Servant, unleashes a Holy Light Red Flame Swarm Attack type soul skill. Unleash Red Flame Scorch on the snakes. Angelic Sword Servant, unleashing the Holy Light Slash, specializing in Queen Medusa. The Angel Servant is just a Hanfan summoner. They don't think. They don't know anything about compassion. Queen Medusa, under the stormy attack greetings from Hanfan, and the 3 angels, screamed and roared repeatedly. Her 3 soul skills, however, were also quite exaggerated and frightening. The Queen's Wrath can boost the morale of the summoned serpents, sending them into a frenzy and surging their combat power several times over. The Queen's Blessing, moreover, can grant a constant regeneration power to the snakes, and can also immunize the snakes from 1 fatal damage. Grass. At this rate, before he kills Medusa, he himself will be exhausted first. The countdown to the end of the secret world has begun. Last 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, if he couldn't kill Queen Medusa, he would be forcibly summoned out of the secret realm. At that time, the sacred bones he had reached the edge of his mouth would have to go down the drain. What to do? Can he kill this Medusa in the last 3 minutes? The Gun of Judgment. Hanfan forced himself to endure the gusts of weakness that overdrew his energy and continued to attack Medusa. How could he be willing to give up just like that when he was about to succeed? Soul Technique Gun of Judgment, Upgrade. 3rd Order Level 2, Proficiency 0500. The Judgment Gun has been upgraded? Hanfan's spirit lifted and he saw another glimmer of hope. At this point, there was only 1 last minute left before the end of the copy. The Gun of Judgment. Hanfan didn't know if this final strike would be able to kill Queen Medusa. But there was an obsession in his heart to break into a fight. As he once again executed the soul skill Gun of Judgment. In the sky behind Hanfan, a huge 6-winged angel shadow appeared without a sound. He slowly opened his eyes, like a god looking down on the living world. Hanfan raised his hand, and he slowly raised his hand as well. The golden lance in Hanfan's hand inertially shot out, and he followed suit with a shot inertially. In an instant, Hanfan's upgraded Judgment Lance, with its air flowing through the rainbow, destroyed the world and blasted toward the queen of the snake race, Medusa. Chapter 19, Acquiring an Earth-Grade Divine Bone, Medusa Skull. Ah! It was accompanied by a mournful scream. Level 40 leader boss Medusa's body was penetrated by the golden spear and collapsed to the ground with a bang. At that moment, a small red box exploded from the ground beside her corpse, God bone. Hanfan's heart was filled with excitement when he saw the red treasure chest. He just couldn't wait to rush over and pick it up when a burst of white light lit up. The next moment, Hanfan was forcibly kicked out of the Viper Valley secret realm. Hoo-hoo! So close, so close. 1 second later, this divine bone will be lost today. Hanfan broke out in a cold sweat. Afterward, Hanfan looked down at the small red box in his hand, unable to wait to open it to see what kind of divine bone had exploded. Suddenly, a group of transcendents passed by not far away and looked this way. Hanfan's face changed slightly as he hurriedly put the red treasure chest into the Transcendence System warehouse. Go home! Hanfan ignored the group of transcendents and hurriedly buggered off. Slipping home in one breath, Hanfan took a breather before he took out the red treasure chest again. It's something he traded his life for. How horrible and difficult it is to kill the level 40 lead boss, Queen Medusa of the Snake Clan, is only clear to Hanfan's own mind. Squeak! The treasure chest opened, and inside lay a red embossed divine bone silently. Medusa Skull, Earth-grade divine bone, characteristics, enhancement of transcendent spiritual power, soul skill, Queen's blessing gain constant regeneration power and immunity to 1 fatal damage, blessing duration, half an hour. Hanfan's heart was happy. Granted, this Medusa Skull was only an Earth-grade divine bone. However, its value and usefulness to Hanfan was comparable to an immortal divine bone. Hanfan's 3 angel servants, despite having the take damage for Hanfan trait. However, they themselves didn't have any means of recovery and weren't good at sustained battles, and once they were injured in battle, their fighting strength would be greatly reduced. The soul skill Queen's blessing that came with Medusa's skull just solved the angel servants' only weakness. Previously, when Hanfan fought with Medusa, this Snake Queen had used the Queen's blessing soul technique. The constant regeneration power, let those snakes, simply hard life as beating the undead small strong. There is also immunity to 1 lethal damage trait. It's the same as an extra life. One word, absolute. Hanfan didn't hesitate and immediately began to fuse the Medusa skull. The method of fusing divine bones was similar to fusing soul skills. The more powerful the divine bone was, the higher the requirement for the demonic soul. Otherwise, once the demonic soul couldn't withstand the power of the divine bone, it would explode and die. However, for Hanfan, who possessed a super divine grade demonic soul, there was no need to worry about this kind of thing happening. A moment later, Hanfan fused the Medusa skull. In an instant, Hanfan could clearly feel that the spiritual power was at least 5 times stronger than before. What is the concept of mental power being 5 times stronger? Previously, Hanfan was able to perform the 4th rank soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 blade streams, at most twice. Now, he could cast it 10 times in one breath. Fierce or not? After fusing the divine bones, Hanfan took a bath and hurriedly laid down on the bed to sleep. Been fighting monsters all day. Especially in order to kill the Snake Queen Medusa, Hanfan's physical energy was overdrawn to a great extent. Tomorrow was the National College Entrance Examination trial. If he didn't nourish his spirit and didn't get into the Godslayer Academy tomorrow, then his previous efforts would really be in vain. Jingle bells! Jingle bells! Early in the morning, Hanfan was sleeping soundly when a cell phone rang. Hello? Brother Fan, you can't have not gotten up yet, right? Today is the day of the entrance exam trial, and we're about to head to the trial divine hall. Why haven't you come yet? On the other end of the phone, there was the sound of Wang Daxiang speaking. High school trial. Damn, overslept. Hanfan jumped up from the bed with a jolt. He looked at the time, almost 8 o'clock, and his scalp went numb. Afterwards, he hurriedly got up from the bed, not even having time to talk to Wang Daxiang again, hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed towards the school. On the other hand, the entire Nanyang No. 2 middle school playground was packed with people. All of the students who had taken the entrance exams were fully loaded and ready to pass through the teleportation stone and head to the Temple of Trials. Daxia is divided into 7 southern provinces and 6 northern provinces. Each province has a trial shrine established for senior high school students to try out for the college entrance exams. Therefore, when the day of the college entrance examination comes this day, all students, through the teleportation stone, will go to their province's trial shrine to participate in the college entrance examination. Old Hon, where's that genius in your class? How come I haven't seen him? It's not possible that he didn't get a good promotion, didn't even reach the college admission standard and gave up on the college entrance exam, right? Luo Koexayan's homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao, was full of condescending complacency. Originally, the students had a week to rush through the levels after awakening their magic souls. Mr. Zhao felt that Luo Kursen would have to snicker if she could rise to the 18th grade. Which, he took a look at this morning. Boy! Can't be helped. 20 levels. Highest grades for all advanced placement students in the school. How can Mr. Zhao, as the classroom teacher, not be proud of himself and not be allowed to have a good time? In the past, Hanfan and Luo Kursen were the twin stars of Nanyang Second Middle School. Moreover, Hanfan had pushed Luo Koxian head and shoulders above him in every transcendentalist theory exam. So much so that he, who was the class teacher, also lost Hong Zhenya time and time again, and his heart has long been holding a stomach of anger. Today, he can finally raise his eyebrows. Luo Koxian has made a long face for him. Hanfan, he is here. Hong Zhenya was just about to open his mouth. Suddenly, he saw a figure rushing over in the direction of the main entrance, and his spirit lifted. Coming? I'm here today to see how many. What, 21 levels the genius who was on par with our class Xin has risen to in a week's time. When Mr. Zhao saw Hanfan arrive, he was immediately about to taunt him with a few words. After all, a week of rushing grades is a battle of faces between teachers in each classroom. Only, when he saw Hanfan's exaggerated level 21, he was stunned. It's not just Mr. Cho. Even Hong Zhenya, the class teacher, was filled with a shocked and appalled look. 21? Hanfan, in just a week's time, he went from level 1 to level 21? This kind of exaggerated and perverted upgrading speed was only one in the history of their Nanyang Second Middle School. That was Han Shijun, who had been accepted into the Godslayer Academy last year. Also Sister Hanfan. This pair of siblings are really weird. After Hong Zhenya was shocked, his heart sighed with emotion. In fact, how would Hong Zhenya know? The reason why Hanfan is only at level 21 is because he went to explode the Divine Bone yesterday. Otherwise, Hanfan would only be able to rush to level 22 if he were to upgrade properly. Teacher Zhao, it looks like you won't be able to get rid of your title as the 10,000-year-old second homeroom teacher for a whole year this year. Oops. Our class, Hanfan, is still better than your class, Luo Koxian. Hong Zhenya's gaze landed on Teacher Zhao with a smirk and scoffed back. Mr. Zhao's face was suffocated into a pig's liver color and he could no longer speak. To this day, his mind was still confused. How is this possible? A G-grade talent loser, in a week's time, rises to level 21? Is this to imply that everyone here is trash except him? Chapter 20, High Exam Trial, 26 seconds to output million damage. This winning dog should be a solid entry into the Godslayer Academy, but this young lady won't admit defeat just like that. Luo Koxian looked at Hanfan, who had arrived out of breath, and cursed with a laugh. People are, at times, so strange. In the past, she treated Hanfan as a competitor and looked at him as being unfavorable in every way. But, the last week of the rush, the two were down for a short day of team contact. Instead, she didn't hate it. Even when she saw Hanfan rise to level 21, her heart was happy for him. Everyone's here. Depart for the Temple of Trials. The trip to the Trial Divine Hall was through a teleportation array. Hanfan was in front of Wang Dazheng. This guy, Wang Dazheng, was very popular with the young ladies by relying on the Earth-grade Holy Shield Demon Soul. It's also up to level 15 in a week. Upgrades are a close second. What really dazzled Hanfan was that he actually had a girlfriend. My goodness. That's not too fast of a progression. Sure enough, a good awakening of the demonic soul, the talent as long as it's not too bad. Even if you're a little bit rawer, you still have the right of first refusal. Wang Dazhuang's eyes nearly fell to the ground. A G-rated talent can rise to 21 in a week? And he's a B-grade talent at 15? Is that an insult? In this game and reality combined world. In total, Transcendental's magic souls can be categorized into main combat classes and non-main combat classes. It goes without saying that the main combat class counts as physical, spell, control, healing, and auxiliary types of transcendence. The non-main combat class of transcendence, on the other hand, is a bit more of a mixed bag. For example, that day the King of Kings awakened hams. Then again, those with magic souls such as flowers, grass, pet cats, and pet dogs are all non-main battle class magic souls. The moment their demonic souls awakened, they had already decided on the upper limit. Even if their natural talent was strong, they could only take the logistical route, and it was impossible for them to achieve too much in the future. The weak and the strong are superior. It is the rules of this world, which no one can change. All of the high school students passed through the teleportation array and came to the Temple of Trials. In front of them, there was a huge divine hall suspended in mid-air, covering the sky and the moon. Below the temple, there was a huge square that could not be seen at a glance. All the high school students from across the province, all gathered here for the annual high school trial. Today, someone, inevitably, is going to leave here crying. There will be people, too, who will surely be remembered. Crossing 3 years. Hanfan made small green wishes every day to accumulate wish power. Just to be able to awaken the strongest demonic soul. Just for this high school trial today. He, for sure, will soar to the heavens and be remembered by all who look up to him. In mid-air, a white-haired old man stood above the temple. Hanfan threw a probe spell to check his information. Elder White, level 85, Holy Tutor type Transcendentalist. Is this a Jedi-level Transcendent? Hanfan muttered a sentence under his breath, and a blazing light appeared in his eyes. Transcendents can have seals once they reach level 60. And becoming a sealed Transcendent was merely the threshold for stepping into the top Transcendent of Dashya. Above the sealed Transcendent is the peak Transcendent at level 70. Above that, there is the 80th level of the Jedi Overmind. It is said that it is hard enough for Transcendents to level up by level 60, relying on killing monsters to gain experience value. As for how to raise the level strength again, Hanfan didn't touch that level and didn't know. Elder Bai was there to introduce the rules of today's Gao Gao trial. The rules are relatively simple and use a point system. 5 rounds of trials in all. At the end of the 5 rounds, the ratings are based on the number of trial points each person has earned. G at worst, S at best. After Elder Bai finished his speech, today's high school trial officially kicked off. The first round, more than the Transcendentalist explosive power. Rule: each Transcendent will be transported to a separate space in the Temple of Trials. There is a record damage stake dummy in the space, and all students limit their output for 1 minute, redeeming 1 point for every 1,000 points of damage. As the first round of trials began, the Trial Divine Hall shone down a blinding white light, enveloping all the high school students in the giant square. In the next moment, all the students were summoned into the independent space of the Divine Temple for the first round of trial examinations. Hanfan was also summoned to the 10068 Temple exam room. His gaze fell on the wooden dummy in front of him, a little worried that it wasn't sturdy and would be blown up by him. While all the students were conducting their high school trials, the many transcendent mentors outside the shrine also chatted in groups of 3 or 5. These mentors, all of them, are bigwigs from various municipalities. Fong Tong was among them. After all, she was the vice president of the Nanyang City Transcendental Alliance Rudder. Today, the entire Nanyang City senior high school students were taking the entrance exam. How could she, as the vice president, not come? Shout on, your daughter, that little girl, magic soul and natural talent is good. Today's college entrance examination trial, it is expected to be able to pick your Nanyang City's top student title. Elder Bai's gaze landed on Fong Tong and he smiled in approval. Elder Bai, you're overpraising. To say that girl Coxin, obtaining the top spot or scout, there is still some hope. As for the top scholar, she has no hope at all. Oh? Why do you say that? Could it be that in your city of Nanyang, there are still students whose demon soul aptitude is even better than your daughter's? Elder Bai, could it be that you've forgotten that in our city of Nanyang, there was a divine demon soul this year? Fong Ton laughed. Her meaning was clear enough. Even though Luo Kursen was her daughter, her heart was more optimistic about Hanfan being able to shine at today's college entrance exam trial. Ha! Vice President Fong, your Nanyang City, are you out of talent this year? I heard that the student called Hanfan, although he awakened a divine demon soul, his natural talent is only G ranked. It's ridiculous for you, the vice president of Nanyang City, to pin the top spot on a student with G grade talent. Su Sankai, the president of the Transcendental Alliance Rudder in northern Suzhou City, scoffed nonchalantly. President Su, you can't say that. Even though the child only has G grade talent, a divine grade demon soul is not something that can be compared to other grade demon souls. This can be seen from the fact that he was able to rise to 21 grade in a single bound. Fong Tong frowned slightly, insisting that she was optimistic that Hanfan could win the top prize in Nanyang City. He upgraded quickly, but only by relying on a few summons. The 5 rounds of trials for today's college entrance exam is not just about rank. Su Sankai once again mocked. Fong Tong shook his head, disagreeing with Su Sankai. Just then, a staff member of the Divine Temple hurriedly ran over. Elder Bai, it's no good, the wooden stake dummy in the 10068 temple examination hall exploded. What? The stake dummy exploded in exam room 10068? What happened? Elder Bai was shocked and hurriedly inquired. According to the data captured, it's because the student, who did the damage to the stake dummy, reached the upper limit of what could be withstood. That student's damage value reached the upper limit of the stake dummy? I remember that the damage limit of the stake dummy is 1 million points, right? How could a senior student reach the upper limit in just 1 minute? Everyone was shocked, and Elder Bai even revealed a look of disbelief. Elder Bai, it wasn't a minute, I just looked at the records that came back from the data transmission. That student only used 26 seconds to output over 1 million points of damage to the dummy. Chapter 21. The first round of trials for the high school exams, obtaining a perfect score. Hiss. The crowd at the scene, after listening to the dataman's explanation, sucked in a breath of cold air. 26 seconds and over 1 million damage? Not to mention 26 seconds, even if it was 1 minute, no one in the entire history of the great summer examination trial had outputted more than 1 million points of damage. Who is the student in exam room 10068? Elder Bai returned to his senses and hurriedly inquired about the sentence. At this point, the minds of the others became curious. Who, exactly, can output 1 million points of damage in just 26 seconds? There was a flash of white light in the empty square ahead. Because the stake dummy was blown up, Hanfan was teleported out early. He came out still a little confused. Sure enough, what he feared had happened. The stake dummy wasn't too sturdy, and he blew it up with just a little bit of force. Suddenly, Hanfan saw a group of people flying over in the distance. Hanfan looked up and was startled to see that it was Elder Bai and Fong Tong and the other high school instructors. Elder Bai, the wooden stake dummy exploded, can't blame me, I just blasted it a few times, who knows it's so not sturdy. At Hanfan's words, the muscles in the corners of Bai Lao's eyes twitched fiercely as he listened. Just a few blasts too? So not sturdy? Is this to show off his explosive power a ride? Elder Bai, I suspect that the stake dummy is broken in exam room 10068, and suggest that this student be retested. Su Sankai and Fong Tong aren't on good terms. And, he was still there earlier mocking Hanfan as a straw man. As a result, the punch in the face came so quickly that he couldn't pull his face away. Elder Bai didn't listen to Su Sansai's advice and reintroduced Hanfan to test his explosive power. He shook his head and said, all of the equipment in the temple has been tested in detail before the high school test, there will be no problems. This round of testing, this child receives a perfect score of 1,000 points. For 1 million points of damage, follow the 1,000 points of damage, 1 point rule. Just under 1,000 points. Originally, Hanfan would have been able to continue swiping damage if the stake dummy hadn't been blown up. But it was only less than half a minute before he blew up. We'll just have to figure on 1 million points of damage. For this, Hanfan was completely fine with it. After all, he had just come out to see a group of Bai Lao flying over, startled. He thought he was going to have to compensate the stake dummy himself. Then he can't afford to pay for it. At this point, 1 minute is up. The students from the first round of trials came out of the temple examination room one after another. Rokokyo came out smug. Because, her demon soul was an immortal white phoenix. Combined with her SS-ranked natural talent, a high damage elemental damage bonus. 1 minute of extreme output and she did 700,000 damage. 700,000 points of damage output, not exactly number 1, but at least top 5, right? At the end of the first round of trials, Elder Bai began to announce the top 10 results as a sign of praise. As for the rest of the candidates, you can find out for yourself how many points were earned. 10th place, Wang Sledgehammer, 466 points. 9th place, He Chang, 478 points. 3rd place, Luo Kurson, 702 points. The 3rd place finish was a bit of a surprise to Rochelle. Because she initially estimated that she would only finish in the top 5. I didn't expect her to do much better than expected. Only, Luo Koexian's mind was filled with doubts. Why is there no Hanfan that winning dog? With that guy's perverted angel servant damage ability, he shouldn't even be able to make it into the top 10. 1st place, Hanfan, 1,000 points. As Elder Bai announced the first place results, the entire giant square boiled over. 1,000 points? 1 million points of damage a minute? The production team's donkeys, they wouldn't dare to export like this, would they? Damn! Is the gap between this guy and me that big? Luo Kursen had just wondered why Elder Bai had read half the names without Hanfan. As it turns out, he's standing in first place, looking down and mocking the crowd. The second place is only 732 points. He's good. He's got 1,000 points. That's not a big difference. Only, if Luo Kursen knew that the 1,000 points earned by Hanfan only took 26 seconds, would he be autistic? WOJ, Van is just awesome. It's actually almost 300 points higher than the second place. Awesome. Awesome. In the crowd, Wang Dajian was filled with admiration when he saw that Hanfan had actually won first place. At this time, some of the first round of the college entrance examination trial, the test is not ideal students, has complained. This guy named Hanfan, he can't be a relation. How else could you get 1,000 points in the first round? Next, I announced the rules for the second round of trials. The second round tests your ability to defend. The monsters are extremely numerous and will attack wave after wave. All you have to do is hold out through their attacks, and the longer you hold out, the more points you get, up to an hour. In addition, I need to remind you of one thing: the monsters are not only numerous, but also high in level, so don't think about attacking instead of defending. That will only anger them and make defense exponentially more difficult. As Elder Bai's words fell, the second round of the entrance examination trial officially began. Originally, some of the candidates were still thinking of relying on their super strong attack power to kill all the monsters in the examination room. After such a reminder from Elder White, he can only honestly defend and stall for time. A flash of white light. Hanfan was once again teleported to the Trial Temple Examination Center. Number 666. This is Hanfan's exam room number. Very auspicious. After Hanfan entered the examination room, not far from the refreshment point, several prairie wolves were immediately brushed out. Hanfan threw a detection spell over. Prairie wolf, level 16, normal monster. How can you call a level 16 trash monster a higher level? Elder White, is this some kind of misunderstanding about high-level monsters? Hanfan took out his gnome longbow and swished a few arrows. Ow! Accompanied by a miserable scream, those prairie wolves instantly hiccuped. Before Hanfan could retrieve the gnome longbow, the refresh point flashed with light and a new prairie wolf was brushed out. Prairie Grey Wolf, level 17, normal monster. Leveling up by one level jumps the number of. As Elder White had warned, launching an unauthorized attack would only make putting up a defense twice as difficult. Hanfan didn't go back to killing those steppe grey wolves. After all, this was only the second round of trials for the entrance exam, and killing monsters did not increase the experience value. Hanfan summoned the three angel servants and threw them into the wolves, making them stand there and attract hatred. Queen's Blessing. Hanfan executed the Medusa Skull Attachment Soul skill. Queen's Blessing, gain the power of constant regeneration and immunity to one fatal damage, duration of blessing, half an hour. As Hanfan gave the Queen's Blessing, it descended on the three angelic servants. The three angelic servants' bodies immediately lit up with a faint halo of holy light. Those prairie grey wolves tore through them as if they were scratching an itch for damage. Healed in minutes by the power of constant regeneration. Moreover, this power of constant regeneration lasts for half an hour. In other words, Hanfan only needed to cast the Queen's Blessing twice to pass the second round of trial examinations perfectly. LOL. No fun, no difficulty at all. Chapter 22, passing the second round with a perfect score again, it's so easy. Tong, who do you think will last the longest in this round? Outside the trial divine hall, Elder Bai was idly bored looking for Fong Tong to chat and pass the time. I'm still more optimistic about Hanfan. Fong Tong said in a joking tone. Or that little guy just now? Why do you favor him more? Because in the first round of the competition, he output first? Elder Bai came to be interested and asked a follow-up question. No, intuition, I guess. It always feels like he's much stronger than we thought. Fong Tong shook her head and returned. At level 18, you will be able to solo the Goblin Nightmare difficulty. It's more than just a high output that will do the trick. No matter how high the output is, if it doesn't stand up, it's useless. Therefore, Fong Tong felt that Hanfan, for sure, had unknown means of defense. Ha! Intuition? Vice President Fong, I'm afraid your intuition is going to be wrong this time. Yo, that kid is just a brittle summoning type transcendent. As we all know, a summoned transcendent is a brittle skin, although relying on summons, killing monsters and upgrading faster than others, but once they are approached, without any power to fight, they die faster than anyone else. What's more, his summoned objects launching attacks on the monsters in the examination hall will only enrage those monsters and increase the difficulty of defense, so I'm afraid he won't be the first one to come out later on, yo. Su Sankai did not miss the chance to ridicule Fong Tong at all. Fong Tong glanced toward him, not wanting to bother with him. Candidates are coming out of the examination halls as time passes. No way. Every minute, new monsters would be refreshed at the refresh point. Moreover, the newly brushed monsters were of a higher level and stronger. All they could do was defend and take a beating, and if they accidentally killed one or two, the refresh point would immediately brush out double the amount. Can't carry it at all. Half an hour later, more and more candidates came out. After a while longer, Luoko Xian also came out. Defense, in the first place, was not her strong suit. On the contrary, it's Wang Daxiang. Relying on a ground-quality Holy Shield magic soul, hard to carry until 40 minutes to come out. After Wang Daxiang, 2 or 3 more candidates came out one after another. The time has come to 50 minutes, and no more candidates have come out of the Temple of Trials. Elder Bai, why don't you announce the results of this round? That's right, isn't everyone out? Hurry up and announce the results. The group of candidates immediately called out when they saw Elder Bai standing above the temple, just looking at the crowd. Don't worry everyone, there are still candidates who haven't come out of the temple. Elder Bai turned back to look at exam room 666, and a touch of shock appeared in his eyes. When the second round of trials began, he intentionally looked at Hanfan's examination room number. Exam room 666, that's him. Originally, many tutors had thought that Hanfan, a brittle summoning type transcendent, would last for 20 minutes at most. As a result, 50 minutes have now passed, and there is still no movement in his examination room. How could this not shock and appall him? According to his understanding, the monsters in each wave of the refresh point were of boss level when the time exceeded 45 minutes. And, level 25 or higher. He was a brittle summoning type transcendent, could he carry those monsters around for so long? What a living hell. What? There are still candidates who haven't come out? True or false? Of course it's true, Elder Bai has opened his mouth, how could he lie to us? Hiss. It's been 50 minutes, who's so powerful that they can survive those monster attacks until now? Just watch, you'll know who it is in a minute. A group of candidates exploded in conversation. Finally. 1 hour of trial time is over. Exam 666 Hanfan was forcefully kicked out by the Temple of Trials. Another first round trial first guy? How can it be? Isn't he a brittle summoning type overman? How can he resist a siege full of monsters for an hour? Look guys, his whole body is full of energy, no trace of fatigue on his face, cheating. A group of people boiled over, looking at Hanfan in disbelief. Even Elder Bai revealed a look of incredulity. This son, indeed, is extraordinary. Suddenly, Bai Lao's heart somewhat agreed with Fong Tong's words. Fong Tong saw that Hanfan stayed for an hour before coming out, and a smile appeared on her face. At this rate. Not to mention the Nanyang City scholar. The provincial first prize winner, it could all be him. Su Sansai's face turned blue. The city of Sobiai, this year's candidate results, not so good. In the first round of trials, points only one candidate made it to the top 10. This second round, and even more so the only top 10 candidates, have fallen out. Instead, it was Nanyang City. Surprisingly, there were 2 more candidates that killed the top 10. You say it's infuriating. The thing that hit him in the face the most was that Hanfan, the one he was least optimistic about, was actually number 1 again. Is this an attempt to humiliate him? The second round of trials is over, and I will now announce the top 10 lists for this round. After withdrawing his gaze from Hanfan, Elder Bai immediately announced the list of candidates who had performed well. 10th place, Ha Yukai, 502 points. 9th place, Odiang Mad, 523 points. 6th place, Wang Daqiang, 638 points. 1st place, Hanfan, 1000 points. After Elder Bai announced the results of the second round of trials, he announced the total points of the 2 rounds of trials and the names of the top 3. 1st place, Hanfan, 2000 points. 2nd place, Ji Tsongliang, 1223 points. 3rd place, Luo Kursan, 1187 points. After the second trial, there is a half-hour adjustment recovery time. In the temple, healing light descended, restoring the physical strength and energy consumed by the many candidates in the second round, as well as the injuries on their bodies. Hanfan felt the healing light enveloping his body and shook his head in disappointment. The recovery effect of this healing light wasn't half as good as the effect of his divine bone-attached soul skill Queen's blessing. Right at this moment, Hanfan sensed a pair of eyes looking at him from above the divine hall. Hanfan looked up and immediately realized it was Luo Koexayan's mother, Fangtong. Hanfan shivered in fear, his scalp tingling. "What's going on here, Mr. Fangtong? Why do you keep staring at him?" Hanfan's scalp went numb from her gaze, and he hurriedly moved toward the crowd to block her view with other students. Fangtong let out a light laugh when she saw Hanfan's comical appearance. Suddenly, she found the little guy interesting. "Sometimes, I guess, it looks pretty old-fashioned. Sometimes it's childish. Her daughter has a good eye." The more the little bugger looked, the more he liked it. The half-hour break is over and the third round of trials begins. For the third round of trials, the rules are simpler. When you enter the examination room, 2 level 20 boss monsters will appear. All candidates do their best to kill the 2 boss monsters. If you kill a boss monster, or if it takes more than an hour, the trial ends. At that time, the temple would award points based on how much time the candidate took. It's worth noting that of the 2 level 20 boss monsters, one is immune to 99% elemental damage and the other is immune to 99% physical damage. Normally speaking, it is almost impossible to kill 2 level 20 bosses in 1 hour. Teleport into the trial exam room. 2 boss monsters will appear in front of you. Hanfan threw a detection spell at one of the level 20 boss monsters. Rock Beast Boss. Rank, 20. Power, 1500. Element, 0. Skill, 1000. Speed, 1100. Body mass, 3000. Soul Technique, Rock Solid Passive Soul Technique, immune to 99% physical damage. This one is immune to physical damage, so the other must be immune to spell damage. Hanfan summoned the Angelic Sword Servant and Angelic Law Servant and commanded them to attack the 2 level 20 bosses. Boom! Boom! With the Holy Light Slash and Holy Light Red Flame, they fall on the 2 bosses respectively. These 2 bosses with 99% damage immunity didn't even squeak, they just hiccuped. Chapter 23 Elder Bai, I suspect this candidate of cheating. Dead? That's too much of a fight, isn't it? Hanfan stared wide-eyed, somewhat unprepared. Originally, he was thinking that these 2 monsters were at least bosses and could take a couple of slashes. LOL. Blame it on his angelic servants being too strong. A flash of white light flashed, and Hanfan came out of the temple examination room. Why are there candidates coming out? It can't be that the trial failed. The trial failed, and it shouldn't. TB Hanfan. The group of transcendent instructors were filled with astonishment when they steeply saw a white light lit up in the square below the temple. They were shocked when they saw that the person who came out of the Divine Hall Examination Center was Hanfan. Hanfan, why did you come out? Fangtong immediately went from the temple and landed beside Hanfan, inquiring. Vice President Fong, the 2 level 20 boss monsters in the examination hall were teleported out by the temple after I killed them. Hanfan answered truthfully. What? You just went in and killed 2 level 20 bosses in seconds? Impossible. 2 level 20 bosses with 99% damage immunity, even if one of his attacks has extremely high damage, it's impossible for him to kill the other monster so quickly, he must be cheating. Su Sankai screamed on the spot, flatly accusing Hanfan of cheating. At this time, the Temple of Trials also transmitted the time spent by Hanfan on killing the 2 boss monsters to the tutors. 4.8 seconds? The crowd was dumbfounded. One raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously, wondering if he was dreaming. 4.8 seconds. Killing 2 level 20 bosses in less than 5 seconds? What a joke. If this is not cheating, they eat. Su Sansai's furious skepticism was met with nods of approval from a group of other county and city mentors. Elder Bai's face also showed shock. However, on the side of the Divine Temple's data clerks, they hadn't detected any abnormalities in Hanfan's data at all. In other words, Hanfan relied on his hard power to crush and kill the 2 level 20 bosses, not cheating. Although, he was also shocked that Hanfan took such a short time to kill the monsters, this was the truth. All shut up. The annual college entrance examination trial is about the principle of fairness and impartiality. As the invigilating instructors this time, you cannot question the fairness of the higher examination trial just because this child has performed well. Elder Bai angrily rebuked, silencing the crowd's skeptical murmurs. Elder Bai, you've said that the Gao Gao trial emphasizes the principle of fairness and impartiality, so if Hanfan uses 10 minutes, even if it's just 5 minutes, to kill 2 level 20 bosses, we'll have nothing to say about it. But how long did it take him? 4.8 seconds. These 2 level 20 bosses have 99% immunity to physical and spell damage respectively, not to mention him being a senior candidate. Not many of us tutors can achieve this. Although, Elder White is highly prestigious. It is the chief examiner of this temple entrance exam. However, they were also supervising tutors and had the right to question Hanfan's results and that there was cheating. Fong Tong wrinkled her eyebrows, glanced at Hanfan, and then turned her gaze back to Elder Bai, not quite able to speak. Elder Bai's face became increasingly ugly. Hanfan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, Elder Bai, since the tutors think I'm cheating, they can just try again. Retrying isn't necessary. The Trial Divine Hall entrance examination program is set in advance, and there are no cheating loopholes. Since the tutors are questioning the fairness, I'll have the staff publish all the data from when Hanfan conducted the assessment to show his innocence. Elder Bai cast an approving glance when he saw Hanfan's open and calm expression, taking the initiative to ask for a new trial. The Temple of God's Advanced Placement Test is a top-secret file. How can you just change the program and retest it? Even if he was the chief examiner of this examination, he did not have the authority to change the program. However, due to the pressure, Elder Bai decided to release all of Hanfan's data from the first 3 rounds of trials to the many questioning instructors. For this, Hanfan expressed no opinion. Fong Tong's heart, on the other hand, was a little nervous. Now, the tutors invigilating the exams in the other counties and cities can't wait for Hanfan to be caught cheating and disqualified from the college entrance exam. At that time, in case Hanfan data really find out the problem. Even if it's just a little bit, I'm just afraid these guys will grab the little tail and make a big deal out of it. The Temple of Trials is a huge database. Trying to spot-check a candidate with all 3 rounds of trial data is a huge amount of work. The crowd waited there. By this time, there were already candidates, one after another, coming out of the Divine Hall Examination Center. Hanfan, you guys are number 1 again? After Luoku Xin came out of the temple examination room, she twisted her head and looked around, realizing that it was empty, and was just about to gloat that the first in this 3rd round was her. As a result, she saw a familiar figure not far from her mentor. What's the point of being first, being questioned by some people about cheating, when you got out so fast? Hanfan explained and looked at Luoku Xin in surprise. Family members know their own business. The reason why Hanfan was able to kill 2 level 20 bosses in 4.8 seconds at the limit. It's because of his angelic servants, 1 spell wounded and 1 object wounded. Moreover, after reaching the bronze 7 stars, the double attribute is quite perverse in order to kill 2 boss monsters in 1 hit. Luoku Xin didn't have an angelic servant, so how did she come out so fast too? Counting, it's only been about 10 minutes since we've been there. I was taking advantage of my White Phoenix demonic soul, which comes with the true injury trait. What did you just say? Someone questioned you about cheating? Yes. It took me 4.8 seconds to kill 2 bosses, and certain people said that my time was too short and suggested that I be disqualified from the high school trial. What? What? 4.8? Units or seconds? Holy crap. I suspected you were cheating too. Originally, when Luo Kursen heard someone questioning Hanfan about cheating, her heart was still unconvinced on Hanfan's behalf. As a result, when she heard that Hanfan killed 2 level 20 damage-free bosses in only 4.8 seconds, she instantly shut herself down. Not far away, Su Sankai and the others, seeing Hanfan mocking them in a conspiratorial manner, had ugly faces. Elder Bai, the data has been transferred. At that moment, a staff member of the Divine Temple hurriedly ran over. How did it turn out? Elder Bai hurriedly inquired. The data is all normal, there is no cheating whatsoever. I checked 5 times, and it's entirely because the candidates are too strong, and the 3 rounds of trials were completed in a crushing manner. As the staff of the Divine Temple announced the detailed data of Hanfan's 3 rounds of trials. The tutors who had just questioned Hanfan about cheating were tragically and madly slapped in the face. Su Sansai's face turned blue and red, almost spitting a mouthful of old blood out of his mouth. At this point, Fong Tong would not let go of the opportunity to beat up a fallen dog. President Su, I've disappointed you. Hanfan didn't cheat, he's entirely too strong. Today, I'm afraid that he not only want to win our Nanyang City first prize title, and then try hard can also become the province's first prize. You Subei City also have to work hard at least neighbor, don't be too much difference. Su Sansai's heart was already suffocating to the point of vomiting blood. At this time, Fong Tong's kind reminder was even more murderous in his ears. His face stifled into a pig's liver color, he twisted his head and turned his back, pretending not to hear Fong Tong's words. Chapter 24, only 10 minutes, breaking another Desya high school record. An hour later, the third round of high school trials ended. Unsurprisingly, Hanfan was still first. And he had more than twice as many points for this first place as he did for the second. Rochelle is self-absorbed. The other candidates, too, closed themselves off. There are still the last 2 rounds of trials left. At this time, those outstanding candidates from various counties and cities with high points rankings. No longer thinking about competing for the top spot. They are now starting to fight for the top spot. There's no way around it, some demon, it's just weird. Aren't you making a fool of yourself by comparing points with him? After the third round of trials, there is the same half-hour break. It was at this time that Su-san checked the results of the candidates in their northern city of Su. In the first 2 rounds, there was another candidate who scored overall, in the top 10 in the province. As a result, after the third round, they don't even have a single top 30 candidate in Sobe. Then look next door at Nanyang City, which actually has 3 top 10s. Even Hanfan, the first place, was far ahead of the second place. His already not so good mood got even worse. Elder Bai, I suggest publicizing the video of Hanfan's 4th round of the Gaokao trial, and if there are any problems with his 4th round of the Gaokao trial, directly cancel the first 4 rounds of results. Deep in the bottom of Su Sansai's eyes, a flash of ice flashed as he said to Bai Lao. President Su, the first 3 rounds of the college entrance examination trial, Hanfan achievement data, has been transferred out, there is no problem at all, yet you are still biting at him now, isn't it a bit too much? Excessive? As an invigilating tutor, I'm just upholding the principle of fairness and impartiality, and the other invigilating tutors, they think the same way. Chairman Fong isn't feeling guilty, is he? You. Fong Tong's face turned a little ironic. Granted, everyone is an invigilator tutor. But who doesn't want their county and city candidates to do, well, better? So did Fong Tong. Although, she believed in her heart that Hanfan hadn't cheated, and had relied entirely on strength, crushingly coming first in 3 consecutive trials. But there is no guarantee that a villain like Su Sankai will find some excuse to magnify it infinitely. Vice President Fong, certain people can't afford to lose, so why are you being general with him? Hanfan's gaze landed on Su Sankai, sneering and mocking. Kid, who are you saying can't afford to lose? Su Sansai's face flushed red, and a flash of moroseness flashed under his eyes. Shut up, all of you. Bai Lao's face was like a cold pool as he angrily rebuked, displaying the powerful aura of an examiner. Su Sankai still wanted to say something, but when he met Bai Lao's cold gaze, he swallowed back the words that had reached his mouth. His face, even more gloomy and ugly. At this time, Elder Bai added, although I am the chief examiner, I don't have the authority to publicize the video of the candidate's trial, but I can monitor the candidate's dynamic data in real time, and since we all hold questions about Hanfan's performance, let's monitor his data in real time for the 4th round of the trial. Monitor real-time dynamic data, although not as intuitive as video. However, they are also able to know, in the first instance, the status of the candidate's trial. The crowd made no sense of Elder Bai's words. Su Sankai, on the other hand, looked at Hanfan coldly. Later on, during the 4th round of trials, it would be best if he didn't find any unusual data. Otherwise, wait to be disqualified from the high school trial. Half an hour passed, and the 4th round of high school trials officially began. The 4th round of high school trials is different from the first 3. The first 3 rounds of the exam, respectively, tested the candidate's explosive power, defensive ability, and output ability. The 4th round, on the other hand, was to enter the battlefield simulated by the Temple of Trials. The battlefield is the perfect place for candidates to further open up their points, or to close the gap, or even to overtake. Points are awarded for the first 3 rounds, with the first round being worth 1,000 points. The second round is also 1,000 points. The third round is 2,000 points. And for the 4th round of the trial battlefield, there is no cap on points gained. How many points you end up with is up to you, the candidate. According to the rules, when all candidates enter their respective simulated battlefield, normal monsters with an initial level of 10 will be brushed out. Normal monsters, 10 points each. Elite monsters, 20 points each. Enhanced elite monsters, 50 points each. Boss monsters, 100 points each. Points are doubled for every 5 levels of monsters. In other words, killing 10 level 10 boss monsters will give you a perfect score for the first 2 rounds. The duration of the simulation battlefield is 2 hours, and the trial will end when time is up or if you die in the simulation battlefield. As Elderby finished introducing the rules of the 4th round of Gao Gao trial, the battlefield simulation trial officially kicked off. Hanfan was summoned to simulated battlefield number 1. At this time, the mentors arrived in the middle of the Temple of Trials. In front, there was a huge screen. Above the screen, real-time dynamic data of the number 1 simulated battlefield was projected. There is no picture, just blue and red dots. The blue dot, representing the candidate. Red dots, for monsters. The bigger the red, the higher the monster level and the stronger it is. Everyone was watching Hanfan's battlefield data, trying to figure out how he was able to crush things time and time again in the first 3 rounds of the trial to get a perfect score. Besides, Hanfan, after entering the battlefield, didn't have his hands tied because of the real-time detection. After all, what was there to be ashamed of when he had gotten his grades, by hard work, not by cheating? Hanfan looked at the dozen or so level 10 normal monsters in front of him and summoned the 3 angel servants. With Hanfan's command, the 3 angel servants flapped their wings and whistled as they pounced towards those level 10 monsters. The battlefield, with Hanfan's usual copy-killing monsters, was completely different. The endless yellow sand, with broken monster corpses everywhere, gave people a tragic and sad spiritual shock. Hanfan was also not idle, casting the Soul Skill Queen's Blessing, giving the 3 angel servants a recovery buff. As Hanfan put the Queen's Blessing buff on the 3 angelic servants, the already fierce angelic servants became even fiercer. Along the way, the 3 angelic servants hacked and slashed their way towards the center of the battlefield. Hanfan followed behind, and when there was a monster he missed, he took a bow and arrow in his hand, which was incredibly cozy. In the Temple of Trials. The crowd was shocked to see that on the screen, those red dots just appeared and disappeared instantly within a few seconds, their scalps tingling in shock. Is this killing monsters? It's a massacre, right? How on earth did he do that, being able to swarm monsters in seconds? Originally, they felt that it was because the level 10 monsters were too weak that Hanfan's seconds were so easy. As a result, moments later they realized that it was the same for whatever level of monster Hanfan seconds. Even if it's an elite monster or a boss monster, it's still a matter of a photo shoot. On the side, Susansai's eyes widened, staring dead on at the speed of the inaudible beats. He checked and rechecked. No problem. Still no problem. In other words, Hanfan's hard power was that strong, and it wasn't cheating. 10 minutes rolled by. Other candidates, still on the verge of killing monsters 10 levels out. Hanfan, on the other hand, had already started killing level 25 boss monsters. Elder White was breathing a little roughly. However, after all, it is the examiner of this college entrance examination trial, can't look like he has not seen the world and lost his attitude. He twisted his head to look behind him at a group of invigilator tutors who almost dropped their eyes, glaring down, and said, "Does anyone know that the 4th round of my great summer college entrance examination, the highest number of monsters killed record? Elderby, if I remember correctly, the highest record for killing monsters should be 1,486. Fong Tong hesitated and said, 1,486? Elder White looked to the edge of the screen in front of him, displaying the words 1538 only, and lapsed into silence. Chapter 25 Too strong, to be suspected of cheating again? The number of monsters killed in 10 minutes exceeds the previous record of killing monsters in the 4th round of the Daxia High School? Not only was Elder White silent. In the temple, all the supervising tutors were silent. Is this the strength of a divine grade demon soul? You have to know that he only has a G-level talent. G-rated talent, also terrifying. What kind of monster would he be if he was allowed to have S-rank or above talent? Elderby, judging from the real-time dynamic data on the screen, his speed of killing monsters, it's definitely not normal. Previously, it's not like there hasn't been a divine demon soul candidate in Daxia, and there simply hasn't been anyone 10 minutes to kill the highest number of monsters in the past. I suggest that his current trial footage be made public immediately, and if there are any problems, disqualify him from the entrance exam immediately. Su Sansai's face was full of resignation. Su Sankai and Fong Tong originally had extremely deep conflicts. The better Hanfan performed as a Nanyang City candidate, the more he appeared to be incompetent in his city of Subei. At this point, how could he just watch and do nothing? Moreover, Hanfan's perverted speed of killing monsters had exceeded his 3 views. Elder Bai was silent for a moment after hearing Su Sansai's words. Afterwards, he took a deep breath and nodded his head. Okay, I'll go over to the Alliance headquarters and apply for video access to see how he managed to kill monsters at such a fast speed. After Elder Bai finished speaking, he immediately began to apply for permissions from the Transcendental Alliance headquarters. Just then, the data on the screen in front of them, a huge fluctuation abnormality occurred. Look, there's an anomaly in the data. Elder Bai, there really is a problem. I told you that this beast is cheating. The 4th round of trials was indeed detected by the Divine Hall. Su Sankai saw the data on the screen, which appeared to jump abnormally, and was overjoyed, happier than the new year. Fong Tong's face changed as her heart became uneasy. Vice President Fong, I'm afraid that this year's top student of your Nanyang city will have to be disqualified from the college entrance examination trial. Yo, happy or not? Ha ha ha. Su Sanjay craned his head to look over. When he saw Fong Tong's pale and uneasy face, he laughed indulgently. Fong Tong didn't hitch a ride and looked at the screen with apprehension in her heart. Only, at this point, she didn't know what to say. After all, if Hanfan really cheated, the consequences of being caught would be quite serious. Elder Bai, the data abnormally jumping is not due to cheating, it's just that the temple mastermind detected that the candidates were too strong and raised the battlefield monster level. At this time, the temple staff ran over with a bunch of data sheets. Ha ha. Ha. The temple mastermind detected that the candidates were too strong and raised the difficulty of the simulated battlefield? Su Sankai, who was laughing with abandon, suddenly got his laughter stuck in his throat and couldn't get up. At this time, the many tutors also realized that the average level of the monsters on the screen had already reached level 30. 30 levels. How is that possible? It is important to know that the level of monsters in the 4th round of the simulation battlefield, the highest level is only 25 for the senior high school candidates high school trial. Now, on the screen, a level 30 monster actually appeared. And so on. It's the average grade. When Bai Lao looked at it, he saw a red dot boss monster labeled level 33, which had just appeared and disappeared. No more. A level 33 boss, and he took a second? President Su, Hanfan didn't cheat, he's just too strong, and the temple added difficulty to him, so disappointing yo. Fong Tong was greatly relieved, her beautiful eyes fell on Su Sankai, her smile full of mockery. Hee hee. Whether there's cheating or not, we'll know when Elder Bai discloses the trial screen. Su Sanjay smiled skinlessly. He finished his words under his breath and turned his head to look at the screen, ignoring Fong Tong. The other side. Hanfan wasn't sure what was going on. He only felt that after killing a level 25 boss with an aperture under its feet, the level of the monsters on the entire battlefield had obviously risen by a large margin. At this point, Hanfan was also under some pressure as he faced monsters above level 30. Ghost Breath 9-Blade Stream. Hanfan no longer held back and opened fire. As Hanfan executed the group attack type 4th rank soul skill, Ghost Chi 9-Blade Streams, his speed of killing monsters increased instead of decreasing. At this moment, if anyone looked towards Hanfan, they would be shocked to find a hidden 6-winged angel in the sky behind him. That angel, like a god, looked down on the monsters on the entire virtual battlefield. I don't know if it was Hanfan's illusion or not, but Hanfan realized that with the appearance of the 6-winged angelic silhouette, the combat power of the 3 angelic servants had also significantly increased. However, when Hanfan observed their 5-dimensional values, there was no change. Hanfan carried the 3 angel servants and bulldozed his way on towards the group of monsters at the front of the simulated battlefield. The angelic sword servant specializes in killing high-level, thick-skinned and powerful boss monsters. Angelic Servant, a group attacking soul skill, kills those below boss level. Angelic Ice Servant, responsible for controlling those monsters with ice attribute soul skills. Hanfan, the master, was at the back to make up for the damage. Perfect. Time, another 20 minutes passed. Elder Bai and the others were already shocked beyond words. After the temple upgraded the virtual battlefield monsters to 30 levels or more, Hanfan not only didn't slow down the speed of killing monsters, but instead went faster? So far, all the tutors stared at half a day with wide eyes, and did not see any no monsters that were one and the same. This situation says that there is no opening and cheating. I guess no one believes it. Fong Tong's mood also rose with apprehension. Because Hanfan's kind of monster killing speed, the situation of killing monsters, was beyond her cognizance. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a divine-grade demon soul before. However, even those transcendents who had awakened divine-grade demonic souls in the past weren't as exaggeratedly perverse as him. Fang Tong was also a little worried in her heart that Hanfan wasn't really utilizing some unknown method to cheat. Elder Bai, the permissions from the Alliance headquarters side have come. Is the video footage to be made public immediately? At that moment, a staff member of the temple hurriedly ran over. Public. Elder Bai took a deep breath and ordered. The giant screen in front, with the public video, immediately lit up with white light. Just when the crowd thought that the next moment the screen would be live streaming Hanfan's monster-killing video, the entire screen suddenly turned black and white. What's going on? Elder Bai's face changed and he hurriedly inquired. It's not clear, the data can't connect to the number 1 virtual battlefield. It's as if the entire number 1 virtual battlefield has suddenly disappeared and doesn't exist. The temple staff hurriedly checked and tried to reconnect the data. But no matter how hard he tried, the screen didn't respond. Elder Bai, there's no doubt that this beast cheated. Otherwise, how could the Divine Hall terminal not be able to connect to the virtual battlefield he's in? It is recommended that he be immediately disqualified from the entrance exam and sent to headquarters for punishment and interrogation. Su Sankai once again laughed maniacally in triumph. That's what he said. How could a senior, if he wasn't cheating, cross a dozen or so levels and monsters in seconds? Elder Bai, I believe it's impossible for Hanfan to cheat. It should be on the side of the temple's master brain. Something has gone wrong. Fang Tong's face changed slightly as she hurriedly spoke up for Han Fan. If it was true that he was sent to the Transcendental's Union headquarters to be interrogated and punished for cheating, then Hanfan's life is over. Look, Hanfan has come out of the virtual battlefield. Chapter 26, over 4 million points, early lock on national champion. Suddenly, Hanfan appeared in the square below the temple. The faces of the many transcendent instructors froze when they saw this. In the next moment, Elder Bai flew over ahead of him and landed in front of Hanfan, his expression staring at him without anger. Hanfan was puzzled by Elder Bai's expression. This old man, does he have any special hobbies? Hanfan Winston hurriedly said, Elder Bai, what are you doing? Why did you come out? Elder Bai didn't answer Hanfan's words and asked a rhetorical question. At this time, the other supervising tutors rushed over and similarly looked at him. How did it come out? I don't know, I killed all the monsters in the simulated battlefield and then I was teleported out. Hanfan answered truthfully. The crowd blanched and looked at him in disbelief. Virtual battlefield, all monsters killed and came out? Blow the awesome bar. In all the years they had been supervising tutors, they had never heard of monsters in the virtual battlefield that could be killed off. Elder Bai, this beast is lying. Su Sankai gave a morose and furious rebuke. At this time, the temple staff member from just now, once again hurriedly ran over. Elder Bai, we found the reason why we can't connect to virtual battlefield number 1, and according to the answer given on the side of the temple's mastermind, he passed. Passed? Elder Bai was a bit confused. This 4th round of trial simulation battlefield, there's still a pass to talk about? How does he not know? Right. Hanfan completed all of the battlefield's established tasks, and the temple mastermind felt no need to let him brush up on his scores and took the initiative to kick him out. And when he was kicked out by the temple mastermind, we happened to be connecting to virtual battlefield number 1, which resulted in a black and white screen situation because virtual battlefield number 1 disappeared. The crowd was confused. The God's Temple mastermind disliked him for being too strong and wouldn't let him continue killing monsters and brushing up his score, kicking him out of the virtual battlefield? Seriously? Sure you're not kidding? Fizzle, 400 plus million points? At that moment, I don't know who checked the candidate scoreboard. When he saw Hanfan, the first place winner, with 408,7200 points, he was stunned. The other transcendent mentors followed suit and checked the candidate scoreboard. One follows the other in stupidity, without exception. Even Elder Bai raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously, recertaining himself several times. No mistake. That's over 4 million points. Elder White, I think. Su Sansai's face was more ugly than eating, and he was immediately about to say something. You shut up. Seeing Su Sankai targeting Hanfan again and again, Elder Bai could no longer hold back his angry rebuke. On the spot, Su Sankai held his red face and obediently shut up, not daring to speak again. Put. On the side, Fang Tong was laughing her ass off. She had thought that Hanfan would perform brilliantly and dazzlingly on this college entrance examination trial. But she never thought that Hanfan was so dazzling and outstanding to such an outrageous degree. Over 4 million points. This has never happened before in the history of the National College Entrance Exam. According to his understanding, the past National College Entrance Examination, 5 rounds of college entrance examination trial down, the highest score did not exceed 1 million. Hanfan is doing well. It's only the 4th round, and he's already got over $4 million. Is this still necessary to continue the exam? Give half of it to someone else. The national top student in this year's college entrance exam has to be him, too. And, still, a national champion like no other before him. I'm afraid that his record today will not be broken by any transcendent in the future. After Fong Tong mentally sighed and lamented for a while, she dropped her gaze to Hanfan again. This little brat, the more she looked at him, the more she really liked him. I'm going to have to give her daughter a good talking to get her to step up her game. So good, if another girl got the jump on her, then her baby girl would lose a lot. At this time, Hanfan suddenly saw Fong Tong's beautiful eyes fall on him again, staring at him fiercely, and his heart fluttered. What's going on with Vice President Fong? Why are you staring at him all the time? The eyes are weirdly scary. Hanfan hurriedly moved a bit and ran to the other side of Bai Lao, using Bai Lao to block Fong Tong's seeming gaze. Come with me for a moment, little one. Elder Bai spoke to Hanfan and turned toward the distance. Hanfan's expression was stunned as he lifted his feet and followed. A moment later, Elder Bai brought Hanfan to a deserted place and turned his head to stare at him. Hanfan was startled when he realized that Bai Lao suddenly stared straight at him. This old man doesn't really have a special hobby, does he? Elder Bai, you have something to say directly. I am a decent person, I don't have that kind of special hobby, please let go. Hanfan said nervously. Elder Bai sniffed, his face full of black lines. Afterward, he laughed and scolded, You little brat, what are you thinking? You don't have that special hobby, but old man does? So you called me over to. May I see your transcendent attribute panel? I've noticed that there's something on you that's obscuring your panel, and I can't detect it. Elder Bai finished his sentence and looked at Hanfan with an expectant gaze. Hanfan hesitated and took the initiative to light up the transcendent attribute panel for Elder Bai to see. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 2138.66%. Power, 6000 max. Element, 6000 max. Technique, 5400. Speed, 5630. Body mass, 5890. Luck, 80. Gifted, SSS. Demon Soul, 6-winged angel super god, awakened 1-3. Note, Characteristic 1, can summon Angel Servant 3-3, Characteristic 2, Angel Servant takes damage for Master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of Master and Angel Servant are doubled. Soul Technique, Gun of Judgment Level 2, 3rd Order, Proficiency 106-500, Ghost Breath 9 Blades Level 1, 4th Order, Proficiency 92-100. Divine Bone, Medusa Skull Earth Grade, Soul Skill, Queen's Blessing. Equipment, Goblin Longbow Rare, Centipede King Ring Rare. Super Divine Quality Demonic Soul 6-Winged Angel. Comes with 3 traits. Only 1/3 awakened. Lucky 80. And so on. Natural talent SSS level? That's impossible. Aren't you a G-ranked talent? How did you become the highest SSS rank? Regarding the matter of Hanfan's Divine Demonic Soul, G-grade talent, Elder Bai had heard about it a few days ago. It could be said that he felt sorry for Hanfan in his heart before the start of the entrance exam trial. How did he know that Hanfan was not a G-grade talent, but the highest SSS grade? Is he just old and blind? There was also Hanfan's exaggerated 6-dimensional attributes. I'm afraid that a level 40 advanced transcendent is not necessarily stronger than him. The point is, he's only level 21. Level 21, with 6-dimensional attributes comparable to those of a level 40 transcendent. How can any other transcendent live? At this moment, even people like Old Man Bai, who had seen countless great scenes. After he saw Hanfan's transcendent panel, he also jumped 3 feet in the air with a living hell expression on his face. Chapter 27 Super Divine Grade Demon Soul, Self-Contained Divine Spirit. Elder Bai, my demonic soul awakened that day, and the awakening stone suddenly ran out of energy in the middle of the awakening, which is why I became this half-awakened state, and my natural talent was not judged accurately. Hanfan explained. He didn't tell Elder White about being able to make unlimited wishes. This is his secret, not to mention Bai Lao, his own son cannot tell. So it is. Elder Bai's face showed a look of dawning realization. Afterward, his gaze fell onto Hanfan's transcendent attribute panel. Super Divine Great Demon Soul. In this world, this kind of legendary demon soul actually exists. The old man is considered to have opened his eyes. Hanfan was filled with doubt when he saw Elder Bai muttering and lamenting. Elder Bai, didn't our high school transcendentalist textbook say that the highest grade of demonic souls is only divine grade? How is it that there are still super divine grades? Oh child, a super divine grade demonic soul is a divine soul with a divine pattern. It's not as simple as an ordinary demonic soul. A divine soul with a godhead? What is that? After a normal transcendent reaches level 100, the trial of God will be opened, and if you pass it, you can obtain a god's personality and become a god, and you have the legendary super god quality demon soul, so you don't need to pass the trial, and you are a god in your own right. When Bai Lao spoke, his gaze blazed with excitement as he looked at Hanfan. Deity. Great Xia, is there finally going to be a new deity? 100 years. Everyone had been godless for a full 100 years since the fall of the last god. So exaggerated? Hanfan was secretly staggered. No wonder the previous transcendent textbook said that the demonic soul determines the upper limit and the natural talent determines the growth. As Elder Bai recounted, his mind gradually understood. Child, you don't have to take part in the next 5th round of the gauntlet trial. Elder Bai, why? Just because I've awakened a super divine grade demonic soul, you're going to disqualify me from the college entrance exam? I'm not convinced. Hanfan was quite emotional. 3 years. He had spent more than 1,000 days and nights in 3 years, constantly wishing to become stronger and awaken the super god grade demon soul. For what? The reason for this is to try out for the high school entrance exam today and get into the Godslayer Academy. Now, it's down to the final round. Instead, Bai Lao wants to disqualify him from the college entrance exam, making his 3 years of hard work go down the drain. How could he, Hanfan, be convinced? How can I be willing? Who said anything about disqualifying you from the entrance exam? It's not disqualifying me from high school, that's... Look at your points, over 4 million. Is it still decent? Elder Bai, you can't blame me, I've already been very restrained, but I can't help it if the monsters are too weak to slash one by one. I'll definitely pay attention in the 5th round. Hanfan had an aggrieved look on his face. What a world! It's a crime to be so much better than someone else? And the 5th round? Do you know that for all the senior candidates in the past, 5 rounds of trials have never resulted in a candidate with more than 1 million points? You're already over $4 million in all 4 rounds, and that's still the result of the temple seeing you as a freak and forcing you to kick out. If you take the 5th round of tests again, it's estimated that your points can exceed 10 million. Are you going to the heavens? What do you let the other provinces think? What do you let those candidates think? Want them to be skeptical of life and autistic before they even go to college? Children cannot be too Hanfan, you have to consider the feelings of others Elder Bai was very emotional and educated Hanfan in pieces. Hanfan stood there, dumbfounded by what he heard. My goodness! Elder White has gone too far. What do you mean people can't be too Hanfan? How did Hanfan provoke him? Elder Bai, it's not that serious, is it? It's much more serious than what I said. When I say I won't let you participate in the 5th round of the higher education trial, I won't let you participate. What about when I don't finish the entrance exam and go to college? Is going to college still a thing? The 4 major institutions of higher learning in Xia, take your pick. If you go to Yanluo Academy, I'll have the dean personally pick you up right now. Yama Academy or not, I want to go to the Godslayer Academy. Hanfan looked embarrassed and hastily thanked Elder Bai for his recommendation. However, Elder Bai's words also secretly relieved Hanfan. Although the 5th round of the college entrance examination, because the results are too raw, Bai Lao died and did not let him in the participation. But the 4 major institutions of higher learning in Daxia, feel free to enter him. Godslayer Academy? That old kid Zhuge Kongming, his ancestors' graves are smoking, he's picked up a treasure. Elder Bai is a graduate of Yanluo College. Therefore, seeing that Hanfan was so excellent and outstanding, he was also somewhat selfish and intended to recommend Hanfan to Yanluo Academy, one of the 4 major institutions of higher learning in Xia. Nay, Hanfan already had plans in mind to go to the Godslayer Academy. All he could do was sigh and lament in succession. Elder Bai, I'd like to ask, where can I get an awakening stone? The awakening stone? Well, my demonic soul six-winged angel, 12 awakening stones that day, only awakened a third of it, so by that math, I still need 24 more awakening stones to fully awaken. The awakening stone is a special item, held by the Transcendent Alliance headquarters, and historically, it's only during the college entrance exams that it's authorized to be taken out to help examinees awaken their magical souls, and there's no way for private individuals to obtain it. This way, Then this super god quality magic soul, only awakened 1/3, is not at a waste. Hanfan sighed. Originally, he thought that the awakening stone would be difficult to obtain, but he didn't expect it to be difficult to this extent. Who said it's ruined? I said is the normal situation, you this little brat special things special treatment well. You work hard to upgrade in the Godslayer Academy, awakening stone thing, I'll think of a way for you. Really? Thank you, Elder Bai. Hanfan was overjoyed and excitedly looked at Elder Bai to thank him. It's fine, if you're such a demon, it's only right to devote the entire Transcendent Alliance's efforts to cultivate you. By the way, let me tell you something, in half a month's time, there will be a trial match between Transcendentals between Disya and Cherry Blossom Kingdom. I'll come to fetch you to participate at that time, so as to compete for the glory of the country. Elder Bai saw that the fourth round of the high school trial was almost over and was just about to go back. Then, he violently remembered something and hurriedly spoke to Hanfan about it. A trial match between the Great Summer and the Sakura Kingdom? Would I be too weak to participate? Hanfan hesitated and said. Not weak. It's just that the level is a bit low, that's why I've asked you to work hard on leveling up in the last half a month. It's best if you can get to level 30 or above. Elder Bai shook his head and took out a golden short bow, handing it to Hanfan. Hanfan's expression was stunned as he queried, Elder Bai, what is this? This heaven-shaking bow is the National Scholar Reward. Since you locked the National Scholar ahead of time, I'm taking it out to you now. Go back and rest and relax, turning back your path will get tougher and tougher. Elder Bai, thanks. I'll work hard. Hanfan nodded seriously and took the heaven-shaking bow handed over by Elder Bai and left. There was a final round of high school trials to follow, but it no longer had half a thing to do with him. He had already locked up a spot in the Godslayer Academy ahead of time. 3 years. During these 3 years, he had been working hard every day to catch up with Jun's pace. Now, he finally fulfilled his promise with Han Shijun and enrolled in the Godslayer Academy. Hanfan came out of the trial shrine square and used the teleportation array to return to Nanyang City. The results, which will not be officially announced until tomorrow. After all, after the exam, all provincial candidates' results need to be counted, listing the various rankings such as county, city, provincial, and national. When Hanfan returned to Nanyang City, he didn't go home, but headed to Nanyang No. 2 Middle School to share this joy with his homeroom teacher, Hong Jenya. He was sure that Mr. Hong would be very happy and proud to learn that he was a national top student. Chapter 28 Fan, how about my daughter being your girlfriend? For the Gaokao trial, it is the headmaster of each secondary school who personally leads the team, and after arriving at the examination room, the supervising tutors are responsible for the arrangements. Class teachers are not qualified to travel to the Temple of Trials and watch the candidates take their exams. Mr. Hong, I'm back. Hanfan? Why are you back now? Aren't the college entrance exam trials not over yet? Hong Jenya is in his office, waiting for the entrance exam to end. Suddenly, he saw Hanfan walk in through the door and jumped up from his chair like an electric shock. Not only Hong Jenya, the other teachers also stared at him with wide eyes. What the hell? The high school entrance exams aren't over, so you're coming back early? Was the violation eliminated? Teacher Hong, the college entrance exam is not over, but because I performed too well and locked up the national top spot ahead of time, Elder Bai won't let me participate in the 5th round of trials. Hanfan answered truthfully. He didn't brag about this, Elder Bai was really dead set on not letting him participate in the 5th round of the gauntlet trial. There's nothing he can do about it. It's hard, okay? Put. Old Hong, your class Hanfan, his strength isn't good, but this bragging skill, it's top-notch. And performing too well, locking up the national top rank in advance, the examiner not allowing to participate in the 5th round of the high school entrance examination trial, can this kind of bull be made up? In the office, the other teachers could no longer listen to Hanfan when they saw how outrageously he was bragging. Hong Jenya's face was also a bit ugly. Just as he took a deep breath, intending to pull Hanfan outside the office and ask him nicely what was going on, Fong Tong walked in. Hanfan isn't bragging, he has indeed locked up this session of the college entrance exam, the national first prize winner, in advance. What? Locking in the national top student of this college entrance exam in advance? Vice President Fong, you can't be joking, right? That's right, isn't it only 4 rounds of the college entrance exam trials? How come we've locked up the national top student ahead of time? Some of the many teachers were shocked by their limited imaginations. But this was something that Fong Tong, the vice president of the Nanyang City Transcendental Alliance Rudder, had personally said, and they had to believe it. This has to start with Hanfan's demonic performance, gaining over 4 million points in 4 rounds of trials. Even the Divine Temple mastermind dislikes him for being a conspicuous bag. Fong Tong recounted to the crowd what had happened after the college entrance exams began. A conspicuous bag that even the Pantheon mastermind dislikes? 4 rounds of trials for over 4 million points? Past candidates, the highest score didn't even break 1 million? Elderby had kicked him out and was dead set on not letting him participate in the 5th round of the higher education trial? A group of senior teachers from Nanyang No. 2 Middle School had been dumbfounded and stupid. Although, the crowd did not see Hanfan participate in the high school trial screen. However, their hearts were still thrilled to the point of trembling as they listened to Fong Tong's account. Especially Hong Jenya, whose eyes were red with excitement. He knew that this brat was definitely not as bad as the many teachers mocked him. What's wrong with G-rated talent? G-rated talent, still a national top performer. Still a proud student of his. Mr. Hong, thank you for your cultivation in the past. Thank you. Hanfan took a step back and bowed deeply to Hong Jenya. For Hanfan. Other than Han Shijun, the person who treated him the best was his homeroom teacher, Hong Jenya. When Han Shijun left, he had also asked Hong Jenya to take more care of Hanfan. Knowledge of the teacher in front of me. Hanfan was unable to repay him, and could only express his gratitude to him with excellent grades, and a bow. Just get a good grade. It's good to get good grades. This way, you can go to the Godslayer Academy and reunite with your sister. Hong Jenya was also in tears, wrapping his arms around Hanfan's shoulders, his face full of relief and happiness. Say goodbye to your homeroom teacher, Hong Jenya, and come out of the school. Hanfan was just about to go home and get a good night's sleep when he was called by Fong Tong. Hanfan, wait. Vice President Fong, what's the matter? Don't call Vice President Fong, it's strange and unfamiliar, just call me Auntie. Auntie Fong, what can I do for you? Hanfan's face was slightly embarrassed, and he hurriedly changed his inquiry. You seem quite afraid of me? Fong Tong was in a good mood and couldn't help but flirt with Hanfan. Hanfan's face stiffened, and he said sheepishly, Auntie Fong, you're joking, how could I be afraid of you, you're the president, well, I'm respecting. That. Respect? Doesn't look like yo. Got a girlfriend? Huh? Hanfan raised his head and looked at Fong Tong with wide eyes, confused. What's with this woman? Why are you asking him if he has a girlfriend all of a sudden? I don't think so by your reaction, so what do you think of my daughter? Fong Tong looked at Hanfan with a smile. It had to be said that Fong Tong, the vice president of the Nanyang City Transcendental Alliance, was indeed mature and beautiful in her looks. Her daughter, Luo Kurson, has also inherited her fine genes. Kagome is quite good-looking and pretty. How about she be your girlfriend? Huh? Auntie, you're kidding me. Hanfan was wide-eyed and confused. Is Fong Tong selling her baby girl? Her daughter is the school beauty of Nanyang No. 2 Middle School, she is pretty and has a good figure. It's not like you can't get married. I'm not kidding, I remember 3 years ago, when you were a freshman in high school, you bought a version of my daughter's doll, right? You had a crush on her then? Hey! Auntie, don't talk nonsense, that's a teenager who is frivolous and doesn't know what to do. Hanfan's face turned green. Why is Fong Tong always rehashing old scores? 3 years ago, that Rochelle version of the doll, where he bought it. At that time, Hanfan had first obtained the wishing golden finger. Wish for a girlfriend because you're not familiar with the usage. As a result, in the middle of the night, the delivery boy delivers him a gold version of the doll. Later, Luo Kurson somehow found out about it and almost beat him to death. I can't imagine that after 3 years, Fong Tong still remembers this. It's a black history flip. It's too much. That also means that your heart once loved my daughter. Auntie, it's not what you think, let me explain. Kursin also enrolls in the Godslayer Academy. Turn around and work hard. Girls like to hear some flowery words. Don't be like a stuffy gourd all day long. I'm optimistic about you, giggle. Fong Tong pressed on, encouraging a sentence, and drifted away with a fragrant breeze, laughing daintily. Hanfan stood there with wide eyes, once again confused. This misunderstanding, it seems, is a bit big. What to do? Forget it, let's not think about this mess for now and go home and get some sleep. In the evening, Luo Kursin returned home after the college entrance exam. Granted, the high school results won't be released until tomorrow. But Fong Tong, as the vice president of the Nanyang City Transcendentals Alliance, still had a bit of inside information. Luo Kursin, as expected, was also admitted to the Godslayer Academy. Baby, to the Godslayer Academy, to Hanfan that stuffy gourd you take the initiative, men chasing women through layers of cotton, women chasing men through layers of veil, a poke will break. Mom! Why are you babbling? I don't like him. That guy's got a stinky, hard temper, and he's not likable to girls at all. What do you mean by smelly and tough? That's called personality. He's one of the best of all the candidates in the past, you have to make good use of this opportunity. Fong Tong disguises herself as a military advisor to advise her baby daughter. It's none of my business if he's good, I'm not going to chase him, if you want to chase him you can do it yourself. You damned girl, why don't you listen to mom? If I were 20 years younger, would it be your turn? Ah. Mom, that stinky guy, Hanfan, did he put you on ecstasy? Why else would you speak so favorably for him? Off. Mom's just looking out for you, he's such a good boy, if he turns around and gets snatched up by another girl, you'll be waiting to cry. Chapter 29, Sisters of the Godslayer Academy, Too Enthusiastic. The next day, Hanfan came to school. Soon it will be time for each to go their own way to the Godslayer Academy. I don't know how long it will take to come to Nanyang No. 2 Middle School again. Therefore, Hanfan came over to say goodbye to Wang Dezhuang and other students who had good relations in the past. Brother Fan, are you here? I thought you left without saying a word, without even greeting Fatty me. Seeing Hanfan from afar, Wang Dezhuang immediately ran over and gave him a big bear hug. How can I didn't participate in the 5th round of trials yesterday, how did you do on the exam? Did you get into the desired university? Hanfan laughed and whacked Wang Dezhuang, inquiring. Must be. Brother Fan, you are so good, Fat me is your brother, vegetable stingy how can, ha. When it comes to getting into college, Wang Dezhuang is proud of himself. Originally, he had been at the bottom of the list every time in Transcendentalist theory before his senior year of high school. Because the theory grade is too poor, not less than the class teacher Hong Zhenya scolded. I'm not sure, but when he awakened his demonic soul, he directly awakened an Earth grade main battle class demonic soul sacred shield against all odds. And, even the natural talent has reached the B grade. Therefore, in yesterday's high school trial, he performed quite well. The results were much higher than expected, and he was admitted to a prestigious provincial university. Even Hong Zhenya sighed and was impressed. Afterward, Hanfan chatted with Wang Dezhuang for a few moments, agreed to team up and upgrade together sometime in the future, and bid farewell. After Hanfan said goodbye to Wang Dezhuang, he said goodbye to a few other classmates to each other, intending to take the teleportation array and head to the provincial capital Jinling. Hanfan! Suddenly, a shout came. Hanfan twisted his head to see that it was Luo Koxin who had arrived. Beside Luo Kursin, there was also her mother, Fong Tong, who saw her off. Hanfan saw the mother and daughter in a gust of headache. Especially the words that Fong Tong said to him yesterday made Hanfan almost turn his head and slip away. Grandma's leg. No wonder Fong Tong had stared at him from time to time before, with eyes similar to a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Turns out, it's not an illusion. She was really planning to market her daughter, Luo Kursin, to him as her girlfriend. This is outrageous. Auntie, Kagome, good morning. Hanfan greeted with a smile worse than tears on his face. You just left without saying a word? Too heartless. Luo Kursin came over and glared at Hanfan in anger. I didn't think of it. Hanfan explained awkwardly. You didn't think about it, or you didn't care? Luo Kursin's aggressive, arrogant missy character was on display. Okay, you dead girl, people Xiaofan didn't think to get up, it's not like he intentionally didn't wait for you. Little Fan, Koxin has also been admitted to an academy with you, so take care of her more when you arrive at the Godslayer Academy in the future. Fong Tong spoke up for Hanfan. Afterward, she squeezed her eyes at Hanfan, her meaning already obvious. Come on, yo. Bah. Who needs this winning dog to take care of me? I'm a grown man, not a child. Luo Koxian's pretty face flushed with 2 pieces of redness, somewhat unable to pull a face, and said. Hanfan blushed in embarrassment and pretended not to hear the meaning of Fong Tong's words. He looked at Luo Kursin and hurriedly said, they are all freshmen, helping each other. Help each other out. When Fong Tong saw Luo Koxian's arrogant face, she was so angry that she wanted to beat her up. Afterward, Hanfan and Luo Kursin chatted with Fong Tong for a few more moments before teleporting to Jinling through the teleportation array. The Godslayer Academy was one of the 4 major institutions of higher learning in Great Xia. Its campus is located in Jinling, the capital of the province. After the 2 of them passed through the teleportation array and arrived in Jinling, they immediately headed to the Godslayer Academy. Jinling, Hanfan was here for the first time. After all, teleporting to the main city through a teleportation array was very expensive each time. In the past, it was more difficult for Hanfan to fill his stomach. How could he have the money to teleport to Jinling, one of the 12 main cities of the Great Summer? Looking at Rochelle, it seems like she used to come here often. No, after arriving in Jinling, she walked ahead to lead the way. Without even turning a few corners, he led Hanfan to the entrance of the Godslayer Academy. My mom even said that after arriving in Jinling, she asked you to take care of me more, but now on the contrary, it's this young lady who is taking care of you. Luo Kursin was a little pleased to see Hanfan looking like a country bumpkin. Granted, the guy was a winning dog in terms of strength and crushing her. But still a loser dog when it comes to this kind of worldly insight. Ahem. Thank you, Kagome, you're nice and have a beautiful heart. Hanfan looked embarrassed and hurriedly thanked Luo Koxian. Humph. That's more like it, count on your mouth to talk. Luo Koxian, this little lowly, really hasn't grown up in character. Hanfan grunted in triumph at a single compliment. Look, schoolmate Hanfan is here, over there. Level 21, Hanfan, summoned transcendent, it's him. Sisters, hurry up and charge, we sophomore welcome group, we can't lose to our junior and senior sisters. The news that Hanfan, this year's national top scorer on the college entrance exam, was coming to their God-slaying academy had long been spread throughout the campus. Unlike those seniors in the past. Hanfan, this freak, not only broke the previous high school records with every round of trials. It was more of a 4-round point total, breaking 4 million, and even the 5th round of the gauntlet didn't let him participate in it, so he was driven away. This kind of conspicuous bag is in the love brain age of the Regicide Academy sisters, which cannot want to see the style of it. Because of this, the girls from each grade spontaneously formed a welcoming group and ran to the gate early to greet Hanfan, the elementary school brother, on his arrival. Holy! How? What's going on? Hanfan's eyes were wide and he was stunned. By the time he reacted, he was already surrounded by those fashionably dressed, shapely, enthusiastic and beautiful school sisters. Luo Kursin was originally walking with Hanfan. That's when she realized that she had actually been squeezed out by the welcoming group of schoolmates. This is excessive. It's all this freshman class alright. The welcoming attitude, how come it's so different? Bah! What's so rare about a stinky guy? You act like you've never seen a boy before. Luo Koxian twisted her head to look at Hanfan, who was surrounded by a group of schoolmates and was very popular, with some jealousy in her heart. But it's bearable for now. A few moments later, when she saw that Hanfan had been kissed with several lipstick marks on his face, she could no longer sit idly by. You stinking schoolgirls, get out of the way. All get out of the way. Give Hanfan back to me, he came with me. Luo Koxian yelled and recharged into the crowd, pushing the group of obnoxious schoolmates out of the way, pulling Hanfan and running. In this way, Hanfan's clothes were torn by those enthusiastic schoolmates as he and Luo Koxian escaped. Boy! It's too scary. This Godslayer Academy was worthy of being one of the 4 great institutions of higher learning that were famous in the Great Xia. Even this freshman welcome is so different. It's just that it's a little too enthusiastic, isn't it? Chapter 30, Handsome Junior Brother, Want to Date Sister? What a bunch of shameless schoolgirls, kissing boys when they catch them. The 2 of them ran to the unoccupied corner in one breath, and Rochelle grumbled under her breath. Hanfan stood there with an embarrassed face and didn't say anything. In fact, at this point he was still too confused in his head to come back to his senses. Seeing that Hanfan didn't say anything, Luo Kursin immediately glared at him with an exasperated look. You guys, your heart must be bursting with joy. No. How? I swear I really didn't. Hanfan's face stiffened and he hurriedly assured Luo Koxin. What the hell? Hell knows why those schoolmates were so enthusiastic when he just arrived. The reason he came here was to find his sister, Han Shijun. Besides, he, Hanfan, is upright and decent, right? And you say no, your mouth is twisted in a smile. Don't talk nonsense, the long ones have such a good face. Growing up with a face like that? A crooked-lipped war god? Hey! Kagome, can we still talk properly? Hanfan looked at Luo Koxin with a speechless face. What's up with this little loli today? It feels attitude-wise, it's weird. Afterward, Hanfan chatted with Luo Kursen for a few more minutes, and seeing that it was getting late, they each went back to the dormitory that the school had arranged for them. It is worthy of being a prestigious institution of higher learning in Daxia. The dormitory building is built like a tech building and is very dreamy. And, the student dormitories, too, are deluxe double rooms. Hanfan followed the number to the freshman dormitory assigned to him by the school. WOJ. Van, my roommate is actually you? I'm not dreaming, am I? Hanfan just came to the dormitory, the roommate who came first, excitedly came a bear hug. Hanfan was completely confused by his enthusiastic roommate and wondered, do we know each other? Hanfan stared at this green-haired roommate in front of him with wide eyes for half a day. Not impressed. It really doesn't ring a bell. I don't think the two know each other, why are they so enthusiastic? Brother Fan, you don't know me, but I know you. I'm the Wang Sledgehammer who won 10th in the first round of the high school trial. Fan, I tell you, when you got first place in the first round, I idolized you and felt that you would definitely win the provincial top prize this year. Then I realized, rashly, that you ed over everyone in 4 rounds. Awesome, awesome. Brother Fan, I'll kowtow to you. Wang the Hammer, the comedian, said that he really wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Hanfan to show his admiration and worship. Hanfan was filled with black lines and hurriedly held him up, saying, Brother, don't. Be classmates and roommates from now on, help each other out. Grandma's leg. Just arrived at the university and got a roommate who was so funny and flirty, is it really good? Brother Fan, it's true that cultured people can talk. Little brother me Wang de Hammer, rough man in the past in high school, the old class that grandson every day to see me black face. This time I was able to get into the Godslayer Academy, all because of the mutation, go. It's noon, let's eat and go, my Wang Sledgehammer treats us. Wang de Hammer didn't wait for Hanfan's but to get hot, and directly dragged him to dinner. Originally, Hanfan didn't really want to go. But, couldn't stop this guy, Wang Sledgehammer, from being enthusiastic and could only follow him downstairs. On the way to dinner, Wang de Hammer twisted his head and said, Brother Fan, turn around and introduce a girlfriend to my little brother me, little brother is still maternally single. Introduce a girlfriend? Right. You wouldn't be unwilling to do that, would you, Fan? Can't. I'm going to kowtow one to you right now. Stop, brother, don't knock one off at the drop of a hat, it's weirdly scary. Then Fan, I'll take that as a yes Promise a chicken, I'm still a bachelor, where am I going to introduce you to a girlfriend? Hanfan looked at Wang de Hammer with a speechless face, feeling that this guy's thinking spanned a great deal. Sometimes, Hanfan couldn't even keep up with his thinking thoughts. Brother Fan, don't be modest, you still have several lipstick marks on your face right now, so many schoolmates at the gate want to write love letters to you, you change one a day, 365 days a year. Wang Sledgehammer's words left Hanfan dumbfounded. What's the situation? Aren't the sisters at the gate welcoming the new students? How did it turn into a love letter? Dude, are you mistaken? Hanfan came back to his senses and hurriedly tried to explain to Wang de Hammer. Suddenly, a girl inquiring voice came. Schoolboy, a date? Hanfan looked up and found a curvaceous and hot figure, wearing a white shirt and shorts. Slender big beautiful legs, white shaking eyes schoolmate. Sister, I'm about. Wang de Hammer's eyes lit up, hurriedly wiped the corners of his mouth haram, organized his clothes, and ran his ass over. I don't like children. Hot school sister looked at Wang de Hammer and said. Hokage, it's fine, you don't like kids, I'll take care of it. Off. I mean I don't like little kids like you. Hot school sister frowned and cursed. Afterward, she bypassed Wang de Hammer as he looked embarrassed and confused and arrived in front of Hanfan. At this time, Hanfan looked at the hot-bodied schoolmate in front of him with a dumbfounded face and threw a detection spell over. Xiao Wanqing, level 29, healing transcendent. Schoolmate, a date? Xiao Wanqing flirted with another delicate smile. Not far away, Wang Sledgehammer saw this scene and shut himself up on the spot. Didn't she just say she doesn't like kids? How come he's hitting on his brother Van in the blink of an eye? That's too hurtful to the ego. Ahem. Sister, don't be like this. I, Hanfan, am a decent person. No date? Really? Xiao Wanqing looked at Hanfan with a smile and once again inquired about the sentence. Really, I'm just a decent guy. What do you think of my brother? He's still single, no girlfriend. Brother Fan, you are my own father. Sister, my humble self Wang de Hammer, this year 18, maternal single. Wang Sledgehammer was depressed. In the blink of an eye, Hanfan actually directly helped him to set up this hot and beautiful female schoolmate in front of him. How could his heart not be excited? Not about even if, originally I thought to talk to you about your sister Shijunit, go ah. Xiao Wanqing looked at Hanfan wryly and turned around after saying her words. June? Hanfan's expression was stunned as he hurriedly asked after her, Sister, where is she, Sister June? Hanfan hadn't forgotten the purpose of coming to the Godslayer Academy. He had come here because he had made a promise with Han Shijun that he would definitely enter the Godslayer Academy to find her in the future. Now that Hanfan had arrived at the Godslayer Academy, he hadn't had time to inquire about her whereabouts. In front of this Xiao Wanqing's sister suddenly came over to find him, to say that his older sister Han Shijun thinks, Hanfan how can not be excited? Only, Xiao Wanqing turned away on her own, ignoring Hanfan's words. Hey! Senior sister, wait! Where is Sister June, tell me quickly. Hanfan was anxious to see Xiao Wanqing walking farther and farther away and quickly chased after her. Hanfan chased after Xiao Wanqing, not expecting Xiao Wanqing to stop suddenly. As a result, Hanfan couldn't brake and crashed into her at once. Boo! With a muffled sound, Xiao Wanqing, who had just turned around, was knocked to the ground by him. Instantly, Hanfan was confused. Xiao Wanqing was also wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Chapter 31, Sister, what's your name? Shall I call you baby? Holy! Worthy of being a national high school student, even the way of picking up is super fierce. I have to learn it too, so I'll find a pretty girl to try it out later. Not far away, Wang Dajian's eyes widened as he watched, his eyes almost falling out. Ahem! That. Senior sister, listen to my explanation, I didn't do it on purpose. Hanfan's face was embarrassed. He swore he really didn't mean it. Xiao Wanqing wanted to shriek and scream. But when she thought about it, as a schoolmate, it was humiliating to scream and act panicked at this time. Therefore, her pretty face reddened to the root of her ears, and she pretended to be fierce and said, Am I listening to your explanation, or your sophistry? How dare you eat your sister's tofu? Believe it or not, I will tell your sister to beat you to death. Hey! Sister, I really didn't mean to eat your tofu. You didn't think to eat my tofu when you're still pressed up against me and won't get up? Sorry, I forgot in my nervousness. Hanfan wanted to pick his feet in embarrassment. Grandma's leg, this is a big misunderstanding. Just as Hanfan tried to get up in a panic, a figure not far away instantly rushed over. The visitor was Zhou Chao. Hanfan, how dare you eat Wanqing's tofu? I'll kill you. Zhou Chao happened to be passing by. He had planned to come over and strike up a conversation after suddenly seeing Xiao Wanqing. As a result, before he could come over, Hanfan actually knocked Xiao Wanqing to the ground, and the two of them were still hugging each other intimately. How could he not be angry? How can you not be angry? Looking at the entire Godslayer Academy, who didn't know that he liked Xiao Wanqing and was pursuing her? After Zhou Chao rushed over morosely, he was immediately going to make his move and slaughter Hanfan. Zhou Chao, what are you doing? Xiao Wanqing immediately blocked in front of Hanfan and said with a cold face. The reason why Xiao Wanqing had just been walking and suddenly stopped and turned around was also because she had spotted Zhou Chao. Only, she somewhat didn't expect that Hanfan, this little brat, chased over so fast and didn't even brake. Then, there was this little brat eating tofu thing that just happened. Wanqing, you. Zhou Chao's eyes widened as he tried to say something. I've told you many times, I don't want you to mind my business, I'll let whoever I like eat tofu. Xiao Wanqing's pretty face had already reddened from the roots of her ears to her neck. However, she deliberately acted close to Hanfan in order to get rid of the fly Zhou Chao. On the side, Hanfan had been dumbfounded. Xiao Wanqing, this schoolmate, so lawless? He had just come to report to the Godslayer Academy on the first day. This was not making him an enemy. However, Zhou Chao, this dog, Hanfan already had a grudge against him. The other day in Nanyang City Goblin Copy. The matter of his sneak attack on Hanfan was still fresh in Hanfan's mind. Grass mud horse. Little bastard, I haven't even gone to trouble you yet, and you just came to Godslayer Academy and you're stealing women from me? Zhou Chao's face grimaced in anger when he saw Xiao Wanqing protecting Hanfan like a calf. He's been chasing Xiao Wanqing for half a year. Dare he chase for half a year, but not as good as Hanfan coming for one day? No. It's only been half a day. Half a year for him, not as good as half a day for this dog Hanfan? Zhou Chao's heart was again angry and somewhat jealous. Zhou Chao, I advise you. Junior fan, weren't you just chasing after school, sister? Don't you want to show it? Xiao Wanqing didn't wait for Hanfan to finish his sentence and immediately interrupted him. Afterward, she smiled brightly and looked at Hanfan with shy anticipation. Hanfan's expression was stunned as he remembered the main event. Wanqing's senior sister, how about I treat you to dinner? Hanfan didn't want to pay any attention to this licking dog Zhou Chao. After all, it's still important to ask old sister Han Shijun about things. Yeah, schoolteacher just you asked me on a date yo, hee. After Xiao Wanqing finished speaking, she didn't care if Hanfan agreed or not and wrapped her arms around him and left. Hanfan's face stiffened and he instinctively tried to struggle. Don't move, I'll strangle you if you do. Xiao Wanqing's hand flew to Hanfan's waist, squeezing a few words out from between her teeth. Hanfan, who was struggling and trying to retract his arm, stiffened his face and wimped out. LOL. This schoolmate, difficult to deal with. Big head. Not far away, Zhou Chao saw Hanfan and Xiao Wanqing, close like a couple walked away, face fierce, eyes revealed intense killing opportunity. Dog, dare to snatch a woman from me, Zhou Chao, as soon as you come to Godslayer Academy, I want you to die. Zhou Chao finished talking to himself morosely and turned away angrily. The other side. Hanfan was forced to go to the restaurant for dinner by Xiao Wanqing. Although Hanfan wanted to call Wang to hammer up, Xiao Wanqing wouldn't let him. And that grandson, Wang Sledgehammer, ran out of sight at some point. When he arrived at the restaurant, Hanfan hurriedly said, Sister, where is Sister June? Where is she? Not in school? June went off to complete her assigned task at school, and when she left she instructed me to take care of you for a bit after you arrived. Not at school? Hanfan was filled with loss. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to meet her when he came to the Godslayer Academy. But I didn't want to, she wasn't at school. What, you still miss your old sister when you have my dainty, pretty, and whining pretty schoolmate with you? Hanfan's face stiffened and he looked at Xiao Wanqing awkwardly. This June's best friend, why does she look a little less than decent? Cluck. Look at your dumb look, no wonder June can't let go of you, tomorrow sister will take you to upgrade. Xiao Wanqing let out a small laugh, her fragrant shoulders trembling in a charming manner. No, I can go and upgrade by myself, I don't need you to lead me, senior sister. Hanfan looked at Xiao Wanqing and hurriedly avoided the sight. What's the matter, looking down on me, a healing transcendent? Xiao Wanqing furrowed her eyebrows and gritted her teeth. This stinking schoolboy. It's only just arrived at Deicide Academy. A level 21 summoning transcendent looks down on a level 29 healing transcendent? It's too much. Wanqing's senior sister, I don't mean that, didn't look down on you. No offense, then I'll meet you at the dorm in the morning, it's a deal. Hey. I haven't said yes yet. Do you want to get your ass kicked? Ugh, okay. Hanfan sighed and succumbed to the fists of Xiao Wanqing, the cranky schoolmate. To be honest, Hanfan really didn't need someone else to take him upgrading. With his 3 angelic servants, killing monsters across 5 levels was like a game. Instead, he was teaming up with others, getting in the way and affecting his upgrade speed. However, after all, it was June who had instructed Xiao Wanqing. It was also considered a good intention, so Hanfan could only accept it. Hanfan, I just looked everywhere for you and couldn't find you, and you actually sneak over here and date a beautiful woman? Suddenly, the sound of talking came from Hanfan's ears. Hanfan twisted his head to see that it was the black-faced Luoko Xin who walked in through the door. On the spot, Hanfan's heart cackled, feeling that he was going to be met. Luo Koxin, this little lowly, is also a master who can't be messed with. Koxin, don't talk nonsense, school sister Wanqing is my June sister BFF. Stinky brother, why are you still calling me a schoolmate? Didn't you just eat my tofu? Didn't you promise to call me a little baby? Call what? Call you a little baby? Hanfan was wide-eyed and confused. Xiao Wanqing, this school sister, is to put him to death. Rhythm ah. Chapter 32 Speak. Who ordered you to kill me? Yeah, I thought you promised me. Xiao Wanqing looked at Hanfan daintily, somewhat aggrieved. Just, the slyness in the bottom of that eye, what does that mean? Hanfan felt like he was going to be healed of brain blood from anger, and he didn't know what to say. Hanfan, you scum! You even promised my mom when you came here that you'd take care of me. You're actually here on your first day and you're dating these smelly schoolmates? Luo Kursen couldn't tell if it was true or not, so she was furious and stomped her feet, looking for Hanfan to settle the score. Kuxin, listen to me. Sister Wanqing is joking, I pressed. Hanfan was in a hurry, with a gust of headache. What's this with that? When did he promise Fangton that he would take care of her? Didn't we agree that when we got to college, we would help each other out? Go to hell, scumbag, I'll never talk to you again. Luo Kursen was in a fit of anger, which listened to Hanfan's ghostly explanations. She punched Hanfan in the face and ran off in a huff. Ouch! Kursen, why are you hitting people? Hiss! Hanfan raised his hand to cover his nose, grimacing in pain. Hanfan saw Luo Koxin running away and chased after her 2 steps. Only, when Hanfan realized that Luo Kursen was now in a fit of anger, harder to coax than a New Year's pig, he could only give up. Ha ha ha! Stinky schoolmate, still dare to eat my tofu? Prepare to kneel on the washboard. Xiao Wanqing laughed uncontrollably when she saw that Luo Koxin had been exasperated and ran away. Hanfan twisted his head to look at her smug face and was on the verge of stifling his tears. Sister Wanqing, you're being too ruthless. Originally, Hanfan wanted to explain to Xiao Wanqing that he and Luo Koxin were just ordinary friends. But, he thought better of it. He and Xiao Wanqing had only just met, so it didn't matter if he explained it or not. After eating, Hanfan returned to his dormitory and used his computer to check up on the Jinling copy. Jinling, one of the 12 main cities of Great Xia. The copy here is still very different from Nanyang City. It wasn't as if you could relax and upgrade just because you were admitted to the Deicide Academy. Instead, he'll have to work harder. After all, Elder Bai had instructed him yesterday when he was in the Trial Divine Hall. Let him rush through the levels as fast as he can when he arrives at the Godslayer Academy. Half a month later, Elder Bai would come to pick him up and take him to participate in the joint trial between the Great Summer and Sakura Kingdom. Although, Hanfan wasn't sure what this joint trial was and in what form it was unfolding. But in such matters of honor for his country, he must do his best. Brother Fan, a schoolmate just came downstairs and asked you to go to that grove at the back of the school, someone is looking for you. When Hanfan understood the location of the coordinates of all the ranked copies in Jinling, Wang de Hammer ran his ass in. A schoolmate is looking for me? Asked me to go to the backwoods? Hanfan's expression froze, confused. Sister? The backwoods? What's the situation? Yeah, pretty wild looking. Brother Fan is just awesome, it's only been here for a day and you have schoolgirls looking for you to go on a date in the grove at night. Pay attention, Jinling main city this side of the house price is very expensive, we just got into the university, have to study first, do not accidentally pregnant. Wang de Hammer, with his thieving eyebrows, reminded Hanfan there in a manner. You, don't fill my head with filth, I'm a decent guy, the straight and narrow kind. Hanfan kicked Wang de Hammer in the ass and got up to walk towards the outside of the dormitory. At this moment, Hanfan's mind was filled with doubts. Which schoolmate was it, looking for him in the middle of the night? There's a trip to the backwoods of the school to be made. Could it be, it's Xiao Wanqing? I don't think so. During the daytime, Wang Sledgehammer had seen Xiao Wanqing and definitely recognized her. Since it wasn't Xiao Wanqing, who could it be? Rochelle? Wang Sledgehammer mistook her for a sophomore sister? It's possible. With doubts in his mind, Hanfan arrived at the small forest at the back of the school. The entire backwoods grove was gray, with only the street lamps lining the trail, emitting a withered yellow glow. Other than that, not a single figure. Where are the people? Hanfan was dumbfounded and his puzzlement intensified. Hanfan searched the grove for half a day, but there was still nothing. He was just about to go back to bed in his dormitory after seeing no one. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme danger struck. Hanfan's face suddenly changed when he felt that danger instantly. Instinctively, Hanfan summoned the angelic servant. Giggle. Hanfan had just summoned an angelic servant when a sharp short blade viciously stabbed him in the chest. Boo! A red light came on. The angel servant takes damage on behalf of its master feature activates. Hanfan was unharmed, but the angelic servant that had just been summoned, along with a miserable scream, turned into nothingness and disappeared into the air. Hanfan's face was filled with horror as he frantically retreated. At that moment, a black shadow slowly appeared in the air in front of Hanfan. An inch-haired man in a black mask with eyes like knives. Hanfan immediately threw a detection spell over. Sufei, level 35, Assassin Transcendent. Hanfan's scalp went numb. Ghost schoolmates are looking for him. It was the assassin-type Transcendent in front of him who had tricked him into coming here to kill him. You. Who are you? I have no grudge against you, why are you trying to kill me? Hanfan angrily rebuked and immediately summoned the other two angelic servants. Ha! A mere level 21 brittle summoning type Transcendent took a blow from my vitals and didn't die? The masked man was filled with surprise when he saw that the fatal blow had failed to end Hanfan's life. I asked you a question. Who sent you? Hanfan's face was grim and morose, gradually calming down after his initial panic. The one who wants you dead. As the words fell, the masked man's figure, once again, strangely disappeared into the air. In a flash, Hanfan sweated. Queen's Blessing! Hanfan bellowed and executed the soul skill attached to the divine bone, Queen's Blessing. The Queen's Blessing has a constant supply of regeneration and is also immune to one mortal wound. Hanfan had just put the Queen's Blessing's aura buff effect that enveloped himself and his angelic servant. The chilling dagger then appeared bizarrely at the vital point of his neck once again. Hanfan had a red light coming out of his body, but he wasn't dead or injured. What? How is that possible? The masked man lost his voice and exclaimed. The first strike didn't kill Hanfan, it could only mean that Hanfan had, on his body, a prevention of fatal injury equipment. This second time, I'm surprised it didn't kill. The masked man immediately felt something was wrong. The gun of judgment. Hanfan let out a hiss from his mouth. The golden-colored lance instantly coalesced in the palm of Hanfan's hand. In hell! Dare to kill me? I'll make you regret being born in this world. What's wrong with Hanfan's level 21? But don't forget, he not only has SSS level talent. The super divine product Demonic Soul 6-Winged Angel, moreover, possesses the attribute doubling trait. Therefore, the power of this soul skill that Hanfan had unleashed with anger was quite terrifying. Put! With a muffled sound, the masked male transcendent in front of him, who had broken the concealment, was directly pierced through his body by the sharp spear. Ah! Miserable screams came from the masked man's mouth. His body instantly collapsed to the ground, struggling and screaming in pain. Hanfan came to the masked man with a fierce face and stepped on his face, saying morosely, "Who are you? And who instructed you to kill me?" I don't know what you're talking about." The masked man was still trying to argue. Unfortunately, he had somewhat overestimated Hanfan's patience. Hanfan took out a knife from the system storage and slashed his arm. Chapter 33, Letting You Go? Did I say I'd let you go? Ah! The mournful screams resurfaced as the masked man struggled frantically. Unfortunately, he couldn't move as he was being stepped on by Hanfan's face. Hanfan looked at him with a grimace on his face and said, "I'm a person who doesn't really like to ask things a third time. For the last time, who instructed you to kill me?" You. This is the Godslayer Academy, killing is against the law." The masked man's eyes were red, staring resentfully at Hanfan as he angrily warned. "Put!" Hanfan raised his hand and slashed again, cutting off his other arm. The masked man was already screaming in pain, his body twitching. "You don't have to answer, I'll send you on your way now." Hanfan wasn't from this world. He was never merciful to his enemies. Don. Kill me, I said, it is Zhou Xiao. The masked man pissed himself. Originally, he had thought that Hanfan was just a freshman who had just arrived at the Godslayer Academy. Even if he failed to assassinate Hanfan, threatening Hanfan like this. Hanfan must have some scruples and didn't dare to really do anything to him. Nay, he seemed to have overestimated himself and underestimated Hanfan's heart. When Hanfan raised his hand without warning and cut off his other arm, the masked man wet his pants. He knew that Hanfan wasn't joking with him and really dared to kill him. Zhou Xiao? Zhou Chao? Hanfan's expression was stunned and he said morosely. Yes. Yes, during the daytime, you and Xiao Wanqing have a close relationship, and he is jealous in his heart, plus the revenge of his brother's death before, he also counted on you. A new grudge plus an old grudge, that's why I've moved against you and asked me to kill you. I've told you everything, so you can let me go, can't you? After the masked man finished speaking, he intended to flee. Hanfan's gaze then fell on him and he sneered, let you go? Did I say I was going to let you go? You brute, you don't honor your word, you don't count your words? Ha! Words don't count? Words that don't count? First, I didn't promise to let you go, and second, does a scum like you deserve to live in the world? Hanfan smiled coldly, and the ferocious light under his eyes steeped up. In the next moment, he directly ended this masked man's life with a single slash. It's not that Hanfan is cruel. This dog has put Hanfan's life in danger. It's safe to say. If Hanfan hadn't sensed the danger and summoned the angelic servant out a moment before the crisis occurred. I'm afraid he's lying on the ground now, a cold corpse. Ask, will this masked man be merciful and not kill him? Kindness to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. This was even more so in a world where the weak were the strong and everyone could awaken a demonic soul. He is not a Madonna, nor is he evil. He doesn't go out of his way to cause trouble, but who dares to mess with him? There's only one way to end up, dead. After Hanfan slaughtered this masked male transcendent, he saw the mask on his face, which seemed to be a treasure, and immediately picked it up and put it into the warehouse. There was also the pair of daggers he used, which Hanfan also laughed at. After all, how can you not want the spoils of war when you've killed the enemy? After picking up a few pieces of equipment, Hanfan didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, this was the Godslayer Academy. If others saw him kill this masked man, I'm afraid that the problem is only going to be bad. Hanfan immediately turned around to go back. Right at this moment, Hanfan abruptly realized that not far behind him, at some point, there was a girl in red standing. The sudden turn of events startled him. This girl in red, when did she appear? Why wasn't he alerted at all? Not only him, but even the two angelic servants were not aware of anything. That's a little scary. Who are you? This masked man's accomplice? Hanfan looked at her warily and threw over a detection spell. Unknown. 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 The series of unknowns creeped Hanfan out and he sucked in a cool breath. This girl in red, what's her story? Could it be that she possessed equipment that prevented people from prying eyes? Bah! Who's a companion to such trash? I was just passing by and happened to notice a bustle over here and came over to take a look. The girl in red had a pair of large Kazran eyes, bony and confused, not knowing what the hell she was thinking. However, Hanfan also found out. She didn't seem hostile. Otherwise, the girl in red was perfectly capable of making a sudden sneak attack to strike when his back was turned. Hilarity over, can we go then? Hanfan stared at her and picked up. As Hanfan's words fell, her eyes, which were as big as secondaries, immediately stared hard at him. Hanfan was puzzled by the way she looked at him. What do you keep staring at me for, pretty lady? I don't seem to be talking. You just want to leave like this? Let me tell you, even if you're a genius demon, if this matter isn't dealt with cleanly, you'll have to eat your words if someone finds out. The girl in red gave a kind word of caution. Hanfan frowned slightly and said, what do you mean? You're planning to use the opportunity to extort and ask me for hush money? Hey! How do you people talk? Does this auntie look like the kind of shameless villain who sees money? I was just kindly reminding you. Well, I misunderstood you, what do you suggest, beautiful? Hanfan's face was quite embarrassed, feeling that this red-clothed girl's character was a bit odd and puzzling. Bring it! When the girl in red heard Hanfan's words, her small hands spread out. What? Hanfan stared wide-eyed, a little confused. For a while, Hanfan failed to figure out what the girl in red, this reaching out meant. I'll help you clean it up, I'm a pro at this kind of destruction. What? What? Pay money and you take care of it for me? Hanfan looked at the girl in red and wondered if he had heard wrong. Yeah, you don't think you want me to handle it for free, do you? That's no good. At most I'll give you a 20% discount on the first order, no less. It doesn't make any money. After Hanfan double-checked that he hadn't misheard and that the girl in red hadn't expressed herself wrongly, he began to be skeptical. However, even though the girl in red was behaving a bit oddly, but it would be worth spending a little money to take care of tonight, and take care of it cleanly. Hanfan paid the money and was curious about the girl in red handling the masked man's body. The girl in red walked over and mouthed the words. In the next moment, Hanfan saw the masked man's body float up. Boom! Before Hanfan could figure out what was going on, a muffled sound came. Then, Hanfan saw the masked man's corpse, with not even a crumb of bone left. What kind of soul skill is this? Is it so powerful? Hanfan's scalp went numb as he watched, his heart shocked beyond measure. And so on. He spent 800 yen and it's over in 2 seconds? What did the girl in red just say? No money? Suddenly, Hanfan felt a sense of being a great injustice. Good cooperation, you can still call me for this kind of thing in the future, bye. While Hanfan was confused, the girl in red walked over, took the initiative to pull up Hanfan's hand and shake it, and turned to walk away. Hanfan raised his head and looked at her dumbfounded. Pit him for $180,000. That's it? Chapter 34, Your brother is missing, why are you looking for me? Godslayer Academy, truly worthy of being one of the 4 major institutions of higher learning in Great Xia, Demon Academy. Any random student you meet is an eccentric demonic personality. And so on. I forgot to ask her name. Where can I find her? Hanfan chased after him for a few steps and realized that the girl in red had long since disappeared. Hanfan could only go back to the dormitory first when he saw that the girl in red had left. Holy, Van, dating a schoolmate and back so soon? Hanfan had just returned to the dormitory when Wang De Hammer ghosted. Just a few words, too. Hanfan's face was rather embarrassed as he explained. He didn't tell Wang De Hammer what had just happened, in the grove at the back of the campus. After all, the less people know about such things, the better. A few words? I don't believe it. Brother Fan, are you unable to do it? Wang Sledgehammer stared at Hanfan with a skeptical face. What doesn't work? Hanfan's expression was stunned, and for a moment, he didn't react to what he meant by this. Kidney deficiency. Kidney deficiency is okay. 10 men, 9 kidney deficiency, I have kidney tonic medicine here, tomorrow give you the whole point, hey. Wang Sledgehammer said and laughed cheaply. Only at this point did Hanfan realize what Wang De Hammer meant by this grandson's words. On the spot, Hanfan's face darkened and he kicked him away. Your family's kidneys are weak, my kidneys are strong, said it's not what you think, give me another head full of dirt, kill you. Hanfan cursed a few sentences of Wang De Hammer and was too lazy to be bothering with this. Afterward, Hanfan laid down on the bed, opened the attribute panel, and checked it out. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 2138.66%. Power, 6000 max. Element, 6000 max. Technique, 5400. Speed, 5630. Body mass, 5890. Lucky, 88. Gifted, SSS. Demon Soul, 6-Winged Angel Super God, Awakened 1-3. Note, Characteristic 1, Summons Angelic Servants 2-3, Characteristic 2, Angelic Servants take damage for the Master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of the Master and Angelic Servants are doubled. Soul Technique, Gun of Judgment Level 2, 3rd Order, Proficiency 107-500, Ghost Breath 9 Blades Level 1, 4th Order, Proficiency 92-100. Divine Bone, Medusa Skull Earth Grade, Soul Skill, Queen's Blessing. Equipment, Heavenly Bow Rare, Centipede King Ring Rare. It was hard to raise 3 angelic servants, but one actually died. He would also have to summon a Black Iron 1-star angel servant and re-upgrade it when he arrived at the copy tomorrow. The more Hanfan thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhou Chao, right. Waiting. I'll send you right away to be reunited with your brother. But after tonight's attack, Hanfan had also discovered his weakness. After summoning the angelic servant, he was strong. But it's still very weak until you summon an angelic servant. And, if the enemy sneak attacked him in the vitals, then even the angel servant would likewise be fatally injured. It looked like he'd have to turn around and figure out how to patch up his weaknesses. Hanfan then turned his attention to the black mask and the pair of daggers in the system storage. Black Auger Stinger, rare weapon, strength plus 150, skill plus 200, speed plus 220, characteristics, 33% chance of fatal strike, available after level 20. Black Fox Mask, rare mask, plus 150 skill, plus 200 speed, characteristics, stealth, lasts 15 seconds, available 3 times a day, available after level 25. Equipment is categorized as common, fine, excellent, rare, epic, perfect, etc. The National High School Examiner, but only rewarded with a gold rare equipment. And these 2 pieces of equipment that were casually picked up from the masked man were actually all gold rare equipment. This was something Hanfan hadn't expected. The Black Jiao Poison Thorn, Hanfan couldn't use it. After all, he wasn't an assassin-type transcendent who specialized in one-hit kills. However, that Black Fox mask filled Hanfan with interest. You can be invisible 3 times a day for 15 seconds each time. No wonder, the masked man could noiselessly appear beside him and unleash a fatal blow. However, this thing can only be worn after level 25. Hanfan could only temporarily throw him into the system storage and eat dust. The other side. Zhou Chao was waiting in the dormitory for Su Fei to return. Waiting and waiting, hours passed in a row. Su Fei is still late. Young Zhou, could Su Fei have missed? In the dormitory, one of Zhou Chao's junior brothers immediately worried. Missed? That dog is only a level 21 summoning transcendent. Last time I casually struck him, he vomited blood. Su Fei is a level 35 assassin, it's impossible for him to miss. Zhou Chao said with fanatical confidence. Indeed, the reality is that this is the case. Which student who was able to get into the Godslayer Academy was not a demon or one of the best in the country? It was true that Hanfan was the top scholar of the National College Entrance Examination this year, and his popularity overpowered all previous candidates, shocking the entire Transcendental Alliance headquarters. But, after all, there are only 21 levels. And a brittle summoner at that. Su Fei is a level 35 assassin. Killing him is as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog. The little brother saw this and said no more. Only, the night passed, and Zhou Chao didn't wait for Su Fei to come back. By the end of the day, his mesmerizing confidence was gradually replaced by a grim scowl. Early morning. Hanfan hadn't even woken up yet when the door to his dormitory was kicked open. Hanfan, get your ass out here. With a growl, Zhou Chao rushed in through the door. Hanfan, who was sleeping soundly, was startled. When he saw that the visitor was Zhou Chao, his face instantly chilled and a cold light flickered under his eyes. And he went to settle a score with this dog and sent himself to the door? Does he really think he's soft and easy to bully? Zhou Chao, you want to die, don't you? Hanfan got off the bed and said morosely. At this moment, Hanfan made up his mind. As long as Zhou Chao dared to make the first move today, even if his father and mother came, Hanfan would kill him today. Little bastard, who do you think wants to die? Let me ask you, why is my brother Su Fei missing? Zhou Chao's face chilled as he questioned morosely. After Hanfan heard Zhou Chao, he looked at him like he was retarded and said, "Your brother is missing and you're asking me? Why don't you ask your parents if he went to your house? Grass mud horse. You seek death." Zhou Chao instantly became furious when he saw that Hanfan, a freshman who had just arrived at the Godslayer Academy, was so rampant. The next moment, he was about to make his move and slaughter Hanfan on the spot. "Zhou Chao, you dare to try touching little Fan's schoolmate today?" A chorus of voices came through the door. Hanfan looked up and realized that it was Qiao Wanqing who had suddenly arrived. At this time, Hanfan was wearing a pair of shorts. He saw Qiao Wanqing coming and hurriedly picked up the bedclothes and put them over his body. "Wanqing, what brings you here?" Zhou Chao's face stiffened and he frowned with a gloomy expression. "It's none of your business why I'm here. Do I have to report back to you when I come to see little Fan's schoolmate?" "Wanqing, I didn't mean that. Junior Fan, are you alright?" Qiao Wanqing hitched and ignored Zhou Chao's explanation, walking straight to Hanfan's body with gentle concern. This scene nearly made Zhou Chao angry and healed with blood in his brain. Chapter 35, Sister Wanqing, are you sure you're not a female hooligan? "Sister Wanqing, I'm fine. This dog thing came over early in the morning and kicked in the door of my dormitory, questioning me about his family's dog and how it disappeared. Do you think it's retarded?" Hanfan shook his head at Qiao Wanqing and sneered as he humiliated Zhou Chao. Xiao Wanqing's face became even more ironclad and unsightly when she heard this. Zhou Chao, you've had enough. It's not your turn to meddle in who I, Xiao Wanqing, like in who I'm with. Why are you biting at me all day like a mangy dog? At least you are the young master of the Black Shark Gang, don't you have any self-respect? Xiao Wanqing didn't know that Hanfan had killed Su Fei. After she heard Hanfan's explanation, she immediately felt that Zhou Chao was just finding a random excuse to purposely pick on Hanfan. Therefore, she no longer kept her face and sneered on the spot. Wanqing, you. Zhou Chao's face was instantly suffocated in red and he was trembling. At this point, Zhou Chao was dumbfounded. Last night, when Su Fei went to kill Hanfan, he ordered him to do it. But can he blatantly say such things? Can't. The school has a clear rule that students can't kill each other or there will be serious consequences. One night passed, and Su Fei disappeared as if he were on Earth. And then look at Hanfan, the dog, actually not a hair missing, alive and well. To say that this matter has nothing to do with him, Zhou Chao will not believe it to death. Knowing full well that Su Fei's disappearance was Hanfan's doing, he couldn't say anything. Zhou Chao really had to hold in his blood. Especially Hanfan's expression of looking at a retard and being innocent himself. Truly, Zhou Chao couldn't wait to break Hanfan into pieces right now and throw him into the Jiling moat to feed the fish. Hanfan, today I'll spare your life for the sake of Wanqing. You step on the horse and be careful. It was only after a long time that Zhou Chao took a deep breath and threatened Hanfan morosely. Zhou Chao, what do you mean by that? Threatening Junior Fan? Xiao Wanqing's face stiffened as she questioned in a cold voice. Ha? A threat? Is there one? I was just kindly reminding him. Zhou Chao smiled morosely. You. Xiao Wanqing was trembling with anger. At this point, Zhou Chao no longer continued to stay longer and turned away grimly. Hanfan looked at Zhou Chao's departing back and his gaze flickered for a moment. Junior Fan, Zhou Chao, this beast is bullying other students all over the school on account of being the youngest master of the Black Shark Gang, so you should be careful in the future. Xiao Wanqing instructed a sentence. In the face of Zhou Chao's lawlessness and bullying behavior, Xiao Wanqing didn't have a clue what to do, so she can only remind Hanfan of the sentence. Sister Wanqing, don't worry, if he doesn't come to mess with me, that's all. If he dares to mess with me, I'll make him break his arms and legs. Put. You little brat, just blow it. Eh? Senior Sister Wanqing, where did I brag? If you hadn't come today, he would have already died. You saved his life, not me. Hanfan said to Xiao Wanqing with a serious face. This is not nonsense on his part. Just now, when Zhou Chao was about to make the first move, he had already moved to kill. It was only because of Xiao Wanqing's sudden arrival that Hanfan didn't kill Zhou Chao. If Xiao Wanqing had come a minute later, Zhou Chao would already be lying on the ground as a corpse. He, Hanfan, didn't like to cause trouble, but he definitely wasn't afraid of it either. He wants anyone who messes with him dead. Xiao Wanqing scoffed at Hanfan's serious bragging. Pressing on. Let's not talk about the fact that this is a school, and it's bad luck to kill someone. Let's say Hanfan is a level 21 kid, can he be a match for level 33 transcendent Zhou Chao? It's not bragging, what is it? Boys love to save face. Let's go, senior sister will take you to upgrade. Xiao Wanqing pulled Hanfan and headed out. Sister Wanqing, this isn't necessary, is it? I myself. Ouch. Wanqing senior sister, what are you pinching me for? Hanfan hesitated and acted reluctantly. He's been used to being alone. Moreover, he upgraded alone much faster than teaming up with someone. Therefore, Hanfan didn't want Xiao Wanqing to take her to upgrade at all. Only, Xiao Wanqing didn't agree and didn't wait for him to finish his words before she pinched the soft flesh around his waist. Can be smooth. Hanfan grimaced and wailed in pain. Your sister asked me to take care of you, so I must take care of you, or I won't be able to explain when she comes back and comes after me. Ugh. Sister June is really 2, I'm not 3 years old anymore, okay? Hanfan sighed with a bitter smile. Afterward, Hanfan was pulled out of the dormitory by Xiao Wanqing's hard pull. In the corridor, those freshmen, looking straight drooling, full of envy. All freshmen. How come there are no sophomore or junior sisters to take them through the monsters and upgrades? If you're handsome, you can do whatever you want? Jealousy, which makes them look bad. Walking to the stairway, Hanfan remembered that he hadn't made a wish yet today. I wish that my luck becomes higher. Hanfan's heart silently made a small green wish. luck, 95. As Hanfan finished his wish, there was a small increase in his luck value. 95 luck points, 5 of which are added by the Centipede King ring. In fact, Hanfan's lucky value was only 90 points. Counting up, from the day the demonic soul awakened, Hanfan had already made 10 small green wishes, accumulating 10 points of wish power. However, on the second day of Hanfan's awakening of his demonic soul, he used his remaining 100 points of wishing power to wish for SSS grade natural talent. So, he is now only accumulating 9 points of wish power. Tomorrow. As long as he gets to tomorrow, he can gather 10 wish points and make a medium blue wish. Hanfan felt that a blue wish could pull the luck value completely full. Back in the day, he could wish for other things. Sister Wanqing, aren't we going to upgrade? Why did we come to the school building? After Hanfan finished his wish, he was filled with doubt when he saw that Xiao Wanqing was not heading out of the school, but rather coming to the school building. Idiot. It's not true that she'll take you to fight monsters and upgrade, but you can make some extra money by taking some quests along the way, right? Xiao Wanqing blanched at Hanfan with a "you're so stupid" expression. Sister Wanqing, I've only just come to the university. Before in high school, I only studied the theoretical knowledge of transcendentals. Okay, how do I understand this? Hanfan awkwardly protested a sentence. Afterward, Xiao Wanqing led Hanfan to the mission hall of the teaching building. On the wall in front, there was a huge screen. On the screen, a variety of tasks were listed. Much like an MMO, it's easy to understand at first glance. After the quest introduction, there are level requirements, completion rewards and other information. Because it was the first time he had taken on a mission, Xiao Wanqing had only brought Hanfan to familiarize himself with the process. After selecting a task, go to that tutor who posted the task and register. Registration is relatively simple, just sign your name. After taking over the mission, Xiao Wanqing led Hanfan towards the outside of the school. Sister Wanqing, why is your rank so low? On the way to the copy, Hanfan inquired suspiciously. The Godslayer Academy, as one of the 4 great institutions of higher learning in Great Xia. Minimum qualifications for admission, both at level 20. And Xiao Wanqing is with his sister Han Shijuan a student. It's all sophomore year now. It's reasonable to think that even if the upgrade is slow, it should be 30 levels or more. You think who all with your sister leveling maniac like every day to go to the copy of the leveling, how boring, which is not flirting with elementary school brother like you, bubble bar to the free and easy. Xiao Wanqing blanched at Hanfan and suddenly hooked his chin when she wasn't looking. Instantly, Hanfan was confused. Is this female hooligan? Chapter 36 Angelic Sword Servant, evolving into an angel girl? Well, it's my pattern that's small. Hanfan took a step back and knocked off Xiao Wanqing's rogue hands, his face full of speechlessness. He. All of a sudden, school sister realized that you're getting cuter and cuter the more I look at you. Hey! Sister Wanqing, how do you talk? I call this handsome. How can a boy be described as cute? I'm cute when I say cute. Talk back to me again and I'll kick your ass. Xiao Wanqing rolled up her sleeves with an arrogant expression of what I say. Seeing this, Hanfan wisely chose to shut up. At this moment, he made up his mind that he would definitely not team up with her for tomorrow's copy practicing. The two of them went to the level 20 copy of the Skeleton Cave in Jinling. The Skeleton Cave copy, the lowest ranked Transcendentals copy in Jinling City. According to the information Hanfan consulted last night to understand. A copy of the Skeleton Cave, with 3 levels. The first level boss is the Skeleton Knight. The second level is the Tomb Keeper. The third level is the Skeleton King. The reason why the Skull Cave replica, which is popular, is quite famous. It's because of the Skeleton Cave copy that explodes the skeleton set. This is the Transcendentals, the most initial set. Before the Transcendentals were generally low in rank and up in strength. The combat power bonus of the equipment is very substantial. And, the set has additional attributes. Of course, this level 20 skeleton set didn't seem to be much of an upgrade for Hanfan, the pervert. After all, a few of his angelic servants were slashing monsters. Wanqing, why did you just come? We've been waiting for you for half a day. Xiao Wanqing led Hanfan to a copy of the Skeleton Cave when a pair of men and women appeared in front of them. They grumbled the moment they saw Xiao Wanqing. Hanfan's expression was stunned and somewhat puzzled as he said, Sister Wanqing, there are other people in the group besides the two of us? Originally. Hanfan was very reluctant to bring Xiao Wanqing, the drag bottle, into the group. Now, he was even more upset when he realized there were others. Although he is low level, but his magic soul is powerful. His 6-dimensional attribute thief is strong. He can cross the level of the second monster. What? Team up? Wanqing, you're going to take this level 21 rookie and team up together? Before Xiao Wanqing had a chance to explain, it was the pair who sneered first. Hanfan looked toward the guy named Sun Hao. His eyes are squinted, his chin raised, his nostrils looking up. Hanfan looked at him like that and suspected that he had fallen asleep. Otherwise, why this look? Sun Hao, this is Xiaofan's school brother, my friend. He just came to the university yesterday. He is not familiar with the Jinling copy. I promised to take him to upgrade. Xiao Wanqing hurriedly explained the sentence. Obviously, Xiao Wanqing should be part of Sun Hao's team. However, she hadn't told Sun Hao and the two men in advance that she was going to take Hanfan on a team. This rookie is only level 21, killing monsters 5 levels higher or lower doesn't give experience, so you're asking me to take him upgrading without practicing myself? You're kidding. That's right, he can't even get into the second level of the skeleton cave. Now at this time of the year, looking for someone to bring upgrades, the price isn't cheap yo. Sun Hao and the woman on the side, Sweetness, sang together how they were not willing to take Hanfan to upgrade. Or, moreover, they mean clearly that it's fine if you want to bring upgrades, you have to pay for it, it's not free. You guys? Xiao Wanqing's face changed slightly, and she was too angry to speak. Originally, she thought that taking Hanfan for a few days would not be a big problem. After all, before, Sun Hao and Sugar didn't call out to upgrade, and she didn't say anything. However, what Xiao Wanqing didn't expect was that by the time she brought someone over, they not only didn't agree, but also verbally humiliated and mocked. How could Xiao Wanqing not be angry? Wanqing, it's not that we don't want to bring it, such a tired person. What do we want by bringing him to exhaust himself playing copies? We can take him if we want to, for your sake. How about giving him a 10% discount and paying to take him? Sweet Bitchy said with an innocent look on her face. It seemed that she had eaten up the fact that Xiao Wanqing was a healing transcendent and had no way to bring Hanfan upgrading alone. Xiao Wanqing's face was blue and she was already too angry to speak. Seeing this, Hanfan hurriedly said, Sister Wanqing, you don't need to take me to upgrade, it's just a level 20 copy, I can single brush and upgrade by myself. Oh. It's just a level 20 copy, solo upgrade? A team, physical output, spell output, control, healing and so on are indispensable. You're a freshman who just came to Jiling, and you dare to spout off about soloing the skeleton cave? Are you trying to laugh me to death? Sugar sneered and scoffed nonchalantly. On the side, Xiao Wanqing's face was ironic and persuaded, little fan schoolmate, don't be anxious, they don't want to take forget it, I'll call out to other friends to take you. School sister Wanqing, no need, don't worry, a mere copy of the skeleton cave is not hard enough to defeat me. Hanfan waved his hand in refusal. Originally, he had been reluctant to team up with Xiao Wanqing. It's a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to solo the skeleton cave copy, that way the upgrade can still be faster. Therefore, after Hanfan's words fell, he didn't give Xiao Wanqing a chance to speak, and directly clicked on the skeleton cave hell difficulty copy and entered it. The skeleton cave copy was different from the goblin copy that Hanfan had fought in Nanyang City. After all, it was a high-level copy that exploded sets, and it was divided into 3 levels. Therefore, the difficulty is also divided into 4 difficulties, easy, hard, nightmare and hell. What? Did I read that right? This rookie went into a hell difficulty copy? Hell difficulty copies, the lowest monster level is level 25, he is only level 21, really think he is a god? In 5 minutes at most, he will surely come out like a lost dog. Sun Hao and Sugar both, after their expressions were stunned, once again mocked in a conspiratorial manner. Xiao Wanqing ignored it and was filled with worry. This little brat, exactly like his sister's eccentric temper. Misfit, too impulsive. On the other hand, Hanfan immediately summoned the angelic sword servant and the angelic dharma servant after arriving in the skeleton cave. As for the angelic ice servant, it was attacked by that dog Su Fei last night and hiccuped. All you can do is summon a black iron 1-star angelic servant and level up again. Zhou Chao, wait for me, when I find time to come back, I'll definitely kill you. Hanfan cursed and resummoned another angelic servant. Kill the monsters. Upgrade. Successfully killed skeleton warrior, experience plus 7,800. Successfully killed skeleton blade runner, experience plus 9,500. Looking at the experience value that was dawdling up, Hanfan somewhat missed the double experience scroll that Luoko Xin had sent earlier. That thing, where the hell did that come from? At first, the 2 experience scrolls that Luoko Xin had sent him seemed to be only elementary yet. A primary experience scroll is double experience. What if it's intermediate or advanced? Back in the day, he would have to ask around where there were experience scrolls for sale and get a few back to use. The Black Iron 1-star angelic servant that was just summoned had a relatively low 5-dimensional attribute. Hanfan only dared to let it follow and pick up experience. Otherwise, if he was slashed by those skeletons, he would probably have to be slashed in seconds. However, with the huge amount of experience value added, it upgrades rubbed off on me too. In a short while, Hanfan saw that it had risen in stars, to 2 stars of Black Iron. After reaching the Black Iron 2-star, the angelic servant's attribute value went up quite a bit. But it's still not enough to face the elite monster skeleton warrior, which is up to level 25. Hanfan pondered in his mind that he would only have to ascend to bronze 1-star or above to have initial combat power. Practice. Practice. Keep practicing. For a leveling maniac like Hanfan, there was nothing happier than watching the experience value dabble and get stronger bit by bit. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Afternoon. After the angelic sword servant raised the long sword in his hand and slayed a skeleton swordsman once again, a dazzling aura lit up on it. Upgraded. Previously, the angelic sword servant's grade was bronze 7 stars. Now that it has been upgraded again, it's set to be a silver 1 star. And so on. Girls? Angelic sword servant, after rising to 1 star of silver, evolve into a sweet-looking, exquisitely pretty angel girl with a pair of cute little horns on her head? Hanfan stared wide-eyed, confused as a whole. Chapter 37 Sword Angel Awakening Second Soul Skill, Wall of Radiance. This angel girl, she's just beautiful. In the past, the helmet that covered the face's visage was gone. The point is, before the grade broke through the silver 1 star, Hanfan didn't see it male or female either. How did you become a pretty and cute girl after upgrading to a silver 1 star? Angel of the Sword, greetings to the master. Just as Hanfan's mind was confused, the angel girl came over with a surplice and bowed to Hanfan. Hanfan glanced slightly toward her, breathing a little sharply, and hastily averted his eyes. You can talk? After Hanfan's words left his mouth, he felt that his question was somewhat idiotic. This angel girl, to not be able to talk. Is that a ghost talking to him? Well, after my slave advanced to bring a silver 1 star, she opened up her spiritual intelligence and is similar to a normal human. The angel girl nodded her head obediently, answering Hanfan's question. At this time, Hanfan realized that the angelic sword servant name had also changed. Sword Angel. Grade, silver 1 star 0.02%. Power, 10,000. Element, 3,000. Skill, 10,000. Speed, 10,000. Body mass, 10,000. Soul technique, Holy Light / Wall of Radiance. Hiss. Hanfan sucked in a breath of cool air after reading the Sword Angel's 5 dimensions. All but the elemental attributes broke 10,000. Even, she had automatically learned the second soul skill, Wall of Radiance. Awesome. An angelic servant was actually more powerful than even he, his master. Hanfan, who was the master, was really sweating a bit. Master, you don't have any orders, slave went to kill the monsters. Seeing that Hanfan was dumbfounded and didn't speak, the Sword Angel once again respectfully said, Well, go ahead. Hanfan returned to his senses and feigned calmness. At this point, he had to act like he had seen the world. Otherwise, how embarrassing if you're just like the Hicks. Yes. The Sword Angel answered and flapped his wings, flying over to kill the monsters. Buzz. The second soul skill, Wall of Radiance, was activated. In a flash, only 3 slowly rotating shields appeared around the Sword Angel's body. The shield is a transparent color that glows white. The attacks of those skeleton warriors that landed on her were all swatted away, unable to cause any damage to her. Hanfan once again sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw this. This defensive soul skill was awesome, making the Sword Angel's ability to resist punches raised by a large margin. Is it really good for a fine angelic girl, carrying a big sword, to rush through the monsters and grumpily sword a little friend? Suddenly, a white light lit up on Hanfan. Upgraded. 22 level. Hanfan immediately commanded the 3 angelic servants to move forward after he had risen to level 22. Travel to the depths of the Cave of Skulls and kill level 27 monsters. Successfully killed Skeleton Berserker, experience plus 9,900. Successfully killed the Skeleton Wizard, experience plus 10,500. The first level of the Skull Cave, to the bottom. There's a staircase down ahead. Hanfan knew that there was the entrance to the second level of the Skeleton Cave. However, according to Hanfan checking the information last night, a copy of the Skeleton Cave on Hell difficulty, where the lowest monsters on the second tier are all level 28 or higher. So it wouldn't do him any good to go down there now. If there is a level difference of more than 5 levels, you will not gain experience by killing monsters. It's better to just be honest and refresh your points and upgrade in the deepest part of this first tier. Tai. Where did you come from, you little thief? You dare to come to this Night Lord's territory, looking for death? Suddenly, a loud cry came. Immediately after, Hanfan saw a skeleton knight wearing armor and riding a hellish bone horse appear in the biggest refreshment point in front of him. This knight's IQ wasn't low, and he actually knew how to curse. Did you brush the boss? Sword Angel, go up and slash it. Hanfan didn't bother to talk nonsense to the skeleton knight and directly ordered the Sword Angel. Yes, master. Holy light chop. The Sword Angel answered. In the next moment, she let out a chirp and flapped the white feathered wings on her back as she executed her first soul skill, Holy Light Slash. Boom! The powerful sword she blasted towards the Sword Angel, riding the hellish bone horse on the ground like it was destroying everything. Chirp! The Hell Bone Horse withstood the Sword Angel's heavy one-sword soul skill and let out a hissing sound as it fell back several steps. Stinky girl! Dare to hurt this lord's favorite horse, looking for death. Skeleton Warsword. The skeleton knight growled under his breath and raised the giant machete, which was larger than a man, and flew towards the Sword Angel with a vicious slash. The matchless blade awning swept up a gust of wind. Buzz! The wall of radiance around the Sword Angel's body lit up with 3 white lights and spun at an accelerated rate. Boom! The skeleton knight's matchless blade awnings ruthlessly impacted on the light shield surrounding the Sword Angel's body, emitting a roaring sound. Hanfan looked at the 3 light shields of the Sword Angel, and although they were not broken, the light was obviously much dimmer. Hanfan was horrified. This skeleton knight, so raw? He couldn't even deal with the Sword Angel whose 4-dimensional attributes broke 10,000? Hanfan hurriedly threw a detection spell over. Ha! Failed? I'll throw it again. Hanfan failed to detect successfully the first time and continued to throw a second detection spell. The Skeleton Knight attribute panel came out. Skeleton Knight Lord. Rank, 27. Power, 12,000. Element, 2,000. Technique, 7,000. Speed, 8,000. Body mass, 12,000. Soul technique, Skeleton Warblade, Knight's Impact. Hanfan was startled when he saw the Skeleton Knight attribute panel. A Lord-level boss? According to Hanfan's understanding, boss monsters are categorized into Ordinary Boss, Chief, Lord, and Great Lord. This Hell difficulty Skull Cave, the first level boss, is the Lord boss? Luckily for him, the Sword Angel, the grade was raised to Silver 1 star. If not, he would really have to flee like a lost dog today. Queen's Blessing. Hanfan saw the Sword Angel soloing the Skeleton Knight, which was very difficult, and directly threw out a gain buff. At the same time, he wasn't idle and began to assist in the attack. The Gun of Judgment. With a hiss, a golden lance instantly appeared in Hanfan's hand. Then, Hanfan ruthlessly blasted towards the Skeleton Knight. Holy Light Chop. Holy Red Flame. The Angel of the Sword and the Angelic Law Servant followed suit. As for Hanfan's angelic servant who had just been summoned and whose grade was still Black Iron, he could only hide in the distance and watch the fun. A battle of this level was not something that a rookie like it could participate in. Let alone not being attacked head-on by the Skeleton Knight, even a scrape from the aftermath could kill it. After Hanfan's Gun of Judgment blasted, he took out his Heaven-Shaking Bow again and shot wildly there. The Heaven-Shaking Bow, after all, is a golden rare equipment rewarded by the National College Entrance Examination, and its power is not weak. At this point, under Hanfan's frantic shooting, a storm of arrows fell onto the Skeleton Knights, which still had extremely strong damage. Ho ho ho! A few minutes later, the Skeleton Knight Lord, letting out an unwilling hissing roar, collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Congratulations on killing the Skeleton Knight Lord, experience plus 38,000. Hoo-hoo! Worthy of being a Lord class boss, the experience given is super high. But the difficulty of killing it, it's too much. Hanfan gasped for breath and complained with a tired and sweaty head. Actually, you can't blame Skeleton Knight for being too strong. First of all, this is a copy of Skull Cave Hell difficulty. Furthermore, the Skeleton Knight is a Lord class boss. In the past, those Transcendents had to have more than 5 people in their group, with super strong output, before they dared to come over and try to kill this tier 1 Guardian Lord level boss. Hanfan was good, a solo brush. Still not satisfied? Still tired? Have some face. Chapter 38 Chicken, give me your equipment and I'll take you to the next level tomorrow. Ha! Exploded a piece of equipment. At this time, Hanfan's spirit was lifted when he realized that a piece of red equipment had exploded by the side of the Skeleton Knight. Red gear. This was a color that only existed when the grade surpassed the rare epic grade of gold. Hanfan hurried over and picked it up to check it out. Skull Necklace Epic, Luck plus 10, Skill plus 500, Speed plus 500, Characteristics, Experience gain increased by 30%, one of the sets, available after level 22. One of the skeleton sets. With the feature of increasing experience gain by 30%? An upgrade artifact. Hanfan's eyes glowed with excitement. To top it all off, he had just gotten to level 22. Ready to wear now. It's true that just when you doze off, someone brings a pillow. Hanfan hurriedly put it on and killed monsters to try the effect. Successfully killed Skeleton Warrior, experience plus 12,870. Successfully killed Skeleton Mage, experience plus 14,300. It works. Experience gained, boosted by a large margin. The point is that this thing's experience value boost is not a one-time thing like an experience scroll. This is ridiculously strong. The next time, Hanfan was at the first level of the Skeleton Cave, the final refresh point, fighting monsters and leveling up. Originally, Hanfan was thinking that after the Skeleton Knight was killed once, it would continue to be refreshed later. As a result, he waited until the end of the copy time and didn't see a second Skeleton Knight. It looks like the Lord class boss is only brushed once a day, and will be gone after it's killed. In the evening, the copy time ended and Hanfan came out of the Skeleton Cave copy. Rank, 2288.66%. Originally, Hanfan thought that he could rush from level 21 to level 23 in one day. Now it seems that he thought a little too much. This still has the Skull Necklace 30% experience boost effect. Otherwise he gets even less experience. Junior fan, did you come out? Is everything alright? At that moment, the entrance to the replica flashed with light, and Xiao Wanqing came out as well. When Xiao Wanqing came out and saw Hanfan standing there, she quickly ran over. Sister Wanqing, I'm fine. Hanfan shook his head. Yo! This rookie has not left after coming out, ah? Let me see a whole day passed, pretending to enter the hell difficulty copy, ascending to Hao. What? 22 levels? Sun Hao came over and was just about to mock in a conspiratorial manner. Suddenly, he saw that Hanfan's level had actually risen to 22. Instantly, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor in shock and he lost his voice. At this time, Xiao Wanqing was also surprised and couldn't close her mouth. Just now, she only cared about Hanfan's situation to the point that she didn't pay attention to Hanfan's rank. Unexpectedly, Hanfan had actually risen to level 22. Days. How did he upgrade so fast? You know, when a Transcendent reaches level 20, the experience required to move up a level is several times that of the first 20 levels. The higher up you go, the more experience you need. Normally speaking, from level 21 to level 22, if you have someone to guide you, you can upgrade in 3 days, which is very fast. And Hanfan, in just 1 day? Is this, like, a living hell? Little fan schoolmate, how did you upgrade so fast? Xiao Wanqing took a deep breath and inquired. Sun Hao and Sugar hurriedly pricked up their ears and listened. That's what they want to know. Could it be that he's in his hell difficulty copy during the day, soloing all day? It can't be. The minimum level of the monsters in hell difficulty is 25. How can he, a level 21 grifter, go over 4 levels and spend a whole day soloing in the Skeleton Cave on hell difficulty? Sister Wanqing, I got lucky today and exploded a piece of equipment with added experience value in the Skeleton Cave, so... What? You popped a plus experience value equipment? Where? What kind of equipment is it? Hurry up and take it out for me to see. Before Hanfan finished speaking, Sun Hao had already rushed over. Look at him, he's on the verge of grabbing it. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing immediately blocked in front of Hanfan and said angrily, Sun Hao, what are you doing? Wanqing, I just want to take a look at that experience boosting equipment, why are you so excited? Rookie, hurry up and bring out the equipment. Sun Hao smiled skinlessly as his gaze fell on Hanfan once again, urging. Before level 50, any piece of experience boosting equipment is very precious. It can be sold at sky-high prices. Because of this, Sun Hao was salivating when he heard that Hanfan had experience boosting equipment. Are we familiar? It seems like we don't know each other. Why would I take the equipment that exploded and show it to you? Hanfan looked at Sun Hao with a puzzled face and disliked him. You! Sun Hao's face instantly turned cold. Is this a sign of disrespect? Or did it drift? Wanqing, persuade him to take out his equipment and give it to Brother Hao, who will take him to upgrade tomorrow. Other people beg us to bring them, but they still don't. On the side, Sugar had a greedy expression on her face. And the tone of her mouth was condescending, as if she were giving alms. Sweetness, how can you say such words? That equipment was popped out by Junior Fan, why should you take it out and give it to Sun Hao? During the day, Sun Hao and Sugar coldly taunt Hanfan. Xiao Wanqing's heart then held its anger. However, because she was friends with these two, there were some things she didn't say out of consideration for her feelings. But I don't want to. I just got out of my copy at night. These two actually shamelessly, directly asked Hanfan for equipment. How could she still stand it? Wanqing, what do you mean by that? Sun Hao's face was gloomy as he questioned Xiao Wanqing in a cold voice. I'm saying this. Xiao Wanqing was about to speak, but was interrupted by Hanfan pulling back. I'm sorry, I don't need you guys to take me upgrading, I popped the equipment and I'm not going to give it to you. Hanfan's refusal attitude caused Sun Hao's face to become more and more ugly. How dare a rookie who has just risen to level 22 throw his face at him? Rookie, I'm taking good care of you, don't be ungrateful. That's right, just came to Jiling rookie just, you think Jiling City, or you used to stay in that bird small place? If you're smart, hurry up and bring out your equipment. Sun Hao and Sugar saw that the soft one didn't work and planned to come in with a hard one, with a sense of superiority. Ha! I have to look at you too to see what to do with my equipment. Who do you think you are? Sons and daughters? Inexplicable. Hanfan was never polite when dealing with shameless people. Don't even want an ass. Still planning on them being able to have a face? Hanfan directly taunted a sentence, pulled on the iron-faced Xiao Wanqing and left. Sun Hao and Sweetie were humiliated and ridiculed by Hanfan, their faces turning blue and ugly. Xiao Wanqing, this actually flipped out with us because of this little bastard. What an insider eating. Humph. Even if Xiao Wanqing doesn't help us, I'll turn around and get my hands on this experience value-adding equipment. That little bastard, what if he's determined not to give it to us? Not giving it to us? We're from the Green Dragon Society, this equipment isn't something he can withhold just because he wants to. Sun Hao looked at the departing Hanfan and Xiao Wanqing and smiled sorrowfully. Chapter 39, Little Villain, aren't you going to be responsible for your schoolmate? Xiaofan's schoolmate, I'm sorry. On the way back, Xiao Wanqing twisted her head to look at Hanfan and suddenly apologized. Hanfan's expression was stunned as he shook his head. Sister Wanqing, what's the point of apologizing? It's not your fault. But I promised to. Xiao Wanqing wanted to say something else. But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Hanfan. I'm used to being alone, and when you said you'd take me upgrading yesterday, I wasn't willing to do it in the first place, alright. You stinky guy, do you dislike the fact that this senior sister, a healing auxiliary, is teaming up with you and affecting your upgrading speed? Xiao Wanqing heard another layer of meaning in Hanfan's words and said aggressively. Sister Wanqing, where did I come from? Hanfan hastened to weasel his way out of the situation. And there you have it. Xiao Wanqing was unforgiving and came over with her teeth and claws in a fierce choke. Ouch. Sister Wanqing, are you still being reasonable? Why are you pinching me at the drop of a hat? Are you a crab? Hanfan grimaced in pain and complained. However, with the two of them making such a mess, the slightly dull atmosphere from before was lightened up quite a bit. You're the same as your sister, hard to get close to, and you put on a smelly face every day. The two returned to the school, and Xiao Wanqing twisted her head to look at Hanfan. In the silvery white moonlight, she suddenly realized that the guy was a little handsome on the side. Hanfan turned his head and saw that Xiao Wanqing was looking at him, a little lost in thought. Suddenly, Hanfan's heart rose with catching emotions. Wanqing's senior sister, why are you staring straight at me? It can't be because I'm too handsome and like me, right? Hanfan's eyes widened as he pretended to be exaggeratedly teasing. Originally, Hanfan just wanted to flirt with Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing not only did not get angry and cursed, but instead was imploring, "You little bad guy, you also ate tofu of school sister yesterday, do not intend to be responsible for it? Hey! In charge?" Hanfan was wide-eyed and confused. Yeah, you don't want to be a scumbag, do you? It's still the first time that a schoolmate has been eaten by a boy. Xiao Wanqing squirmed shyly as she spoke. Stop. Wanqing's senior sister, I didn't even think yesterday that you were walking and stopped all of a sudden, and just bumped into you alright. I was wrong, it's getting late, I'm going back to bed, bye. It's impossible to talk this day. If the conversation continued, Hanfan felt like he would have to fall into the hands of Xiao Wanqing, the rogue schoolmate. Therefore, after Hanfan's words fell, he hurriedly skipped off. Cluck! Little brat, how dare you molest this school sister? Come on, hurt each other. When Xiao Wanqing saw Hanfan blushing and fleeing in distress, she laughed in triumph on the spot. Hanfan ran faster when he heard Xiao Wanqing laugh. Suddenly, Xiao Wanqing remembered something and hurriedly said, Hey! Junior fan, tomorrow night, I'll take you to a fun place, I'll look for you then. Don't forget. Hanfan ignored Xiao Wanqing's words and didn't take them seriously, running away in a puff of smoke. After returning to the dormitory, Hanfan immediately gasped for air. Hoo-hoo! Sister June, what are you up to? If you leave, just leave, why are you bugging this rogue schoolmate to take care of me? Is this taking care of me? This is clearly to woe your brother me, alas. Hanfan grumbled. Originally, Hanfan pondered in his mind that he would be able to reunite with Han Shijun after arriving at the Godslayer Academy. As a result, his old sister didn't come back from her mission, but was pestered by her best friend Xiao Wanqing. Big head. Hanfan shook his head vigorously and stopped rambling on. Sleep. Keep trying to level up tomorrow. In half a month, Elder White will come for him. At that time, Elder White would not only help him fully awaken the super divine grade demonic soul six-winged angel. He will also take him to fight for his country and complete the trial with Sakura Nation. He can work on that. Early morning. The first thing Hanfan did when he woke up was to make a wish. Wishing had long since become an integral part of his life. I wish that luck becomes higher. As Hanfan's mind silently made a wish, luck once again gained a small increase. Lucky, 113. High school transcendentalist theory had an introduction. The full value of lucky is 100. However, Hanfan's super divine product demonic soul six-winged angel had the attribute doubling trait. Therefore, Hanfan's full value of luck became 200. But of these 113 points of luck, 15 of them are equipment bonus. Therefore, Hanfan's true luck value, after unloading his equipment, was only 98 points. With Hanfan making another little green wish today, Hanfan's wish value had finally gathered 10 points. For 10 points, you can make a medium blue wish. Hanfan's heart was a little excited, he didn't know if a blue medium wish would be able to pile up the lucky attribute. I wish that luck becomes higher. Hanfan took a deep breath and used 10 points of wish power to make another wish. Luck, 200 max. It's full. Hanfan had a faint smile on his face. That way, he could wish for other things tomorrow. Hanfan came out of his dormitory and checked the Transcendent Attribute panel. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 2288.66%. Power, 6000 max. Element, 6000 max. Technique, 6000 max. Speed, 6000 max. Physique, 6000 max. Luck, 200 max. Gifted, SSS. Demon Soul, Six-Winged Angel Super God, Awaken 1/3. Note, Characteristic 1, can summon Angel Servant 3/3, Characteristic 2, Angel Servant takes damage for Master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of Master and Angel Servant are doubled. Soul Technique, Gun of Judgment Level 3, Grade 2, Proficiency 302-500, Ghostly Breath 9 Blades Level 4, Grade 2, Proficiency 35-500. Divine Bone, Medusa Skull Earth Grade, Soul Skill, Queen's Blessing. Equipment, Heaven Shaking Bow Rare, Centipede King Ring Rare, Skull Necklace Epic. Looking at the magnificent six-dimensional attributes, Hanfan felt that his life had instantly lost its pursuit. However, he knew that this was only on the surface. Next, he had a lot to do. For example, upgrading and awakening the full form of the super divine item Demonic Soul 6-Winged Angel. Then again, raise the soul skill class, Divine Bone Grade, engage in extreme equipment, and so on. Come to the hall where you picked up your quest yesterday. Hanfan turned in the mission he took yesterday. Gain 300 oceans, and 10 points of contribution to the Theoslayer Academy. The ocean is nothing to write home about, it's the currency that circulates in this world. You need money for food, clothing, shelter, and everything else. As the saying goes, money isn't everything, but you can't do without it. As for contributions, yesterday, Sister Qiao Wanqing also had a talk with him. Contribution value can be obtained by completing the tasks issued by the Academy. The higher the level of the mission and the higher the difficulty factor, the more contribution value you get. Contributions are useful and can be used to exchange for Academy hidden treasure stuff. Extreme equipment, special copies, and soul skill secret realms can be redeemed. Especially the secret realm of soul skills. If you want to obtain high-level soul skills, use the contribution value to exchange soul skill secret key, go in and fight the boss burst, is the main way. It was for this reason that students were happy to tirelessly complete the tasks issued by the Academy and accumulate contribution value. Killing the Gravekeeper, the second-tier boss of the Skeleton Cave on Hell difficulty, will earn you 500 Academy contribution points? After Hanfan turned in his quest, he began to take on new quests. Suddenly, a quest token, the second level of the Skeleton Cave's guard boss, appeared in his line of sight. Chapter 40, a Zhou Chao, who was not afraid of the ghost, comes to pick a fight again. Hanfan's eyes lit up when he saw the generous rewards and he didn't hesitate to register. Lad, are you sure you want to take this particular mission? The old man, the mentor responsible for registering the mission, held up his presbyopic glasses and said in surprise. Okay. Hanfan nodded affirmatively. According to the quest description, the Gravekeeper on the second level of the Skeleton Cave is a level 30 boss. With his current strength, he had no difficulty in hacking it over. Well, good luck. The old mentor received an affirmative answer and immediately registered Hanfan. I don't know if it was Hanfan's illusion. As this old man was registering Hanfan, a touch of gloating appeared imperceptibly on his face. After receiving the quest, Hanfan immediately headed to the Skeleton Cave replica. When they arrived at the Skeleton Cave, a number of students from Golden City University stood at the entrance yelling to form a team. This student, want to form a team? I'm a meat shield with super fierce defense. Brother, are you 22nd grade? Will you take me with you? Whoa! The School of Godslayer's emblem? Handsome, wanna stick it on? There are all kinds of students in all kinds of groups. Hanfan, a level 22 intermediate transcendent, had just arrived and immediately became the meat and potatoes. Especially on Hanfan's clothes, the embroidered emblem of the Deicide Academy caused a gasp. The schoolgirls who thought they had some good looks scratched their heads and came over. There's dainty and cute, and there's winks and discharges. And to get sticky, as a girlfriend. In short, there's nothing you can't think of that they can't do. A bus? Hanfan's heart burst with emotion. Sorry, no. Hanfan waved his hand, politely refusing the many ladies who invited to team up, and directly drilled into the Hell difficulty copy. Geez. He entered the Hell difficulty copy alone? I'm not seeing things wrong, am I? Little wonder, didn't you come to upgrade yesterday? Yesterday, he was only level 21, and he soloed the Skeleton Cave Hell difficulty copy. Hiss. What's so cool about it? $100, 5 minutes, I want all the information about this fierce handsome guy. Hanfan entered the Hell difficulty Skeleton Cave copy, causing a group of people to stir. That kid just now, he's quite special, I heard he's the top student in the country for this college entrance exam? Not far away, a beautiful woman with a high ponytail and a hot and seductive figure said with a dash of interest. Gov, as far as I know, it is indeed the national top student of this session of the college entrance examination, and it seems that all of his achievements have broken the records of the previous college entrance examination. So powerful? Find some time to get in touch later, it just so happens that our club is recruiting, let's see if we can pull it together. After Hanfan entered the skeleton cave, Hanfan summoned 3 angelic servants and headed straight to the deepest part of the first floor. Successfully killed skeleton warrior, experience plus 12,870. Successfully killed skeleton mage, experience plus 14,300. Along the way, the skeleton monsters that were encountered, the 3 angelic servants swept them away like chopping vegetables. Kid. It's you again. When he reached the deepest part of the first level of the skeleton cave, Hanfan saw the skeleton knight from a great distance. Sure enough, as Hanfan thought yesterday. This skeleton knight, because it is a lord-level boss, is painted once a day. Looking at it, it seemed to remember that Hanfan had slaughtered it yesterday. As soon as Hanfan arrived, it reddened its eyes and glared angrily. The Gun of Judgment. Hanfan didn't bother to talk nonsense, the first soul skill, Gun of Judgment, entertained. Light Blade Slash. Holy Red Flame. The Angel of Swords and the Angel of Law, daintily shouted and followed with a brazen strike. Yesterday, Hanfan was able to slaughter the skeleton knight with his silver 1-star sword angel. Today, Hanfan's angelic Dharma servant also evolved into a Dharma angel after ascending to silver 1-star. With the overall combat power doubled, killing this skeleton knight would be as easy as slaughtering a pig and a dog. Skeleton Warblade. The skeleton knight was covered by the powerful firepower from Hanfan's side and wailed in pain. Hanfan's 2 angelic servants were originally Holy Light-based summons. Holy Light has a natural restraining effect on demonic creatures like skeleton knights. After a few rounds of attacks, the skeleton knights were gone. Night Shock. The skeleton knight wasn't going to sit around and cast his second soul skill. Holy Light Storm. The Angel of Law gave a dainty cry and violently flapped its white feathered wings, rushing up into the sky. At the same time, the staff in her hand, white light flourished. A storm of holy light fiercely blasted towards the skeleton knight. The Angel of the Law is also a girl. Ahem. Getting it wrong, Hanfan meant angelic FA servant, whose combat power jumped several times after evolving into a FA angel. Moreover, her soul skill damage, all of them came with a burning effect. It works wonders against these boss-level monsters. Ho ho ho! With an unwilling hissing roar, the skeleton knight fell to the ground with a loud thud. Congratulations on killing the skeleton knight lord, experience plus 49,400. Because of the skull necklace 30% experience boost bonus. Hanfan gained a significant increase in experience value after killing the skeleton knight. Another red epic equipment has popped, I wonder what it is. Hanfan saw a piece of equipment with a red glow bursting out from the side of the skeleton knight's corpse, and his heart was a little excited. 200 points of high luck, that's good. Killing boss monsters is almost certain to explode equipment, and the grade is not low. Hanfan hurried over to pick it up and check it out. Strange feather, special props, use unknown. What? Hanfan was confused after reading the attributes of the equipment in his hand. Strange feathers? It's glowing red. Isn't it an outfit? How did it become a special prop? The key is the use, which is still unknown. It's not a trap. Can't afford to play, can you? What was going through his mind just now? High luck is good, kill the boss monster, will explode equipment. Now, he's taking that back. Grandma's leg. Anticipation for nothing. Hanfan scrutinized the burst of strange feathers for a while, and couldn't figure out what use this thing was. Not even a hint. However, even though Hanfan wasn't sure, what was the use of this thing? But after all, it was the alpha-level boss skeleton knight that had exploded, so Hanfan felt sure that it would be of great use. After Hanfan mentally reassured himself, he put it away in the system warehouse and continued to kill monsters and upgrade. Hanfan didn't rush to the second level of the skeleton cave. Now he's only 22nd grade. He plans to upgrade first, wait until level 24 or so, then go to the second floor to kill the Tombkeeper boss, and return to the school to hand in the task. Young Joe, that little bastard is over there. Hanfan leveled up for a while fighting monsters there. Suddenly, a sound of morose anger came. Hanfan looked up to see that it was Zhou Chao with a few juniors, coming in a furious manner from the direction of the exit of the skeleton cave. This copy of the Skull Cave is rather special. Nightmare difficulty, the first layer of monsters is initially 25 levels, the second layer of monsters in the average level of about 30 levels, the third layer of the Skeleton King higher level. Therefore, even a level 33 transcendent like Zhou Chao could enter. Hanfan stopped to fight the monsters, and his gaze fell on Zhou Chao, who was walking with a gloomy face, and two cold auras flashed under his eyes. Little bastard, so you're hiding here, looking for you for half a day. Is it because you know I'm coming to find you? Zhou Chao walked over and immediately sneered morosely at Hanfan. Those juniors behind him were also smiling sardonically and unkindly. Chapter 41. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. What do you want with me? Hanfan frowned slightly and inquired. Although, Hanfan's heart roughly guessed it out. Zhou Chao, this dog, all of a sudden brought people to block him in the copy, doing what? But the procedure still needs to be followed, doesn't it? Do what? Take your life, of course. Zhou Chao laughed sorrowfully, his smile quite bizarre. Want me dead? This is Jiling, one of the 12 main cities of the Great Xia. You and I are both students of the God-Slaying Academy. How dare you blatantly kill me? Hanfan's face turned cold as he angrily questioned. He. Under normal circumstances, naturally, I don't dare to. But well, hell difficulty copies, no one can come at this time. As long as you're dead, who knows I killed you? Dead people don't talk, yo. Zhou Chao smiled a sinister smile that gave off a creepy feeling. Ha ha ha. Kid, now you know what happens when you offend Zhou Chao, right? Ungrateful thing, do you really think that you'll be able to rest on your laurels after arriving at the Godslayer Academy? Dare to steal a woman from Zhou Chao, you're worthy too? Zhou Chao's little brother also took the opportunity to pat the whiskers to flatter and curry favor with Zhou Chao. Affirm 2 points. First, I and senior sister Wan Qing are just ordinary friends. Second, you guys get out right now immediately and I can pretend that nothing happened. Hanfan didn't bother with nonsense and gave a final warning. Now get lost and pretend like nothing happened? Who are you to talk to me like that? Back when you were in the Nanyang City Vice Local Essence Cave, if it wasn't for that Fong Tong protecting you, you would have been a dead body by then. Today, you still think that someone can come and stop me from killing you? Ridiculous thought. Zhou Chao smiled morosely, not only ignoring Hanfan's warning, but also sneering back. As the words fell, black flames ignited in his hands. This was his first soul skill. Hanfan didn't know what the hell it was, but the power shouldn't be weak. That being the case, then all of you, one by one, will give me a long sleep in this skeleton cave. Hanfan's face chilled. In the next moment, without having to be commanded, the Angel of Swords and the Angel of Law instantly struck out. Holy Light Chop! Holy Red Flame! With two dainty shouts, Hanfan's angel servant launched a ferocious attack. Hanfan's two angelic servants were no match for his fighting prowess. With over 10,000 attributes, even when facing the Lord-level boss Skeleton Knight, it's not weak at all. The upper limit of a human transcendence level 35 dimensional attributes was only about 4,000 points. Level 40 is only 6,000. Zhou Chao, this rookie, is only at level 33, with 6 dimensions of attributes, and is not even worthy of lifting Hanfan's shoes. How could he possibly block the attacks of the two angelic servants, whose attributes were over 10,000? Ah! Miserable screams resounded throughout the first floor of the skeleton cave in an instant. After a round of attacks, the few juniors that Zhou Chao had brought with him were dead or injured. Even Zhou Chao was seriously injured and fell to the ground, covered in blood and in a sorry state like a dog. You. Zhou Chao was already speechless with horror and shock. At that moment, he fiercely dropped his gaze onto the long, cute, sexy and beautiful angelic servant beside Hanfan. When he saw the 5-dimensional attributes of those two angels, his eyes almost fell out of his head and he fainted. By this point, Zhou Chao's mind was finally an afterthought, understanding one thing. Hanfan, not because he knew he was going to come looking for a fight. Scared pants hiding in the deepest part of the first floor of this skull cave. This is where he fights and upgrades. Soloing a hell difficulty copy of Skull Cave and still coming out unscathed. It's not going to be easy. You know, that day at the entrance of the Goblin Cave, when you sneaked up on me, I wanted to kill you. But Auntie Fong showed up and saved you. And yesterday, when you came to the dormitory to find trouble with me, I wanted to kill you at that time, and Sister Wan Qing appeared and saved your life again. I didn't expect that, after giving you the chance to live twice, not only did you not know how to cherish it, but you also dared to bring someone to kill me for the third time? Hanfan took a step toward Zhou Chao and questioned morosely. Zhou Chao's face turned pale as he looked at Hanfan in horror. This is golden. All of you are dead, who knows? Hanfan didn't wait for Zhou Chao to finish his sentence and immediately sneered and disliked him back. Zhou Chao was choked speechless. Just now, he felt that Hanfan was dead today, and that was how he mocked and humiliated Hanfan. Only, how could Zhou Chao not expect it? It was just under 2 minutes ago, and that validation came to himself. Don't kill me, I'll give you anything you want. Zhou Chao pissed himself and begged for mercy in terror, like a lost dog. I'm sorry, I gave you a chance, even just now, I gave you the chance to roll, you don't cherish it yourself, you can't blame others. Hanfan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pop. As Hanfan's ringing finger fell, the Sword Angel and the Angel of Law struck again. In an instant, Zhou Chao's group of people, under the crushing damage of the Sword Angels and Law Angels, died. Bah! Dog general thing. How dare you mess with me? Serves you right. Hanfan immediately spat when he saw Zhou Chao and the others dead. For these dogs to die, Hanfan's heart had no trace of softness and intolerance. It's safe to say. That is, he is strong. If not, the person who died today would be him, not Zhou Chao. Hanfan didn't know if today's events would be discovered by others. Even if he was found out, he would never regret it. The young master of the Black Shark Gang? So what? If the Black Shark Gang dared to come after him, he would destroy the Black Shark Gang. However, right now, with his strength, he wasn't qualified enough to arm wrestle with the Black Shark Gang. It was imperative to hurry up and level up. Only when the level is high, the 6-dimensional attributes come up, and you learn stronger and more powerful soul skills, can you have the capital to call the shots with the Black Shark Gang. Hanfan shook his head and was just about to dispose of Zhou Chao and their corpses when a sound of a girl talking came. Want some help? The sudden voice startled Hanfan. Hanfan hurriedly turned his head to look and realized that it was the girl in red that he had met at the back of the 10 million school. This girl in red, and I don't know what her identity is. Like a ghost, it appeared when it said it would, without a single movement. Even Hanfan didn't notice her arriving behind him. When did you get here? Hanfan looked at the red-clothed girl in disbelief and inquired. Never mind the details, want some help with the bodies? The girl in red looked at Hanfan with a smile. To be honest, this girl in red was quite exquisitely beautiful. Altitude is nerdy and childlike looking. However, Hanfan did not dare to take it lightly in the slightest. She was so strong that it was impossible to see through. Most critically, it's still her creepy situation of silently appearing behind you without you noticing. If she were to kill someone, I'm afraid the other person would be dead before they could react. Want? Hanfan looked at the red-clothed girl who was smiling like a little fox and nodded. It's no problem, but there are a lot of corpses, so it's troublesome and difficult to dispose of them. Have to add money. The woman in red pretended to be in a state of distress, and cornered her for half a day. In the end, the phrase have to add money completely dumbfounded Hanfan. Plus money for the resident? Chapter 42, Fighting a Blackened Great Lord, Skeleton Knight. What a vampire! Hanfan took a look at his pockets and reluctantly took out the little money he had managed to earn by selling equipment these days and handed it to the girl in red. What a return to the past! Boom! Boom! Besides, after the girl in red collected the money, she immediately helped Hanfan blow up the corpse. A roar! Those corpses blew up so cleanly that not even the bone crumbs were left. Hanfan looked dumbfounded. MMP. Is this more difficult? A bit of a pain in the ass to deal with? What's the difference between this and the night before, in the woods at the back of the school, disposing up Su Fei's body? Suddenly, Hanfan had the feeling that he was being punked. Nope, not a feeling of being punked. It is true, that the little girl liar has been punked by this little girl liar. What's your name? Hanfan said as his gaze fell on the girl in red. Fei, in the future, when there's still money to be made, be sure to look for me. When the words fell, Fei walked as fast as she could, and ran away in a puff of smoke. Hey! You haven't told me how to find you. Hanfan was filled with speechlessness. That's running too fast, isn't it? However, through her agile stance, one could also tell that she was strong and absolutely terrifying. Even Hanfan felt that he plus the 3 angelic servants might not be her match. Luckily, it's not the enemy. Otherwise, if you are missed by such a mysterious enemy, you probably won't be able to sleep at night. After the corpses of Zhou Chao and the others were disposed of by the girl in red, Hanfan continued to fight monsters and upgrade. Successfully killed skeleton swordsman, experience plus 15,870. Successfully killed skeleton mage, experience plus 14,300. Towards evening, Hanfan finally rose to level 24. Upon reaching level 24, Hanfan realized that the experience value of the first layer of monsters was sharply reduced when he killed them. Level 24 to level 25 is a watershed moment and requires a high amount of experience. In the morning, when I came from school, I picked up another quest to kill the Tier 2 Gravekeeper. Therefore, Hanfan decided to head to the second level and kill the Tomb Guardian before the end of the copy time at night. Through the downward stairway, Hanfan arrived at the second level of the Skeleton Cave. Unlike the first level of the Skeleton Cave, the second level was a graveyard. That would fit the skeleton birth scene. Not far away, Hanfan saw a hunched-over old man. The old man had gray hair and looked thin and bony. The cemetery is dimly lit. The bony old man walks through the cemetery with a lantern in his hand. From a distance, it was eerily terrifying. Hanfan hastily threw a detection spell at him. Gravekeeper unknown. Rank, 33. Power, 20,000. Element, 20,000. Skill, 18,000. Speed, 18,000. Body mass, 10,000. Soul technique, unknown. Hiss. Hanfan's scalp tingled and he sucked in cool air as he looked at the magnificent 5-dimensional attributes of the Gravekeeper. This is a step too far. The High Lord? How else could you be at level 33 and have 20,000 strength and elementals? And all the other attributes, all over 10,000. Originally, Hanfan thought that the attributes of his 3 angelic servants would be perverse enough. Now, as he looked at the 33rd level Gravekeeper, Tun felt not so strong. At this time, Hanfan thought of the old man who registered the mission tutor seemed to look at him when he received the mission in the morning in the school's mission hall. Hanfan understood in his heart why he would determine again and again whether or not he wanted to take on this special mission with extremely high pay. Child, I have finally waited for you to come, can you give me the feather you have acquired? Just as Hanfan was mentally calculating what percentage chance of victory he had in commanding the 3 angelic servants to go up in the Tombkeeper, he spoke. Feathers? Hanfan's expression was stunned as he reacted. From the system storage, he took out the strange feather that exploded from killing the first tier of skeleton knights. This peculiar feather with a text description. It just says it's a special prop with an unknown purpose. Originally, Hanfan was still puzzled in his mind as to what use this feather would be. What would have thought that the Gravekeeper would actually want it? Murphy. Is this a serialized mission? Hanfan's mind flashed and thought of a possibility. Yes, it's this peculiar feather, can I have it for the old man? The Tombkeeper came over with a lantern and looked at Hanfan expectantly. Senior, this peculiar feather, I acquired it by chance, and since you want it, I'll give it to you. Hanfan looked at the Tombkeeper's exaggerated 5 dimensions and decided to give up on the idea of killing him. In a world where games and reality are combined, these copy monsters, when killed, will also refresh at the refresh point. But they awaken the demonic soul supernatural ability of the transcendent, die that can be really dead. The Gravekeeper's 5-dimensional attributes are really exaggerated. Even if Hanfan's sword angels and law angels were not weak in battle. Together with Hanfan's 3 soul skills, there was at least a 50% chance that he would be able to kill. But there was also something he didn't want to risk. If you can't, you can wait until you reach level 30 and raise your attributes, then you can come back to take this quest to kill them. That's a good boy, son, would you be willing to do the old man a favor? The Tombkeeper took the peculiar feather Hanfan handed him and happily added. He had guessed correctly. This really is a serialized mission. Senior, I wonder what favor I need. Hanfan picked up the sentence. Child, I need 10 undead souls. Spirits of the dead? Yes, you can go to the first level of the Skeleton Cave and ask the Skeleton Knight for it. When Hanfan heard the Gravekeeper's words, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched viciously. Going to ask the Skeleton Knight for it? It's killing people, pop it. Okay, I'm going to go find the Skull Knight and ask to see. Hanfan responded. At this time, Hanfan realized that the Transcendent Attribute Panel mission bar, the mission he had previously taken, had changed. Quest, the Gravekeeper's Mandate, gain 10 undead souls 010. Kid, you still dare to come to this knight's territory, suffer death. Hanfan had just returned to the first level of the Skeleton Cave when a roar came from him. In the next moment, a black shadow with a huge figure, riding a high horse, came in a murderous manner. Hanfan looked up and was startled. At this time, Hanfan realized that somehow, the skeleton knight was a circle larger than before. Hanfan hurriedly threw a detection spell over. Skeleton Knight Blackened Great Lord. Rank, 29. Power, 15,000. Elemental, 5,000. Technique, 11,000. Speed, 11,000. Body mass, 16,000. Soul Technique, Enhanced Skeleton Warsword, Enhanced Knight's Blast. No wonder the body has put on a bit of weight and looks even more imposing and taller. Turns out, this skeleton knight blacked out. Moreover, its grade, too, had been raised from the previous lord to a great lord. The level has increased, and the 5-dimensional attributes have likewise increased dramatically. The 2 soul skills, too, became enhanced. At a glance, it was clear that the power, for sure, had gained a great enhancement. The Gun of Judgment. Hanfan didn't know how the skeleton knight had brushed again. At this moment, he didn't have the time to think about this and unleashed his first soul skill, striking out blatantly. Chapter 43. You won't come to me if I don't take the initiative to look for you? Seeing this, the Angel of Swords and the Angel of Law followed suit. The Sword Angel opened his second soul skill, Wall of Radiance, and blocked at the front, carrying the damage. The Angel of Law transformed into a gunner and blasted away furiously with holy light-based soul skills. As for Hanfan's third angel servant, since its grade had just risen from 7 stars of black iron to 1 star of bronze, it could only follow behind and throw its soul skills to mix up some experience. Facing a great lord skeleton knight with over 10,000 attributes, Hanfan didn't expect it to be of much help. A battle of this magnitude would still depend on himself, the Angel of Swords, the Angel of Law. Time, minute by minute, passed. As the battle became more and more intense. Once again, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky behind Hanfan. 6-winged angel silhouettes. The super divine quality 6-winged angel shadow appeared for an instant. The Angel of Swords and the Angel of Law shuddered. In the next moment, their already extreme speed was hardened by a large amount. It was as if the 6-winged angelic silhouette behind Hanfan had the effect of boosting the morale of the angelic servants. Ho ho ho! I don't know how long the frenzied bombardment lasted, accompanied by a resigned growl. The blackened skeleton knight, pierced through the chest by the sword angel, fell to the ground with a loud crash. Successfully killed skeleton knight Blackened Great Lord, experience plus 150,000. Quest, the Gravekeeper's Mandate, gain 10 undead souls 110. Done. Gained 150,000 experience. The massive amount of experience value confused Hanfan. 150,000? Hanfan raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously, counting the back 0 for a long time. There is no mistake. That's 150,000 experience points. However, after Hanfan was happy for a while, he sighed again. It seems that this Blackened Great Lord Skeleton Knight is the quest boss. Killing it did not reward you with any equipment materials other than gaining experience points, popping out undead souls. At this time, another reinforced elite level skeleton monster brushed out not far away. Hanfan commanded the Sword Angel and the Law Angel and went up to slash. The second level can't go for a while. You can only stay here and continue to upgrade. Successfully killed the Skeleton Wizard, experience plus 12,860. Successfully killed Skeleton Berserker, experience plus 12,300. Good thing there's the Skull Necklace 30% experience boost bonus. Adding to the fact that Hanfan's level was only 24, there was still some increase in experience value under leveling up monsters, and the upgrade speed wasn't too slow. Most importantly, Hanfan wasn't sure how often this Blackened Great Lord Skeleton Knight would be refreshed, so he could only stand guard here. Copy time today, over. Hanfan is still 24th grade. However, Hanfan felt out a pattern. The Blackened Great Lord Skeleton Knight, every hour, will refresh. By the end of the copy, Hanfan had gained 3 undead souls. At this rate, as long as there are no surprises, he would be able to pop all 10 undead souls tomorrow to turn in his quest to the Gravekeeper. At that time, there was no telling what treasures the Grave Guardians would reward him with. After all, he was killing a level 29 Great Lord boss. It's also perverts like him. With an average level of 30 and a team of 7 Transcendents, I'm not sure they'll be able to accomplish it. Hanfan came out of the Skeleton Cave copy and immediately went back to school to sleep, to raise his spirits and fight again tomorrow. Gov, that kid has risen from level 22 to level 24 in one day. What a terrifying upgrade speed. Hanfan had just left on the front foot, and on the back foot, a group of people appeared at the entrance of the replica. That group, who else could it be if not the group of the beautiful woman with the high ponytail in the morning? They sucked in cool air when they saw Hanfan soloing the Hell Difficulty Skeleton Cave, rising 2 levels in a day. Although, they were now ranked much higher than Hanfan. But they also came from the stage of Hanfan. The Cave of Skulls, they're even more regulars. After all, the Skeleton Cave has 3 floors and 4 levels of difficulty, making it a treasure trove for leveling before level 35. Because of this, they were shocked by Hanfan's perverted upgrade speed. Worthy of being the strongest scholar king in the history of the Great Summer College Entrance Examination. I'm liking him more and more. Find some time to make contact tomorrow. The beautiful woman with the high ponytail looked at Hanfan's departing back with a strong interest on her face. The other side. Hanfan had just returned to school when he was stopped by Luoko Xin. You guys, you've been out sneaking around all day and you're willing to come back? Luoko Xin glared at Hanfan with an exasperated, accusatory look. I went to the Skeleton Cave copy to upgrade during the day. Curson, what are you looking for me for? Hanfan looked embarrassed and hurriedly explained his sentence. It seemed that the two had had a brief contact since awakening their demonic souls. This little girl, she loved to get him in trouble. This made Hanfan a bit headstrong. In the past in high school, even though Luoko Xin was not convinced and lost to him in every exam, she didn't pester him like this. Why don't you answer and return my calls and messages? Luo Curson didn't want to listen to Hanfan's explanation. Because this answer from Hanfan was not what she wanted. I told you, I'm in a replica, there's no signal in a replica. Excuses. Luoko Xin interrupted Hanfan, her small mouth pouting. Hanfan pondered, find a scale to hang it on, it should be very stable. But he only dared to think about it in his mind. If he really let Luoko Xin know what he had in mind, he would probably roll his eyes and beat him to death in a minute. Hanfan remembered that when he first crossed over, Susu had a girlfriend. As a result, the courier sends him a schoolgirl version of the doll thing in the middle of the night. At that time, that doll look alike, it was Rochelle. Then Hanfan didn't have a good time for most of the semester. Did you reach out to me without me reaching out to you first? Luoko Xion's beautiful eyes landed on Hanfan and immediately questioned. That? I'm upgrading. Upgrade. In your head, all day long, besides fighting monsters and upgrading, can you have some other pursuits? Other pursuits? Yes, getting stronger. Getting stronger? Yes, your quest to get stronger. Won't work, I can't stand it, Hanfan, stand still and let me beat it up. At first, Luo Curson heard that Hanfan had some other aspects to pursue. There was still some anticipation in her mind. As a result, he actually told her in all seriousness that another quest was to become stronger. Stronger? How is this fundamentally different from an upgrade? Teasing her. Luoko Xian was filled with annoyance and wanted to tenderize this emotionless bastard to death. Junior fan, are you waiting here specifically for schoolmate me? I was just about to go to your dormitory to look for you, little brat. Suddenly, a voice spoke in the distance. Luoko Xian temporarily let go of the urge to fatally beat Hanfan and looked up. Hanfan also hurriedly followed suit and looked up. Not far away, Xiao Wanqing, wearing a sexy and charming short dress, stepped on her high heels and walked in surplus. This scene, on the spot, would not straighten Hanfan out. However, he didn't wait for Hanfan to be confused for a moment. Luoko Xian's suddenly seemingly murderous gaze caused Hanfan to take a jolt and return to his senses. Kagome, don't look at me, I'm confused and I don't know what's going on. Hanfan didn't wait for Luoko Xian to open her mouth and hurriedly explained. Grandma Bear. Xiao Wanqing, this rogue schoolmate, what does she want? The day before yesterday, eating at a restaurant. He just about got screwed by her. It's only been a day, and here we are again? It never ends, does it? Stinky schoolboy, what you don't know what happened last night, when you went back to the dormitory, didn't you promise to accompany me to the dance tonight? Xiao Wanqing had sharp ears. Hanfan explains to Luoko Xian that she heard him. Therefore, she immediately whitened her eyes, flirtatious and seductive. What, I promise? To go to prom? Hanfan was wide-eyed and confused. Chapter 44. Only 2 days in the academy and you're hooking up? At that moment, Hanfan felt the temperature of the air plummet several degrees. Shivered. What's going on? 20-something degree weather. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Goosebumps. Is this a sudden cool down in the weather? It looks like I need to add more clothes when I get to the dorm. Yes, last night from the copy back, you did not say it. To the prom after the school sister let you stick. Xiao Wanqing looked at Hanfan shyly, like a shy little girl. Holy! When did I ever say that? Hanfan jumped 3 feet in the air and reacted in a big way. Deliberately. Xiao Wanqing, this rogue schoolmate, was definitely deliberately saying this in front of Luo Koxin. It's not like he's being punked. Yikes. Junior fan, are you denying it? I know, you're afraid of being known by Koxin's schoolmate, right? Koxin's schoolmate, no such thing, no such thing. Little fan schoolmate, there's no need to stick it to me, I'm talking nonsense yet. Xiao Wanqing pretended to be flustered as she explained. This explanation out of nothing in her mouth made Hanfan cry when he heard it. It's over. It's all over now. Something that clearly wasn't there was so screwed up by her. Rochelle is all but convinced there is. Granted, when Hanfan left last night, Xiao Wanqing did say that she would take Hanfan somewhere to play tonight. But, Hanfan didn't promise well. You're pretty good, you victory dog. Upgrading your nightlife, both? Luo Koxin's face could no longer be described as difficult. She gritted her teeth and looked at Hanfan, squeezing a sentence out from between her teeth. Koxin, don't listen to schoolmate Wanqing's nonsense, she's teasing you. Hanfan's scalp tingled as he hurriedly explained. I didn't tease schoolmate Koxin, in good conscience. If you don't believe me, little fan schoolmate, come and touch my heart. As Xiao Wanqing spoke, she really wanted to take Hanfan's hand and touch her chest. Hanfan was scared and backed up. MMP. Hooligans. Xiao Wanqing, don't screw me over. Hanfan was a bit anxious, and he didn't even call out to senior sister Wanqing anymore. Junior fan, what's wrong with you? Before, you still called me a little baby. I'm calling your sister's little baby, so don't get ahead of yourself. Hanfan was furious and cursed profusely. Hanfan, you shameless guy. It's only been 2 days since I came to the university, and you're giving me to tenderize you to death. Granted, Luo Koxin could also see that Xiao Wanqing was deliberately trying to irritate her. But, she just couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. This stinker, when he came here, he promised her mother that he would take care of her. This just came to the school on these stinky schoolmates, hooking up. How could Luo Koxin not be angry? Because of this, Luo Koxin was in no mood to listen to Hanfan's explanation, and directly rushed over with her teeth and claws open to tenderize him to death. Koxin, can you have some brains? These words from Sister Wanqing are obviously reversing right and wrong and destroying our friendship. Why do you still believe them? I have no brain? Are you criticizing me for having big boobs and no brain? You stand still and don't run. I'll kill you. Luo Kursin was even more furious when she saw that Hanfan dared to call her brainless. Ouch. You still really? Forget it, I see you a girl, not with you general understanding, back in the explanation with you. Hanfan was kicked by Luo Koxin and grimaced in pain. Then, Hanfan saw Luo Koxin pouncing over with her teeth and claws open and shivered in fear. Where did he dare to stay? He scattered his legs and ran to the dormitory. Holy! Brother Fan, what are you doing? Running so fast. Hanfan had just arrived at the dormitory floor when he met his roommate, Wang De Hammer. Wang Sledgehammer was dumbfounded to see Hanfan playfully rushing over like he was being chased by a wolf. Dude, top me off and count me as owing you a favor. Hanfan darted past Wang Sledgehammer as the words came out. Top you off? Top what? Wang Sledgehammer was dumbfounded and was a bit unable to react for a while. Hanfan, you have the guts not to run, see if I don't slaughter you. Little Fan, come back soon, go to the dance with your sister. At the back, Luo Koxin and Xiao Wanqing followed after them. WOJ. How fierce. One is not enough, but two. Idle. Wang De Hammer was shocked to see two extremely talented girls chasing after Hanfan. He then looked back with adoration. Chen shimmy among men. Ah shucks. the Guanxi brother among manhwa. It wasn't until midnight that Hanfan dared to return to his dormitory like a thief. Just like that, Hanfan was also beaten up by the fuming Luo Coxian. LOL. No wonder it is often said that women are tigers. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it. Brother Van, you're back, aren't you? Iconic. Little brother admires you to the core, don't stop me, today I, Wang de Hammer, must give you a kowtow. Wang de Hammer, the grandson, jumped up from the bed with a jolt when he saw that Hanfan had returned. He didn't care if Hanfan was willing or not, he immediately wanted to kowtow to Hanfan with a face full of adoration. You. I'm a decent guy. Hanfan kicked him away and cursed. Right. Brother Fan, must be decent people ah. Brother Fan, you let your two women girlfriends, turn around and introduce me to a girlfriend? They're so decent looking, they know girlfriends, friends, whatever, and they must be beautiful women too. Wang de Hammer's stream of harangues licked his face and stuck his head over, begging Hanfan to introduce his female ticket. Off. If you want to introduce girlfriends, go find them yourself, I can't even avoid them now. Hanfan did not care, closed the door of the dormitory and drilled into the quilt to sleep. Lying on the bed, Hanfan sighed repeatedly as he thought about this incident that happened during the night. This bull college life doesn't feel as comfortable as high school. However, in another 10 days or so, Elder Bai would come over to him. At that time, when he went with Elder Bai to participate in the trial with the Sakura Kingdom, he would be out of sight and out of mind of these troubles. Cheer up. Efforts to upgrade. Early morning. Hanfan woke up and began to make a wish. I make a wish to pop a skeleton suit accessory today. Because it was only a small green wish, Hanfan didn't dare to wish for anything too big. Now, he had 6-dimensional attributes, all of which were pulled full. Before level 30, you can only rely on equipment to improve your strength. In fact, Hanfan could also wish for soul skills to become stronger, class upgrades, or whatever. But, because it's just a little green wish. Hanfan was worried about failing to make a wish and wasting an opportunity for nothing. Make a wish. Hanfan saw the wish value, which increased by 1 point. He knew the wish had worked. In Hanfan's heart, there was some small excitement. Looking forward to the skeleton suit accessory that popped today and what the characteristic properties will be. Once again, go to the first level of the skeleton cave and kill the skeleton knights to upgrade. The skeleton knight seems to hold a great deal of grudges. Nonsense, yesterday was hacked to death 4 or 5 times by this guy, for who does not hold a grudge? Therefore, when Hanfan brought the 3 angel servants, he arrived at the deepest boss refreshment point on the first floor. Kenzie. Die. When the skeleton knight saw Hanfan, his eyes were extraordinarily red and he hissed as he rushed over, looking for him to fight for his life. Hanfan saw the skeleton knight and was extraordinarily enthusiastic and unambiguous today. He immediately ordered the 3 angelic servants to go over and entertain the guests. Chapter 45. Where's the trust between people? The time, in a flash, was afternoon. Ho ho ho! With the last blackened Great Lord Skeleton Knight, it fell to the ground with a loud bang. The task given by the Gravekeeper is finally complete. Quest, the Gravekeeper's Mandate, gain 10 undead souls 10-10. At this time, Hanfan also managed to reach level 25. Hanfan was quite excited and immediately headed to the second level of the Skeleton Cave to find the Tombkeeper to hand in his quest. Elder, the task you entrusted to me is complete, 10 souls of the undead have been collected. Just after arriving at the second level, Hanfan immediately saw the graveyard keeper standing in the graveyard. Hanfan didn't talk nonsense and walked over to him to hand in his mission. Child, have you completed your mission so quickly? Sure enough, I wasn't wrong about anyone, and this is your reward. When the tomb guard saw that Hanfan had completed his task with such efficiency, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He took out a silver cross pendant after Hanfan handed in his quest. Cross pendant, special item, use unknown. Hanfan received the cross pendant with excitement and looked down. Clueless. What the hell? 2 days of hard work to kill monsters and only rewarded with this crap? What the hell? Can't afford to play, can you? One must know that the one he had killed before was a blackened Great Lord level Skeleton Knight. And killed 10 of them. This give and take is not proportional. At this moment, Hanfan immediately realized that he had been punked by this old thing, the Tombkeeper. Was this going to force his hand and cut the old thing down? Old man, this cross pendant, what's it for? Originally, Hanfan was more respectful, leaving a good impression and shouting senior. At this point, he already had the urge to lift the table and flip it over. Therefore, Hanfan's address to the tombkeeper had changed from senior to old man. Child, so rude? This silver cross is the key to open the 4th floor of the Cave of Skulls. A key to open the 4th level of the Skull Cave? Isn't the Skull Cave only 3 levels? Hanfan's eyes widened, filled with surprise. The 4th level of the Skeleton Cave, which is a hidden copy, can only be opened for entry by holding the silver cross. And then what? Nope. No more? I worked so hard to help you kill half a day's worth of blackened skeleton knights, and you're just giving me a broken key? Your heart is so black, doesn't your conscience hurt? Hanfan's voice raised a few decibels, already on the verge of lifting the table. Young man, don't be so impatient, just do me another favor. The Tomb Guardian also seemed to feel that rewarding Hanfan with a key was a bit too much, and his face was rather embarrassed. However, he relied on his thick skin and once again asked Hanfan for help. You old thing, how dare you ask me for help? Don't you want your face too? Hanfan completely flipped out. Originally, he was upset. At that moment, when he saw this old man, the gravekeeper, shamelessly still trying to cheat him, how could he bear it? On the spot, Hanfan pulled out his heaven-shaking bow and summoned 3 angelic servants, ready to hack over this old thing. Granted, he's ranked as high as 33. Hanfan would not gain experience points for hacking him over. But can we at least get some awesome gear? That's worth it. Son, this time I'm asking you for a favor, and it's definitely not in vain. So, this favor I did you before was for nothing? Child, don't care about these details, as long as you help me one more time, I'll give you a divine bone. The words of the Tomb Guardian made Hanfan harden his heart and push down the urge to chop off his head as a begging kick. God's bone? This old thing just said he'd help him one more time, and he's giving away God bones? True or false? Which part of the divine bone and what grade is it? Tell me. Hanfan wasn't stupid and didn't immediately agree. Lest I fall for this old, one-bellied thing again. After all, the old man looked like a thief, and it was obvious at a glance that he was no good. I see you on your body, there is already a piece of skull, so... When the time comes, how about I send you a piece of heavenly torso bone? Heavenly product, torso bone? Hanfan was shocked and stared at the tombkeeper with wide eyes. This old man, he's still got it? Divine bones are the same as demonic souls. They are categorized into mortal, metaphysical, earthly, heavenly, immortal, and divine. Hanfan's Medusa skull, on the other hand, was merely an earth-grade divine bone. However, even if it was an earth-grade divine bone, it was already quite impressive for Hanfan's mental power bonus, and the accompanying soul skill. The tombkeeper just said he'd give him a piece of heavenly carapace bone? True or false? Of the sacred bones, except for the skull, the torso bone is the most precious. Right. Want to? The tombkeeper's gaze fell on the body, smiling like an old fox. Hanfan stared at him for a couple of moments and said, What favor did you ask me to do? Tell me. This old thing, promising to send him a piece of heavenly torso bone. Divine bones were already extremely rare and scarce, not to mention they were still heavenly products. Hanfan pondered in his mind that the favor he was going to do was definitely not simple. It's better to ask first. You promise me first, or you can't talk about it. The Tomb Guardian was also an old smoothie, signaling Hanfan to take this mission first. Hanfan saw this old thing, chicken thief, and his thoughts turned sharply. It's fine to promise you, you first give me the God bone. That won't do, I can only give you the divine bone if you do me a favor. The two men were there each with their own calculations of bargaining. After half a day of bargaining, the tombkeeper didn't take half a step back and kept showing off his piece of heavenly quality torso bone, which was very special and powerful. Hanfan was somewhat unable to resist the temptation. In the end, Hanfan agreed. Quest, the final feast, travel to the 4th level of the Cave of Skulls and retrieve the Dark Bible 01. Look at the mission description. Hanfan finally realized the purpose of that silver cross pendant. Dare I say, this old thing, the tombkeeper, has been counting on it for a long time. First, he gave him the silver cross pendant, then tricked him into going to the 4th floor of the Cave of Skulls to retrieve the Dark Bible. Hanfan's gaze fell on the tombkeeper and his mind pondered. If you cut him down at this point, you might be able to just pop out a god bone. Difficulty-wise, it could be much easier than going to the 4th level of the Skull Cave. After all, according to this old thing's explanation, the entrance to the 4th level was below the Skeleton King's throne on the 3rd level of the Skeleton Cave. In that case, he still had to go hack the 3rd level Skeleton King before he could enter the 4th level of the hidden copy Skeleton Cave. The Gravekeeper is only the 2nd level boss monster. Killing him is difficult and definitely much easier than the 3rd level Skeleton King. Little brat, are you plotting to kill me and explode the divine bones? I'll tell you. You won't be able to explode the divine bone even if you chop up the old man today. The Tombkeeper was quite nervous when he saw Hanfan looking at him from time to time. Why? Because the old man is a human being, not a monster that bursts divine bones at all. Then how are you going to give me the divine bone if I help you complete your mission? Hey! You don't care about these details. I know you want to explode the skeleton set. I know where the explosion rate is high. I'll take you there. The graveyard keeper said, carrying a lantern and hurriedly slipping deeper into the graveyard. Hanfan was speechless for a moment as he looked at him nervously. He's such a nice guy, he's so scary. Really? What about the most basic trust between people? Chapter 46, Queen of the Magic Fairies? Why does it feel like a little girl? Hanfan followed the Tombkeeper without slowing down. This old thing, leading him around in circles. Hanfan was all turned around by him. Just as Hanfan was about to go berserk, the Tombkeeper stopped. Hanfan looked up towards the front and realized that there was a cemetery in front of him. In the middle of the cemetery, many skeleton monsters with lighted apertures on the soles of their feet roamed. Hanfan threw a detection spell over. Skeleton Brave Reinforced Elite Monster. Level, 30. Power, 8,800. Element, 1,000. Technique, 6,600. Speed, 7,000. Body mass, 8,000. Soul Technique, Resurrection, Skeleton Warsword, Skeleton Fast Sword. Level 30 Reinforced Elite Monster. Good lord, the old man really understands me. Huh, where is everyone? Hanfan had just praised a sentence. As a result, he turned his head and realized that the old man, the Tombkeeper, had slipped out of sight. This old thing, when he came, he walked with a limp and took his time. Bugger speed, but pretty fast. Hanfan ignored the Tombkeeper who had slipped away, and his gaze fell on those reinforced elite monsters in the crumbling cemetery. Originally, Hanfan was still guilty of not being able to maximize his experience to upgrade. I didn't expect the old man, the Tombkeeper, to find him a treasure trove of practicing. Today, Hanfan is just 25 years old. According to the rule of being able to kill monsters over 5 levels, he kills level 30 monsters and gives the most experience. No bull. Hanfan directly commanded the 3 angel servants and went up to slash those skeleton monsters. Level 30 enhanced skeleton monster, albeit with extremely high attributes. However, compared to Hanfan's angelic servant, it was still a far cry. Especially Hanfan's Medusa Divine Bone, which came with the soul skill, Queen's Blessing. It's simply a divine technique. The constant power of regeneration, coupled with the feature of being exempt from 1 fatal injury, allowed the 3 angelic servants to attack without fear. After Hanfan's intentional care, the newly practiced 3rd angel servant, great attributes, also gradually caught up. This angel servant today has risen to bronze 5 stars. And the growth direction Hanfan chose for it was still the control-type angelic ice servant. You fought several high-level bosses in the past. Hanfan realized that even if the angel servant's attributes were extremely high, without the various negative buffs to mitigate each other, it would not be too difficult to kill. Successfully killed Skeleton Warrior Reinforced Elite Monster, experience plus 55,000. Successfully killed Skeleton Witch Doctor Enhanced Elite Monster, experience plus 52,000. The experience given is extremely high. The experience value given by the 3 reinforced elite monsters was worth the experience of the first-tier blackened Great Lord Skeleton Knight that Hanfan had killed earlier. And the difficulty of killing these enhanced elite monsters is much easier than killing Skeleton Knights. However, the passive soul skill resurrection that these skeleton monsters possessed was rather annoying. Some skeleton warriors, clearly killed, can still swindle and jump up and continue to attack. Hanfan had to kill twice before he could completely kill it. One way or another, a lot of time is wasted. When fighting monsters and upgrading, Hanfan's perverted luck was as high as 200 points. It also exploded a lot of equipment and materials for him. With more use of good equipment, your eyesight becomes higher. These fortified elite monsters that pop common goods. Hanfan was still really hard to look at. Therefore, he directly took those equipments that exploded and threw them to the exchange to sell them. Just as Hanfan once again took one of the exploded skeleton greatswords and threw it into the exchange, the small exchange chat window lit up with a red dot. Someone private messaged him. Hanfan clicked on the private message and found that it was a message from a woman named Fairy Queen. Handsome, in? Hanfan saw the time of the private message, just a minute ago, and idly replied back. What's up? Handsome, all this equipment on your shelf, did you pop it yourself fighting monsters? Yes, what's the problem? On. What kind of monster did you fight that had such a high burst rate? What's up, just say things, nothing by. Hanfan didn't want to talk nonsense with the demon Fairy Queen and urged. Humph. So high and mighty? I'm trying to work with you. The demon Fairy Queen grunted in dissatisfaction and got down to business. Cooperation? Hanfan was filled with surprise and doubt. For a moment, he didn't quite understand what the demon Fairy Queen meant by that. Right. I have quite a few brothers who are short of equipment. Can you sell me these superb equipment that you exploded from fighting monsters directly? Extreme equipment? Hanfan looked at the trashy goods on the shelves with a suspicious face. There were also just a few pieces of gold or below trash equipment with average attributes and characteristics. You call that superb? Is this Fairy Queen so low-eyed? Right. Purple rare equipment is a small extreme. I see on your store shelves several gold rare equipment. Not only the grade is excellent, the attributes are also excellent. Okay, add a friend. You want a long-term stable collection? I turn back to burst without equipment, are directly sold you. The price can be slightly lower. Hanfan agreed readily. When you list your equipment for sale in a store, the exchange charges a 10% commission. That is to say, you sell your equipment for 100 oceans and get your hands on only 90. But if it's a private transaction like the Queen of the Magic Fairy, there's no such thing as a handling fee. The Demon Fairy Queen took the initiative to collect his equipment, and Hanfan naturally did so. Brother Bailey, you are so nice. Don't worry, the price doesn't have to be lower than the market. As long as you can explode the equipment, I'll take as much as I can get. The Demon Fairy Queen was happy to see Hanfan agree. In terms of address, they all changed from the previous handsome man to Brother Bailey. The two just friend each other. The Magic Fairy Queen then transferred 100,000 gold coins over to Hanfan. In a world where reality meets gaming. 1 diamond equals 10 gold equals 100 silver equals 1,000 copper. The ratio of gold to real money is 10 to 1. 100,000 gold coins, converted into real money, is 10,000 yen. Hanfan looked at his account, the huge amount of money that had suddenly appeared, and his heart was filled with emotion. This Demon Fairy Queen, she really has a big heart. Isn't she afraid she'll roll up 100,000 gold coins and run away? Beauty, the equipment I gave you through the exchange, turn around and you discount how much money, 10% discount, turn my account on it, not enough to burst the equipment to make up for it. The Demon Fairy Queen trusts him so much. Hanfan, a big man, naturally couldn't act too petty. After all, the two would have to work together for a long time in the future. Brother Bailey, call me Sienner, how rusty to call a beautiful woman. The Magic Fairy Queen sent a cute cartoon face. Hanfan was filled with black lines. Isn't the Queen of the Magic Fairies supposed to be aloof? What's with the pettiness? Sienner, it's fine, I'll hit the monsters and explode the equipment first, bye. Hanfan replied back and closed the chat window. Bailey brother, how do you? Hey. Stinking Bailey brother, really offline, really bad. Ignore you. The Demon Fairy Queen hurriedly returned. As a result, Hanfan's avatar turned gray before she finished her message. The Demon Fairy Queen stomped her foot in anger. She's at least a first-class beauty. Is she that unattractive? Chapter 47. Don't mess with me or there will be serious consequences. Besides, Hanfan, after exiting the exchange, continued to fight monsters and upgrade. Half an hour later, at the level 30 refresh point in the graveyard, a chieftain boss, Skeleton Witch, was brushed out. Hanfan threw a detection spell to check its attribute information. Skeleton Witch Chief. Rank, 30. Power, 1200. Element, 10,000. Technique, 8,000. Speed, 8,000. Body mass, 8,000. Soul Technique, Eerie Fireball, Resurrection Technique, Corrosive Poison. Although it is a level 30 boss monster, in terms of attributes in 5 dimensions, it is not as strong as the level 27 Skeleton Knight on the first level. After all, the first level of the Skeleton Cave Guard boss Skeleton Knight is a Lord level boss. The skeleton witch in front of me is just a chief boss. Quite a difference in grade. Hanfan didn't talk nonsense and directly greeted the 3 angelic servants who went up to warmly entertain the guests. A few minutes later, accompanied by a disgruntled scream, the skeleton witch collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Successfully killed the skeleton wizard leader, experience plus 173,600. Hanfan didn't pay any attention to the massive amount of experience gained. His gaze fell on the bubbling red light equipment that exploded beside the skeleton witch. Skull kit accessories. Finally, another skeleton set accessory popped up. I just don't know how the characteristics are. If he could come up with another experience-adding word trait, Hanfan could wake up laughing in his dreams. Hanfan thought of the wish he had made early in the morning and couldn't wait to pick it up and check it out. Skeleton Gauntlet Epic, Strength plus 500, Constitution plus 500, Characteristics, Backstabbing must hit, Burst damage 300%, one of the sets, available after level 22. Ugh. Just this garbage trait phrase? It's not useful to me, so I'm looking forward to it for nothing. Hanfan was filled with disappointment after reading the Skeleton Protector's attributes. Fighting the enemy, the 3 angel servants go up and fire away. He stood back, threw in his soul skills, and was fine with drawing his bow and shooting 2 arrows in support. But this skeleton gauntlet phrase is not forcing him to fight in close combat. The risk is too high to fit in. Let's make do with what we've got. I'll switch it down when I get my skeleton set together later and have better word properties. The deeper one went in this cemetery, the higher the level of the monsters became. Hanfan has just reached level 25 and can only kill level 30 monsters at the most before he gets any experience. Therefore, Hanfan didn't bother to go inside to find out what was going on, and just fought monsters and upgraded at the edge of the cemetery. The day passed in a hurry. In the evening, Hanfan looked at the experience bar, which had only risen to 95%, and shook his head inside. Level 25 to level 26 is too much experience. Even if he went over 5 levels to kill skeleton monsters for a day, he didn't make it to level 26. We'll just have to continue the onslaught tomorrow. As for the task given by the Tombkeeper, Hanfan didn't want to do it for the time being. After all, the 3rd level Skeleton King was extremely high ranked. What's the point of going to all the trouble of killing it and not giving experience? End of Skull Cave copy. Hanfan came out of his copy and was just about to go back to the Godslayer Academy to sleep. Suddenly, 2 figures blocked the way. Hanfan looked up and realized it was Sun Hao and Sweetness. Sun Hao? A flash of surprise appeared on Hanfan's face. It was unclear what these 2 were doing stopping him at night. Hanfan, I'm too lazy to talk about nonsense, this time we've come to find you for that experience-boosting equipment on you. Sun Hao's gaze landed on Hanfan, not hiding his strong greed. Ha! For this experience-boosting equipment on me? Hanfan smiled. Just now, he also wondered, these 2 people welcome it. So it's unsavory. Right. For Wanqing's sake, we don't want to make things too stiff, as long as you give me that equipment. Get out. Hanfan didn't wait for the shameless Sun Hao to finish his words and coldly interrupted. It's a human being with a temper. He didn't pussyfoot around with the dogs yesterday. It was because they were friends with Xiao Wanqing, and Hanfan didn't want Xiao Wanqing to be caught in the middle and have a hard time. I can't imagine that it's only a day apart. This pair of dogs have not changed their hearts, and they've come back to hit him with the skull necklace again? Is that for the face? Little bastard, you want to die, don't you? Sun Hao's face went cold as he stared at Hanfan with a cold aura under his eyes. Last warning, my equipment, it's my freedom to give it to you or not. If you dare to come over and mess with me again, there will be serious consequences. Hanfan raised his head and calmly finished speaking to Sun Hao. He then stepped around the 2 men, intending to leave. Only, Hanfan had just taken a few steps when the pair of dogs stopped him once again. We didn't say we want it for nothing, spend money to buy it, Wanqing and I are good sisters, don't make everyone unhappy because of this little thing. Sweetie's gaze fell on Hanfan and she said in a conspiratorial manner. Pay for it? How much? Hanfan took a deep breath, already on the verge of exploding. At this point, it was late. The number of transcendents near the skeleton cave replica was becoming fewer and fewer. Hanfan mentally decided to wait in. When the people are almost gone. If these two still dared to shamelessly pester and threaten, then he didn't mind sending them to accompany Zhou Chao to play mahjong. 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins? Hanfan was stunned by the price Sweetie gave out. 10 gold coins for $1. 500 gold coins, which translates to $50. These two dog men, are they insulting him for not having seen money? Right, 500 gold coins is already quite a lot. You have to know that a normal piece of equipment can't be sold for so many gold coins. We're only giving you a high price to buy it for the sake of Wenqing's face. Sugar smiled a smile. Seemingly, she felt that Hanfan had just awakened his magical soul and become a transcendent, and didn't know much about the market for equipment. Handsome, don't listen to their nonsense. The price of a piece of experience-enhancing equipment on the black market, no matter what grade, is speculated to be over 100,000 gold coins. If the grade attributes are better, the price will only be higher. If you really want to sell the equipment, I can buy it. How about 200,000 gold coins? Suddenly, a beautiful woman with a high ponytail and a hot, seductive, valiant-looking body walked over with a few minions. Jiang Xie? Are you deliberately messing up? When Sun Hao saw the woman who came, his face darkened and clouded over. Intentionally messing up? I'm just hearing about certain people trying to screw over freshmen, and I just can't stand to see it, so I'm just reminding them. Jiang Xie glanced toward Sun Hao, and her gaze fell to Hanfan, waiting for him to answer. Sorry, the equipment is for my own use and I don't intend to sell it. Hanfan secretly blinked. 200,000 coins? Is the price that high? No wonder Sun Hao and Sugar, the pair of dogs, had a thieving heart for this piece of equipment of his. Well, when you turn around and don't need it anymore, you can give me priority to sell it to me at a price you'll be happy with. Jiang Xie was filled with disappointment. Hanfan ignored it as his gaze fell on Sun Hao and said, "Last warning, get out of the way. Little bastard, I'm a member of the Green Dragon Society. If you're sensible, hand over your equipment immediately and spare your life." Ha! What a joke. Are the members of the Green Dragon Society marvelous? Shout out to your father, and I'll consider thinking about giving you my equipment. Hanfan was furious and happy, and his heart was moved to kill. Some people, isn't it good to be alive? Why did you have to die? Dog, you seek death. Sun Hao's eyes erupted with killing intent as he violently took out a large sharp knife and hacked towards Hanfan's head. Retreat quickly. Sun Hao is a warrior-type transcendent. Huh, where is everyone? Jiang Xie's face changed when she saw that Sun Hao was going to kill someone and hurriedly reminded Hanfan not to get close. After all, Hanfan was a summoning-type transcendent, and if he was approached by a warrior-type transcendent, he would surely die. Besides, Sun Hao's level 32 was a huge step above Hanfan. Only, before Jiang Xie finished the words in her mouth, Hanfan's figure strangely disappeared in place. The sudden turn of events startled the people present. What the hell? How can a good living person suddenly disappear? Could it be a living ghost? Sun Hao's slash came up empty, and he was also confused, unable to figure out how Hanfan had suddenly disappeared. I've just made it very clear, don't mess with me or there will be serious consequences. A cold voice resounded steeply in Sun Hao's ears. Chapter 48, Brother Bailey, want to see your legs? They're so white and tender. Shield of the Bison. Sun Hao winced, his sweaty hair stood on end, and he hurriedly opened his third soul skill. Boo! The shield had just risen from his side when a sharp dagger crushingly broke through the bison's shield and slit his throat. On the spot, he couldn't even get a scream out of his mouth, his body fell to the ground with a bang, and he died. Seconds. The crowd's scalps went numb as they looked at Hanfan, who had bizarrely appeared behind Sun Hao, wearing a black fox mask on his face and holding a dagger. Isn't he a summoner-type transcendent? How could he possess the stealthy soul skill of an assassin-type summoner? More than that, you do not see the difference between the two 7 levels. Sun Hao also opened the third defensive soul skills, all by him a hit seconds well. Isn't he a summoning-type transcendent? Could it be that a summoning-type transcendent is just an appearance? His real type is an assassin? Jiang Xie's heart turned over, filled with horror. And the same goes for the minions behind her. Who would believe that a level 25 transcendent had killed a level 32 warrior transcendent in a single blow if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? That guy Sun Hao, despite being very annoying, the bison demon soul was still very powerful. The defense was amazing, plus it was a warrior-type transcendent, with thick skin. Not to mention being 7 levels below him, even if he was 7 levels above him, it would take a lot of effort to kill him. However, Hanfan actually slashed for a second. It's just too scary. Ah! Hanfan, you animal, you actually dared to kill Sun Hao. You're a dead man. The Green Dragon Society won't spare you. We'll break you into pieces. Death by 1,000 cuts. Sugar came back to her senses, screaming and cursing. I'm sorry, but whether or not the Green Dragon Society breaks me into pieces, you no longer have the chance to see. After saying that, Hanfan's figure once again disappeared strangely. Hanfan, if you dare. Sugar was scared out of her wits and pointedly asked for a warning. Puff. As a result, her voice came to an abrupt end before the words came out of her mouth. As Hanfan's figure gradually revealed itself from the darkness of the night, Sweetie's body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang and died. Hiss. Jiang Xia sucked in a breath of cool air, her scalp tingling. This sun is simply demonic. Now, she finally knew why Hanfan was able to become the strongest national scholar ever in the history of the Great Summer College Entrance Examination. It's definitely not by luck. Rather, his strength is unfathomable. The rank gap was nothing but a pose in front of him. That's terrible. You want to rob my equipment even if you stand still? Hanfan turned his head toward Jiang Xie and coldly said. No, no, no. Handsome guy, don't get excited, we definitely don't have any thoughts of robbing you of your equipment. Jiang Xie was startled and waved her hands to explain. Hi. Hello again, need a hand? As Jiang Xie's words fell, a familiar greeting voice came. Hanfan's face stiffened and he twisted his head to look. At once, Hanfan's face was filled with black lines. Phil, the girl in red, popped up again like a ghost. At this moment, Hanfan's mind was very skeptical that she had been following him. You actually recognize? We didn't see anything, come on. Let's go quickly. Compared to Hanfan's thunderous approach, it startled Jiang Xie. When she saw Fair, who had suddenly appeared beside Hanfan, she was filled with a look of having seen a ghost. Not only her, but the group of juniors behind Jiang Xie, all of them were also sweating coldly and their legs were shivering. With Jiang Xie's order, they all scrambled and ran faster than rabbits. In a puff of smoke, Jiang Xie's group ran out of sight. Hanfan was wide-eyed and dumbfounded when he saw this. What's the situation? Faye, the little girl, looks pretty cute. It's that scary. Why are they all so scared? Why are they so afraid of you? Hanfan couldn't figure it out mentally and dropped his gaze to Faye. Are they afraid of me? Faye had an innocent, human, and harmless look on her face. Not afraid? Of course I'm not afraid, the parents are very cute, right? Faye spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything useful from her, Hanfan shook his head helplessly. Hanfan then cooed at the vampire as he paid her to help dispose of Sun Hao and Sugar's bodies. Boom! Boom! With 2 muffled thuds, Faye showed off some more of her corpse-blowing stunts. In a matter of minutes, Sun Hao and Sugar's 2 corpses were disposed of, cleanly. $2,000 in hand. Mezzo. Have fun working together, bye. As the words fell, Faye ran off again in a puff of smoke. Hey! That's it? Hanfan was dumbfounded, it was too realistic. LOL. Sell equipment to earn a little money, put the pocket has not yet covered hot, and fell into the fill this little lowly pants pocket. In the end, he's actually a laborer? It's too much. Jiang Xie took a group of juniors and ran to a place where no one was, and then gasped for air. Chief, I didn't just blink, did I? That guy actually knows that horrible freak Phil? More than knowing each other, can't you see how well they know each other? Probably still good friends. Hiss. That guy actually managed to become Faye's friend, isn't he afraid that Faye will kill him? Jiang Xie raised her hand and wiped her cold sweat, her lips a little pale. Did this guy Hanfan really not know that Faye was scary, or did he fake it? In Jinling City, when others saw Faye, they were like seeing the plague, avoiding as far away as possible. Even Zhuge Kongming, the dean of the Godslayer Academy, would have to avoid and take a detour when he encountered her on the road. That Hanfan guy is so good, he actually became friends with Faye? It looks like the relationship between the two, as if it is still extraordinary. What a living hell. Plus the other side. Hanfan didn't know where Feier came from. But he could also see that the little girl didn't look very old. A red dress with a kawaii look, cute and cuddly. But the strength is absolutely unfathomable. Back to the dorms. That guy Wang Sledgehammer, I don't know where he went to fool around, he hasn't come back yet. Hanfan lay down on his bed and pondered what he planned to do next. Zhou Chao was slaughtered by him. Though for the time being, no one has found out that he did it. But I'm afraid it won't be long before trouble finds us. The other thing was Sun Hao and Sugar's pair of dogs. He had slaughtered both of them in front of the woman called Jiang Xie. The Jiling City Power, the Green Dragon Society, would definitely not let it go. It was imperative that the onslaught had to continue and increase in strength. At level 40, a Transcendent can borrow some of the power of the demon soul to greatly increase his strength. When you reach level 50 and become a legendary extraordinaire, you will be able to descend into the true form of the demon soul. The so-called demon soul true body, the Transcendent and the demon soul, fight as one. Hanfan's demonic soul was a super divine quality six-winged angel. He was looking forward to how much his battle power would increase to an exaggerated and terrifying level when he was transformed into a six-winged angel after he reached level 50. Ding dong! 150,000 gold coins in the trading bank. Suddenly, the trading house system came a beep. 150,000 gold coins in the trading house? What's the situation? Hanfan's expression froze as he hurriedly opened the trade line. Immediately, the friends section flashed up with a message from the Demon Fairy Queen. Hanfan clicked on the chat window. Brother Bailey, look at the legs. Sienner's legs, they're white and tender. Below the text message, a photo of a beautiful leg was sent. Charming and white, infinitely seductive. Instantly, Hanfan looked dumbfounded. Chapter 49. If you want to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Brother Bailey, does it look good? Hanfan was confused when Sienner sent another message. I'm serious, come on. Hanfan looked embarrassed and secretly chagrined as he flew back. His gaze, unconsciously, took two more glances at the picture sent by Sienner. Touching his heart, he said that Sienner's legs were white and tender, the best of the best. He. Brother Bailey, how decent are you? The Demon Fairy Queen seemed to imagine Hanfan's embarrassment, so she wouldn't let it go and continued to molest. Hanfan's old face flushed and he hurriedly changed the topic, saying, Sienner, you transferred another 150,000 gold coins to me, what's going on? Humph. Emotionless, that money is the equipment you gave me, exchanged to you at the market price. Those junk equipment, can they be sold for so much money? Hanfan was shocked. He roughly calculated that it was only a good dozen pieces of equipment. And it's all junk quality. 250,000 gold coins? 250,000 gold coins, converted into real money, that's $25,000. Suddenly, Hanfan discovered a money-making wealth code. Stinky Bailey brother, do you have any misconceptions about trash equipment? Which of those equipments you gave me is not a small extreme item? These are considered small extreme items? So you guys are so low on equipment attributes, sorry, rate. Hanfan looked embarrassed and hurriedly apologized. Brother Bailey, what do you mean by that? Do you have better equipment there? No. Stinky Brother Bailey, you must have some good equipment, sell one to Sister Sienner, okay? Fairy, I really didn't. Brother Bailey, as long as you sell me another piece of extreme equipment, Sienner will send you a more seductive picture. Hey! Fairy, what's wrong with you? I told you, I'm decent. Brother Bailey, please, I'm begging you. Fairy on the offensive with a bone-crunching voice. Hanfan shivered as he listened. Luckily, Wang Sledgehammer was not in the dormitory, otherwise the misunderstanding would have been huge. Stop. Sienner, don't be like this, I'm scared. I'll give you a piece of barely passable equipment for free, and I'll give it to you when I have something better. Scared. Hanfan returned a message to Sienner and hurriedly took the Centipede King ring he wasn't using and gave it to her. The Centipede King ring, even though it was only a purple rare equipment, had attribute characteristics that were not bad. Really? Brother Bailey, you are so good. To me, This ring, my god. This equipment barely passes muster in your eyes, brother? The Demon Fairy Queen had just daintily thanked Hanfan. But when she received the Centipede King ring from Hanfan and saw the attributes, she lost her voice and screamed. Not phased. Centipede King Ring, rare jewelry, strength plus 90, speed plus 100, physique plus 80, luck plus 5, characteristics, increase physical damage by 5%, available after level 15. Not only can you wear it at level 15, but it also has the attribute of adding luck. Of all the equipment, plus the lucky word, is the most precious. After all, the 6 attributes of the Transcendentalist, only the lucky attribute is fixed and ungrowable, relying on equipment stacking. Because of this, a piece of equipment with 5 points of luck, put on the black market, speculation to 500,000 gold coins, not a problem. And, a whole lot of rich bigots vying for it. Not to mention that this piece of equipment also has a 5% physical damage boost. A talisman. Brother, are you in Jinling City? Let's meet tomorrow, okay? Sienna is very pretty. Bailey brother, why don't you say anything Hey! Stinking brother Bailey, why did you go offline again without saying a word? What a big bad egg. Humph. You stinking brother, wait for me, I'll find you. Pissed off chest pain. The magic fairy queen sent several voices in a row. The voice was more than a little coquettish. Suddenly, she realized that Hanfan had, at some point, slipped offline. The demon fairy queen's heart was screaming with anger. He couldn't wait to rush over along the netting and strangle Hanfan to death. What a failure! As a big beautiful woman, dainty and pampered, she was actually continuously ignored by a boy. That's too hurtful to the ego. Hoo-hoo! What is it with these girls these days? So passionate and proactive? It's scary. Hanfan ended his chat with the demon fairy queen and raised his hand to wipe his cold sweat, a little scared. Looks like you'll have to protect yourself when you go out in the future. Otherwise, he'll have to cry if he accidentally loses his virginity one day. Early morning. Hanfan woke up and continued to go to the skeleton cave copy to upgrade. Little bastard, stop right there. Hanfan was only halfway there when a sound of morose anger came from him. Hearing the angry rebuke, Hanfan twisted his head to look. Immediately, he saw a group of people, murderously rushing over from the distance. Hanfan threw a detection spell at the young man in the lead. Zhang Tao, level 40, Hunter-type Transcendent. Level 40 Transcendentals. Hanfan's face sank. Looking at the group of them again, their faces were grim, and they came in an aggressive manner. Obviously the visitor is not good. What's up? Hanfan's gaze fell on Zhang Tao, ready to summon his angelic servant to fight at any time. My Green Dragon Society members, Sun Hao and Sweetie, you killed them, didn't you? When Zhang Tao saw that Hanfan was only level 25, he was full of disdain and contempt. Those two losers, Sun Hao and Sugar, have accomplished more than they have. You can't handle a 25th level rookie? What? You people from the Green Dragon Society, you want to rob me of my equipment? I'm not willing to give it, and you're making a move to kill me, and you don't allow me to fight back? Hanfan understood the identity of this group of people and asked back with a cold smile. Passing pedestrians around them immediately stopped to watch the fun. Jiang Xie, along with a group of juniors, also happened to be passing by. When she saw that the person who came to pick on Hanfan was Zhang Tao, her face changed slightly. Level 40 Hunter-type Transcendentals. Zhang Tao's strength, when put into the entire Green Dragon Society, was at the elite level. Moreover, the Green Dragon Society was very powerful in Jinling City. Even the Godslayer Academy didn't dare to easily offend unless they had no choice. Today, I'm afraid Hanfan will suffer. Not only did Jiang Xie feel that Hanfan was going to be finished. The other people watching the crowd also have the feeling that Hanfan will have to lose his life here today. If you dare to kill someone from my Green Dragon Society, even if you are a student of the Godslayer Academy, you must die today. Zhang Tao ignored Hanfan's rhetorical question. In a world where the weak are the strongest and strength is honored. Weak, who reasoned with you? At this moment, he looked at Hanfan with a sinister sneer on his face. Today, Zhang Tao's purpose of coming here is to kill Hanfan to grab equipment under the pretext of avenging Sun Hao. Even if I'm a student of the Godslayer Academy, I still have to die today. Level 40 Hunter-type Trance. Dent, is that how you pretend to be 13? That being the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. So what if you're a member of the Green Dragon Society? If you dare to mess with me, I'll let you break your arms and legs. Hanfan saw that Zhang Tao was overbearing and unreasonable and was determined to kill him, so he stopped talking nonsense. In an instant, he summoned 3 angelic servants and fought hard to the end. Chapter 50 Master Zhang Tao's Arrival, Level 65 Sealed Transcendent. Oh. What an ignorant wretch. A level 25 summoning type transcendent who dares to ask me to cut off his arms and legs? Zhang Tao's face was full of sarcasm, and he looked at Hanfan as if he was looking at a jumping clown, suddenly striking out. Put. The members of the Green Dragon Society who followed behind Zhang Tao were also amused by Hanfan's words and laughed. Holy light chop. The sword angel couldn't allow others to mock her master and fiercely blasted out with her sword. Ah! The soul skill in Zhang Tao's hand, before it was even out of his hand, one of his arms, was instantly chopped off. The mournful screams scared those who were cajoled by the Green Dragon Society and almost bit their tongues off. Everyone fiercely dropped their gazes onto the sword angel that was blocking Hanfan's front. Sword angel. Grade, Silver 3 stars 10.52%. Power, 15,000. Elemental, 5,000. Skill, 15,000. Speed, 15,000. Body mass, 15,000. Soul technique, Holy Light / Wall of Radiance. Shocker. Horrified. In an instant, a variety of emotions filled the hearts of all those present. These three dainty, weak-looking angelic servants with a main attribute of 15,000? It's a horse's ass. Are you summoning three big bosses? It's horrible. The crowd. Jiang Xie, who had thought that Hanfan was already dead inside with regret, was also shocked and bit her lips. Is this the real strength of the national top scorer that has stirred up the whole country and broken the record of the top scorer of the college entrance examination for the past 1,000 years in Dasha? How can you summon such a horrible ghostly thing? Zhang Tao looked at Hanfan with an expression like he had seen a ghost. I don't know whether it was because of the pain of his broken arm or because his heart was too horrified, but his face was hideously twisted. How do I summon anything? And I need to report to you? Hanfan's face was icy cold as he walked toward Zhang Tao step by step. What do you want to do? I'm warning you. You'd better not mess around. My master is the Green Dragon Society's Hall Master, Zhao Jigang. Zhang Tao's face suddenly changed as he threatened with a morose warning. Ha! What do I want to do? Isn't that something I should ask you? I'm properly playing monsters and upgrading in the Skeleton Cave copy, and I didn't provoke your Green Dragon Society, right? As a result, your Green Dragon Club is greedy and wants to snatch it because I exploded a piece of equipment? And when you failed to snatch it, you want to kill and exterminate me? Now, I turn around and hack you to the ground, and you're warning me not to mess around? Childish? Hanfan sneered and directly took the silver-white longsword from the sword angel. Little bastard, if you dare to touch a hair on my head today, my master will definitely not let you go. Zhang Tao's face was morose as he ignored Hanfan's sneer and warned again. Not to mention that your master is some bullhole master of the Green Dragon Society. Even if your father is the president of the Green Dragon Society, I'll still make you break your arms and legs today. A flash of hostility flashed in Hanfan's eyes as he ruthlessly slashed his sword down. Flying Eagle. Zhang Tao's face changed drastically as he hissed and growled. Ow! An eagle's cry. In the next moment, before Hanfan's sword cut off Zhang Tao's leg, a giant eagle, bigger than a man, circled. Clang! A sound like steel snapping rang out. The terrifying force from the flying eagle's claws directly forced Hanfan back several steps. The circling giant eagle then directly grabbed Zhang Tao's body and tried to flap its wings to escape. Little bastard, you wait for me. The revenge of today's broken hand, I, Zhang Tao, will definitely return it 1,000 times over. Zhang Tao is already flown on the sky, Hanfan will take him no way, Sun Ran threatened to put a hard word. Unfortunately, he's a little too loaded. He also underestimated Hanfan's strength and his determination to kill him. Want to go? Did I promise? Get your ass down here. The gun of judgment. The golden lance silently appeared in Hanfan's hand. Boom! In the next moment, the golden lance, driven by Hanfan, fiercely blasted towards the giant eagle in the sky. Ow! With a mournful cry, the giant eagle's body was directly penetrated by the overbearing spear of judgment, dissipating into the air. Ah! Bleak and terrified screams came from Zhang Tao, who had just let out a vicious statement, thinking that he could escape, once again fell from the sky and smashed on the ground. That's it? Hanfan carried his sword and sneered as he arrived in front of Zhang Tao, who was flinging blood from his 7 orifices, and sneered. Zhang Tao's face was as white as paper, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Falling from more than 10 meters in the sky, this fall of 5 organs are misplaced, and has not yet been able to slow down the energy. But even so, he mentally found that he had just been too cheap-mouthed and too able to pretend. If it wasn't for those words before he escaped and angered Hanfan, maybe Hanfan would have just let him escape. Chief, it seems we underestimated him a bit yesterday. Is he really only level 25? Is he really a summoning type transcendent? The information that was detected, it says so, but it seems like the ones summoned are all big alpha level bosses. Why do I have the feeling that even if he doesn't summon the 3 angelic servants and relies on his own terrifying strength, he can still over Zhang Tao? Zhang Xie and a group of juniors, whispering and watching their scalps. Originally, they felt that Hanfan's second kill of level 32 Sun Hao yesterday was already the limit. However, only a day apart. Zhang Xie then realized that Hanfan's second's level 40 Zhang Tao, too. Sloppy. This kind of demonic strength was simply on par with that female demon, Fair. No wonder the two demons could be good friends. Brothers, more friends, more road. Today's matter, I Zhang Tao to make amends not. When Zhang Tao saw Hanfan looking at him like a dead man, his heart was really scared. Therefore, he hastened to be soft and stopped pretending to be 13. More friends, more roads? Goods like you deserve to be my Hanfan's friend? You. Zhang Tao was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood and couldn't speak. In the past, he was the one who used others as dogs. When did he become a dog and look at others' faces? That pair of dogs are probably still lining up in the netherworld. If you go now, it's just as well that you can still plug in, 3 short of 1 to play the landlord. Go. Hanfan was too lazy to talk to Zhang Tao in nonsense, his eyes bursting with killing intent, instantly wanting to slaughter Zhang Tao. Bastard, unbridled. Dare to hurt my disciple, looking for death. Suddenly, a roar came. Along with this roar, a mountainous aura blasted towards Hanfan. Boo! The terrifying impact directly sent Hanfan flying out a dozen meters away. If the 3 angels hadn't blocked the damage for him, I'm afraid that with this strike, Hanfan would have died. Hanfan's face chilled as he looked toward the old man in black who appeared in front of Zhang Tao. Zhao Jigang, level 65, Baja Tiger Extraordinaire. Seal of Transcendence. Hanfan's pupils contracted violently. Before Zhang Tao could kill him, it was his master Zhao Jigang, a level 65 sealed transcendent, who rushed to support the scene. Instantly, a strong uneasiness rose in Hanfan's heart. He was only a level 25 rookie, and his opponent was a level 65 sealed transcendent. There is a 40 level difference between the two, so they are not even on the same level. Master, you're finally here, kill him. You kill this beast and avenge me, he broke my arm, kill him. From extreme despair to extreme ecstasy. Zhang Tao's mental condition has taken on an insane state. He growls and asks Zhao Jigang to kill Hanfan. Little bastard, you dare to break my disciple's arm? Zhao Jigang looked at Zhang Tao's broken arm, his face grim and morose. Ha! What? Only your disciple is allowed to kill me, not me? Hanfan smiled coldly. Even if the other party was a level 65 sealed transcendent, he did not have a trace of fear on his face. Taking a step back, it's useless to be afraid at this point. Unbridled. What are you, a cheap life, and you're worthy of being compared to my disciple? As Zhao Jigang's words fell, he violently raised his hand and slapped his palm toward Hanfan's head. Chapter 51, Old Pitiful Man, Take My Shot, Trial Overlord's Shot. At once, Hanfan felt a mountainous aura that came crashing down. Let alone a backhand, it's difficult to stand there without falling over. Was this the level 65 sealed transcendent, terrifying strength? Sure enough, strong. But he wasn't going to sit around and wait. Today, even if you die. He, Hanfan, had to die standing up too. Queen's blessing. Hanfan fiercely hissed and executed the divine bone soul technique. Afterwards, he didn't stop for anything and leaned on the Medusa skull to gain powerful spiritual energy. Hanfan once again performed the other 2 soul skills. The Gun of Judgment. Ghost Chi 9-Blade Stream. A matchless golden gun aura coalesced from Hanfan's left hand. In his right hand, there was a huge sword surrounded by ghostly aura. Holy Light Chop. Wall of Light. The sword angel violently trembled its white feathered wings and rushed up to the sky, blocking in front of Hanfan. Holy Red Flame. Holy Light Storm. The Angel of Law followed suit and droned, frantically launching soul skill attacks. As for the angelic ice servant, because the level is only bronze 5 stars and it's a control system, you can only stand at the end and assist in controlling the output. Hanfan and a few of his angelic servants displayed a powerful strength. It shocked and appalled everyone in the room. Level 25? Such terrifying explosive power, was it really possible for a level 25 summoning type transcendent to do that? Not far away, Zhao Jigang saw that Hanfan actually displayed such strength, and a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. However, it is also only second to second. The dominant tiger shakes the sky. Zhao Jigang slowly raised his hand to show the crowd just how terrifying the strength of a level 65 sealed transcendent was. Roar! A whine pierced the sky, shattering through the eardrums of the crowd. The next moment, the tiger, with the might of an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, pounced on him. Boom! 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 3 muffled sounds in a row. The wall of light surrounding the sword angel's body instantly shattered like glass all over the place. Her petite body, moreover, slammed hard into the ground like a cannonball, flooding the ground with circles and circles of red light. The same goes for the angel of law and the angelic ice servant. It could be said that if it wasn't for Hanfan's divine bone Medusa skull, which came with the soul skill, Queen's Blessing, which possessed a one-time immunity to fatal damage characteristic, I'm only afraid that the 3 angelic servants have already died as many times as they can. Level 65 sealed transcendent strength, terrifying to the core. All around, retreated far from the watching crowd, heart-appalled Zhao Jigang's strength horror at the same time, but also full of regret. Hanfan had such strength at a mere level 25. If he is given a few more years to grow to the height of Zhao Jigang, I'm only afraid that it would be as easy for him to kill a sealed transcendent like Zhao Jigang as if he were slaughtering a pig or a dog. Pity! Zhao Jigang, there was no way he would give him such a chance. Old dog, do you think you can strike down old me like this? Old me will tear a piece of meat from you today even if I die. Blood spilled from the corners of Hanfan's mouth as he trembled and climbed up. Queen's Blessing! Hanfan cast Queen's Blessing again. This time, he took the Queen's Blessing and inflicted it on himself. Master! 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 3 consecutive shouts came from the mouths of the 3 angelic servants. As Hanfan's angelic servants, how could they not know what Hanfan wanted to do? But before she could struggle up from the ground again to fight Zhao Jigang, Hanfan sent them back to the summoning space. At this moment, Hanfan's heart was already holding the belief of certain death. He didn't beg for mercy, he didn't bow down. Because, that's not his style. Taking a step back, begging for forgiveness and bowing down, would Zhao Jigang, the old dog, let him go? The answer, no. As Hanfan's heart exploded with an unrivaled conviction of certain death. The clear sky was steeply clouded. In the next moment, a blurry shadow appeared silently. 6-winged angel. Zhao Jigang violently raised his head and looked towards the sky. One could only see the black shadow that was obscured by the dark clouds that filled the sky, like one to a high god, looking down with a lowered head. The cold eyes that landed on Zhao Jigang, a level 65 sealed transcendent, were like looking at a mole cricket. What kind of demonic soul is this? How does it possess such terrifying might? Zhao Jigang was horrified. You know, he's fully level 65. And Hanfan was nothing more than a level 25 rookie. However, at this time, Hanfan's heart held the conviction of certain death, and the demonic soul shadow that was inspired actually made him feel a hint of fear and unease. Chiu Chi Kong, level 65, is still the same. Not to mention the others? Those who hid far away inside with emotion were also frightened by the mountainous pressure in the sky. An inexplicable feeling of submission caused some transcendents with weak demonic souls to instinctively fall to their knees and prostrate themselves on the ground. Zhao Jigang, take a shot from me. Trial Buster Gun. Hanfan's first soul skill, Gun of Judgment, seemed to have mutated the moment Hanfan borrowed the power of the 6-winged angel. The 3rd-ranked Gun of Judgment had mutated into the 5th-ranked Judgment Overlord Gun. In the next moment, a giant golden spear that could run through heaven and earth coalesced in the air above Hanfan's head. As Hanfan hissed and roared, he transformed into an open-jawed golden dragon and blasted towards Zhao Jigang, who was filled with shock. Second soul technique Fierce Tiger out of the mountain. Zhao Jigang's face was filled with horror as he cast his second soul skill. This son absolutely cannot be kept. A district level 25 could actually borrow the power of a demonic soul. It was important to realize that the power of the demon soul could only be barely borrowed by a transcendent until they reached level 40. And he was able to borrow the power of the demon soul at level 25, backed by his belief in certain death. And I don't know what the hell his demon soul is. Just a hint of demonic soul power made him feel tremendous pressure. What's going to happen if we let him grow anymore? If he doesn't get rid of it today, it will definitely be the biggest trouble for his Green Dragon Society in the coming days. Click. Even though Hanfan had borrowed the power of the super divine product Demonic Soul Six-Winged Angel, there was after all a 40-level difference between his level and Zhao Jigang's. Almost just in a single glance, Hanfan's Trial Overlord Lance was broken by Zhao Jigang's second soul skill, Fierce Tiger out of the mountain. Bang! Hanfan's body, too, flew out backwards like a cannonball. Put! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out of Hanfan's mouth and smashed into a wall at the back. The wall, in an instant, was smashed into pieces. Hanfan fell to the ground and struggled to get up, but couldn't. Blood was spilling out of his mouth, nose, and ears. The huge six-winged angel silhouette in the sky slowly dispersed. Makes it like a dream. Dying? No sound could come out of Hanfan's mouth, only blood was overflowing noiselessly. At this moment, his heart was filled with sadness. 3 years of crossing over, 3 years of trying his best. But I didn't want to actually end up in this situation. Pathetic. Lamentable. Sister June, I've let you down. Hanfan muttered another sound under his breath. In the distance, Zhao Jigang's devastating attack blasted over again. Hanfan closed his eyes in despair. Zhao Jigang, how dare you! A roar resounded through the entire Jinling city. The dean of the Godslayer Academy, Zhuge Kongming, arrived. Zhao Jigang's face suddenly changed. If it was usual, Zhao Jigang would have stopped immediately when he saw Zhuge Kongming coming. But today, he had to kill this demonic monster, Hanfan. If you miss today, I'm afraid you won't get another chance. And the enmity between their Green Dragon Society and this son has been thoroughly established. If they let him grow up, I'm afraid that in the future, the Green Dragon Society, will fall into the hands of this demon. When Zhao Jigang thought of this, his face turned vicious and he fiercely increased the power in his hands, vowing to kill Hanfan with a single strike. In the distant sky, the heart of Zhuge Kongming, who was rushing to the scene, sank, wanting to block. It was too late. Chapter 52 I swore that whoever dares to touch my brother will die. Alas! It's really dying. Zhao Jigang, the 65th ranked sealed transcendent of the Green Dragon Society, is afraid of him to this extent, so you can imagine how demonic his performance is. So what if it's a demon? How many amazingly talented demons have appeared in Great Xia in the past, and how many of them may go to the end and become strong? The crowd sighed and an inexplicable sadness rose in their hearts. Just as Zhao Jigang's second soul skill, Mighty Tiger out of the mountain, was about to engulf Hanfan, a silhouette blocked in front of Hanfan. The silhouette wasn't tall and seemed to be just a girl. However, the matchless sword intent displayed on her body was like piercing the sky. Boom! With a shocking loud bang, the sinister shadow hardened itself to carry off the sure kill strike of level 65 sealed transcendent Zhao Jigang. The terrifying shockwave shook those who were close, directly flying. Jiang Xie and the others who were farther away also retreated 5 or 6 steps before stopping. Not bothering to be appalled and shocked, the crowd opened their eyes wide and looked towards the silhouette. It's her! That God-slaying academy's most astonishingly talented demon ever. Even when Fair, the little devil, saw her, she was like a mouse seeing a cat, turning into the existence of a good girl. Originally, Hanfan thought he was bound to die. Only, he waited for half a day, but he didn't wait for death to come. He struggled to open his eyes, the blood blurring his vision. However, he still recognized, at a glance, the silhouette coming from the front. June. Hanfan opened his mouth to call out a name. Instead, what spilled out of his mouth was blood with warmth. Ahead, as if the silhouette had heard his silent call, her delicate body shuddered fiercely and slowly turned around. Han Shijun. The adopted daughter of Hanfan's parents, his sister. The people closest to me in this strange world after crossing over. Hanfan smiled when he saw that it was really Han Shijun. It was just that, covered in blood, the way he smiled at that moment was a bit sad. Where D? Han Shijun's voice was trembling. She wanted to rush to Hanfan, who was collapsed in a pool of blood, in one go, but her legs, it seemed, were not listening to her. She took one step at a time, and each step was very heavy as she walked towards Hanfan. Puff! When Han Shijun reached Hanfan's nearness, he fell to his knees in a flash. She then took the bloodied Hanfan into her arms with trembling hands. Snap! Snap! During the 3 years, Han Shijun, who had never shed a tear, rolled hot teardrops that slid down her cheeks drop after drop and dripped onto Hanfan. At this time, Zhuge Kongming also came over. With a face as gloomy as ink, he first checked Hanfan's body for injuries and applied a healing spell to him. He then jerked his head around and looked at Zhao Jigang, whose face was cloudy in the distance. Zhao Jigang, how dare you, even a student of my Godslayer Academy, dare to kill? Zhuge Kongming angrily rebuked out, his breath surging all over his body, displaying the majesty of being the dean of the Godslayer Academy. Dean Zhuge, today's matter, there is some misunderstanding, I will come to the door to explain in the coming day, farewell. Zhao Jigang smiled skin deep. He knew that Zhuge Kongming was here, and there was no hope of killing Hanfan again today. However, the thought of beheading this son in his heart did not break. This son is only at level 25, but he forced him to utilize his second soul skill. If we don't get rid of it soon, the consequences will be endless. Immediately after Zhao Jigang finished speaking, he was about to leave with his injured disciple Zheng Tao. Clang! Only, without waiting for him to turn around and take a few steps, an immortal sword suddenly landed on the ground in front of his feet. When the crowd saw this, their faces changed slightly and they turned their heads to look at it. This sword belongs to Hanfan's sister, Han Shijun. At that moment, Han Shijun had slowly stood up. Dean, help me take care of Fan Di. Han Shijun smiled gently at Hanfan, then took a deep breath to look at Zhuge Kongming. Well, be careful. Zhuge Kongming's face was stunned, understanding Han Shijun's intentions, he barked a sentence. Sister Jun, you. Don't be impulsive. Cough. Hanfan was in better spirits after Zhuge Kongming's treatment. He hurriedly pulled Han Shijun's hand, not wanting her to do something impulsive. Brat, old sister isn't as weak as you think. Han Shijun rubbed his head and turned around with determination. In an instant, from above her body, a shocking sword intent erupted. At this time, she just stood there, giving people a feeling like a worldly immortal sword that pierced through the heavens and cut down the gods and destroyed the devils. My god! Is she going to challenge Zhao Jigang's level 65 sealed transcendent with her level 50 legendary transcendent strength? This is indeed a bit crazy, but haven't you seen Han Shijun's younger brother, at level 25, dare to cross level 40 and fight Zhao Jigang? His sister is level 50, why wouldn't she dare? That's true, with Dean Zhuge Kongming on the sidelines, Zhao Jigang won't have a chance to kill the siblings again. I didn't expect that this year's National College Entrance Examination top student is actually the strongest demonic brother of the Godslayer Academy. Are these two siblings genetically so strong? It's scary. The crowd watching from afar was filled with shock and horror, and there was a lot of discussion. At this time, their hearts were filled with excitement. Anticipation. In the past, they only knew that Han Shijun of the Godslayer Academy was the strongest demonic student in history. But to what extent she was perverted and demonic, no one had yet seen. Today, finally, I'm going to witness it for myself. Level 50 versus level 65, it's exciting to think about. However, although the hearts of the crowd were filled with excitement and anticipation. But no one thought that Han could be a match for Zhao Jigang with a difference of 15 levels. Zhao Jigang's face suddenly changed. At this time, his mood was very different from the crowd watching around him. He faced Han Shijun in front of him, as if he was locked in place by an out-of-body sort of deicide. The shocking killing intent that came from the mountains and seas made his scalp numb. Before he even made a move, he was actually suppressed by the level 50 legendary transcendent, Han Shijun, in terms of his aura. Dean Zhuge, what do you mean? Are you going to tear your face off with me, the Green Dragon Society? Zhao Jigang angrily rebuked, his eyes looking straight at Zhuge Kongming, waiting for him to answer. Zhuge Kongming spread his hands and innocently said, Don't ask me about this, this little girl is stubborn, no one can stop her if she wants to do anything. You! Zhao Jigang's anger nodded and his gaze fell on Han Shijun. At that moment, Han Shijun also spoke. I have sworn that whoever dares to touch my brother will die. As the words fell, Han Shijun transformed into a stream of light and bullied his way up. Quick! In the air, the crowd only saw a light that flew around, but Han Shijun was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Jigang was actually in a slight mess under Han Shijun's terrifying firepower output. The crowd was horrified to see this. A 50th level legendary transcendent, hammering a 65th level sealed transcendent? Zhao Jigang, this 65th level sealed transcendent, is afraid that it's not a fake. However, this also proved, side by side, how powerful and terrifying Han Shijun was. Originally, the crowd just wanted to see with their own eyes, the strongest demon in the history of the Godslayer Academy, just how powerful it was. And the scene in front of them made their hearts feel some anticipation instead. A level 50 legendary transcendent against a level 65 sealed transcendent, is there a chance to win? Chapter 53 Terrifying 8th Order Soul Skill, Blood Dance Exorcism. Chief, do you think it's really possible to win a level 50 against a level 65? Put it on someone else and there might not be half a chance, but put it on Han Shijun and not necessarily. Why? Didn't you see that Hanfan forced Zhao Jigang to utilize his second soul skill with just his 25th level intermediate transcendentalist strength? Jiang Xia watched with a rather tense mood, looking forward to the outcome of the ensuing battle. Not only her, but other people's hearts were filled with anticipation. First soul skill, Hegemonic Tiger shaking the sky. Zhao Jigang was under Han Shijun's stormy attack, revealing a difficult stance. Therefore, he was the first to cast his first soul skill to counterattack. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the city of Jinling. A matchless aura impacted towards Han Shijun. Thrilling wave rage slash. Although Han Shijun is only level 50, he is not afraid at all. With a dainty cry from her mouth, the light of the immortal sword in her hand flourished, transforming into a giant sword that opened up the sky. Boom! A sword came down with a cry of sorrow. Zhao Jigang's first soul skill, Bullying Tiger shocking the sky, was actually destroyed and broken. What? How is this possible? Zhao Jigang let out a miserable cry from his mouth, his face filled with horror. All around the crowd watching the crowd, also eyeballs staring almost fell down, looked stupid. Zhao Jigang, a level 65 sealed transcendent, is no match for Han Shijun, a level 50 legendary transcendent? Could it be any more fake? Second soul technique, Fierce Tiger out of the mountain. Zhao Jigang didn't have time to think about it any further and cast his second soul skill again. One sword shocking. Han Shijun was known as the strongest demon in the history of the Godslayer Academy, and this name wasn't for nothing. Her demonic soul, in Zhuge Kongming's opinion. Even if one looked at the entire Grand Xia, there was no attack power stronger than hers. Roar! With a tiger's mournful roar, Zhao Jigang's second soul skill was crushed and blasted through again. Put! The successive heavy blows caused Zhao Jigang's mouth to spray out a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't care less about his ghastly white face, and his eyes looked horrified at Han Shijun in midair in front of him. How can a level 50 legendary transcendent be so powerful? No way! He doesn't believe it. Evil Tiger True Body. Zhao Jigang hissed and growled under his breath, and a black tiger appeared steeply behind Zhao. And as the black tiger appeared, Zhao Jigang's aura climbed. Devil Soul True Body. Zhao Jigang's demonic soul was an immortal blacklight evil tiger. Although Han Shijun's combat strength was exaggerated to the point of perversion. Zhao Jigang, however, had no intention whatsoever of tying his hands. Besides, he was a level 65 sealed transcendent, a level 50 little girl could not possibly be his opponent. Sword Dance Frost. As Han Shijun let out a dainty cry, a snowflake steeply drifted up in the clear sky. Those snowflakes, like sharp blades, whistled towards Zhao Jigang who was not far away. Ho ho ho! The strength of Zhao Jigang, who had exerted his demonic soul true body, was increased exponentially. At this point, even Han Shijun's soul skill, Sword Dance Frost, with its incredible destructive power, couldn't help him in the slightest. Sword Dance Pure Flame. Seeing that the third soul skill didn't damage Zhao Jigang, Han Shijun continued to cast the fourth soul skill. In a blink of an eye, the sky, which had been chilled to the bone a moment before, was ablaze with monstrous flames. Extreme cold to extreme heat. The extreme temperature drop formed a violent wind that swept towards Zhao Jigang. Evil Tiger Protector. Zhao Jigang let out a hiss as a shield formed around his body. Boom! Boom! The violent wind ruthlessly hit Zhao Jigang's evil tiger body shield, sending out a shocking sound, but still could not break his turtle shell-like defense. When Zhao Jigang saw this, his hanging heart completely relaxed. Stinky girl, although your strength is strong, you can't break through my defense, now quickly withdraw your hand and I'll spare you from death. Zhao Jigang's gaze landed on Han Shijun and he warned morosely. It looks like it's a tie, with the strength of a level 50 legendary transcendent, he actually hardened himself against a level 65 sealed transcendent without losing, it's too terrifying. Yeah, if we let Han Shijun rise another 10 levels to level 60, I'm afraid Zhao Jigang won't be able to go more than 5 rounds in her hands. A group of people saw that it was a tie and sighed and lamented. We all saw the scene of the two men's fierce fight clearly. It was so close that Han Shijun's superb sword chi was able to break through Zhao Jigang's turtle shell shield. Unfortunately, the attribute gap of 15 levels was not something that could be made up for by relying on the power of a soul skill. Old piker, do you really think that I can't do anything about you just because you're hiding in a turtle shell? Han Shijun laughed, full of contempt. Ha! Stinky girl, if I wasn't looking at Dean Zhuge's face, I would have killed you long ago. Don't fail to recognize yourself. Zhao Jigang's old face was a bit pulled back, and he immediately mocked a sentence. As his words fell, a hush fell over the crowd watching on the ground below. Zhao Jigang, this old piker, is so thick-skinned. Ming Ming had exchanged some blows and was forced to hide in a turtle shell like a lost dog. Speaking as if he was so benevolent that he couldn't bear to kill Han Shijun. Hypocrisy. That being the case, then let me see if your demonic soul's true body is hard, or if my sword is stronger. Han Shijun is the typical type of person who is ruthless and doesn't say much. As her words fell, she also instantly cast her demonic soul true body. The Sword of the Exorcist. Although it was only an immortal demon soul, Zhuge Kongming knew. Han Shijun's demonic soul execution sword grade had actually reached the height of a quasi-divine product. When this sword comes out, immortals can be executed. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the attack power of Han Shijun's demonic soul execution sword was. Blood Dance Punisher. With the fall of Han Shijun's voice, a 5-colored light abruptly rose to the sky from her demonic soul execution sword. This is an 8th rank soul skill. My god, learning an 8th rank soul skill at level 50? This is too terrifying. Hiss. Zhao Jigang, this old thing, is going to have bad luck today. I'm afraid he won't be able to block this immortal execution sword. The watching crowd went crazy. There are 9 ranks of soul skills. For each rank of soul skill, the colors exhibited were different. For example, Hanfan had previously obtained the 3rd order soul skill, Gun of Judgment, and the glow when it was performed was golden in color. And the 5 colors are the unique colors of the 8th order soul skills. Ah! Just as the crowd was appalled and didn't return to their senses, a mournful and miserable scream came from the crowd. The crowd winced and hurriedly opened their eyes to look. Immediately, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and their scalps went numb. Zhao Jigang demonic soul black light evil tiger, 1 tiger claw was cut off hard. The turtle shell-like shield on his body also broke apart. Han Shijun's face was expressionless, like an empress from the heavenly realm. In an instant, she held her sword and went up again. As she had told Cho earlier. Whoever dares to touch her brother, dies. Zhuge Kongming, as the Dean of the Godslayer Academy, are you allowing your Godslayer Academy students to kill my Green Dragon Society Hallmaster? A voice containing anger came out. The next moment, Han Shijun's matchless sword was directly crushed by a giant hand that appeared without warning. The terrifying force shook Han Shijun back dozens of steps before he stopped. Han Shijun's pretty face chilled as she stared at the person who appeared in front of her. Green Dragon. President of the Green Dragon Society. Level 92 Extreme Transcendentals. Chapter 54 President of the Green Dragon Society, Level 92 Extreme Transcendent. Xinglong, you dare to stop me from killing this old man? Han Shijun had no fear on his face even when he was facing a level 92 extreme transcendentist. Above her body, the battle intent was even more intense. Buzz. The immortal execution sword, which seemed to have sensed the powerful killing intent in her heart, erupted with dazzling sword aura. Ahead, Xinglong frowned slightly and said, "Little girl, don't be so hostile." Xinglong, I, Han Shijun, put my words here, this old man dares to hurt my brother, I will kill him today. If you dare to block, I, Han Shijun, swear to slaughter everyone in your Green Dragon Society. If you don't believe me, you can try. As Han Shijun's words fell, he instantly lifted his sword and charged towards Zhao Jigang once again. Zhao Jigang's face suddenly changed as he shouted, "Chairman, save me." Xinglong's face was hard to see. He had the intention to block it, but Han Shijun's words made him hold back hard. As the president of the Green Dragon Society, he didn't dare to make this bet. 1 year. Han Shijun, the demon monster of the Godslayer Academy, had risen from level 21 to level 50 in just 1 year. Give her some more time to grow up, and when we look at Jinling City, who can be her rival? Perhaps he, Qinglong, could defeat her and not fear her. But he definitely couldn't stop Han Shijun from slaughtering his Green Dragon Society members. After all, even a level 65 sealed transcendent was no match for her now, let alone others. Watching the crowd from afar, originally thought that Qinglong came, today's farce, will be wrapped up. Unbeknownst to them, they had underestimated how much Han Shijun loved this younger brother. If you dare to stop her from killing Zhao Jigang, you will slaughter all the members of the entire Green Dragon Society. Such bold words make one's blood boil. It makes one's scalp tingle. The point was, with the terrifying strength that Han Shijun was displaying at this moment, no one thought she was joking. "President, save me. Help me." Zhao Jigang was in a hurry. He put up a desperate defense while pleading for help to the Green Dragon. Originally, Zhao Jigang's heart was filled with excitement when he saw that Qinglong had arrived. Thought it was saved. MMP. Is this now a case of being saved? It's to watch him die, isn't it? Dean Zhuge. Qinglong's face changed, and he immediately looked at Zhuge Kongming. This matter, I can't control. You don't know what kind of temper this girl has, her heart scales, but her baby brother. Besides, putting aside their sibling relationship, Hanfan is my Godslayer Academy demon, Zhao Jigang actually did it in front of me, and the fact that I didn't personally crush him to death is already enough to give you, Qinglong, face. Zhuge Kongming was also an old man, and did not wait for Qinglong to finish his words, waving his hand in succession to interrupt. Qinglong's face suffocated into a pig's liver color. He glanced at Zhao Jigang, who was in a sorry state like a dog, his body stabbed with several holes by Han Shijun's sword, and his heart cursed angrily. This accomplished dog, the old face of his Green Dragon Society, has been disgraced. At that moment, Qinglong dropped his gaze onto Hanfan. From between Zhuge Kongming's words just now, Qinglong heard that Hanfan was Han Shijun's reverse scale. Today, if you want Han Shijun to give up the idea of killing Zhao Jigang, you can only start with Hanfan. Little friend Han, Zhao Jigang, this old piker, was certainly in the wrong, but he was also taught a hard lesson by your sister. Today, if a person is killed, it's not good for everyone. I'll apologize to you on his behalf, and you persuade your sister to stop in a hurry. When the crowd saw Qinglong, the president of the hallowed Qinglong Society, actually licked his face and apologized to Hanfan with a smile, they watched in disbelief. A level 25 rookie can make a level 92 ultimate transcendent apologize. That's enough to brag about for the rest of your life. Ha! What's the use of just apologizing? Don't you want to make some real compensation? Hanfan is the pride of my Godslayer Academy, and his potential is even higher than his sister's. He was injured like this by your Green Dragon Society. I, as the dean, have a heartache that's hard to bear. I can't chill his heart. I won't even agree to release that old pipsqueak Zhao Jigang without some compensation from you. Without waiting for Hanfan to open his mouth, Zhuge Kongming was the first to speak for Hanfan, putting words in his mouth. Qinglong's heart cursed when he heard Zhuge Kongming explicitly ask for compensation. This old thing. It was clear that he thought that he, Qinglong, was a big wrong seed and wanted to take the opportunity to screw him over. The key, the life of his subordinate hall master, by Han Shijun pinched dead. Green Dragon is pressing up against the cage, in a very passive position. It's my negligence, little friend Han, here's a piece of equipment, a little token of appreciation, don't mind. Qinglong smiled skinlessly and took out a golden rare equipment, wanting to get rid of Hanfan. To his surprise, Hanfan didn't even look at him and took out the 2 skeleton suit accessories that he had exploded earlier without any haste. Dean, look at these 2 pieces of epic equipment of mine, are they beautiful? By the way, this heaven-shaking bow rewarded by the National Scholar is also a golden rare equipment. Hanfan was explicitly asking Zhuge Kongming if these pieces of equipment were pretty. In reality, Hanfan was insinuating and slapping Qinglong, the president of the Qinglong Society, in the face. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful outfit. Nice, nice. Zhuge Kongming was also old and sophisticated, and immediately echoed the praise. The smile on Qinglong's face froze, and his already bad mood was as bad as eating. Ahem. I'm sorry, I didn't pay too much attention to look when I took the equipment just now, and I took the wrong one. This epic equipment is the one that was intended to be given to you, little friend Han. Qinglong retrieved the gold rare equipment and replaced it with a better red epic equipment. Seeing this, the crowd thought that Hanfan would surely be happy and excited to receive it. As a result, Hanfan not only didn't pick it up, but instead scoffed, President Qinglong, the life of a level 65 hall master of your Qinglong Society is worth 1 piece of epic equipment? Not far away, Zhao Jigang was struggling to defend himself, and the bloody holes in his body were getting bigger and bigger. If he continued like this, he really was going to be stabbed into a hornet's nest by this demon, Han Shijun. Although he was struggling to defend, he was always watching Hanfan's side of the negotiations. When he saw that Qinglong didn't take him as a hall master seriously at all, only spared an epic piece of equipment for his life, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Little friend Han, I have a 3-colored peerless equipment here for you to give away. Zhao Jigang also put up a fight. Though, his heart ached immensely as he gave away his peerless equipment. But in order to stay alive, he could only grit his teeth and take it out. As he spoke, he took the opportunity to take a breather and hurriedly pulled out a piece of equipment and threw it towards Hanfan. Not bad, give a piece of peerless equipment, this is to see some sincerity. Hanfan didn't look at it much and received it in the system warehouse with satisfaction. Qinglong's face turned blue, but he still smiled and said, Little friend Han, can you ask your sister to stop now? Make my sister stop? Why would I tell my sister to stop? Hanfan looked at Qinglong with a puzzled expression. You. Qinglong's face turned iron blue with anger and said, Didn't Hallmaster Zhao give you a piece of peerless great equipment? What does it have to do with you that he gave me the equipment? It was you who begged me to persuade my sister, you didn't give me any favors, so why should I put in a good word for you? Chapter 55, Today's insult, Qinglong, will never let it go. Hanfan looked at Qinglong with a look of idiocy. On the side, the dean, Zhuge Kongming, casts an impressed look at him. Originally, he had thought that Hanfan would persuade Han Shijun to stop after he received the 3-colored matchless equipment. Which is why he wanted to pit the green dragon once more. The grid is small. He's a small frame of mind for a dean. Not bad. Not bad. As soon as he came, he was able to take Qinglong, the old fox, and trick him. That helped him, the dean, grow a fierce face. Qinglong's face was instantly difficult to see. The depths of his eyes also lit up with a thick, cold aura. The atmosphere of the scene, dull and depressing to the extreme. And Hanfan locked eyes with him without the slightest fear. Zhuge Kongming was here, he really didn't believe that Qinglong would dare to make a rampant move. Ah! At that moment, the mournful screams of Zhao Jigang came from not far away. Zhao Jigang, despite his extreme defense, exhausted all methods. However, he was still having trouble defending himself from Han Shijun's stormy attacks. I'm afraid he's going to have to go play mahjong with his great-grandmother in another minute at the most. This dumb ass. Qinglong mentally cursed. Then, with a grim expression on his face, he took out a new piece of tri-colored peerless equipment. Little friend Han, this peerless equipment is for you. Qinglong said, throwing his equipment over, not bothering to talk nonsense. At this time, the anger in his heart had already been endured to the limit. He, Qinglong, has been running through Jinling City for so many years. He hadn't even been afraid of this old thing Zhuge Kongming, the dean of the Godslayer Academy. Today, he actually suffered such a big loss at the hands of a milky yellow brat. Moreover, it was also losing out again and again, being fooled by this kid. How could Qinglong, in his heart, swallow this? President Qinglong, a refreshing person nah. Since that's the case, then I'll politely accept it. Sister June, forget it, I'll personally settle this old piker later. Hanfan was not polite. He didn't pay the slightest attention to Qinglong's morose and icy gaze as he shouted at Han Shijun. Han Shijun sniffed and gave up on continuing to kill Zhao Jigang. In fact, with her strength, if she wanted to kill Zhao Jigang, she could have killed him with one sword a long time ago. The reason why she slowed down the speed in her hands was because she was waiting for Hanfan's side attitude. Although Han Shijun was reckless, he was not brainless. If Qinglong doesn't come, then kill Zhao Jigang, then kill him. Now, here comes the green dragon. Han Shijun killed Zhao Jigang in front of Qinglong, it would do no good. She wasn't afraid of Qinglong's retaliation, but she had to think about Hanfan, her younger brother. Qinglong, listen carefully, if you dare to touch my brother again in the future, I'll kill everyone in your Qinglong society. Han Shijun returned to Hanfan's side, his gaze falling on Qinglong as he warned. Ha! Dean Zhuge, your Godslayer Academy has produced quite a few demons these past 2 years. Qinglong's face was unsightly as he ignored Han Shijun's warning and instead praised with a leathery smile. It's alright, my academy students don't like to pretend like you Green Dragon Society people do, being a dozen levels higher and still being abused like a lost dog. Zhuge Kongming's words are really murderous. Zhang Tao versus Han Fan, they are 15 levels apart. As a result, if it wasn't for his master Zhao Jigang arriving in time, he would have been cut down by Hanfan. Then, Zhao Jigang versus Han Shijun, also 15 levels apart. Still abused like a lost dog. As expected, when Shenglong heard Zhuge Kongming mocking, he couldn't wait to chop this disgraceful pair of master and disciple waists with a slap. Humph. Go! Not making a fool of himself here, Shenglong coldly grunted and flung his sleeves away. Zhang Tao and Zhao Jigang, who didn't even dare to squeak, hurriedly followed and left. The crowd watching from afar was already numb with shock. Sister and brother, ing master and disciple? The key is still finish. This represents more than just the four of them face to face. On a larger scale, it was a battle between the Deicide Academy and the Green Dragon Society. It was no wonder that the Green Dragon was so enraged that he almost spat out blood. Zhang Tao took the initiative to bring people to run over to pick a fight, killing people and grabbing equipment. As a result, the equipment was not grabbed and 2 pieces of peerless great equipment were lost. And abused to the core. MMP. Could you be any more of a loser? Fan Di, you've come to the Godslayer Academy. Han Shijun's beautiful eyes landed on Hanfan and smiled. That slightly lonely smile, like a cold plum blooming in the middle of a wintry valley, makes it impossible to blaspheme. Aha! Hanfan answered and came over and wrapped his arms around her. The two didn't have too many melodramatic words, but they both knew how much they cared for each other. It was a pact between the two of them. Han Shijun tightly embraced this younger brother who was even taller than her, tears once again flowing uncontrollably. If, on the other hand, she'd come a little later. Hanfan died at the hands of Zhao Jigang if he had an accident. She really didn't know what to do. Really don't know what to do. On the other hand, Qinglong finally exploded after returning to the Qinglong society with a few people, including Zhao Jigang's master and disciples. You two losers, the face of my Green Dragon Society has been disgraced by you today. Did you guys see the expression on Zhuge Kongming's face? That old thing, the corners of his mouth are rotten with laughter. And the equipment thing, go win to the old man to make a promise, must rob Hanfan that little bastard plus experience value equipment back, the result? As a result, you didn't grab the equipment. And you made me post 2 pieces of better quality equipment? Xinglong's face was hideous, and the more he cursed, the angrier he became. Shame. This was simply the greatest disgrace since he, Xinglong, founded the Green Dragon Society. In the past, he had fought with Zhuge Kongming for so many years. The odds were stacked against each other, but it was never this humiliating. Today, won't work. It's not working. Can't think about it anymore, or else if I keep thinking about it, my brain blood vessels will burst. President, although I'm at fault, I can't be blamed for all of it. Hell, I didn't know that little bastard, Hanfan, could actually summon 3 angelic servants that powerful. Zhang Tao's face was suffocated into a pig's liver color, and he did not intend to take the black pot all the way. After all, the equipment that added experience value was also what Qinglong had hinted him to grab, right? And now that something's happened, it's all his fault? He's still got a broken arm. This is not a clear case of bullying people on the basis of officialdom. Ha! Then how about the fact that you borrowed the power of a demonic soul and were blasted down from the sky by him with a soul skill? Blame it on the angelic servants he summoned being too powerful as well? The Green Dragon laughed in exasperation and immediately asked a rhetorical question. Zhang Tao instantly stifled his red face and lowered his head, unable to speak. President, that beast Hanfan's demonic evil, this matter really can't be blamed entirely on my disciple. Zhao Jigang couldn't stand to watch and spoke for Zhang Tao. Is this the reason why you, a level 65 sealed transcendent, can't even handle a level 50 legendary transcendent, and you've even had one of your demon soul's tiger claws cut off? Xinglong's gaze fell back to Zhao Jigang and mocked. Originally, it was just Zhang Tao who held his red face. This was good, both master and disciple lowered their heads without a trace and didn't speak. Zhuge Kongming. Today's insult, there is no way I, Xinglong, will just let it go. If you want to play, I, Xinglong, will play with you to the end. Green Dragon didn't continue to mock Zhao Jigang's master and disciple, and morosely slammed his fist on the table. Behind him, a huge black shadow appeared without a sound. At a certain moment, the black shadow violently opened its eyes, revealing 3 scarlet blood eyes. Chapter 56, If Brother Ven can pick up a girl, why can't I? Hanfan and the others returned to the Godslayer Academy. Just as he walked into the front doorway, the bastard Wang Sledgehammer appeared out of nowhere. Holy! Brother Fan, awesome! I haven't seen you for a while, and you've hooked up with a superb girl? Wang Sledgehammer had a cheap look on his face. Because he was a freshman who had just come to the Godslayer Academy, coupled with the fact that Han Shijun was often absent from school. He pressed on. At this moment, this guy Wang Sledgehammer was on the verge of death, trying frantically. His gaze, unbridled, surveyed Han Shijun's body. At the back, Dean Zhuge Kongming, who was just about to leave, his eyelids jumped, and a sense of ill will rose in his heart. Hanfan's face also changed. Luo Kursen and Xiao Wanqing, two women joke, open just. His sister Jun's jokes were not casual. Hanfan had been with Han Shijun for so many years, and knew more about this old sister's character than anyone else. Therefore, Hanfan kicked Wang the Hammer in the buttocks and scolded, "Get lost, this is my sister." Your sister? First sister, then the one that turned into a little baby? Wang Sledgehammer continued to play dead, interrupting Hanfan. Yours truly. Hanfan became anxious and burst into a foul-mouthed rage. Wang the Hammer let out a cheap laugh and added, "Brother Fan, you have two beautiful beauties, let me have this one, let me have this one. You want to die because you've lived too long, don't you? Then go ahead and do it." Hanfan didn't bother to say another word of warning. Wang the Hammer ignored Hanfan's warning and stared at Han Shijun with glowing eyes. Afterwards, he spat on his hand and rubbed it, tidied up his hairstyle, and ran his ass over to Han Shijun to offer his attentions. "Beautiful woman, my humble self Wang the Hammer, do you have a boyfriend? If not, mind having one? If you have one, would you like to change it?" As Wang Sledgehammer's words fell, the entire surrounding area was terrifyingly quiet. Even Zhuge Kongming, the dean, saw the situation and ran away early. It's out of his hands. It's really out of control. However, before Zhuge Kongming ran away, he also asked a student to hurry over to pull the love brain Wang the Hammer, to popularize him under the identity of Han Shijun. Hokage, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you." That senior ran over and hurriedly pulled the self-conscious and attentive Wang the Hammer aside. Wife. Why are you pulling me? When Wang Sledgehammer was pulled by that classmate, he was still yelling about ghostly disobedience. Schoolboy, are you tired of living a long life? What do you mean? Do you know what her status is? Just dare to be a hooligan and molest her. What's the status of that beauty? If Brother Fan can molest it, why can't this lord molest it? I'm telling you, she's something. When that classmate whispered into Wang the Hammer's ear and said a few words, he was shocked and confused. Brother Van, is she? She? Really? Really your sister? Wang Sledgehammer could no longer laugh, his legs were shivering and he wanted to pee his pants. The kind student had just told him that there had been a few ungrateful students who had molested Han Shijun like this before. As a result, it was netted straight away. And, at school, no teacher dares to take care of this. Even the dean, Zhuge Kongming, pretended not to know. It's not obvious that he's favoring Han Shijun. Wang the Hammer's chrysanthemums tightened, and he was really frightened. Yeah, I just said that, so who's to blame if you don't believe me? Huh, didn't you just smile happily? Why don't you laugh anymore? Hanfan looked at the cold and sweaty Wang the Hammer with a smile and joked. Ahem. Brother Van, it's just not in my nature to smile. Laughing? At this time, how dare he laugh? Can he still laugh? Laugh again and you'll lose your little life. Fondi, do you recognize this guy? Han Shijun wrinkled his brows slightly and glanced toward Wang the Hammer. It was this glance that made Wang the Hammer feel like falling into an ice cave. My own mom. So cold and scary looking. At this time, Wang the Hammer's lips were purple, and he was already too scared to speak, looking at Hanfan with bated breath, almost kneeling down and hugging Hanfan's thighs to kowtow one. My roommate, more of a tease, not a bad guy. Hanfan spoke for Wang the Hammer. He was afraid that if he didn't put in a good word for Wang the Hammer, Han Shijun would be able to chop off his head and kick it as a ball. All right. When Han Shijun saw that it was Hanfan's roommate, he didn't make it difficult. Afterward, she supported the injured Hanfan and walked towards the direction of the dormitory in front of her. When Wang the Hammer saw Hanfan and Han Shijun leaving, he almost went limp on the ground. At that moment, the kind student who had just spoken, also spoke. You guy, you really don't know how to die. You even dare to molest the #1 demon in our school. Do you know what just happened? What happened? The Green Dragon Society knows, right? The Green Dragon Society? The biggest gang in Jinling City? Right. Just now, the Green Dragon Society's Hallmaster, a level 65 sealed transcendent, was almost hacked to death by Han Shijun. At that moment, the good student recounted what had happened before. When Wang De Hammer heard that even Qinglong, the president of the Green Dragon Society, didn't dare to stop Han Shijun from killing, he fell to the ground with a thud and cried in fear. On the other hand, Han Shijun sent Hanfan back to the dormitory to rest. The siblings talk about some interesting things from the past. It was as if Han Shijun would only open her heart and be gentle and smile lovingly in front of Hanfan, her younger brother. Not long afterward, the pale-faced Wang Sledgehammer returned. Brother Fan, I made chicken soup for you. I heard that you've been injured, so nourish your body. June, sister, I was blind before, I didn't know that you were Fan's sister, I'll pour tea for you. Wang Sledgehammer, this grandson, although oily and comical, but will come to things. After he ran to the dormitory, he was immediately full of sycophantic attentiveness, serving tea and water to please. At this time, he had a goony face, which had a trace of the pretense 13 when he flirted with Han Shijun. Han Shijun was in a good mood. It was mainly because Hanfan had spoken for him. Otherwise, Han Shijun wouldn't have given Wang De Hammer, the comedian, a good look. What did you just say? Did you ask me if I have a boyfriend? Is this about introducing me to one? Ha? No. I'm just talking nonsense. Sister June, don't take it personally. Wang De Hammer's legs shivered and he almost fell to his knees. It's not to introduce me to a boyfriend, then it's to try to find a girlfriend. It just so happens that I have a few pretty girlfriends. Do you need me to introduce you to one? Han Shijun looked at Wang De Hammer with a smile and said again. And her smile fell into Wang De Hammer's eyes. It was almost as if the devil was smiling at him. Especially when he thought about what the senior had said to him earlier. Wang Sledgehammer was on the verge of a heart attack. Sister June, I really don't need it. Ha? How come you don't need it anymore? It's not right. Didn't you yell before that you wanted me to introduce you to a girlfriend? Is this not like that? Hanfan also did not miss the opportunity to tease this bastard Wang De Hammer and inquired in a puzzled manner. Fan brother. I was wrong. You just spare me. Wang Sledgehammer really cried. He wimped out like a grandson and mentally cursed. MMP. Ask Han to introduce him to a girlfriend? Is this for a girl ticket or his dog's life? Chapter 57 Make a Wish, Kill the Skeleton King, Explode High-Rank Soul Skills. Han Shijun stayed in Hanfan's dormitory for a while and then went back. After all, this is the boys' dormitory. It's not good for her, a girl, to stay here all the time. After Han Shijun left, Hanfan remembered the 2 pieces of peerless grade equipment that he had pitted from Qinglong and took them out. Previously, because of the special circumstances, Hanfan didn't have time to check these 2 equipment genera. However, after all, it is a peerless grade equipment. And it's still a collection of those 2 old dogs, Qinglong and Zhao Jigang. In terms of attribute characteristics, it's definitely not that bad. Demon Hunting Ring Unrivaled, Strength plus 800, Speed plus 1000, Skill plus 700, Characteristics, 30% chance of triggering an additional 5 times damage when bludgeoned, available after level 25. Sorcerer's Staff Unrivaled, plus 1000 Elemental, plus 1000 Skill, plus 1000 Constitution, Characteristics, inflicts elemental damage on a target, marking it with a 50% increase in all subsequent damage, available after level 30. Good equipment. Worthy of being second only to legends and myths in terms of grade. Hanfan's heart was filled with emotion when he saw that these 2 pieces of equipment, with their various attribute additions, were a great deal higher than the skeleton set accessory that had exploded on him. Especially the characteristics of the Demon Hunting Ring. Was this forcing him to turn into an assassin rhythm? Subsequently, Hanfan took out a few other pieces of equipment on his body and checked the characteristics. Black Jiao Poison Sting, 33% chance of a fatal blow. Black Fox Mask, invisibility for 15 seconds, usable 3 times a day. Skeleton Gauntlet, backstab must hit, 300% burst damage. Hanfan felt that when fighting monsters, if he could trigger all the characteristics of a few pieces of equipment, Even a level 35 chieftain can be killed in a single slash, right? Try to see how powerful it is tomorrow. Originally, Hanfan was thinking of continuing to the skeleton cave today to fight monsters and upgrade. However, because of the serious physical injuries and the fact that his elder sister, Han Shijun, was adamant that she would not agree, Hanfan could only stop. There was no talk all night. The next day, Hanfan slipped out of the campus without waiting for Han Shijun to come looking for him. Rushing. Keep punching. Right now, he's only level 25. Yesterday, he wasted another day. So, for Hanfan, rushing to level 30 before Elder White arrives. Time is still very tight. In fact, there was another reason why Hanfan was so playful with his upgrades. He didn't want to be a burden to Han Shijun. What happened yesterday had a great impact on Hanfan's mind. The gap between him and Han Shijun is huge. So big that Han Shijun can second him with a single sword. And Han Shijun has grown from a rookie to what he is today in just 1 year. 1 year. Can he also grow to such heights as Jun in a year's time? Hanfan's mind was unclear. But he will not be discouraged. One day, he would have to protect Han Shijun like he did yesterday when she stood in front of him. This day, it won't be long. When he arrived at the skeleton cave, Hanfan went straight to the second level. When he arrived at the entrance to the second floor from the first floor, he found that the first floor's boss, the skeleton knight, had swiped. Hanfan paused and decided to try the power of the demon hunting ring, paired with the black Jiao poison spike. Hanfan put on the black fox mask and activated the stealth trait. 15 seconds of brief invisibility is enough for him to deal a fatal blow to the skeleton knight. Boo! Hanfan moved behind the skeleton knight and struck a backstab. Successfully killed skeleton knight lord, experience plus 30,400. Level up and kill the skeleton knight again, gaining a sharp decrease in experience value. However, the fact that the Lord level boss skeleton knight was eliminated in seconds with just one strike also surprised Hanfan. Isn't there only a 30% chance of it triggering? How is it that with the first strike, several equipment traits were perfectly triggered? Could it be that the full value of 200 points of luck also adds to the probability of equipment triggering? Master, you are awesome. Killed the skeleton knight in one hit. The sword angel flapped his wings and flew over, full of surprise. Yeah, I still need at least 3 rounds to kill the skeleton knight. The master only used 1 slash to kill it in seconds, it's too powerful. The angel of law also became a nymphomaniac, her eyes filled with little stars as she looked at Hanfan. Originally, Hanfan's mind was still wondering about the probability of triggering an equipment characteristic. The two little girls, the angel of swords and the angel of law, sang in unison, making Hanfan's old face red with embarrassment. Is this the loyal little fan? No wonder all those singers and stars enjoy the rainbow horse from their fans. Ahem. It's not that I'm powerful, it's just that the equipment's characteristic bonus is more powerful. By the way, can you guys wear equipment? Hanfan awkwardly explained. We can, we're not those lowly summons, we're blazing cherubs. Evolved to the extreme, we're more powerful than even a level 100 transcendent. The angel of law's words would not straighten Hanfan out. Hanfan stared at her with wide eyes, surprised. The killing angels? Nope. The chief killing angel? If she's a killing angel, what does that make her? Master? What's wrong with you? Why do you keep staring at me? Did I say something wrong? The angel of the law flew to Hanfan's body, raised her small white and tender hand, and shook it forcefully in front of Hanfan's eyes. She then cocked her head again, thinking about what she had just said. It doesn't seem wrong. Ahem. It's fine, you guys are blazing angelic chiefs, so what am I? My demonic soul is just a super divine 6-winged angel, so I should also be in the angel category, right? Hanfan hurriedly retracted his gaze from Fa Angel's cute little face and curiously inquired a question. You're the king, of our blazing angel clan. No, Master is not only the king of our blazing angel clan, but also the king of those guys. Sword angels are cute and cuddly despite being long and cuddly too. But she was quiet and didn't talk much compared to the Fa Angel's vivacity. At this point, she couldn't help but add a comment when she saw that the angel of the law had expressed herself inaccurately. The angel of law sniffed and blushed slightly, a bit exasperated. Or which guys are the kings? Curiosity intensified on Hanfan's face. Master, when you fully awaken your demon soul, you'll naturally know. We don't want to mention those obnoxious guys, humph. The Angel of Law bristled, not wanting to answer Hanfan's question. Hanfan looked at these two little witches speechlessly, deliberately whetting his appetite, wasn't he? Originally, Hanfan had only asked casually. What he didn't expect was that the angelic servant could actually wear equipment. Thus, Hanfan immediately took out the sorcerer's staff. The level 30 sorcerer's staff, with all its attributes and characteristics, is perfect for the Law Angel. I just don't know if it will be too high of a level for her to wear. Master, it's wonderful. With this sorcerer's staff, I am so much stronger. A few moments later, the Law Angel screamed in surprise. You can wear level 30 equipment? Yes. Our angelic race's silver grade is equivalent to a human transcendence level 30, and I'm now a silver 3-star, so I can naturally wear this level 30 equipment. Okay. The muscles in the corner of Hanfan's eyes twitched viciously. That's just not fair. What about him, the master, who upgraded with them? Now, he's only level 25, and the Sword Angels and Law Angels are over level 30 according to the Transcendent level conversion? It's too much. After Hanfan killed the Skeleton Knight, he didn't continue to delay on the first level and came to the second level of the Skeleton Cave to continue killing monsters and upgrading. Originally, Hanfan planned to go to the third floor and kill the Skeleton King. Nah, you need to be level 30 to enter the third level of the Cave of Skulls. Hanfan sighed and could only honestly fight monsters and upgrade on the second level. A week later, Hanfan successfully rose to level 30. The wish value, too, had once again accumulated to 10 points. So Hanfan couldn't wait to make a wish. I make a wish to kill the Skeleton King today and explode the high-level soul skills. Chapter 58 Golden Armored Skeleton King, King Level Boss. After Hanfan finished his wish, a light blue light lit up in front of him. Wishbone value, clear. Success. More than 3 years of experience in wishing made Hanfan know that this phenomenon was a sign of a successful wish. Hanfan's heart was a little excited, looking forward to killing the Skeleton King today and popping out a few ranks of soul skills. Soul techniques are divided into 1 to 9 ranks. For the first few orders of soul skills, the difference wasn't too great. But up to the 7th order and beyond, each order gap is a world of difference. This was also why Han Shijun relied on the 8th ranked soul skill, Blood Dance Exorcism, to ignore the 15 level gap with Zhao Jigang. Hardly chopped off his demon soul evil tiger a tiger claw cause. Hanfan didn't have the luxury of wishing to obtain a soul skill to the 8th or 9th rank today. Give a 7th order soul skill and he would be satisfied. Departure. The third floor of the Cave of Skulls. Hanfan entered the Hell difficulty Skeleton Cave copy and went straight to the entrance of the third level. Afterward, Hanfan passed through the teleportation array and arrived at the third level of the Skeleton Cave. The third level of the Skeleton Cave was not a bleak wasteland or a graveyard. At a glance, it was actually a lofty and huge palace. Hanfan came into the palace and didn't find a single skeleton. It was a situation that left his expression stunned and filled with surprise. Skull Cave Level 3, no monsters? I shouldn't. According to the online copy guide. On the third level of the Skeleton Cave, there should be a guardian boss, the Skeleton King. Kid, are you here to kill this king? Suddenly, a mighty angry voice came. Hanfan looked up and realized that right in front of the palace, there was a dragon chair. Above the dragon chair sat a giant skeleton in golden armor. Because the color of the armor on him was the same color as the dragon chair. If it wasn't for his sudden outburst, Hanfan really wouldn't have noticed. The skeleton sat with a straight back and a broadsword stuck in the floor in front of him, looking mighty and dominant. Hanfan threw a detection spell over. Skeleton King. Rank, 35. Power, 22,000. Elemental, 22,000. Technique, 22,000. Speed, 22,000. Body mass, 22,000. Soul techniques, Inheritance of the King, Symbiosis, Summoning of the Dead. 3 soul skills that looked very forced. The most exaggerated is still his 5-dimensional attributes. Up to 22,000. It was taller than Hanfan's 3 angelic servants. Is this the strength of a king-level boss? Sure enough strong. But Hanfan looked around and realized that there was only one Skeleton King, so he was not afraid. I've risen to level 30, and I'm stuck in a bottleneck, so I'm looking for you to borrow a high-level soul skill. You won't refuse, right? The higher the monster level, the higher the IQ will be. Hanfan was not surprised that the Skeleton King possessed such a high IQ. Tai. Kin-chan. Looking for this king to borrow a high-level soul skill? You're afraid you're not trying to kill this king and explode the soul skill book. The Skeleton King slammed his throne and stood up. At the same time, that kingly aura on his body came from the sky. No loan? If not, then I'll have to do it myself. Hanfan also didn't think that the Skeleton King would be able to obediently stick his head over and let him chop it. Therefore, Hanfan didn't bother to talk nonsense with the Skeleton King and directly greeted the three angel servants to make their move. Humph. If you want to kill this king, you have to see if you have that kind of skill. Summon the dead. The Skeleton King coldly grunted and fiercely waved his big hand. As he performed his soul skill, the entire empty palace shook the ground. Click. Click. The floor, which had been level, began to crumble. Then, a skeleton, stretching out its dry, fleshless arms, crawled out of the ground. Skeleton General High Lord. Rank, 30. Power, 15,000. Element, 10,000. Skill, 12,000. Speed, 12,000. Body mass, 12,000. Soul techniques, Shogun's Might, Symbiosis, Knife-dragging scheme. Hanfan threw a detection spell. Hiss. When he looked at these skeleton generals summoned by the Skeleton King with attribute 5 dimensions, he sucked in a breath of cold air. 1. 2 of them. There are more than a dozen big chieftain-level boss monsters Skeleton General. Can't afford to play, can you? Originally, after Hanfan arrived at the 3rd floor, he saw that there was only one monster, the Skeleton King. And he was secretly happy. Now, Hanfan suddenly realized that it was too early to be happy. First soul skill, Gun of Judgment. Hanfan let out a roar and took the lead in the attack. The golden-colored lance instantly appeared in front of Hanfan. As Hanfan drove it, it whistled fiercely towards the Skeleton General lunging in front of him, penetrating his body. The three angelic servants, too, were on fire and attacked. Hanfan's first soul skill, the Gun of Judgment, hadn't completely mutated into the 5th order soul skill, the Judgment Overlord Gun. Later, Hanfan understood why. At that time, Hanfan held on to certain death and borrowed into the demonic soul's 6-winged angel power. It was only then that his first soul technique soul skill, 3rd order Gun of Judgment, mutated. Now that he couldn't borrow the power of the demonic soul's 6-winged angel, he naturally couldn't make the Gun of Judgment mutate again. Second soul technique, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Stream. After the first soul skill was performed, Hanfan performed the second soul skill. The second soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Streams, was a 4th order group attack type soul skill. As Hanfan's roar was cast, the channeled Ghost Chi transformed into a giant sword, swept leaves like the autumn wind, and blasted towards those skeleton generals. Boom! Boom! A loud, earth-shattering sound shook the entire palace. After all, Skeleton General is a level 30, big chief boss monster. How can it be killed so easily? Even if Hanfan was on fire, the damage done to them was painless. At this rate, we're bound to fall here today. Hanfan's heart sank as he saw the situation gradually losing control. His thoughts then turned sharply, and his gaze fell on the Skeleton King seated on the throne. The Skeleton King felt his gaze and cast the king's defiance. Hanfan retrieved the heaven-shaking bow in his hand, took out the black Jiao poison stinger, and put on the black fox mask. Immediately afterward, Hanfan's figure strangely disappeared in place. Skeleton King, lend me your head. A deathly cold voice resounded steeply behind the Skeleton King. In the next moment, a chilling dagger wiped at the Skeleton King's neck. Boo! Hanfan struck down, black Jiao poison thorn 33% chance of fatal strike trait triggered. Also triggered are the 300% burst damage of the Skull Guard, and the 30% chance of an additional 5x damage from the Demon Hunter's Ring. A mist of blood exploded from the Skeleton King's neck. Even if he was a king-level boss monster, he could not carry it under Hanfan's multi-fold bludgeoning damage and stabbing in the vitals. Ah! Miserable screams came from the distance as a skeleton general, who was fighting 3 angelic servants, suddenly collapsed to the ground and scattered into skeletons. What's going on? Hanfan saw that the Skeleton King did not die a violent death as imagined, still alive and well. His heart was filled with shock. You human pariahs, you want to kill this king? This king has the symbiosis soul technique. As long as this king's people don't die out, this king will not die or perish. You suffer death. Hanfan's behavior completely angered the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King suddenly turned around, grabbed the broadsword in front of him, and slashed towards Hanfan's head with a strong momentum. Chapter 59 Kill the Skeleton King without exploding the soul skill book? It turns out that you can have the Skeleton General take the damage for you. I said how a knife stabbed in the neck, but the one who died violently was the Skeleton General. Hanfan smiled coldly as his figure disappeared once again. The Skeleton King's thunderous sword cut straight through the air. Bang! The Skeleton King was searching for Hanfan's figure. Hanfan once again ghostly appeared behind him and slashed again. Ah! The mournful screams came again as another Skeleton General was dropped in seconds. Hanfan's backstab fatal strike, which adds 5x damage, is no joke. With the damage from this strike, if the Skeleton King didn't have the Symbiosis Soul skill, he would have only been able to be killed in seconds on the spot. Granted, the Ring of Hunt extra 5x damage trigger is only 30% probable. But Hanfan's 200 points of luck nearly filled this 30% probability. Knife strike. Unfortunately, the Black Fox Mask stealth feature could only be used 3 times a day. Only 15 seconds at a time. Otherwise, Hanfan was truly invincible. Kenzie, you can't kill this king. Ha ha ha. Having been assassinated by Hanfan twice in a row, the Skeleton King was furious. Seeing that Hanfan ran faster than a rabbit, he could only show off his tongue and angrily scold and taunt Hanfan a few times. That's not necessarily so. Although your Symbiosis Soul skill can make these Skeleton Generals take the damage for you. But as long as I kill all these Skeleton Generals, I'll kill you again as easily as slaughtering a pig or a dog. Hanfan smiled coldly, not bluffed by the Skeleton King's words. The Skeleton King's Symbiosis Soul skill trait was similar to Hanfan's Demonic Soul letting the summon take damage trait. The only difference is that the damage taken by the Skeleton King is taken by one of the unlucky Skeleton Generals he summons. And the injuries that Hanfan suffered were shared by all the angelic servants. Seeing that the Skeleton King could not be killed for the time being, Hanfan retrieved the Black Jiao Poison Thorn and pulled out the heaven-shaking bow once again. Kill the Skeleton General. Those Skeleton Generals are very strong. But after more than a week of leveling, Hanfan had already equipped the 3 angel servants with a few pieces of great equipment. Their combat power is greatly enhanced. Therefore, at this time, they were not too weak even if they fought many with few. As time passed, the Skeleton Generals summoned by the Skeleton King died more and more. For every Skeleton General that died, for Hanfan's side, the pressure would be 1 point less. When Hanfan united with the 3 angelic servants and killed the Skeleton Generals, only 5 of which remained, an unexpected turn of events occurred precipitously. Summon the dead. The Skeleton King raised the broadsword in his hand and once again cast the summoning type soul skill, Summoning of the Dead. Click. Click. The ground beneath the palace was once again in pieces. One after the other, a Skeleton General crawled out of the cracked ground. Still summoning? Hanfan's face suddenly changed and he cursed angrily. Originally, he thought that the Skeleton King could only summon the Skeleton General once. I didn't expect to be able to keep summoning. How's this for a fight? With a new dozen or so Skeleton Generals joining the fray. On Hanfan's side, the pressure jumped several times. On the 3 angelic servants, there were more and more color hangings. Queen's Blessing. Hanfan hurriedly cast the Queen's Blessing to add a recovery buff to them. But even that only slows the decline, it doesn't turn it around. Just as Hanfan was secretly anxious and couldn't think of a way out, a white light lit up from the angelic ice servant. Her appearance, then, changed radically. The helmet on his head, which covered his face, disappeared and was replaced by a delicate and cold face. The feathers also became smoother and huge. Advanced. This situation was familiar to Hanfan. Ice Angel. Grade, Silver 1 star 0.08%. Power, 2000. Element, 10,000. Skill, 10,000. Speed, 10,000. Body mass, 10,000. Soul technique, Ice Storm, absolute 0. The 5-dimensional attributes, elevated by a large margin. The most crucial thing was that after evolving from Angelic Ice Servant to Ice Angel, a second control-type soul skill, absolute 0, was learned. Absolute 0. Without the need for Hanfan's command, the Ice Angel cast its second soul skill with a delicate cry after completing its advancement. In a flash, snow drifted above the palace. The piercing coldness almost froze Hanfan into an ice sculpture. Hanfan hurried to the back of the Ice Angel, which was much better. Looking at the skeleton generals in front of them, some of them that were blasted by the Ice Angel's second soul skill directly became ice sculptures. Even those that were far apart had their speed greatly reduced, sharply by a third. What a great absolute zero, just great. Hanfan was overjoyed to see their side, regaining the initiative. Thank you, Master, for the compliment. The Ice Angel surplus owed about a Hanfan. And above her cold face, it was still nobly difficult to see a smile. The Angel of the Sword is stoic and reticent. Fa Angel is a cute little loli. The Ice Angel is an ice beauty. It's really unique in its own way. Jianzi. I am also angry with this king. I must kill you today. Not far away, the Skeleton King roared in anger when he saw Hanfan's side dominating again. Ha! Kill me? That's only if you have the strength to do so. Hanfan sneered, and his soul skills, Gun of Judgment and Ghost Chi 9 blade streams, kept greeting those skeletal generals. Finally, the last skeleton general, too, hissed and collapsed unwillingly. Hanfan smiled when he saw this. Originally, he had thought that the Skeleton King could really summon infinite skeleton generals. Now it seems that he summons twice at most. Skeleton King, lend me your dog's life and explode a high-grade soul skill. As Hanfan's words fell, his figure disappeared into the air once again. Black Fox Mask comes with one last invisibility, unleashed. Boo! Red light and blood mist lit up. The Skeleton King, who was sitting on the dragon chair, had just raised the broadsword in his hand when his movements came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, his body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Dead. Hanfan saw the Skeleton King, finally slaughtered, and nearly sat on his butt in exhaustion. He gasped for air. Huh, why didn't you pop out any soul skills? Hanfan waited for a while and frowned when he saw that no soul skills had exploded by the Skeleton King's corpse. That's not true. Previously, he had clearly wished to kill the Skeleton King and burst out the high-level soul skill book. How come he didn't? Did the wish fail? Hanfan thought back to the wishing scene. A faint blue light floated up, clearly the wish was successful. If the wish was successful, why did you kill the Skeleton King and not explode the soul skill? Master! Watch out! Master, duck! Just as Hanfan was puzzled, a cry of alarm came from him. Hanfan's face suddenly changed as he looked toward the fallen Skeleton King. Only to see the Skeleton King, who had just been killed by a single blow, violently open his eyes. His originally ghostly green eyes had somehow strangely turned into a terrifying scarlet color. Bastard human, die for this king. In the next moment, the Skeleton King smiled evilly and suddenly raised his hand, as fast as lightning toward the vitals of Hanfan's body. Chapter 60 Mutated Second Soul Skill, Shura 9 Blade Stream. Hanfan wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The Skeleton King was fast, eerily fast. Boom! With a muffled sound, Hanfan's body smashed toward the rear stone pillar like a cannonball. Hanfan was fine because all his damage was shared by the three angels. Put! Put! The three angel servants, in unison, sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and a gleam of red light rose above their bodies. Hanfan knew that this was because they had suffered a serious injury. Human pariah, this king thanks you instead. If you hadn't killed this king once, this king wouldn't have been able to use the soul skill inheritance of the king, huh? The Skeleton King had an evil smile on his face, and his body was glowing with an ethereal blue light that looked very bizarre. Within his eyes, the scarlet glow grew denser and denser. Hanfan ignored the Skeleton King's taunts and threw a detection spell. Skeleton King Quasi-Emperor. Rank, 40. Power, 30,000. Elemental, 30,000. Skill, 30,000. Speed, 30,000. Body mass, 30,000. Soul techniques, Inheritance of the King, Undead Roar, Undead Sword, Undead Dragon Slash. Hiss. Hanfan sucked in a breath of cool air after reading the 5 dimensions of the Skeleton King's resurrection. 30,000. Each attribute, after dying once, is increased by 800 points. The level has also risen from the previous 35 to 40. Moreover, the soul techniques had also changed radically. Not only did it go from 3 to 4. And the type has changed from summoning to physical attack. Click. Click. As Hanfan's mind was shocked and appalled, the broadsword in the Skeleton King's hand, a layer of its surface shell suddenly cracked. With that, a ghostly blue skeleton sword appeared in Hanfan's line of sight. Hanfan didn't know what attributes this ghostly blue skeleton sword, what attributes. But judging from that seemingly very dominant look, it's definitely not simple. Queen's blessing. Immediately, Hanfan no longer hesitated and immediately cast the Divine Bone Medusa Skull Soul technique to apply a healing buff to the angelic servant. Holy Light Chop. Holy Red Flame. Ice Storm. The three angelic servants were in tune with Hanfan's mind. They didn't need Hanfan's order to immediately unleash their soul skills and start their fire coverage. Boom. 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 An earth-shattering boom exploded, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. The dust cleared and something that made Hanfan's scalp tingle happened. The level 40 Skeleton King, which had advanced into the Quasi-Emperor level, was actually unharmed. How do you kill this? Bastard, you can't kill the king, it's my turn. Sword of the Undead. The Skeleton King laughed morosely and fiercely raised the skeleton sword in his hand that glowed with a ghostly blue light. In the next moment, gusts of ghostly shadows appeared, hissing and roaring as they lunged toward Hanfan. Wall of Light. The Sword Angel immediately stood in front of Hanfan and unfolded his second soul skill. 3 giant shields that surrounded her body, spinning rapidly. Holy Light Storm. The Angel of Law bellowed, flapping its white feathered wings and rushing up into the sky, unleashing a wide-range berserk elemental bombardment. Absolute Zero. The Ice Angel wasn't ambiguous either, with a piercing coldness that seemed to freeze the entire palace. Boom. After the loud sound, the Skeleton King's domineering soul skill, Sword of the Undead, could not be defeated. The 3 angels reappeared in front of Hanfan, looking slightly distressed. Hanfan's heart sank and he couldn't be happy. The 3 angelic servants joined hands to combine their efforts in a single strike, and only barely managed to block the Skeleton King's Sword of the Undead soul technique. At this rate, the one who will be wrapped up in dumplings today is bound to be him. Bastard. There are 2 times well, but... This king next the soul skill, I would like to see whether you can resist. Undead Dragon Slash. The Skeleton King sneered and cast a second soul skill attack. Roar. A dragon's roar shook his ears. The unrivaled dragon's might caused Hanfan's heart to be appalled. Vaguely, he seemed to see a huge dragon, hissing and roaring as it lunged. Is this the strength of a quasi-emperor boss? So scary. That old thing, the Gravekeeper. Is this to get him to finish the job? It's killing him. Master, use the king's power. The Ice Angel retreated to Hanfan's body, urging eagerly. Use the king's power? What king's power? Hanfan's expression froze as he looked at the Ice Angel in confusion. For a moment, Hanfan somewhat failed to understand the meaning of her words. Master, the Ice Angel is asking you to borrow the power of the demonic soul to inspire an increase in our combat power, quick. The Sword Angel added hastily. 2 of the 3 Wall of Radiance shields around her body had already collapsed. I'm afraid that in just a few moments, it will be broken by all. Borrowing the power of a demonic soul 6-winged angel? Hanfan slowly closed his eyes, discarding the distractions in his mind. In the next moment, he felt an invisible force in the endless void, surging towards his body. As that mysterious power surged into his body, a shadow silently appeared above Hanfan's head. The more Hanfan's mental energy was focused, the clearer the silhouette became. At a certain moment, Hanfan snapped his eyes open. The silhouette followed suit and slowly opened its eyes, looking towards the ground below. Those cold eyes were like a god looking down on all living creatures. The invisible pressure caused the Skeleton King's hand movements to lurch, jerking his head up towards the sky. In a flash, the Skeleton King's face changed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Aren't you? You already dead? How is it possible for you to appear here? I don't believe it. Don't believe it. The Skeleton King roared repeatedly, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. With the surging power from the 6-winged angelic silhouette in the sky that pressed down on the Skeleton King, his combat power was drastically reduced. In contrast, the 3 angel servants, inspired by the aura of the King of the Angel One clan, saw their battle power surge by several times. In the next moment, above their bodies, a frenzied aura lit up as they killed towards the Skeleton King like they were stoned. Hanfan didn't stand there watching the fun either. Because he was only level 30, he hadn't even learned the 3rd soul skill. Therefore, his borrowing of demonic soul power did not last long. If he couldn't kill the Skeleton King before the power of the demonic soul in his body dissipated. Let the Skeleton King slow down, and he'll be the one who dies today. Hanfan struck out brazenly as he read this. First soul skill, Judgment Overlord Lance. Getting a demonic soul power enhancement. Hanfan's first soul skill, the Gun of Judgment, had once again mutated into the 5th rank soul skill, the Judgment Overlord Gun. As Hanfan's hissing voice fell, a golden lance suddenly appeared in Hanfan's hand. In the next moment, the golden lance, under Hanfan's urging, fiercely blasted towards the Skeleton King in front of him. Boom! With the terrifying demonic soul power, the golden lance erupted with devastating destructive power. With just one shot, it pierced through the Skeleton King's body. Ah! Miserable screams came from the mouth of the Skeleton King. Hanfan didn't give the Skeleton King a chance to catch his breath. With a burst of energy, he executed his second soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Streams. Same as the first soul skill. The second soul skill was similarly mutated under the Super Divine Quality 6-Winged Angel Demonic Soul Power enchantment. What shocked Hanfan was that, the second soul skill directly mutated into a 7th order soul skill, Shura 9 Blade Stream. Second soul technique, Shura 9 Blade Stream. Chapter 61, Acquiring a new 9th rank soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly March. Hanfan's figure, 1 transformed into 9. 9 Hanfans, 9 ghost swords. In the next moment, the 9 black shadows moved at the same time. Fast as lightning towards the Skeleton King trapped in the center. Knives and ghosts. Combine 9 into 1. The ghostly shadow disperses. The ghostly sword disappears. It's like a dream. Ah! A mournful, unsympathetic scream came. Then, the Skeleton King's tall and powerful body collapsed to the ground. 1 life to go. As the Skeleton King was decapitated by Hanfan's mutated second soul skill, the 7th ranked Shura 9 Blade Stream. Beside his corpse, a radiantly dazzling 7-colored soul skill book burst out. 7 colored soul skill books. 9th ranked soul skill? Hanfan's eyes snapped open, confused. Originally, Hanfan had wished for a high-level soul skill with 10 points of wish power. He pondered that he would be satisfied with obtaining a 7th order soul skill book. How could I have known that after killing the Quasi-Emperor Skeleton King, I had obtained the strongest 9th ranked soul skill? Hanfan returned to his senses, his heart filled with excitement. He rushed over and picked it up to check it out. Divine Demon Heaven's March, a 9th order soul skill, combining attack and defense, a super strong hybrid soul skill. After Hanfan read the introduction of the soul skill book, his heart was excited while he sucked in a breath of cool air. Combining offense and defense? Invincible. Generally speaking, an offensive type is an offensive type, and a defensive type is a defensive type. Even in high school transcendent textbooks, Hanfan had never seen a soul skill that could combine attack and defense. Fusion. Hanfan pressed back the excitement in his heart, and immediately had to fuse this decapitated Skeleton King, the just exploded 9th order soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest, into his body. Only, when he was actually about to fuse, he hesitated again. Master, what's wrong? F.A. Angel, the little lowly, saw Hanfan looking at the soul skill and was dumbfounded, and curiously ran over to ask about it. High school transcendent theory tells me that the higher the soul skill class, the more repulsive the fusion will be to the transcendent. And the 9th rank soul skill, even more so, requires a divine grade demonic soul to fuse, and although my demonic soul is a super divine grade, it's only 1/3 awakened, so I'm worried that the fusion will fail. Hanfan glanced at the Angel of Law and voiced his heartfelt concerns. Soul skill fusion, if it fails, the end is very miserable. In the light case, the demonic soul is destroyed and one becomes an invalid. In severe cases, the body will directly explode and die. Therefore, fusion soul skills, not the stronger the better. It has to be within the range that one's own demonic soul can withstand. This was also the reason why, when a transcendent awakens, the importance of the demonic soul is far above the natural talent. The demonic soul, which determines the upper limit of a transcendent's potential. Natural talent, on the other hand, determines the growth of a transcendentalist's attributes. No matter how good the natural talent is, if the magic soul is very trashy, it's the same as not being able to learn a high-class soul skill. Higher levels, more soul skill fusions. When transcendentals fought each other, where did they use large swords to slash at each other? They all used a variety of soul techniques to blast each other. Whoever's soul skill is powerful, whoever's soul skill class is high, whoever's soul skill is powerful is powerful. The attribute 6 dimensions, however, is only an increase in the performance of soul skills. The core is still soul skills to be fierce. Master, your demonic soul is the king of our angel clan, the most powerful demonic soul in the world, the six-winged angel. Even if you awaken 1/3 of it, fusing a 9th order soul skill is more than enough. Just don't worry about fusing it, there's definitely no problem. The sword angel immediately explained the sentence after Hanfan's words fell. The angel of law and the angel of ice didn't say anything, nodding approvingly. Really? In that case, then I am relieved. Hanfan put his heart down when he saw the 3 angelic servants say so. His gaze fell on the 9th rank soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest, and he began to fuse it. In an instant, Hanfan felt a mountainous force surging towards his body. The sudden force, like a flash flood, almost broke Hanfan's body. Hanfan was appalled. Is this the power contained in a 9th ranked soul skill? It's horrible. Buzz. A muffled sound. In an instant, a 6-winged angelic shadow appeared in the sky behind Hanfan's body. At first, it was just a vapor. However, with the fusion of the 9th ranked soul skill Divine Demon Heavenly Legend, that virtual shadow became increasingly clearer and clearer. In the end, it actually materialized. The noble and holy 6 feathers are surprisingly divided into black and white. The 3 feathered wings on the left are as white as snow as the 3 angelic attendants. The 3 feathers on the right, on the other hand, were as pure black as ink. One black and one white, it looks incredibly dominant. A mountainous pressure came. The 3 angelic servants were filled with respectful piety and scrambled to their knees, lying prone on the ground. I don't know how much time has passed. Hanfan had finally fused the 3rd soul skill, the 9th ranked Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest. As Hanfan fused the 9th order soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest, the 6-winged angelic true form behind him slowly dissipated into the air. Master! You're fused! The 3 angelic servants excitedly and happily climbed up from the ground, their gazes wildly looking at Hanfan. I don't know if it was Hanfan's illusion. He always felt that the eyes of these 3 angelic servants, looking at him, were somewhat not quite the same. Especially the little Lolita Fa angel, why does it feel like her eyes are a little drawn? Hanfan was startled and hurriedly said, well, the fusion is done, I'll try the 9th rank soul skill power. Hanfan was in a very beautiful mood and decided to try out the power of his newly fused 9th order soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest. Master, no. The 3 angelic servants' faces changed and they hurriedly ran over to stop them. What? Hanfan looked at the 3 angelic servants and was filled with doubt. Master, the 9th ranked soul skill is extremely demanding in terms of spiritual power, and if you perform it with your current strength, you will overdraw your spiritual power. The Ice Angel explained. Hanfan listened with a dark tongue and said, so that's how it is, then it looks like it can only be used as a killer weapon to save his life at the last moment. The 3 angelic servants nodded in agreement. At this moment, Hanfan's gaze fell on the ghostly blue skeleton sword that the Skeleton King had used earlier. This skeleton sword was a heavy sword with a ghostly blue blade that looked very powerful and domineering. Hanfan picked it up and checked the attributes. Skeleton King's Sword, Legendary Weapon, Strength plus 2000, Speed plus 1500, Skill plus 1800, Physique plus 2000, Characteristic 1, Killing Blood, 30% chance of attacking to suck opponent's life force, Characteristic 2, Iron Bone, 20% damage immunity, available after level 35. Hanfan was shocked after reading the attributes of the Sword of the Skeleton King. Before, he just thought that this drawn-out skeleton sword must not be of a bad grade. I didn't expect that it was actually a legendary grade weapon. You know, the highest grade of equipment is only mythic. The legendary grade, on the other hand, is the ultimate equipment second only to the mythic. Sword Angel, this Skeleton King's sword, it's for you. It fits your fighting style perfectly. 30% blood absorption and 20% damage immunity, so I'll rely on you to resist damage from now on. Hanfan threw the Skeleton King's sword to the Sword Angel. Afterward, Hanfan's gaze fell to the dragon chair at the very front of the palace. The Tomb Keeper had said that the entrance to the 4th level of the Skeleton Cave was underneath the throne. The silver cross in his hand was the key to unlock the entrance. As long as they could retrieve the Dark Bible, they would be able to obtain a piece of heavenly divine bone from the Tomb Keeper. And it's also a torso bone that is second only to the skull in terms of preciousness. Hanfan did some searching and finally found the alcove where the key was put in. Rumble. Rumble. When Hanfan took the silver cross pendant and inserted it into the groove, the entire throne let out a roar and slowly sank. In the next moment, an entrance to the 4th level of the skeleton cave was presented in front of Hanfan's eyes. The Dark Bible, here I come. Chapter 62, Meeting the Undead Clan's Level 70 Subdragon, the Undead Bone Dragon. The 4th layer is different from all 3 previous layers. After Hanfan reached the 4th floor, what came into view was a huge altar. The altar rises high above the ground and looks lofty and solemn. Hanfan came to the altar and realized that the floor of the huge altar was carved with mysterious and arcane runes. Hanfan looked at them for half a day, but he didn't understand these runes, what they represented. At the center of the altar, there is an offering table. On top of the offering table, a few items were scattered. Among them, the most conspicuous was the ancient Black Book. Hanfan's heart shook when he saw this. The Dark Bible. That Black Book must be the Dark Bible that the Gravekeeper was talking about. He just needed to take the Dark Bible and return to the 2nd level to find the Gravekeeper. The Tomb Guardian would then give him a piece of heavenly divine bone. Hanfan mentally thought about each other, and without further delay, he immediately lifted his feet and walked over. Get it! Quest, the final feast, travel to the 4th floor of the Cave of Skulls and retrieve the Dark Bible 1-1. When Hanfan took the Black Book on the table, the quest, the final feast, showed that it had been completed. Hanfan's heart was happy. Afterward, Hanfan didn't stop at the 4th level and immediately had to return to the 2nd level of the skeleton cave to find the old man Tombkeeper to hand in his quest. Buzz! Hanfan had just turned around when the entire altar steeply buzzed and trembled. Immediately afterward, Hanfan was shocked to discover that those mysterious runes on the altar floor lit up with a bizarre glow. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a giant bone dragon with wings spread out nearly 10 meters, covering the sky, steeply rose up into the sky, circling and roaring over the altar. Hanfan's face suddenly changed and he hastily threw a detection spell. Detection failure. The beeps coming from the system made Hanfan's heart sink as he listened. Redetection. Detection failure. Hanfan's heart sank to the bottom. In a copy, the detect spell detects monsters. If the detection keeps failing, there is only one reason. That is, the monsters are extremely high-leveled. The detect spell detects monsters below the level of a transcendent with a 100% success rate. The higher the monster level, the lower the success rate. The more incomplete the information detected, the less comprehensive it is. If there is a level difference, more than 50 levels, the detection success rate is 0%. Hanfan's heart was beating wildly, and he tentatively threw another detection spell. Successful detection. Undead Bone Dragon Imperial, Level 70 Sub-Dragon, Undead Clan. Hanfan's level was too low and did not detect the Undead Bone Dragon attributes and soul skills. But the information of up to Level 70 Sub-Dragon made his scalp numb when he looked at it. Escape. If he didn't escape, he would definitely die here today. That old piker, the Gravekeeper. It's asking him to do a mission. It's killing him. How can there be a level 70 sub-dragon in a level 20 copy of Skeleton Cave? This is just horrible. Hanfan didn't have time to think carefully and playfully fled towards the exit. Ho ho ho! The undead bone dragon roared when it saw Hanfan trying to escape. In the next moment, it violently flapped those huge pair of skeletal wings and swooped towards Hanfan. Wall of Light. The Sword Angel raised his arm and unleashed his second soul skill to block the undead bone dragon's attack. Queen's Blessing. Hanfan's face changed as he hurriedly launched the Medusa Skull Soul technique. Lest the Sword Angel be seconded by the undead bone dragon in one blow. Boom! 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 3 consecutive loud sounds, 3 light shields around the body of the Sword Angel, tofu-like broken. The Sword Angel screamed miserably and slammed into the altar floor like a cannonball. Queen's Blessing immune to deadly strike trait activated. If not, the Angel of the Sword would only have hiccuped. Hanfan's heart trembled. This level 70 undead bone dragon was too powerful than he had imagined. Hanfan hurriedly took the Sword Angel back into the summoning space and played hard to get away. Nay, Hanfan's escape speed was fast. Undead bone dragon flying speed, faster. Roar! The undead bone dragon roared again. In the next moment, it violently opened its bloody mouth, and a purple flame snatched out of its mouth and roared toward Hanfan. Before the purple flames even came close, the blazing heat that scorched the air came from them. Absolute zero. The Ice Angel chirped and unleashed her second soul skill. However, the extremely cold storm formed by her second soul skill was vaporized without a trace before it could even come into contact with the dragon flame of the undead bone dragon. The Ice Angel was hit hard and was blasted to death, his feathers burned. Unstoppable. The difference of nearly 40 levels is not even a quantum leap. Hanfan was filled with horror, and in the midst of a desperate situation, he decided to go for broke and let go. Hanfan slowly closed his eyes and interlocked his hands with 10 fingers, his joined index finger and thumb pointing to the sky. In a flash, his body floated. Endless purple dragon flames roared in, fiercely bombarding Hanfan's body. Something weird happened. Those purple dragon flames did not melt Hanfan. Even Long Yen couldn't get close to him. Looking closely, there was a transparent black sphere around Hanfan's body. That sphere was like a bubble under the illumination of the purple dragon flame, and it would burst at the first poke. But this seemingly fragile bubble blocked the surefire kill of the level 70 undead bone dragon. Third soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Levy. Hanfan violently opened his eyes and roared, the spiritual power in his body, instantly drained. The black sphere surged against the wind, transforming into a divine and demonic battle blade that could open up heaven and earth, ruthlessly chopping towards the level 70 undead bone dragon. Boom! Shocking roars, the gods and devils of the heavens, hissing and roaring. In the ninth order soul skill god and the devil heavens march under the attack of the horrible power, even if the undead bone dragon and so on 70 level big boss. It was also blasted hard away dozens of meters away. However, because Hanfan's level was only 30, his spiritual power was too weak. He couldn't even utilize 1% of the power of Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest, and was only able to blast the level 70 undead bone dragon away. No fatal injuries. Hanfan's body felt as if it had been hollowed out, falling from mid-air to the ground. Master! Are you all right? The Angel of Law hurriedly caught it, his face full of concern. At this moment, Hanfan was shivering uncontrollably, and his head was in unbearable pain like it was splitting open. Go! Go! Hanfan used all his strength to urge the FA Angel. Yes, Master. The Angel of Law also understood that this was the perfect opportunity for them to escape. If I miss it, I'm afraid I'll really die today in the mouth of this terrifying level 70 undead bone dragon. Thus, she immediately flapped her wings and brought Hanfan with her to escape the 4th level of the skeleton cave at the fastest speed possible. Ho ho ho! When the undead bone dragon saw Hanfan fleeing, it roared violently and rushed over, ruthlessly slamming into the 4th level exit boundary. The entire boundary trembled from the impact, as if it would collapse at any moment. Hanfan's scalp went numb as he felt the terrifying power coming from behind him. So close. It was really close, and he was about to lose his little life to the undead bone dragon. Puff! Back on the 3rd floor, Hanfan's body couldn't hold up any longer and he collapsed on the ground. At this point, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Not only that, but blood was spilling out of his nose, mouth, and ears. Hanfan's heart was filled with misery as he felt the terrible condition of his body. Was this the price of overdrawing one's spiritual energy and performing the 9th-ranked soul-skilled Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest? Sure enough, good grief. However, his heart was satisfied to have survived. I don't know how long I've been resting. Hanfan felt that his cracked head was that much better. Afterwards, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, applying a Queen's Blessing soul technique to himself. A steady stream of regenerative power restored the injuries on his body. It was only in the evening that Hanfan gradually slowed down. Gravekeeper, this old piker almost killed me, I'm going to chop you up right now. Hanfan climbed up from the ground, spat bloodied saliva, and headed to the 2nd level of the skeleton cave in a murderous rage to settle the score with the Tombkeeper. Chapter 63 Acquiring a Heavenly Grade Divine Bone, Titan Torso Bone. When Hanfan arrived at the 2nd level, he saw the Tombkeeper hanging around in the graveyard from a great distance. Old piker. Die. Hanfan grimaced and growled, about to rush over and slaughter him. Young man, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this over. The Tombkeeper was startled when he saw Hanfan rushing over in a murderous rage. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly filled his face with smiles and advised Hanfan to calm down. Don't be impulsive? I was almost slaughtered by a level 70 undead bone dragon. And you're still urging me to have a conversation? Hanfan usually doesn't curse. But now, he really couldn't help himself. The 3rd level of the Skeleton King, which took half of his life, was put aside. Hidden copy of the 4th layer of the skeleton cave boss, actually is 70 level undead bone dragon. This is more than excessive. It could be said that if Hanfan hadn't exploded a 9th rank soul skill that combined offense and defense, Divine Demon Heavenly March, he's going to die today. As Hanfan's mind thought about this, how could he not be angry and furious? Don't be angry, don't be angry. I've already prepared the divine bone for you, the heavenly grade torso bone. The best of the best. You'll love it. The Tomb Guardian was full of fawning smiles and zoomed in. Is the god bone ready? As expected, Hanfan's face looked slightly better when he heard that the Tomb Keeper, this old pipsqueak, had actually prepared the divine bones. Especially that line about being the best of the best made Hanfan's heart grow small with anticipation. It has to be, if you give me the Dark Bible, I can give you the God Bone. The Tomb Keeper hurriedly returned and waited for Hanfan to exchange the Dark Bible for the Divine Bones. Hanfan didn't hesitate and directly pulled out the Dark Bible and threw it to the Tomb Keeper. Really? Really is the Bible? Wonderful. Great. The Gravekeeper received the Dark Bible and was filled with excitement. Where's the God Bone? Hanfan looked at the Tomb Keeper with a dark face, already ready to cast a soul skill on him. This old man, is he trying to renege on his debt? His Hanfan's account was not something that anyone could rely on. Here you go, here you go. The Tomb Guard felt the murderous aura in Hanfan's eyes and was startled. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly pulled out a divine bone glowing with black light and handed it to Hanfan. After Hanfan received the divine bone, he immediately checked the characteristics. Titan Torso Bone, Heavenly Bone, Characteristics, strengthens the body of an extraordinary person, Soul Skill, Bone Armor turns into Titan Armor, Characteristic 1, gains 50% damage immunity, Characteristic 2, increases strength by 100%, duration, 10 minutes. The Soul Skill is Divine Bone Transformation Armor? Hanfan stared at the old Tomb Keeper with wide eyes, shocked. Torso bones, he'd seen them before in his high school Transcendentals textbook. However, it was the first time Hanfan had seen one that could be transformed into armor. This Titan Torso Bone, itself possessed the property of strengthening the body of a Transcendent. The Soul Technique Transformation Armor also further strengthens the torso, gaining 50% immunity to damage as well as boosting strength by 100%. The duration, moreover, is 10 minutes. Baby! Didn't I just say that this divine bone is the best of the best? Even though the grade is only heavenly, if we talk about the characteristics, it's no worse than an immortal divine bone. Satisfied? The Tomb Keeper looked at Hanfan smugly, enjoying his shocked, unseen redneck expression. It's not bad. Seeing as the divine bones you gave me are barely passable, I won't kill you today to explode your equipment. Hanfan looked at the villainous Gravekeeper and gave up on the idea of slaughtering him to explode his equipment. Afterward, Hanfan began to fuse the Titan Torso Bones. Because the Titan Torso Bone was only a heavenly grade divine bone, it was easy to fuse Hanfan's super divine grade demonic soul. A moment later, Hanfan took the Titan Torso Bone and melted it into his body. After fusing the Titan Torso Bone, Hanfan immediately felt that his body was more than 10 times stronger than before. Divine Bone Transformation Armor. Hanfan performed the Titan Torso Bone Soul Technique. In a flash, a black glow surrounded Hanfan's body. Immediately after that, a racy and super handsome black armor covered the surface of his body. Hanfan could clearly feel the power, which had surged by a large margin. At this point, Hanfan was confident that even if he encountered a level 40 Skeleton King again, he would be able to fight without borrowing the power of the demon soul. In the evening, Hanfan returned to his dormitory and checked up on his own Transcendent Attribute panel. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 30.06%. Power, 14,000. Elemental, 11,000. Technique, 13,000. Speed, 12,550. Body mass, 12,000. Luck, 200 max. Gifted, SSS. Demon Soul, 6-Winged Angel Super God, Awakened 1-3. Note, Characteristic 1, can summon Angel Servant 3-3, Characteristic 2, Angel Servant takes damage for Master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of Master and Angel Servant are doubled. Soul Techniques, Gun of Judgment 3rd Order Level 4, Proficiency 300-1500, Ghost Breath 9 Blade Streams 4th Order Level 3, Proficiency 266-1000, Divine Demon Heaven's Conquest 9th Order Level 1, Proficiency 1100. Divine Bones, Medusa Skull Earth Grade, Soul Skill, Queen's Blessing, Titan Torso Bone Heaven Grade, Soul Skill, Divine Bone Armor. Equipment, Black Augur Sting Rare, Black Fox Mask Rare, Demon Hunter's Ring Unmatched, Skeleton Necklace Epic, Skeleton Bracers Epic, Skeleton Boots Epic, Skeleton Armor Epic, Skeleton Belt Epic. Over 10,000 in all attributes except luck. However, Hanfan was not complacent. He has a long road ahead of him. For him, Han Shijun was his only relative and the one he wanted to protect. In the past, it was Han Shijun who protected him, unable to let go of him, afraid that he would be hurt. In the future, he would protect her in turn like Han Shijun had protected him in the past, shielding her from the wind and rain. By fighting today, Hanfan realized that his spiritual power was extremely weak. Even with the Medusa skull, which enhanced the mental power. Even compared to other transcendents of the same level, Hanfan's spiritual power was a huge cut above. However, with his current spiritual power, it was almost impossible to utilize the power of the third soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest. So, next he had to make a wish to grow his spiritual power. There was no talk all night. Clearly, Hanfan woke up and began to make a wish. I wish for a boost in my spiritual power. As the little green wish was finished, Hanfan vaguely felt that his spiritual power had improved a little bit. Not by much. Ugh. It's better than nothing. Mosquito meat is also meat, turn around and wait to accumulate wish power, exchange the medium wish to enhance spiritual power. Hanfan sighed, his heart faintly disappointed in a small way. Afterward, Hanfan gathered his thoughts and decided to continue leveling. 30 levels, barely meeting Elder Bai's requirements. Time-wise, there were still a few days before the half-month deadline given by Elder Bai. Hanfan pondered using the last few days to charge another wave of levels. When you reach level 30 and become an intermediate transcendent, you will be able to enter higher level copies. Hanfan had just left the dormitory building when a voice full of surprised speech came. Little brat, you really didn't let me down. I can't believe you've reached level 30 so quickly, what an incredible upgrade speed. Elder Bai, why are you here now? Didn't you say half a month? Hearing the voice, Hanfan looked up. His eyes widened when he saw that the visitor was Bai Lao. Ha ha. Coming over early to take you to awaken the super divine grade demonic soul six-winged angel, isn't it long awaited? Chapter 64, Little Fan, give me a parting kiss? Elder Bai, are we going now? Hanfan's face showed excitement. He didn't realize that Elder Bai was so efficient. Originally, Hanfan was wondering if he would have to wait until the end of the trial match with the Sakura Kingdom before he could awaken his full-bodied form demonic soul. I am not sure that Elder White is coming to him now. Well, on Dean Juga's side, I've already greeted him, should we prepare? Elder Bai nodded slightly. His heart was filled with shock at Hanfan's amazing upgrade speed. Counting up, it had only been about 10 days since Hanfan had finished the college entrance exam and arrived at the Godslayer Academy. He actually soared from level 21 to level 30. This kind of upgrading speed, when placed in the history of the Great Xia, was an explosive existence. None did. At this moment, Elder Bai's heart grew more and more excited about Hanfan's performance on this trial with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. You came too suddenly. I had wanted to take advantage of the last few days to rush through a wave of levels. I'm going to go say goodbye to Sister June now. Hanfan nodded. Afterward, he didn't waste any time and hurriedly ran towards the girls' dormitory to say goodbye to Han Shijun. Han Shijun and Xiao Wanqing, 2 people, 1 dormitory. Sister June, Elder Bai is here, I came to find you. Ah. Sister Wanqing, you. Why are you dressed like this? Hanfan rushed to Han Shijun's dormitory in one breath. He came to the door and shouted before he even entered. As a result, when he looked at the dormitory, Xiao Wanqing, who was practicing yoga, was confused. Isn't this little Fanfan, who came to visit you because he misses you? I'm so touched. Xiao Wanqing heard movement at the door and turned her head to look. When she saw that it was Hanfan who had arrived, her eyes lit up and she smiled delicately and flirted. Not only that, she also intentionally stretched her waist, making the shapely figure show even more touching temptation. The yoga clothes she was wearing, which were thin and simple, could not cover her proud figure. At this point, with her intentional and unintentional display of movement, Hanfan felt like he couldn't breathe well. This rogue schoolgirl is really getting more and more reckless. So excessive. Where's Sister June? I've come to find Sister June. Hanfan avoided the line of sight, ignored Xiao Wanqing's aggressive flirting, and talked about business. Vandy, what brings you here? In the restroom, came the sound of Han Shijun talking. Then, Hanfan saw Han Shijun come out of the restroom in her pajamas, slightly lazy. Han Shijun was filled with surprise when he suddenly saw Hanfan arrive. It was important to know that Hanfan, a stuffy person, rarely came to the girls' dormitory to look for her. Sister June, Elder Bai has come to find me, to take me to awaken my full-form demon soul, as well as to participate in the trial with the Sakura Kingdom. I've come to say goodbye to you. Hanfan looked at Han Shijun and opened the door. Before that, about the demon soul, and the trial thing. Hanfan told Han Shijun. It was just that what Hanfan didn't expect was that this day would come so quickly and suddenly. Parting, it's sad. This scene couldn't help but remind Hanfan of when Han Shijun said goodbye to him and came to the Godslayer Academy. Elder Bai came to pick you up so soon? Go on then, take care of yourself. Don't be a hero in everything. The transcendents over in the Sakura country are all elites and very strong, you must be careful. Han Shijun didn't have too many melodramatic words, and softly admonished 2 sentences. Well, I'll be careful. Hanfan nodded heavily, a promise to Han Shijun. With that, Hanfan forced down his heart's reluctance and turned to leave. Sometimes goodbyes are that simple. Obviously there's a lot to say. But when those words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. Hey! Little Fanfan, are you so heartless? You're about to leave and you don't even give your sister a parting kiss? Hanfan had just turned around when the sound of Xiao Wanqing's roguish flirting came from his ears. Hanfan's footsteps froze and he stopped. Sister Wanqing, forget about a parting kiss, I'm afraid your future boyfriend will beat me up, let's have a simple parting hug. Hanfan had a gusty head. Originally, Hanfan was trying to part with a hug without even giving one. But looking at Xiao Wanqing's look, it seemed like she wasn't going to let him go easily. LOL. Are you little devil hinting at schoolmates? Maybe your future boyfriend will be you? Why don't you give me a kiss in advance? Xiao Wanqing didn't care that Han Shijun was on the sidelines, flirting recklessly. No. Elder Bai is still waiting for me downstairs, I'll leave first. Bye. Hanfan blushed at being molested by Xiao Wanqing. Afterward, he broke away from Xiao Wanqing's embrace as if he was fleeing and ran towards the door. Little Fanfan Jr., look at your wimpy face, school sister is so pretty, she can still eat you? Ha ha ha. Behind them came the sound of Xiao Wanqing laughing uncontrollably. Originally, the faintly sad mood of parting was washed away quite a bit. Boo! Hanfan hurried out of the girls' dormitory building, and before he had time to go back to find Elder White, he collided with a silhouette. Ah! How do you walk? Hanfan, how is it you? Luo Kursen stumbled when Hanfan hit her and let out a painful scream from her mouth. She was just about to angrily accuse the person who hit her. As a result, she realized that it was actually Hanfan when she looked up. At that moment, Luo Koexian's eyes widened, revealing a look of surprise. This guy, what's he doing out of the girls' dormitory? She hadn't misread it with her eyesight, had she? Or is it the wrong way around? That's not right. This is the girls' dormitory building. Sorry for bumping into you, I came to see you. Well, say goodbye. Hanfan apologized with a face full of embarrassment. Originally, he had wanted to tell Luo Kursen that he had come to say goodbye to his old sister, Han Shijun. Then, on second thought, he realized it wasn't right to say that. If he really said that, wasn't it tantamount to indirectly telling Luo Koexian that he had forgotten her? This little girl, guaranteed to be glassy-eyed and sulky again. Ah. You came over to see me? Wait a minute. What did you say? Farewell? You're leaving? Where to? Luo Koexian first exclaimed in shock, her pretty face reddened to the roots of her ears, wriggling and shy. Then, she reacted and looked at Hanfan with fierce eyes, wondering if she had heard wrong. Well, Elder Bai came over to pick me up to participate in the trial with Sakura Nation and fight for the country. I'm going to leave the academy for a while. Hanfan looked at Luo Koexian and explained. Luo Koexian fell silent when she heard Hanfan's words, gently biting her lip. What's wrong? Hanfan looked puzzled. No, I was just thinking, you guy is a practicing maniac. I still lost to you, lost completely. Nothing compared to you. There was an inexplicable emotion in Luo Koexian's voice as she said this. Perhaps only she, herself, understood the other layer of meaning in her words. However, with Hanfan's winning dog IQ, he definitely couldn't guess what was on her mind. Kagome, don't say that, you're actually quite good. Humph. A false and perfunctory love. That. Since I'm done saying goodbye to you, I'm leaving, Elder Bai is still waiting for me. Go, when you come back, I will catch up with your pace. At least not by too much. Loser dog? She seems to be a defeated dog. It hurts my pride. Bye. Hanfan answered and turned around, lifting his feet to leave. Luo Koexian lightly bit her red lips and stood there watching. This asshole, just leaving? Without looking back? Could it be that, in his heart, he didn't even have a little place for himself? Suddenly, Luo Koexian's heart was empty and lost. Chapter 65, In the future, who dares to mock my great Xia for being godless? Hanfan took a few steps forward and stopped again. Luo Koexian hurriedly raised her hand and wiped her eyes, pretending to be puzzled. Shundog, why don't you go? Have a parting hug and cheer together. Hanfan slowly turned around and looked at Luo Koexian with a smile. Count on you having a conscience. A big smile bloomed on Luo Koexian's face. She pretended to be indifferent, but ran as fast as her little feet would take her. The next moment, she jumped into Hanfan's arms and hugged him tightly. It was the first time she'd ever hugged a boy. Shyness with a dash of sweetness, a dash of panic. A splash of. Can't say what it is. Hanfan finished saying goodbye to Luo Koexian and rediscovered Elder Bai, leaving with him. Hanfan's heart was filled with envy as he looked at Elder Bai who was flying with him. When a transcendent reaches level 40, he or she can borrow some of the power of the demon soul. By then, transcendents will be able to make short flights. And for long, persistent flights. Even, to fight enemies in the air, you need to reach level 50 and awaken the power of the demon soul's true body. Elder Bai did not take Hanfan out of Jinling City. Instead, they brought him to the Transcendent Alliance Shrine in Golden City. The whole of Dacia is divided into 7 southern provinces and 6 northern provinces. In each province, there is a Transcendent Alliance Shrine. Arriving in front of the Transcendental Alliance Temple in Jinling City, Hanfan looked at the towering temple and his heart was greatly shaken. This is the place where the power of Jinling Province is gathered. He never dreamed that one day he would be able to travel here. Afterward, Hanfan retrieved his thoughts and followed Elder Bai towards the Divine Hall. When he arrived at the shrine, Hanfan immediately saw a group of white-bearded, flowery elders sitting on chairs on both sides. These white-bearded, flamboyant elders were dressed in the attire of high-ranking officials of the League of Transcendentalists. The moment Hanfan entered, their gazes looked over. Immediately, Hanfan felt a wave of invisible pressure that came over the mountains. Hanfan was appalled. Is this the aura of superiority from the Transcendentalist bigwigs? So scary. Their auras were not intentionally pressing toward Hanfan. However, they had been in high positions for many years, and an invisible aura of superiority had naturally formed on them. This aura, without needing to deliberately outwardly emit it, gave people a breathless and oppressive feeling. Directly in front, there are 3 chairs. 3 chairs with 3 people sitting on them. Because the other side did not hide their identifying information. Therefore, Hanfan was able to see their basic information without the need for a detection technique. Lin Beichen, level 98, White Tiger Transcendent. Xiao Nantian, 99th level, a poor man's transcendentalist. Qin Baiha, level 98, Golden Dragon Transcendent. Hiss. Hanfan sucked in a cool breath. These 3 bigwigs were actually all near full extreme transcendence. In particular, Xiao Nantian, who sits in the middle of the 3 chairs, is only 1 level away from becoming a Supreme Sage Transcendent and opening the Trial of God. 3 heads, Hanfan has been brought over. Elder Bai respectfully reported the situation to the 3 bigwigs in front of him. And after his report, he actually sat in that chair at the end of the temple. Hanfan looked at it with a dark look on his face. Even a person of Bai Lao's status could only be ranked at the bottom of the list among the many bigwigs in this divine hall? This formation, it's not normally strong. Young man, don't be nervous, your situation, Elder Bai has already told us before. The reason I called you here today is to help you awaken your full-form demon soul. Xiao Nantian smiled kindly at Hanfan, signaling him not to be nervous. Head Xia, I'm not nervous. Hanfan hurriedly echoed the sentence. At this moment, Hanfan's mind was filled with doubts. He's understandably nervous, after all, it's the first time he's seen so many bigwigs. It's just that these big guys, why do they seem more nervous than he is? Good. It's good if you're not nervous. The awakening formation, it's already being set up, now go awaken your super divine quality demon soul. Xiao Nantian nodded repeatedly and without any nonsense, he got up and led Hanfan towards the center square of the divine hall. All the other bigwigs, who had risen, followed closely. To the center square of the temple. Several transcendents had already finished setting up the awakening array. And it was different from the awakening formation set up by the transcendent mentors when Hanfan was in school. This awakening formation in front of me was even bigger. Has 24 alcoves for placing awakening stones. At first, Hanfan awakened his demonic soul at school. The 12 awakening stones had only allowed Hanfan's super divine grade demonic soul to awaken a third of it. If you do the math, 24 awakening stones would be enough to fully awaken the remaining 2/3 of his demonic soul. For having awakened the demon soul once, Hanfan, on the contrary, seemed to be light on his feet. The moment the awakening formation was up and running, he took a deep breath and walked into the center of the formation. Hanfan slowly closed his eyes and waited for the super divine grade demonic soul six-winged angel to fully awaken. Buzz! With the awakening stone energy, a steady stream of it was poured into the formation. The entire formation erupted with a blinding light that shot straight up into the sky. The many bigwigs, led by Xiao Nantian, each clenched their fists nervously and watched with wide eyes. Is this the supernatural quality demon soul, the heaven and earth visions brought about when it awakens? They, the great Xia, hadn't seen a deity for 100 years. The super divine grade demon soul, moreover, was a divine soul that was only recorded in ancient books. The reason why it is called the divine soul. It was because according to the ancient books, the super divine grade demon souls came with their own god glyphs. When you reach level 100, you don't have to complete the perverted god's trial, and you can just bail out and become a god. Such a perverted demonic soul appeared in their Jinling province. How can the hearts of these bigwigs not be excited and nervous? Buzz! The formation set with 24 awakening stones let out an earth-shattering roar. With the power of the array pulled full and running. Dawning rays of light, straight into the sky, as if they were going to break through the heavens. With that, the huge black shadow that had appeared on the playground of Nanyang City's second middle school that day, once again silently appeared above the heads of the crowd. Unlike that day in the Nanyang City No. 2 middle school playground, the black shadow was no longer illusory. The dark clouds rolling in the sky were gradually washed away by the blinding light. Boundless pressure, like a raging storm, pressed down from the sky. The dark shadows gradually became clearer, 6 feathered wings. 3 black, 3 white. It looks very visually appealing. 6-winged angel. This is the legendary strongest demonic soul, the 6-winged angel. At a certain point, the 6-winged angel slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Contempt for all things. Piercing the heavens. The mind-blowing shock brought to the crowd had reached a point of no return. To awaken? Is this the heavenly might of a super divine grade demon soul? Even the awakening is imposing and runs through the heavens. It makes one's heart feel the urge to get down on one's knees and mosey on over. One can only imagine how terrifying Hanfan will be when he awakens his demon soul at level 50. Their Jinling province was going to rise to prominence among the 13 provinces of the Great Summer. They, Daxia, are going to rise in the whole world. In the future, no one would ever dare to mock them, the Great Summer, for being godless. At this moment, many bigwigs did not know whether it was because they were in a shocked mood or happy, and they were so excited that they burst into old tears and covered their faces. Chapter 66 24 Awakening Stones, still not enough energy? Boom! Just when everyone thought that Hanfan's super divine quality demonic soul 6-winged angel was about to awaken in its full body form, a roaring sound came. In a blink of an eye, the entire awakening formation was in tatters. A matchless energy shockwave that shot straight up into the sky, instantly dispersing the 6-winged angel that had just coalesced into a solid entity. How? What's going on? The awakening failed? How is this possible? The expressions on the faces of the many bigwigs were instantly frozen. Even the 3 heads led by Xiao Nantian revealed a look of disbelief and shocked incomprehension. They couldn't imagine why the demonic soul, which was clearly on the verge of awakening, would suddenly shatter the formation and dissipate into the sky. The crowd was confused. Hanfan was also dumbfounded. Even, compared to the many bigwigs who were dumbfounded, his heart was filled with shocked apprehension. What's going on? He used 1,000 points of wishing power to wish for the strongest demonic soul. There shouldn't be this kind of awakening failure. Hurry up and check the awakening data to find out why the little guy's super divine quality demonic soul failed to awaken. Headmaster. Several of the staff members in charge of the awakening ceremony were sweating profusely. This was the first time they had ever seen such a situation. So, until the situation is clarified, no one knows what caused the failure of awakening. Is it possible that his demonic soul is a pseudo-super divine item? Jinbai has said with a tight frown. Pseudo-super divine grade demonic soul? Xiao Nanshan's face was stunned. At that moment, Hanfan also hurriedly dropped his gaze onto Qin Baihe, waiting for him to explain. Demon souls, and there's such a thing as pseudo-super divine goods? According to ancient records, there is a special class of demonic souls that can mimic the characteristics of other grades but are unable to awaken on their own, known as pseudo-demonic souls. As Qin Baihe spoke, his eyes glanced faintly toward Hanfan. Compared to Xiao Nanshan's amiability, his eyes were somewhat cold instead. Hanfan's heart became even more nervous and apprehensive as he listened to Qin Baihe's words. Numerous bigwigs who have come back to their senses discuss it as well. According to the sound of the crowd's discussion, this kind of special pseudo-magical soul does exist. If his demonic soul is really a pseudo-demonic soul, it only mimics some of the six-winged angel demonic soul characteristics, and it definitely couldn't be awakened. Does that mean he is defrauding the big boys? Moreover, he had just wasted 24 awakening stones at once. Hanfan was not confident when he thought of this in his mind. Headmaster, the demon soul awakening has failed and the reason for the damage to the formation has been found. Just as Hanfan's mind was wandering, a staff member hurried over. Have you found the reason for the failure of awakening? Speak quickly. The crowd's attention was immediately drawn. Hanfan also hurriedly looked up, his hands clenched into fists, a heart in his throat. 3 heads, you'll have to be a little prepared before saying why the awakening failed. What psychological preparation? I've seen it all before. Let's go. Xiao Nantian was unhappy when he saw the staff stuttering. According to the results of our examination, the reason why the six-winged angel failed to awaken is because of the 24 awakening stones, the energy of which is far from enough to support the descent of the demon soul. What, 24 awakening stones aren't enough to support the descent of the demonic soul? Xiao Nantian lost his voice and screamed. He jumped 3 feet in the air, even with his composure and stability. Everyone else also looked horrified and shocked. A magic soul awakening requires 24 awakening stones? Nope. When this kid was in school, he had already sucked up the energy of 12 awakening stones. That is to say, the energy of 36 awakening stones can't supply his super divine magical soul, six-winged angel advent? Heads, I just said, to prepare you a little bit, that at first we couldn't believe it when we came to this conclusion. After all, in the past, even for a divine grade demonic soul awakening, a maximum of 12 awakening stones would suffice, and this is the 24 awakening stones with depleted energy. The staff didn't make empty promises, he took out the 24 awakening stones, whose energy had been sucked out, that were embedded in the formation. The crowd at the scene instantly fell silent. Above the entire square, the atmosphere was frighteningly quiet. Everyone dropped their gazes onto Hanfan, and it was as if they were looking at a monster. Hanfan was filled with embarrassment and even a bit of weakness. Heads, this is none of my business. He, Hanfan, would not take the blame for this pot. Is this the power of a super divine grade demon soul? Awakening alone required such a huge amount of awakening stones. Fortunately, he had the foresight to seek help from Elder Bai before. Otherwise, with this amount of family money, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to awaken his demonic soul in his entire life. Ahem. Little one, look at you, we didn't say we blame you. The muscles in the corner of Xiao Nanshan's eyes twitched viciously. Awakening stones were quite a precious thing. Even if they were in the entire province of Jinling, the number was not much. The previous awakening blew up 12, and the new awakening blew up 24. You can't play like that even if your family has a mine. There was a hard, meaty moment for many of the bigwigs. At this point, their minds were in a dilemma. Should we continue to awaken this perverted super divine quality demonic soul for Hanfan? If you don't awaken, Hanfan's demonic soul is still in a half-awakened state, and he can't utilize the true power of his demonic soul. It wasn't even certain if he would be able to cast his demon soul true body when he rose to level 50. Awaken. I've already wasted 36 awakening stones. How many more energy stones would it take to help him fully awaken this perverted six-winged angel? This makes their Jinling province, which is already not rich in awakening stones, more and more snowy. Let's all say what we think. Elderby, you found this kid, you go first. After some discussion among the crowd, Xiaonantian dropped his gaze onto Elderby and took the lead in asking. Headmaster, I feel that no matter how much it costs, we must allow Hanfan to awaken his full-form demon soul. He is the hope of our Jinling province. Yes, Head. Our Jinling province has been pressured by other provinces for decades, and I agree with Elderby's opinion. Humph. I'm against it. Having already wasted 36 awakening stones on him, hell knows if his demonic soul will awaken in the end. I don't think I need to say more about the preciousness of the awakening stones. Everyone's heart is clear about it, right? Some are in favor of it and some are against it. The whole scene, the bigwigs, had split into two camps. The bigwigs in favor of the awakening reasoned that Hanfan was the hope for the rise of their Jinling province, the hope for the rise of their daxia. Their Jinling province has been pressed by other provinces, cannot raise their heads for decades. This is their opportunity to straighten their backs to do. The bigwigs who opposed it reasoned that 36 awakening stones had already been invested in Hanfan, and each one of them was precious. Who knew how many awakening stones one would have to continue to invest in Hanfan, a bottomless pit, to help him awaken his demonic soul? It was fine if they ended up awakening, but if they failed to awaken, then they would really be losing out. The loss would not be worth it. Hanfan stood there, wanting to speak but not qualified. At this point, he was a little hard to shame. It's just awakening a demonic soul, how come it's become so difficult for him? It looks like, with more than 1,000 points of wishing value accumulated over 3 years, make a super wish, make a fierce wish. I should have used 100 points to make a big purple wish. Now, it's too late to say anything. What a hilarious scene. Is it that your Jinling province can't even come up with all the awakening stones? If that's the case, then how about giving this child to my Qingzhou province? We have plenty of awakening stones, it's enough. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the shrine, blatantly robbing people. Chapter 67, Six-Winged Angel's New Trait, King's Gaze. Hanfan looked up and his eyelids fluttered. Zhao Wuji, level 100, White Zephyr Transcendent. The head of Qingzhou province, Zhao Wuji, is here. Rumor has it that Zhao Wuji is still a dual demonic soul. I don't know if it's true or not. In the Divine Temple, the faces of the bigwigs who had been discussing whether or not to continue awakening Hanfan's demonic soul a moment before changed in unison. Zhao Wuji, what are you doing in our Jinling city? The province of Jinling and the province of Qingzhou have never been on the right track. At this time, when Xiaonantian and the others saw that Zhao Wuji had blatantly come to them to rob them, their faces could not look good. This is not to hear that you Jinling out of a demon, but also unprecedented National College entrance examination scholar, so I came over to take a look. How did I know that I had only just arrived when I ran into a group of you old things discussing whether or not to continue awakening the demonic soul for him? Is this not wanting this demon? You Jinling city doesn't want it, but our Qingzhou province wants it. Old Xiao, isn't your Jinling province short of awakening stones? How about I compensate you 50 awakening stones and you send this little guy to my Qingzhou province? With this business, your Jinling province is making a steady profit. Zhao Wuji's character was already unruly, and he was super strong. Looking at the entire Grand Xia, his strength could definitely rank in the top 10. Therefore, even in the face of the entire Jinling province high-level bigwigs, he appeared to be unscrupulous, not afraid of offending in the slightest. Xiaonantian and the others, their already ugly faces. As Zhao Wuji's words fell, it turned uglier. This old thing, coming over to rob people so blatantly, was this humiliating them that Jinling province couldn't even take out a few dozen awakening stones from the district? Although, the actual situation is indeed like this, but it must not let Zhao Wuji, a foreigner, ridicule and look down on Ah. Who says we don't want the little guy? We were just going through the motions and setting the mood. Yes. This child's demonic soul must be awakened. No matter how many awakening stones are used, it's worth it. Zhao Wuji, you've gone too far in trying to snatch someone from under our noses. I advise you to die. The many Jinling bigwigs who had been divided into two camps with different opinions a moment before. At this moment, when they saw Zhao Wuji blatantly coming to rob Hanfan, their opinions were amazingly unanimous. One after another nodded their heads and defended Zhao Wuji like a thief, keeping Hanfan behind them. Looking at them, they couldn't wait to tie Zhao Wuji up on the spot, throw him out of Jinling province, and pull him into the blacklist, never allowing him to enter. Humph! You old things, when the old man didn't come, you didn't treat this little fellow as a treasure, and now when the old man comes, you immediately get anxious with me? Your words don't count. I'll ask this little guy now to see if he's willing to enter my Qingzhou province. If he nods today, even if you all come together, I, Zhao Wuji, will take him away. Zhao Wuji coldly snorted in a domineering manner. Afterward, his gaze landed on Hanfan and he was about to open his mouth to inquire. And Hanfan didn't wait for him to speak and hurriedly said awkwardly, Head Zhao, I appreciate your kindness. I was born in Jinling province and this is my home. Ha ha ha. Old Zhao, miscalculated, didn't you? Still wanting to pull in my Jinling province demon, the little guy doesn't want to go. Xiao Nanshan's hanging heart immediately relaxed. He laughed happily when he saw that Hanfan didn't even hesitate before rejecting Zhao Wuji's pull. The other bigwigs, too, nodded their heads in approval. Zhao Wuji's face was a bit ugly, and he unwillingly wanted to say something else. However, Xiao Nantian didn't give the opportunity and immediately instructed the staff to rearrange the awakening formation for Hanfan to continue awakening the full-form six-winged angel. Half an hour later, an awakening array set with 72 awakening stones and a special grade awakening array was completed. This is the largest awakening formation in the world at this time. If, this extraordinary awakening formation, it didn't even manage to successfully awaken Hanfan's super divine grade demonic soul, the six-winged angel, then I'm only afraid that Hanfan's demonic soul would really be in trouble. Hanfan took a deep breath and came back to the awakening formation, his heart also quite nervous and apprehensive. It's been 2 failures in a row. First 12 awakening stones. Double it for the second time, 24 awakening stones. This third time, it is even a step to use 72 awakening stones. If he failed to awaken again, I'm afraid that the many bigwigs who were anxious would be able to kill him on the spot. At this time, Hanfan's mind suddenly didn't want his demonic soul, the strongest. Hurry up and awaken. Buzz. The extraordinary formation, inlaid with 72 top-grade awakening stones, instantly operated as Hanfan threw away the distractions in his mind. The blinding light irradiated the eyes of the people present. That one pillar of light that shot straight up into the sky shocked Zhao Wuji's heart. He surged into the sky and stood in midair, gazing at Hanfan, who had awakened his demonic soul. The moment. A layer of black shadow covered Hanfan's body. The sunlight in the sky has disappeared. A rumble of thunder, a roaring hiss. Zhao Wuji looked up as if the tumbling dark clouds had countless gods and devils making a pilgrimage. Boom! A peerless pressure came without warning. Rank 100 Supreme Sage Transcendent Zhao Wuji's body was compressed by that huge aura and sank. He was even more appalled and hurriedly re-fell to the ground. At this moment, Hanfan's body had already detached from the ground and floated up. In the sky, the huge black shadow slowly descended and stood behind Hanfan. 3 black, 3 white feathers. A gaze that defies everything to look at it. In the end, the figure of the six-winged angel slowly fused with Hanfan's body. Click. Click. The earth's crumbling. The entire Transcendent Alliance shrine shook violently. When the crowd saw this, their faces changed. Awakening a super divine grade demon soul with this kind of sound? For those who don't know, they think the world is coming to an end. I don't know how long it took, but the shaking temple stopped. The wretched ground was no longer visible as a formation. Hanfan fell from the sky and stood amidst the ruins, slowly opening his eyes. At this moment, he came back to his senses, and his heart couldn't hide the excitement and happiness. Awakening! The strongest demonic soul that he wished for with 1,000 points of wish power has finally fully awakened. Demon Spirit, Six-Winged Angel. Note, Characteristic 1, Summons Angelic Servants 3-7, Characteristic 2, Angelic Servants take the damage for the Master, Characteristic 3, All attributes of the Master and Angelic Servants are doubled, Characteristic 4, The King's Gaze all enemies under the gods will be suppressed up to 80% of their strength, and their own strength will be increased up to 120%. Not only the number of summoned angelic servants is increased to 7. Also awakens a new trait phrase, King's Gaze. So, in the future, when he fights someone, as long as the other party is not a deity, he can permanently strengthen the other party by 40%? Hanfan's eyelids jumped as his heart was filled with shock. At this time, the high-level bigwigs not far away also came over, wanting to check Hanfan's Transcendentalist panel attributes. Only, they didn't wait for them to see Hanfan's transcendent attribute information. The six-winged angel behind Hanfan reappeared and snapped his eyes open. In a flash, a majestic and domineering aura struck, shaking the bigwigs back several steps. Everyone's faces froze, and they all revealed horrified and shocked expressions. Chapter 68, Sakura's First Demon, Twin Demon Souls Yamano 16. The atmosphere, which had been agitated a moment before, was strangely dull. The hearts of the bigwigs were shocked and filled with displeasure. Elder Bai's face suddenly changed and he walked over quickly. Hanfan. The headmasters want to see your demon soul. What are you doing, you little brat? As Elder Bai angrily rebuked Hanfan, he hurriedly gave him a wink. Hanfan's magic soul, prohibiting others from detecting the function, Elder White was aware of it. It's just that the many great men in this temple. Just pull out a person, our stomping feet, the entire Jinling province have to shake on the existence of three. At this time, Hanfan not only didn't allow the crowd to view the information of his demonic soul, he also used his demonic soul, the six-winged angel, to shock the bigwigs back. What is this if not a bear's guts? Elder Bai, I don't know what happened. When the heads checked my attributes, the demonic soul six-winged angel, it ran out on its own and couldn't be controlled. Cold sweat also broke out on Hanfan's forehead as he explained with a face full of embarrassment. This is not nonsense on his part. Just now, when the gazes of the bigwigs fell on him and checked his transcendent attribute panel, the six-winged angel of the devil's soul then appeared violently and opened his eyes. Then, the scene with the many bigwigs being shaken back happened. Out of your control, it runs out on its own and prohibits others from probing your attribute panel? Elder Bai's expression was stunned, slightly suspicious. Yeah, I've got the transcendent attribute panel actively expanded. Hanfan nodded and explained the sentence. When the crowd heard this, their gazes rushed towards him. Hanfan, level 30, summoning type transcendent. Even if Hanfan took the transcendent attribute panel and fully expanded it, the crowd still only sees the most basic information. This scene took the many bigwigs and left them dumbfounded. What's going on? Don't they deserve it? It's fine, the super divine great demon soul, so far, has never appeared in my great Xia, and when looking at the entire world, it has only been recorded in ancient books. As for what will happen after the true awakening, no one knows. Perhaps it is because of the majesty of the gods, which is not to be blasphemed, that we cannot view it. Xiao Nantian waved his hand and spoke for Hanfan. The other bigwigs sniffed and nodded, feeling that it made sense. After all, a super divine great demon soul is the strongest demon soul that comes with a divine grimoire. It could be said that as long as Hanfan did not die young in an accident during his growth. Bail out the gods. How could the might of the gods be desecrated by mortals like them? Got a girlfriend, little guy? Zhao Wuji came to Hanfan's side and suddenly smiled. Head Zhou, not yet. Hanfan scratched his head awkwardly, not quite understanding what Zhao Wuji meant when he suddenly asked this. No girlfriend? It's good that there isn't. I have a baby girl who looks like a flower and has a nice front and back. How about you go to my Qingzhou province and I'll personally be the matchmaker and introduce her to you as your girlfriend. We'll be family from now on. Zhao Wuji smiled like an old fox. If anything, before coming. He was still pondering in his mind whether or not he should spend a great deal of effort to bring Hanfan on board. And just now, Zhao Wuji was determined to trick Hanfan back after seeing the power of his super divine quality demonic soul six-winged angel. Zhao Wuji, you're at least the head of Qingzhou, don't you have any old face left? We're all still standing on the sidelines, and you're rampantly digging in? That's just it. He is our Jinling province demon. You have a daughter, don't I have a granddaughter? Little fellow, I'll introduce my granddaughter to you some other time. Old Xia, you're so intentional, I heard it in the restroom. Xiaofan, I also have a baby daughter, provincial flower level. A group of bigwigs in Jinling province were furious when they saw Zhao Wuji rampantly digging in their faces. After they counted Zhao Wuji out, they also scrambled to recommend their precious granddaughters. Those whose families had sons and no daughters or granddaughters leaned back in shame. There's a sense of not being able to hold your head up as a human being. At this point, their hearts and minds pondered whether they should turn around and make an effort to have another daughter. If you can't, let your son at home work on it. After all, men are good, age is not a problem. Not to mention, Hanfan was also a future Dasha deity who brought his own godhead with him. Hanfan saw a group of bigwigs that were getting more and more immodest. There are even a few hot-tempered big brothers, arguing red in the face, not to mention, rolled up their sleeves ready to dry fight to determine the winner. Hanfan wanted to pick his feet in embarrassment. LOL. What a thing! It's not just awakening a super divine quality magic soul, how did it suddenly become a meat and potatoes? Seniors of the heads, I appreciate your kindness, for now, my heart only wants to upgrade and enhance my strength. As for talking about the marriage thing, haven't thought about it, and, for the time being, I don't have any ideas about it. Hanfan politely rejected the good intentions of the crowd. The crowd was filled with curiosity when they saw that Hanfan was so obsessed with upgrading and improving his strength. Thus, Lin Beichen said, "Little fellow, your performance, and all aspects of your abilities, are extremely excellent among your peers throughout China, so why are you still working so hard?" "Because I have something to guard in my heart, and I'm afraid that one day disaster will strike and I'll be too weak to guard what I have to guard." Something to guard? What is it? The surprise on the faces of the many bigwigs was compounded by a look of puzzlement. "My June. Your sister?" The many bigwigs looked at each other, unanticipated. They had expected Hanfan to talk about some hot-blooded ambitions in grandiose words. I am not sure that his ideal ambition is just to protect his sister. Since I was young, my parents died early, and I don't remember much about that part of my memory. What I remember most is how June took care of me all these years after my parents died. Just bring it to the Godslayer Academy thing. Actually, she could have come a long time ago, but she delayed and procrastinated, not being able to rest assured of me. Later, I made a promise with her that in the future I would enter the Godslayer Academy, and that in the future I would grow into a man and shield her from the wind and rain. Hanfan's voice was not loud, carrying a touch of low and suppressed. But these simple words of his brought a huge impact shock to the hearts of the crowd. Good. A good seedling. What might a Xiao lacks is this kind of man with flesh and blood and a backbone. Zhao Wuji laughed out loud and praised without mincing words. The other bigwigs, too, nodded their heads in praise. Just as the crowd was praising Hanfan, a transcendent hurriedly ran in, from outside the divine hall. "Three heads, over in the South China Sea, there's bad news." "Bad news? What bad news?" Qin Baihe picked up on it. The others looked up as well, waiting for the transcendent who had reported the situation to answer. According to the scouts, the Sakura countryside, in order to be able to take this trial, has deployed the Yamano 13. What? Yamano 13? The faces of the many bigwigs suddenly changed, and they lost their voices and exclaimed. Hanfan, on the other hand, was full of doubts. He looked at the sudden silence of the crowd and queried, "Seniors of the heads, what is the identity of this mountain wild 13? Is it very powerful?" Yamano 13 is the #1 demon in the young generation of Sakura country. And awakened dual demonic souls, it is understood that his two demonic souls, a divine product and an immortal product. The Cherry Blossom country is suddenly using this bottom card. I'm afraid it's going to drive our great summer talent demon to extinction. Elder Bai spoke, a touch of sadness filling his voice. Last year's trial with Sakura Nation. Not only did their Grand Xia fail miserably, the genius demons who entered the South Sea Shattered Star Island in the trial site ended up coming out alive with only 3 people left. Even a demonic genius like Han Shijun almost died in the trial land. Sakura country's #1 demon? Seniors of the heads, I promise you that this trial, I will cut off Yamano 13's head and bring it back. Chapter 69 Sakura Shorty likes kneeling so much, demonstration? What? You're going to cut off Yamano 13's head and bring it back? Hanfan's words caused Sha Nantian and the others, their faces filled with shock. They hadn't expected that Hanfan would actually have such a backbone. Right. I'll not return to the Grand Xia until I chop off Shani Xi's head and bring it back from the South Sea Shattered Star Island trial. I, Hanfan, swear not to return to the Grand Xia. Hanfan's face was absolutely blank. This was his promise to Sha Nantian and the others. About the Shattered Star Island trial in the South China Sea. Hanfan naturally knew that. On the surface, this is a friendly cut between the two countries. Talk to each other and make progress together. In reality, this was nothing more than a battle of life and death between the two newborn demons. Previously, their great summer demon transcendent. Those who participated in the South Sea Shattered Star Island competition and were able to return alive were few and far between. And their bones filled all corners of Shattered Star Island. It's sad for them. It was also a sadness for their Daxia. Last year's Shattered Star Island trial. Hanfan's sister, Han Shijun, almost died there as well. Then she got out alive. Rumor has it that the demonic geniuses of the Great Summer who participated in last year's trial. There are only 3 left. 100 lives. There were only 3 left, who came back alive. Such a blood feud. How could Hanfan, as a citizen of Daxia, not retaliate? How can you pretend it didn't happen? Good. Good boy, if you can really cut off Shan Yi 13's head and bring it back, this group of old guys, will go out of the city for 50 miles to welcome you back, huh? Sha Nantian smiled in relief. Though, this was the encouragement that came out of his mouth. But, in his heart, he didn't take Han Fan's words seriously. Yamano 13. He's the best young man in the Sakura country. And it was also an extremely rare dual demon soul transcendent. How can it be so easy to kill? They'd be thankful if Han Fan didn't have an accident and fall into his hands. After bidding farewell to Shao Nantian and the others, Han Fan and Elder Bai headed to the South Sea Shattered Star Island. Road. Bai Lao took the South Sea Shattered Star Island, the rules of the trial at this time, and briefly recounted them to him. The rules are simple. 1. A point system. Both sides wait until the end of the trial, and whichever side has the most total points will win. The other, which is to kill all the other side, can also be victorious. After arriving at Shattered Star Island in the South China Sea, Elder Bai went to the meeting first because he still had some things to discuss with the bigwigs from the other provinces. Han Fan, who had nothing to do, was free to move around and familiarize himself with the environment. Han Fan strolled around the outskirts of Shattered Star Island, seeing that you can't get in within the copy. And he was going to go back. Just then, a lowly voice came. Chatter. This little lowly from Daxia, so sexy and cute looking, little baby, let brother come and hurt you. Han Fan heard the sound and immediately turned his head to look. Immediately. Han Fan then saw a petite girl surrounded by a group of Sakura Nation dwarfs. Those Sakura Nation dwarfs, with all kinds of foul language and humiliation in their mouths. Not far away on the ground, there were still a few snot-nosed and swollen Daxia transcendents lying around. Just a glance. Han Fan then recognized that the petite silhouette was Fair. Phil. Strawmare. You Sakura Nation dwarves, get the hell out of my way. Han Fan was already filled with distaste for the Sakura Nation transcendents. At this point, he saw that the Daxia transcendents were not only beaten. Even Fair, a little lowly, was molested by these sons of Es, so how could she not be angry? Next moment, Han Fan then exploded and rushed over with a furious curse. Baka! You big summer pig, you want to die, don't you? How dare you scold us? The Sakura Nation dwarf who had molested Faye with obscenities and was even about to make a move. Seeing that Han Fan was cursing hard, he even rushed over to mind his own business. His face was chilled, and the bottom of his eyes were actually icy cold. Just. Without waiting for the words to finish coming out of his mouth, Han Fan blatantly struck out. Click. A bone-breaking sound rang out. This Sakura Nation dwarf who was pointing his hand at Han Fan had an arm that was directly crushed by Han Fan. Don't look at Han Fan's low rank. But Han Fan's strength was definitely one of the best in this term of demons in the entire Grand Xia. A Sakura Nation dog then a dwarf, also dared to rampage in front of him? You want to die? Ah! Miserable screams came from the mouth of this Sakura Nation transcendent. At this moment, he was shivering in cold sweat from the pain of having his arm crushed by Han Fan. You. He wanted to growl and rage at Han Fan. But when he saw Han Fan's eyes as if he were looking at a dead man, he swallowed back the words that had reached his mouth. Han Fan. Faye grimaced. However, when she saw Han Fan, she was excited and happy again. She immediately pushed aside those Sakura Nation dwarves in front of her who were blocking the way and ran to Han Fan. You sons of Es, you dare to beat up my brothers and sisters in Daxia? Han Fan glanced at the several snot-nosed Daxia demons, his face showing a grimace. Not far away, those Sakura Nation dwarves. Seeing Han Fan's fierce face, he was startled. Little bastard, we Sakura Kingdom warriors, what about moving your Daxia pigs? Right at this moment, a morose cold laugh came out. Hearing the sound, Han Fan jerked his head toward the back of those Sakura Nation dwarfs. At once, Han Fan saw that an even shorter Sakura Nation doggy was coming. Han Fan threw a detection spell over Mountain Wild 13, level 39, unknown. The information detected caused Hanfan to have a startled expression on his face. Obviously, Hanfan hadn't thought that the short man in front of him was actually Sakura Country's #1 demon in this trial, Yamano 13. And this shorty, he's actually level 39. It's 9 steps ahead of him. Lord Yamano, this little bastard, relying on his strength and being that much stronger than me, sneaked up on old me as soon as he arrived, and his arm was ruined. You must help me to take revenge. Take his 2 arms, waste away. I also want to get this Dacia loli in front of him. Think about it as exhilarating. The Sakura Nation dwarf who had just had one of his arms wasted by Hanfan didn't have a long memory at all. He looked at Hanfan with a morose gaze and said maliciously. And the words came out of his mouth at the end. Immediately, he dropped his aggressive gaze onto Fair and took an unbridled cheap look. On the side, those other Sakura Nation transcendents also chattered and laughed with cheap expressions. You animals. Faye's face was so furious that she couldn't speak anymore as she shivered. At that moment, Hanfan stepped forward and blocked in front of Fair, looking condescendingly at Yamano 13, not far away. Mountain Wild 13's face was ice cold as he rampantly said, "Little bastard, if you kneel down now and kowtow and apologize, I can spare you from death." Ha! You Sakura Nation dwarves, do you like kneeling and kowtowing so much? Come, show me how to kneel and kowtow. Without the slightest fear on his face, Hanfan sneered and scoffed. Baka! You Dacia pig, looking for death. How did Yamano 13 not expect that? Hanfan, this Dacia pig, actually dared to humiliate him like this. On the spot, he was enraged, and his face showed a ferocious light as he struck out ferociously. Chapter 70. So what if I'm the first demon? Borrow your head for a while. Ha! Looking for death? I'm only afraid that the one looking for death today is you. Hanfan smiled coldly. Without the slightest fear, he blatantly counterattacked. Come on. Hanfan had also promised Xiaonantian that this shattered Star Island trial, it's going to take Yamano 13's head off. I didn't realize it was just getting here. The Shattered Star Island replica trial has not yet begun. Instead, he met this Yamano 13 first. For this, Hanfan naturally wanted to chop off his head first and mail it back to Xiaonantian. Let them, the big boys, have fun. It was too late. Almost in an instant, the attacks of the two ruthlessly collided together. Boo! A muffled sound. Hanfan and Mountain Wild 13, in unison, took several steps back. Yamano 13 is 9 steps ahead of Hanfan. But don't forget that Hanfan's super divine grade demonic soul 6-winged angel has the attribute doubling trait. Therefore, then pure power. Hanfan's strength was only stronger than Mountain Wild 13. Therefore, this round of exchanges, no one was using soul techniques. Even though Yamano 13 was 9 levels higher than Hanfan, he didn't gain any advantage. Even, it took a beating. Little bastard, I had underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to fight me with your power. Mountain Wild 13 narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Hanfan morosely. At this point, his face was as gloomy as ink, and his heart was filled with shock. The name of Hanfan. He had naturally heard of it. After all, one of the oddest guys in Dacia's freshman class. Obviously awakening the most powerful divine grade demon soul. However, unexpectedly, the worst G-ranked natural ability was awakened again. This is just laughable. Originally, Yamano 13 feels like crap like Hanfan. It didn't even qualify him to look at him more than once. But, judging from the exchange just now, this little bastard's strength doesn't seem to be weak. You're not bad for a shorty, but how about I want to borrow your head today? No problem. Hanfan smiled coldly and directly stated what was on his mind. Baka Yalu, you big summer pig, you're too arrogant. I'll kill you. How did Yamano 13 not expect that? This ING South China Sea Shattered Star Island trial, it hasn't even started yet. Hanfan, this little bastard, actually wanted to chop off his head. How could this not drive him crazy? On the spot, Yamano 13 growled. Red-eyed and brazen, he wanted to slaughter Hanfan before the trial began. Coincidence? I was just about to kill you too. Hanfan was happy and struck out ferociously as well. Stop. Right at this moment, a furious cry violently resounded in the ears of the crowd. And along with this angry shout, a mountainous pressure came pressing down. Hanfan and Mountain Wild 13 were shaken back several steps. Subsequently, Hanfan wasn't making a move, and his eyes looked in one direction in unison. Elder White is here. In addition to Elder White, there was also the person in charge of the Sakura country's side of the trial, Koji Ichiro. Old man Bai, you great Xia must not bully others too much. To actually poison and waste my Sakura warrior's arm before the trial begins. This is a blatant violation of the rules of the Shattered Star Island trial. Today, you must give me an explanation. When Koji Akiro arrived, he saw a Sakura Nation demon with his arm wasted. On the spot, he preempted the roar and growl. Ha! Blatantly violating the rules of the Shattered Star Island trials? Some people from some kingdoms are really shameless. Wasn't it you shorties from the Sakura kingdom who started it? Without waiting for Elder Bai to open his mouth, Hanfan sneered and retorted first. Baka, you little bastard, what did you say? Koji Akiro was at least on the same level as Bai Lao. At this point, when he saw that Hanfan had actually called him shameless, he was furious on the spot. Fei, what happened? Tell me all about it. Elder Bai frowned slightly and immediately inquired to Fei in a deep voice. Yes, Elder Bai, here's the thing. Fei glared angrily at Sakura Dwarf and recounted what had happened earlier. Even Fei took out the video she had taken earlier, just to keep the evidence. After all, Sakura Nation dwarves were notoriously cheap and cunning. There's evidence, and sometimes it's not even acknowledged. Not to mention there's no proof. Koji Akiro had just been furious. At this point, when he understood the cause and effect of the incident, he was even more furious. MMP. This is provoking people's Daxiao transcendence. As a result, you lost the fight? So embarrassing? Koji Akiro, this term of demons of your Sakura country doesn't look too good, ha? Elder Bai also cracked a smile. How could he not expect that Hanfan, this kid, was really something? It's only just arrived, and it's fighting for him, slapping Koji Akiro hard in the face yet. Humph. We'll see if it's good or not when the trial starts. Go! Koji Akiro, his face suffocatingly red, grunted coldly. Like a lost dog, he left with Yamano 13 and the others. One day later, the Shattered Star Island trial officially begins. At this moment, all the demons from both countries who participated in the trial were summoned to the Shattered Star Island. In front of Elder White and Koji Akiro and the others, it possessed a huge screen. Above the screen, there are many blue and red dots. The blue dots represent the Daxiao Transcendence and the red dots represent the Sakura Country Transcendence. At that moment, Bai Lao's eyes were fixed on the blue dot number 7 on the screen. That's Hanfan's number. Trials are conducted on a zonal basis. On top of Shattered Star Island, there are many zones. Transcendents are randomly transported to one of the areas after they pass into the Shattered Star Island. And Hanfan was teleported to the biochemical area. At this time, above the biochemical zone, another light lit up one after another. There are 12 of them. There are 3 blue dots and 9 red dots. 3 vs 9. When Elder Bai and the others saw this, their hearts sank. On the side, Koji Akiro saw this, but he smiled in triumph. However, before Bai Lao's heart could fall with worry, just a blue dot was erased from the screen. Dead. The trial has just begun. A biochemical district Daxia demon was brutally murdered by those beasts from the Sakura country. Such results. It made Elder Bai's heart feel shocked and angry. Ha ha ha. Elder Bai, this term of demons of your Grand Xia is not so good either, so this is a dead man? If your Great Xia loses the Shattered Star Island trial, you'll completely lose the qualification to compete for the God's trial, yo, chatter. Koji Akiro laughed wildly, full of sarcasm. Humph. The trial has only just begun, it's too early to say who will win or lose. Elder Bai forced down the worried emotion in his heart and let out a cold snort. Shattered Star Island, Biochemical District. Hanfan made a direct wish. I make a wish to encounter more Sakura Nation dwarves today. I'm going to kill them all. Simple, violent. Others come to the trials and he comes here. There is only one purpose, to kill. In the past, the demons of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had brutally murdered countless brothers and sisters of the Great Summer. This year, he's going to give it back tenfold. Make a wish. Hanfan immediately began summoning angelic servants. It was because Hanfan's demonic soul had already awakened to its full form. Therefore, the number of his angelic servants grew to 7. Ahead, a flat vortex appeared. This time, however, the summoning. It seems different than before. Only that weird flat vortex was actually turned into a weird black color. At a glance, it was as black as ink, as if it could swallow the soul. Just as Hanfan's mind was shocked, a new angelic servant appeared in the vortex. Black. Black dress code, black feathers. Only the skin is white and shaky. Is this a black two-winged angel? Chapter 71, Dasha men will not kneel, much less beg for forgiveness. Master, why did you summon these guys out? They're not as pretty as us in the front. That's right, we're long and cute, and gentle and sexy, and we can warm the bed, and we can oink, and we're so much better than them. As Hanfan was shocked, the sword angel girls flew over and complained. I, Demon Soul 6-winged angel, as you told me earlier, represent the king of angels, the supreme ruler of the angelic race. Why are you so repulsed by them? Are they not members of your angelic race? Hanfan saw the sword angel girls and their hostility was strong. Full of dumbfounded doubt. Master, do you remember what we told you that day in the skeleton cave? Your demonic soul 6-winged angel, known as the strongest deity, is not that simple. Why? Hanfan's face was stunned as he picked up the sentence. The 6 feathers of your demonic soul, 3 white, representing our blazing angel race, and 3 black, representing the fallen angels. You're at a low level now, you can only summon our 3 sisters. When you reach level 50 and awaken your demonic soul true body, you'll be able to summon our 7 blazing angel chieftains. At the same time, you can also summon the 9 fallen archangels of the fallen angel clan, but we, the blazing angel clan, are stronger than the fallen angel clan. After listening to the 3 blazing angels explain, Hanfan mentally clarified. It turns out that he used 1,000 points of wishing power to wish for the strongest demonic soul. Not only does it represent the king of the blazing angels, but also the king of the fallen angels. Double king? The 7 archangels, and the 9 archangels of the fall? Summon them, spread their wings and stand behind them. That image, it's shocking to think about. Master, you want us blazing angels, okay? Look at their nasty breath, they're not as powerful as us. Angel of the Law, a little lolicon, is in invincible pampering mode. She tilted her chin, like a small potato, and looked at Hanfan pitifully. The Angel of Swords and the Angel of Ice, even though they didn't speak, made their opinions clear. They just hate fallen angels. Competing for favor, it seems. Ahem. I'm afraid this won't work. As you all know, as you level up, the enemies you encounter become more and more powerful. Relying on your 3 blazing angels' combat power alone, there are some enemies that we simply can't deal with. 1 more angel, 1 more power. You guys see if this is okay, turn around and wait for the 4 fallen angels to grow up. I'll let them serve as meat shields and rush to the front to take a beating, is that okay? Hanfan was embarrassed. How could he agree to the 3 blazing angels being unreasonable? After all, with 4 fallen angels growing up, his strength would jump twice as much. At that time, even if he met level 65 sealed transcendent Zhao Jigang again, he would still have the power to fight. Moreover, that old piker Zhao Jigang almost killed him in the first place. It was impossible for him, Hanfan, not to take this revenge. I'm only afraid that Zhao Jigang, in his heart, is also thinking about how to get him killed when he turns around. Therefore, Hanfan had to work harder to improve his strength. Okay. The 3 blazing angels, seeing Hanfan not granting their request. 1 beamed, exasperated, accepting the reality. Hanfan didn't talk nonsense and summoned the remaining 3 fallen angels again. After the 4 fallen angels were summoned, Hanfan looked at the attributes. Fallen Angel Servant. Grade, Black Iron 1 star 0.00%. Power, 80. Element, 80. Technique, 80. Speed, 80. Physical fitness, 80. Soul technique, none. Hanfan was surprised to find that the 5-dimensional attributes of these 4 fallen angel servants were actually higher than the 3 blazing angels in the beginning. What did the 3 blazing angels just say? They're stronger than the fallen angels? According to the attribute comparison, you can't, right? After all, it's only a Black Iron 1-star attribute. When the star level is high, this gap between attributes will double off. Hanfan immediately dropped his gaze to the 3 blazing angels as he read about each other. Now, he was a little skeptical about the words of these 3 little witches. Master, why are you looking at us? Don't look at the several fallen angels that have higher attributes than us now, but when they grow to their limits, we're stronger. Right. Our 7 blazing archangels are able to beat their 9 fallen archangels. It's just that the growth process, it's inferior to them. Master, you didn't see that the fallen angels had better growth attributes and moved on, preferring them to us, did you? The 3 blazing angels immediately yelled in dissatisfaction when they saw the look Hanfan seemed to be giving them. Even later, they came around again, in an unforgiving manner. No, I promise I still like you guys better. Hanfan's face turned green. Don't they realize how well developed their bodies are? Which old cadre can stand the test of being pampered like this? That's not luring people to commit crimes. After Hanfan pacified the 3 blazing angels' hearts with ghostly emotions, he immediately started fighting monsters and upgrading in the biochemical zone. Successfully killed the biochemical demon, experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed biochemical centipede, experience plus 48,000. Hanfan had a high level, plus 30% experience boost on his equipment. Therefore, Hanfan gained quite a substantial amount of experience value for each monster he killed. Moreover, there were points bursts for killing these Shattered Star Island monsters. Normal monsters have a probability of exploding 1 point. Elite monster, burst 2 points. Boss monster, burst 5 points. I have to say, that's a shabby amount of points to give. However, Hanfan's purpose was not points, but to upgrade the 4 fallen angels. Late afternoon. Hanfan frowned slightly, mentally wondering how he hadn't encountered the Sakura Nation dwarf yet, when a desperate growl came from him. You Sakura Nation scumbags, even if I die today, I'll take one of you with me. Hanfan's face changed when he heard the roar, and he immediately darted over. Ha ha ha. Great summer pig, with your straw-like appearance, you still want to pull our Cherry Blossom Empire Transcendentals as your back? You're not awake, are you? There were 4 Sakura Nation Transcendents in Hanfan's line of sight. In the middle of the 4 Sakura Nation Transcendents, there was a scarred Daxia Transcendent, Wu Lei, surrounding him. At this moment, Hanfan looked toward Wu Lei and his hot blood rushed straight to his head. Wu Lei was blind in one eye and still dripping blood. He also broke one of his arms. He stood in the sunset body, shaking and full of sadness. But he didn't bow his head. No kneeling. Much less begging for mercy. This is the pride of the people of Daxia, born in their bones. Around them, several Sakura Nation Transcendents were full of sinister and cruel humiliation. Suddenly, the Sakura Nation Transcendent behind Wu Lei sinisterly raised the katana in his hand to sneak attack. In the next moment, he took advantage of Wu Lei's defenselessness and ruthlessly slashed at the head. You! Die for me! Hanfan's face suddenly changed as he violently raised the heaven-shaking bow in his hand and ruthlessly shot out an arrow. Whoosh! The bowstring quivered, and the arrow whistled and pierced through the air, flying towards the Sakura Nation Transcendent who had sneaked up on Wu Lei. The Sakura Nation Transcendentalist's face changed as he violently raised the katana in his hand and slashed towards the flying arrows. Clang! After the muffled sound, the arrows shot from Hanfan's bow were directly cut off by the sharp katana in his hand. Dilly-dally! The tremendous impact caused the body of the Sakura Nation Transcendent to fall back several steps uncontrollably. In a blink of an eye, several Sakura Country Transcendentals, their faces clouded over. Obviously, Hanfan's sneak attack behavior had pissed them off. Hanfan's face was like a cold pool, his hands clenched into fists as he walked over. Watching the Daxia companions, being abused so miserably. At this moment, the killing intent in Hanfan's heart had never been stronger. Chapter 72 Brother, I'm sorry I couldn't get you out of there alive. Dude, you shouldn't have come. Wu Lei's face turned pale, and he looked at Hanfan with his only remaining eye and said bitterly. Clunk! In the next moment, he could no longer hold on, the long sword in his hand fell to the ground, and his shaky body was about to collapse. Hanfan quickly rushed forward and held him up. Queen's Blessing. After Hanfan supported Wu Lei, he immediately executed the Soul Skill Queen's Blessing to heal the injuries on his body. Unfortunately, the injuries on Wu Lei's body were just too heavy. Not only was one of his eyes stabbed blind by a Sakura Nation Transcendent, but even one of his arms was chopped off. The blood overflowing from his wounds could not be stopped even by the Queen's Blessing soul technique. It's no use, I can't, I'm dying, cough. Between Wu Lei's violent coughing, blood also spilled out of his mouth. In fact, the injuries on his body were heavy enough to be fatal. The only reason he had supported himself until now without collapsing was an obsession. Don't say that. Although the injuries on your body are heavy, they aren't to the point where they can't be saved. I will definitely heal you and bring you out of Shattered Star Island alive. The same Dasha subjects, the same Dasha contestants. Even if Hanfan and Wu Lei didn't know each other. But at this moment, looking at him seriously injured and abused to such an extent by the Cherry Blossom Nation Transcendentals, Hanfan's heart also ached with anger. Hanfan once again executed the Soul Skill Queen's blessing to heal the injuries on his body. But, he, Wu Lei, couldn't stop the blood from spilling out of his wounds. Wu Lei looked toward Hanfan and shook his head full of bleak sadness. It's really a shame that I'm going to die on the very first day I've been here, even though in being chosen to participate in this trial, I had the realization of death in my heart. But I really didn't expect this moment to come so fast, ahem. Wu Lei coughed violently again from his mouth, spilling blood even more ferociously. Hanfan looked at him and was just about to speak. Wu Lei fiercely grabbed Hanfan's hand and said, "Brother, watch out for this group of Cherry Blossom Nation scumbags. You kill me and take the points on me. I have points on me, give them to whoever I want. Instead of being snatched away by these human-faced Sakura Nation scumbags, I'd rather give them to you, brother." When Hanfan heard Wu Lei's words, his heart trembled fiercely, and he was somewhat blocked. Hanfan took a deep breath and shook his head vigorously, saying, "I just said that I will take you out of Shattered Star Island alive." Put. Leaving Shattered Star Island alive with this liability, you Dasha pig didn't wake up, did you? Not only is this strawbag going to die today, but you, who think you're a great summer pig, will also have to be buried here. Several Sakura Nation Transcendents immediately sneered and scoffed as they listened to Hanfan's loud words. And one of the Sakura Nation Transcendent assassins standing behind Hanfan even sinisterly fumbled for a dagger and ruthlessly stabbed towards his head. Hanfan had his back to that Sakura Nation assassin. Therefore, his steep and insidious sneak attack struck, and Hanfan did not have a hint of detection. But this scene was clearly seen by Wu Lei. "Dude, little hearts!" Wu Lei yelled and used all his strength to push Hanfan away. Put! The sharp dagger blade directly pierced through Wu Lei's chest. "Brothers, little. Watch out for these Sakura Nation scumbags." Wu Lei struggled to turn around to look at Hanfan as a final reminder. The next moment, his breath of life came to an abrupt end. Followed by the loss of strength, his body fell to the ground with a loud crash. Hanfan's eyes widened and he was dumbfounded. He came over, obviously because he was a fellow Dasha companion, and came over to save the day. But, in the end, Wu Lei used his own life to save him. Looking at Wu Lei, who had fallen in a pool of blood, his eyes round and dead, Hanfan's body was trembling. "Baka! Chinese pigs, you guys are quite sentimental, haha. Just now, you Dasha pig had a great life and dodged a bullet, but next, you won't be so lucky, yo, chatter." The Sakura Nation Transcendents, bereft and bloating, mocked. Hanfan ignored their humiliating taunts and came straight to Wu Lei's side and squatted down. "Brother, I'm sorry for breaking my promise to take you out of Shattered Star Island alive." Hanfan raised his hand and helped Wu Lei close his eyes. Afterward, Hanfan slowly got up and stood up, looking at the 4 Sakura country transcendents in front of him who were laughing recklessly and heartlessly. "Kill them all." Faint words, cold as Siberian tundra. In the next moment, the 3 blazing angels, too, seemed to sense the intense killing intent in Hanfan's heart. They let out a long whistle and lunged towards the 4 Sakura Nation transcendents, turning on their killing mode. On the other side, Elder Bai's gaze, deadpan, was fixed on the screen in front of him. Above the screen, in each area, there were 2 countries of transcendence spread out. And all of Elder White's attention was focused on Biochemical Area 7 Hanfan. There were only supposed to be 3 Dasha transcendents in the biochemical zone. One died shortly after the trial began. Now, only Hanfan and another transcendent remained. And around them, there were 4 Sakura Nation transcendent demons. In this situation, how could Bai Lao's heart not be nervous and apprehensive? Especially when he saw the blue number 36, disappear from the screen, his heart hung in his throat. His hands were clenched into fists, his fingernails sunk deep into his flesh, his body shaking uncontrollably. Could it be that this session of the Transcendental's trials? Will they still have to end up with a crushing defeat? If they couldn't get one back this time, then they would be reduced to a captive prey for other countries in the future. Never again. At the same time, Dasha would be permanently disqualified from obtaining a spot in the trial of the gods. Elder Bai, is your great summer broken and giving up on itself? How come all the ones who came are scraps to make up the numbers? From the start of the trial until now, not even a day has passed and several transcendents have died. Garbage. It's all trash. Ha ha ha. It was different from Bai Lao's nervous apprehension and heavy heart. Koji Ichiro, the leader of the Sakura Nation, laughed in rampant triumph. He saw that another Desya transcendent died and didn't forget to humiliate Elder Bai in a conspiratorial manner. Elder Bai's face was a shade of green and red. At this point, he was in no mood to pay attention to Koji Akiro's taunts. His eyes were still fixed on the blue dot, number 7, surrounded by 4 red dots on the screen. Little guy. Cheer up. You've awakened the super divine grade demonic soul 6-winged angel that comes with a divine lattice, and you're the hope of my great Xia. Nothing must happen to you. Elder Bai prayed silently in his heart. At this point, there was nothing he could do but pray. It's not just the white old man. The other identity leaders of the Great Xia, one by one, also had expressions of worry written all over their faces. From today's one-day performance, their Xia's current class of participants was not as good as last year's class. What's more, this year, on the side of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the bottom card, Yamano 13, was offered. On the side of the Sakura Nation Transcendental Alliance, the purpose was already very clear. This time, they were going to slaughter all the demonic geniuses in this session of the Great Xia with crushing strength. Look, the blue dot number 7 is still there, but all 4 red dots have disappeared. Just as Koji Akiro was gloating, and Elder Bai and the others were feeling apprehensive, I don't know who exclaimed. Chapter 73 Great Victory in the First Battle, killing 4 Sakura Nation Transcendents in a row. Baka! How is this possible? The smile on Koji Akiro's face froze, and he hastily stared at the big screen and stared hard. Fruity. The 4 red dots that had just surrounded blue dot number 7 had eerily disappeared. And the blue dot, still dazzling. Koji Akiro raised his hand and wiped his eyes vigorously to make sure he wasn't misreading his eyes. The 4 red dots representing their Sakura Empire transcendence disappeared? Dead? How is this possible? He doesn't believe it. Can't accept that reality either. Equally as shocked as Koji Akiro were Elder Bai and the others. Tell the truth. For a moment just now, even Elder Bai felt that Hanfan was going to fall on Shattered Star Island. Though, he possessed a super divine grade demonic soul and also possessed SSS grade natural talent. But, on the Sakura countryside, no one who came to the trial was a straw man. The strength gap really wasn't that big in the case of everyone being geniuses and demons. What's more, Hanfan was still facing 4 Sakura Nation transcendents at once, so his situation was predictable. However, the result shocked old Bai's heart with horror. In just a few seconds, the 4 red dots representing the transcendents of Sakura Nation disappeared as much as they could. The scene that was noisy a moment before was suddenly so quiet that even a pin dropped on the ground could be heard clearly. Some of the bigwigs on the Sakura countryside still had smiles frozen on their faces, too late to retract them. Koji Akiro, it looks like the quality of your Sakura Nation's participants this term isn't good either. 4 dead in a blink of an eye? Did you meet a boss monster in the Shattered Star Island? 1 day down. Elder Shiredo and the others, but they were taunted by Koji Akiro all day. Now, Hanfan is fighting for his life. To win back a city for them, how could Bai Lao, the representative from Jinling province, not be happy and pleased? After all, Hanfan was the one he saw and pushed to the heads. Baka. What about the Shattered Star Island boss monster? It's only the first day of the trial, where would a boss monster come from on Shattered Star Island? 4 of our Sakura Empire's genius demons are dead, surely killed by your great summer pig's backstabbing sneak attack. Koji Akiro was furious and stormed out, angrily accusing Elder White. Look at his sharp-eared, sinister look, typical of a sore loser. Where's the evidence? What evidence do you have that our great summer transcendents sneak attacked your Sakura country transcendents? Besides, 4 of your Sakura country's transcendents are together, and you get sneak attacked by 4 of them at once? All die violently in 2 seconds? If we talk like this, the quality of your Sakura country's transcendents this year is still not good. Elder Bai's words were nonchalant. But to Koji Akiro's ears, it was worse than slapping him twice. It was also at this time that the standings at the edge of the screen were updated with the rankings. First place, Hanfan Desya, 880 points. Second place, Yamano 13 Sakura Nation, 520 points. Hanfan's points ranking had jumped from notorious to number 1. This was already good proof that those 4 Sakura Nation Transcendents were the ones he had taken out. Otherwise, it was impossible to raise your points so quickly just by fighting monsters and upgrading. Oops. Our Dacia, Hanfan, has done well, earning nearly 900 points on the first day of the trial. Koji Ichiro, you Sakura country must try your best, you're almost 300 points short in one day, the gap is a bit big. Kill and kill. Shiraoi laughed heartily with pleasure and deliberately took the opportunity to humiliate Koji Akiro a bit. The other provincial bigwigs on this side of Dacia were also happy. Granted, on the first day, they had lost several contestants on the Grand Xia side. However, Hanfan's wave of killing 4 Sakura Nation Transcendent Demons was a great boost to his morale. This is just the beginning, behind us we'll see. You Dacia pigs, there's no way you can win against our Sakura Empire Transcendents. Koji Akiro's face was as ugly as. At this point, all he could do was present his mouth. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Just then, Koji Akiro's cell phone rang. He took it out and realized it was the head of the Sakura Kingdom, the Emperor Sama, on the phone. Rushing to grovel, he bent over and held the phone to connect it. Koji Akiro, our Sakura Empire Transcendents, how was the trial today? Did it finish off those stupid Dacia Transcendents? After the call was answered, the Emperor of the Sakura country felt self-conscious and wanted to be nice. Koji Akiro instantly held his face red when he heard the Emperor's words. Heavenly. Emperor Lord, today's trial is a little less than smooth. Baka. It didn't go well? What do you mean? Is it possible that my Sakura Kingdom warriors are not performing as well as those stupid Dacia Transcendents? The Emperor of the Sakurazukuni Kingdom did not get the answer he was looking for and questioned it in a fiery manner. Koji Akiro, despite holding back his red face, stammered and struggled to speak. But in the end, he still told the Emperor the truth about the performance of their Sakura Nation's Transcendents today, and their points ranking. In fact, they, the Sakura Nation Transcendents, were ahead by a full day. But just at this last minute in the evening, 4 Transcendents were suddenly killed violently, allowing Dacia to overtake them in points. For this, not to mention the Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, who was furious and stormy after hearing Koji Akiro's explanation. Even Koji Akiro himself was so depressed and frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. The people on Bai Lao's side, seeing Koji Ichiro being scolded like a grandson, laughed happily. After such a reminder from the Cherry Blossom country's heavenly emperor on the phone, Elder Bai also remembered that it was time to report the situation of today's trial to the side of Jinling City. At this time, in the Jinling City Divine Hall, led by Xiao Nantian, Lin Baichen, Qin Baihe, and other bigwigs from various regions, they sat upright. Everyone was waiting for the trial with Sakura Nation, the first day's battle report. This trial. Not only was the honor of their Jinling province at stake, but even the national fortune and future of the Great Xia. They can't afford to lose. And nothing to lose. Xiao Nantian and the others had calm expressions on their faces. However, their slightly trembling hands on their laps revealed that the hearts of the bigwigs sitting there were not as calm as they appeared on the surface. Just at that moment, a transcendent hurriedly came through the door of the temple, flying in. On this transcendent's face, he couldn't hide the color of excited ecstasy. 3 heads, the battle report of the first day's trial with the Sakura Kingdom, Elder Bai has sent it over. How did it turn out? Xiao Nantian violently clenched his hands into fists and stood up from his chair. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly because he was too emotional. Points list, our Jinling province Hanfan has 880 points, far ahead of the first. Nearly 300 points higher than the second place, Mountain Wild 13. As the Transcendent reported back. On the faces of all the bigwigs, they couldn't hide their ecstasy, their excitement. At this moment, they were in a happier mood than when Hanfan awakened his super divine grade demonic soul. In addition, Hanfan also killed 4 Sakura Kingdom genius demons with his own strength. The angry Koji Akiro stormed out, and the Sakura Kingdom Emperor was furious. Chapter 74, beheading 3 more Sakura Transcendents, raising the heavenly might of Great Xia. Hanfan killed 4 Sakura country transcendent demons in a row with his own strength? The excitement in the hearts of the crowd had not yet had time to be digested. What this transcendent then reported shocked them once again. Even on the faces of many bigwigs, a look of disbelief appeared. Right. This is the video of the battle report sent by Elder Bai, several heads, please take a look. Reporting on the situation, the transcendent, without any nonsense, hurriedly connected the battle report to the shrine's holographic screen. In a blink of an eye, Shanantian and the others had a furious scene in their sights after Koji Akiro lost today's trial. Then there's the fact that he spoke to the emperor of the Sakura kingdom, groveled, and was scolded like a lost dog. Ha ha ha. Hanfan, this kid, well done. Lin Beichen laughed out loud and didn't mince words of praise. Yes. How many years has it been since we, Daxia, have been able to stand up straight as human beings again? Since our great Xia deities fell back then, the great Xia has had no deities for 100 years, and any cat or dog would dare to come and step on it. I believe that in less than 10 years, even if all of us old guys die in battle, great Xia will definitely be able to produce another 100-level deity. The mood of the crowd ranged from excited and happy to sad and desolate. Over the past 100 years, the humiliation that Great Xia had suffered, the tragic murders of demonic genius transcendents, thousands of them. However, just because they had no gods in this Xia, they could only tolerate it. Only to be stepped on by others. Nowadays, they see hope. See the light. Seeing the future of Daxia. Hanfan, the little guy who brought his own godhead. It is the hope and light that they hold in their hearts. Our Jinling has truly picked up a treasure. This may be the heavens favoring our Daxia. Yeah, we have to keep an eye on that old kid Zhao Wuji back, that old thing. Although he is the head of Qingzhou province, he can think of any method in order to poach. Right. Hanfan is the treasure of our Jinling. Even though we are all subjects of Daxia, the meat on our hands is still different from the meat in our hearts, so we can't be scooped up by him. A group of people chatted and then chatted about being wary of Zhao Wuji, that old fox, digging for things. After all, in the past, their province of Jinling ranked at the bottom among the 13 provinces of the Great Summer. Now, due to the awakening of Hanfan, who had awakened a super divine grade demonic soul, he had risen to prominence. That fear of being tapped, the feeling of suffering, the hearts of all the bigwigs are unusually strong. In the Shattered Star Island, numerous contestants also saw the updated standings. Originally, Mountain Wild 13 thought that he, of course, would be the first place without any suspense. However, when he saw that Hanfan was firmly riding on top of him, nearly 300 points above him, his face grimaced. Interesting. It's really interesting. I had thought that all the people from Daxia this year were all straw trash, but I didn't realize that there was actually a decent transcendent. Hanfan, right? So what if you've awakened a divine grade demon soul? It's nothing more than a grade G natural talent scrap. You're not worth mentioning in front of me. I'm now looking forward to the reaction of those high-ranking heads of your great Xia the moment you die at my hands, huh? Yamano 13 muttered something and laughed contemptuously and cruelly as he said it. On the other side, Hanfan looked at the updated scoreboard without any joyful complacency on his face. Points. It didn't matter to him at all. A different goal than the many heads of Daxia. The goal of the heads of the provinces of Daxia was just to have Daxia win this trial competition and get the qualification for the Seven Kingdoms competition. And in Hanfan's mind, there was only one thought. He wanted to finish off all the Sakura Nation dwarves before the Shattered Star Island trial ended. When he came, he had promised Shanantian and a few other heads that he would definitely cut off Shanyi Xi's head and bring it back to Jinling to hang the city tower. To carry forward the heavenly authority of Daxia. Now, the moment Hanfan saw his companion, Wu Lei, fall in front of him. And he made a decision in his mind. These heartless, psychopathic dwarves of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom must all die. Not a single one left. There was no talk all night. Early in the morning, Hanfan once again made a wish. I wish that I meet more Sakura Nation dwarves today. All the other Great Summer participants were moving forward cautiously, as if walking on ice, waiting for the first round of the trial calamity to descend tomorrow. Pray that you don't run into a Sakura Nation transcendent. And Hanfan was good. He couldn't wait for 10 Sakura Nation transcendents to appear right now so that he could kill them all. After making the wish, Hanfan continued to summon the 7 angels to fight and upgrade. 3 days of blazing angels, for reaching silver rank. In a short period of time, there is not much room for strength improvement. But for fallen angels, not so much. With 4 fallen angels, there's a lot of room for improvement. If they could also be upgraded to silver grade, Hanfan's comprehensive strength would be doubled at least 5 times. Hanfan was in the biochemical zone, with 7 angel servants, fighting monsters and upgrading while going to find the Sakura Nation transcendents in this area. After a day, Hanfan's level had also risen to 31. The 4 fallen angels, too, had risen from black iron grade to bronze. Step it up. At the current upgrade rate, for fallen angels rising to the silver grade is just around the corner. Outside of Shattered Star Island, Elder Bai and the others stared nervously at the large screen in front of them. Although, yesterday, Hanfan killed 4 Sakura Nation Transcendents in a row at the last minute, boosting the morale of the Great Summer Transcendent Demons and pulling back a city. But after all, Daxia has been godless for 100 years, and those demonic geniuses of the past years were tragically massacred by the Cherry Blossom Nation. Nowadays, there was still a considerable gap between the strength of the Great Summer Transcendents, compared to the Sakura Country Transcendents. Therefore, the next day's trial had just begun. The situation for the Great Summer Transcendents would not be optimistic. Koji Akiro's face is a little less than impressive after yesterday's setback. With dark circles under his eyes, he probably didn't sleep well all night last night. However, when he looked at the screen, the Sakura Nation Transcendentals were demonically giving it their all, suppressing the Great Summer Transcendents to death. Even, in the meantime, there were 2 Daxia Transcendents whose blue dots disappeared and were once again godlike. Elder Bai, yesterday our Sakura Country Transcendents lost 4 people to your despicable and shameless assassination. Today you won't be so lucky. Ha ha ha. Koji Akiro laughed wildly. Only, before his laughter fell, 3 more red dots of Sakura Nation Transcendents in the biochemical area disappeared from the screen. In a flash, the laughter from Koji Akiro's mouth came to an abrupt end. He had a smile on his face, and it froze. Baka! You Daxia number 7 Transcendents, you're cheating. You must be cheating. Otherwise, how could he, by himself, take out 7 of our Sakura Nation's warriors? Koji Akiro growled in exasperation as he snapped back to his senses. Numerous participants, who had just entered the Shattered Star Island. There are only 3 Daxia Transcendents in the biochemical district. The Sakura Kingdom, on the other hand, had 9 Transcendent Demons. At that time, Koji Akiro was still madly mocking Elder Bai that Daxia was going to lose this trial, again. I'm not sure that a day has passed. Only 2 of the 9 Transcendents from the Sakura Kingdom and the biochemical zone were left dead. In 2 days, that damn number 7 Hanfan killed 7 Sakura Kingdom elite demons? Such losses. If the Emperor knew about it, I'm afraid that in a fit of rage, he would make him, Koji Akiro, commit harakiri. Chapter 75. If the trial loses Daxia again, you'll commit harakiri. You Sakura Nation Transcendents, your own dish, blaming us Daxia Hanfans for being too good? Elder Bai was in a good mood and despised and humiliated a bit. Baka! You! Koji Akiro was trembling with anger. But the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't find the words to refute them for a moment. What a waste! 7 of them. And it was their Sakura Nation's elite genius. It was surprising that 7 people couldn't deal with a single Great Summer Transcendent. What's not waste? The day rushed by. In the evening, it's time to update the standings again. First place, Hanfan Daxia, 1,200 points. Second place, Yamano 13 Sakura Country, 770 points. The gap, which continues to widen. Hanfan's one-day battle, taking out all 9 Sakura Nation Transcendents in the biochemical district. Now, in the entire Shattered Star Island, there was no place that was safer than the biochemical area. After all, there was only 1 Daxia Transcendent left, Hanfan, so it could be unsafe. Elder Bai couldn't stop smiling when he saw this scene. This little guy, it's much stronger than he thought, ah. Even last year, his sister, Han Shijun, performed at the trial, but not as much as he did. However, Elder White wasn't overly happy to be happy. And that's just the beginning. In the back, as the trial map kept shrinking and shrinking, the participants from both countries gathered in a fixed circle. The battle will be exceptionally fierce. The trial scoreboard, which was just recently updated. The Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom then called. Koji Akiro looked at the Emperor's call, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He then stiffened, held his cell phone, and answered the call. Pretty much the same thing that was going through Elder White's mind. Koji Akiro was once again called a pig's ass. Even the exasperated Emperor of Sakuragoku warned Koji Akiro. If he loses this trial with Great Xia, he doesn't have to return to the Sakura Kingdom, he'll just commit harakiri on the Shattered Star Island. After answering the phone, Koji Akiro's entire body was dumbfounded. Though, he didn't think that they, Sakuragami, would lose to these Daxia pigs. However, in the case of Yamano 13, the strongest demon of their Sakura, the situation today was deadlocked by the Great Summer Kingdom. It does seem a bit humiliating. But then again, it was those Sakura Nation transcendents who were participating in the trial, not him, Koji Akiro. It's their scrappy incompetence, not his. Blame it all on him, Koji Akiro. Is it too much to ask that he be prepared to commit harakiri? Koji Akiro, harakiri, a fine tradition of Thanksgiving in your Sakura country. I'm looking forward to this day, ha. Shireo I looked at Koji Akiro standing there like he had lost his soul, and added another murderous slash. In a flash, Koji Akiro's eyes were wide with anger, and he almost couldn't restrain his emotions and rushed over to find Bai Lao to fight for his life. At this moment, his heart's resentment towards number 7 Hanfan deepened. This number 7, Hanfan, must die. Must die. If he didn't die, Koji Akiro felt like he couldn't sleep at night. What to do? Hey! There it is! Koji Akiro's mind was on how to screw Hanfan over. At a certain point, his eyes lit up and he smiled sorrowfully. The first round of trials, the last day, has finally arrived. The plague is upon us. A plague descends on each of all the regions of the entire Shattered Star Island. However, since it's only the first round of trials, therefore, the plagues that descended on the region were only of ordinary grade. And according to Hanfan's understanding, calamities are categorized into 10 levels: ordinary, dangerous, vicious, doom, horror, nightmare, deadly, catastrophic, hellish, and extinction. The Shattered Star Island is only the most elementary copy of the national war between the Great Summer and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Therefore, the strongest plagues that were refreshed on Shattered Star Island were only up to the terror level. Hanfan threw a detection spell over to check the information on the attributes of the calamity ahead. Biochemical Nightshade Ordinary Level. Rank, 35. Power, 15,000. Elemental, 15,000. Technique, 11,000. Speed, 13,000. Body mass, 16,000. Soul techniques, healing, berserk, Nightblood's fury. Over 10,000 fifth dimensions for other transcendentalists. It's already very exaggerated. After all, even if a transcendentalist has SSS level growth talent, at level 40, the full amount of attributes is only 8,000. With the equipment additions, it's barely over $10,000. However, Hanfan was different. Hanfan's super divine grade demonic soul 6-winged angel had the growth attribute doubling trait. At level 30, his attributes are over 10,000. And compared to him, the master, the attribute growth of the several angel servants was even more exaggerated. Hanfan took the 3 blazing angels back into the summoning space, leaving behind the 4 fallen angels. He was going to take the opportunity to hone the combat coordination between the 4 fallen angels. When Hanfan commanded the 4 bronze level fallen angels and went up to the biochemical devils, he opened the 4th characteristic that came with the 6-winged angels. King's Gaze, under the gods, suppresses enemy strength to 80% and enhances your own strength to 120%. Hanfan realized that this King's Gaze was not only effective on himself. It is the summoned angelic servants that are just as effective. On the other hand, Mountain Wild 13 relied on his powerful dual demon souls, as well as his superb natural talent. The first to decimate the area calamity is in. At once, he was rewarded with a hefty 1,000 points. On the contrary, it was Hanfan's side as he honed down the 4 fallen angels to work together. Killing Calamity is at the bottom of the list for speed, earning you only 100 points. All Calamity, kill complete. Points leaderboard, once again updating the rankings. First place, Yamano 13 Sakura Nation, 2,320 points. Second place, Daichi Kamita Sakurakuni, 1,990 points. Sixth place, Hanfan Dasha, 1,400 points. Hanfan's points ranking fell out of the top 5. The top 3 places were all but wrapped up by Sakura Nation Transcendentals. Such a result made the hearts of the people of Dasha sink. Ha ha ha. Elder Bai, number 7 Hanfan over there isn't doing too well, killing an ordinary level calamity, and he's in the bottom of the list? Now, I'm pretty sure that you, Dasha number 7 Hanfan, must have used a despicable and shameless method to sneak attack and kill 9 warriors from our Sakura kingdom. Hanfan's ranking, dropping out of the top 5 all of a sudden, was something Koji Akiro had never expected. After his expression froze, he came back to his senses and once again became rampantly arrogant. It seemed that the smack in the face from the previous 2 days wasn't hard enough to make him remember. Humph. This is only the first round of trials, the later rounds will be the time to see the real thing. Elder Shiredo snorted coldly, not wanting to pay much attention to Koji Akiro. At this time, he was also wondering in his mind why Hanfan's speed of killing Calamity was at the bottom of the list. Could it be that, as Koji Akiro said, he had previously taken out the 9 transcendents of the Sakura Kingdom by sneak attacks and backstabbing? Ha ha! Elder Bai, that's a good point. We'll see the true colors in the later rounds of trials. But I'm afraid your Disya number 7, Hanfan, won't necessarily survive today. Koji Akiro, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? You'll see in a minute. The sinister smile on Koji Akiro's face grew thicker and thicker. Elder Bai looked at him in a gloomy manner, and a strong uneasiness steeply rose in his heart. Chapter 76. The heads of the 13 provinces of the Grand Xia agreed to abstain from the trial. Quick look! The map board of Shattered Star Island has shrunk, and number 7 has been teleported to the fishing alley area. No good, there's only one person in the fishing lane district, number 7 Hanfan, the rest are Sakura Nation Transcendents. While Elder Bai's mind was wandering, a cry of alarm came from behind him. He looked up towards the screen and his face instantly paled. 1. 2. 15. In the second round of trials on Shattered Star Island, at the beginning, the fishing alley district, where Hanfan was located, had gathered 15 Sakura Nation Transcendents. On Dashia's side, there was only Hanfan. 1 vs 15? The results were predictable. Koji Akiro. Wasn't it you who messed up? Elder Bai's heart was worried as he angrily accused. His eyes fell on Koji Akiro, who was grinning sinisterly and badly, and his gaze was going to eat him up. Hanfan, awakening the super divine quality demonic soul. Self-contained sigil. It was the hope of their Dashia. Even if it's just this year, this transcendental's trial, failing. They, Dashia, permanently disqualified themselves from the trial of the gods. But, they also have Hanfan. As soon as Hanfan rises to level 100, he becomes the new god of Dashia. Then Dashia still has a chance to turn the tide against the wind. But if today, Hanfan dies in this Shattered Star Island trial land, then their Great Xia, all their hopes, would be dashed. Then they, the Great Xia, will be reduced to prey for other countries, and step by step, they will go to extinction. Because of this, how could Bai Lao's heart not be agitated and angry? Chatter. Elder Bai, in your ancient Daxia language, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. All of us in the Sakura Empire are bright and upright warriors, and we won't do such things as playing mean tricks. Nor is it possible to do it. Koji Akiro smiled a very sinister, villainous smile. The bigwigs of the provinces of Daxia, looking at his cunning and treacherous appearance, which didn't know that Hanfan was the only one in the fishing alley district, and the rest were Sakura Nation Transcendents, and it was definitely him who messed up. You! Bai Lao was trembling with anger, unable to speak. Though, he knew full well that this, for sure, was Koji Akiro's doing. But he had no proof, and he couldn't do anything about Koji Akiro. At this moment, Koji Akiro's heart was filled with complacency. The second round of copies of Shattered Star Island begins. Hanfan's separation from the other Daxia Transcendents and being teleported to the fishing alley district alone was indeed his doing. Because of their Sakura Kingdom, there was a transcendent awakening a special demonic soul. This special magic soul, which was usually of little use, could change certain rules of the copy. However, the cost is greater. Normally, they don't use it easily either. In the past, the reason why they, the Sakura Kingdom, killed the Great Summer Kingdom and collapsed. It is the use of this special magic soul to cheat. Unfortunately, I let that little Han Shijun get away last year. For this, Koji Akiro had, in his heart, a nagging feeling. This year, Hanfan's performance from the start of the trial until now was just too demonic. And, most of all, Koji Akiro could not stand it. Hanfan, the Great Summer Pig, had also decapitated as many as 9 of their Sakura Kingdom's participating warriors. If we don't find a chance to get rid of him, another person will die at his hands. Then he, Koji Akiro, will have to commit harakiri. Elder Bai, what should we do? As Elder Bai was apprehensive, one of the other provincial bigwigs came over to inquire. Inform the heads of the provinces that I propose to immediately abstain from this session of the Transcendent Trials. I alone will take all the responsibility. I'll contact Hanfan. Bai Lao clenched his hands into fists, his fingernails sinking deep into the flesh of his palms because of his excessive emotions. Abstain. This represented their great summer, once again, losing to the Sakura Kingdom. This would be a great shame for all the transcendents of their Great Xia, a great shame. This would also cause them, the Great Summer, to permanently lose their qualifications for the divine trials. But he had no choice. Even if he is scolded by all the children of Dasha for being cowards, traitors, and spineless. And he recognized it. Because they can't afford to lose in Dasha. Can't lose Hanfan either. If today, Hanfan really died on the Shattered Star Island, then their great Xia would have no more days to turn around. I'm going to contact the heads. I'll get in touch too. The heads of the bigwigs in the provinces were filled with sadness. The atmosphere at the scene was horribly dull and depressing. Though, all hearts are not willing. But, in the face of Sakura Nation's strong attack this year, even the top trump card of Yamano 13 was deployed. Do they but Xia have any chance of winning? Everyone has an answer in mind. Jinling City Shrine. The transcendent responsible for conveying the battle report, his face as pale as paper, came in a hurry. 3 heads, something big is going on. What is it? Speak slowly. Could it be that the Shattered Star Island replica, today's battle is unfavorable? Xiao Nantian scolded the panicked transcendent who came running and inquired. The others, too, looked towards this transcendent who was delivering the battle report. When they saw how pale he was, a vague feeling of uneasiness rose in their hearts. Elder Bai. Bai has applied to give up this session of the trial with Sakura Nation. What? The 3 heads instantly stood up from their chairs in shock when they heard the words of the transcendentalist who delivered the battle report. What's going on? Shin Bai's face was iron green and gloomy as he pursued the question. The second round of the Shattered Star Island trial has just begun, and those brutes from the Sakura Kingdom should have tampered with the copies. Hanfan was separated from the other Dasha Transcendents and was teleported alone to the Fishing Alley district, which was filled with 15 elite Sakura Nation Transcendents while he was the only one. Elder Bai said that we, Xia, have nothing left to lose, and we can't lose anymore. If we lose this last hope of Hanfan again, the entire Grand Xia will be doomed to extinction. He is willing to bear all the consequences of giving up the trial. The Transcendent, who was delivering the battle report, raised his hand as he spoke and wiped his reddened eyes vigorously. Click. The chair behind Xiao Nantian was instantly split into pieces and turned into powder. His body, where he stood, trembled uncontrollably. No one expected that Dasha, who was 2 days ahead in the trial, would suffer a huge change and have to voluntarily forfeit and admit defeat. In the temple, the atmosphere was quiet and terrible. Dull and breathless. All the bigwigs of Jinling province were present, and they all lowered their heads, their faces clouded over, and no one spoke. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Nantian returned to his senses and took a deep breath to look at Qin Baiha and Lin Beichen beside him. The two didn't speak, giving him a slight nod. Xiao Nantian's voice was somewhat bitter and sad. But, he still said, I, Jinling province, agree to abstain from the trial. A simple sentence had consumed almost all of Xiao Nantian's strength. His teeth were bleeding from his bite. It was as if he had aged so much in an instant with the fall of those words. Xinzhou Province, Temple of God. I, Xinzhou Province, agree to abstain from the trial. Mordor Province, Temple of God. I, Mordor Province, agree to abstain from the trial. Soon the heads of the 13 provinces gave their reply. All the heads understand that this year's trials, the jig is up. Though, they were resigned, angry and desperate. But also voted unanimously to abstain from the trial as Elder White suggested. When Elder Bai saw that the heads of the 13 provinces of the Grand Xia had passed the abstention vote, a touch of bitterness appeared on his face. He forced himself to use a special method to contact Hanfan, who was in the Shattered Star Island copy. Inform the head of the 13 provinces that he has chosen to abstain from the trial, so that he can voluntarily give it up. Soon, Elder Bai received a reply from Hanfan. I refuse. This year, I must make the Cherry Blossom Kingdom dwarves pay in blood to honor the great Xia heroes who had died in battle on Shattered Star Island. Chapter 77, I refuse. Dasha men only die in battle, no cowards. When Elder Bai saw Hanfan's reply, his face suddenly changed and was filled with anxiety. Waiver trial. They, the head of Dasha, had passed the White Elder's proposal though. But the real waiver button was in the hands of Hanfan, who was first in the standings on the Dasha side. Hanfan has the right to give up and the right to refuse. And if he refused the Great Summer's forfeit and conceded defeat, then the Shattered Star Island copy would continue. You little brat, don't be ridiculous. I'm ordering you to abstain immediately. Elder Bai blackened his face and immediately ordered Hanfan. Elder Bai, I'm not fooling around. My Daxia men only die in battle, no cowards. When I came from Jiling City, I promised Xiao Headmaster and the others that this Shattered Star Island trial would never return to Daxia until I took the 13 heads of Shanyi. Whether you call me selfish or crazy, when I saw my companions the day before yesterday, dying at the hands of the dwarfs of the Sakura Kingdom, I made a decision in my mind. For this year's trial, I, Hanfan, will never rest until I kill all the Sakura Nation Transcendents. End of call. Hanfan returned several Elder White messages and instantly blocked the special call. When Elder Bai saw that Hanfan was as stubborn as a bull, he was anxious and angry, but he didn't have a clue what to do. At this point, through the screen, Elder Bai looked at the elite transcendents of the Sakura Nation in the Fishing Alley district, forming an encirclement surrounding Hanfan, who was single and weak, in the center. They didn't venture out to behead Hanfan and seemed to be waiting for someone. Looking at their formation, they were trying to gather 15 transcendents to kill Hanfan, a Daxia transcendent, in one fell swoop. After all, the number of transcendents that had died at the hands of Hanfan in the Sakura country before was as high as 9, which made them cautious. When Elder Bai saw this, his heart trembled, and he once again tried to use a special method to contact Hanfan. But Hanfan had already blocked his special way of calling, blocking it. He tried every method and couldn't get in touch. Over at the Temple of God in the Golden Province, Xiao Nantian and the others had already prepared themselves mentally for the Great Summer Abandonment Trial. However, an hour passed. The heads of the provincial shrines were slow to receive any news of the Great Summer Abandonment Shrine. What's going on? Xiao Nantian locked his brows tightly, his mind unable to think of a reason. At this time, the transcendent who had delivered the battle report before, once again hurriedly ran in. 3 heads, Hanfan. Hanfan sighed, after communicating with Elder Bai, refused to abstain from the trial. What? Hanfan refused to abstain? Right. He said that there are no cowards among the men of Daxia, that there is only death in battle, and that there is no admitting defeat. He also said. Delivering the war report, the transcendent spoke, lifting his hand and wiping his eyes hard, his voice choking a little. What else did he say? Speak up. Xiao Nantian clenched his hands into fists and urgently urged. The others, too, had their entire attention focused over, waiting for the transcendent who delivered the battle report to continue speaking. He also said that he will not rest until he cuts off Yamano 13's head and returns it to Daxia, and until he slaughters all the transcendents of Sakura country. Xiao Nantian, Lin Baichen, Shinbaiha, and the others were already too shocked to speak. After a few moments, they raised their hands and wiped their eyes, their old eyes a little red. This night. It was destined to be a sleepless night for the Daxia bigwigs. And for the Emperor of Sakuraguk, it was something happier than New Year's Eve. After all, Hanfan had previously killed 9 of their Sakura Kingdom warriors. This was something that made the Emperor of the Sakura Kingdom not sleep for 2 or 3 days. Hanfan was a thorn in his side. A day without culling is a hard day to get rid of. Now that this thorn was about to be removed, how could the heart of the Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom not be happy? Evening. There are breaks in the Shattered Star Island replica. Hanfan looked at the scoreboard. His ranking had dropped from 1st to 6th, and didn't care in the slightest. It was just as the same scenario as when he had awakened his demonic soul at the end of his senior year of high school. That little girl, Luo Koxian, took him as a formidable enemy. Hanfan, on the other hand, never took her challenge seriously, and he had only one goal, which was to get into the Godslayer Academy. The same is true today. Yamano 13, the first genius of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, saw him as a rival and wanted to kill him. Hanfan, on the other hand, did not put him in his eyes at all. His goal was clear, to cut down all the Sakura Nation transcendents in the Shattered Star Island copy before the copy ended. From now on, they, the Great Summer, will rise. They will be on top of the world. Early morning. A new day dawns. The second round of trials on Shattered Star Island had officially arrived. Hanfan was just about to summon the 7 angelic servants when a change occurred. Sasha. Sasha. It was accompanied by a rush of footsteps. On all sides of Hanfan, a dozen Sakura Nation transcendents appeared. Daxia Pig, surprise, surprise? You dared to kill 9 warriors of my Sakura Kingdom in the first round of trials. Today is the day of your death. I heard that this Daxia Pig is also the younger brother of Han Shijun, the woman who was almost captured by Matsuboku Kiichi Senpai last year? That woman is extremely good looking, no wonder Matsuboku Kiichi-senpai wanted to take a bite at that time, so did I, ha ha ha. 15 Sakura Nation Transcendents surrounded Hanfan. Their eyes, as if they were looking at a dead person, kept humiliating and mocking. I was worried about how to find you guys, but I didn't expect you Sakura Nation dwarves to come to my door of your own accord. Hanfan didn't have any nervousness or shocked anger on his face, all he had was a sneer. Chatter. Looking for us? Looking for us to kill you? Don't worry, we won't slaughter you with a single knife, we'll cut the flesh off your hands and feet, bit by bit, so that you'll die of agonizing blood flow. The Cherry Blossom Country Transcendents, seeing that Hanfan was actually still pretending to be 13 when he was on the verge of death, immediately laughed. Ha! Is that so? I'll let you know right away what it means to be afraid. Cruelty. Hanfan sneered. In the next moment, he directly summoned the 7 angelic servants. Baka, flower girl angel drops? Pretty. 7 more? Everyone take turns taking a bite later, get over it, ha. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom Transcendents saw Hanfan summon 7 angelic servants at once. Instead of fear, it was very exhilarating. After all, the 7 angelic servants summoned by Hanfan were not only sexy and alluring in looks. Moreover, the clothes they were wearing were pitifully thin. How can this not make them excited and happy? Seek death. Holy light chop. The sword angel's face turned cold as he took the lead. A matchless holy light chop blasted out. Ah! Miserable screams came from the Sakura Country Transcendent, who was staring at the sword angel with dirty eyes, and was instantly cut off at the waist, dying with miserable screams. Baka! What? This angelic summon, so powerful? Let's see. Baka Yalu. Is this a summon? Are you sure it's not a level 40 or above boss? A group of Sakura Nation Transcendents were filled with shock when they saw that the sword angel had beheaded one of them with the lift of his hand. When they threw a detection spell at the sword angel and saw her 5-dimensional attributes, they almost died on the spot. Then, they came back to their senses and hurriedly dropped their gazes to the other angelic servants beside Hanfan. They looked at them one by one with their probing spells. Scared less. Lips are turning purple. How can you? You great summer pig, summon so many, and so powerful, angelic servants? A Sakura Nation Transcendent angrily questioned. Go to the netherworld and ask your great-grandmother. Hanfan slowly closed his eyes, and the 6-winged angel figure silently appeared behind him. At a certain moment, Hanfan abruptly opened his eyes. The 6-winged angel behind him followed, opening his eyes. The king's gaze. Under the gods, all are ants. Chapter 78. Wiping out all 15 Sakura Nation demons, Elder Bai was so excited that he shed tears. The Sakura Nation Transcendents were like having a hallucination. The moment Hanfan closed and opened his eyes, a mountainous pressure came pressing towards them. The pressure made their hearts tremble, and they had the inexplicable urge to kneel down and prostrate themselves on the ground. Baka! You're only level 31, how can you borrow magic soul power? What kind of devil soul is that of yours? Why does it possess such an overbearing and terrifying aura? I can feel my heavenly great demon soul trembling. A group of Sakura Nation Transcendents roared in anger. At this moment, they were truly frightened by the 6-winged angel behind Hanfan. The black and white feathers, which looked dazzling in the sunrise, rocked. Ha! How does fear taste? Hanfan ignored the frightened Sakura Nation dwarf's questioning and sneered a sneer. Everyone, don't be afraid of this great summer pig, he's just a little more powerful in terms of his demonic soul, and his natural talent is only at level G. It's impossible for him to be our opponent. Right. We are all Sakura Empire elite demons. And there are 15 of us, and only one of him, plus a few angel servants, kill. The Sakura Nation Transcendents, self-hypnotized and pumped up. The next moment, they swarmed up from all sides. The intention was to use the Sea of Men tactic and soul skill fire coverage to instantly decimate Hanfan. Second soul technique, Shura 9 Blade Stream. Hanfan was not the least bit afraid. He took a deep breath and borrowed a sliver of super divine grade demonic soul 6-winged angel power. In a blink of an eye, his 4th-ranked second soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Streams, mutated into the 7th-ranked Shura 9 Blade Streams. Hanfan's silhouette, ghost-like, disappeared in place. 9 black shadows, in 9 directions, counter-encircled the dozen or so Sakura Nation Transcendents. Knives and ghosts. The momentum is like a rainbow. Ah! You! How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The second soul skill is a terrifying 7th rank soul skill, I don't believe it. When did Xia produce such a demon, even more terrifying than Shanyi 13, simply a demon? Monster! Miserable screams, unceasing. The smiles on the faces of the Sakura country transcendents, who had been laughing wildly and grimly a moment before, had been replaced by thick fear. Hanfan's comprehensive strength had originally crushed them. Together with Hanfan's 6-winged angelic demonic soul, it came with the 4th characteristic, King's Gaze. Under the gods, all transcendental strength will be overwhelmed and can only be utilized at 80%. Hanfan himself, on the other hand, could exert 120% of his strength. This is the opposite of the other. Hanfan chopping these cherry blossom country transcendents was not fundamentally different from slaughtering a pig or a dog, chopping a melon or cutting up a vegetable. Only at this point did these Sakura Nation transcendents abruptly realize what kind of terrifying existence they had encountered. The top heads of the Sakura Kingdom, are they here to chop off Hanfan's head and return to ask for a reward? It's asking them to come and get killed. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to regret it at this point. The 7 angelic servants, too, joined the battle. I'm sorry. 15 transcendents from your cherry blossom kingdom are surrounded by me, Hanfan. I'll show you now what it means to be afraid. What a cruelty! The blood of the heroes of Dacia will not be shed in vain. A blood debt is paid in blood. This is just the beginning of the killing. On the other hand, outside the Shattered Star Island copy. When Elder Bai and the others saw that Hanfan was surrounded by 15 transcendents from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, their hearts cooled to the bottom. They even stopped breathing, their faces as pale as paper. Last night. They didn't close their eyes all night. Elder Bai, too, used various methods to contact Hanfan, trying to get Hanfan to give up this trial. Nah. Hanfan's temperament was more than stubborn as an ox. Straight up blackballed him. For this. Elder Bai's heart was moved and angry. That son of a... Don't you know that they, Dacia, are protecting him? What is the use of a passion if it is not supported by absolute strength? Try asking. In the past, those participating demons of their great summer. Which one is not a strong man, which one does not have a passion? But what happened? Even a demon like Sister Hanfan, who had 9 deaths last year, almost died in the Shattered Star Island copy. Elder Bai, your Huasia's divine demonic soul number 7 Hanfan, who was awakened with great difficulty this year, is going to die, yo, happy or not? Ha ha ha. Koji Akiro was in a good mood. He looked at the 15 Sakura Nation transcendents that had closed in and engulfed Hanfan, laughing in triumph. Only, Koji Akiro seemed overjoyed. Without waiting for the laughter to fall from his mouth, the red dots on the screen representing the transcendents of Sakura Nation disappeared one after another. In less than a minute, the 15 red dots of the Sakura Nation transcendents in the Fishing Lane district disappeared. Looking again at the blue dot representing Dacia, it still shines. Baka! How? What's going on? Koji Akiro's eyes nearly fell out of his head as he stared, dumbfounded. It took him half a moment to react, and he stormed over to smash the screen with his hand. Koji Akiro, all 15 of your Sakura Kingdom's transcendents are dead, aren't you happy? Ha ha ha. Elder Bai's mood was like doing a roller coaster. From the bottom of the icy, bone-chilling valley to the top of the mountain in a matter of moments. At this point, he watched as the red dots in the fishing alley area disappeared and Hanfan's blue dot number 7 remained, laughing heartily. Just now, how Koji Akiro humiliated and mocked him, he humiliated and mocked back. Koji Akiro, your Sakura Kingdom Emperor, can't wait for you to send a shortcut report over, he'll be very happy to see the result of such a battle report. Harakiri has always been a fine tradition in your Sakura country, and we are looking forward to you, Koji Akiro, having a sensational harakiri on top of this Shattered Star Island. The bigwigs from the other provinces of Dacia followed suit and killed people, sneering and mocking. Koji Akiro's face, which was already as ugly as if he had eaten, turned even uglier. Baka! Cheating! You Dacia number 7 Hanfan, you must be cheating! Koji Akiro was furious, his eyes wide with rage. At this moment, his mood was very different from Bai Lao and the others. Just now, how much he laughed, how pleased he was. Now, that's how hard and angry his heart was. It's one thing to be hard and angry, but the point is that he can't explain himself to the Emperor of Sakuraguk. Last night, the Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom even praised him severely for a job well done. That's if the Emperor Sama wakes up and realizes that the 15 Sakura Nation warriors they had surrounded Hanfan with are all wiped out. One can only imagine how he would feel. Lord Koji Akiro, the Emperor calls. Just as Koji Akiro's heart was killing him, something to add insult to injury came. A Sakura Nation transcendent hurriedly ran over to the Sakura Nation Emperor, calling. Koji Akiro glanced at his cell phone, his face pale and ugly as hell. Baka! In the next moment, he grabbed the phone like a madman and slammed it down hard on the ground. Ha ha ha! Heaven blesses my Dacia! It's really God's blessing on my Dacia! When Elder Bai and the others saw this, they laughed up to the sky, tears falling from their eyes in excitement and happiness. Chapter 79, Emperor Sakura, consider it for Koji Ichiro to send a sword for Harakiri. Jinling City, Temple of God. Head Shao, over at Shattered Star Island in the South China Sea, Elder Bai sent an expedited battle report for you to personally open. The transcendent responsible for delivering the war report quickly rushed into the temple and presented a copy of the war report. Elder White sent an expedited battle report for me to personally open? Shao Nantian violently stood up from his chair with a serious expression. In the Divine Temple, the other heads of the bigwigs, their faces all changed. Expedited war report. Moreover, the second round of trials had only just begun. In Shao Nanshan's heart, a strong sense of unease rose. Yes. Delivering the war report, the transcendent returned. Shao Nantian did not speak again, and with hands somewhat trembling, he took the war report document from his hands. Shao Nantian did not open the expedited war report immediately after taking it. At this moment, he was in a mood of nervous apprehension that he had never felt before. He was afraid of the bad news that came from this expedited war report. He was afraid that Hanfan had already died at the hands of 15 Sakura Nation transcendents. He was afraid that the last little flame of hope in the great summer would be completely extinguished. He is afraid of so many things. Throughout the temple, the atmosphere was frighteningly quiet. Dull and awful. Everyone fell silent and waited in silence. Their gazes looked toward Shao Nantian and eventually landed back on the expedited war report document in his hand. I don't know how much time has passed. The emotions in Shao Nanshan's heart finally calmed down a bit. Then, with trembling hands, he opened the war report document in his hands. In a flash, his body trembled and he was dumbfounded. In the middle of the temple, everyone's eyes fell on him, observing his every move. At this moment, when the crowd saw Shao Nanshan's face showing such an expression, their faces turned pale. Some of the bigwigs, having broken down, crouched down and covered their faces with their hands. Though, they had expected that it would turn out this way. But, when the result was really before their eyes, their hearts still could not accept it, nor could they bear it. Many of the eyes were hollow and lifeless. Dacia is finished. It's completely over. In the future, their great Xia would be completely kicked out of the Divine Trials qualification. Hanfan's death represented that they, the great Xia, would have no more gods in the future. They, Xia, will be reduced to a hunting ground for other countries. All of them in Xia will become prey to the transcendentalists of other countries. Some of them have been old enough to cry. Old Shao, read the results of the battle report to everyone. Qin Bai sighed, and his heart was inexplicably desperate. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Shao Nanshan's tiger body trembled, and in the next moment, he looked like a madman and laughed up to the sky. Old Shao, don't go crazy, calm down. Even if that little guy Hanfan dies in battle, he's still a good man of my Dacia. Good man. Lin Beichen rushed over and pressed Shao Nanshan's shoulder, his eyes red. What, I'm crazy? I'm not crazy. I'm just happy and excited. The results of the battle report, you can see for yourselves. Ha ha ha. Shao Nantian violently pushed Lin Beichen's hand away. Afterwards, he took the battle report document in his hand and handed it to Lin Beichen. The others blushed and gathered around to watch. The battle report sent by Bai Lao contained only one simple sentence. Hanfan killed 15 Sakura Nation transcendents in the Fishing Alley district by himself. Numerous bigwigs, already shocked and speechless. Killed 15 of Sakura's elite? On your own? Such a result, who would have thought? Who can believe it? One must know that any transcendent who could participate in the trial was a genius among geniuses of the younger generation, a demon among demons. Granted, there are some strength gaps between geniuses and geniuses. But the gap is definitely not too big. 1 against 2, possibly. 1 against 3, dangerous. 1 against 4, bull. 1 against 15. Who's the class rep to explain? In the next moment, the many bigwigs of Jinling province who came back to their senses followed and cried. They cried for a while, laughed for a while, and were even crazier than Xiao Nantian, the head of the organization. A sniffle. This scene, if outsiders were to see it, they would probably be able to drop their jaws in shock. When Jinling province received the expedited battle report, the other 12 provinces of Dixia likewise received the expedited battle report. The battle reports are, amazingly, consistent. Hanfan used his own strength to kill 15 transcendents from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, raising the might of the Great Summer. Qingzhou Provincial Shrine. Good. Worthy of being the brat that I, Zhao Wuji, have my eye on, only such a heroic figure would be worthy of my eye-catching baby daughter. Mordor Province Shrine. This demon, Hanfan, belongs to our daxia. We can't let Jinling Province enjoy it exclusively, turn around and find a way to dig it up for our Mordor Province. Other provincial shrines. This 10,000 years 13th sister of Jinling Province, how can he have such a demonic ghost talent? At the end of the trial, tie him up even to our province. Hanfan didn't realize how much of a shock it was to the outside world when he beheaded 15 Sakura Nation transcendents in a row. For him, this was just the beginning of the hunting moment. All Sakura Nation transcendents in the Fishing Alley district were killed. For the rest of the time, he could only take the 7 angels and kill the Fishing Alley zone monsters to upgrade for the 3rd round of trials to come. Others try, he kills. I just don't know when I'll meet up with that little lowly, fair. When the time comes, he kills people and Faye blows up their bodies. A perfect match. On the side of the Emperor of Sakurakuni, he's already blowing up Koji Akiro's phone. Although, Koji Akiro did not report the news that Hanfan had killed 15 Sakura Nation warriors in a row. The Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had already heard about it from other people. 4 days. Only 4 days have passed. The Sakura warriors were killed by this Hanfan, a daxia pig, 24 of them in a row? If they keep on chopping like this, will any of them from Sakura country be able to go back alive? Koji Ichiro doesn't answer the Emperor's phone. Even, he blacklisted the Emperor. It's all over anyway. Broken. Evening. The insane Koji Akiro utilizes a special communication to contact the number 1 demon in their Sakura country, the twin demonic spirits Yamano 13. He used his calm to contact Yamano 13 for a simple reason. He wants Hanfan dead. Must die. He can't sleep until he's dead. Afterwards, he once again called the transcendent with the special demonic soul over and repeated the same trick of cheating. However, because this Sakura Nation transcendent with a special magic soul had just cheated once yesterday, it's very consuming. I cheated again today, and didn't wait for the cheating to finish before I vomited blood and passed out. Baka. Waste. What a waste. Koji Akiro growled in anger, punching and kicking the unconscious Sakura Nation transcendent. He looked at the results of the cheating, angry and slightly better. The cheating failed, but not completely. For the 3rd round of trials, Hanfan would be transported to the Shattered Star Island research base. At that time, although he wouldn't meet Yamano 13, he would meet their Sakura Nation participant number 2, Kamita Daichi. Kamita Daichi is the most outstanding transcendent in my Sakura country's current class of demons, except for Yamano 13. With his strength, it's more than enough to take down daxia number 7 Hanfan. With this result, Koji Akiro was still more than satisfied in his heart. Lord Koji Akiro, the Emperor Sama has sent a letter. Just then, a Sakura Nation transcendent walked in outside the house. The Emperor, my lord, sent a letter? Koji Akiro's expression faltered as he rose to take it and check it out. Koji Akiro, you sinner of the Sakura Kingdom, you have killed so many warriors of my Sakura Kingdom, at the end of the trial, you will commit harakiri on Shattered Star Island to thank me for my sins. I've prepared the sword for you. In addition to this letter, the Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was very considerate and sent along a sharp Cherry Blossom Kingdom war sword. Chapter 80, Never return to daxia until all these Sakura Nation bastards are killed. Baka. I threw my head in blood for the Sakura Empire. The Emperor Sama actually made me commit harakiri on Shattered Star Island to apologize for my sins at the end of the trial. This is outrageous. Koji Akiro was so angry that he threw his Sakura Nation battle sword hard on the ground. His face was hideously twisted, his eyes resentful and angry. Hanfan. Blame it on that big summer pig Hanfan. He was made the sinner of the Sakura country. Must die. He must be cut to pieces by 1,000 cuts. Cut off his head and take him back to the emperor. It's only then that the Lord Emperor can pardon him for harakiri. With this thought in his mind, Koji Akiro immediately contacted Kamita Daichi again in a special way, telling him to cut off Hanfan's head and bring it back when he slaughtered him then. Shattered Star Island, Fishing Lane District. Achoo! Who misses me so much at night? Could it be Sister June? Hanfan suddenly sneezed and muttered something. He then shook his head without further thought. It's getting dark. Trial time is over for today. He raised his head and looked at the sky full of stars. His heart was suddenly a little lonely and homesick. Home? Where is his home? He was nothing more than a traveler. In this strange world, his only relative is Han Shijun. When he came to Shattered Star Island in the South China Sea, Elder Bai had told him. Last year, his sister, Han Shijun, also participated in the trial with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Even, she almost died on this Shattered Star Island. Sister June, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you in this year's trial. As Wang Changling's ancient poem, Marching from the Army, describes. The yellow sand wears gold armor in 100 battles, and will not return until it is broken. For Hanfan, he would not return to Daxia until he killed all of these beastly Cherry Blossom Kingdom dwarves. Early morning. Hanfan made another wish to meet more Sakura Nation transcendents today. But this time he failed in his wish. The wish failed, and based on Hanfan's experience, there was only one possibility. That would be the Fishing Alley District, no more Sakura Nation dwarves, killed off by him. That being the case, then he could only fight monsters and upgrade first. At the end of the day, Hanfan was still level 31. After leveling up to 30, the required experience value gets higher and higher. The experience value required for each level up was almost the sum of the previous dozens of levels. The massive amount of experience value would only make all the transcendents upgrade slower and slower. It's hard to imagine how that dwarf, Yamano 13, could have risen to level 39 in such a short period of time. Probably used a multiplier experience scroll. When the trial was over, he would have to turn around and find Elder White and get some experience scrolls to use as well. Some people would say why Hanfan didn't wish to directly gain multiple times the experience value. In fact, when upgrading at the Godslayer Academy, Hanfan had also tried to use Green Wish to wish for multiples of the experience value. Nay, the wish failed. It may be that the desire to gain this with experience value is greater. He'll try making a medium blue wish when he accumulates some wish values later. The second round of the trial plague came in the evening. Hazard level calamity. Hanfan didn't bother to look at the descending calamity's attributes and directly ordered a few angel servants to go up and slaughter it. Poor this one has just descended into a dangerous level of calamity. Before I had a chance to look down on this wonderful world, I went back again. After Hanfan killed Calamity, he was teleported to a new area of Shattered Star Island. The map panel of Shattered Star Island, once again, shrinks. Scientific Research Base. This was Hanfan's third round of trials, the area where he was located. The map of the Shattered Star Island trials was one that kept shrinking as the rounds and rounds of trials went on. And with each narrowing, the chances of the two countries' transcendentalists meeting increased significantly. To the final round. Transcendents from both countries will appear on the same area map. When both sides work together to kill the last calamity, they will successfully pass the trial. However, Hanfan's ambition was not here. With the Sakura Nation transcendents combining forces to kill the last calamity? How can those short people? According to the rules, it's just as easy to pass the trial by killing all their enemies. Outside the Shattered Star Island trial copy. Elder Bai and the others were always concerned about the changes in the situation of all the Disya participants on the screen. When they saw Hanfan killing the danger level calamity in seconds with a crushing stance, they looked dumbfounded. That's too strong, isn't it? Who said that Hanfan was a waterboy who relied on a shameless sneak attack to kill a few demons from the Sakura Kingdom? Elder White and the other bigwigs smiled and dropped their gazes onto Koji Akiro, who was grimacing. Koji Akiro, is your Sakura Kingdom's speed of beheading calamities so slow? Our great Xia, Hanfan, has already taken the lead in beheading the second round of trial calamities. Isn't your Sakura country, Yamano 13, known as the #1 demon? How come you're so slow to kill a dangerous great calamity? I just counted, and it only took 5 seconds for our Desya Hanfan to kill that calamity. Isn't that fast? What 4 seconds? Obviously 4.5 seconds. I'm keeping track with my watch. A group of bigwigs from the provinces of Dasha would not let go of the opportunity to kill and kill. The day before, Hanfan was slower to kill calamity. Not a few times I've been teased by this grandson Koji Akiro. Now, it's not too much to ask that they mock back, is it? After all, they hold grudges. Humph. Let you guys be complacent for a while, I'll see if you can still laugh tomorrow. Koji Akiro's face ate. Several failed strikes in a row. It makes Koji Akiro resistant to blows, several times stronger. Other than that, right now, he was no longer furious with rage in the face of Elder Bai and the others sneering and mocking. Elder White. A shout came from behind Bai Lao. Elder Bai twisted his head to look, a flash of surprise on his face. The person who came was actually Fang Tong, the vice president of the Nanyang City Transcendental Alliance, Luo Koexayan's mother. Xiaotong, what brings you here? I've come to see the battle situation on Hanfan's side. Head Xiao specially authorized me to come over. Fang Tong was all smiles and happy. Regarding the matter of Hanfan's power to kill 24 Sakura Nation Transcendents from the beginning of the Shattered Star Island trial to the end of the second round. She already knows. At that time, Fang Tong was in the Nanyang City Transcendental Alliance, and when he learned of this news, he thought for a moment that he was hallucinating and misreading the situation. Then she confirmed it a dozen times before she was sure it wasn't a blink. Hanfan, by himself, had really killed 24 Sakura Nation Transcendents. Because of this, Fang Tong couldn't stay and immediately approached Xiaonantian and the other 3 heads for an application to run to the South Sea Shattered Star Island to watch the battle. Xiaotong you Nanyang City, this is to be famous in my Dasha rhythm last year out of a Hanshi Jun, it is enough to the heads of the shock. How do you know that this year to come Hanshi Jun brother this kid, then she is still demonic, that little girl in your family, the vision is good. Elder Bai was in an extremely good mood and immediately joked and praised Fang Tong. Little fan, this child is so excellent and demonic, I wouldn't dare to take credit for it, after all, it's the result of his own efforts, I didn't help at all. But Koexayan that little girl well, turn around I still have to go to give her a lesson. When I came Xiao had pulled me aside and personally explained. He said that those heads of other provinces are playing Xiaofan crooked ideas, must let Curson seize Xiaofan heart, cannot be unable to resist the temptation to be tapped. Fang Tong's face was modest, but his heart was happy. Or did she have the foresight to see early on that Hanfan was excellent and let the damned girl Koexayan launch a ferocious pursuit? Otherwise, Hanfan is going to be snatched by another girl. Not to mention Luo Curson have to cry, this mom will cry to death. Chapter 81, Death? You're afraid you're mistaken. You're the one who's going to die today. Ha ha ha. Right, must let your girl firmly grasp this kid's heart, don't let go, let the other provinces old things to take advantage of the opportunity. Elder Bai laughed out loud and nodded his head in agreement. Look, there are Sakura Nation Transcendents entering the research base. As Elder Bai was chatting with Fang Tong, a shout came out. Elder Bai heard the shouts and immediately looked up towards the screen. Ha! A scientific research base with only one Sakura Nation Transcendent? So no difficulty? Wait a minute. You guys, look at that Sakura Nation Transcendent number, it's number 2. As far as I know, number 2 is the strongest assassin in Sakura country this year, Kamita Daichi. The crowd's newly happy mood instantly fell to the bottom. Kamita Daichi, not only is he the strongest assassin in Sakura country this term, and it is said that his demonic soul is extremely special. Just awakened, you can be infinitely invisible. Rumor has it that in the absence of rules, even the Mountain Wild 13 can only be killed in seconds. Quickly look. The red dot representing Kamita Daichi is transparent, he should have activated the demonic soul stealth trait. From the crowd, there were once again cries of alarm. It made Elder Bai and the others, who had fallen to the bottom, even more nervous and apprehensive. Although, they were confident in Hanfan's strength. In a head-to-head match, Daichi Kamita was far from Hanfan's opponent. However, Kamita Daichi was the top assassin among the demons of this term of the Sakura country. Unlimited stealth properties. I'm afraid that any transcendent opponent would have an incomparable headache if they met it. Because you don't know when he's going to weirdly appear from behind you and deal you a fatal blow. Chatter. Elder Bai, laugh. You guys keep laughing. Weren't you all laughing happily just now? Why aren't you laughing now? Koji Akiro, is it you again? I screwed up? Do you have proof? Just wait, tomorrow morning when the third round of trials opens, it's time for your Desya number 7, Hanfan, to die. Koji Akiro threatened morosely. After he finished his words, he no longer paid attention to Old Man Bai and the others whose faces were blue, and turned around to leave. Elder Bai and the others' faces were cloudy and very ugly. Originally, they felt that Hanfan had killed 24 Sakura Nation Transcendents in a row. Having greatly weakened the power of the Sakura Nation's Transcendents in this trial, it was a safe bet that they, Desya, would win this trial. However, this scene in front of them again tilted the scales of victory in favor of Sakura Nation once again. Daichi Kamita. A scary guy who can be infinitely invisible. Even more terrifying, in a way, than Yamano 13. Shattered Star Island, Research Base. Hanfan didn't know in the slightest that he was already being watched by Kamata Daichi, the number 2 man in the Sakura country. In Daichi Kamita's eyes, he was the prey. There was no talk all night. Early in the morning, Hanfan continued to make wishes. He then summoned the 7 angelic servants to kill monsters and upgrade. Master, be careful, I feel that something is not right today. The Ice Angel, who was a man of few words, came to Hanfan and reminded him. Not right? Hanfan's expression froze, filled with surprise and doubt. Well, I can't say what's wrong, it always feels like there's a pair of eyes staring at you in the unknown darkness, waiting for a chance to strike a fatal blow. The Ice Angel nodded and told Hanfan about the uneasy feeling in his heart. Okay, I know, go fight monsters and upgrade. Hanfan nodded slightly and immediately cast a soul skill, Queen's Blessing, on a few angel servants. The second characteristic of Hanfan's 6-winged angelic demonic soul was that all the damage he suffered was shared by his angelic servants. To put it simply, he will not die until all 7 of his angelic servants are dead. However, the Ice Angel had just exited the summoning space early in the morning when something didn't feel right. Hanfan felt that it was better to be cautious. Hell knows what kind of machinations those Sakura Nation dwarves with their bad consciences will come up with. Divine Bone Transformation Armor. After Hanfan cast the soul skill Queen's Blessing, he cast the Titan Torso Bone Attachment soul skill Divine Bone Transformation Armor. Divine Bone Transformation Armor. Not only does it allow the Titan torso bones to be transformed into armor and worn on the body, you also gain 50% damage immunity and a 100% increase in the strength trait. Even though it only lasted for 10 minutes, he was now mentally strong, but he continued to cast it after the time was up. With a Titan's armor on his body, he gained 50% damage immunity, which finally made Hanfan feel a little more at ease. Afterward, Hanfan began to command the 7 angelic servants to fight the monsters. At the same time, he was wary of every move around him. Upon closer inspection, he did notice that there was something wrong with the atmosphere today. 2 hours passed. Hanfan still didn't encounter any danger. Hanfan's mind pondered for a while, and the corner of his mouth turned up slightly as he drove a few of his angelic servants to fight monsters and upgrade a little farther away. This left him alone and completely exposed in the open. Even if the danger came steeply, it was impossible for the 7 angelic servants to return to defense in the first place. Little bastard, although your alertness is sharp, but 100 secrets are not enough, I'm waiting for this opportunity of your negligence, die. Go and honor the warriors of my Sakura kingdom who died in battle. A sorrowful cold laugh resounded steeply in Hanfan's ears. The next moment, a dagger with a blood groove appeared at Hanfan's throat. Boo! In the distance, a red light rose from the 7 angelic servants. 6-winged angel's second characteristic activated. The invisible force instantly bounced the sharp dagger off Hanfan's neck. SH. What? You didn't die? The grim sneer in his ear turned into a hiss of disbelief. Die? I'm afraid you're mistaken, you're the one who's going to die today. Patience is so good. I thought you wouldn't take the bait. Hanfan slowly turned around and looked at Kamata Daichi, who was breaking concealment in front of him, filled with sarcasm. Are you deliberately trying to lure me in? Daichi Kamata's face changed drastically. At this point, a sense of extreme unease suddenly rose in his heart. In the next moment, he didn't wait for Hanfan's several perverted and powerful angel servants to rush over and surround him, and frantically backed away, intending to launch a second stealth. After waiting for you for so long, you've broken the concealment, and you still want to leave? Leave your life behind. First soul skill, Gun of Judgment. Hanfan sneered morosely and instantly unleashed his first soul skill, Gun of Judgment. Under the 100% power boost of the Titan's armor, the golden spear erupted with a terrifying power that was as devastating as it was destructive. Boom! Kamita Daichi's body, cannonball-like, flew backwards. The terrifying spear directly pierced through his body, nailing his entire body to a sky-high tree in the distance. Ah! You! How do you, as a summoning-type transcendent, possess a power even more perverse than Yamano 13? Could it be that you've been hiding your strength? Kamita's teeth were bleeding from his teeth as he screamed miserably in his big mouth. At this moment, his eyes were dead set on Hanfan. That expression was like seeing a ghost. Hiding strength? No, I'm not hiding my strength, but you Sakura Nation scumbags are not worthy of me, Hanfan, using my full strength. Hanfan's words humiliated Kamita Daichi's face, suffocating it into a pig's liver color. At this moment, his heart was filled with horror along with terror. 24 demons of the Sakura Kingdom were lost in his hands. Surprisingly, it's not worthy of his full power? Was this an insult to their Sakura country demons, all of whom were crooked wastrels? Isn't that excessive? Chapter 82 Cherry Blossom Country Heavenly ranking the top 5 formerly strong, Okahanshu. You can't kill me, my grandfather is Okahanshu, the Sakura Nation's divine demon soul Hydra Transcendent. If you're going to kill me, you'll have to die as well, and not only will you have to die, but all of you in Great Xia, will have to die. Kamita Daichi's lips trembled with a warning threat as he saw Hanfan take a step forward. Ha! You're threatening me? I'm not threatening you, I'm just giving you a piece of advice. If you know what's good for you, let me go right now. Kamita Daichi forced himself to stay calm and snapped at Hanfan. It seemed that he thought Hanfan was frightened by his words. After all, his grandfather was so powerful. Today, if Hanfan really dared to touch a hair on his head, harakiri would not even be enough. Even if Hanfan let him go now, this Dasha pig seriously injuring him thing, Kamita Daichi wouldn't just let it go. Ha! Advice? What do you think you are? I, Hanfan, need you to give me advice. Baka! You big summer pig! Not to mention that your grandfather is some bull Okahanshu, even if your father is the emperor of the Sakura Kingdom, your dog's life, I will still kill you today. As the words fell, 2 cold auras suddenly erupted from the bottom of Hanfan's eyes as he brazenly struck out. You big summer pig, kill me and your whole family will have to. Ah! Daichi Kamita pissed himself. He growled under his breath, cursing angrily at Hanfan in warning. Only, before his curses could fall, they turned into mournful and terrified screams. Within moments, his voice came to an abrupt end and he died. Chopped. Sakura Nation scumbags. Your nightmare, it's just begun. The other side. Outside of Shattered Star Island. For some unknown reason, there was a brief interruption in the on-screen signal when Hanfan was suffering a sneak attack from Kamita Daichi. At that time, Elder Bai, Fong Ton, and everyone else had their hearts in their throats. Hanfan, you little brat, you mustn't be okay, or I will be 1,000 times sinner of the Great Xia. Elder Bai clenched his hands into fists and prayed silently in his heart. Elder Bai, your Dasha number 7, Hanfan, is finished. He's dead. Ha ha ha. In stark contrast to Shireoi's nervous apprehension, Koji Akira was smiling very happily. He didn't forget to humiliate Elder Bai and all the provincial Dasha bigwigs. In response to Koji Akira's sneering mockery, Elder White paid no attention, nor was he in the mood to do so. I don't know how much time has passed. The signal of the battle on Shattered Star Island on the screen resumed. Elder Bai and Fong Tong, among others, hurriedly looked towards the research base. There, the blue dot, number 7, representing Hanfan, still blinks. Look again at the red dot number 2 representing Daichi Kamita. Ha! Where's the red dot? Elder Bai, look guys, on the scoreboard, Sakura Nation's number 2, Daichi Kamita, is gone. Just as the crowd opened their eyes wide and looked hard for Kamita Daichi, I don't know who exclaimed. At that moment, the crowd that had returned to their senses hurriedly looked at the scoreboard at the side of the screen. The leaderboard has a ranking of the top 50 transcendentals in both countries in terms of points. Before, Kamita Daichi's points ranking, stable top 5A. Even more so, during the second round of trials, it rushed to second. But now, on the scoreboard, Bai Lao had searched for him no less than 5 times, from beginning to end, and had not seen his name. At this point, Elder White was associating the scientific research base on the screen, and there was no name of Kamita Daichi. Immediately, Elder Bai understood that Kamita Daichi was dead, slaughtered by Hanfan. Ha ha ha. Koji Akiro, what did you just say? Who's dead? I'm a bit deaf in my old age, speak up, I didn't hear you too well. Elder Bai laughed wildly. It couldn't be helped that Hanfan was performing so well. As the person in charge of leading Hanfan to the trial, he just had rampant capital. Koji Akiro didn't say a word, his face as white as paper. Daichi Kamita, dead? Is Daichi Kamita really dead? How? Kamita Daichi was the grandson of their Sakura kingdom, the divine demon soul, Okahanshu. As for Okahanshu, he was a level 100 supreme sacred transcendent who was ranked in the top 5 of their Sakura nation's heavenly ranking. It could be said that it was just a matter of obtaining a place in this year's divine trial and impacting the gods. Baka! You Dacia pigs, you actually killed Kamita Daichi? You are finished, all of you Dacia will die. Okahanshu won't let you go. Koji Akiro's gaze fell on the smug old white man, growling and storming. Koji Akiro, how did my Sakura kingdom fare in the third round of trials? Speak of the devil. As soon as Koji Akiro's words fell, a thick and depressing voice came out. The next moment, the crowd saw a white-bearded old man with a big braid and wearing a kimono, floating in. 100 levels to the sacred transcendentals, the great river of the beginning. One of only 3 divine transcendents in the Sakura country. Moreover, it was rumored that his divine demonic soul was also the Sakura kingdom's protectorate divine beast, the Hydra. From this, it could be seen how outrageously powerful he was. Benchu-sama, you. What brings you here? Koji Akiro was in a state of panic that he would not be able to turn around and explain his grandson's hiccups to Oikawa Motoharu. I can't imagine that Okahanshu came in person. Such a situation almost made Koji Ichiro scare his pants off. Seeing that you are not doing your job well, the Heavenly Emperor hereby ordered me to sit in on this trial with the Great Summer Kingdom. How is the battle going? Where is my grandson? Why haven't I seen his name appear on the scoreboard? Ohabenchu has just arrived. Therefore, he had no idea that his good grandson had hiccuped. His eyes, scanning the screen scoreboard for half a day, did not see the name of his grandson, Kamita Daichi, and immediately frowned and inquired. Puff! Koji Akiro's face turned as white as paper and he fell to his knees with a thud. Lord Benchu, your grandson Kamita Daichi was killed in battle, it's Dacia pig number 7 Hanfan, kill him. What? My grandson Daichi Kamita is dead? Daha Benchu let out a roar and growl. In the next moment, an unrivaled force blasted towards Koji Akiro, who was kneeling on the ground, like a mountain. Put! Shaoji Ichiro body, instantly like a hammer blow, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Baka! Why is my grandson, Daichi Kamita, dead? Why? You tell me why. Oikawa Motoharu rushed over and violently grabbed Koji Akiro by the collar, snarling and questioning. Lord Benchu, there. Was a bit of an accident, your grandson, Kamita Daichi, met Hanfan. In advance. Koji Akiro stammered, his face deadpan as he recounted what had happened. Pop. After listening to Koji Akiro's account, Okahanshu slapped him across the face and knocked him to the ground. Clang! In the next moment, he raised his arm, and a Sakura Nation battle sword appeared on the ground in front of Koji Akiro's feet. Baka Yalu. You punk, not only are you a sinner of my Sakura kingdom, but you've also killed my poor grandson, commit harakiri. Koji Akiro looked at the chilling Sakura Kuni battle sword in front of him, his face full of misery. His hands trembled as he took his battle sword. Does he want to die? Don't want to die. But he knew he wasn't going to live today. The main culprit for him getting to this point is Dacia number 7 Hanfan. He hates it so much. Long live the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Long live the Emperor. Koji Akiro roared to the sky and ended his life with a vicious stab to the abdomen. Chapter 83 Shattered Star Island Locked Dragon Well, Between Two Great Demons, Final Battle. Koji Akiro's inability to commit harakiri didn't take the wind out of the sails of Oikawa Motoharu's sails. His gaze suddenly fell to Elder Bai's side. An invisible murderous aura came crashing towards Elder Bai and the others like a mountain. Even Elder White, who was an 85-level absolute transcendent, was shaken back several hard steps. Elder Bai's heart was appalled, without a trace of fear on his face. His gaze met with Okamotochu, who did not hide his intense killing intent, and he sneered, What? Is your Sakura country unable to afford to lose and planning to start a national war? War of Nations. But unlike the copy trial, it was between the two transcendentals, a real battle. At that time, transcendentalists from both countries will join the battle and will not be able to stop until they are dead. Okamotohara was one of the top heads of the Sakura country though, the right-hand man of the emperor. But, in Bai Lao's opinion, he didn't have the guts to directly declare war with the Great Summer Kingdom. The consequences of a declaration of war, and the cost of it, was something he could not afford as an Ohei Hanshu. Behind Elder Bai, the bigwigs of the 13 provinces stepped forward in unison. Their rank strength, even though they weren't as strong as Dahabenshu, none of their faces showed fear. Although they didn't speak, the meaning was clear. If you want to fight, then fight. Just like the message Hanfan had sent before he had blacklisted Elder Bai earlier. They, Daxia, only had heroes who died in battle, not cowards who admitted defeat. Young scions like Hanfan were not even afraid. They're a bunch of oldies, they're scared less. Head cut off, but bull-sized scar. Great River Bencha's gaze stared at Bai Lao as he watched, his rainbow-like aura pressing over. A few moments later, his body's terrifying aura, a giant dragon sucking in water, rolled backward and surged back into his body. Good. What a Daxia 7. Okahansha's mouth uttered several good words in a row, his tone of voice stronger than one. Afterward, he looked deeply at Bai Lao and the rest of the crowd and flung his sleeves away. The people of Daxia were secretly relieved when they saw that Dahabenshu had left. Though, they were not afraid of the Great River Benshu opening a national war. But once the War of Nations starts, things will be heading towards the worst possible scenario. At that time, the people of Daxia will be completely plunged into deep water. However, even with Ohabenshu gone, the hearts of the crowd were not happy. Elder Bai's brows twisted into a Chuan character as he immediately turned around to send a battle report to Xiaonantian. Jinling City, Temple of God. The Transcendent, who had delivered the war report, hurried in once again. Headmaster, over at Shattered Star Island in the South China Sea, Elder Bai sent another expedited battle report. Elder Bai sent another expedited battle report? Quickly bring it over. Xiaonantian quickly stepped over, took the battle report, and watched it. Ha. Hanfan, this little fellow, did a great job. Sakura country's number 2 in this trial, Kamita Daichi, was beheaded by him. The reports of shortcuts came one after another, and Xiaonantian laughed happily. In the temple, the other bigwigs, hearing this news, were also happy. However, Xiaonantian smiled for a while before the smile on his face froze violently. He then collected his smile, his face was gravely worried, and he fell silent. Old Shaw, what's wrong? On the side, Lin Beichen saw Xiaonantian's face was gloomy and inquired in a deep voice. The others also suppressed their excited and happy emotions and looked towards Xiaonantian. Okahanshu has gone to sit in on the trials himself, and Daichi Kamita is his grandson. As Xiaonantian explained, the atmosphere in the entire Divine Hall was instantly dull and depressing. Head Xiao, what are the plans? Halfway through the day, one of the bigwigs inquired in a hushed voice. Xiaonantian did not answer immediately, but instead turned his head to the side with the two heads, Lin Beichen and Qinbaihe, and locked eyes. The three of them had worked together for so many years that they could tell what was on the other's mind with just a glance. Damn it! If that old bastard dares to make a move after Hanfan leaves Shattered Star Island, the three of us, even if we die in battle, will protect that little guy Hanfan's safety back to Daxia. Xiaonantian fumed and made his attitude clear. That group of scumbags from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom have always been cunning and treacherous. You can win, you can't lose. Winning the trial, tail in the air. They Sakura Nation transcendents are great. When they lose, they are all kinds of shady and even resort to underhanded tactics. Elder White sent in a battle report. Even though it wasn't directly stated that after the Shattered Star Island trial was over, Dahabenshu would make a move to kill Hanfan. But he also demonstrated heartfelt concern. That group of dwarves in the Sakura country were notorious for their despicable tactics all over the world. Count me in. What kind of is this? If he tries to touch my Jinling province's Hanfan, I'll fight him to the death. And me, back then, the crone also stepped on the corpses of the Sakura Kingdom's demons and came out alive from the Shattered Star Island, facing the Sakura Kingdom's dwarfs. The crone wasn't afraid. In the Divine Hall, the many great men, once they heard that it was highly likely that the Great River Benshu would make a move against Hanfan, all of them were filled with anger and anxious eyes. At this time, they have expressed their attitudes, and they have a look of rushing to the South China Sea Shattered Star Island right now to fight with the Great River Benshu to the death. Things haven't gotten that bad yet, everyone calm down, I'll notify the imperial capital and inform the human emperor of this matter and wait for his reply. Shin Baiha calmed down the angry emotions in the hearts of the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. Afterward, he did not delay and immediately called the imperial capital, waiting for the human emperor to approve the matter. Time, 2 days passed in a flash. The fourth round of trials officially begins. Hanfan was teleported to Shattered Star Island's new map, Locked Dragon Well. Locked Dragon Well, the most mysterious area of Shattered Star Island. Ahead of them, a huge, deep, bottomless, ancient well made one's heart involuntarily rise in awe. 9 chains, thicker than an arm, stretched from the edge of the well's mouth into the well. This ancient well, I do not know how long has existed, rust stains on top of the chain, giving a sense of wind peeling and rain erosion vicissitudes. Hanfan didn't bother to gaze at the dragon-locking well as his gaze went to the group of people in front of him. Phil. At this moment, Thayer was tackled by a group of Sakura Nation transcendents, her face pale and bruised. On the ground, there were also the bodies of several other Daxia transcendents. Apparently, before Hanfan came here, the Great Summer Transcendents had had a fierce and bloody battle with the Sakura Country Transcendents. In the end, they were not defeated, and all of them, except Faye, were killed in battle. Even Faye was bruised and tackled. At the forefront of that group of Sakura Nation transcendents stood a man. Yamano 13. Sakura Country this term, the strongest demon. Not only did he awaken a double demonic soul. Even one demonic soul was of divine quality and one was of immortal quality. It could be called the demon of demons, the monster of monsters. Great Summer Pig, we finally meet. I've been here, waiting for you for a long time. Want to save her? I, Yamano 13, will give you one chance to defeat me, and she may live. Otherwise, I'll break off your limbs and let you watch your Daxia women submit to the men of my Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Ha ha. Mountain Wild 13 laughed heartlessly and maniacally, with a provocative look in his eyes. Those Sakura Nation transcendents were also filled with sinister and evil smiles. Their gazes, sweeping over Faye's body with impunity, licked their dry, cracked lips. He was only waiting for Mountain Wild 13 to defeat Hanfan and tyrannize Faye, the cute little Daxia loli, in front of him. Hanfan. Faye struggled to lift her head and cried out, her voice weak and desperate. Shorty, come and fight. Chapter 84. Daxia Demon Hanfan undefeated and died in battle? That doesn't seem to be the case. Baka. You big summer pig, who are you calling short? Yamano 13 growled as he was poked and prodded. You. Hanfan summoned 7 angelic servants and his aura climbed. He was going to show this shorty what would happen if he pissed him off. When he had come from Jinling City, he had made a promise to head Xiao and the others with great bravado. If you do not take the 13 heads of the mountains, you will not return to Daxia. He had been waiting for this day since the trials began. Now, in the 4th round of trials for the dragon locking well, it finally allowed him to encounter it. How could the long-suppressed anger in Hanfan's heart not explode? Little bastard, you really do have 2 skills, but do you think that with this, you can defeat me? Mountain Wild 13 let out a cold smile and instantly rushed up to the sky. Hanfan's pupils contracted violently as he looked at the flying Yamano 13. Level 40 now. Now, Hanfan finally knows this dwarf, Y-card 39 level to copy. According to the rules, a copy of the Shattered Star Island in the South China Sea can only be participated by level 30 or above and level 40 or below transcendentals. Above this level, or below, it is not possible to participate. If you go to the South China Sea Shattered Star Island replica and fight monsters to level 40, there is no limit. Apparently, Sakura Nation Yamano 13 was playing this little game. Transcendentals to level 40 is a completely different concept than level 39. At level 39, you can only be considered a mid-level transcendent. The use of soul skills was also moderate, and could not bring out too much power. But, once you get to level 40, even if you don't get the 4th soul skill, it was still possible to borrow magic soul power. When empowered by the power of the demonic soul, the power of the soul skill would skyrocket by a large margin. This was also the reason why Hanfan's soul skill power would mutate every time he borrowed the power of his demonic soul. Battle or not, how do you know unless you try, you shorty? Hanfan had a look of contempt on his face and was not afraid in the slightest. Kenzie, rampant. 3rd soul skill, Ghost Pupil Battle Blade. Hanfan wants to kill Yamano 13. Yamano 13 likewise wanted to kill Hanfan. Especially Hanfan's mouthful of shorties, ridiculing Mountain Wild 13's heart scratching hard. In the next moment, he violently borrowed the power of his demonic soul. Only behind him, a ghost pupil vaguely appeared. That is his first demonic soul. As the ghost pupil appeared, a battle sword with a monstrous demonic aura decimated toward Hanfan. Titan's armor. Hanfan stepped forward, his body glowing with light as his power surged by a factor of 2. First soul skill, Judgment Overlord Lance. Hanfan similarly borrowed the demonic soul power. Compared to the second soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Stream, the mutated first soul skill, Gun of Judgment, was more powerful in terms of single attack. A golden lance instantly appeared in Hanfan's hand. Immediately afterward, Hanfan shouted angrily under his breath and fiercely blasted the golden lance out. Boo! There was a terrifyingly loud bang. The ghost pupil battle blade and the Judgment Overlord lance ruthlessly clashed together in the air. The terrifying power, forming shockwaves, swept everything around it like an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. Wow! Wow! The 9 thick and thin chains on the locked dragon well shook as they ferociously hit the stones along the edge of the well. The dust cleared. Hanfan still had a cold expression as he stood there. That's it? Not far away, those Sakura country transcendents were filled with horror. They raised their hands and wiped their eyes hard to check Hanfan rank. Hanfan, level 32, summoning transcendent. Nima. A level 32 transcendent has the strength to fight a level 40 transcendent without losing? The point is, Hanfan is just a summoned transcendent. Yamano 13, on the other hand, was a proper berserker-type transcendent. Even if he was able to wrestle with Yamano 13 board, shouldn't he have relied on the few angelic servants he summoned? I realize now that Kamita Daichi died without loss, because he really wasn't a match for this Dasha pig. Baka! How do you talk like a traitor? Kamita Daichi is our Sakura Nation warrior. A hero. We should grieve when he dies in battle. A group of Sakura Nation transcendents, shocked, spoke up. They really didn't expect Hanfan to be so strong. However, their hearts were not worried. Because Yamano 13 did not exert his full strength. Great Summer Pig, I have to admit, you're very strong, you actually forced me to use my second demonic soul. Facing my divine second demon soul, even if you die today, you'll die an honorable death. Third soul skill, Heavenly Dog Eating the Sun. Yamano 13 also looked at Hanfan with some shock. But after the shock in his eyes, there was a more morose killing intent. In the next moment, he didn't talk nonsense to Hanfan and unleashed his second demonic soul technique. Ow! A wolf-like bark came. In the next moment, a giant tengu that covered the sky and the moon violently lunged towards Hanfan. Hanfan, quickly retreat. Don't resist. Faye turned pale and shouted with all her strength. Previously, she had fought with Yamano 13. It was under his divine-grade demonic soul Heavenly Dog that he suffered a great loss before being captured. Hanfan ignored it and stood there motionless as if he was scared silly. In the next moment, Hanfan's figure was swallowed in one bite by the Heavenly Dog that came with the wind. When Faye saw this, the pale color of her face instantly turned into miserable despair. Gah! This Dasha pig, I guess his head is in the water, obviously a summoning-type transcendentalist, actually with our Mountain Wild 13 big people, spell soul skill. That's right, this Dasha woman is so cute, I'll go first, don't steal it. Baka! Why should you come first? It must be the 13 Yamano masters first, and me second. A group of Sakura Nation transcendents laughed rampantly as they saw Hanfan being engulfed by the Mountain Wild 13 divine demon souls, the third soul skill, Heavenly Dog Eating the Sun. They laughed, and then dropped their eyes to the despairing Faye beside them, slurring and being nasty and lewd. Outside Shattered Star Island. Whether it was the provincial bigwigs on the Dasha side, or people like Okamoto Haro on the Sakura countryside, all of them gathered in front of the screen. Watching the strongest battle of all time. This battle could be said to have decided the direction of victory or defeat for the two countries, Great Xia and Sakura, in this trial. If Hanfan wins, Dasha has a high probability of winning this year's Shattered Star Island trial. With the Mountain Wild 13 winning, I'm only afraid that the Great Summer's participating demons this year will be slaughtered. At some point. The blue dot number 7 on the screen, representing Hanfan, disappeared abruptly. On Dasha's side, the faces of everyone, led by Elder Bai, suddenly changed. On everyone's face, worry was written all over them was apprehension. Elder Bai stood there, his hands, caged in his sleeves, clenched into fists, trembling slightly. On the contrary, the Sakura country's Oka Hanshu had a smile on his face. It looked like there was no need for him to personally deal with this little bastard of Dasha 7. However, before his mind could settle, the blue dot number 7, which had just disappeared from the screen, strangely reappeared. And, the more it shines. Chapter 85, Chopping Off Yamano's 13 Heads, Wiping Out the Enemy at Locked Dragon Well. Baka! What's going on? This Dasha pig, wasn't he already dead? How come it's alive again? The Great River Origin roared out of his mouth, revealing a shocked expression. At that moment, Oka Hanshu looked at the blue dot that was getting brighter and brighter. For some reason, a strong feeling of uneasiness suddenly rose in his heart. Not only was Dahabenshu, but everyone present was deeply shocked. It is the case with Elder Bai. Just now, he had thought that Hanfan had died in battle. What a false alarm. This brat, doesn't he know that my old man's heart isn't very good? Turn back to the end of the copy and settle the score with him. Elder White looked like he was complaining under his breath. In fact, his mouth grinned. LOL. Elder Bai, are you willing to give it up? The pale color on Fong Tong's face also turned into a bright smile as she joked. You little girl, don't say anything. If you tear me down again, I'll flip out. Elder Bai twisted his head and glared at Fong Tong, cursing with a laugh. The others laughed along with Bai Lao when they saw his comical appearance. Shattered Star Island, Locked Dragon Well. The battle continues. The huge Tengu disappeared. Hanfan's body, on the other hand, stood strangely in midair. At this moment, Hanfan's eyes were tightly closed and his hands were interlocked with 10 fingers, pointing at the sky. Around his body, a black sphere enveloped him. Not a hair out of place. It seemed that the Tengu eclipsed soul technique of the Mountain Wild 13 Divine Demon Soul Outbreak. It was by this black sphere, which looked full of mysterious colors, that it was torn apart hard. How possible is it that a level 32 can fly? Doesn't a transcendent need to be level 40 to fly? Right. It's level 40, am I awakening a fake transcendent? Why can't I fly at level 32? The smiles were fixed on the faces of the transcendents in Sakura Nation who had been laughing a moment before. Their eyes nearly fell out of their heads in disbelief. You're not dead? This can't be possible. Absolutely impossible. A look of horror also appeared on Yamano 13's face. Hanfan ignored Mountain Wild 13's angry questioning and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the super divine quality 6-winged angelic demonic soul behind Hanfan quietly emerged. I have to say, you shorty, you have 2 tricks up your sleeve, you actually forced me to use my 3rd soul skill. Hanfan's pretentious words made Mountain Wild 13's face turn pale and hard to see. What do you mean? He sacrificed both of his dual demonic souls and executed his strongest strike. Listening to the Dasha pig, did he still have reservations and didn't use his full strength? Just kidding. Baka. You beast, don't pretend. I know you're at the end of your rope. Everyone, come together for me and kill this Dasha pig. Yamano 13 growled and growled, his heart a little scared. Those transcendents from the Sakura country blanched. It was the first time they had seen Yamano 13 showing such a look of panic. However, they didn't dare to squeak, and immediately roared as they executed their soul skills and blasted toward Hanfan. Hanfan! Faye wanted to warn, but it was too late. At this moment, the flicker of hopeful emotions that had just risen in her heart was once again replaced by thick despair. Even if Hanfan's strength is strong, after all, he's only level 32. As for the transcendents on the Sakura country's side, those who were able to survive until now were all elite demons. In particular, there is the 40-level Mountain Wild 13, so many people join hands to strike, how can Hanfan carry it? I'm afraid I can't hide from it. Yamano 13, I will take your head today. A sacrifice for the dead heroes of my great Xia. 3rd soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Levy. Hanfan smiled coldly, without a trace of fear on his face. As Hanfan let out a hiss, in an instant, all the spiritual energy in his body was drained. A black divine demon war blade, like the battle sword of a heavenly god, descended from the sky. The sky, which had been clear a moment before, was instantly cloudy and thunderous. It was as if there were countless gods and devils hissing and roaring in that tumbling dark cloud. Compared to the 4th floor of the skeleton cave, where Hanfan had first executed the 9th rank soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest. After he had raised his spiritual power by a large amount, he cast it again, and the power was clearly not on the same level. For the first time, Hanfan was able to rely on this 9th order soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Levy, to blast back the 70-level Emperor-level Big Boss Undead Bone Dragon. Now that the power has been increased by 1 grade, killing these Sakura dwarfs is as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog. 9th rank soul skill. How could you, a Dacia pig, possess a 9th rank soul skill? No. This can't be possible. This is impossible. Mountain Wild 13 tilted his head up, looking at the god-devil battle blade that was falling from the sky like a demon god, acting as if he was crazy and roaring insanely. His eyes were filled with horror, fear, disbelief. Click. Click. His 2 demonic soul shadows were instantly torn apart under the terrifying power of the powerful 9th rank soul skill. Ah! Miserable screams came from the 13 mouths of Yamano. In the next moment, Mountain Wild 13's figure was engulfed by the divine demon battle blade, instantly. Moments later, the dust cleared. A head rolled off the ground, at the feet of those Sakura Nation transcendents. On top of that, all 13 of Yamano's bodies were torn apart. Those transcendents from the Sakura country, seeing this scene, were so frightened that their legs went limp and they fell to the ground with a thud. Spare. Mercy. Big. Brother, spare. Life. The Cherry Blossom Country transcendents, or were they still as rampant as before, kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. Hanfan's expression was morose as he sneered. Ha! Spare your lives? You scumbags, who killed so many of my great Xia martyrs, deserve to live in this world? Die! The 7 angelic servants instantly flapped their wings and rushed up into the sky. Commence the killing. For a while, the Sakura Nation dwarves who had lost their fighting spirit and whose legs had gone limp with fear and could not stand up, screamed miserably. In a few moments, all the Sakura Nation dwarfs in the locked dragon well area were completely annihilated by Hanfan. Hanfan's face paled and his feet faltered. Although, as he leveled up, along with the non-stop wishing before, his mental power had grown substantially. However, with his 32nd level strength, it was still a struggle to execute this perverted 9th ranked soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly March. He braced himself for fainting and stumbled over to Faye, helping her loose her bonds. Little girl, is everything okay? Hanfan forced a smile and opened his mouth. I am fine, you. Hey. Faye, who was a bit stunned and confused, rushed back. Only, without waiting for the words from her mouth to finish, Hanfan couldn't support himself and collapsed into her arms. Faye was once again confused as she looked at Hanfan, who had collapsed in her arms. This asshole, he's in a coma and he's still trying to eat her? Isn't that excessive? Outside of Shattered Star Island, everyone was silent. The atmosphere, awfully quiet. Elderbai, Fongton, and the others were shocked for a long time when they saw Hanfan wipe out all the Sakura Kingdom transcendents in the area of the Dragon Locking Well. Though, they had fantasies in their minds. There have been expectations. They hoped that Hanfan would be able to fight for the Great Xia, and would allow their Great Xia to stand up as a man in this trial with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. But, when the moment really came, they were red-eyed and dreamy and unreal. Really? Thinking back to those past sessions of the trial, countless demonic geniuses of their Great Xia had died tragically on the Shattered Star Island. Even their corpses were unable to be brought back to Dacia, unable to return to their parents' embrace. The old white man's heart, like a knife cut. They're just a bunch of kids who just came of age. They, however, had to carry the fate and future of the entire Grand Xia. Today, they finally let these bastards of the Cherry Blossom Country, blood debt blood pay. As Hanfan, the brat, said before. The people of Dacia only die in battle, there are no cowards who bow down and admit defeat. Their blood will not be shed in vain. He, Hanfan, did it. Chapter 86, Wiping out the Sakura Country's transcendence, the Emperor faints with rage and vomits blood. Dahabenchu's face was grim. When he saw the Shattered Star Island's Dragon Locking Well area, all of the Sakura Nation's transcendents, all of them died in battle, a grim aura erupted from his body. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, looked towards the Dacia crowd, and walked away without saying a word. When Elderbai saw this, his heart shook and his face became grave. Hanfan slaughtering all the Sakura Nation transcendents in the Dragon Locking Well region was certainly a cause for celebration. But the reaction of Oka Hanshu was very counterintuitive. There is an old saying in Dacia, a dog that loves to bark doesn't bite, and a dog that will bite doesn't bark. Dave Benchu reacted in such a way, I'm afraid that his heart has already moved to kill. He didn't know what the great Xia imperial capital, the human emperor's side, had decided. At this point, Bai Lao had already made a decision in his mind. Even if he were to die in battle on this shattered star island at the end of the trial, he would still have to protect this group of triumphant children and return to the Grand Xia. There were other provincial transcendents with the same mindset as Bai Lao. Even though they, the great summer gods, fell 100 years ago. In 100 years, no more deities appeared in their great Xia. In the past 100 years, they have been bullied and suppressed by other powers, and some cats and dogs have been able to come and spit on them. During the past 100 years, affected by the fall of the great Xia deities, the awakened demonic souls and natural talents among the great Xia's descendants were not as good as a generation. But, for a handful of them, pride was not lost. The big deal is death. Those young kids in the past fought for the great Xia and bloodied the shattered star island. They can only watch and do nothing. Today, they can finally do something for these children. What's there to fear from death? The battle report of Hanfan single-handedly killing Sakura country's #1 demon, Yamano 13, was sent back to Jinling City. At the same time, this special battle report was sent to every provincial shrine in the Great Xia. This brat, first he decapitated the #2 person in the Sakura country, Kamita Daichi, and then he decapitated the #1 demon, Yamano 13. He did it, really did it. We old things, we have to get ready, put on new clothes, and get ready to go 30 miles out of town to welcome him back in triumph. 30 miles is not enough. 50 miles is too little for me. Not to mention welcoming him in triumph, even if I were to carry him back to Jinling City on my back, I'd be willing to do it. In the Jinling City God's Temple, a group of previously respected and uninhibited bigwigs were all happily dancing and discussing the greeting ceremony. After all, Hanfan was the pride of their Jinling province. This honor of his represents not only Xia, but also their Jinling. The other 12 provinces are watching intently. Especially the Qingzhou province and the magic capital province, according to the news they got. These two old sixes, they're going to make a grab for it. Old Qin, on the side of the human emperor of the imperial capital, how is the situation? Any news of a reply? Compared to the happy excitement of the many bigwigs. The three heads, on the other hand, are worried. This war report, their three heads, saw it from the beginning to the end. Though, they were also very excited and happy at heart. But while they were happy, they were also worried that those scumbags from the Sakura country would come and do something shady. Just as Elder Bai was worried, Okahanshu, as the Sakura country's heavenly ranking list, ranked in the top 5 of the 100 levels to sacred transcendence. If he insisted on killing a person, I'm afraid that if he looked at the Great Xia, not many people would be able to stop him. Not yet, but it should be soon. The human emperor he represents not just an individual, but the entire Great Xia's thousands of people. His every move determines the fate of the people of Dacia, and there are some words and things that he must consider again and again before he can make a decision. And today, Hanfan killed the #1 demon of the Sakura kingdom, Yamano 13, and wiped out all the Sakura kingdom demons in the locked dragon well. I'm sure he must have seen this perfect answer sheet as well. Don't worry, there will definitely be a result before the trial ends. Shinbaiha shook his head slightly and spoke his thoughts and speculations in a deep voice. Imperial capital, Imperial palace. A stout middle-aged man stood in front of the window of the citadel. He just stood there casually with his hands folded, and that kingly aura on his body was so awe-inspiring that one didn't dare to look directly at him. Human Emperor. The King of Dacia. The first person under the great summer gods. Unfortunately, Dacia hadn't produced a deity for 100 years. King, a battle report has come in from the South Sea. At that moment, a refined scholar with a face like white jade, who looked weak and unattractive, walked over. How was the battle? The human emperor did not turn around, still looking at the imperial capital Imperial City, his gaze as deep as the vastness of the stars. Sakura country's #1 demon, Yamano 13, was killed in battle, and all the remaining demons in the locked dragon well were also wiped out by that kid alone. White Dragon had a refined smile on his face, and he couldn't hide the color of approval he showed when reporting the results of the battle. The human emperor didn't have much expression change on his face after listening to the battle results reported by White Dragon. He frowned slightly, contemplating something. Shiro stood beside him, not speaking. He's waiting. Waiting for the final decision of the human emperor. This decision is related to the fate of Dacia for the next 100 years, or even 1,000 years. As the human emperor's right-hand man, White Dragon naturally knew the pressure he was carrying. One wrong decision would put thousands of Dasha's people in deep water. Go there yourself, take the 12 buccaneers with you, and if Dave Benchu dares to make a move, kill him for me. The light tone was full of unrivaled dominance. Dave Benchu is the Sakura country's heavenly ranking, the top 5 ranked supreme sacred transcendent. Instead, the human emperor said directly to the White Dragon that if he dared to do anything, he would kill him. Such words were enough to prove that the White Dragon was strong as it could be. Yes, King. White Dragon bowed slightly in response, closed the folding fan in his hand, and turned to leave. The human emperor still stood there after the White Dragon left, looking out at the imperial capital, Imperial City. A moment later, he muttered something under his breath. 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the blood of the forefathers shed, fell my great summer gods, these grudges. Is time to count. The Shattered Star Island trial continues. However, compared to the beginning, the Sakura Nation was arrogant and rampantly pretentious. Those Sakura Nation transcendents now saw the 2 demonic geniuses ranked number 1 and number 2 in their Sakura Nation fall as far as they could. They're scared. The fight is gone. On the other hand, the transcendents on Dasha's side were in high spirits. This is the opposite of the other. The Shattered Star Island trial had become a cat and mouse game. The two of them, Hanfan and Fair, also launched into killing mode. Only now did Hanfan realize that Fair, the little lowly's demonic soul, was actually a very special ghost. No wonder when she was in Jinling province in the past, she was able to appear without a sound and startle Hanfan every time he killed someone. However, because of the special nature of the Shattered Star Island copy, she wasn't able to travel to other areas at will within this copy. The 5th round of the trial, Cherry Blossom countryside of the senior management, urgent discussion decision, abandoned Broken Star Island next trial, choose to admit defeat. It was just that the Sakura Kingdom executives, after waiting for half a day outside of Shattered Star Island, did not see a Sakura Kingdom demonic genius come out. Instead, it was the transcendents on the Great Xia side that were teleported out one after another. Later, they figure out why. All the demonic geniuses of the Sakura Kingdom who participated in the trial were completely annihilated by Xia. Baka Yalu. These Dasha pigs actually wiped out all of my Sakura Kingdom's warriors, such a great insult, I will not be able to part with you. Poof. When the Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom heard the news, he roared in anger and vomited blood and fainted. Chapter 87, The White Dragon leads a team, the 12 Fausts of the Great Summer, can slaughter gods. The demonic geniuses of this session of Xia's competition came out of Shattered Star Island. On everyone's face, excitement, thrill, and happiness flowed. When they came, they had already said goodbye to their loved ones, to their parents. Because they know very well. There weren't many of those participating demons from previous years who were able to return to Dasha alive. And now, most of them, they came out alive. How could their hearts not be happy? Even, some were crying with excitement. Elder Bai and the others also had reddened old eyes, and their bodies couldn't hide the trembling. These children in front of them are the future of their Dasha, the hope of Dasha. He believed that after this baptism of blood and fire, every child, in the future, can become a pillar of the nation. Hanfan and Fair were also teleported out, from the Shattered Star Island. Suddenly, a mountainous aura pressed toward Hanfan, who had just left the Shattered Star Island. Dabble. Such a terrifying aura directly blasted Hanfan back several steps. Hanfan's gaze snapped to the side of the Sakura country, the old man with the big braid who had a murderous aura. Oka Hanshu, level 100, Hydra extraordinaire. The Great River Primeval? Daichi Kamida's short grandpa? Hanfan's pupils contracted. How could he not expect that he had only just left Shattered Star Island when he encountered this old thing? Facing 100-level Supreme Sage Transcendent, and even more so, the Great River origin of the divine demonic soul Nine-Headed Serpent. With Hanfan's current strength, he was only afraid that he wouldn't even be qualified to backhand. Oka Hanshu, what are you doing? Elder Bai instantly blocked in front of Hanfan and shouted angrily. Ha! Do what? He killed my grandson, I naturally want to avenge my grandson, this is a private grudge, nothing to do with the country. Oka Hanshu let out a morose sardonic laugh. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his hand and blasted toward Hanfan. Powerful air currents that pressed in like a mountain. Hanfan couldn't even straighten his back, but he didn't back down or flinch. Just as he fiercely gritted his teeth, intending not to be a coward and fight to the death, Elder White blatantly struck out. Boom! A muffled sound. The Great River Origin's fierce and domineering strike was hardened and crushed by Old Bai. Put! Bai Lao's body also trembled violently and flew backwards a dozen meters away, a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, his face instantly as white as paper. Elder Bai! Hanfan's face suddenly changed as he rushed over to Elder Bai, who flew out backwards and fell to the ground, and helped him up. Elder White is only level 85. And the Ohei Hanshu, on the other hand, is 100 levels. The demonic soul of Dahabenchu was even a divine hydra. The difference in strength between the two, great. It's simply not a matter of courage, to be able to cope with it. Ahem. I'm fine. Elder Bai waved his hand and struggled to push Hanfan away, once again taking a few steps forward to confront Dahabenchu. At this point, it wasn't just Elder White. The other bigwigs from the various provinces of the Great Xiao walked over as much as they could. One by one, their eyes were red and their breath surged, intending to fight for their lives. This day. The old things, have waited a long time. When they hit Hanfan to take out Yamano 13, they were mentally prepared to die in battle. When the moment actually came, they had all the blood and no fear. On the Sakura countryside, the executives led by Oka Hanshu also stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. All of the demonic geniuses from the Sakura country's entry this term were killed by these Dasha pigs. The whole army was destroyed. Even their Lord Emperor was so angry that he spat out blood. How could they swallow this breath? It's too much of a bully. Elder Bai, this old man wants my Hanfan's life, I'll just give him my life. Sakura Shorty is Sakura Shorty, sore loser dog. Hanfan took a deep breath and walked over with clenched fists. He's not stupid. Naturally, he knew what it would mean if the two countries, at the top level, started killing each other here. War of Nations. At that time, Dashao will be in the midst of continuous warfare. And if it is his life alone that quells this. He, Hanfan, recognized it. But when you admit it, you have to curse a few times under your breath to get over it. Bull. Your life, including the lives of these children behind you, is worth a lot more than the lives of us old things. You are carrying the future of my Grand Xiao on your backs, and this year's victory in the Shattered Star Island trial is something you have exchanged for with your blood and sweat. If we can't protect you and bring you back to Dasha, how will we have the face to meet our ancestors after we die? Today, even if all of us old fellows die in battle on this Shattered Star Island, we will still let you little fellows return safely to Great Xia. Elder Bai angrily rebuked with resounding hot-blooded bravado, and all of the Great Summer participants who were listening reddened their eyes. One by one, their hands clenched into fists, their bodies trembling slightly. Both sides, swords drawn. A national war is about to start. Since you want to die, then I, Dahabenchu, will fulfill you. Dahabenchu's face was morose. He had gotten orders from the emperor long before that. Do whatever it takes to slaughter that big summer pig Hanfan. Otherwise, he was bound to be a big problem for their Sakura kingdom in the future. Just so, even if the two countries open a national war. The Great River Origin was also not the least bit afraid. Ha! To fulfill my people of Daxia? Dahabenchu, when did the life and death of my Daxia's people come to your turn, you cherry blossom kingdom dwarf, to fulfill? With a cold laugh and a matchless pressure, the wind swept in from the direction of Dasha. In the next moment, that mighty aura fiercely blasted towards the Great River Origin. Boo! After the loud noise, the Great River Origin body retreated several steps. White Dragon! Dahabenchu raised his head violently and looked at the elegant scholar flying in the distance. His pupils suddenly shrunk and his face changed drastically. He was then shocked and appalled when he saw the 12 black shadows behind the White Dragon, dressed in black battle armor, fully armed, and with a murderous aura. 12 pontoons. The Great Summer Human Emperor actually deployed the 12 Fausts. Rumor has it that the 12 Fausts, when they join forces, can fight with the gods. From this, it could be seen that the Great Xia Human Emperor had attached great importance to the Shattered Star Island trial. Dahabenchu, you were so powerful, disregarding the rules of the two countries trial and rampantly killing my Daxia's demonic geniuses after your Sakura kingdom's defeat? The White Dragon smiled coldly, his long, flowing hair windless. Although, he looked elegant and easygoing, weak and scholarly. However, those who knew him knew that his battle power index, when looking at the entire Grand Xia, could definitely rank in the top 3. Oka Hanshu's face suddenly changed. However, he still had a stiff upper lip and said, Kamita Daichi is my grandson. What? Your grandson is a person and I'm not. That punk tried to kill me, I touched him and he died, and you're blaming me? Hanfan sneered and disliked Benchu, making him blush. Little bastard, you seek death. The Great River Origin suddenly struck out without warning, intending to sneak attack and decapitate Hanfan in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, his devious scheme was easily recognized by the White Dragon. White Dragon was the right-hand man of the Emperor of Man, the imperial think tank. Not only is his strength strong and terrifying, but his intelligence is extremely high. The Great Xia had been in danger several times, and it was he who advised and helped the human emperor to resolve it. You're the one who's looking for death, daring to touch my Xia demonic genius. By long, we'll see today where you, Dehi Benchu, get the courage. 12 floaters listened to the order. These scumbags from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, if they dare to take a step forward, kill them without pardon. The White Dragon broke through the insidious sneak attack of Dahabenchu and violently rushed up to the sky. Roar! A loud and clear dragon roar resounded through the sky. In the next moment, the White Dragon transformed into a huge white dragon and ruthlessly slapped its claws down towards the Great River Origin. Chapter 88, We don't deserve to be called heroes, the men of Xia who died in battle do. Demon Soul True Body. Okahanshu snapped his head up, his face full of horror. How could he not expect that the White Dragon, who had always been a very rational person in the past, would actually come up and get real? Is this the wrong drug? Under the shocked anger of the Great River Benchu, he also fired on all cylinders, casting out his divine-grade demonic soul Hydra True Body. Ho ho ho! In the sky above Shattered Star Island in the South China Sea, two giant beasts, hissing and roaring, engaged in a fierce fight. A giant dragon. A hydra. Covering the sky. Shake everyone to their core. Hanfan tilted his head and looked, his heart appalled and shocked. Is this the Demon Soul True Body power? The divine-grade demonic soul battle power index was all terrifying to this extent. At this moment, Hanfan's heart was boiling with fervor, and he was very much looking forward to his super divine phenomenon demonic soul six-winged angel. What level of combat power can you achieve when you awaken your true body at level 50? He who steps forward, dies. As Hanfan, and Fair and all the other demonic geniuses of the Great Xia had their hearts flooded with shockwaves and looked confused, a furious rebuke came. In the next moment, only a Sakura nation's strongest bigwig was seen, instantly landing on his head. Hanfan fixed his eyes and saw that the Sakura nation powerhouse who had his head chopped off was as high as level 98. And the one who had beheaded this Sakura nation powerhouse was horribly one of the 12 buccaneers that White Dragon had brought with him. Hanfan's gaze fell on Faustus, who was fully armed and even his appearance was hidden in his battle armor. Scalp numbness. His intuition told him that the combat power of these pontoons, I'm afraid, wasn't much worse than that of the White Dragons. Dacia, this is the rhythm of going to war with the Sakura country, It comes down to this. The reason why the human emperor did this was all for the sake of them, the young descendants. As Hanfan's heart thought about this, he couldn't help but feel a little warm and touched. It could be said that today, if the White Dragon hadn't brought the 12 floaters in time to arrive, then he will definitely lose his life on this Shattered Star Island. Roar! An agonized, exasperated growling hiss came. Hanfan hurriedly retrieved his thoughts and looked toward the White Dragon and Great River Benchu, who were fighting furiously in the sky. It was only under the White Dragon's furious and ferocious attack that the Hydra incarnated by Dahabenchu. A snake's head was hardened, pinched and burst by the White Dragon's claws. Blood was pouring out, coloring the sky red. The pain that tore at his heart and soul caused Ohabenchu's fighting strength to plummet. In the next moment, his demonic soul true body shrunk rapidly. What's he gonna do? When the people of Xia saw this, their expressions were stunned and filled with doubt. Then, without waiting for the crowd to think clearly in their minds, they saw Dahabenchu roaring and fleeing in a state as wretched as a dog. Escaped? The crowd was wide-eyed and full of confusion. Sakura Country Heavenly Ranking, the 5th ranked powerhouse, Okahanshu. You actually fled without looking back? Is this fear of death or spinelessness? Seeing this, the other powerhouses of the Cherry Blossom Country also turned around and ran with frightened faces. Not even bringing his head back. Those who violate my Great Xia's heavenly authority will be executed even though they are far away. Dahabenchu, I, White Dragon, will spare you from death today. If you dare to violate my Grand Xia again, I will definitely take off your remaining 8 heads. The White Dragon did not pursue, and the mountainous momentum, like a god descending to the world, made people not dare to look directly. Hanfan's heart was filled with emotion and pride and excitement when he saw this. The Great Summer has been passed down for thousands of years, its heritage is still strong. Although there are no deities sitting in the centuries now, the strong support of the Daxia sub-top tier is not weak at all to other countries. Even more so, compared to this group of sinister and cunning dwarves from the Sakura country. After the many powerful people of the Sakura kingdom fled like lost dogs, White Dragon resumed his appearance as that elegant scholar with a smile like a spring breeze, walking from not far away. The crowd's gazes fell on him, their scalps tingling. It couldn't be helped, the dominance and ruthlessness that this scholarly-looking white dragon had just displayed scared them. You have to know that Dahabenshu is a 100-level, divine magic soul super strong Ah. Within a few rounds of the two men's fierce battle, the Hydra's true body, head was twisted off one of his heads. Who's not afraid? Especially when Bai Long's elegant and easygoing gaze looked towards the crowd, everyone's hearts were nervous and apprehensive. Congratulations to all of you for helping our Grand Xia in winning this year's Shattered Star Island trial. You are the heroes of the Grand Xia. Please accept my White Dragon's obeisance. The White Dragon came before the many Xia demonic geniuses and bowed to thank them. Behind him, the 12 buccaneers followed and bowed. For a while, these geniuses and demons of Great Xia were overwhelmed with fear, their faces pale and they didn't know what to do. Elder Bai, Feng Tong, and the others, on the other hand, stood to the side, laughing their heads off. They were happy and relieved. This is the honor that belongs to their Daxia. If we want to talk about heroes, only Hanfan deserves to be called a hero. He's the one who led us to win this trial. Right. If he hadn't first beheaded the second demon of the Sakura country, Kamita Daichi, and then the first demon, Yamano 13, I'm afraid all of us would have died. Out of the crowd, I don't know who spoke up. Immediately afterward, all eyes, one after another, looked at Hanfan. Their words were not a complimentary barb. This Shattered Star Island trial. Hanfan's counterintuitive performance was evident to all. It could be said that not only did he lead the Great Summer Demons, he won this trial. It also saved most of the lives. If not, wait until the final round of the trial. All the transcendents of the two countries were all gathered in the last area of Shattered Star Island. Asking themselves, who among them, the demonic geniuses of the Great Xia, could fight against Mountain Wild 13? No, none of us deserve to be called heroes. Hanfan's face was not alarmed or at a loss for words when he faced the gazes that seemed to be coming from the crowd. His boyish face showed a maturity that belied his age. And his words filled the crowd with surprise, doubt. Is he being modest, or them? Those martyrs who died in battle on Shattered Star Island, they are the true heroes. They spilled their hot blood to fight for the Grand Xia, and now that they have fallen on Shattered Star Island, they can't even bring their bones back to the Grand Xia. What are those of us who were lucky enough to make it back alive compared to them? Hanfan slowly turned around and violently raised his hand, pointing at the distant Shattered Star Island, his voice filled with sadness. After he finished speaking, he deeply bowed in the direction of Shattered Star Island. Call him a hypocrite or a sycophant. After going through this brutal trial on Shattered Star Island, watching a fellow soldier fall before his eyes in a pool of blood, Hanfan had matured a lot and understood a lot. The other demonic geniuses, hearing Hanfan's words, also had their bodies slightly shaken and their eyes reddened. Originally, their hearts were still a bit complacent after hearing the White Dragon praise them. But Hanfan's words were like a pot of cold water on their heads, and they were filled with shame. Yeah. They count as heroes. What's there to be happy about? When they came, there were over 100 of them. But now, the Shattered Star Island trial was over, and less than half of those who came out alive were left. Half of it. A whole half is dead. They had stepped on the bones of their companions and climbed out of Shattered Star Island, so what was there to show off and be happy about? As the crowd thought of this in their minds, they also bowed deeply, just as Hanfan did, in the direction of Shattered Star Island. Chapter 89, 100 miles south of Jinling welcomes the young man, returning in triumph. The White Dragon's gaze landed on Hanfan, and his eyes were filled with praise. Even the 12 floaters, whose eyes were emotionless, looked at Hanfan with a bit more respect in their eyes. White Dragon walked over and patted Hanfan on the shoulder, saying, "Work hard, and the day you become a deity, you'll be able to travel through the copies of the Shattered Star Island at will and bring their corpses back to Grand Xia." Hanfan's body trembled. I will definitely work hard, and I will make sure that these heroes' corpses and bones return to their homeland with honor, and return to the bosom of Daxia. Hanfan's voice was not loud, but it was quite firm. Ha ha ha. Bored in Dacia, watching you little ones grow little by little. I, White Dragon, have no regrets in this life. White Dragon laughed loudly and left with the 12 floaters. After the White Dragon left, Hanfan and the others, too, did not continue to stay at Shattered Star Island. Everyone waved goodbye to each other as they returned to Dacia. Even though most of the people, for the most part, didn't know each other and couldn't call each other by name. But, at the same time going through this Shattered Star Island trial, as if without realizing it, a deep friendship was formed. Hanfan and Fair, along with Elder Bai, Fong Tong, and the others, also returned to Jinling province. When the crowd arrived 100 miles south of Jinling city, they saw a group of people. The person in the lead was none other than Xiao Nantian. On either side of Xiao Nantian, Lin Baichen and Qin Baihe were present. Behind their three major Jinling province heads was a group of powerful bigwigs from Jinling province. The lineup is luxurious. It seemed that they were waiting to welcome the hero home. Hanfan was a bit confused. Dumbfounded and wide-eyed, he stared at the smiling bigwigs walking over to him, not knowing what to do for a moment. Even, he forgot to open his mouth to say hello. Kid, okay? Actually really cut down Sakura's #1 demon, Yamano 13. It's a great honor for me, huh? Xiao Nantian walked over and immediately gave Hanfan a big bear hug, appearing to be very kind and approachable. Head Xiao, you're too modest. I thought you were just talking for fun at first, but I didn't expect you guys to really come. Hanfan smiled bitterly, his heart a little ashamed and embarrassed. Then, he thought of something and immediately pulled out something wrapped in a cloth from the Transcendental's warehouse and said, Head Xiao, here. What is it? Xiao Nantian's expression was stunned, filled with puzzled surprise. The other bigwigs, too, gathered around and stretched their necks to look at the package. Just open it up and see for yourself. Hanfan laughed and intentionally sold out. Ha ha. Good. Xiao Nantian laughed out loud and opened the package Hanfan handed over in public. In an instant, a head presented itself to the sight of all. On the spot, the crowd's eyes widened, revealing shock and disbelief. Yamano 13's head? At this moment, while the crowd was shocked, they also thought furiously that Hanfan had left Jinling. The bold words he spoke when he traveled to Shattered Star Island. He said, I will definitely cut off the head of the first demon of the Sakura country, Shanyi 13, and bring it back. At that time, when these words came out of his mouth, numerous powerful bigwigs, despite the fact that they were listening to them with feverish enthusiasm. But, no one believed that he could actually do it. Nowadays, this teenage boy returned in triumph. Really? Did it? Xiao Nantian's hands trembled slightly, and his eyes were slightly red. Those other bigwigs of Jinling City, some of whom loved face, secretly turned their backs and raised their hands to wipe their eyes. Back to Dacia. Back to Jinling. Go back to hometown. Along the way, the crowd swelled. On everyone's face, there was victory, heartfelt joy, and happiness. How many years? How many years had it been since they, Dacia, had been pressed and abused by the transcendentalists of other countries, without straightening their backs? Today, their great Xia completely annihilated the demonic geniuses of the Sakura country. Famous in the 9 states. Only because of this teenage boy in front of me. He will be the future deity of the great summer. He will be the future soul of Dacia. The soul will not be extinguished, and Dacia will stand above the top of the world and be immortalized forever. Hanfan twisted his head and looked at the crowd beside him, watching the smiles that spread across their faces. Home? What is home? For a traveler like him. Home, a warmth, a sense of belonging. Head Xiao, I suggest hanging Yamano 13's head above the city gates of Jinling. Take a picture and post it on the Sakura Nation's social networking site to show off and flaunt it. Right. Must hang it on the city gate, send a circle of friends to show off. This is much happier than New Year's Eve. The crowd had just returned to the south gate of the city of Jinling when the heads began to work on the whole thing. The other bigwigs sniffed and agreed to chime in. That makes sense. Men, give me the head of this Yamano 13 and hang it above the city gates. Send a few pictures to the Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Once Xiao Nantian heard the suggestions from the crowd, he felt that it was a very great idea. Immediately, he sent someone over to do this. The other side. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Palace Chambers. The Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was previously furious and sick because of the deaths of Kamita Daichi, Yamano 13, and other geniuses and demons, one after another, in battle. Later, when he learned that the 100 demonic geniuses of the Sakura country were all decimated by the Great Summer Pig, he directly vomited blood and fainted. There was no telling how long he had been unconscious for before he finally woke up in a ghostly manner. Baka! Where's Dave Benshu? Has Dave Benshu not returned from Shattered Star Island yet? That bastard Hanfan of DCA 7, is he dead yet? The first thing the Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom did when he woke up was to curse. At this point, Hanfan was no longer a thorn in his heart, but had become a steel needle. When he was in a coma, he was dreaming of killing Dasha number 7 Hanfan, but he let the Dasha pig get away. Not only that, but the Sakura Heavenly Emperor had a bizarre dream that their Sakura Kingdom's deity, Lord Amaterasu, had actually been decapitated by him. Do you think it's scary? Because of this, the first thing the Emperor of the Sakura Kingdom did when he first woke up was to find out if this guy, Hanfan, was dead. Back to the Heavenly Emperor, Lord Benshu is back. He didn't manage to kill the Great Summer Pig Hanfan. On the side, an Emperor's guard answered in a cold sweat. What? That pig, Dave Benshu, didn't manage to slaughter that bastard Hanfan? Didn't I order him to kill that Dasha pig Hanfan at all costs? The Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom jumped up from his bed and growled. Back to the Heavenly Emperor, Lord Benshu originally followed your orders to decapitate Dasha number 7 Hanfan at all costs, but it turned out that at the critical time, Dasha War God White Dragon came. That guard raised his hand, wiped his cold sweat, and recounted what had happened earlier, once again. The Emperor of the Sakura Kingdom, seeing that White Dragon had actually gone to Shattered Star Island in person, his eyelids jumped and a sense of unease rose in his heart. When he heard that the pig, Oka Benshu, had accomplished more than he had. Not only was one of his heads twisted off and turned into an 8-headed snake, but he also spat out a mouthful of old blood as he fled back like a lost dog. Bakayalu, Oka Hanshu, this pig, why don't you die in battle on Shattered Star Island? I, Sakura Nation, have lost face to him. The Sakura Kingdom Emperor was so anxious and angry that he spewed out another large mouthful of blood on the spot, nearly fainting again. In the middle of the bedchamber, several guards were silenced, not daring to squeak. Suddenly, the Emperor of the Sakura Kingdom's cell phone rang and someone sent him a message. He picked it up coldly and opened the screen. Just above the cell phone, outside the city of Jinling and Dasha, a head was hanging above the city gate. The Sakura Kingdom Emperor recognized it at a glance. It was the head of their Sakura's first genius demon, Yamano 13. Baka! These Dasha piggery actually stole back the head of my Sakura country demon and hung it above the city gate. Shame! This is simply the greatest disgrace for all transcendence in our Sakura Empire for 100 years. You guys do everything you can to get Yamano's head back at all costs. Or all of you will commit harakiri. The Emperor of the Sakura Kingdom hissed and growled, his breath didn't come, his eyes rolled over and he fainted again. Chapter 90 Friends, eh? You're looking for a beating, aren't you? Hanfan quietly returned to the Godslayer Academy. Looking at all the familiar things in the campus, a feeling of things are not the same rose in his heart. Although, he's only been gone a week. But during this week, after he experienced the Shattered Star Island matter, he understood many things, truths. Man! It's true that you can only mature after experiencing something. Afterward, Hanfan shook his head, didn't think any more nonsense, and walked straight toward his sister Han Shijun's dormitory. Sister June, I'm back. Hanfan came to the door of Han Shijun's dormitory and smiled. In the dormitory, Han Shijun's body stiffened when he heard the voice at the door. Vandy! In the next moment, she turned around violently and ran over quickly, wrapping her arms around Hanfan. The siblings, reunited after a long time, were both very happy and excited. But they didn't say too many melodramatic things. There are some things that are good to keep in your mind. About the Shattered Star Island trial thing, Han Shijun heard the dean say it. While Han Shijun's heart was shocked, he also felt proud and honored to have a demonic brother like Hanfan. Sister June, I will work even harder to improve my strength in the future to protect you from the wind and rain. Hanfan looked at Han Shijun with a smile. His voice was not loud, but it was full of determination. This was his promise to Han Shijun. He. Good, you brat, you've grown up and gotten ahead. Han Shijun raised his hand and rubbed Hanfan's head, smiling. Aya! Isn't this my great hero of Jinling province back? When I was on the road just now, I heard a group of schoolmates talking about you. Give me a hug. At that moment, a silhouette walked in from outside the dormitory. Hanfan had just heard the voice when the silhouette darted over with a fragrant breeze. Then, Hanfan hugged it. Xiao Wanqing. The man who dared to be so presumptuous and lawless. In the entire school, there was no one else except Xiao Wanqing, the stinky schoolmate. Senior sister Wanqing, you're being too enthusiastic, aren't you? Hanfan was filled with helplessness and a gust of headache. Are you touched? If you're touched, how about kissing your sister or being your sister's boyfriend? Xiao Wanqing was as wild as ever. Her beautiful eyes, full of aggression, looked at Hanfan, smiling and flirting. Hanfan was frightened and hurriedly broke away from her embrace, backing up. Sister Wanqing, don't joke, I'm still young. No more, no more, don't we have an old saying in Daxia that a woman who's older than 3 can hold a golden brick, think about it? Let's leave it at. For now. Hey. You this stinking school brother, how to talk, school sister looks so beautiful, body is also good, not as a female ticket, alternate girlfriend is not too much, right? I feel like friend A is a better fit. Tomo A? You're looking for a beating. Xiao Wanqing looked at Hanfan with anticipation. As a result, the two bargained for half a day. Hanfan only gave her the title of frienda. At that moment, Xiao Wanqing was furious and pounced on him with open teeth and claws, looking for him to settle the score. Sister June, this girlfriend of yours is too unreasonable, talk about her. Hanfan was startled and hurriedly hid behind his older sister, Han Shijun. Han Shijun looked at the jostling two and laughed cheekily. The three of them messed around for a while, and Xiao Wanqing was still holding a grudge about Hanfan's friend thing. So, she pulled Han Shijun's arm and said, Shijun, you hurry to persuade your brother to be my mail ticket, in the future when we get married, you'll just give a gift, what a good thing. This clear thinking only dazzled Hanfan. Han Shijun smiled and said, this depends on the will of the fan D himself, this brat nature since childhood is a stubborn ass, I cannot decide. Hey! Shijun, you're not afraid that I'll steal your brother and can't let go, are you? Xiao Wanqing was unforgiving and yelled and screamed. Hanfan's face turned green when he saw the two women getting more and more outrageous. Sister June, I still have things to do, I'll go back first, I'll see you guys later, bye. I won't see you off. Hanfan finished his sentence and hurriedly skipped off. Hey! Little fan, you're just leaving? At least give me a hug. Hey, where is he? Where is he? Xiao Wanqing wanted to go after Hanfan. As a result, by the time she ran to the door of the dormitory, Hanfan was already gone. Angry, she stomped her foot. In the future, Xiao Wanqing had a new goal in mind. That's to change her position in Hanfan's heart from friend A to alternate girlfriend. Hanfan returned to his dormitory, and Wang the Hammer, the comedian, was also excited. It's okay to be ghostly and startled. He actually wanted to kowtow to Hanfan on the spot, and Hanfan couldn't even stop that kind of thing. The next day, early morning. Junior fan, come down quickly, senior sister has brought you a loving breakfast. Brother Van, I love you, I want to have a monkey with you. Hanfan hadn't even woken up yet when a sound of girls shouting came from the window downstairs. The sudden shouting startled Hanfan into a fit of sleep. He ran to the window, opened it, and stole a glance toward the stairs. Brother Van, this way, I've come to deliver a love letter, come on down. And I. I just broke up with that scumbag yesterday, and early this morning, I'm confessing my love to you, not too much, right? A group of schoolmates downstairs immediately waved excitedly when they saw Hanfan open the window. Hanfan was startled and hurriedly reclosed the window. Holy! A bunch of relationship brains? Hanfan grunted and his face went white. Brother Fan, awesome, you've just come back, so many pretty ladies, chasing after you wildly, you're my idol. I'm your good brother, you eat meat, you have to give my brother a mouthful of soup, turn around and introduce 5 beautiful young ladies, for me to know. Wang the Hammer jumped up from the bed in his big pants, his eyes glowing as he looked at Hanfan, his harumps flowing. Off, if you want to chase yourself, you take the top, I'll go out and hide for a few days. Hanfan finished his sentence, put on his clothes in 3 tries and skipped. LOL. What a thing to do. Isn't it just participating in a South Sea Shattered Star Island trial? Now it's all over town. It's inconvenient to do anything. After Hanfan slipped out of the dormitory, he immediately put on the Black Fox mask. Black Fox mask with 3 stealth effects. 15 seconds at a time. With his current strength, it's easy for him to slip away in 15 seconds. Hanfan slipped past one well-dressed, flamboyant schoolmate. He then hurriedly ran to the principal, Zhuge Kongming, to ask for a leave of absence. Jinling City can't stay. Hell knows how long these love brain ladies will haunt him. It's better to go back to Nanyang City to hide for a few days. Time, a week passed in the blink of an eye. The heat of Hanfan leading many demonic geniuses, winning the Shattered Star Island trial, and cutting down the Sakura Kingdom's #1 demon, Shanyi 13, finally gradually dropped. Hanfan mulled over in his mind and planned to return to Jinling and continue upgrading. Just then, Han Shijun returned. Sister June, why have you returned to Nanyang? Hanfan was filled with surprise when he saw Han Shijun, who had suddenly returned. Fan Di, I came back this time to say goodbye to you. Farewell? Sister June, where are you going? Han Shijun's words made Hanfan's mind even more puzzled. Head Xiao approached me earlier, hoping that I would fight for Great Xia in the Seven Kingdoms competition of the Nine States continent, and I agreed. Chapter 91. The Seven Kingdoms competition is approaching, I must participate. The Seven Kingdoms competition? Hanfan looked at Han Shijun with wide eyes. He didn't know much about this Seven Kingdoms competition. Right. The Seven Kingdoms competition is related to whether or not our Great Xia, after 100 years, can rejoin the battle for the Trial of God's quota. At that moment, Han Shijun told the matter, briefly. After hearing this, Hanfan's mind had a basic understanding of the Seven Kingdoms competition of the Kyushu continent. According to Han Shijun, this time with the Sakura Nation Shattered Star Island trial, it was the last chance for their Great Xia to rejoin the battle for the divine trial quota. Even a win over Sakura Goku would only keep a glimmer of hope of making it out of the tournament. Next, they needed to obtain at least the top 3 results in the Seven Kingdoms competition of the Nine States continent. It's the only way to end up with a place in the lineup. Otherwise, they, the Great Xia, would still permanently lose the chance to obtain a place in the divine trials. Because of this, the senior management of the Grand Xia paid quite a bit of attention to this seven-nation competition. Even the human emperor will personally be there to watch this battle, which is related to the future destiny of the Great Summer. Hanfan looked at Han Shijun and said, Sister June, I want to participate as well, I want to fight alongside you. Fan Di, the Seven Kingdoms competition is not something you can participate in at your level, besides, you've already participated in the Shattered Star Island trial and have done a good enough job, let's leave the next matter to Sister June. Han Shijun rubbed Hanfan's head and comforted him with a smile. Although, Hanfan had grown taller than her now. But she still rubbed Hanfan's head out of habit, treating him like a child. Perhaps, in the eyes of Han Shijun, his sister, Hanfan would always be the same stinky brother who couldn't grow up and needed her protection. Hanfan didn't speak again, but he had already made a decision in his mind. He must participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition, and he would fight side by side with Sister June. He, who has grown up. Not the same child who needed Han Shijun's protection before. In the evening, Hanfan was alone and arrived at the Jinling City Divine Hall. 3 heads, I apply to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition of the Nine States continent on behalf of Great Xia. Hanfan looked at the 3 heads in front of him and said in a firm tone. What, you're applying to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition of the Nine States continent on behalf of Grand Xia? Xiao Nantian looked at Hanfan in surprise, not expecting him to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition as soon as he arrived. Right. Hanfan nodded affirmatively. Little fellow, it's not that we won't promise you this, the Seven Kingdoms competition has a strict level restriction, requiring a level of 50 or above to participate. Xiao Nantian looked at Hanfan with a face of embarrassment and difficulty. If one said that the South Sea Shattered Star Island trial was a competition between the 2 countries' low-grade demons, then the great competition between the 7 countries from the continent of Kyushu was a competition between middle-ranked demons. The mandatory requirement for participating in the Seven Kingdoms competition is to be above level 50 and below level 60. Head Xiao, leveling is not a problem, I heard Sister June say, isn't there still a month left? I'm confident that I can level up to 50 within a month. Hanfan didn't give up and said again. Don't forget, he has the wish-granting golden finger. Over the past week, he had accumulated some wishing values. His intuition told him that spending 10 points of wish power and wishing for a medium blue color to increase the amount of experience gained would definitely work. 50 levels in a month? The faces of the many bigwigs froze as they looked at him oddly. This brat, is there some kind of misunderstanding about transcendent upgrade? After leveling up above 30, the experience required for each level up is increased geometrically. Take the last first genius demon of Jinling Province, Han Shijun. It took her a year to go from level 30 to 50. Hanfan actually said that he was confident that he would reach level 50 within a month? So braggadocious? Right. Hanfan nodded and returned with a serious expression. Brat, don't fool around, you've done well enough in this Shattered Star Island trial. For the next period of time, you rest well. The Seven Kingdoms competition is going to be much more brutal than the Shattered Star Island trial. Level 50 hard condition, just the minimum level requirement, leaving aside the fact that it's simply impossible for you to rise to level 50 in just 1 month. To take a step back, even if you reach level 50, you absolutely cannot participate. Because the Seven Kingdoms competition is about victory and defeat, as well as life and death. After a transcendent reaches level 50, because of the awakening of the demonic soul, the difference in strength at each level is huge. Elder Bai walked over and interrupted Hanfan's fantasies. The other bigwigs nodded their heads and advised him to give up this unrealistic idea. The three heads, and all the seniors, I must participate in this Seven Kingdoms competition. If you don't allow me to participate, then I'll go to the Qingzhou province to look for head Zhao Wuji right now. Hanfan took a deep breath and said with a resolute attitude. That is to say, the winner is divided. It also determines life and death. In such a situation, it was all the more important for him to fight side by side with Han Shijun. In the past, it was Han Shijun who protected him. Now he's grown up. The reason he worked so hard, so desperately. To one day grow up to be a real man. In turn, he shielded Han Shijun from the wind and rain and protected her. That day can't be far away. Today, he was protecting his June sister even if he couldn't yet. And he's going to go all the way with her, side by side. Hanfan's words instantly caused the faces of the many bigwigs in the Divine Hall to change. In particular, the three heads led by Xiao Nantian wrinkled their brows slightly, their faces unsightly. Boss Bai angrily rebuked with his face, little brat, you've drifted, haven't you? Don't think that just because you tried out on Shattered Star Island and became a hero, you can do whatever you want. Elder Bai was giving Hanfan a leg up and helping him out. The three heads, and the other bigwigs, were clearly upset by Hanfan's words. If he pissed them off, then Hanfan would really be in trouble. However, as if Hanfan didn't hear the meaning of Bai Lao's words, he stubbornly and obstinately said, Bai Lao, I don't regard myself as a hero. In my opinion, being born as a citizen of Daxia, it's only right to make a small contribution to Daxia. I don't know if the heads still remember the words I had said the last time I came to the temple to awaken my demonic soul. Because my parents died early, I only have one family member like Sister June, who used to cover me and protect me as I grew up. Nowadays, with my strength, I can't protect her yet, but I want and desire to fight alongside her and do my part for the great Xia again. Within a month, I will definitely do everything I can to rise to level 50. At that time, even if I die in battle at the Seven Kingdoms competition, I have no regrets, so please fulfill the heads. Please help me. Hanfan finished and bowed deeply to the crowd. In the temple, the atmosphere was dull and depressing. Hanfan's words fell for half a day, and no one opened their mouths. That being the case, then I will now head to Qingzhou province and seek the help of head Zhao Wuji Zhao, all head seniors, I'm sorry. When Hanfan saw that Xiao Nantian didn't agree, a touch of self-deprecating bitterness appeared on his face. He bowed deeply once more and turned away. Hanfan naturally knew what it meant to travel to Qingzhou province to seek Zhao Wuji's help. But, in order to be able to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition, he was willing to pay any price. Chapter 92, packed with the big boys to get to level 50 in a month. When the crowd saw how stubborn Hanfan was, their faces changed drastically. This was in front of many of their bigwigs from Jinling province, threatening them with joining Qingzhou province? It's too much. Their hearts were angry and irritated. Little fellow, don't be impulsive, just talk things out. Don't move and think about joining other provinces. That's right, the favor they can give you in other provinces, we can give the same in Jinling province. Tell you what, stay here for a while a bunch of us old guys have a meeting and discuss it. When the bigwigs saw that Hanfan was about to leave, they hurriedly changed their smiles to stop him. Immediately, the people talked to each other, intending to hold an emergency meeting to discuss the matter before giving Hanfan an answer. Heads of Big Brother, I don't really want to join the other provinces, I just want to fight side by side with Sister June, and then for the Great Summer's Seven Kingdoms competition, do my small part. Hanfan sincerely explained to the crowd. A group of bigwigs chimed in and then ran off to a meeting. Xin Baihe, one of the three heads, saw Xiao Nanshan's face sitting there without saying anything, and immediately said, let's all say our respective opinions. Head Sheen, what else is there to say? Hanfan, this little brat, is the treasure of our Jinling province, and must not be snatched away by Qingzhou province. Right. Including what just happened, we can't let that old thing Zhao Wuji know about it, or I'm afraid that he'll run over and steal someone in the night. Humph. Although this kid is excellent and has earned face for my Jinling province, he's been drifting lately. He actually dares to talk back to me. A group of bigwigs discussed ways to do this. A moment later, Xiao Nantian snorted coldly and whined angrily. For this little fellow, Hanfan, his heart was very fond of him. But this kid, just actually take to join the Qingzhou province to threaten him, this is not the sky. Old Xiao, you still have the face to talk about this brat Xiao Fan. When you were young, didn't you also contradict the human emperor? It's only you he's bumping into, but you can bump into our Xia king, he's far worse than you. Besides, what does it mean that he's not hesitant to get antsy with a bunch of us old guys just so he can win glory for my great Xia again? It shows that this kid has flesh and blood and a backbone. There's blood, and he won't be complacent just because of power and some achievements. We should be happy. Lin Beichen looked at Xiao Nantian and smiled. He usually rarely complimented people. But today, he didn't mince words of praise for Hanfan. On the side, the other bigwigs, including the reticent and uninhibited Qin Baihe, also nodded slightly in agreement. Ahem. Old Lin, how do you talk? Can you not reveal my shortcomings in front of so many people? If this is heard by that little brat Hanfan, won't his tail go up to the sky in the future, and he still dares to Then let's all say what should be done. Promise him to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition? Not to mention the fact that his rank is simply not enough to meet the minimum standard. Even if it is, the Seven Kingdoms competition is 10 times more dangerous than the Shattered Star Island trial if he has an accident. Xiao Nantian smiled awkwardly and got down to business. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was obvious. The others sniffed, their faces slightly stunned into silence. Transcendents from various countries participating in the Seven Nations competition. Not only the demon of demons, but also the backbone of every nation. The bottom line is this. The great competition of the Seven Kingdoms, that is to say, to divide the winners and losers, and also to determine life and death. If Hanfan really had an accident at the Seven Kingdoms competition, no one would be able to shoulder the responsibility. I thought otherwise. Qin Baihe looked at the crowd and slowly said. Old Qin, what's your good idea, tell me. Xiao Nantian looked at him and picked up the sentence. The others also looked up, waiting for Qin Baihe to continue speaking. That Hanfan kid, he's only level 32 right now, and to go from level 32 to level 50, let alone giving him a month, even if he's given half a year, he won't be able to get there. We'll use this condition to make him back off, and when he can't reach level 50, he'll naturally stop thinking about participating in the Seven Kingdoms competition. At that moment, Qin Baihe spoke his mind. The others sniffed and nodded. It seems that there is no better way than this. A few moments later, the group finished their discussion and re-emerged from the room. Xiao Nantian came over with a stern face and first taught Hanfan a hard lesson. You little brat, let me tell you. If it weren't for the fact that your trial on the South Sea Shattered Star Island this time has been a credit to my Grand Xia, and you've gained some face for my Jinling province, I'd beat you up in a minute for that tone of voice you had before. Although, Xiao Nantian and the others conferred and decided to let Hanfan know what to do. But before that, he has to be taught a lesson so he can't drift off. Most importantly, don't move to threaten them with defection to other provincial capitals. How scary. Don't you know they're old and have bad hearts? Head Xiao, I know I'm wrong. Hanfan looked embarrassed and hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. You're still a good boy if you can learn from your mistakes. Humph. I'll forgive you once if you know you're wrong, we just discussed it and decided to give you a chance. Really? Thank you, Head Xiao. Don't get too happy yet, you're given the chance, but it's up to you to finally be able to participate. Head Xiao, what are the conditions, just say it. Hanfan's expression was stunned as he suppressed the excitement in his heart and waited for Xiao Nantian to answer. Since your sister has told you about the basic conditions for participating in the Seven Kingdoms competition, I won't recount more. There is still one last month left before the Seven Kingdoms competition. Within 1 month, if you can rise to level 50, I can apply to the Emperor of Humanity to let you fight for Great Xia. If we can't, there's nothing we can do. Even if you go to that old thing Zhao Wuji, he can't help you. Xiao Nantian finished speaking to Hanfan in a serious and earnest manner. With these words, even though he was trying to get Hanfan to back off, he wasn't intentionally making things difficult. The rules of the 7-nation competition were customized by the participating nations of the 9-state continent, and were not something that could be changed by the Grand Xia. No problem, promise to get the job done. Hanfan immediately saluted the crowd and bowed deeply. From level 32 to level 50 in a month? Hanfan had confidence. After all, he has a wish-granting golden finger. Afterward, Hanfan didn't delay much in the Divine Hall and hurried out. Hanfan didn't go far after he came out. A moment later, he saw that Elder Bai had also come out and hurriedly called out with a bright smile on his face. Elder White. Elder Bai heard the sound and looked up. When he saw that it was Hanfan, his face stiffened and was filled with vigilance. His intuition told him that this kid suddenly smiled like a little fox, so it was bound to be no good. You kid, aren't you going back? Why are you waiting here for me? Elder Bai asked warily. Elder Bai, what are you so nervous about? I waited for you to come out to ask you for some. No, to borrow some experience scrolls. You don't say there aren't any. With a person of your status and position, there must be some. It's not too little for you to give me 30 or 50, and not too much for 100 or so. Hanfan held out his hand and rubbed it together, coyly leonizing it. What? What? 30 to 50 experience scrolls aren't too few? 100 or so is not too much? Face. Don't you want to lose your face? Elder Bai jumped 3 feet in the air, roaring with excitement and anger. Chapter 93, A New Journey to the Chaotic Zone, Starla Island. Elder Bai, you're so old, don't be angry. If you think it's too much, let's cut it down a bit. 20 sheets? Hanfan saw that Elder Bai reacted too much and awkwardly hurried to speak. 20 chicken feathers. Not a single one. Bai Lao was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out, and even exploded in foul language. It was evident that Hanfan's words just now had infuriated him. Elder Bai, why are you so stingy? The South Sea Shattered Star Island trial, I only participated in it because of your face. How come when I turn around and ask you for something, you flip out? Hanfan did not agree, and now after getting acquainted with him, he is not afraid of him getting angry and turning his face. Little fan, let alone the fact that I don't have that many experience scrolls, even if I did and gave them to you, you wouldn't be able to reach level 50 in a month. Elder Bai looked away and persuaded him bitterly. Earlier, during the meeting to discuss this matter, Head Xiao had specifically instructed that no one should give Hanfan any help. Elder Bai had only just gotten out of the temple when Hanfan approached him for an experience scroll, which wasn't pushing him into the fire pit. Moreover, to speak from the bottom of his heart, Elder Bai didn't want Hanfan to risk his life by participating in the 7 Kingdoms competition. Elder Bai, I know that you, along with Head Xiao and the others, are all doing this for my own good and are worried about my safety. But I'm not a kid anymore and I have my own ideas. I don't want to live under anyone's patronage. A fledgling eagle will never be able to soar through the 9 heavens without experiencing the storm. The moment I awakened my super divine grade demonic soul, my mission was predestined. I don't want to leave any regrets in my life. If I try my best and still can't get to level 50 within a month, it's only my incompetence that's to blame, and I have no complaints. But, if it's because I don't work hard enough on my own, resulting in not being able to fight for Xia in the 7 Kingdoms competition and not being able to fight alongside my sister, I will hold regrets for the rest of my life. Hanfan's sensational words silenced Elder Bai. He glanced toward Hanfan and then turned his head toward the direction of the temple. After a moment, he sighed bitterly and pulled out a few experience scrolls. You little brat, I really can't help you, I only have so many experience scrolls, I'll give them all to you. You can't let others know that I gave it to you, or else Xiao Brain will be the first to not spare me. Go. Elder Bai waved his hand, signaling Hanfan to hurry. Thank you, Elder Bai, I won't let you down, see you in a month. Hanfan was filled with emotion and bowed deeply, turning to leave. Elder Bai looked at Hanfan's departing back with emotion and relief. Although, Bai Lao did not believe at all in his heart that Hanfan would be able to rise to level 50 in just 1 month. But, he was looking forward to what heights Hanfan would grow to after a month. Da Xia. This giant dragon, after 100 years of slumber, is about to wake up. Hanfan returned to the Godslayer Academy, intending to find Han Shijun to say goodbye. Only, when Hanfan arrived at Han Shijun's dormitory, he found her dormitory empty. Sister June, have you left already? Hanfan's heart was empty when he saw this. Vandy. Suddenly, shouts rang in Hanfan's ears. Hanfan turned around violently and saw Han Shijun standing not far from the stairway. Sister June, I came over to say goodbye to you, I thought you had left. Hanfan had a big smile on his face as he quickly rushed over and gave her a big hug. Farewell? Where are you going? Han Shijune's expression was stunned, full of surprise and doubt. Leveling up. Head Xiao has promised me that as long as I can level up to 50 within a month, he'll let me participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. At that time, I will be able to fight side by side with you, Sister June. At that time, we, siblings, will kill the other 6 countries. Ha ha! Hanfan said and laughed out loud. It was a day he had waited a long time for. In the past, he was the child who needed Han Shijune's protection. In the future, he would never again be a child who needed her protection. Level 50 in a month? Impossible. You're only at level 32 now, the experience value needed to level 30 to 50 is too much, especially at level 40 and up, every level is astronomical experience. Han Shijune's expression was stunned as he shook his head. She was coming from this stage of Hanfan's life. Naturally, she knew in her heart better than anyone else how exaggerated the experience value required to upgrade behind her was. Upgrading is even harder, I can still do it. And just now, when I came back from the temple, Elder Bai gave me several experience charms. By the way, Sister June, where did you level up before? Is there any place to fight monsters to gain experience points that can be more? Hanfan didn't explain much and asked about the business. Monsters of the same level have different grades and give different experience values. The monster type, on the other hand, also affects the experience value gained. The final influencing factor is the copy. There are also 3 or 6 copies. High-quality copies tend to have extremely high experience value percentage bonuses. I'm at your stage, upgrading on Starla Island. Starla Island? Well, Starluo Island is not in the territory of the Great Xia, it is known as the Chaotic Zone, it is a giant sea island, and there are quite a few transcendents from other countries on the island. Han Shijun looked at Hanfan and slowly narrated. A moment later, Hanfan had a basic understanding of Starluo Island. On Starla Island, the monsters gave experience values, albeit super high. But it's very disorderly there, killing people and robbing equipment, it's a common thing. There were even a number of outlaws from other countries. Han Shijun's original intention was that he didn't want Hanfan to go there to upgrade. But Hanfan insisted on going, so she could only urge Hanfan to be careful. After Hanfan bid farewell to Han Shijun, he set off on his journey to Starluo Island. After all, he only had a short month. A month later, whether he could rush to level 50 represented whether he could fight side by side with Han Shijun in the Seven Kingdoms competition. Starla Island is not the only island. Instead, it is centered on a giant main island that spreads out in all directions. A cluster of islands made up of countless star-like islets. The view from the sky is stunning, like the stars in the night sky, which are scattered all over the place. Monster level distribution on Starla Island ranges from level 30 to 50. Because of the monsters here, the experience value given is super high. Therefore, it has become a paradise for level 30 and above transcendentalists from various countries to level up. Of course, high returns come with high risks. The Starluo Island monsters gave extremely high experience values and good explosion rates. With this, there is a disorderly and chaotic area, looting and killing, and often things. Coming here without a certain amount of strength is tantamount to giving it away for nothing. Especially in the last 100 years, the Great Summer had fallen due to the appearance of no deities and the fall of the last deities. Now on the continent of Kyushu, any cat or dog country can step on a foot. Hanfan arrived at Starluo Island through the Jinling City teleportation array. When he arrived at Starluo Island, he was immediately shocked by its lofty grandeur. Starla Island itself is a huge replica. There are monsters, natives, and alien transcendents on the island. As long as you have enough energy, you can always kill monsters to upgrade and don't have to worry about the copy time cap. Hanfan put on the Black Fox mask and checked the distribution of monsters on the map, so he planned to upgrade to the island area above level 35 monsters. Only, before he could pass through the Starluo Island teleportation array and teleport to the level 35 plus monster area, he was stopped by a group of people. Stop! Hanfan looked up and realized that it was a few Goryeo country transcendents. Hanfan frowned slightly and said, "What for?" "What for?" "Kid, just came to Starluo Island?" "Paying protection fee of course." An inch-headed Goryeo nation transcendent said arrogantly. "Protection fee?" Starluo Island is a chaotic area with no order to speak of, When did it become your turn to collect protection fees here, Goryo? Chapter 94, Starla Island. When did you Goryo Kingdom have the final say? Hanfan's forceful questioning was heard by many Dacia Transcendentals not far away, who clapped their hands and applauded. It was only at this point that Hanfan realized. Not only him, but many other great Xia Transcendents were stopped outside the teleportation array. Apparently, they, the Dacia Transcendents, were not allowed to enter the Monster Island for upgrading because they had not paid the so-called protection fee. When Hanfan saw this, there was an inexplicable sad fervor in his chest. There was a time when Dacia was the king standing above the continent of Kyushu. The nations of the 9 states are at the head of their horses and bow down respectfully. Now, with the fall of the great summer gods, Dacia is already a tiger. What kind of dog would dare to come and step on it? Even the transcendentalists of Grand Xia who came to Star Luo Island to fight monsters and upgrade their skills had to pay the so-called protection fee. Pathetic. Lamentable. Looking at the Goryo country transcendents led by the inch-headed man again, everyone's face was furious. Kid, so you're not going to pay protection money? The inch-haired man's face was morose, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Looking at him, if Hanfan didn't give him a satisfactory explanation today, he was going to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Let those Dacia transcendents not far away see how powerful their Goryo kingdom is. No delivery. Besides, let me kindly remind you that you'd better not mess with me. Hanfan was not intimidated by the inch-haired man's morose tone. He returned with a calm face, while giving the inchman a heads up. Star Luo Island is a zone of chaos. No order to speak of. He, Hanfan, didn't like to cause trouble. But, if anyone dares to mess with him blindly like a fly, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Dignity, respect. It's earned, not handed out by others. You're strong, you fart, and people will say it's perfumed, flattered to please. If you're weak, people will just treat you like a soft target and bully you whenever they want. The atmosphere of the scene. As Hanfan's words fell, it was instantly dull and depressing to the extreme. The Goryo country transcendents, their faces were also all gloomy and hard to see. Just then, another group of people came not far away. The inch-haired man's face changed slightly when he saw this. In the next moment, he temporarily gave up looking for trouble with Hanfan and replaced it with a bright smile, running like a pug to greet him. Hanfan followed suit and twisted his head to look. The Tennessee Transcendentals? In the midst of Hanfan's mind wandering, the Transcendentals of the Tianju Kingdom, with crab-like steps, majestically walked over. Their faces were full of arrogance, and the gazes they looked at the surrounding great Xia Transcendents were all oblique. The few Goryo country transcendents, led by the inch-headed man, nodded and flattered. Looking at their bashful and pleasing faces, they almost fell to their knees and kowtowed to the Transcendentals of the Celestial Kingdom. This scene made the face of the great summer Transcendentals look more and more unsightly. At one time, the Tianju Kingdom was only one of the great Xia's vassal states. Now, with the fall of the great summer gods, the transcendents of the Goryo Kingdom, towards these transcendents of the Tianju Kingdom, balked in courage favor. It was infuriating to be condescending and arrogant to collect protection money from the transcendents of the great summer country. The transcendents of the Tianju Kingdom, without stopping under their feet, directly entered the sub-island teleportation formation. Some hot-tempered transcendents on the side of the great summer country directly questioned angrily those San of the Tianju country, why didn't they pay the protection fee, so you let them enter? Bah! What kind of thing are you Dacia pigs, can you be compared to the other Tianju Kingdom? They have gods, do you? The inch-haired man sneered nonchalantly. With a single sentence, the disliked transcendents of the great summer country, their faces reddened. One clenched his hands into fists in agitated indignation. But, there is nothing to be done about it. In this world of the weak and the strong, whoever's fists are welcoming and whoever is strong, what he says is the truth. Not long after the transcendents of the Celestial Kingdom had just viced the island, the transcendents of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had also arrived. Those grandchildren of the inch-headed man, when they saw the transcendents of the Sakura Nation, they were as enthusiastic as if they had seen their own mothers. Brothers of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, inside please, inside please. Baka! None of these Dacia pigs are allowed to enter the Starla Island copy. I don't know if it's because Hanfan, in the Shattered Star Island copy, killed Sakura Country's #1 demon, Yamano 13. At this moment, the Sakura Nation Transcendentals blackened their faces when they saw the Great Summer Nation Transcendentals. Although, they didn't do anything on the spot, they also ordered the pug-like Goryeo country transcendents to not allow the Great Xia country transcendents to enter Star Luo Island. Yes, promise not to let these Daxia pigs enter the Star Luo Island copy. The inch-haired man immediately assured him as if he were wagging his tail like a dog. The Sakura Nation transcendents, nodding in satisfaction, entered the Star Luo Island sub-island through the teleportation array. On what grounds? Cherry Blossom Country's #1 demon, Yamano 13, had his head chopped off by our Great Xia demon, Hanfan, in the South China Sea's Shattered Star Island trials. Right now, his head is still hanging above the gates of our Great Summer's Jinling City, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's strongmen have stolen it several times, but they haven't been able to steal it back. If they, the Sakura Nation dwarves, can enter the Shattered Star Island sub-island, why can't we enter? The Goryeo country transcendents, who had been arrogant and domineering and bullying over and over again, had finally made the Great Summer transcendents unable to suppress their anger. As one of the Daxia transcendentals took the lead in angrily questioning, the others also chimed in to account for the claim. Nishihachi. What are you guys, worthy of being compared to the Sakura Nation transcendents? The inch-haired man's face snapped cold. In the next moment, he struck out brazenly, sneaking up on the Great Xia transcendent who had led the uproar of questioning. Ah! Accompanied by mournful screams, the Great Summer transcendent who had taken the lead in questioning him immediately collapsed to the ground in agony. When the Great Xia transcendents saw this, everyone's face was furious. At that moment, the Goryeo country transcendents, led by the inch-headed man, fiercely stepped forward, their faces full of rampant dominance. What kind of, how dare you be arrogant in front of our Goryeo kingdom transcendents without a deity? Today, let alone paying money, even if you kneel down and kowtow, you won't be allowed to enter. You Goryeo sticks, don't bully me too much. The Great Summer transcendents did not fear, did not retreat. Even, some of the hot-tempered ones rushed out directly to the line. See obey. Dare to scold us Goryeo sticks. I'll kill you. The ferocious look on the inch-headed man's face reappeared, and he struck out ferociously, intending to crush the Daxia transcendent who had cursed him as a Goryeo stick. Click. Only, without waiting for the inch-haired man to actually make a move, his head, without warning, was twisted off. Puff. The next moment, the inch-haired man's body lost all its strength and fell to the ground, dying. All the transcendents present were filled with horrified shock when they saw this. Their gazes looked in unison at Hanfan, who was wearing a black fox mask. Inchman Transcendentalist, leveled up to 35. In a single glance, by this masked Daxia transcendent, his head was twisted off? Even, people didn't see his striking motion clearly. And the Inchman Transcendentalist didn't even have the strength to fight back. That's a bit much, isn't it? That said, who is this person? Quite a few people started throwing detection spells at Hanfan. Unknown. 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 The results of the probe, a series of unknowns, made the crowd's scalps numb. However, the crowd's scalps were numb. There was one point where the hearts of the crowd were very happy and excited. This black fox masked man was their Great Summer transcendent. You Daxia pig, how dare you kill my Goryeo kingdom transcendent? After a long time, the inch-haired male minions came back to their senses and growled with red eyes. Chapter 95, You Transcendents of Goryeo, teaching me things? Put. Put. Hanfan jerked his head up to look, and two golden auras flashed between his raised hands, and two more Goryeo country transcendents had their heads blown apart and died. When the crowd saw this scene, they all revealed horrified expressions. Especially the Goryeo country transcendents who were swept by Hanfan's cold gaze, retreated several steps. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and their legs shivered. What kind of gaze is that? Looking at dead people? They're still alive. Is it too much to ask to look at them so rudely? What's the problem? Hanfan asked a rhetorical question in a calm tone. No. No problem, I mean, we are all the people of the Kyushu continent, have a good conversation, there is no need to see blood. On the side of the Goryeo country's transcendence, a guy who looked like he had a better head on his shoulders wiped his cold sweat while compensating with a smile. The Great Summer transcendents immediately booed at the words, their faces full of contempt. You got something to say? You don't need to see blood? Which dog just got high and mighty, blocking them from entering the secondary island and charging protection money rampantly? Now see their Daxia out of a grumpy old brother, people ruthless words, raised his hand as to kill their Goryeo country 3 transcendentals, shouting father? Scared? What the hell are you doing? You're teaching me things? Hanfan was not accustomed to this, and his eyelids fluttered as he asked a rhetorical question. No, I'm just saying, if you don't like it, consider me farting. If you don't like it, think I'm farting. Think I'm farting. The Goryeo country transcendentals waved their hands in fear, their cold sweat worsening. It's best if you don't have one. Remember, this Star Luo Island is not your home, and even more so, it's not up to you transcendents of Goryeo. In the future, if I know that you transcendentals of the Goryeo kingdom dare to touch my brothers and sisters in Dacia, if one is injured, I will kill 3 of your transcendentals of the Goryeo kingdom. If one dies, I will kill 10 of you. Bully. No reasoning. Injure 1 Dacia transcendent and kill 3 of you. If one of you dies, I want 10 of you transcendents to die with him. With such grandiose words, the transcendentals of the great summer country, listening to them, had their blood boiling. Their gazes fell on Hanfan's not-so-tall body. At this moment, their backs are straight. So what if there are no gods? Godless spirits, hadn't their great summer demon Hanfan led this term's shattered Star Island contestants to slaughter all the Sakura country demons in the trial? No gods, this black fox masked transcendent in front of the great summer country, is not the dog days of the Goryeo stick, scared out of their wits? The transcendents on the Goryeo side, each one of them held their faces red and couldn't speak. They couldn't see through Hanfan's strength. It seemed that he had special equipment to hide his identity. Even if they couldn't see through the depth of Hanfan's strength. However, judging from the fact that Hanfan had just struck out, that is, he had consecutively decapitated 3 transcendentals from their Goryeo kingdom, this guy's strength was extremely terrifying. MMP. For the past year, their Goryeo kingdom has been abused like a dog by that named Han Shijun on this Starla island. Keep your tail between your legs. Now, a year has passed. They've been hoping for the stars and the moon, and they've finally prayed away that plague of Han Shijun. This hasn't even been a time for them to raise their eyebrows and abuse these pigs of Dacia in turn, and here comes another god of murder? Killing 3 of their Goryeo kingdom's transcendents in a row without a squeak seems even more ruthless than Han Shijun's plague. Where the hell did that come from? It's over, isn't it? Hanfan didn't continue to waste time here after warning the Goryeo transcendents. After all, he hadn't come to Star Luo Island to pick a fight with the Goryeo kingdom transcendents, but to upgrade. But it was only because he happened to come across this matter that he gave these Goryeo country transcendents a little lesson. Of course, Hanfan wasn't just saying those words for fun. It would be just fine if these Goryeo country transcendents were honest and peaceful in the future. If they dared to go blind and deliberately pick a fight, don't blame him, Hanfan, for being ruthless. He even dared to kill the number 1 demon of the Sakura country. Killing a few Goryeo sticks scared less. As Hanfan lifted his foot and walked into the teleportation array, the surrounding Dacia transcendents followed one after another. What the hell? Just now you wouldn't let us enter the secondary island, why don't you squeak now? Is Tianju country before or my great summer subsidiary country it, you with licking dog like licking, we this once Tianju country master son country, you should not call father? The Dacia transcendents looked at the Goryeo kingdom rods who were holding back their red faces and scared out of their wits, and were filled with sarcasm. The transcendentals of the Goryeo kingdom, who were already holding their red faces. As he was ridiculed by the great summer transcendents, he became even more ashamed and wanted to find a rat hole to burrow into. At this point, they were tempted to retort, to rant and roll their eyes. But, when they saw the 3 corpses lying on the ground, they instantly wilted. Already slaughtered by that masked man just now, 3 brothers in a row. At this point, if you're going to talk too much, do you want them all to die? That's not good. In the middle of the morning, Hanfan and the transcendentals of the Great Summer Kingdom, all of them finished walking. Those Goryeo country transcendentalists, again pretending 13 up. It exploded. Damn. This Great Xia country now really treats our Goryeo country as a soft persimmon to step on? Just left a Han Shijun, and here comes a masked man. Han Shijun that, the strength of the pervert, we are not the opponent, can only be a grandson to live, also recognized. This masked man, whose strength is obviously not as good as Han Shijun's smelly, also dares to learn from that smelly and come over here to step on us and abuse us like dogs? Deception is too much. Go back and inform Big Brother, let this masked man have no return. Just came to Star Luo Island, and you dare to be so rampant, I'm spoiling you. After Hanfan and the others left, the Goryeo country stickman who was just like a dog immediately had a scowl on his face. Not only him, but the other Goryeo country transcendents also had grim and ugly faces, their fierce lights flashing. On the other hand, social networking sites within Dacia. A video that suddenly exploded all over the internet. In the video, a man with a masked face had a cold expression as he looked at the dozens of Goryeo country transcendents in front of him. No fear. On the contrary, those Goryeo country transcendents looked at him with eyes as if they had seen a ghost, as if they were terrified and fearful. On the ground in front of him lay the corpses of 3 Goryeo transcendentals. In the future, if I know that you transcendentals of the Goryeo kingdom dare to touch my brothers and sisters in Dacia, if one is injured, I will kill 3 of your transcendentals of the Goryeo kingdom. If one dies, I will kill 10 of you. The video isn't very long, just this one. His body, even, was not very lofty and stout. However, the powerful words from his mouth were heard by all the children of Dacia, and their blood boiled. What do you mean by backbone? This is the backbone. Dacia, a state of etiquette. People don't offend me, I don't offend them. If a man commits a crime against me, he will return it tenfold. Injuring one of my Dacia brothers and sisters and killing 3 of your Goryeo transcendents. Die 1, kill 10 of you. How can such bold words not make one's blood boil? Jiling City, Temple of God. Xiao Nantian and the others looked at each other with odd faces after watching the video. With their eyes, how could they not see that this person wearing a black fox mask was that little brat Hanfan? This brat can't do anything, but is first in causing trouble, just ran to Star Luo Island, and stirred up such a big basket, simply a troublemaker Even though Xiao Nantian was cursing under his breath, there was quite a bit of smug flavor on his face. After all, he had seen this video, and the human emperor's side must have seen it as well. Hanfan had not only given Jinling province a long face, he had also given Dacia a long face. You can't be unhappy. However, it was a bit too impulsive to mow down 3 Goryeo country bats just after arriving there. Just cut a couple of lines. Cutting 3 at once, this is not to show the Goryeo country transcendentalists very incompetent. And when you come back, you'll have to criticize. Chapter 96 Black Shark Gang President Zhou Dajuan came to seek revenge on Hanfan. Hanfan didn't know how much of a stir his overbearing behavior had caused. At the same time, it pisses off these Koryo sticks. A crisis against him was looming silently. After Hanfan arrived at Star Luo Island sub-island, he immediately summoned 7 angel servants to fight monsters and upgrade. Successfully killed the 8-legged giant lizard, experience plus 33,600. Successfully killed the 7-legged venomous spider, experience plus 38,000. The experience given by the monsters on Star Luo Island was indeed a whole lot higher than the experience of the copy monsters within the Great Summer. But with such an upgrade speed, Hanfan still resented it as too slow. After all, he's going to level up to 50 in a month. At this rate of upgrading now. Not to mention level 50, not even level 40. Hanfan took out the few experience scrolls given by Elder Bai. For intermediate experience scrolls and 3 advanced experience scrolls, 7 in total. Experience scroll intermediate, gain experience value, increase by 200%, duration 12 hours. Experience scroll advanced, gain experience value, increase by 500% for 12 hours. Because the level was relatively low now, the experience value gained from killing these monsters wasn't too much. Hanfan didn't bother to use the advanced experience scroll. He planned to wait until he was level 40 before using the advanced experience scroll to charge full force. Use a mid-level experience scroll. Successfully killed the 8-legged giant lizard, experience plus 100,800. Successfully killed the 7-legged venomous spider, experience plus 114,000. After using the intermediate experience scroll, the effective experience gained is immediate. Hanfan remembered that today's wish was not yet used, so he began to wish for the explosion of increased experience value equipment. I make a wish to explode a piece of experience value added equipment today. Success! Hanfan's heart was happy and excited when he saw the increase of 1 wish value. Earlier, Hanfan had wished for an increase in experience value acquisition and failed. I didn't realize that wishing to explode plus experience value equipment was successful. He was even more confident in his heart to rush to level 50 within a month. Afterward, Hanfan checked the wish value. 9 points. If you make a small green wish tomorrow, you will be able to exchange it for a medium blue wish with 10 wish points. Hanfan was looking forward to tomorrow's experience value acquisition and how much it would improve. In the evening, Hanfan exploded a pair of 8-legged giant lizard shoes, level 30 wearable. Other attributes, Hanfan didn't care about. Because with his current attribute 5 dimension, with or without equipment, chopping monsters was a matter of 1 second. He was concerned about words that boosted his experience value. Experience gain increased by 20%. Though, the experience value gained, the boost is not that much. But, at least it's a good start. The next day, early morning. When Hanfan woke up, the first thing he did was make a wish. I make a wish that today's explosion boosts experience value equipment. Still wishing to pop an experience value boosting piece of equipment as yesterday. Success. Hanfan looked at the wish value that had reached 10 points and his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. 10 wish points, enough for him to make a medium blue wish. I wish for more experience points for killing monsters. Earlier, Hanfan used a small green wish. There was a wish for the same thing, but it failed. The reason for failure, in Hanfan's opinion, is that he wished for too much. One little free green wish a day, unfulfilled. Today, the wish in blue that he exchanged for 10 points of wish value will always come true, right? Success. Looking at the instantly zeroed out wish value, and the vision that emitted a faint blue light, Hanfan knew in his heart that the blue wish he had just made had succeeded. Seeing that the wish was successful, Hanfan planned to kill a monster and try the effect. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Little bastard, so you're hiding here. I've been looking for you all night. I finally found you. A morose, angry curse came. In the direction of Star Luo Island's main island, a middle-aged man covered in a murderous aura walked. Hanfan threw a detection spell. Zhou de Jun, level 55, Rhino Extraordinaire. Zhou de Jun? Hanfan thought about it for half a day, but he didn't figure out when he had known this middle-aged man named Zhou Dajun in front of him. And look at the other side, murderous walking appearance, obviously is not good. Could it be a Goryo Transcendentalist? With those guys from yesterday, the inchworms? But looking at the Zhou Dajuan attire in front of me, it doesn't look like it. It's a Daxia Transcendent. What do you want with me? Do we know each other? Hanfan took a deep breath and looked at the approaching Zhou Dajuan. You killed my son, Zhou Chao, and you dare to ask me what I came to see you for? Zhou Dajuan didn't bull, and sneered morosely. Zhou Chao? President of the Black Shark Gang in Nanyang City? Hanfan's expression was stunned as his heart snapped. Right. If you didn't wear this black fox mask, I really wouldn't recognize you. Tell me, how do you want to die? Do you want to die by yourself, or do you want me to break you into pieces? Zhou Dajuan's face was filled with moroseness. If he was with I and the great Xia, he really had to weigh the consequences before moving Hanfan. After all, there's no such thing as an impervious wall. If he took the risk of killing Hanfan, even if he did it more secretly, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hide it from the eyes of Xiao Nantian and the other heads. What's more, nowadays, Hanfan was even more of a heroic figure in the younger generation of Xia. Even the Imperial Human Emperor was watching his growth. But it's different when you come to this Starla Island. Star Luo Island is a zone of chaos, with no order to speak of. Every day, transcendentalists from various countries die in accidents. Hanfan, this little bastard, if he suddenly died violently here, who would know that he killed him? Zhou Dajuan smiled sorrowfully as he thought of this in his mind. Hanfan looked at him and sneered, What, only your son is allowed to kill me with his hands and I'm not allowed to backhand in defense? If my son wants to kill you, then you deserve to die. What kind of a thing are you, a cheap life, and you're worthy of being compared to my son? Zhou Dajuan's face was hideous, no longer presenting words with Hanfan and striking out viciously. First soul skill, Storm Hammer. A blast of air rang out. The crimson-colored giant hammer appeared steeply in Zhou Dajuan's hand. In the next moment, he swung the giant hammer with both hands and ruthlessly smashed down towards Hanfan's head. Zhou Dajuan was confident that with his 55 levels of terrifying strength, this hammer went down. Hanfan was surely going to be smashed into a meatloaf, sticking to the ground and unable to buckle up. First soul skill, Judgment Overlord Lance. Hanfan's face was ice cold, without a trace of fear. A cold killing chance suddenly erupted from the depths of his eyes. In the next moment, he borrowed the power of his demonic soul and struck out boldly. A golden overlord spear appeared in Hanfan's hand in an instant. Boom! With a roar, the storm giant hammer in Zhou Dajuan's hand and the judgment overlord lance ruthlessly clashed together. A blinding light and energy shockwave erupted. Dabble. Dabble. Hanfan and Zhou Dajuan each took 3 steps back. In this first round of exchanges, the two were evenly matched and tied. Hanfan shook off his numb arm, his heart surprised Zhou Dajuan. This guy, the strength of the strength, actually not weaker than him. How can it be? No. It's impossible. You're just a 32nd level rookie, how can you be evenly matched against me in a head-to-head match? Zhou Dajuan was shocked and furious, his heart appalled and shocked as he roared and questioned. Zhou Dajun's Rhino Demon Soul was originally known for its strength. Very few people in the same level situation surpassed him in terms of pure strength. Besides, he was level 55, which was 23 levels higher than Hanfan. 23 levels apart, the two sparred evenly and equally in the first round of their sparring match in terms of the strength he prides himself on? Who to insult? Is this an attempt to humiliate him, punk-ass incompetent? Chapter 97, Crossing 23 Levels, Chopping Level 55 Legendary Transcendent Zhou Dajuan. Old Piker, if you roll immediately now, I can spare you from death for the sake of being a fellow great Xia Transcendent. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to your death right now so you can go reunite with your dead son. Hanfan ignored Zhou Dajuan's morose growl and coldly warned. That dog, Zhou Chao, wants to kill him. Hanfan was not a saintly mother and naturally would not be merciful. If he was given another chance, he would still not hesitate to slaughter Zhou Chao to put an end to it. This big army of Zhou in front of us, if they can't distinguish between right and wrong and are obsessed. Then don't blame him, Hanfan, for being ruthless. Little bastard, do you think you can live just because you blocked my first soul skill? You must die today. 5th soul skill, Rhinoceros True Body. Zhou Dajuan didn't listen to advice. Even if his son, Zhou Chao, caused trouble in the first place, so what? Hanfan, this little bastard's cheap life, is not worthy of being compared to his son's life. In the depths of Zhou Dajuan's eyes, killing opportunities suddenly flourished. In one step, he directly executed the strongest soul skill, the demonic soul True Body. Vowing to kill Hanfan with a single strike. Dog, giving you a chance doesn't work. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill you. Hanfan's face was morose and he stopped talking nonsense. In the next moment, Hanfan interlocked his hands with 10 fingers, his thumb and index finger pointing to the sky. 9th ranked soul skill, Divine Demon Heaven's March, activate. Rhino Assault. Zhou Dajuan felt the surging energy fluctuations coming from Hanfan's body, and his heart was appalled. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly launched his strongest strike. Moo! Zhou Dajuan transformed into a huge black rhinoceros and ruthlessly crashed towards Hanfan, who was floating in midair in front of him. Zhou Dajuan was confident that this blow, if it hit true, it could definitely make Hanfan open his gut and die. He had previously relied on this strike to directly kill a level 60 Transcendent in seconds. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of his strike was. 3rd soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Levy. Hanfan had no fear on his face as he fiercely waved his big hand. The black sphere around his body instantly transformed into a divine and demonic battle blade. In the next moment, the God-Devil battle blade surged against the wind, accompanied by the hissing and roaring of the God-Devils that filled the sky, viciously slashing towards the assaulting Zhou Dajuan. Boom! There was a terrifyingly loud bang. The invisible and violent energy shockwave tore those heavenly trees in the surrounding area to pieces. Ah! The mournful screams came. Zhou Dajuan's body, like a dead dog, smashed into the ground in the distance and became a bloody man. His eyes stared deathly at Hanfan, his face in shock, horror, and disbelief. Him, defeated? There is a difference of 23 levels between the two. He even cast the strongest level 50 Demon Soul True Body. Or did you lose to Hanfan, who was only level 32? And Hanfan defeated him with just the 3rd soul skill? Zhou Dajuan's heart was horrified and at the same time, he couldn't accept it. How did you? You? Poof! Zhou Dajuan's body trembled uncontrollably. He saw Hanfan wearing a black fox mask, like a god of death from hell, walking step by step, wanting to open his mouth to say something. However, after he opened his mouth, what came out was a large mouthful of blood. As I said earlier, for the sake of being a fellow great Xia Transcendent, I can spare you from death. But, you are useless and are determined to kill me. Since this is the case, then don't blame me, Hanfan, for being ruthless. Hanfan swung his arm, and the golden spear instantly pierced through Zhou Dajuan's brow. Dead. Hanfan was never merciful when it came to his enemies. After slaughtering Zhou Dajuan, Hanfan cleaned up his mood and summoned the 7 angelic servants to continue fighting monsters and upgrading. With the leveling up, along with wishing for a mental strength boost, Hanfan was no longer like he was at the beginning now that he was once again executing the 9th ranked soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest. After each cast, it felt like the body was emptied, lying on the ground, with no strength to move a finger. Though, mentally, he was still a little tired. But it felt acceptable. Successfully killed the 4-legged flower snake, experience plus 334,000. Successfully killed the 7-legged venomous spider, experience plus 386,000. Experience gain, once again, has been boosted by a large margin. Hanfan did some math. Take away the experience value boost from equipment and experience scrolls. The blue medium wish allowed Hanfan's experience gain to be permanently increased by 3 times. This situation made Hanfan happy and excited. Turning back, he would wish for a few more experience boosts, and hitting the 100th level and becoming a great summer deity would be just around the corner. Near noon, Hanfan exploded another experience value-adding equipment. Hanfan mentally sighed as he put it on. The equipment is not so difficult to explode. Seeing that he had risen to level 33, Hanfan intended to lead the angel servants and go kill level 38 monsters to upgrade. Suddenly, on the system transaction line, a beep came. Ding dong! 10,000 gold coins have arrived at the trading bank. What the hell? Who called in the money? Hanfan's expression was stunned as he opened the system trade line. Immediately afterward, Hanfan saw the small window in the friends section, flashing wildly. Brother Bailey, it's been half a month, why are you ignoring Sienner? Where have you been? Disappeared on Earth? Brother Bailey, Sienner misses you, I'm so bored, come and chat with Sienner, okay? Sienner will show you her beautiful legs. Stinking Bailey brother, you again do not take care of Sienner, Sienner can be angry. Really angry. Kissed Bailey brother, you take care of Sienner well. A photo of white and tender legs. Abba, information message, Hanfan looked dumbfounded. That's a pretty lofty sounding screen name for a magic fairy queen. How did you suddenly become a love brain? Sienner, I'm sorry, I've been quite busy in the last half a month, I haven't upgraded and played much equipment. Hanfan averted his eyes from the beautiful leg photos sent by Sienner and hurriedly returned a message. Hanfan had just finished sending the message when the demon fairy queen messaged back. Stinking brother Bailey, have you finally remembered Sienner? Have you been so busy in the last half a month that you haven't even been online? What are you busy with? Busy with your girlfriend? Or are you busy with your girlfriend on your honeymoon? The demon fairy queen sent several messages in one breath, filled with a sour taste. No. Hanfan was filled with embarrassment and returned. No? I don't believe you. If you don't have a girlfriend, do you want one? If you have a girlfriend, do you want to change? Fairy can warm the bed and dance. Stop. Sienner, let's change the topic of conversation. I have a few pieces of unused equipment here, I'll give them all to you. Hanfan's face turned green as he hurriedly interrupted Sienner's rampant molestation. Hanfan then gave her those eliminated equipment through the trading house. Wow! Brother Bailey, are you robbing the boss monster's old home? Why are there so many superb equipment? Extremely good? It's just barely adequate. As he obtained more high-grade equipment, Hanfan's eyesight was also higher. These eliminated equipment really felt quite ordinary to Hanfan. Brother Bailey, these equipments are ordinary to you, but to most of us transcendents, they are extreme items that are hard to find for thousands of dollars. Sienner has decided to reward you properly, Brother Bailey, you can make some excessive demands on Sienner, yo. Fairy Soul sent a voice, a seductive, evocative voice. No need to. Poof. Hanfan shivered and hurriedly returned a message. As a result, before his message was sent, an even hotter and more powerful photo was sent. Hanfan's nose blood spurted wildly as he watched. This stinking woman. You're out of control, aren't you? Chapter 98, 10 Days to Level 40, Dasha Transcendence Abused and Killed. Brother Bailey, is Sienner's skin white? Fairy sent another, seductive voice. Bye. No, Sienner, don't fool around. Brother Bailey, I'm decent. Hanfan subconsciously returned. With that, he came back to his senses feeling that answering like that would be a loss of the high and mighty. Therefore, Hanfan hurriedly explained and fetishized the sexy photos sent by Siener, withdrawing his gaze. He. I knew Brother Bailey, you'd love it. Fairy was amused. Although, she couldn't see the expression on Hanfan's face. But she could guess roughly from the tone of Hanfan's replying message. Siener, do you usually have such a wild personality? Hanfan inquired awkwardly about the sentence, his heart filled with curiosity about Siener's character. Of course not. Siener is usually, but she's very ladylike and quiet. A lady's quiet? Not like that. Hanfan's gaze, he couldn't help but land on the hot photo sent by Siener. Although, Hanfan, in reality, didn't know Siener. But judging by these photos, Siener's character is definitely not on par with ladylike and quiet. Hey! Stinky Bailey brother, what kind of tone is that? Siener is usually really ladylike, alright. The reason why Siener is acting so cheerful towards Brother Bailey, is because Brother Bailey, you're a big handsome guy. Fairy grumbled and explained. A handsome man? Fairy, how do you know I'm a handsome man? What if it's an ugly guy? I don't believe it, girls' intuition is very accurate. Brother Bailey, you must be super handsome, send me a picture, let me take a look, okay? Fairy turned a corner and her fox tail showed. Turns out, she wants Hanfan's photo to see what it looks like. Forget about sending pictures, I'm ugly and it wouldn't be good if I scared you. Hanfan's old face flushed, a little embarrassed by Siener's compliment. I don't believe you, you must be super handsome, oops. Can you let Siener take a look? Or you can tell me where you are now, and Siener can go find you. Siener pouted daintily and relentlessly. Hanfan's goosebumps rose as he listened to the voice sent by Siener. Women are the most deadly when they are pampered. Especially if it's a long, sexy, beautiful woman who can't carry it off. Can't really carry it. Siener, don't, I'm rather busy right now, I still have to fight monsters and level up, when I have time later, I'll treat you to a meal. Hanfan saw that Siener was whiny and wouldn't stop until she gave a promise. Therefore, he could only helplessly draw her a big pie first. Anyway, he just said he'd have time later. As for when he has time, that's up to him. Hey! Or he's smart. Really? I knew Brother Bailey was the best. It hurts Siener the most. Fairy was overjoyed. Hanfan, on the other hand, was embarrassed. Judging from Siener's profile, her age, she was several years older than Hanfan. But she called out in a whiny voice with a mouthful of Brother Bailey. This is if you turn around and one day the two really meet. When Siener realized that the person she's been calling Brother Bailey for so long is just an 18-year-old kid, she wondered if she'd flip out in a minute. The two continued to chat. Chatting away. Fairy then talked about the three people she admired, in her mind, the most. Siener, who are the three people your heart worships most, if not your parents and relatives? Hanfan inquired curiously. Brother Bailey, one of the three people Siener adores most in her heart is you. Me? Why? Hanfan was wide-eyed and confused. How could he not expect that Siener would actually worship him? Because Brother Bailey, you're the most handsome, he. What about the other two? Hanfan looked embarrassed and hurriedly picked up the sentence. The other two, one is Hanfan, the #1 demon of the younger generation of Ardasha, and the other is the boy wearing a black fox mask who slashed 3 Goryo country sticks in a row on Star Luo Island. At that moment, Siener explained to Hanfan. Hanfan was completely baffled after hearing Siener's words. Starling Island? The boy who cut down 3 Goryo sticks in a row and wore a black fox mask? And so on. Why is this person Fairy is talking about so familiar? It couldn't mean him. Siener, that black fox mask boy, what does he look like? Hanfan looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask. You don't know? Know what? Brother Bailey, your speed of news circulation is too low. The video of the black fox masked boy has gone viral on the social networking sites of our Grand Xia. I'll show you a screenshot. After Siener finished speaking, she immediately went to the Dasha social networking site and sent a screenshot of the news message about the black fox masked boy to Hanfan. 10 minutes later. Hanfan had been completely speechless. Grandma's leg. He just killed 3 Goryo sticks to give them a warning. Who had enough to record this on video and post it on a Dasha social networking site? In this way. The 3 people that Fairy's heart adores are all him, right? This. is a little awkward. After watching that video on Dasha's social networking site, Hanfan's mind finally realized why Zhou Dajuan was able to accurately find him. Dare I say, I followed the online video and touched the net. After Hanfan ended his chat with Siener, he commanded the 7 angelic servants and went all out to level up. After all, he hadn't forgotten the purpose of coming to Star Luo Island. 1 month. 1 month later, if he can't rise to level 50, then he won't be able to fight side by side with Sister June and participate in the 7 Kingdoms competition. This is also the agreement between him and Xiao Head. He must do it. Hanfan soaked his entire body and mind in the Star Luo Island sub-island, fighting monsters and upgrading around the clock. However, even though he was fighting monsters around the clock to level up, he had very little time to kill monsters himself. For the most part, it was the 7 angelic servants that were responsible for luring the monsters and securing them. 10 days, in the blink of an eye. 10 days later, all 7 of Hanfan's newly summoned fallen angels had also risen to silver grade and opened up their spirit. And Hanfan has managed to reach level 40 after 10 days of all-out leveling. 10 days. From level 32, it skyrocketed to level 40. This kind of upgrading speed, when looking at the entire Grand Xia, and even the entire world, it was an unparalleled, one-of-a-kind existence. At this moment, Hanfan's heart was filled with excitement. At level 40, you can learn the 4th soul skill. As long as he finished learning the 4th soul skill, he could use the remaining 20 days to fully charge to level 50 and awaken the 6-winged angel demonic soul true body. Hanfan gathered his excitement and immediately had to go kill the soul skill bursting monsters and burst a soul skill book to continue upgrading. Suddenly, a mournful scream came. Ah! You Goryo sticks, kill me if you have the guts. If I frown, I'm your grandson. The sudden growl shook Hanfan's body when he heard it. Immediately, Hanfan's mind snapped to something and he immediately rushed towards the direction the sound came from. Ahead, a group of people gathered. On the ground, the bodies of several Daxia Transcendents fell in a pool of blood. The dozen or so remaining living Daxia Transcendents were surrounded by those Goryo country sticks, like prey. There was even a Daxia Transcendent covered in blood and collapsed there. That hissing and roaring sound just now should have come from his mouth. Hanfan saw pallor, despair, anger and unwillingness on the faces of those Daxia Transcendents. Chapter 99. Kill all these Goryo country sticks, not one of them. You Daxia pigs, listen up, from now on, if that masked little bastard doesn't show up, I'll kill one person for every minute. On the Goryo side, a man with a scarred face warned morosely. Rampant. Arrogant. Bullying is not reasonable. Bah! You bastard, have the guts to come. We, the men of Daxia, don't have cowards who are afraid of death. The man who fell to the ground with the name Gobang had no trace of fear on his face. Even, he jerked his head up and spat towards the Goryo country's scarred man after his voice fell. Nishihachi. You Daxia pig wanna die, I'll fulfill you now. The scarred man's face was hideous, his eyes bursting with killing intent. In the next moment, the big knife in his hand with cold aura, he ruthlessly cut down towards Guchuang's head. Seeing this, Guchuang, even though he was lying on the ground and could not get up, he raised his lofty head without fear or pleading for mercy. The surrounding Daxia Transcendents who were surrounded like prey also clenched the weapons in their hands, intending to fight to the end in blood. When everyone thought that Gugang was going to have his head chopped off by the scarred man, a golden lance, which had risen to the sky from afar, came whistling. Clang! A sound like steel breaking rang out. Then, the machete in the hands of the scarred man was blown away hard. Dabble. The scarred man's body, too, retreated several steps back in a row. Shiba, who the hell dares to sneak up on me? The scarred man flung his tingling arm and growled under his breath, his face grim. The other Goryo sticks, also with morose faces, looked for the sneak attacker. Me. A voice as cold as the Siberian tundra, without a trace of emotion, came out. The crowd turned their heads in unison at the sound. It's him. That 10 days ago, he killed 3 Goryo Kingdom Transcendents in a row. He threatened to kill 3 of the Goryo country's transcendentalists if they dared to hurt one of his brothers and sisters in Daxia. The Black Fox masked boy who had dared to kill 1 Daxia Transcendent and behead 10. Those Daxia Transcendents who were surrounded, turned back to God each face, overflowing with excitement. Even, some of the eyes were red. Here we go. He came. For the past 10 days, no one knows where he's been. 10 days later, when they, the Disya Transcendents who had come to Star Luo Island for upgrading, were surrounded by Goryo country sticks, like animals, he appeared. Little bastard, you finally stopped hiding? The scarred man stared at Hanfan with a morose face, squeezing out a sentence from between his teeth with eyes that wanted to eat people. Hanfan ignored it and walked straight toward Gobarge, who was covered in blood and collapsed on the ground. Getting close. Hanfan's hands clenched into fists as he looked at the bodies of several of his Dasha brothers and sisters who had fallen in a pool of blood, veins rippling on the backs of his hands. Brother, it's late. Hanfan reached out his hand, intending to pull Gugang up. It's us who are useless, trampled underfoot by these sticks. Gubao shook his head slightly, hesitated, and stretched out his right hand that was covered in blood. It was only at this point that Hanfan realized with a jolt that the 5 fingers of Gugang's right hand had been chopped off as much as possible. Scarlet blood, tick-tock, slammed into the ground below. Hanfan's heart trembled fiercely, and his killing intent became very much thicker. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you. Hanfan was filled with guilt and switched to his left hand again. Gubao still shook his head and raised his left hand with an unnatural face. His left hand, too. 10 fingers, all chopped off by the Goryo sticks. Beheading, but a bowl cut. And these unconscionable, pagan dog worse than Goryo country stickman, actually cruel Gubarge 10 fingers, one by one cut off. What cruelty, what piggishness! Hanfan's body froze there. It was a long time before he retracted his hand, his hands clenched into fists, his nails sinking deep into the flesh of his palms from the emotion. Hanfan crouched down and helped Gubao up. Eyes bloodshot. Not only were his eyes bloodshot, but the eyes of those other Dasha Transcendents were bloodshot as well. After Hanfan helped Gubarge up, he was casting a soul skill, Queen's Blessing, on him. A steady stream of regenerative power stopped the bleeding and restored the injuries on his body. Only after everything was done did Hanfan slowly raise his head and dropped his gaze to the group of Goryo country sticks not far away. The group of Goryo country sticks led by the scarred man were full of cold and cruel smiles. Little bastard? Not hiding anymore? I heard that you once put down the grandiose words that my Goryo country's transcendentals, who injured one of your great summer pigs, would kill 3 of us? The scarred man's face was full of rampant, contemptuous sneers as he looked at Hanfan. The rest of those Goryo country transcendents were roaring with laughter. That look was like looking at a clown. Hanfan didn't answer, nor did he bother to. In the next moment, he waved his big hand, and 7 angelic servants instantly appeared beside him. 3 white blazing angels, 4 black fallen angels. It looks very shocking. This is the angel servant? Wait a minute. How did he summon the angelic servant? He can't be the #1 demon, Hanfan, among the younger generation of our great Xia, can he? Which Hanfan? Could it be the great Xia hero who led our great Xia's current generation of demons in the South Sea Shattered Star Island trial, and forcefully killed more than 100 transcendentals from the Sakura Kingdom, including the double demon soul demon, Yamano 13? A gasp of shock came from the crowd of great summer transcendents. Hanfan was unrecognizable to them because he was wearing a black fox mask. But, the divine great demonic soul 6-winged angel, capable of summoning angelic servants, was known to everyone. Therefore, when Hanfan summoned the 7 angelic servants instantly, many of his Dasha brothers and sisters recognized his identity. Originally, the crowd was still apprehensive. Worried that they, the few of them, are no match for these Goryo country sticks. And after learning that the boy wearing the black fox mask is the first demon Hanfan among their young generation in Disya, their feelings of worry were then replaced by surging excitement. Seemingly, without realizing it, Hanfan, a teenage boy with a proud backbone, became the soul of their young descendants of transcendentalists in Disya. As long as he was there, they, the young descendants of Disya, were invincible and undefeated. Hanfan didn't bother about his Dasha brothers and sisters excitedly discussing, his eyes were like electricity as he looked at the group of Goryo country sticks. At that moment, those Goryo country sticks, their faces all changed. They had naturally heard of Hanfan's name. Sakura country's #1 demon, Yamano 13, what a powerful figure that was. But by this guy in front of him, he was chopped up hard. The heads were carried back to Jinling City and hung above the city gates. It was even rumored that he single-handedly defeated 15 demonic geniuses of the Sakura country and killed all of them. It's hard not to get your head in the clouds when you're so productive. Kill them all, leave no one behind. Hanfan opened his mouth. His voice wasn't very loud, but it was like a death rattle. "Yes, master." The 7 angelic servants, in unison, responded. In the next moment, only 7 angelic servants were seen, violently flapping their feathered wings and rushing up to the sky. Turning into 3 white lights and 4 black lights, they killed towards the greatly shocked Goryo country sticks. Chapter 100? How can you, a Goryo stick? Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the sky. Unlike the transcendentals of the Goryo kingdom who were terrified, the brothers and sisters on the Dacia side watched with reddened eyes and trembling bodies. After all, the few Dacia transcendents that fell to the ground died in a miserable state. It was by this group of inhuman Goryo sticks, who were abused to death alive. At this time, they saw these bastard Goryo country sticks, blood debt. How can their hearts, how can they not be relieved of their hatred? How can you not tremble with excitement? There were a few Dacia transcendents that had already pulled out their cell phones. A live stream was turned on the Dacia social media site, so that the countless children of Dacia could see this moment of relief. Is this the strength of the number 1 demon in this class of freshmen in our Grand Xia? 7 angel servants, killing dozens of Goryo kingdom sticks, helpless and crying. It's too damn enjoyable. There was a lot of chatter in the group. The real-time live camera, then, turned to Hanfan. Hanfan didn't make a move, and he still wore a black fox mask on his face, making his expression invisible. Standing there. His slim frame in the sunlight gave him a dominating composure. Vaguely, the crowd was like seeing the future god of war of Great Xia. You know, he's just a teenager who just turned 18. Dacia territory. Golden Province, Temple of God. Shanantian, Lin Baichen, and Qin Baiha and the other head executives were also following the live feed in real time. The Battle of Shattered Star Island in the South China Sea. The crowd was only able to get the results of the battle in real time, from the screen. The video footage, however, is not there. Therefore, even though the hearts of the crowd were shocked that Hanfan was powerful, no one knew just how powerful and terrifying he was. In everyone's mind, it's all about complementary brain guesses. This scene in front of me, on the other hand, is different. Live video streaming. And yes, all social media platforms within the whole of Dacia. Billions of Dacia's children watched. The crowd cried out when they saw Hanfan killing those Goryo country sticks with his own strength. That heat, that shock, that excitement. There are no words to describe it anymore. Qinzhou Province, Temple of God. Zhao Wuji and the other top levels of the Qinzhou heads were also watching this, a battle that concerned the honor of both countries. That day, when Hanfan awakened his full-formed demonic soul, he rushed over. With his vision, he naturally saw it at a glance. This young man, Hanfan, is extraordinary. But to Zhao Wuji's surprise, in just half a month, his growth stunned everyone's eyes. In all fairness, Zhao Wuji was a little worried that Hanfan would become complacent and inflated after becoming famous, and would unconsciously slack off. However, all this in front of him let him know that this child had become famous after a battle from the South China Sea's Shattered Star Island. Instead of slacking off to improve his strength, he doubled his efforts. Mordor Province, Temple of God. The same is true of the many heads of the higher echelons. Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. The Great Xia's King Human Emperor was also paying attention to this heated battle. The expression on the Human Emperor's face couldn't be seen to change in any way. But his fingers, gripping the handle of the dragon chair, were tight. It showed that, deep down, he was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. On the side, the scholarly-looking white dragon, holding a folding fan, was graceful. My king, Dacia is prospering with his son. Balin rarely went out of his way to compliment, to judge a person. And looking at the entire Grand Xia, the number of people who could get under the eyes of this war god of his could be counted on one hand. At this moment, he looked at the teenage boy on the video and personally gave Hanfan a rather high affirmation. And, it was still in front of the Human Emperor. This was enough to prove how much he appreciated Hanfan in his heart. My great summer, having been oppressed for 100 years and sleeping for 100 years since the fall of the last deity, it's time to awaken. The Human Emperor nodded slightly in agreement. A rare smile appeared on his majestic and uninhibited face. Video. Hanfan's 7 angel servants showed a terrifying strength comparable to that of an imperial boss, killing the Goryo country's rods. In a matter of moments, those Goryo country transcendents were chopped up and killed in half. The remaining Goryo country sticks with thick skin and known for their defense were also struggling to hold on and were not far from death. Suddenly, and angry rebuke came. "Great summer bastard, stop it." The sound was like rolling thunder, deafening. In the next moment, a matchless pressure impacted, shocking those great Xia transcendents who were watching the battle not far away back several steps. What? Ranked 98th on the Kyushu Dragon ranking, Goryeo Kingdom's top demon, Park Seongyeon. Successive cries of alarm resounded throughout the major provincial god temples. A moment before, on the faces of the crowd, there was an excited, feverish expression. And when the crowd saw the visitor through the live video feed, their faces changed drastically. Park Seong Idol. The super demon on top of the dragon list in the continent of Kyushu. The dragon ranking represented more than just a country's demons. Rather, it was the young demons of all the countries in the entire continent of the 9 states, put together to rank and compete for the rankings. The dragon list of the 9 states only ranked in the top 100. Although Park Seong-ryong is ranked 98th, no one dares to underestimate his strength. After waiting so long, Goryeo has finally come up with a decent stick? On Hanfan's face, there was not a trace of fear. His gaze landed on Park Seongyeon with a touch of contempt. 60 level. Seal of Transcendence. It's strong. Judging from the aura on Park Shangxiao, Hanfan felt that even that old piker Zhao Jigang at level 65 was no match for him. Think about it, a month or so ago. When Hanfan was in Jinling City, he faced Zhao Jigang, the 65th level Green Dragon Society Hallmaster, but he was abused like a dog. It can be said that if it wasn't for his sister, Han Shijun, appearing in time, I'm afraid that Hanfan would have lost his life to Zhao Jigang that day. A month passed. Nowadays, Hanfan has risen to level 40. Though, he hadn't acquired the 4th soul skill yet. However, Hanfan was confident in his heart that he was able to have a battle with this Goryeo Kingdom demon in front of him. And this battle is about the face and honor of the Grand Xia. Hanfan can't back down and won't back down. Little bastard, if you kneel down and kowtow now, I can let you die a quick death. Park Shang Leisure's body floated in mid-air, towering over him with a face full of arrogance. The way he looked at Hanfan was like he was giving alms to a beggar. The few remaining Goryeo country sticks, on the other hand, had agitated faces and frantically begged for help. The atmosphere of the scene, in an instant, was dull and depressing to the extreme. Those Dasha's subjects who were watching the video felt like they weren't breathing too well through the screen. Everyone wanted to see what Hanfan would do. Both anticipating and nervous. Expectantly, the crowd longed for Hanfan to once again make a splash and raise the great Xia heavenly might. Nervously, the crowd was also afraid that Hanfan was not a match for Park Shang-xian, the super demon of the Kyushu Dragon ranking. In actuality, the heads of the provinces within the Great Summer don't feel that Hanfan can be a match for Park Shang Leisure, who is ranked 98th on the Dragon ranking list. Ha! Kneel down? Kowtow? You Goryeo stickman deserve it? Hanfan smiled contemptuously and waved his hand. 9 black ons flashed by. The second soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Streams, struck out boldly. In an instant, the remaining Goryeo Kingdom rods that were scared out of their wits were all chopped up. Chapter 101. So what if the dragon ranking is a pride of the 9 dragons? Hard to the end. Hanfan told Park Seong-yeon about his attitude with his actual actions. The Goryeo country stick. Talking him into kneeling? No match. Everyone across the internet was shocked and appalled. Hanfan's attitude was already obvious. Today, he planned to fight this super demon, Park Seongyeon, to the end. The crowd within the Great Xia territory, after their hearts were shocked, their blood boiled. However, in the Imperial Palace, the human emperor's face, however, was unprecedentedly grave. White Dragon, you immediately head to Star Luo Island and bring this little guy back alive for me. Hanfan's pride is certainly very much a boost for Daxia. However, Hanfan's hardened attitude would only completely enrage the super demon, Park Shangxiao. Park Seong-ho is 1 term ahead of Hanfan. His strength, even compared to Hanfan's sister, Han Shijun, was not the slightest bit weaker. Hanfan graduated from his senior year of high school and has awakened his demonic soul so far. But it's only been a month. How can a month's growth compare to Park Seonghyun, who has been developing and growing for more than a year? The human emperor understood in his heart. If he didn't allow the White Dragon to travel to Star Luo Island, Hanfan would definitely die today. King, it's not right. Star Luo Island is a chaotic zone with no order to speak of, and every transcendent who goes there signs a life and death order by default. Besides, now that hundreds of millions of people are watching, our side of Disya is broadcasting live in real time, and I'm afraid that the other countries in the continent of Kyushu are also paying close attention. At this point, if we venture over and intervene in this matter, it is equivalent to openly breaking the rules of the Kyushu continent, and will instantly become the public enemy of other countries. The white dragon looked at the huge screen in front of him and withdrew his gaze to look at the human emperor. Although, he wanted to go to Star Luo Island right now and bring Hanfan back safely. But, he had to put the safety and security of the entire Great Xia's thousands of people first. The human emperor sniffed and fell silent. How could he, as the king of Disya, not understand what White Dragon said? How do you not know? Star Luo Island was different from the South Sea Shattered Star Island trials. The South Sea Shattered Star Island trial, they were following the rules. When they came out, Dahabenshu made a private move, and they, Disya, were firmly in the driver's seat. So, they are not afraid. But this is different in front of me. On this Starla Island where there is no order to speak of. The duel between Hanfan and Park Songyun was originally a personal feud between the two transcendents. But if White Dragon does go, it will rise back to the level of a national war. Sessions. Those other kingdoms in the continent of Kyushu that were already eyeing the Great Summer Kingdom would definitely not let go of this opportunity. Cherry Blossom Country, Tenchu Country, Koryo Country, Emerald Country, Lighthouse Country, etc. If they joined forces, the Great Summer Kingdom was not far from extinction. Hundreds of millions of Dasha's people will be slaughtered. He, the emperor, will also become the fallen king of the Great Xia Kingdom. His emperor did not fear death, nor was he afraid of it. But after he dies, how will he face the ancestors of Daxia? How can I face my ancestors? How to face the gods who had fought and fallen for the Great Summer? The human emperor punched hard, smashing on the handle of the dragon chair, and finally did not speak again. His eyes, however, were dead set on the screen in front of him, keeping an eye on things. Little bastard, you dare to kill my Goryo Kingdom Transcendent in front of me, looking for death. Park Shang-Leisure's face was as morose as it could be. The aura on his body also climbed upward. The group of Grand Xia Transcendents behind Hanfan were forced to retreat once again in succession by the surging and raging aura. Hanfan's body, which stood there, did not move at all, only the clothes on his body were rattled by the gale. If you want to kill me, then we'll see if you have that kind of skill. In the next moment, Hanfan's body aura, too, climbed upward and rose to the sky. What? He's 40 leveled up? Am I seeing things wrong? How is this possible? Wasn't it only level 32 10 days ago? 10 days. He actually soared from level 32 to level 40 in 10 days? Transcendents are only able to fly when they reach level 40 and become advanced transcendents. Although, Hanfan hid his transcendent information. But, his body suddenly rose from the ground into the sky. This was also a direct way of telling the crowd that he had risen to level 40. 40 levels. In just 10 days. What kind of sick and exaggerated upgrade speed is this? In the Jinling City Divine Hall, Sha Nantian and the others jumped directly from their chairs in shock. Their eyes stared deathly at Hanfan, who stood in the air, with expressions on their faces, shocked and appalled. It was also at this moment that Park Shang-Leisure took the lead. First soul skill, Thunder Strike Chop. In the sky, there was a steep wind and lightning. Within that tumbling thundercloud, an arc of electricity that danced crazily. In the next moment, a thunderbolt the thickness of a child's arm, carrying a shocking destructive force, blasted down. First soul skill, Judgment Overlord Lance. Hanfan's face showed a grave expression as he opened fire. Compared to the group attack type second soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Stream, the first soul skill has a stronger single attack ability. Boom! After the earth-shattering loud noise, Hanfan's body slammed into the ground viciously. Electricity arcs flashed above his body, and his face paled. Not far away, on the 7 angelic servants, red light was also flashing madly, taking the damage for Hanfan. It's strong. Very strong. The special lightning attribute was originally known for its rigid destructive power. With this strike, Hanfan suffered a big loss. At this moment, Hanfan's heart was somewhat emotional. If you allow him to obtain the fourth soul skill, lift the level 40 attribute value limit restriction. Then it's as easy for him to kill Park Song-hyeon's stick as slaughtering a pig or a dog. Now, on the other hand, it's quite a struggle. After all, this guy was 20 levels above him and a top-tier demon. Together with the Thunder attribute demon soul, it was really difficult to deal with. When the Daxia crowd saw that Hanfan was hit by Park Sheng-xian and blasted into the ground, a heart clenched. And compared to the worries and uneasiness of the people of Daxia, the Transcendents watching the real-time live broadcast in the Goryeo Kingdom, the Sakura Kingdom, and even the Tianju Kingdom were happy and delighted. It's good to be dead. All people have a selfish heart. A monster-level demon had suddenly appeared in Daxia. Even this demon had led a group of Daxia Transcendents to completely annihilate all the demonic geniuses of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom in the South Sea Shattered Star Island trial. Even this term of the Sakura country, the first demon of the dual demon souls, Yamano 13, died in his hands. This exaggerated situation of appearing at the peak made the top heads of the other countries in the continent of Kyushu very apprehensive in their hearts. If they continue to grow like this, Daxia will no longer be a soft persimmon that they can step on. Today, if I can use Park Song-yeon's hand to strangle him in the cradle, that's really more fun than New Year's Eve. Especially the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's Heavenly Emperor, because of the Shattered Star Island trial matter, he was so angry by this Hanfan that he vomited blood and fainted 3 times. Still pale and sick, he watched the live video on the screen, shivering with excitement and laughing like crazy. Baka! If Park Shang-leisure can slaughter Hanfan, the great summer pig, today, the whole country will take a 3-day vacation to celebrate. Chapter 102, Hard Resistance to Park Shang-leisure's 8th Order Soul Technique, Thunder Demon Destroying City. This amount of strength, and you dare to speak out of turn? Park Shang-leisure saw Hanfan, the great summer demon, in vain. The truth is unbearable and full of contemptuous sneers. You, the super demon of the dragon ranking of the 9 states, is nothing more than that in my opinion. On Hanfan's face, there was no fear. Park Shang-leisure did not use his full strength in that strike just now. Has he ever used his full strength? It's just a test attack. Hanfan is trying to see that there is a difference of 20 levels between the two. Just how big was the gap between him and Park Shang-leisure, the super demon of the Kyushu dragon ranking? Looking at it today. Also a rookie. Not to mention that he has reached level 60, or even level 40 now. If he acquires the 4th soul skill, he will unlock the upper limit of attribute value at level 40. Hanfan was also confident in his heart that he would be able to sweep away most of the super demons in the dragon ranking of the 9 states. Nothing more than that? I only used 1/5 of my strength and you smashed into the ground like a dead dog, tough talk? Park Shang-leisure's face chilled as he morosely humiliated. Some people, really. The strength of the dish is like a dog, but the mouth is very hard. Ha! Only using 1/5 of your strength? You Goryeo country sticks, not only do you have the first place in the bid, even this pretending 13 kung fu is one of the best. Hanfan sneered and directly humiliated. Little bastard, you seek death. It is known to everyone in the world that Goryeo country likes to bid for heritage. In the past, licking face to put the Daxia terracotta warriors and horses, heritage back to Goryeo. This kind of shameless behavior shocks people. Even those nations in the West can't stand to watch. Later, countries all over the world, behind their backs, gave Goryeo a new name, called Shinsuke. At this point, Hanfan humiliated them in front of Park Song-yeon for bidding for greatness. That's total unadulterated humiliation. How could Park Song-ho's heart not be angry? 5th soul skill, Thunder Demon True Body. In the next moment, Park Shang-xian, who had been moved to true anger, directly executed the 5th soul skill, Thunder Demon True Body. In an instant, Park Song-yeon transformed into a thunder demon. Strength jumped several times. Hanfan didn't flinch and once again borrowed the power of his demonic soul and rushed up to the sky. Hanfan has reached level 40. Even though he hadn't obtained the 4th soul skill yet, being able to borrow the power of the demonic soul also surged several times. As Hanfan was on fire, a huge black shadow appeared silently in the sky behind him. Super divine grade demonic souls, 6 winged angels. 3 white, 3 black, 6 magnificent feathers. It was particularly shocking and dazzling in the sunlight. The 6-winged angel slowly opened his eyes. The 4th characteristic of the demon soul, the king's gaze, is activated. Under the gods, all are ants. A boundless and overbearing sense of oppression tsunami-like pressed towards Park Shang-xian, who had transformed into a thunder demon in front of him. Hula! Hula! On the ground, 7 angelic servants, violently vibrating their wings, rushed up into the sky. With that, they stood behind Hanfan. 3 white and 3 black silhouettes, bubbling with wild circles of light in the blinding sunlight. Motivation. Inspiration. At this moment, Hanfan was like transforming into a great summer deity, the dual king of the blazing angel race and the fallen angel race. The king of the angelic race, the pro-conquest. How could the three blazing and fallen angels, who were the children of the angelic race, be excited? How can you not be frenzied and battle-hardened? All of a sudden, their combat power climbed. On the ground, those Dasha brothers and sisters in the distance tilted their heads up and looked with horror. Is this the real strength of their Dasya's first demon of this term? Among the major shrines within the Great Summer, many heads, looking at the video images on the screen, also clenched their fists hard. On the opposite side, Park Sung-yoon's face was filled with horror as his heart turned over. Hanfan's level is 20 levels behind him. But at this moment, when he faced Hanfan's demonic soul shadow, he actually felt a boundless sense of oppression. What the hell is this? Why did the mere shadow of a demonic soul possess such a terrifying pressure? Park Sung-yoon's demonic soul, Thunder Demon. But it's a solid divine demon soul. And at this moment, Park Shang-hsien, who had executed his Thunder Demon true body, could clearly feel that his demonic soul, Thunder Demon, was trembling slightly. Seemingly, in fear. Fear? As the same divine great demon soul, why would there be such an emotion as fear? No. That's absolutely impossible. Little bastard, this demonic soul of yours, what the hell is it? Why does it possess such a strong sense of oppression? Park Shang-leisure stared at Hanfan with dead eyes and questioned angrily. Hanfan's eyes were cold as he sneered, "You're a jumping clown who knows nothing about my strength. How can the name of the first demon of this freshman class of Dasha be called in vain? You seek death. Scum, come and fight. Divine bone transformation armor." Hanfan had no fear on his face as he fiercely bellowed. In the next moment, only a set of pure black pulling battle armor was seen covering Hanfan's torso. What? He actually has a divine bone? The whole room gasped. No one had expected that Hanfan actually possessed a divine bone. Moreover, the soul skill that came with this divine bone actually transformed into armor. With the Titan torso bone, transformed into the armor of the Titans, worn on the body. Hanfan immediately felt that the power had jumped by a factor of 2. Today, he will kill this Goryo country stick. The 9th-ranked soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest, could only be executed once with Hanfan's current strength. Facing the powerful Park Shang-hsien, Hanfan didn't dare to be careless. A hit. He had to finish off this Goryo scumbag. Therefore, Hanfan showed all his cards to ensure that nothing was lost. 6th soul skill, Thunder Demon Destroyer. Park Shang-leisure's face was stern, his eyes bursting with murderous intent as he unleashed the strongest soul skill at level 60. 5 colored rays of light shone in the sky as Park Shang-leisure's roar fell. Under that blinding light, the mountainous thunderclouds in the sky were all mapped out in colorful ways. The 8th rank soul skill. Park Shang-leisure's 6th soul skill is actually a terrifying 8th rank soul skill. Finished, this is really finished. Hanfan, even if he is strong, it is impossible for him to carry a horrible blow from an 8th order soul skill. The thousands of brothers and sisters in Dasha who were watching the real-time video had pale faces full of despair. If anything, Hanfan's previous stunning performance. It filled the hearts of the crowd with excitement, fervor, and hope. However, when the crowd raised their heads and looked at the terrifying 8th rank soul skill, Thunder Demon Destroying City, that Park Shang-hsien had executed in the sky, they despaired. No one thought that Hanfan, who was only at level 40, would be able to survive this 8th order soul skill that was powerful enough to split mountains and destroy cities. Yossi. Goryo Kingdom Park Shang-leisure, awesome. Immediately pass on my order. From today onwards, we, the Sakura Empire, take a 5-day vacation. This Dasha pig that killed the #1 demon in my Sakura country is going to die and must be celebrated. Unlike the many heads of the Great Summer Kingdom, who were worried and desperate. The Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom jumped out of bed in happy excitement. Originally, he was still sickly looking. However, when he saw Hanfan being engulfed by Park Shang-leisure's terrifying 8th order soul skill, he immediately felt that the sickness in his body was all healed. Therefore, he immediately ordered a 5-day national vacation to celebrate the occasion. Chapter 103, You Know Nothing About My Strength, Chopping Heaven's Pride. Jinling City, Temple of God. Finished, the last bit of our Dasya. Fire of hope is once again extinguished. Elder Bai looked at Hanfan, who was engulfed by an 8th order soul skill, as if he had lost his soul. No one else said anything. They didn't know what to say and what they could say. No one expected this outcome. Jesus. That's pretty cruel of you. 100 years. You gave Daxia its last bit of hope. However, today. And yet you took that little hope and extinguished it with your own hands. The hearts of all the Great Summer's children were cold to the bottom. Some have covered their mouths and broken down and cried. Imperial Palace. The human emperor's eyes were red, and his arm, which was resting on the dragon chair, was trembling slightly. On the side, the spring-like smile on the white dragon's face also disappeared. In his hand, the folding fan was gripped with a crunching sound, almost wringing it out. Quick look! Hanfan isn't dead. What? Milliseconds? Unharmed under the furious attack of an 8th rank soul skill? How is this possible? The Daxia crowd, desperate. As the dust-filled sky cleared, once again excitement, shock, set in. Hanfan was only seen, still floating in mid-air. And around his body, a black transparent sphere loomed. It's this black sphere that looks like a bubble that bursts when you poke it. It actually resisted Park Shang-Leisure's terrifying and domineering 8th rank soul skill. Fake, right? Baka. What's going on? Is this stick, Park Song-yun, acting me out with this big summer pig, Hanfan? The Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, halfway through his laughter, ended abruptly. With his eyes dead ahead of him on the screen, he decided to cancel his vacation for 5 days and celebrate things. Not only that, his heart rose, a strong sense of unease. Goryeo Kingdom, Imperial Palace. Shiba. This Daxia pig, how come it's so strong? Did I see wrongly with blurred eyes? You guys give me a good look and tell me. The king of the stick also growled repeatedly, his face showing a horrified, incredulous expression. He raised his hand to wipe his eyes vigorously because of his age, wondering if he had misread his eyes. It was only after a long time that the king of Goryeo's eyes were worn off their skin that he was sure that it was not a case of misreading his eyes. Hanfan. That Daxia demon really didn't die. No. Not only is he not dead, not a single strand of his hair has fallen out. No way. This guy, he's definitely open. Daxia, territory. The bigwigs of the provincial shrine, in shock, stood up directly from their chairs. Is this a group rise? One by one, they didn't bother about the out-of-control expressions, staring wide-eyed and deadpan at the black ball of light on the screen that was protecting Hanfan's body all around. 9. Ninth Order Soul Skills. I don't know who said it, their voice dry and trembling. It was obviously not loud, but it trembled in the hearts of all the big boys. Shocker. Horrified. Unbelievable. Level 40? Just acquired a 9th Order soul skill? What kind of unbelievable luck is that? Normally speaking, only the level 70 or above of the Emperor level boss monster only have a 1 in 10,000 chance, burst the 9th Order soul skill. Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. King, we still underestimated this kid's strength. The white fingers of the white dragon clutching the fan slowly loosened. He looked at the screen in front of him and smiled bitterly. Looked like the South Sea Shattered Star Island trial, he wasn't lucky to lead the Great Summer Demons and wipe out the Sakura Country Dwarfs, but actually crushed them with his strength. The human emperor nodded and picked up. Starling Island, the scene. Park Shang-Leisure's face grimaced as he stared at Hanfan in front of him, hissing loudly, "No. Impossible. How can you be unharmed by my 8th rank 6th soul skill? I don't believe it." Hanfan looked at the hissing, maddened Park Shang-Xian, his face full of cold calmness. As I said before, you know nothing about my strength. However, if you can force me to go all out, it's honorable to die. Hanfan's words are very pretentious. 13. But, now the whole network of brothers and sisters, however, are listening with great fervor. Moreover, the horrifyingly exaggerated strength that Hanfan displayed in front of his eyes did indeed have the capital to pretend to be 13. Try to ask, under the same strength. Who could be unharmed by a terrifying 8th rank soul skill? To know. At the time in the city of Jinling, only 50 levels of Han Shijun. When he had executed his 8th rank soul skill, he had almost slaughtered the 65th rank sealed transcendent Zhao Jigang. From this, it could be seen to what extent the 8th rank soul skill was as terrifying as it was. Besides, Hanfan is only at level 40, 20 levels below Park Shang-Leisure. Resisting his strongest blow unharmed, he still couldn't mount a wave? 3rd soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Levy. At this time, Hanfan saw that time was almost up and stopped talking nonsense with Park Shang leisure as his strongest strike was unleashed. What? The third soul skill? Isn't the third soul skill learned at level 30, and a level 30 monster also explodes 9th rank soul skills? In the high school Transcendent Theory book, wasn't there an introduction that the 9th rank soul skills are only exploded by Emperor level bosses that are above level 70? My goodness! What do I see? I think I see my great-grandmother. If you're too happy, great-grandma, go to Goryo and pull a few sticks to play mahjong with you. I haven't lived long enough. The people were appalled and horrified. The third soul skill? The third soul skill is a 9th ranked soul skill? This is a horse. Just now, the crowd saw Hanfan resist the strongest strike of Park Xingxian's 8th order soul skill unharmed. They had guessed in their minds that Hanfan's Black Ball of Light should be a 9th order defensive soul skill. And since Hanfan happens to be level 40, it's logical to assume that this should be Hanfan's strongest 4th soul skill. I'm not sure. This is only the 3rd soul skill? Moreover, it seemed that this 9th order soul skill not only possessed a perverted defensive ability, but also an extremely strong offensive ability. A 9th ranked soul skill that combines offense and defense? Even among the Great Summer Divine Hall, the knowledgeable bigwigs were seeing it for the first time, and their eyes almost fell to the ground in astonishment. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! The gods and devils of the heavens hissed up to the sky. The black ball of light around Hanfan's body transformed into a heaven-opening divine demon battle blade. It's not like the old days. This time, Hanfan waved his big hand. The 6-winged angelic silhouette of the demonic soul behind him followed and raised his hand. In the next moment, the 6-winged angelic demonic soul grabbed the hilt of the divine demon battle blade. The 6-winged angel demonic soul shadow, gripping the god demon battle blade with both hands, ruthlessly slashed towards the front, like a mole cricket, Park Shangxian. The power of this blade was as if it was going to cut the sky into two. Before the divine demon battle blade even touched Park Shang Leisure's thunder demon true body, the powerful blade aura directly crushed him and smashed him to the ground below. Boom! There was a terrifyingly loud bang. The thunder clouds tumbling in the sky were directly split apart. Park Shang Leisure tilted his head up and looked at the god devil battle blade that was getting closer and closer in the sky, the overbearing and overwhelming god devil battle blade, his face full of fear and roaring. He wanted to get up and escape, but the powerful airflow that was pressing down on him couldn't stand up. In the next moment, his body was directly torn apart by the raging energy, leaving no bones left. On the ground, a 40-meter-long, 1-meter-wide deep ditch appeared to be shocking. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Chapter 104 Green Dragon, President of the Green Dragon Society, The Unknown Side. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Royal Palace. Baka Yalu. This Goryo pig, Park Song-yun, is so incompetent. He can't even deal with a Daxia pig. Rubbish! Rubbish! The Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom growled in anger when he saw that the situation did not develop as he thought it would. At this time, Hanfan, the demon of this term of the Great Summer. Not only has it become a thorn in his heart, but it has also become a heart disease. After these days of recuperation, he was just getting that much better. As a result, Hanfan unexpectedly slaughtered the Goryo nation's super demon, Park Shangxian, in a crushing manner. Put. The Sakura Kingdom Emperor cursed. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. A mouthful of old blood sprayed out, his eyes rolled over, and he fainted once again. Mikado. The Emperor. Someone come, the Emperor has fainted again. In the middle of the palace, those Sakura nation guards were in a mess. In one short month, they, the Sakura Emperor, have vomited blood and passed out 3 times. And, the disease in him, one at a time, is getting worse. At this rate, I'm not sure I'll die alive one day. It's a little scary. Sakura Country, a certain mansion. The demon soul Hydra, the great river Honshu who had one of his heads chopped off and was still in a state of serious injury. His face was also quite gloomy and ugly, even with a touch of grim moroseness. The growth of this little bastard of Daxia is simply too sickly exaggerated. Before he had traveled to the South Sea Shattered Star Island for the trial, he was still just an unheard of rookie chicken. The battle at Shattered Star Island in the South China Sea made him quickly famous. His name fell into the field of vision of the top heads of the countries in the continent of Kyushu. Because all the participants of this session of the Shattered Star Island trial in Sakura Country were completely annihilated for a reason. They, Sakura Nation, had become, for a time, the laughingstock of other nations. This was a great shame for the Emperor of Sakuragak and for him, Okahanshu. Originally, Ohiban initially thought that the heat of the matter gradually passed. Until today. This little bastard of the great summer country, who had disappeared for half a month, reappeared into the limelight. And as soon as he appeared on the scene, he slaughtered the super demon Park Sung-yun of Goryeo, who was ranked 98th on the Kyushu Dragon ranking. The outcome of this battle was not expected by anyone. The implications are as great as they have ever been. Just as Okahanshu's mind, earlier, was worried. Dacia, the once most terrifying oriental dragon of the Kyushu continent, was gradually waking up from its slumber. Goryeo Kingdom, Imperial Palace. Nishihachi. Saihachi. You're all useless. You can't even handle a level 40 loser in Dacia. What's the point of raising you? The king of the Goryeo Kingdom was frantically dropping things, and his hand, which was gripping his walking stick in anger, was shivering. However, he was much stronger in terms of mental strength compared to the emperor of the Sakurazukuni. At least, when he saw the super demon of Goryeo, Park Sung-yun, being slaughtered by Hanfan, he didn't spit out blood in anger, did he? In the middle of the palace, those maids who were scolded by the king of Goryeo Kingdom were not very convincing. Park Sung-hyun was slaughtered by Hanfan, a Dacia demon who was 40 levels short. They can't be blamed for this, even if they were to go round with an 80-meter sword. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on Park Shang-leisure's wasted and incompetent, right? I want this little bastard of the great summer kingdom to die. Death at all costs. The king of Goryeo cursed for a while and regained his composure. His face grimaced and twisted as he squeezed a few words through his teeth. Goryeo's dog-headed warlord immediately ran over. Your Majesty, Park Sung-il has just died, and this is a very sensitive period, so I'm afraid that if we take the risk of moving this Dacia pig, it will bring serious consequences. The Goryeo Kingdom's dog-headed military counselor frowned tightly and said with worry. Sapachi. I, the great empire of Goryeo, would be afraid of a Dacia pig that doesn't even have a god? 10 days. I'll only give you 10 days. After 10 days, if that Dacia pig is still alive, you're going to die for me. The king of Goryeo kicked the dog-headed warlord to the ground and pointed his cane at his nose and eyes in warning. Yes, your majesty, rest your anger. Since your majesty is determined to do away with this great Xia pig, then we can only use the great Xia territory, that bottom card. The Goryeo Kingdom's dog-headed warlord, with a cold sweat on his forehead, nodded his head in agreement. Afterward, the Goryeo country's dog-headed warlord got up from the ground, took out a special communication device, and contacted a certain person within Dacia. Dacia, Jinling City, Green Dragon Society. At this moment, Green Dragon, the president of the Green Dragon Society, sat in his chair with a morose expression on his face. In front, Zhao Jigang, the Green Dragon Society's hall master, also had a gloomy and unsightly face. Even if Hanfan had already decimated the Goryeo Kingdom's super demon, Park Seonjian, Zhao Jigang's mind is still in a trance, dreamlike and unreal. Once upon a time, Hanfan was still an ant in his hands. He could have crushed it with his hand if he wanted to. Now, a month has passed. He's grown to the point where he killed Park Sung-ryong, the super demon of Goryeo. What kind of exaggerated growth rate is this? If anything, his sister, Han Shijun, was a Dacia super demon, a Dacia's heavenly pride. Then Hanfan, this younger brother, was a demon among demons, a heavenly pride among heavenly prides. Not a deity. However, he was now behaving in such a way that he was already revered as a god among the younger generation of Dacia. This son has become a scourge to my Green Dragon Society. If I had known a month ago, I should have gotten rid of him at all costs. Zhao Jigang glanced towards Qinglong and said in a morose and chilling voice. The stronger Hanfan grew, the greater the threat to their Green Dragon Society. After all, a month ago, he had feuded with their Green Dragon Society. At that time, Zhao Jigang almost killed Hanfan. With this kind of hatred, he was only afraid that when this little bastard freed his hands, he would come to settle the score with him. Zhao Jigang heart, how can not be apprehensive? Qinglong's face was grim, his fingers tapping on the chair handle without speaking. Just then, he suddenly received a special message. Qinglong clicked on the message and his face froze violently. He slowly closed his eyes and seemed to be contemplating something. At that moment, the demonic soul that had silently appeared behind him slowly opened its 3 scarlet blood eyes, which looked somewhat frightening. The atmosphere in the entire Green Dragon Society hall was also dull and depressing in an instant. Zhao Jigang didn't know what was wrong with Qinglong and didn't dare to say anything. His gaze fell on the Green Dragon. The green dragon still had his eyes closed, and his face had a cloudy expression. It gives off a creepy evil look when you look closely. Especially behind him, the three-eyed poison dragon demonic soul that appeared without a sound. It even reflected the green dragon sitting on the chair like a demon from hell. I don't know how much time has passed. The green dragon slowly opened his eyes. After he opened his eyes, his gaze just looked at Zhao Jigang. Zhao Jigang's scalp tingled and his heart fluttered at the sight of his gaze. President, is there something you have to tell me? Zhao Jigang swallowed, his heart a little nervous. There was no way around it, the way the green dragon looked at this moment was just too scary. He had never seen such an expression on Qinglong's face in all the years he had been the head of the Green Dragon Society. The green dragon in front of him made Zhao Jigang incomparably strange and creepy. Want revenge? Green Dragon ignored Zhao Jigang's inquiry and smiled wryly. Chapter 105, Done 4. Sienna is coming to Star Luo Island, looking for him? Starling Island, the scene. Thousands of pairs of eyes, all focused on that teenage boy in the sky. There's fanaticism. There's hot blood. There's anger. There's hate. The teenage boy slowly fell from the sky. The six-winged angel silhouette behind him also dissipated into the air. Under the gaze of thousands of people, he slowly removed the black fox mask from his face, revealing that handsome face. Hanfan. That great Xia, this year's session, was proud of its supreme pride. The one who led this class of demons of the Grand Xia to slay in the South Sea Shattered Star Island trial. The teenage boys who killed those Sakura Nation transcendents were crying and routing. The teenage boy who was so angry with the emperor of the Sakura Kingdom that he spat out blood 3 times and vowed to get him killed. The young man who brought the Sakura country Yamano 13 heads back to Jinling, making the heads of the bigwigs in Jinling City go out of the city for 100 miles to welcome them. That young boy who had been praised by the great Xia god of war, White Dragon, and had caused the great Xia human emperor to go so far as to order the 12 Fausts to be deployed to escort him home. Today, he will again raise the heavenly might of the great Xia. In this chaotic area of Star Luo Island, he was able to kill a super demon of Goryeo Kingdom who was 20 levels higher than him, and he was also the Park Sheng Leisure of the dragon ranking of the Kyushu. Such an age, such an honor. Looking at the entire great Xia for thousands of years, no one can be better than him. Not to say that there will be no one after, but it is not an exaggeration to say that no one has been there before. But, even so, unlike the crowd's complex emotions of joy and excitement, anger and hatred, at this moment, there was not a trace of happiness or delight, not a hint of pride or triumph on his face. There is, simply, sadness and grief. Ignoring the gazes of the people watching, he came to the corpses of those dead Xia brothers and sisters and watched them for a long time. He then bowed deeply. Whether people call him pretentious or hypocritical and melodramatic, for him, some things are etched in his bones. Distant crowd. This included the human emperor, White Dragon, Xiao Nantian, Zhao Warji, and the others who were watching his every move. All infected by his gesture. The smiles of joy on the faces of the thousands of Dashia's people also gradually disappeared. Yeah. What's there to be happy about? What's there to be happy about? The prosperity of today's Dacia is the result of the blood of countless forefathers. In front of these tragic Goryeo country stick, killed by the brothers and sisters of Dacia, the bones are not yet cold. It comes down to this. Or is it that they, Xia, are not strong enough for everyone to be bullied? It was the transcendence of other nations that dared to kill them at will like livestock prey. When you have a hard fist, what you say will always make sense. When your fists are soft, what you say is a fart that makes you poof. Hanfan finished his bow and turned violently to look at the real-time video of the crowd in the middle behind him. He had a cold expression on his face and his eyes were as cold as the Siberian tundra. Koryo sticks, I know you're watching the video, so listen up. From today onwards, the day I'm on Star Luo Island, as long as I see one of your Goryeo country transcendents, I, Hanfan, will kill everyone I see. Bully. Rough. Strong. Not too many words. The short and powerful words shocked those Goryeo country transcendents who were watching the video, and left them dumbfounded. Saihachi. This little bastard must die. When the king of Goryeo saw Hanfan rampaging to such an extent, he hissed in anger and ruthlessly smashed the screen in front of him. And unlike the king of Goryeo, who was as angry and uncomfortable as if he had eaten, the mood was different. For their part, the hearts of the many heads and bigwigs of the great Summer Kingdom were filled with emotion and relief. That little brat. Good seed. In the future, White Dragon, the great summer war god, will retire. They, the oldies, have to vote for the little bugger. Let him become the new god of war of Daxia. Hanfan came to the Daxia brothers and sisters behind him and asked them to send the bodies of these dead Daxia transcendents back to Daxia. He then turned away. The back, not how lofty, how tall. But it's hard to say. In the hearts of all, leaving an indelible mark. Hanfan returned to the Star Luo Island sub-island. Gather your thoughts and start wishing. I make a wish to obtain a stronger auxiliary type soul skill today. More than 10 days passed. He had once again accumulated 10 wish points. Hanfan intended to use 10 points of wish value to wish for a powerful auxiliary type soul skill. Soul skills, like magic souls, were divided into various types. There are physical damage type soul skills, there are spell damage type soul skills, and there are also recovery, control, and enhancement type soul skills. Today's Hanfan. A single attack type soul skill with the first soul skill, Gun of Judgment. Group attack type soul skill with the second soul skill, Ghost Chi 9 Blade Stream. Healing type soul skills with the Queen's Blessing that comes with Medusa's Skull. Defensive type soul skill with the Divine Bone Transformation armor that comes with Titan Torso Bone. Wound increasing soul skill with the fourth trait, the King's Gaze, attached to the demonic soul Six-Winged Angel. Offensive and defensive one-piece soul skill with a third soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly March. Damage-wise, Hanfan is not lacking. However, there was not a single auxiliary type soul skill. Therefore, Hanfan decided to wish for a super strong supportive soul skill at level 40. Balanced development is the only way to cope with all kinds of enemies and all kinds of emergencies. Not to mention, his super divine quality demonic soul Six-Winged Angel. It was supposed to be a combination of offense and defense, the strongest hexagonal warrior. After Hanfan made his wish, he immediately commanded the 7 angelic servants to kill the monsters and explode the soul skill books. That's when Fairy approached him again to chat. Brother Bailey, too handsome, too handsome. Our first demon Hanfan of Daxia, his performance today is too handsome. Didn't I tell you the other day that in the entire Grand Xia, Xiener worships 3 people the most? My god, can you dare to imagine? Our Daxia's #1 demon of this term, Hanfan, and Star Luo Island's Black Fox Mask Boy, are actually the same person. You know what? I just watched him fight with Goryo's Park Sheng Xian the whole time, and I was so excited that I cried. Brother Bailey, why don't you say something? Hanfan didn't say a word. Fairy fell back into the form of a chatterbox, chirping and babbling incoherently. Hanfan's old face flushed with embarrassment at her compliment. This is not just killing a Goryo country stick. Is it that much of a stretch? It's not? Xiener, I feel. Well, Hanfan's performance is just okay. Hanfan saw Xiener urging him to speak and weakly replied back. Letting him praise himself, it was really hard for Hanfan to start talking about it. Okay? Stinking Brother Bailey. How do you talk? He's the super idol of our young generation of transcendentalists in Daxia. Although, in Xiener's heart you're the most handsome Brother Bailey, but if you dare to say that again, Xiener will get angry. When Xiener saw her excited hand and foot dancing for half a day, and Hanfan responded so flatly, she was angry and stomped her feet. Well, the big hero of your heart is the best and brightest. Hanfan hastily conceded. Afterward, Hanfan mentally sighed repeatedly. LOL. What kind of world is this? Can't you be modest anymore? At this moment, Hanfan made up his mind. Never let this little girl, Xiener, know that he has a triple identity. The 3 people she admired in her heart were all him alone. If she does find out. Hanfan couldn't help but shiver at the thought in his mind. It was a guarantee that Fairy would get up in a rage and eat him. Brother Bailey, I've decided. What have you decided? Xiener is going to Starla Island to meet my big hero idol. Chapter 106, Acquiring a 9th Order Domain Type Soul Skill, Death Transit. What? You're coming? To Starla Island? Hanfan was startled. Right. Don't you come? Hanfan's face turned green as he subconsciously opened his mouth. As soon as the words fell from his mouth, he reacted by saying the wrong thing. At that moment, Fairy sent a voice, full of suspicion, Don't come? Why? Could it be that Brother Bailey, you are also on Star Luo Island? It can't be such a coincidence. No, why would I be on Starla Island? I mean, you might as well not go. What kind of era is this, still chasing stars? Hanfan's face was embarrassed and he hurriedly explained stiffly. Xiener, this little girl, what's gotten into her? If she suddenly came to Starla Island and found out that he was the big hero in her mind, what would happen? At that time, Xiener could not guarantee that she would peel off his skin in anger. Hanfan's scalp tingled when he thought of being chased by her all over Xinglua Island. Brother Bailey, you're not jealous, are you? Seeing that Hanfan reacted so violently when he heard that she was going to star Luo Island, Xiener immediately misunderstood. Jealous? No way. Hanfan had the urge to vomit blood. This little girl, Nian AI brain? How can anything be associated with jealousy? Come on, man. Fork it out. He. Brother Bailey, Xiener's favorite person in her heart is still you, Brother Bailey. Hey. Xiener, why are you talking nonsense? You haven't even seen me in real life. I've told you that I'm ugly. Hanfan was on the verge of tears. What is this little love brain girl so full of? Can you be normal? It's too scary. Bah. Brother Bailey is not ugly. Although Xiener has never seen you, Brother Bailey, her intuition tells Xiener that you must be very handsome. Fairy sent a confident voice. After hearing this, Hanfan no longer knew what to say back for a moment. Is this really a good idea to praise him so much in front of him? Hanfan didn't know what was going on in Xiener's mind. Anyway, Hanfan, in his heart, felt quite embarrassed. Brother Bailey, don't worry. Xiener just wants to go to Star Luo Island to meet the #1 demon of this term of our great Xia in person and ask him for an autograph. Although then, he is more powerful than you, Brother Bailey, and is that much better, but he is definitely not as handsome as you, Brother Bailey, and Xiener will definitely not move on. Seeing that Hanfan didn't reply to the message for half a day, Xiener immediately sent another message of reassurance. Xiener, don't be capricious, listen to me. I'm not listening. I'm packing up right now and going to Starla Island. Xiener didn't wait for Hanfan to persuade her further and yelled to end the chat and go offline. Holy! Hanfan was wide-eyed and confused. A few moments later, his face turned green and his scalp tingled. This little girl, so capricious? Come to Starla Island, looking for him? Ho ho ho! Hanfan was anxious and thinking of a way out when a monster hissed. The boss monster that fell in the distance, beside its corpse, lit up with a blinding 7-colored light. A 7-colored glow. Ninth Order Soul Technique book? Hanfan's heart shook when he saw this. Afterward, Hanfan's mind temporarily suppressed the fact that Xiener was coming to Star Luo Island and looking for him, and he quickly walked over. Hanfan came to the side of the boss monster's corpse and picked up the soul skill book that was glowing with a 7-colored light and checked it out. Transit of the Grim Reaper, 9th Order Domain Type Soul Skill, creates a 20-meter radius void field. Black increases strength, white increases speed. The field has its own slowing down and weakening effect. The introduction to soul skills is relatively simple. However, the Domain Type Soul Skill was the first time Hanfan had seen it. Even, he had rarely seen in his high school Transcendentals theory books an introduction to Domain Type Soul techniques. Even if there is an occasional introduction, it is only a few strokes. The record is not very detailed. Fusion. After Hanfan was in an excited and happy mood, he immediately began to fuse the 9th Order Soul Skill, Death Transit. In the future, this 9th Order Soul Skill, Transit of the God of Death, would become his 4th soul skill, accompanying him in his battles in all directions. Buzz. As Hanfan fused his soul skills, the 9th ranked soul skill, Transit of the God of Death, erupted with a blinding 7-colored light. The commotion was even greater than when Hanfan had fused the 3rd soul skill, Divine Demon Heavenly Conquest. Hanfan's heart was somewhat shocked and appalled. The same 9th Order soul skill. He clearly felt that the rejection of the demonic souls was more intense when this Transit of Death Domain Type Soul Skill was fused. It's safe to say. That is, he awakened the strongest super divine phenomenon Demonic Soul 6-Winged Angel. Otherwise, even if he were to replace it with a divine grade demonic soul, at his level, taking the risk of fusing the Transit of Death would be enough to drink a pot of water. It was possible that when the soul skills were fused, they were propped up by the resulting backlash and burst into flames. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, Hanfan perfectly fused the 9th Order Domain Type Soul Skill, Death Transit, into his body's demonic soul. Level 40 Attribute Value Cap, completely lifted. An indescribable surge of power surged into the body like a tidal wave. Hanfan felt that with his current strength, it wouldn't take the slightest bit of effort to kill a cow with one punch. He checked up on the Transcendent Attribute column. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 40.12%. Power, 15,900. Elemental, 15,500. Technique, 15,200. Speed, 15,550. Body mass, 15,100. Luck, 200 max. Gifted, SSS. Demon Soul, 6-winged angel unevolved. Note, Characteristic 1, summons angelic servants 7/7, Characteristic 2, angelic servants take the damage for the master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of the master and angelic servants are doubled, Characteristic 4, the king's gaze all enemies under the gods are suppressed up to 80% of their strength, and their own strength is increased up to 120%. Soul Techniques, Gun of Judgment Level 5, 3rd Order, Proficiency 620-2000, Ghost Breath 9 Blade Streams Level 4, 4th Order, Proficiency 466-1500, Divine Demon Heaven's Levy Level 1, 9th Order, Proficiency 15100, Transit of the God of Death Level 1, 9th Order, Proficiency 0100. Divine Bones, Medusa Skull Earth Grade, Soul Skill, Queen's Blessing, Titan Torso Bone Heaven Grade, Soul Skill, Divine Bone Armor. Equipment, Black Augur Poison Spike Rare, Black Fox Mask Rare, Demon Hunting Ring Matchless, etc. Except for luck, all other 5-dimensional attributes break 15,000. A veritable hexagonal warrior. At this moment, Hanfan was confident in his heart that even if he encountered a peak level 70 Transcendent, he would have the power to fight. Hanfan put away the Transcendent Attribute bar, intending to try the effect of the newly fused 4th soul skill, Transit of Death. Ho ho ho! Just then, a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar came. Hanfan looked up and realized that it was a level 45 3-clawed black Jiao. Seeing that the angelic servants were about to rush up to the group and beat them up, Hanfan rushed to stop them. Let's use you to try the power of my 4th soul skill, Death Transit. In a blink of an eye, a field of emptiness, centered on Hanfan's body, extended out in all directions. This field, into black and white. Looking down from a high altitude, it looked like a Tai Chi diagram alternating together. Moreover, at the center of Hanfan's eyebrows, there was also a slowly rotating Taiji pattern that was overbearing. Chapter 107, The Sword Angel evolves for the first time and becomes a 4-winged angel. The void field has a radius of 20 meters. Black, increasing Hanfan's power. White, increasing Hanfan's speed. Moreover, the force field within the field has a slowing and weakening effect on the enemy. At this moment, Hanfan felt, in a trance, that he was the god of this void realm. The supreme deity. Ho ho ho! The level 45 3-clawed black Jiao, too, sensed the powerful enemy ahead. It hissed and growled, violently launching a ferocious attack on Hanfan. Only, subject to force field suppression effects. The speed at which the 3-clawed black Jiao pounced was like a turtle crawling. Hanfan's gaze landed on the 3-clawed black Jiao that lunged over, and his body moved. In the next moment, his body strangely disappeared in place. Giggle! Before the 3-clawed black Jiao could react to what was going on, its body instantly split in 2 seconds. Under the exaggerated increase of the domain created by the 9th-ranked soul skill, Transit of the God of Death. Within the domain, not only Hanfan's speed reached the level of instantaneous movement. Even his power outburst had reached an appallingly perverted height. Unfortunately, the radius of this field is only 20 meters. I don't know if the domain radius will follow later as the soul skill proficiency level increases. Master, you are so strong. So powerful. Just now when you were in the realm, I felt like you could cut down a god. Yes, I feel the same way. Master, you're only at level 40 and you're already this strong. When you become a god in the future, no one in this world will be worthy of being called a god. That's for sure. Our master is the strongest man in the world. Those other rotten fish and shrimps are not worthy to compare with our master. This group of little angel servant girls, Kirikou, nodded their heads in agreement. At this moment, their eyes were glowing as they looked at Hanfan with adoring fervor. Why do they all look like nymphomaniacs? And so on. Drooling. What's going on? Stop yakking and gossiping and hurry up to fight monsters and upgrade. Hanfan winced and urged with a stern face. A group of angelic little girls, grunting twice, obediently went to fight monsters and upgrade. Originally. Hanfan thought that with his current strength, it would be no problem for him to single-handedly take on a peak level 70 transcendent. And just now, after he tried the fourth soul skill, the domain of death transit, Hanfan was confident that even if he encountered a peak level 75 transcendent, he definitely had the power to fight. However, Hanfan did not dare to be too arrogant in his heart. After all, there's more to a transcendent leveling above 70 than just fighting monsters and upgrading. At that height, it takes a demonic soul, natural talent, and resilience and perseverance. You can't have one of these three things without the other. Even, it takes a great deal of opportunity to do so. Then, Hanfan's mind snapped to the fact that Siener was coming. Instantly, he wilted, unable to be happy. No, we have to run towards the deepest part of Starla Island, hide for 12 days, and then sneak out when we level up to level 50. With this in mind, Hanfan hurriedly opened the Star Luo Island monster distribution map to find a suitable leveling location. He then led the 7 angelic servants in a new round of upgrade mode. 1 day later. On the Sword Angel, a blinding white light lit up steeply. Hanfan looked towards the Sword Angel and was shocked. Only to see that along with the white light shining brightly, above the back of the Sword Angel, another pair of smooth jade-like wings were actually born. A 4-winged angel? Hanfan was wide-eyed and confused. Earlier, weren't these angelic attendants, with only one pair of feathered wings, 2-winged angels? How did a pair suddenly grow back? Master, I've evolved. While Hanfan was puzzled and confused, the Sword Angel ran over cheerfully and pulled Hanfan's arm to show off. Hanfan felt the amazing elasticity and hastily retracted his arm, his face rather embarrassed. Afterward, he couldn't help but ask, evolution? You guys can evolve in addition to raising your grade? Of course I can. We, the Angel Clan, will evolve once every 3 grades. I'm now a Golden 1 star, undergoing my first evolution. There will be a second evolution when it rises to Emerald 1 star, and then to Mythic grade to complete the third final evolution. Hanfan looked at the evolution, the more proud his body became and the more beautiful he looked. Even the Sword Angel, who had a cute little white circle of light above his head, was even more confused. It can evolve 3 times? Growing a pair of wings every time you evolve? If you do that math, wouldn't you have to become an 8-winged angel to complete your final evolution? He, the master, is only a 6-winged angel. Isn't that a bit humiliating? Do you guys have to grow wings every time you evolve? Hanfan took a deep breath and hurriedly inquired. It was something that concerned him more. After all, if the angelic servants he summoned really became 8-winged angels, where would his 6-winged angel master's old face go? Of course not, the angelic race only has 6 wings at most, those 8 and 12-winged angels are all made up by people. Our third final evolution will be the Archangel. Isn't it written in the ancient mythological books? The 7 blazing archangels and the 9 fallen archangels, our ultimate form, are the archangels. Master, don't underestimate us archangels, our strength is comparable to that of a deity, and by then, together with you, Master, there will be 17 deities in our Dasya. At that time, if we look around the world, which country will dare to bully us? Whoever dares to bully us, my sisters and I will destroy them. Humph. The Sword Angel waved his small fists, his face full of condescension. The other angelic little girls, too, nodded their heads in agreement. The angelic race was originally an extremely noble race. They are high-minded and high-minded. It was Hanfan, the common king of both the blazing angel and fallen angel tribes, who could make them obedient. And Hanfan, as a citizen of Dasha, had his heart set on the safety and security of Dasha. Fight for the thousands of people of Dasha. As Hanfan's servants, they naturally thought of themselves as Dasha subjects. If they weren't not strong enough right now, they would have rushed to the Sakura Kingdom to settle the score with the Goryo Kingdom and destroy them. Hanfan saw that the 7 great blazing archangels and the 9 great fallen archangels had grown to their limits, and their strength was actually comparable to that of a deity. Listen to the dark smacking of the head. My goodness! The strongest magic soul, 6-winged angel, which he awakened by utilizing his 3-year, 1,000-point wish, the Golden Super Wish. It's not normally awesome. In other countries, if a deity can appear in dozens or hundreds of years, they have to burn incense and worship Buddha. Their Dasya, is this the rhythm of creating gods in bulk? 17 deities. The day he did become a god, he had to take his angelic servants and wander over the Sakura Kingdom. Get a leash to snap around the neck of a Sakura Nation deity and hold it, and walk it like a dog. Just as Hanfan was lamenting in his heart, his friend's message moved. Hanfan tapped on it and realized it was a message from Siener. Brother Bailey, I've already arrived at Star Luo Island. Siener's heart is a little nervous. Can you give Siener a little encouragement? Chapter 108. Something big has happened. The ninth princess has suddenly disappeared. Siener, you really came. Ah no, you really went to Star Luo Island? Hanfan was startled when he saw the message from Siener. This little girl, what the hell? Is this going to force him to stay in the Starless sub-island for the next 20 days and not go out? Yes, anyway, stay in the royal. Stay at home is also boring. Well, sneak out to play. Bailey brother, you give some Siener encouragement. Well. Fairy returned another voice message. Unsure if it was the wrong thing to say back, she hastily changed her words just as they came out. She then pouted at Hanfan, pathetically begging him for some encouragement. Sneaking out to play? Don't tell me your parents don't know and you snuck out by yourself. Hanfan heard the wrong place in Siener's words and his face stiffened as he hurriedly inquired. Stinky brother Bailey, I didn't ask you to check the account, just give Siener a little encouragement, will you? Siener's heart is really nervous. Fairy changed the subject and grumbled. Okay. Then I wish you, Siener, the best of luck with your horse and your heart. Hanfan didn't ask more questions when he saw Siener covering up. Hanfan was a little curious in his mind. This little girl, what exactly is her identity? I can't believe I had to sneak out. It's so mysterious. Brother Bailey, you're so nice, mwahaha. Siener was encouraged by Hanfan and immediately cheered. A few moments later, Hanfan ended his chat with Siener and slipped towards the deeper reaches of Star Luo Island without looking back. At this moment, Hanfan mentally prayed that he would never be met by her. Otherwise, Hanfan hit a jolt. Imperial capital, Imperial Palace. The entire palace, which used to be peaceful, suddenly turned into a chicken and dog. Those maids, all pale and full of panic, searched everywhere. The ninth princess is gone. The emperor of man's favorite youngest daughter, the ninth princess, has suddenly disappeared. Above the great hall, the human emperor sat on the dragon chair with an iron face. Below, there was a row of the ninth princess's maids kneeling. Those maids were shivering with cold sweat on their foreheads. Human emperor. There are 9 sons and daughters. And to say who his heart favors the most, who is the little darling of his heart, who he holds in his hands. It's not the ninth princess. But today, the human emperor woke up early in the morning and actually got the news. The ninth princess is missing. This mood of the human emperor, from the big morning until now, has never been good. You guys give me an explanation, where exactly did the ninth princess go? Whoever knows and doesn't report will have their head moved. The human emperor looked at the maids kneeling in rows with an iron face and questioned. The maids trembled and stammered. In the end, or the 9 princess personal maid, cannot resist the pressure, shivering, said, Wang, 9 princess recently, as if online love. Internet dating? The human emperor's eyelids jumped, and his face had a somewhat ugly expression. The 9th princess of Dacia, what kind of emperor's son-in-law can't be found, but actually online dating? Wouldn't this be a laughing matter if it got out? Yes, recently this month or so, I often hear the 9 princess's mouth, hanging a person called Brother Bailey. When I went to bed last night, I still heard her whispering and cooing about leaving the palace, who knew she'd be gone early in the morning. That personal maid, not daring to hide, told the human emperor exactly what she knew. After the human emperor heard this, his already ugly face became even uglier. On the side, the expression on the white dragon's face, on the other hand, was a bit odd. Hearing the 9th princess personal maid say this. The probability is that the 9th princess has sneaked out of the palace to meet her online friends. It's countered. It's really anti. This dead girl who is all anti-bone, a princess of a country, actually escaped from the palace to meet her netizens? The human emperor couldn't sit still and directly stood up from the dragon chair, furious. Granted, he was, in the eyes of outsiders, the king of a country. But a father all the same. And, the 9th princess was also his favorite little daughter. Now, all of a sudden, he saw this most favored youngest daughter, seems to have a tendency to be arched by a pig, how can he not be angry? No smoke? Ahem. King, 9 princess. The little girl also grew up, have their own thoughts, adolescence, talk about love is normal. But this online dating, sneaking out to meet an online friend without talking to you, does seem inappropriate. On the side, the white dragon looked embarrassed and spoke stiffly. It was something that he, as an outsider, was not really in a good position to say anything about. However, in his heart, he admired the Bailey brother guy in the mouth of the 9 princess. It was able to lull the 9 princesses into a frenzy of love. Even, sneaking out of the palace to meet him is a talent. Humph. It's not like she's your daughter, so of course you're going to talk smack. The human emperor coldly grunted and disliked the white dragon. Shiro snapped, wisely shutting up and not speaking again. Come on people, give me immediately go to check the identity of Brother Bailey in the mouth of the 9th princess. If this guy dares to harm my precious daughter, don't blame me for turning the tables. Afterward, the human emperor immediately ordered someone to investigate Hanfan's identity. Yes, my king. A palace guard respectfully answered and hurriedly went out to do it. Star Luo Island, deep in the sub-island. Achoo! What's going on? Why did you sneeze all of a sudden when you had a good reason? Could it be that you're catching a cold? Hanfan was fighting monsters to level up. Suddenly, he sneezed and stifled a grunt. At this time, Hanfan didn't know that it was because of him. The entire palace was in chaos when the 9th princess disappeared. The human emperor even mentioned the name Brother Bailey and gritted his teeth. To be able to infuriate the human emperor, whose temper has always been steady, like this. He's bullish enough, too. Hanfan mentally thought about it for half a day, but he couldn't figure out why. He then shook his head and continued to fight the monsters and rush through the levels. As the 7 angel servants, one after another, elevated to gold 1 star and evolved into 4 winged angels. Hanfan's comprehensive battle power increased exponentially. When it comes to killing those elite and boss monsters, almost all of them take a second. That efficiency. Let alone looking at the entire Grand Xia, even if one looked at the entire world, it was a rather explosive existence. However, because after leveling up to 40, the experience value for each level up is increased tenfold. Hanfan upgraded at a speed that was still not fast. This was still under the premise that he was wearing a full set of experience value-adding equipment, such as without these experience value-adding equipment enhancements. You can imagine how hard it is to go from level 40 to level 50. Evening. Siener once again approached Hanfan for a chat. Brother Bailey, Siener's heart is so disappointed. I asked so many people during the day, no one knows where that stinky guy went, angry. Fairy sent a voice, full of resentment. Even through the screen, Hanfan couldn't help but feel a jolt. Siener, you've been searching all day and you haven't found that guy, so either forget it. Didn't you sneak out? You've been out for so long, your parents must be worried sick if they can't find you, hurry back. Hanfan's face was a bit embarrassed and he couldn't help but advise. I don't. I must find that guy. If I can't find him, Siener will go find you, Brother Bailey, okay? Chapter 109, this kid, does he want to be the Emperor's son-in-law? What? You couldn't find that guy and came to me? Hanfan was wide-eyed and confused. What kind of clear thinking is this little girl? Just look for Hanfan, the number 1 demon of this term of Daxia. It's none of his business, Centurion. Yeah, we snuck out anyway, so now we go back and get scolded, and when we go back after we've had enough fun, we'll still get scolded. Besides, Siener came to Star Luo Island just to meet our great Xia's number 1 demon Hancho of this term. Siener heart, or the most. Most like Bailey brother you, because you look the most handsome well, okay? Siener spoke and pouted pitifully. Although, Hanfan couldn't see Siener's expression right now. However, he was also able to brainstorm and imagine it from the dainty tone of Siener's mouth. Don't, Siener, I've had very important things going on for the last half of the month, and there's really no way I can see you. Later, when I'm done later, I'll come find you and buy you a meal, okay? What a joke. This is if we really meet with Siener. Wouldn't she, in a minute, recognize that she was Hanfan? By that time, Hanfan had already brainstormed the scenario of her dragging a machete and chasing her all over Star Luo Island. Humph. Stinky Brother Bailey, so bad. Not good or not good. It's just not good. Siener was like a child who hadn't grown up. She looked forward to half a day, but didn't get the answer she wanted from Hanfan's mouth, so she immediately protested in exasperation. Hanfan was filled with embarrassment as he listened to the voice she sent. For a moment, he really didn't know how to reply to the message. Afterward, Hanfan chatted with Siener a few more times before ending the chat. The next few days, Hanfan was still hiding in the depths of Star Luo Island sub-island, fighting monsters and upgrading with all his heart. Most of the month had passed since the agreement between him and Xiao Brain. If you cannot reach level 50 before the 1-month deadline, Hanfan would then not be able to fight for the Grand Xia in the Seven Kingdoms competition on the continent of the 9 states. Nor could he fight alongside Han Shijun. This was something Hanfan could not accept. Therefore, he was now playing hard to get to the top. Nothing else, to him, was as important as this. Sienna, on the other hand, although her voice was dainty, as if she was a little girl who hadn't grown up. But the temper, stubborn as a donkey. It's been a few days. She was all over Starla Island looking for Hanfan. Hanfan was so frightened that he hid in the secondary island for several days, not daring to go to the main island for a little rest. Tough guy. Imperial capital, Imperial Palace. My king, we have found out where the 9 princesses have gone. A forbidden guard hurriedly walked in from outside the main hall. On the dragon chair at the front of the main hall, the human emperor's spirit was lifted when he heard the words of the forbidden guards. That stinking girl, the 9th princess, where did she go? Speak up. Not only the human emperor, even the white dragon on the side, looked at the forbidden guard curiously, waiting for him to answer. According to the news, the 9th princess has gone to Star Luo Island and seems to be looking for our Grand Xia's #1 demon, Hanfan. The forbidden guards looked at the human emperor and respectfully reported the situation. What? That dead girl ran off to Star Luo Island? Or went to find Hanfan? The human emperor's face stiffened, filled with surprise. That's not true. Didn't the maid say earlier that the 9th princess had fallen in love online and went to meet her online friends? Why did you go to Starla Island? And to Hanfan? For a while, the human emperor felt that his brain was a bit small and couldn't turn a corner. King, congratulations, congratulations, it's unlikely that the 9 princesses will turn around and bring you the most outstanding emperor's son-in-law of my daxia. Shiro laughed and joked. Looking at the entire Great Xia, he was the only one who dared to joke with the human emperor about it. When the others saw the human emperor, which one of them was not silenced? Ha ha. It makes sense. This dead girl ran to Star Luo Island to look for that Hanfan kid, told me earlier, causing me to be unable to sleep for days. The human emperor also laughed happily. After all, nowadays, this kid, Hanfan, could be considered the #1 demonic demon of his Grand Xia. The wind is in the sails. Previously, the human emperor had the thought in his mind of recruiting Hanfan to the imperial capital to be his precious daughter's son-in-law. It was just that he hadn't thought about which princess to set him up with for a while. And what the Emperor of Man did not expect was that he, the youngest and most favored youngest daughter, the 9th princess. Instead, it's a montage of voices that don't ring true. Actually secretly ran to Star Luo Island to find Hanfan. How can this not let the human emperor? The dragon's face is very happy, happy. Ahem. My king, what the 9th princess has in mind may be a little different from what you think. The forbidden guard's face was slightly embarrassed, and he said stiffly. Oh? How? The human emperor's face had a stunned expression as he picked up the sentence. As far as I know, the 9th princess went to Star Luo Island just to meet my Great Xia's #1 demon, Hanfan, and the person she likes in her heart is not Hanfan, but that boy called Bailey Chang'an. Snap. The human emperor couldn't laugh anymore after hearing the forbidden guard's explanation. He slapped heavily on the handle of the dragon chair, his face as ugly as it could be. Seeing this, the white dragon hastily and awkwardly curtailed his smile, his expression following in a serious manner. At this point, anyone could see that the human emperor was coming angry. Think about it. You don't want the #1 demon in daxia to like a netizen you've never even met? It's just nonsense. It's not likely that the other guy, he's a 50 or 60-year-old man. Cheating money and sex. Up to now, the real identity of that guy, Bailey Chang'an, has not been found out yet? This guy's flowery words to trick my baby daughter are guaranteed to be a stinky fish and shrimp, not worthy of being compared to my Great Xia's #1 demon, Hanfan. The human emperor's face was ugly, and he was very dissatisfied that the forbidden guards were so slow in their work. Also at this time, another golden-armored forbidden guard hurriedly came in outside the door. When the golden-armored forbidden guard arrived at the Great Hall, he immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "King, Bailey Chang'an information, it's been found." Did you find out? Who is he? How old is he? Is he a 50 or 60-year-old man? If he dares to cheat my precious daughter, arrest him and put him in the heavenly prison immediately. The human emperor's spirit lifted as he made a series of inquiries. At this time, he made up his mind, no matter what identity that Bailey Chang'an must let their baby girl 9 princess cut off the idea of online love. After all, internet dating is not reliable. In the end, it was his baby girl who suffered. He couldn't afford to have the cabbage that he had worked so hard to raise be arched by a pig. King, I'm afraid you wouldn't even dream of it. That young man called Bailey Chang'an is none other than our great Xia's #1 demon, Hanfan. What? That guy, Bailey Chang'an, is the Hanfan brat? From the dragon chair, the human emperor stood up in shock and shouted out of breath. Yes, here's the registration information about Centurion. I personally ran over to the trading house headquarters. The technicians on their side, it took a lot of effort to search out his information data. The golden armored forbidden guard answered truthfully, sending over a piece of information to the human emperor. The human emperor hurriedly took the information and examined it with wide eyes. A moment later, he handed the information in his hand to White Dragon. Shiryu was shocked even after reading it. This has made a big mess in the end? The human emperor and the White Dragon exchanged glances and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. This kid, okay, you're going all the way to my daughter? It looks like he's really going to become the emperor's son-in-law of my royal family. Chapter 110. Princesses kidnapped, human emperor's difficult choice. Time, in the blink of an eye, passed a few more days. Hanfan only had the last 5 days left before the deadline he had agreed to with head Xiao. Nearly a month has passed. Hanfan is no longer the handsome young man he was when he first arrived. Today he has a scruffy beard and hair as messy as straw. The set of clothes that he was wearing was also tattered and torn. At a glance, it looks like natives living in the deep forest. And it was all thanks to that little girl Sienna. Because she's been stuck here ever since she came to Starla Island. This situation scared Hanfan into hiding in the deep forests of the secondary island every day, playing hard to fight monsters and upgrading, and he didn't even dare to go to the main island to rest. But, so long for a fighting effort. The rewards are also obvious. Level 48 now. There are still the last 5 days left. Hanfan was confident that he would be able to rush to level 50 with a bang in the last 5 days. However, what was causing Hanfan some distress right now was there was very little left of the supply food he had brought with him. He won't last long enough to get to level 50 and sneak out of here. Evening. Hanfan mentally wondered if Sienna had sent him another message looking for him when he took some time off to sneak back to the main island to resupply food. Brother Bailey, some bad guys kidnapped Sienna. They asked me where Hanfan was and told me to call out to him to save me. Sienna doesn't know where Hanfan is, they don't believe me, and they say they're going to kill me. Sienna is so scared. Hanfan tapped on the voice sent by Sienna. There was a sob in Fairy's voice, a note of fear. Bittersweet drama? This little girl, she really comes up with all kinds of crooked ideas. Earlier, she had told Hanfan that if she couldn't find the big hero in her mind, she would come to him. Hanfan was startled and hurriedly refused. These days, this little girl presses on. Any kind of crooked idea came, trying to win Hanfan's sympathy and running to him. Hanfan didn't fall for it. As she was doing so, Fairy sent 2 voices out of the blue. There was panic and crying in his voice, and Hanfan immediately concluded. She was singing a bitter song. Therefore, Hanfan ignored it and continued to bury his head in the sand to rush through the levels. Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. In the entire hall, the atmosphere was dull and depressing and frightening. Above the dragon chair, the human emperor held an open letter in his hands. His hands were trembling slightly. His face, too, had lost its previous composure and was filled with gloom and grimness. His daughter, the 9th princess, has been kidnapped. This letter in his hand was sent from the side of the Wind and Rain building. Wind and Rain House, the most mysterious organization force in Goryo. Though not under the jurisdiction of the Goliath League of Transcendence. However, the status of the Wind and Rain building was not much worse than the Goryo Country Transcendental Alliance, by much. 3 days. On the side of Wind and Rain House, a deadline was given. In 3 days, exchange Hanfan for the 9th princess. Otherwise, the Wind and Rain building will execute the 9th princess in Star Luo Island, in public. Such behavior swore to give everyone in Disya a downward spiral. After all, previously, Hanfan had beheaded the Goryo Kingdom's heavenly pride, Park Songyun, and dozens of other transcendents from the Goryo Kingdom. It has caused the king of Goryo to be furious. So many days have passed. The most mysterious force in the Goryeo kingdom, the wind and rain building, had finally struck. When they don't strike, they strike a fatal blow. Straight to the human emperor's vitals. The human emperor sat on the dragon chair and did not speak for a long time after reading the letter. Not only him, but the white dragon occupying his side also had a gloomy face. The atmosphere in the hall was dull and depressing to the extreme. White dragon, what do you think about this? After a long time, the human emperor took a deep breath and stood up from the dragon chair. He then went to the window and stood looking out the window at the imperial capital. Rumor has it that the Goryeo kingdom's heavenly pride, Park Shang-hsien, is the illegitimate son of the wind and rain building's owner. Now, he kidnapped the 9th princess to force the king to hand over Hanfan, which is tantamount to confirming Park Shang-hsien's identity as his illegitimate son. The reason he did that was not only to avenge Park Song-yeon, but also to backstab the king, making it difficult for you to make a choice. I'm afraid that the matter of the 9 princesses being kidnapped has already reached the ears of the countries of the Kyushu continent, and even the heads of the various divine temples of my great summer, at the same time. They are all waiting for you, king, to make a decision, whether to choose to hand over Hanfan and protect the 9 princesses, or to sacrifice the 9 princesses and protect Hanfan, the heaven's remarkable demon. White Dragon analyzed in a deep voice. Although, he was the human emperor's wise counselor and the great Xia god of war. But at this point, he couldn't give a better idea. Hanfan and the 9 princesses. One was the future hope of their great Xia, the great Xia's heavenly pride demon. One is the emperor of man's favorite youngest daughter, the golden one. Let's not talk about the human emperor. Even he, an outsider, had difficulty in making a choice. 3 days later. Unless Hanfan's life is used to get the 9th princess back. Otherwise, he will put the 9 princesses on Starla Island to be executed. This guy, the owner of the wind and rain building, has such an evil mind. 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only to avenge his illegitimate son, Park Song-ho. At the same time, he was going to deal a heavy blow to Xia in front of thousands of Xia's people. The human emperor didn't say anything. At this point, his head was a mess. For the first time, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness as the king of Xia. How could he not see what the white dragon could see? On one side was a family member, his favorite little daughter, the 9th princess. On one side was the country, his thousands of Daxia subjects. At this time, he really didn't know what to choose. After the human emperor stood for a long time, he slowly turned around and said to the white dragon, "Find a way to send a message to that girl, and say that father is incompetent and can't save her." King, think twice. White Dragon's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly said, "He is not a little cutie." How could he not hear the meaning of the human emperor's words? The human emperor intends to sacrifice the 9th princess to save Hanfan's life. Think twice? How can I think twice at this time? From the 9th princess's perspective, I am her father, her relative. But standing in the perspective of the thousands of people of Xia, I am the king of Xia. Every move I make, everyone is watching. If I choose to give up that Hanfan kid to protect my daughter out of selfishness, what about the people of Xia? What about the future of the Grand Xia? Hanfan has awakened the super divine grade demonic soul 6-winged angel, and as long as he safely rises to level 100, he will be able to become another divine spirit in my great summer after 100 years. At that time, who would dare to bully my great Xia into having no deities? On the contrary, if he dies on Star Luo Island, will my great Xia have a future in the future? First there's a country, then there's a family. Such a simple truth. White Dragon, as my great Xia's god of war, can't you see it? The human emperor was emotional and spoke impassionedly. As he spoke, his old eyes turned red and his body trembled slightly. If he could protect his daughter, Princess 9, how could he choose to sacrifice her? As he just said to Shiro. For the 9 princesses. It was he, the father, who was incompetent. Shiro fell silent. His hands clenched into fists from the exertion. The nails sink deep into the flesh of the palm. And as if he couldn't feel the pain, he still stood there in silence. Time, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The storm is coming. The atmosphere of the entire Star Luo Island has become dull and solemn. Early in the morning. The Emperor of Man stood in front of the Great Hall screen. 3 days passed, and it was as if the human emperor had aged 10 years at once. During these 3 days, the Emperor of Man spent his days like years, not closing his eyes for even a minute. Looking at the screen, the delicate silhouette tied to the top of the tower, his heart was like a knife, and his body trembled slightly. Chapter 111. Anyone can die in Daxia, except Hanfan. Plus Hanfan. 3 days passed and he finally couldn't stay up. 49 level. I'm still a little short of breaking through to level 50. But now, he was starving and had lost several pounds. At this rate, you can't wait until you reach level 50. He would have to starve to death. Therefore, after some heartfelt pep talk, Hanfan decided to head to the main island of Star Luo Island and resupply some food. Go and come back quickly. It shouldn't be that coincidental to run into that little girl Siener. Moreover, Hanfan stayed down for a month in the deep forests of the island, exposed to the wind and sun. The appearance has long been with the former handsome boy look, a different person. Odds are, no one will recognize it. Hanfan simply took the black fox mask, threw it into the warehouse, and headed to the main island like a beggar. 10 minutes later. Hanfan arrived at the main island of Star Luo Island through the sub-island teleportation formation. Just as Hanfan was on edge, planning to hurry up and get some food, he realized that the atmosphere of Star Luo Island's main island seemed to be a little off. Ahead, a tower was erected at some point. Above the tower, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. Hanfan's expression was stunned when he saw this. Afterward, Hanfan saw some transcendents from other countries not far away and walked over quickly, inquiring curiously, "Brother, what happened? You don't know?" The group of transcendents stared at Hanfan like a beggar, not recognizing who he was at all. Hanfan was relieved to see this and added, "Know what? What happened? It looks like you really don't know that the Wind and Rain Building is going to execute the 9th princess of the Great Xia Imperial clan today." What? Wind and Rain Building is going to execute the 9th princess of the Grand Xia Imperial clan? What kind of is Wind and Rain Building? Where does it have the qualifications to execute my 9 princesses of the Grand Xia? Hanfan burst into a rage. It was the first time he had heard of the name Wind and Rain Building. However, when Hanfan heard that the person executed by the Wind and Rain Building was actually the 9th princess of their Great Xia Imperial clan, his anger rushed toward his brain on the spot. "Brother, you're too capable of pretending. Even though Xia has produced a demon this year, making you guys bullish for a few days. But the second largest power in the Goryeo Kingdom, the Wind and Rain Building, is no joke. Don't you see your Xia royal family, all of them acquiesce to this without saying a word?" The transcendent who spoke up looked Hanfan up and down, casting a contemptuous sneer. Even the human emperor of Daxia, who watched his daughter, the 9th princess, being executed, didn't even let out a single fart. A Daxia grizzled transcendentalist, here to wail and act 13? What a joke! Hanfan's face was grim as his hands clenched into fists. Afterward, he suppressed the anger in his heart and immediately inquired in a deep voice. A few moments later, Hanfan had a general understanding of what had happened during these past few days. Regulus Siener. This tower above the 9 princesses of Daxia, named Xianyuan Siener. And so on. Fairy? Hanfan's face stiffened as he thought of something violently. Afterward, Hanfan hurriedly opened his chat with Siener. "Brother Bailey, Siener has been kidnapped. They want me to find Hanfan to save me or they'll kill me. I'm so scared." "Brother Bailey, Siener didn't lie to you and isn't pretending to be pitiful. Can you stay with me and talk to me?" "Brother Bailey, why are you ignoring me? Siener's heart is so scared, really scared. Siener doesn't want to die, oh." "Brother Bailey, father sent me a message. He said that he couldn't save me, and that the Wind and Rain Building was going to use Hanfan's life in exchange for mine, and he couldn't do that. Siener is not afraid, Siener is brave." "Brother Bailey, Siener's heart is still afraid, oh." Hanfan listened to one of the voices sent by Siener with a roar in his head. As if struck by lightning, he was dumbfounded. It was only at this point that Hanfan realized with a jolt. Fairy didn't lie to him. Sneaking out? Sneaking out of the palace? As it turned out, Siener was the 9th Princess Xianyuan Siener of the Great Xia Imperial clan. And in order to save his life and the future of the Great Summer, the human emperor painfully chose to sacrifice Siener's life. Hanfan cursed under his breath. At this moment, his hands were clenched into fists, and the veins on the backs of his hands were bulging. Feeling really damned. Ahead, above the tower, came a man in an iron mask. Ghostface, level 75, Sword and Demon Transcendent. Anyone who knows something about Ghostfaces knows that. He's the gold medalist fighter of the Wind and Rain Building. Although, only 75 levels. But rumor has it that he once fought 3 level 80 Jedi Transcendents all by himself without losing. Even, one person was decapitated on the spot. From this, it could be seen how strong he was. The great summer pig Hanfan, who beheaded my Goryeo Kingdom's heavenly pride Park Shang-hsien on Star Luo Island, even made a wild statement about beheading all of my Goryeo Kingdom's transcendent mortals. Such a strange shame, it's impossible for my wind and rain building to turn a blind eye to it. 3 days ago, my wind and rain building had sent a letter to the great Xia human emperor, asking him to hand over Hanfan. Using Hanfan's life for the life of the 9th princess of the Daxia royal family, but 3 days have passed and I still haven't gotten a reply from the Daxia human emperor. Since this is the case, then today I will put this 9 princesses of Daxia to death in public on top of the tower of this Star Luo Island, in order to pay tribute to the spirits of the dead Goryeo Kingdom demons. Ghostface doesn't talk much. But the rampant and overbearing tone, every one of the Daxia transcendents in the crowd below the tower reddened their eyes when they heard it. Stormy house. In the face of this Goryeo behemoth, even their king of Daxia bowed down? They were so upset, so angry, and stifled. Hanfan took a deep breath, only one thought on his mind. Today, everyone present at Wind and Rain House must die. Including the tower in front of me, 75 level Wind and Rain building gold medal fighter Ghostface. In the next moment, Hanfan rushed up to the sky. Transcendents can fly once they reach level 40. Now, Hanfan is at level 49, nearly 50. Flying was very simple for him. Look, someone rushed over. Is it Hanfan, the number 1 demon of this term of Great Xia? It doesn't seem to be, it's just a beggar with a bearded face and tattered clothes. This beggar where appeared, this is want to be a hero? On this grisly look, also worthy? A group of people saw a figure rushing up into the sky. Instinctively, they thought it was Hanfan, the great summer demon, who had come. As a result, they were greatly disappointed when they fixed their eyes and realized that it was a beggar who appeared out of nowhere. Imperial capital, Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Man looked through the front screen. He was also filled with astonishment when he saw a black shadow rise up into the sky. At this moment, his gaze was dead set on the black shadow in the sky. It looked like Hanfan, but because the difference in appearance and breath was too great, he was not quite sure in his mind. Not only was it the human emperor, but even the white dragon at the side was looking on in disbelief with a tight frown. Brother Bailey, is that you? Above the tower, Sienna's eyes snapped open and she looked toward the bearded and scruffy Hanfan in the distance and called out. Fairy, I'm sorry I'm late, I won't let anything happen to you. Hanfan's voice was filled with self-reproach as he said in a slightly hoarse and low voice. Click. The dragon chair handle instantly shattered. The others didn't know who the brother Bailey Sienna was talking about was. The human emperor and the white dragon, how do they not know? This kid, still going. Still showing up. White Dragon, notify the heads of the 13 provinces of Great Xia to prepare for a national war. You immediately lead the 12 floaters, head to Star Luo Island, and bring Hanfan back alive to me no matter what. The human emperor's voice trembled slightly as he gave a series of orders. He had originally thought that Hanfan would not appear. But, the kid went ahead anyway. Anyone can die in their great summer today. He, alone, must not die. Can't die either. Chapter 112, by order of the king, all temples are to be put on first-level battle readiness. Yes, king. The white dragon's face was, as never before, grave. He led the way. The not-so-lofty back looked a little windy and sad. War of Nations. The battle for the survival of Daxia. He, the great Xia god of war, was working for the safety and security of the thousands of people of the great Xia. Be the first to lead. Dead and gone. As the human emperor said before, with resounding fervor. Daxia, anyone can die. Only, Hanfan could not. Because, on him, rested the entire national fortune of the great Xia. It holds the future and hopes of thousands of people in Daxia. If he becomes a god, he can keep the great Xia at peace for 100 years. No enemy may dare to violate it. If he dies. In the future, Daxia will never be able to raise its head. The entire land of God will be ravaged by wolves and the people will be devastated. Battle. In order to protect this young boy, they had no way back but to fight with their backs to the wall. This battle. There will be corpses and blood and a lot of dead people. Lots and lots. But as the forefathers spilled their blood on heaven and earth and said with great bravado, our generation of transcendence, we finished the war. The next generation, there will be no need to fight. Our generation of transcendence kept the Japanese out of the land of God. The next generation, so that the country can be peaceful and the world can be at peace. There are 13 heads of the 7 southern provinces and 6 northern provinces of Dacia. Almost simultaneously, orders were received from the imperial capital. Jinling City, Temple of God. This day, has it come after all? Everyone listened to the order. The temple is on level 1 battle readiness. Xiao Nanshan's face was a bit melancholy as he instantly gave the battle order. Boom! With the Jinling City Shrine, activating the first level of war readiness. In a blink of an eye, a golden light shot straight up into the sky from above the spire of the Divine Temple, illuminating the entire land of the Golden Province. Countless transcendents raised their heads and looked towards the sky. There's shock. There's appalled. First level of combat readiness. War of Nations. It's about to open. Qingzhou Province, Temple of God. All hands on deck, activate level 1 readiness. Mordor Province, Temple of God. By order of the King of the Imperial Capital, open level 1 battle readiness. Boom! Boom! One after another, golden rays of light surged into the sky from the spires of the divine halls of the provinces. In the end, 13 rays of light were in the sky, converging together and landing on top of the imperial city of the imperial capital. Above the imperial city, a stronger light broke through the clouds and illuminated the entire continent of the 9 states. Dacia opened a national war. The top levels of the heads of the 6 countries in the continent of the 9 states were all shocked and appalled. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Royal Palace. Baka. This great Xia human emperor, is he crazy? Actually opened a national war. Doesn't he know what it means to open a national war? The emperor of the Sakura Kingdom, growling and snarling. Though, Dacia has been godless for 100 years. But as the old saying goes, 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. The depth of Dacia is extremely strong. Let's not talk about anything else, let's talk about the 12 pontoons of Dacia. If they joined forces, they could cut down gods. Goryeo Kingdom, Imperial Palace. West 8. This old thing, the great Xia human emperor, went crazy and opened a national war in order to save his daughter, Princess Nine's life? Letting thousands of transcendentalists from Great Xia be buried with him? The king of Goryeo, too, hissed in shock. A look of disbelief crossed his face. Starla Island. Ghostface raised his head and looked in the direction of Dacia, his face full of shock. The human emperor of Dacia, in order to save the 9 princesses, started a national war? How dare he? For the sake of the 9th princess, you're taking the lives of thousands of people in the whole of Dacia? After Ghostface's heart was shocked, it was filled with contemptuous sneers. It's just pretending to scare people. Afterward, his gaze fell on Hanfan not far away and he scoffed, is this no one left in Dacia? The dog that killed my Goryeo Kingdom's heavenly pride didn't come, but came a beggar pretending to be 13? Whether or not you're pretending to be 13, just try it. Hanfan didn't bother with nonsense and instantly bullied his way up. At this moment, Hanfan's heart was also filled with shock. He didn't know why the human emperor had suddenly mobilized the entire Great Xia Transcendence to start a national war. Could it be that he is because the 9th Princess Xiener is going to be executed by the ghost face of the Wind and Rain building for a reason? If so, then there's room for maneuver. Kill the beggar. Ghostface saw Hanfan charging over at his own expense and immediately said to a Wind and Rain building junior beside him. Yes, Chief. That Wind and Rain building junior, who smiled morosely towards Hanfan, immediately leapt over. A dog raised under the stormy floor, is worthy of fighting me? Hanfan smiled coldly and raised his hand as a golden light flashed by. Boo! In the next moment, the Wind and Rain building junior, who had a face full of a grim, cold smile as he lunged at Hanfan, had his head explode. Puff! His body slammed down hard on the ground above, killing him on the spot. The crowd was filled with shock and horror when they saw this. Hanfan's identity information was hidden. The crowd couldn't see Hanfan rank. However, Hanfan raised his hand and killed the Wind and Rain building's Ghostface junior brother, a strength that made people's scalps numb. At this time, no one dared to underestimate the strength of Hanfan, a beggar in ragged clothes. A hidden bigot, it seems? Think about it, if you don't have some strength, you dare to challenge the second largest force in Goryeo, Wind and Rain Tower? Ghostface's heart was also shocked and appalled. He knew better than anyone in his heart how strong this little brother of his was. One look and you're slaughtered? Not a single fight back? This is too fake. Brother Bailey, that's awesome. Kill all these bad guys. Xiener stared wide-eyed at Hanfan, who was in mid-air and standing in the sunlight. Although Hanfan's clothes were tattered, his beard was scruffy, and his hair was as messy as straw. But as the saying goes, a lover's eye reveals a beauty. She looked and felt just handsome. Shut up. Ghostface's face chilled with anger. I won't shut up, you big bad guy. Brother Bailey, so powerful, in Xiener's heart, the most powerful. Xiener glared angrily at Ghostface, stubbornly disliking him back despite her small face being pale with fear. Imperial capital, Imperial palace. As the human emperor gazed at this scene on the screen, his heart was also shocked beyond measure. Half a month. Hanfan, this brat, was just half a month away from beheading Park Shang Leisure. This half of the month. The human emperor didn't know what Hanfan had gone through. However, he realized that Hanfan was too much stronger compared to half a month ago, when he had decapitated Park Shang Leisure. But even so, in his heart, he still didn't think that Hanfan could be a level 75 ghost-facing hand. It was because of Hanfan's perverted growth speed that his heart was even more determined to keep Hanfan alive. He's waiting. When the white dragon appeared with the 12 floaters and brought Hanfan safely back to Daxia. Because once the War of Nations is on, the entire territory of Daxia will be sealed off. At that time, a battle like an inferno on Earth will officially begin. You stinking beggar, I have somewhat looked away and underestimated your strength. Ghostface ignored the wailing Xiener, narrowing his eyes slightly as he stared at Hanfan, smiling morosely and coldly. There's more where you've underestimated. Today, all the scumbags from the Wind and Rain building of your Goryo kingdom, all of them must die. I said so. Hanfan smiled coldly as a mountainous aura violently erupted from his body. Ha ha ha. All of us transcendents from the Wind and Rain building have to die? You're really confident. Let me see if your strength is as hard as your mouth. Ghostface was amused by Hanfan's words. He laughed wildly and immediately made a move. Ho ho ho! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the distance. In the next moment, an autumn wind swept away the leaves like an aura that covered the sky. The white dragon, with the 12 floaters, has arrived. Chapter 113 Wind and Rain Building Rats, Hunt and Kill Moment, begins. White Dragon. You, as the great Xiao war god, dare to openly break the rules of the transcendence of the Kyushu continent? Could it be that you're not afraid that great Xiao will be besieged by 6 nations and will never be recovered? Ghostface looked at the white dragon that was rushing in the distance with the 12 floaters, and his face instantly turned morose. His kidnapping of the 9 princesses of Daxia can only be described as a personal grudge. After all, the 9th princess had run to this chaotic area of Star Luo Island on her own, and no one had forced her to come. Wind and Rain House only wanted to use the life of the 9 princesses of Daxia in exchange for Hanfan's life. Such a grudge does not rise to the level of a national war. But, at this time, White Dragon appeared as the great summer god of war with the 12 Fausts. The nature is different. His words and actions represented the entire Grand Xia. Today, if he dares to really make a move, Great Xia will surely be doomed. If you want to fight, then fight, less of that bull. I'm not afraid. The white dragon glanced toward Hanfan, and his heart secretly sighed in relief. He was really afraid that if he rushed in late, something would happen to Hanfan. Okay. Hanfan is, for the moment, alive and well on his hands and feet. Buzz. Buzz. Just as White Dragon's words fell, the entire sky, once again, resounded with a roar. Hanfan looked up. Immediately, it was discovered that in addition to the territory of the Great Summer, the entire continent of the 9 states, another 6 rays of light rose up in the sky. The 7 kingdoms of the continent of the 9 states, all entered a state of first-degree war readiness. Moreover, the other 6 kingdoms in the continent of the 9 states had all targeted their divine halls for attack, locking them in the direction of the Great Summer. It can be said that as soon as the national war opens a moment, the Great Summer will be devastated by the other 6 kingdoms of the Kyushu continent. White Dragon's face changed slightly as he looked at the 7 rays of light in the sky. Those Daxia transcendents from Star Luo Island also changed their faces. All of them knew what was going to happen next. Hanfan retracted his gaze and dropped his sight onto White Dragon, saying, "White War God, this grandson of Ghostface is right. This is merely a personal vendetta. The rules of the transcendence of the Kyushu continent must not be messed with. You brat! Do you know that one? White War God, I understand what you mean, but this grudge is far from reaching the level of a national war, and once the national war is over, facing the other 6 kingdoms joining forces to attack, and with no gods to shelter the Great Xia, the entire territory will instantly become the ruins of purgatory. Hanfan interrupted the White Dragon. Fairy was arrested for 3 days. The human emperor, without a hint of movement. Or even, just watching her being executed and put to death. And he had only just appeared, throughout the entire territory of Daxia. The 13 shrines, operating at their full capacity, the national war was about to begin. Even White Dragon, the great Xia war god, personally led the 12 floaters to Star Luo Island. Associated with the voice that Siener had sent him earlier. In Hanfan's mind, how could he not think of something? White Dragon looked at Hanfan and fell silent. He wanted to open his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know how to refute Hanfan's words. Hanfan slowly looked at the Daxia transcendent on the ground. He then tilted his head back up to look at the blinding light that shot straight up into the sky above the Great Summer Kingdom. Today, if I, Hanfan, die in battle because I'm not able to defeat these scumbags from the Wind and Rain building, it will be my incompetence. National war cannot start. As the words fell, Hanfan violently turned around and rushed towards the distant Ghostface. Hanfan? So it's you, little bastard. I really didn't find where I was looking for you, but I found you with no effort at all. Today is the day you die. Ha ha. White Dragon, see? A little bastard from your Daxia can see better than you. If you dare to make a move on Star Luo Island, you, the Great Xia War God, will be the guilty party for the demise of the entire Great Xia. Not only that, countless living transcendents of Great Xia will die because of you. Can you bear this responsibility? Ghostface laughed out loud, his face showing murderous intent as he rushed towards Hanfan. The White Dragon's face changed when he saw this. He was immediately going to make a move to force Hanfan back to Daxia. Only, when he looked back in the direction of China, he hesitated again. On one side is Hanfan's life. On one side are the lives of hundreds of millions of people in Daxia. How should he choose? And what's the choice? Granted, if Hanfan died on Star Luo Island today, there would be no more days for the Great Xia to turn around. It will become prey to the other 6 kingdoms of the Kyushu continent. Eventually, it will also go on to the end of extinction. But, let him watch, hundreds of millions of Daxia's living beings. Without the shelter of the gods, they were strangled by the other 6 nations in a moment. The entire land of God has become the ruins of purgatory. Countless people are homeless and live in a state of fear and despair. How can he do that? Imperial capital, Imperial palace. The human emperor stared at the screen with reddened eyes. At that point, he too fell silent. It was a breakthrough, a desperate gamble to save Hanfan's life. Or to sacrifice Hanfan's life and live on, becoming a hunting ground for the other 6 nations and dying a chronic death. Doesn't he know what to choose either? What to do? 4th soul skill, Death Transit. Hanfan let out a hiss. In a blink of an eye, a field, centered on Hanfan, spread out in all directions. Compared to when Hanfan had just fused Transit of Death, the radius range of the domain, from 20 meters, had expanded to 30 meters. The instant the domain was formed, those people from the Wind and Rain building, led by Ghostface, were enveloped in it and disappeared from sight. What? Domain-type soul skill? How is it possible? This kid is only at level 40 or so, how can he possess a domain-type soul skill that only a level 80 transcendent can possess? When the group of people saw Hanfan's 4th soul skill, which was actually an extremely terrifying and exaggerated domain-type soul skill, they were filled with horror and lost their voices. Although, the crowd could not see the battle images in the middle of the field through the screen. However, when Hanfan displayed a domain-type soul skill, a glimmer of hope suddenly rose again in the hearts of the thousands of transcendents in Great Xia. Perhaps this legendary teenage boy can perform another miracle. Inside the Reaper transit field. You little bastard, you actually possess a domain-type soul skill? No. This is impossible. You're only over level 40, how could you possess a domain-type soul skill? Ghostface's face was filled with horrified shock after being enveloped into the domain. He clearly felt that his own speed, strength, and other aspects were being suppressed by the domain force field. The domain-type soul skill that only a level 80 extreme transcendent can obtain, this little bastard obtained it at level 40? What kind of freak is this? Hanging out? Can't afford to play, can you? Ask your mom. I just said that if I don't die in battle against you guys, it's my Hanfan's incompetence. Unfortunately, you Goryo Kingdom Wind and Rain House rats don't deserve it. All must die. Hanfan's gaze was like electricity and he smiled morosely. With a wave of his hand, 7 four-winged angels instantly appeared behind him. The angelic servants who evolved 4 wings, dress code-wise, also changed radically. 3 blazing angels, dressed in a white battle armor. 4 fallen angels, dressed in a black battle armor. Kill! In the next moment, the 7 four-winged angels let out a delicate cry. With Hanfan's command, he instantly lunged ferociously towards those greatly alarmed wind and rain-building mongrels in front of him. The moment of the hunt, it begins. Chapter 114, although my body is stained with blood, I still cut down all the rats and mice. Outside the realm of the Reaper transit. Fairy was confused. Her chubby-looking little face was full of shock. Hanfan? Brother Bailey? Black Fox Mask Boy? One person? Fairy muttered under her breath. At this point, she wondered if she was, in fact, dreaming. Definitely. Otherwise, her heart is thinking about the 100 miles that she is holding on to. How did it suddenly turn into Hanfan, the first demon of this term of Dasha? She cocked her head and couldn't figure it out. Before, when Sienna learned that the Black Fox Masked Boy and Hanfan were the same person, she was so shocked that she didn't sleep for 2 days. Nowadays, she was discovering the 3 people her heart adored the most. Surprisingly, all of them had lost their third view when she was her brother Bailey. For a while, she couldn't accept this reality. Gotta take some time and digest it. Ninth Princess, are you alright? The white dragon flew over and untied the dazed Xinyuan Sienner. Uncle Bai, Bailey's brother's identity, is it really Hanfan, the first demon of our Dasha? Sienner shook her head and hurriedly inquired to the white dragon. Shiro stared at her with wide eyes and a surprised look on his face. You don't know? Uncle White, know what? You don't know that Hanfan is Bailey Chang'an? Originally, Brother Bailey, really Hanfan this stinky guy. And so on. So, Brother Bailey, this stinky guy, hasn't been lying to Sienner all along? Having received an affirmative answer from the white dragon, Sienner was even more confused. She muttered something under her breath. Then she reacted. She had been cheated by Hanfan for most of the month. So angry. The other side. All the major kingdoms of the 9-state continent were nervously watching the fully enclosed spherical field. The scene in the realm was not clear to them at all. But at this time, besides the many heads of the Great Summer Kingdom, the heads of other kingdoms were all hoping for Hanfan's death. This son is too perverted and horrible. It's ing. How long has it been? It was just less than a month past from the South Sea Shattered Star Island trial. He's actually grown to this extent? Growing up like this. When he rises to level 90 or above, who will be his rival in the whole continent of Kyushu? At that time, this guy was absolutely invincible. It's horrible. Must die. The quicker you die, the better. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Royal Palace. Yossi drop. Goryo Wind and Rain Building, well done. After this Hanfan guy dies today, the whole country is on vacation for 7 days. It still counts. Emperor Sakura couldn't stop smiling. He was clear in his mind about how strong the ghost face of the Wind and Rain Building was. This guy, Hanfan, was absolutely no match. Being broken into pieces, death by 1,000 cuts, ironclad things. This past 20 days or so. It's not a good day for the Emperor of the Sakura Kingdom. Ever since the battle at the Shattered Star Island, he had been sick with vomiting blood from Hanfan's anger. To this day, he is not well. Not only did he not get better, he got worse over 20 days. Today. When he saw this guy, Hanfan, he immediately had to take a break. The Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom suddenly felt that he was getting better. Cured. Wouldn't you say it's amazing? Goryo Kingdom, Imperial Palace. The king of the Goryo Kingdom, too, was all smiles. To the right of his dragon chair, there was another chair. On the chair sat a beautiful woman with a proud figure. Stormy Orchid. The owner of Storm House. Rumor has it that Park Sung-ho is her illegitimate son. But who Park Song-yeon's father is, so far, no one knows. Wind and Rain Mansion Master, today you got rid of a great danger for my Goryeo kingdom, you are a credit to my Goryeo kingdom. The king of Goryeo, who did not mince words of praise. This little bastard, who dares to kill my idol son, dying 100 times is not enough. Doesn't he have a sister? It won't be long before I send his sister, Han Shijun, to the netherworld to accompany him. Fong Yulan's noble face couldn't see much happiness and was slightly cold. Her eyes were thick with killing intent. Disya, the many heads of the divine halls, were also continuously watching. Everyone's heart, at this point, was in their throat. In the middle of the realm, this battle between Hanfan and Ghostface of the Wind and Rain building. The fate of the entire Dacia, the future, is at stake. Is it dead, or is it alive? No one knows until the battle is over. Boom! Just as the crowds of people from all camps had their minds wandering, an earth-shattering roar came from the sky. With this sudden roar, the entire Death Transit domain trembled violently. Click! Click! At this moment, the crowd looked towards the spherical field. The surface of the field was found to be like glass, crawling with cracks. The crowd saw this and raised their hearts into their throats. Wow! A moment later, the field instantly shattered and collapsed like ice after an ear-splitting muffled sound. The picture in the field was also presented in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. The crowd fixed their eyes. Hanfan stood there covered in blood. Even across the screen, the crowd was able to clearly see that his body, as he stood there, was trembling slightly. Not dead? A few people are happy and a few people are sad. Behind Hanfan, 7 four-winged angels in battle armor. It looked stunning in the sunlight. They were, likewise, covered in blood. There were even 3 four-winged angels with broken blades in their hands. From this, it could be seen how fierce and brutal the previous battle had been. Tick-tack. Tick-tack. Drop after drop of blood flowed down Hanfan's fingers. Eventually, that blood was again following the fingertips, cutting through the air and smashing down onto the ground below. All around, there were nearly 20 corpses of wind and rain building powerhouses floating around. These wind and rain building powerhouses were led by Ghostface. Minimum level, all 65 and up. Those corpses, the moment the domain broke open and the force field shackles failed, fell towards the ground below. Including Rain and Wind House Gold Medalist 75 level Ghostface. Dead. All the people in the Wind and Rain building, all of them were beheaded. And the person who had beheaded them was only Hanfan, who was known as the first genius demon amongst the descendants of the great Xia. How appalling is such a picture? Shocking. Everyone's eyes widened in confusion when they saw this. He alone, put the Goryeo country Wind and Rain building nearly 20 strong people, all killed? How many levels is this guy? 4th soul skill? Isn't the 4th soul skill only at level 40 or higher, less than level 50? Less than 50 levels, not only did you kill Ghostface, the 75 level gold medalist of Wind and Rain building? He also killed nearly 20 of his level 65 and above minions? Not far away, a group of transcendents from other kingdoms in the continent of the 9 states had lost their voices in shock when they saw this scene. Horrified. Shocker. Fear. Unbelievable. Various emotions filled the hearts of the crowd in an instant. At this point, the crowd's ears. It also resounded with the previous, Hanfan's bold and powerful words. Today, if I, Hanfan, die in battle because I'm not able to defeat these scumbags from the Wind and Rain building, it's my incompetence. Incompetent? This treadmill is too competent, isn't it? Chapter 115, finally reaching level 50, 5th soul skill, Angelic Descent. Golden Province, Temple of God. Our Jinling Province, we really saved the galaxy in our previous life to be able to produce such a supreme heavenly pride demon. Shanantian, Elder Bai, and the others were already agitated with old tears. Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. The human emperor's old eyes were also red, and his arms, clenched into fists, trembled uncontrollably. Someone, pour me a cup of herbal tea, I need to calm down. At this moment, the human emperor was in a mood that was also as rough as the waves on the ocean. It's hard to be calm. This kid, he stopped the War of Nations by himself. Originally, the human emperor had ordered that his life be preserved at all costs. But in the end, the human emperor suddenly realized that this kid didn't need him to mess around with him at all. Can you fix this, too? False alarm. What a false alarm. Such a demon. Back to him, he would send a few unmarried princesses to his home to be picked at random. He is the emperor's son-in-law of the Xian Yuan family. We can't let those old heads of the 13 provinces get the jump on us. Ha ha ha. Heads of the kingdoms of the continent of the 9 states, what if I, White Dragon, don't make a move today? These rats from the Goryeo Kingdom's wind and rain building are still not crooked, and all of them lost their lives on Star Luo Island. What can I do to help my great summer pride? The White Dragon laughed up to the sky, looking quite rampant and unrestrained. At this point, he has rampant capital. He has pride of capital. He had brought the 12 floaters to Star Luo Island, and as long as he did so before striking out, it didn't count as breaking the rules of the transcendence of the Kyushu continent. Baka! These losers from Goryeo country, so many people, even a daxia small. Poof! The emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had his eyes glued to the screen, a smile frozen on his face. A moment later, he came back to his senses, hissing and growling. Immediately afterward, a mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth before he could finish his words. The eyes rolled back in his head and he passed out. Quickly come someone, the Emperor-sama is vomiting blood. No, no, no. The Emperor-sama is dying. The courtesans gasped in horror as they saw the emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom vomiting blood again. Then they realized. The emperor didn't just simply vomit blood and pass out, he started rolling his eyes. It's a sign that it's not going to work. The entire Sakura Kingdom Palace was instantly in chaos. Their Cherry Blossom Kingdom Emperor would have to be truly infuriated to death by Hanfan, the great summer demon. They, the Sakura Kingdom, would truly be the laughingstock of the entire world. Over at the Goryeo Palace, it was the same. The king of Goryeo, who had been all smiles and praised Feng Yulan a moment before. By this time, it had been shocked right back to its feet, breaking into a fit of rage. Feng Yulan was also filled with astonishment. This son, by himself. Kill all the 20 people above level 65 in wind and rain building? Level 30, learned a 9th order offensive and defensive one-piece soul skill. Level 40, learned the perverted and terrifying domain-type soul skill. So much for growing up. It was only feared that in the future, there would be no one in the entire continent of the 9 states that could be his opponent. Must die. It has to be gotten rid of. Otherwise, he was a blessing to daxia. For the other kingdoms in the continent of Kyushu, it was a disaster. The Goryeo king's face was as gloomy as ink after his rant. His fingers gripping the handle of the dragon chair showed a pale color from the excessive force. War of Nations. The king of Goryeo really wanted to immediately order the opening of a national war and attack the territory of daxia. But, in doing so, another problem is faced. The opening of the national war will bring divine punishment to the continent of Kyushu. The descent of divine punishment is random. The odds are that it will fall to the kingdom that first opens the War of Nations. But there is also a small chance that it will fall to the other continental kingdom of Kyushu. Therefore, once he initiated the national war, the Goryeo kingdom would surely become a public enemy of the other kingdoms in the continent of Kyushu. After all, no one wanted to take a bit of divine punishment, for no reason at all. That's something that kills people. Starla Island, the main island. Fairy stared wide-eyed at the person in front of her. After a long time, she finally came back to her senses and wailed, "Brother Bailey, big liar, you big liar. You're obviously the person Sienna is looking for. Why didn't you tell Sienna and make Sienna look for you for so long?" As Fairy spoke, bean-sized tears snapped and fell. That pitiful and resentful look made Hanfan's scalp numb. At this point, Hanfan seriously doubted that he was guilty. Gotta shoot. It is often said that cute girls do everything right. Hanfan looked at Sienna's pitiful look. It also feels like I'm 10 times worse. Originally, he was physically drained and mentally exhausted because of his battle with Ghostface of the Wind and Rain Building and the others. But, when he saw Sienna snapping and dropping her tears, with a sultry look on her face, instantly, he felt all better. The wounds on my body didn't hurt anymore, and I wasn't mentally exhausted. Thus, Hanfan hurriedly said to White Dragon, "White War God, the 9 princesses will be in your hands. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first, goodbye." As the words fell, Hanfan didn't care if the White Dragon answered or not. Bugger off in a hurry. Ha ha ha, ha? Ahead, White Dragon would have been there laughing up at the sky. Suddenly, Hanfan threw Princess 9 at him and ran away. At that moment, the laughter in his mouth came to an abrupt halt, confused. Ninth princess, so scary? It doesn't feel right. She's a cute little girl. It's cute and adorable and kawaii looking. Stinking brother Bailey, don't run. Sienna isn't a man-eating tigress. The human family looks so cute, stop right there. No matter where you run, Sienna will find you. And then, pestering. Hey! Why are you running faster, you give me quickly back. In the distance, Hanfan shivered in fear when he heard Sienna's wah-wah ghostly words. This Xianyuan Sienna. What the hell? These words were meant to be heard by the human emperor and would be misunderstood. Sienna, this little girl, her dad is the human emperor. If the human emperor misunderstood that Hanfan was seducing his precious daughter, he would kill him in a fit of rage. Hanfan had no place to cry. It's better to stay away. Returning to Star Luo Island sub-island, Hanfan immediately summoned the 7 four-winged angels to continue upgrading. Level 49 now. One last level to go. Sister June. Wait for me. You'll be able to fight alongside you in the 7 Kingdoms competition soon. The 7 Kingdoms competition. That is to say, it is a matter of victory or defeat, and also a matter of life and death. Rats, I'll show you what cruelty means right away. One day later. Hanfan has finally reached level 50. The moment Hanfan reached level 50, he immediately felt a mysterious force slowly awakening in his body. The sky. A huge 6-winged angelic figure appeared out of nowhere. In the next moment, the huge figure, swooping down, gradually merged with Hanfan. Boom! The earth is crumbling. A spherical shockwave centered on Hanfan's body. In all directions, the wind spread out. Countless trees and rocks were instantly strangled and shattered. In the end, the 6-winged angel, a super divine quality demonic soul, fused with Hanfan's body. Devil's soul true body. 5th soul skill, Angel's Descent. As this mysterious power awakened, it was injected into Hanfan's blood. All of Hanfan's soul skills, all of them underwent enhanced mutation. Chapter 116 Super Divine Grade Demonic Soul 6-Winged Angel, completing primary evolution. Hanfan immediately checked up his own transcendent attribute column. Name, Hanfan. Rank, 50.02%. Power, 32,300. Elemental, 31,500. Technique, 32,200. Speed, 31,550. Physical, 32,100. Luck, 200 max. Gifted, SSS. Demon Soul, 6-Winged Angel Primary Evolution. Note, Characteristic 1, can summon Angel Servants 716, Characteristic 2, Angel Servants take damage for Master, Characteristic 3, all attributes of Master and Angel Servants are doubled, Characteristic 4, the Kings gaze all enemies under the gods, suppress strength to 80%, and increase their own strength to 120%, Characteristic 5, Soul Technique Mutation, 6-dimensional attributes, increased by 110%. Soul Techniques, Judgment King's Lance Level 5, 6th Order, Proficiency 727-2000, Shura 9 Blade Stream Level 4, 7th Order, Proficiency 496-1500, Divine Devil Heaven's Conquest Level 1, Quasi-Divine Order, Proficiency 18100, Reaper Purgatory Level 1, 9th Order, Proficiency 5100, Angel's Descent Level 1, True Divine Order, Proficiency 0100. Divine Bones, Medusa Skull Earth Grade, Soul Skill, Queen's Blessing, Titan Torso Bone Heaven Grade, Soul Skill, Divine Bone Armor. In terms of equipment, Hanfan wasn't too concerned. He was concerned about fusing the Demon Soul True Body after rising to level 50. Self-Strength, the changes it brings. Magic Soul 6-Winged Angel, completed primary evolution. Gain new features. About the 6-Winged Angel Magic Soul evolution. Hanfan had asked a few angelic servants. Simply put, there are 4 grades: primary evolution, intermediate evolution, advanced evolution, and extreme evolution. As for the evolution, it would produce those changes they didn't understand. And from the added features so far, the 6-Winged Angel primary evolution is a soul skill mutation with a 6-dimensional attribute increase. Because of reaching level 50 and awakening the Demon Soul True Body, the number of angelic servants Hanfan could summon had also increased to 16 from the previous 7. Quasi-God rank soul skill? True God rank soul skill? What class is this? When Hanfan saw his 5 mutated soul skills, he was confused. The first 2 soul skills, name and class, have changed, which is acceptable. These 3 or 4 soul techniques suddenly turned into quasi-god rank and true god rank. What's the situation? According to the theoretical knowledge of transcendence that Hanfan had learned when he was in high school. Isn't the highest class of soul skill only the 9th rank? Could it be that, above the 9th order, there is a higher order? Hanfan mentally thought about it for half a day, but he didn't figure it out. He planned to ask Elder Bai and the others when he returned to Jinling City. Afterward, seeing that there was still some time left, Hanfan immediately summoned all 16 angelic servants. 7 white blazing angels, 9 black fallen angels. It looks very racy and spectacular. Upgrade. Take these newly acquired 9 angel servants, level up a bit, and return to Golden City. Early the next morning. Jinling City, Temple of God. The top management of the head of Jinling City, led by Shao Nantian, was fully loaded and ready to go. Traveling to the imperial capital. The 7 Kingdoms competition. They had spent a month waiting for this day. The 7 Kingdoms competition was the golden key to obtaining a place in the trial of the gods. Daxia, as long as they can get the top 3 places in the grand competition. He would be able to secure a place in the trial of the gods. Conquering the trials of the gods. It will then be a global competition for all of Blue Star, all the nations that have qualified for the conquest. As for the 10 gods trial slots, who did they end up going to? To each his own. At this moment, Shao Nantian and the others had forgotten all about the matter of the bet with Hanfan. Although, Hanfan had previously displayed heaven-defying strength on Star Luo Island. However, they still didn't think that Hanfan would be able to rush to level 50 in just 1 month. And level 50 is the minimum threshold to participate in the 7 Kingdoms competition. Just a bunch of them, ho-hum. Intending to go to the imperial capital through the Divine Temple's teleportation array, a bearded, scruffy, beggar-clothed figure appeared. Head Xiao, you guys wait for me. I'm back. Hanfan saw that Shao Nantian and the others were leaving, and his sister, Han Shijun, was also in the ranks of the group, so he immediately called out. Fortunately. He arrived just in time. If he had been any later, he would not have made it. Hanfan, you little brat, awesome. Growing up in a month's time, taking us old guys and shocking us to the point where our eyes almost fell out. You're back just in time. Go back and have a good rest. During this recent period of time, stay in Jinling City and don't go anywhere. Wait for us to return triumphantly from the 7 Kingdoms competition. A group of bigwigs were happy to see that they were able to meet the returning Hanfan before they left for the imperial capital. Their gazes fell on Hanfan, and they didn't hide their intense doting. After all, although Hanfan was a heavenly pride demon of the Grand Xia, but born from their province of Jinling, in their hearts, how could they not be proud and happy? What, I'll go back and have a good rest and wait for your triumph. Didn't we agree before that when I come back from leveling, you guys would bring me along? Hanfan's face stiffened and he became a bit upset. Is this cheating? Xiaofan, it's not that we don't take you there, but the 7 Kingdoms competition, there are strict level requirements, less than 5. Anything. You're level 50. How is this possible? Have I seen a ghost? You brat, in a month's time, from level 32, rushed to level 50? Elder Bai came over and persuaded him bitterly. Originally, he wanted to take Hanfan's lack of rank and make Hanfan know what to do. As a result, when Hanfan took his rank information and exhibited it, Bai Lao was like seeing a ghost expression, jumping 3 feet high and leaping out 8 feet away, looking at him in shock. Not only was it old man Bai, but Shao Nantian, Lin Baichen, Qin Baihe, and the others, also nearly dropped their eyes. Shock. Horrified. Unbelievable. This kid, in a month, really went from level 32 to level 50? How did he level up? Is it on? Hanging on, not so fast. Head Xiao, how about it? When I first left Jinling City, you guys could have promised that as long as I rose to level 50 within a month, you would let me participate in the 7 Kingdoms competition and fight side by side with Sister June. At this moment, Hanfan's heart was very hot. Before, he was still the same brat who needed Han Shijun's protection. Now, he had finally grown to a height where he could fight alongside Han Shijun. Hanfan believed that it wouldn't take long. He was then able to shield Han Shijun from the wind and rain and protect her. This. Shao Nantian and a group of other bigwigs turned green when they heard Hanfan's words. A month ago. It did come up when a group of them met to discuss it. If Hanfan could, within a month, rise to level 50, he would be allowed to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. But at that critical time, no one thought this guy could really level up to 50. However, a month passed. He returned with a scruffy beard, like a beggar. Really got up to level 50. The crowd was shocked, but they also looked at each other, unable to return to their senses. Chapter 117 Falling from the Skies, Performing the Fifth Soul Skill, Angelic Descent. Little fan, it's not that we don't want you to participate, you know? You have caused the Sakura and Goryo Transcendents to lose face. Nowadays, they dream of slaughtering you, and apart from their two kingdoms, those other continental kingdoms of the Kyushu continent, too. Xiao Nantian was embarrassed and persuaded him bitterly. The meaning is clear enough. Hanfan couldn't participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but in case Hanfan participated in the Seven Kingdoms competition and had a good or bad day. All of them can't afford to eat. After all, the entire Great Xia's hundreds of millions of subjects were now watching him grow. All of them were waiting for the day when he would rise to 100 levels and become the new deity of Great Xia. Daxia, even if this Seven Kingdoms competition failed. Then they still had Hanfan, a heavenly pride demon, as a final guarantee. But if Hanfan has an accident and dies young, then their last bit of hope for the Great Xia would truly be overthrown. Head Xiao, I don't want to hear your explanation. What do you mean by that? Trying to pull a fast one? As the head of our Jinling province, how can you go back on your word? If you don't let me participate, I'll go to Qingzhou to find Head Zhao right now. Hanfan's face came down ugly. It's not like he's a little cutie. These old things, stammering and covering their faces. Obviously, he's trying to cheat. How could this Hanfan agree? For the past month, he had played hard to get to the top. One day, he just sleeps 3 or 4 hours. What did he do it for? You're not trying to rush to level 50 before the Seven Kingdoms competition? Now, tired of spitting blood, he rushed to level 50. Xiao Nantian actually played a trick and didn't allow him to participate. How could Hanfan accept this? Which is not emotional. Fan Di, don't be capricious, Head Xiao said this for your own good. Han Shijun quickly stepped out, tugging on the agitated Hanfan and persuading him. I'm not listening. I only want to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. You can either let me tag along, or I'll go to Head Xiao right now and fight for Qingzhou province. Hanfan's bullish temper came up. He was not joking. Just as he had said a month ago, when he had fallen out with Xiao Nantian and the others, when they had fallen out. He was willing to sacrifice anything in order to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. Besides, it was something that this group of old things, before, had promised him. As the head bigwig of Jinling province. How can you go back on your word? The group of people were filled with embarrassment when they saw Hanfan's firm attitude. Afterwards, the group of old foxes glanced at each other, seemingly exchanging something with their eyes. A moment later, Xiao Nantian coughed dryly twice and opened his mouth. Xiaofan, it's fine to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition, but I have to try out your strength. The rank is enough and the strength has to be up to the mark before you can do so. How? We fight? Hanfan strained his neck and stared at Xiao Nantian. That stance was as if he was going to fight Xiao Nantian in order to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. You kid, you've drifted, haven't you? I'm a 99 level extreme transcendent, you want to fight with me? I'll drown you with a mouthful of spittle. Xiao Nantian laughed and cursed. Ahem. How do I try then? Hanfan looked embarrassed and asked a follow-up question. At this time, Hanfan also saw it. Xiao Nantian, this old fox gourd, certainly did not sell any good medicine. But in order to be able to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition, he couldn't care less. It's simple, just let Elder Bai try your strength. You only need to attack with pure strength and be able to blast Elder Bai back a step, and you'll be considered to have passed the test. How? As Xiao Nantian's words fell, those other bigwigs from the Jinling province immediately revealed fox smiles. Even Han Shijun, his face was quite odd. Elder Bai, even though he was only a level 85 Jedi Transcendent. But his defense is extremely strong. It could be said that even the topmost powerhouses such as Xiao Nantian. In the case of Bai Lao's full defense, in a short period of time, it was also impossible to break through his defense. Just now, Xiao Nantian's conditions had been made very clear. Pure power situation to knock back Elder White by 1 step. Hanfan is level 50, Bai Lao is level 85. There is a 35 level difference between the two. In Han Shijun's opinion, not to mention pure power, even if Hanfan used the strongest third soul skill of the 9th rank, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to shake Elder Bai in the slightest. Therefore, Xiao Nantian said this, completely not giving Hanfan the slightest chance to win. Good. I promise, pure power is pure power. Then can I use my demonic soul true body when I strike? Hanfan took a look at his attribute bar of over 30,000 points of strength and felt that it wasn't a problem to blast Bai Lao back a step with one punch. However, he still wanted to use his lower demonic soul true body to raise his power attribute again just to be on the safe side. After all, the demonic soul true body was an all-round enhancement of a transcendent's comprehensive strength. Could be. Xiao Nantian didn't think much about it and agreed quickly. After all, it's not like you can push the kid around. Otherwise, if they are a group of head big brother, bullying Hanfan this brat thing, it will be laughed at when it reaches the years of those old guys in other provinces. Elder Bai, stand firm, I'm going to hammer you. My fists are hard and powerful. Hanfan lifted his hand and shook it off with vigor, his fighting spirit high. You little brat, it's against you. I'm an 85th level extreme transcendent, I'm not afraid of you. Don't let the wind blow your tongue. Elder Bai blew his beard and eyes out in anger when he saw Hanfan speak so boldly. Humph. Scared or not, try it and you'll know, 5th soul skill, angelic descent. Hanfan snorted coldly and didn't bother to talk nonsense. In the next moment, Hanfan directly executed the 5th soul skill. Boom! With a shocking roar, Hanfan instantly rose up into the sky, transforming into a 6-winged angel. 6 feathers. 3 white, 3 black. It looks unbelievably shocking. The crowd looked up in unison, their hearts equally shocked. This was the first time they had seen a super divine great demon soul. Other than that, it was this surging sense of oppression that made people's hearts appalled. He's only at level 50. If we let him go up another 30 levels, to 80. It was only 100 levels of supreme sacred transcendent that would not necessarily be able to him up. On Elder Bai's face, there was also a look of gravity. Because Hanfan, this kid's aura, had completely locked onto him. Granted, Elder White was confident in his defense. But if you win a bit lousy, you will also be laughed at by this group of old things. Elder Bai, take my punch. Hanfan let out a long whistle. In the next moment, he violently vibrated his 3 pairs of feathered wings and rushed into the clouds. Afterward, he was like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens, and with that terrifying speed of swooping down, he fiercely threw a punch, blasting towards the white old man on the ground. Hanfan's person was still in midair, and on the surface of his fist, a circle of sonic boom clouds appeared. The crowd was filled with horror at the sight. This kid's power, just how terrifying is it? How is it that when you glide down from the sky, with the force of a dive, you create a ring of sonic boom clouds? This is not too much of a stretch. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, Hanfan's fist ruthlessly smashed into the turtle shell-like shield in front of Bai Lao. Chapter 118. A punch with 100,000 points of power, shaking back Elder Bai by dozens of steps. Buzz! The turtle shell shield in front of Bai Lao was trembling violently. The surface of the shield, like the surface of a calm lake, was flooded with ripples that rippled out circle after circle. Dabble. In the end, the power of Hanfan's punch dissipated. The turtle shell shield in front of Bai Lao did not shatter. However, the powerful impact of Hanfan's punch directly blew Old Bai back dozens of steps away. Each step is a deep footprint. A glance at the solid marble floor revealed a dozen more footprints. It's shocking and exaggerated. Not far away, Xiao Nantian, Lin Beichen, Jin Baiha and the others were filled with shocked horror. Before, what did they say? As long as he could blow Old Bai back a step, he would agree to bring him along to the 7 Kingdoms competition? Now, how does blasting back a dozen steps count? Keep reneging? Head Xiao, Elder Bai retreated a dozen steps, I won. On Hanfan's face, a smug look appeared. To be honest, Hanfan didn't expect it either. When he exerted his demonic soul truth, his power surged by so much. Just now, from the sky, he smashed into the ground white old man like a meteor. Hanfan felt that at that time, his power definitely broke 100,000. The power of a punch with 100,000 points of strength was terrifying to think about. As Hanfan's words fell, the crowd all set their gazes on the dazed Elder Bai. Elder Bai, are you letting go of the water this guy? With your defense power, under full defense, Xiaoxiu brain won't be able to break through your defense in a short period of time. Definitely let go of the water. Otherwise, how could this kid be able to blow this old thing back dozens of steps away with the power of one punch? I don't believe it. At this time, Bai Lao's mind was skeptical of life. Hanfan's punch just now, which was like a meteor falling to the earth, had really dumbfounded him. To this day, his head was still buzzing and he hadn't slowed down. Granted, he hadn't used his full strength in his defense just now. But Hanfan is 35 levels below him. He was a level 85 world transcendent, but if he were to take a pure power punch from a level 50 kid, he would have to use his full strength. If this gets out, how will I look? But what Bai Lao did not expect was a defense of 50% of his strength. He was actually blown back a dozen steps by Hanfan? This is a horse. It seems more humiliating than playing full defense. You old pussies, you don't mind standing around talking, do you? Do you guys know how much strength this kid just had in that perverted punch? You guys don't know, let me tell you, it's like being hit by a tank. Elder White was in a hurry. If he really let it go, then he had nothing to say. But not only did he not let go just now, he even used 50% of his power. Or was he blamed for being blown back a dozen paces? The force of that punch, was it really that great? Some of the bigwigs still didn't quite believe it and looked at Elder Bai with a suspicious face. If you don't believe me, try it yourselves. Kindly remind you that the power of the punch this little monster just threw is definitely more than 100,000 points. Elder Bai disliked it without a good reason. At the same time, he gave a heads up to the bigwigs who were full of fox disbelief. Don't be more of a mess than he is when you try it later. To be sent flying by Hanfan's punch would be a disgrace. 100,000? Holy! In the crowd, there was a sound of cool air being sucked in. At this point, the crowd looked at the dozen or so, deeply sunk into the marble footprints in front of Elder White and believed. After all, Elder Bai was known for his resistance to beatings. Such a mess at this point. It was enough to prove how perverted Hanfan's strength was. Hey, are you, the titled figures of Jinling province, planning to continue playing tricks? Hanfan's face turned blue as he questioned in a cold voice. At this moment, Hanfan's heart was really angry. The conditions were made by them. Now, he overshoots the conditions. Turning the other cheek? Is this going back on your word and getting addicted? Ahem. You kid, how do you talk? What I said before surely counts. Xiaonantian was filled with embarrassment and coughed twice, glaring. Though, in his heart, he wanted to disown it. But he could also see that this kid, Hanfan, was really angry. And, a stubborn-ass temper. If they were really pushed, and that old thing, Zhao Wuji, took advantage of the situation to snatch it away, then they wouldn't even be able to cry. Therefore, Xiaonantian and the others could only reluctantly agree. Afterward, the crowd didn't tarry in Jinling City. Departure for the imperial capital. The location of the Seven Kingdoms competition was at Sky Island. After waiting for all of the great Xia's participating celestial pride to gather at the imperial capital. Together, they traveled to Sky Island through the imperial capital teleportation formation. Sister June, I can finally fight alongside you. Hanfan came to Han Shijun's side and emotionally said. Well, let's cheer together and do our small part for the prosperity and strength of Great Xia. Han Shijun let out a light laugh and was also happily pleased. For Hanfan. Han Shijun was the closest person to him in this world. And for Han Shijun, how could Hanfan not be her closest relative? Ever since she was young, she had watched Hanfan grow up. Now she watched the smelly brother, who used to love to cry, grow into a man. It would be a lie to say that the heart wasn't happy for him. Imperial capital, Imperial Palace. White Dragon was counting the list of all the great Xia Heavenly Pride demons for the Seven Kingdoms competition. Suddenly, he saw a name and was confused. Shiro raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Finally, he was sure, at last, that there had been no mistake. Hanfan was clearly on the list of Jinling Province's Heavenly Pride. This. Shiro returned to his senses and frowned, being whole wouldn't do it. What's wrong? The human emperor inquired as he noticed that the White Dragon was different. King, see for yourself. White Dragon circled Hanfan's name and handed the roster to the human emperor. Hanfan. Which Han? Wait. Hanfan. This old kid, Shanantian, is he messing around? Why did you report this Hanfan kid up? When the human emperor saw Hanfan's name, he also thought that his eyes had misread it. Then, he grimaced as he made sure he hadn't misread it. This matter, I'm not too sure, I can only call that old kid, Shanantian, over to ask. Bai Long shook his head slightly and immediately ordered someone to call over Shanantian, who was resting on standby after arriving at the imperial capital. A few moments later, Shanantian came. King, I don't know what you're looking for me for? You still have the face to ask me what I'm looking for you for? Your Jinling province, Hanfan, is in the ranks of the list of this Seven Kingdoms competition. What do you mean? The human emperor gave an angry rebuke and questioned. Shanantian's face was incredibly embarrassed when he heard this. Afterward, with a face full of shame, he recounted the previous bet with Hanfan and losing to him as it was. Nonsense! Now in the continent of the 9 states, other than our great Xia, which kingdom doesn't want this brat Hanfan to die? He's in Daxia, and I don't even think it's safe enough, so I'm going to send the 12 floaters to protect him around the clock, 20 hours a day. You're good, directly add him to the list of your Jinling province's participating Heavenly Pride. Do you want him to die? The human emperor stood up with a slap on the dragon chair, his expression unruffled. Obviously, he was moved to real anger. Intends to cure Shanantian of his sins. Chapter 119. The human emperor's old face was once suffocated in red, and his lungs were about to explode with anger. King, calm your anger, we didn't want this to happen. Shanantian's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly explained. You guys don't want it either? You don't want it either, and you still let him participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition? The human emperor, who believed Shanantian's ghost words, once again angrily rebuked. On the side, the white dragon looked at Shanantian's ashamed and embarrassed expression and slightly wrinkled his eyebrows. He had known Shanantian for so many years. What kind of character this old boy had, White Dragon still knew in his heart. Perhaps there really is some kind of misunderstanding. Old Xiao, in front of the king, don't hide it, tell us what's going on. Alas! Wang, I really can't be blamed for this, that Hanfan kid, he's a freak. He screwed me over. Screwed you over? How so? Seeing that Shanantian sighed repeatedly and was filled with embarrassment and helplessness, the human emperor also became interested. Shanantian glanced toward the human emperor and White Dragon, and could only stiffen his back, recounting what happened a month ago, when he made a bet with Hanfan. What? So, the reason why this kid went to Star Luo Island and played his ass off to upgrade is so that he can rush to level 50 within a month? And, he really did it? No, the day before yesterday, when he was on Star Luo Island, when he killed the wind and rain building rats, he was only at level 40 or so. When did he rise to level 50? On the roster, there is no grade labeling. At this moment, the human emperor and the white dragon looked at each other with shocked faces after hearing Shanantian's words. After they heard Shanantian's explanation, they finally understood. Why would Hanfan stay on Star Luo Island for a month and play hard to level up anymore? It turned out that he was betting with this old thing, Shanantian. Moreover, this group of things, Shanantian, lost the bet. You say shame. King, this kid is a monster. I, White Dragon, have lived my whole life and for the first time I have seen such a demonic and perverted freak. The White Dragon was continuously emotional and did not mince words of praise. Monsters can't let him participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition either. South Sea Shattered Star Island Trial, wipe out all the Sakura Kingdom demons, Star Luo Island Charge, kill the Goryo Kingdom rats. Subsequently, he also rescued my daughter from the hands of the wind and rain building, and in just less than a month and a half, the strength he showed made everyone afraid. Sky Island's Seven Kingdoms competition, if he follows, I'm only afraid that the other 6 kingdoms of the Kyushu continent will slaughter him at all costs. This kid, carrying the hopes of hundreds of millions of our Xia's people, and also, has done enough for our Xia, this risk cannot be taken. The human emperor shook his head slightly with a firm attitude, vetoing the proposal to allow Hanfan to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. Earlier, what Hanfan had capriciously done on Star Luo Island was risky enough. Suffice it to say, the War of Nations is imminent. Now, this kid is well on his way back to Daxia. How could the human emperor, again, let him go to the Sky Island 7 Nation competition and toss him around? I'm only afraid it's difficult. This kid's character is as stubborn as a donkey. If you want him to die, he probably won't even frown. But if you stop him from going to the Seven Kingdoms competition to fight for the country, King, do you believe he dares to turn against you? White Dragon let out a bitter smile as he thought of Hanfan's character. Although, he also felt that the human emperor was right. But, it's not easy to want this stubborn-ass kid to compromise. He dares. It's not that I'm talking big, this kid wouldn't dare to turn his back on me even if he ate his bear's heart and leopard's guts. The human emperor's old face couldn't hang on, and he immediately let out an angry rebuke. Firmly disbelieving, Hanfan really dared to turn the tables on him. At the bottom of the steps, Xiao Nanshan's face was a bit odd. Anything else, he couldn't guarantee. But if the human emperor does not allow this kid to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition, with his understanding of the kid's temperament, he will definitely set off the table and turn his face in minutes. However, he didn't dare say much about it. After all, the human emperor was the king of the entire Great Summer people. It's better to save face, right? That is, King, you are so confident, then why don't we call this boy over and ask him? The white dragon shook his head slightly, not saying much. Just shout. I still don't believe this kid really dares to turn against me. Someone come, call that Hanfan kid over to me. The human emperor didn't say anything, and directly asked someone to go and shout for Hanfan to enter the palace. A few minutes later, Hanfan arrived above the palace hall. At this moment, Hanfan was apprehensive and nervous. After all, this was the first time he had come to a place like the Golden Palace since he had grown up. Moreover, the key was the behavior of Xiener, that little lowly, when she was on Star Luo Island a few days ago. It's really easy to misunderstand. The human emperor suddenly summoned him to the palace. It couldn't be because of this matter, looking for him to settle the score, right? King, I don't know what you're calling me for. Hanfan came above the great hall and looked at the dragon chair, the unruffled human emperor, and hurriedly saluted and inquired. Good you brat, you actually hooked up with my precious daughter, the ninth princess? Tricked her into sneaking out of the palace to look for you, do you know the crime? The human emperor came and gave Hanfan a downward spiral, questioning with a stern face. King, unjustly accused, I didn't even know that Xiener was the ninth princess. And no, I didn't hook up with her, we're just normal friends, really. I promise. Cold sweat broke out on Hanfan's forehead. It's over. It's true that what you worry about comes to you. The point is, he really didn't hook up with that little girl Xiener. It was Fairy herself who wailed and snuck out to find the great hero of her heart, none of his business. That's a black mark he won't take. Ahem. Hanfan, the matter between you and the 9 princesses will be discussed later. Today the king called you over to talk to you about cancelling your participation in the Seven Kingdoms competition. The white dragon spoke in time at the human emperor's gesture. What? Cancel my participation in the Seven Kingdoms competition? Why? I don't agree. Hanfan, who was pale and sweating coldly a moment before. At that moment, when he heard the white dragon's words for a split second, he became emotional. Unbridled, this is the Imperial Palace, above the Golden Palace, there's no room for you. The human emperor deliberately made a stern face and angrily rebuked Hanfan. Intending to scare this unknowing, unseen brat. King, the matter of participating in the Seven-Nation competition was promised to me by Head Xiao, and we had a bet before. In order to get to level 50 within a month, I traveled alone to the chaotic land of Starla Island, sleeping only a few hours a day and playing hard to get upgrades. Now, a month has passed and I have rushed to level 50, fulfilling the agreement with Head Xiao, and he has promised to let me participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. And when I got to the Imperial capital, you wanted to disqualify me, why? Is it because I'm too weak to catch your eye, unworthy? If you're not worthy, then you call over all of the heavenly prides from my great Xia who participated in the Seven Kingdoms competition this term, and find whoever you want to fight me. If I, Hanfan, lose, I have nothing to say, I'll turn around and leave, never insisting on participating in the Seven Kingdoms competition, but if I win, I'd still like to ask you, King, to fulfill me. Hanfan raised his head violently and looked straight at the human emperor, his voice resounding. Ahead, even the king of Daxia. He also dared to stiffen a wave. The human emperor blackened his face, seeing that he was truly spoken for by the white dragon. This guy, Hanfan, actually flipped him off for participating in the Seven Kingdoms competition. The old face was held red for a time. Lungs were bursting with anger. Chapter 120, If the king doesn't agree, I'll die in the Golden Palace today. The South Sea Shattered Star Island trial, you slaughtered all those demons from the Sakura Kingdom, even including the nephew of the Sakura Kingdom's heavenly emperor, Yamano 13, and the grandson of Sakura's heavenly ranking powerhouse, Okabenchu. Star Luo Island, you first killed the Goryo Kingdom's heavenly pride, Park Shang-xian, and then destroyed the Wind and Rain Building's gold medal fighter, Ghostface, and the others, Do you know how much the other 6 countries in the continent of the 9 states hate you right now, except for me, Desya? They came to me every day to argue, calling you a pervert and fuming that they wanted to kill you, fearing that you would continue to grow and become a god of my great Xia, trampling all 6 of their kingdoms underfoot. If you go to Sky Island now, they will absolutely stop at nothing to kill you at the grand competition. If you, this brat, die, what about the future of my grand Xia? What about my great Xia's hundreds of millions of people? The human emperor suppressed his anger and reasoned with Hanfan in a deep voice with a stern face. It wasn't that he didn't want Hanfan to go to the 7 Kingdoms competition. Truly, Hanfan's death or survival is related to the future of Daxia. As the king of Daxia, how could he take this risk? As a man of great Xia, why should I fear death? How dare those rats from the 6 kingdoms dare to speak up and kill me? Are they worthy? Besides, if those rats in the 6 nations are determined to get me killed, even if they don't go to the 7 nations competition, will they be able to prevent it? Instead of hiding like a grandson, it would be better for me to go to Sky Island and fight them head-on at the 7 Kingdoms competition, killing them all until they are scared and afraid. Ren Emperor spoke bitterly. Hanfan froze with his head shaking like a rattle drum. How could he not agree to disqualify him from participating in the grand competition? The human emperor blackened his face and locked eyes with the white dragon beside him. This kid. Not only is it top-notch. That's a great way to wheedle and sensationalize and brainwash. Nothing else. Take the words that just came out of your mouth, resoundingly. Even the human emperor's blood boiled as he listened, nearly agreeing with a hot head. However, he held back in the end. Can't promise. Daxia can't afford the consequences if something happens to him. Kid, we can understand how you feel about throwing your head in blood for our great Xia. But this matter really cannot promise you, not to mention, you have already done enough for our Daxia before. At this time, the white dragon also saw the human emperor's attitude and politely advised. No, I won't agree, I must participate in this 7 Kingdoms competition. Hanfan immediately interrupted stubbornly before White Dragon could finish his sentence. Good you little brat, you've gone against the grain. You dare to be stubborn with me even when this king says something? Someone come, lock him up in the heavenly prison for me and wait for his punishment. The human emperor was angered and immediately gave a black-faced angry rebuke. He then called out to the forbidden guards to first lock up Hanfan, the stubborn-ass kid, for a few days. Wait until the 7 Kingdoms competition is over, then release him. Wow! As the human emperor's words fell, 5 or 6 armor-clad forbidden guards immediately poured in from outside the hall. Those forbidden guards came to the main hall and quickly walked towards Hanfan. Only, there was no waiting for those forbidden guards to really capture Hanfan. Hanfan suddenly pulled out a sharp longsword from the system storage. When the crowd saw this, their faces changed. Those 5 or 6 heavily armed forbidden guards had already drawn their blades in a flash. All over his body, a mountainous murderous aura erupted. At this moment. And, if Hanfan dared to make the slightest move, he would absolutely have to be killed. Hanfan! What are you doing? It's against you, isn't it? Hurry up and put the sword down. Kid, this is the Golden Palace, a place where you are not allowed to make trouble. Give me the sword. Xiao Nantian and White Dragon rebuked angrily in unison. They're really intimidated. Above the Golden Palace, he suddenly pulled out his weapon. That's a big crime. If you mess up, it's not just a matter of being locked up for a few days. It's possible to lose your head. Hanfan ignored the 2 men's angry rebuke. He gazed straight at the human emperor, and abruptly placed the long, sharp sword across his neck. When the crowd saw this, their faces changed again. Up to this point, the crowd realized that they had misunderstood the stubborn-ass kid. This kid, he is going to force the human emperor to agree to participate in the 7 Kingdoms competition with his death. King, I insist on participating in this 7 Kingdoms competition, and besides wanting to do my small part for the great Xia, I also have some selfishness. Once upon a time, before I awakened my demonic soul and became a transcendent, it was my sister June who always protected me. Now that I have grown up and become a man, I want to fight alongside her, even though I can't yet cover for her. If I'm greedy and afraid of death and hide in Daxia and not go out just because those 6 nations rats are trying to kill me, I can't do it. I hope the king will promise me to participate in the 7 Kingdoms competition and do my small part for the great Xia. If the king doesn't promise, then I, Hanfan, would rather die on top of this golden palace today. The words fell. Hanfan exerted a slight force with the long sword in his hand. In a flash, the sharp blade of the sword cut through the skin of his neck. Scarlet blood, sliding down the blade of the sword. At this point, he had a look of absolute determination. No one thought he was joking. Not far away, the human emperor was also startled as his eyelids flickered. This kid. It's anticlimactic. It's so anticlimactic. To actually use death to force him to agree is not the opposite of what it is. Shiro also looked numb. This kid, he's tough enough. When you flip out, you even cut yourself. White Dragon hurried to persuade, kid, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive, impulsive is the devil, have a good talk, or first put down the sword? Hanfan ignored it and didn't put down the sword in his hand. With his gaze, he just looked at the human emperor without blinking. Waiting for his final decision. This king has been the king of Daxia for decades, and it's still the first time he's been threatened by someone, or a brat. You brat, wait for me, when the Seven Kingdoms competition returns, I'll be looking for you to settle the score. The human emperor grunted coldly, blackening his face as he reluctantly compromised. However, for the sake of face, he still scolded Hanfan. Hanfan, the king has promised you, so why don't you quickly put down your longsword? Seeing that the human emperor had compromised, the white dragon immediately chided Hanfan. Hanfan was thrilled to see that the human emperor, at last, had loosened his tongue. Afterward, he hurriedly took his longsword back to the warehouse and said, King, when the Seven Kingdoms competition returns, if you don't say you're looking for me to settle the score, and if you chop my head off, I, Hanfan, will never have half a word of complaint. Humph. Don't you give me any more oily talk, it's fine to let you participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition, but I have two demands that you must agree to, or else you're exempt from negotiation. With a stern face, the human emperor returned to the dragon chair and sat down, speaking in a deep voice. Hanfan didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly said, King, please speak. First, in the future, you kid, don't move and put a knife to your neck to die. Your life is more precious than even mine. If you should slip up one day and really die, how am I going to explain this to the thousands of people of Daxia? The human emperor blackened his face and glared at Hanfan. Even if he compromised, his heart was still haunted by Hanfan's stubborn donkey-like personality and threatening him. Think of him as the king of Daxia. Or the first time in this golden palace above, was threatened. That's a first. If this gets out, how will he look? I don't want to lose face. Chapter 121 Sky Island Zheng family, an ancient family that has existed for nearly 10,000 years. King, I was wrong, I was just in a hurry, there's no way. I definitely won't in the future. Hanfan was filled with embarrassment and hastily admitted his mistake. The human emperor's face looked slightly better when he saw Hanfan's sincere attitude in admitting his mistake. He then added, second, after you arrive at Sky Island, in all matters, you have to listen to the White Dragon's arrangements, you can't act out of your will, much less show off. The first point was just casually brought up by the human emperor. And it was the second point that really worried his mind. Let's not talk about this Hanfan kid for a moment, everyone hates the other 6 kingdoms in the continent of Kyushu right now. Take the kid himself, he's no slouch. The human emperor was worried that when he arrived at the Sky Island, the White Dragon wouldn't be able to control him and stab the sky at the Seven Kingdoms competition. Okay, I promise. Definitely follow the White War God's arrangements. Hanfan patted his chest in assurance. Only, the bastard's mouth was a promise. In his mind, however, he was having second thoughts. The Seven Kingdoms competition. Not only was it related to Daxia, whether or not it could rejoin the battle for the divine trial quota. It's more of a battle to separate the winners from the losers and to determine life and death. Therefore, he pondered to take this opportunity to kill all those heavenly pride demons from other countries. Well, that's a great idea. Just do it. I don't know if the White Dragon and the human emperor, if they knew the crazy thoughts in this guy's mind. Will he flip out on the spot, tie him up, and throw him in a heavenly prison to be locked up? Eventually. Great Xia went out to fight in the Seven Kingdoms competition, and the list of 36 heavenly pride demons was all finalized. In Jiling province, Hanfan and Han Shijun's siblings are listed. And it's worth saying. This is a list of 36. Only Hanfan, the monster 50 levels, can reach the minimum standard to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. His sister, David Han, class of 56. But Han Shijun was last year's provincial top student and a national college entrance exam scout. Powerful, no doubt about it. Even at level 56, it was much stronger than most level 60 heavenly pride demons. This could be seen from the fact that she was able to single-handedly challenge Zhao Jigang, a level 65 sealed transcendent, when she had just reached level 50. During the past month, she went from level 50 to level 56. How far the strength has grown, no one knows. The list of participants' heavenly pride from various countries was sent to the Sky Islands Zhang family one after another. The Zhang family, the number one family in the continent of Kyushu. Family members, only a mere 100. However, it has 3 gods that guard the Sky Island. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of the Zhang family was. But the ancient and mysterious Zhang family was only responsible for organizing the 7 Kingdoms competition. In the continent of the 9 states, there are grudges and feuds among the 7 kingdoms, but they don't care. Rumor has it that the Zhang family has been guarding Sky Island for nearly 10,000 years. Throughout the major kingdoms of the entire continent of Kyushu, there have been countless changes of dynasties. The Zhang family is the only one that has been around for 10,000 years and will never die. Where they came from, no one knows. Why they exist again has also remained a mystery. It seems they're waiting for something. Guarding something. Sky Island, Chang's Patriarch, the list of Great Xiao's participation in the grand competition, has been sent in, and the brat called Hanfan, who you told me to pay special attention to, is also on the list. Zhao Tianqi, the Zhang family's only person with a foreign surname, walked in through the door and delivered a roster. Zhang Qiling, the current patriarch of the Zhang clan, casually glanced through the roster twice before losing it. Compared to Zhao Tianqi's composure, the Zhang family is very young. At a glance, as a handsome young man in his early 20s. But those who know him know that he has lived for nearly 1,000 years. As to why they do not age or die, no one knows. Let's follow the procedure. Make 6 copies of the list submitted by Daxia and send them to the other 6 countries. At the same time, you also pass a message to those kingdoms that crooked behavior is strictly forbidden between the Sky Island's 7 kingdoms competition. When these heavenly pride demons get into the ring, whether they live or die, it's all up to their own abilities. I don't care about the Zhang family, but whoever dares to make a move after getting out of the ring will be killed without pardon. Zhang Qiling's voice was not loud, but the dominance contained in the voice was unmatched. Yes, matriarch. Zhao Tianqi answered and led the way. This will be your first test. Don't let me down, and don't make my Zhang family wait 10,000 years. Zhao Tianqi left. Zhang Qiling stood up from his chair. He then slowly turned around and looked at the yellowed ancient painting on the wall behind him. Above the ancient painting, countless deities tilted their heads and looked up to the sky. In the sky, there stood a black mecha giant whose size covered the sky and closed the moon. In the eyes of those blue star transcendents, the gods who were high and holy were inviolable. At this point, their faces showed a strong sense of panic and despair. 10,000 years. Almost 10,000 years have passed. The day is still coming soon. Hopefully, this time. Results that can be different. Goryeo Kingdom, Imperial Palace. What did you say? The Great Summer Pig, Hanfan, is going to participate in the 7 Kingdoms competition on Sky Island. After the king of Goryeo heard the guard's report, for a moment he suspected that he had heard wrongly. Yes. 1,000 times true. This message was sent over by the Sky Island Zhang family, personally. The guards hurriedly replied. Shiba. This old piker, the great Xia human emperor. Deceiving people too much. On Star Luo Island, I first killed my Goryeo Kingdom's heavenly pride, Park Shangxian, and then beheaded the Wind and Rain Building and other powerhouses. Actually letting this kid, again in a high profile, participate in the Sky Island 7-nation competition. Is this an insult to my Goryeo country's transcendence, that they are all rats and trash? The king of Goryeo was furious and stormy. His heart was shocked and appalled at Hanfan's perverted upgrading speed, and at the same time, it was filled with killing opportunities. This time, for the Sky Island 7 Kingdoms competition, this little bastard must die. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Bedchamber. The emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom has been recuperating from his illness for the last few days. Instead of getting better, it got worse. To this day, still unconscious. Baka. Kill that little bastard Hanfan for me. Quickly kill that little bastard Hanfan for me. In his coma, the emperor of the Sakura Kingdom roared and roared, dreaming of getting Hanfan killed. It was evident how deep his resentment towards Hanfan was. At this time, Hanfan had become a shadow in his heart. Lord Celestial Emperor, that little bastard, Hanfan, participated in the Seven Kingdoms competition. We have a chance to take revenge. On the side of the bed, Matsukita Kiichi, the last absolute demon of the Sakura Kingdom, hurriedly said to the unconscious emperor of the Sakura Kingdom. What? That little bastard, Hanfan, is going to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. The emperor of the Sakura Kingdom, who had been in a coma a moment before, miraculously woke up when he heard the words of Matsuboku Kiichi. He sat up in shock, startling the entire bedchamber of attendants. This. Wasn't it dying before? Why do you get so energized when you mention you can get revenge? Is this faking it? Yes, this message, it's from the Sky Island Zhang family, it can't be fake. Songbei Moody nodded and said. Baka Yalu. That old bastard, the human emperor, is actually rampant enough to let this little bastard, Hanfan, participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. He doesn't care about our Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Yoshi drops good. Matsuboku Kiichi, I order you to kill him at all costs at the Seven Kingdoms competition. This Seven Kingdoms grand competition, our Sakura Kingdom has only one goal, to kill that demonic pervert Hanfan. The grand competition can be lost, Hanfan must die. The emperor of the Sakura Kingdom was overwhelmed with emotion. To the side, Matsukita Kiichi gives a series of orders. Hanfan, the great summer pig, will not die. It has become a demon in the heart of the emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. If this little bastard didn't die again, he would really be pissed off and ascend to heaven. Heavenly Emperor Lord, you can rest assured, last year Broken Star Island trial, a little accident, let Han Shijun the little ran away. I'll send the siblings on their way together for the Seven Kingdoms competition this year. To avenge the dead warriors of my Sakura Kingdom. Chapter 122, 10 miles to send off, donating one's life to a national disaster, and treating death as if it were a return. Dacia, the Imperial Palace. The 36 Celestial Pride who were participating in the Sky Island competition had already finished their preparations and were ready to go. Their boyish faces were full of determination and resoluteness. Ahead of them was their king of Dacia. He personally led the 72 golden guards of the palace to see them off. The crowd swept out of the palace. Head to the imperial capital's teleportation array to Sky Island. The streets of the city were lined with people. They are not human emperors, called to come and stand. They had come here on their own accord to see off the 36 celestial prides who were participating in the Sky Island 7-nation competition. Though, they are the pride of Dacia, the heroes of Dacia. Countless great Xia subjects, countless great Xia transcendents looked up, worshipped, and envied. But at the end of the day, they're still a bunch of kids. The young man who carries the fate of the country's future on his back. This trip to Sky Island, the Seven Kingdoms competition. That is to say, it is a matter of victory or defeat, and also a matter of life and death. I don't know how many of them will be able to come back. Some of them, or rather, a large portion of them, will sleep forever on Sky Island. It would be the last time they would ever walk the earth of Mother Dacia. Knowing full well that this trip to the Sky Island Grand Competition would be a 9 deaths. But on their faces, there was not a trace of fear. Hanfan walked beside his sister and looked up at the crowds on both sides of the street. At this very moment, he understood a truth in his mind. What do people live for? Sense of identity. All they need is to be recognized. Recognized by the state. Recognized by the people. This trip to the Sky Island Grand Competition. Behind them, there were millions of Dacia transcendents, Dacia's people watching. Looking forward. Looking forward. Even if the enemy is as strong as a dragon, what does the heart fear? People die and their heads are cut off. Bull-sized scars, though. Ask the heart without remorse. Do your best. For the prosperity and strength of Dacia. Cathay Mingan. Do your bit. I donate my life to the national tragedy, and I see death as if it were a return. Live as a man, die as a ghost. The Emperor of Man led the Forbidden Guards for 10 miles. 10 miles is a long time, so long that it took almost an hour to walk. 10 miles was short, so short that without waiting for anyone to slow down, the side arrived at the teleportation array to Sky Island. Subsequently, Hanfan and the rest of the Heavenly Pride demons entered the teleportation array under the personal leadership of White Dragon, the great Xia god of war. It disappeared in the eyes of the countless children of Dacia. Some people shed tears, others blessed. Sky Island. an island floating in the continent of Kyushu, in the sky. When the many heavenly prides of Dacia. When he passed through the teleportation array and arrived at the Sky Island, the slightly melancholic emotion in his heart was quickly washed away and replaced by a strong shock. Sky Island. It was their first time. It was also the first time I saw this island floating in the sky. They left the Sky Island teleportation formation and looked out at the land of the Kyushu continent below. The shocking emotion in his heart had reached a point of no return. Half a day later, the crowd snapped out of that shocking emotion. Afterwards, the White Dragon led them and headed to the main city of Sky Island. Come to the main city of Sky Island. Hanfan and the others happened to meet, similarly, the Sakura Kingdom's crowd of demonic prides who had just arrived. Haters gonna hate each other. Those heavenly pride demons of the Cherry Blossom Country looked at Hanfan and the others with faces full of hatred and ferocity. The Great Summer heavenly pride demons, looking at them, also reddened their eyes. If it wasn't for the rules of the Sky Island, perhaps the heavenly pride demons of the two great capitals would have already directly ate up. Hanfan merely glanced at the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's crowd of celestial pride before withdrawing his gaze. It's just a bunch of short rats. Now, with his strength, he really didn't put too much in his eyes. This time, he came to Sky Island to participate in the Seven Kingdoms competition. He had only one goal, to behead all these heavenly pride rats of his country. Once upon a time, the blood of those dead ancestors of Dacia would not be shed in vain. And it can't flow for nothing. Right at this moment, Han Shijun, who was walking beside Hanfan, suddenly stopped. Hanfan twisted his head toward her, finding her emotional, very emotional. His eyes were dead set on a figure among the Sakura Kingdom's heavenly pride demons. Hanfan followed Han Shijun's gaze and realized that it was a Sakura dwarf with an evil smile on his face. Jun, what's wrong? Hanfan inquired with a face full of concern. Han Shijun took a deep breath and tried to restrain his anger and calm down. It's okay, Vandy, let's go. Han Shijun shook his head slightly without much explanation. Hanfan frowned slightly as his mind pondered. He had grown up with Han Shijun since childhood. Hanfan's heart couldn't be clearer about this old sister's character. He had never seen Han Shijun so emotionally agitated. Something must have happened. But he could do nothing if Han Shijun didn't want to talk about it. Afterward, Hanfan dropped his gaze to that Sakura Nation dwarf. At this time, that Sakura Nation shorty, who also seemed to sense the pair of siblings' gaze, walked over with an evil smile. Han Shijun, it's been a long time, it's been a year since I counted, a year has passed, growing purer and moister, so sexy. Ha ha ha. The short man from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom walked over, his gaze sweeping over Han Shijun recklessly. The expression on his face, too, was lowly and obscene, full of provocation. Matsuboku Kiichi, this Seven Kingdoms competition is your time to die. Han Shijun ignored Songbei Modi, flirting and mocking, and coldly said, Matsuboki Ichi? Hanfan's expression was stunned as his gaze once again looked ahead at this Sakura Nation dwarf. Hanfan remembered. More than a month ago, during the Shattered Star Island trial, he had heard of this name. If he remembered correctly. Last year, his sister participated in the Shattered Star Island trials and almost died at the hands of the Sakura Nation dwarf named Matsukita Kiichi. Hanfan's face sank as he thought of this in his mind. In the depths of his eyes, he did not hide his thick killing intent. Oh yeah? Sure it wasn't you, the defeated one, who died at my hands? Matsukita Kiichi was full of rampage, an evil smile playing with flavor. Jun, another shorty? Hanfan ignored Songbei Moody's evil gaze when he saw it with a look of contempt. Instead, he turned his head and said to Han Shijun beside him. Baka! Little bastard, I have to admit that you are indeed powerful when it comes to being smart-mouthed. I hope your strength is as hard as your mouth. Tomorrow at the Seven Kingdoms competition, it's best if you don't run into me in the first round. Otherwise, I will make you realize just how great the gap between you, the so-called number one demon of the Great Xia, and me is. Humph. Hanfan's shorty taunt directly pissed off Songbei Muichi. The height of men in the Sakura country is, in general, excessively short. Usually it's fine at home, everyone grows about the same height, not much of a difference. But out of the Sakura country, outside. Once again, they have to tilt their heads to talk to people. It's like right now. Hanfan stood in front of Songbei Modi, condescending to him and looking at him with an expression like a hyena. It made Matsukita Kiichi, who was a head shorter in height, feel worse than if he had eaten. Ha! The South Sea Shattered Star Island trial, your Sakura country's #1 demon, Yamano 13, told me the same thing, and as a result, he died faster than anyone else. I suggest you pray that you're not the first to encounter me tomorrow, and then you'll have a few more days to live. Otherwise, if you die in the first round, I'm afraid that your Sakura Kingdom Emperor, unable to take the blow, will vomit blood. ND faint again.